The young man in the prison uniform standing here is named Baphomet. A few hours ago he was still a demon king, the final boss of a massive. Anyone who climbed this tower wanted to conquer its highest peak and kill. But throughout the years no one had been able to do. His cruel nature and extraordinary. Anyone who climbed the tower to reach him was personally beaten to a pulp. Regardless of age, size, or humans to Baphomet were just trivial play. Even the strongest hunters who knew of his power and managed to reach him, after trading blows for a had to beg him to spare their life. Baphomet was the ruler of this tower, a professional level setter for humans who, in his eyes, were nothing but toy. Whenever someone came to kill him, that was when he felt the most excited but it was also when the feeling of despair overwhelmed him completely. Because there had never been anyone worthy of being his opponent. The humans who climbed here after Baphomet played with them for a while also became battered and, more importantly, Baphomet could only linger at the top of this tower. That door would never open. In other words, Baphomet could not go to the human. He could only wait hopelessly until some human came to open the door and continue but not every day did someone come here. Baphomet always had to ponder how to pass the boring time in this place had only Baphomet alone. And he absolutely could not open that door himself to get. Baphomet was truly angry, resentful, and hated this place. He didn't understand why he was the only one imprisoned here with loneliness and hopeless. At this moment, a phone dropped from a human and Baphomet was extremely curious about this strange. In his head, an idea suddenly popped, and the next hunter came to this like every other time he beat that person to a bruised, completely beaten but not. Baphomet wanted to ask him about how to use this. Seeing this, that hunter enthusiastically instructed Baphomet. First, he could unlock the phone with facial recognition. Hearing this, Baphomet promptly held up the phone owner's head to unlock it. Truly. Next, the hunter guided Baphomet on how to use the camera to preserve precious moments, and didn't forget to demonstrate by taking a selfie with the tower's Demon King as a memento for future generations. After that, the hunter continued to show the Demon King other phone features like listening to music, the only nerve stimulant this world's government permitted. There was also watching movies, browsing the web, playing games, and countless other phone features. Seeing that Baphomet had become quite proficient in using it, the hunter thought his job was done here and slowly tried to sneak. This was the Demon King's domain, and true, his utility value was exhausted, but that hunter's life path had also come to an end. Baphomet felt very interested in this human toy. It had become his pastime in this boring. Looking at the mountain of corpses he had slaughtered, Baphomet thought perhaps he could find some interesting items from these people's thinking was doing. The first item he scavenged from that pile was a notebook titled Masterpiece Collection. Baphomet read through it but didn't understand a damn, so he immediately tossed it aside. And so, he kept searching and finding one ordinary human thing after another that, to him, was the first time in his life. Occasionally, there were human items like this wedding bride photo that made Baphomet look at it and see the life of the human world out. Messages kept continuously appearing on the phone, but Baphomet didn't. The more important problem for him was that the more he learned about the human, the more he longed to see that real world, not through imagination. The human world had a belief that God could grant humans. If God truly existed, then Baphomet also hoped he would grant him. Suddenly daydreaming melancholically like this made Baphomet feel a bit unfamiliar. Right at that moment, the tower suddenly roared. That meant someone had climbed to this highest. Baphomet returned to his seat. He himself now didn't eagerly anticipate anything anymore. Anyway, the upcoming toy would also quickly become. But the reality this time was completely different from what Baphomet. His opponent this time was not like other hunters. It was Hunter Javen, a hunter with true. Just upon stepping into the tower face to the aura radiating from him made him exclaim in surprise, wondering if this moving toy before him was really only that. Both sides raised their swords and began charging at him. Just a few simple swords, and Baphomet already felt it was truly very. It was the kind of power he had been waiting for. So it must be said, it was peak, ceiling, flying. Fighting with Javen made Baphomet truly feel very kind of happy, joyful emotion he had forgotten for a very long. This was exactly what he had been waiting for and seeking all this. A worthy explosive battle an interesting, truly interesting. Only that the more they fought, the more Baphomet was gradually over. At last strike him immediately fall flat to the ground. Baphomet didn't know why he had of jealousy toward this toy named Javen. The battle just kept getting fiercer and fiercer. Baphomet at this point regained his strength, continuously attacked fiercely toward Javen was no pushover either, immediately responding with similarly powerful sword technique. Strength and skillful techniques gradually made Baphomet lose. Throughout all these years, this was probably the first. He was about to lose to an ordinary. Unwilling to accept this, Baphomet immediately unleashed all the power. After all, as the Lord of the Tower, he couldn't be easily defeated like. He used magic to create dozens of sharp weapons charging straight at. With just one light, decisive sword, Javen could easily handle all. Not done with physical attacks, Javen also attacked psychologically. So what if you're a lord? You're still imprisoned. Hearing this, Baphomet immediately. Javen seized this opportunity and raised his to deliver a finishing blow to end it, but Baphomet still wouldn't give, continuing to use magic to counter. Just a lowly toy daring to think of defeating the Lord. What Baphomet didn't expect was that Javen was not an ordinary. Disregarding he had somehow already lunged forward and slashed Baphomet's neck with a fatal. Looking at that face and extraordinary power, Baphomet knew that Javen was a true human, a free and strong human. He also wished to be like him, yearning to escape this place and truly wanting to become a. Suddenly, a strange system appeared. The screen displayed, "Main quest: kill Hunter Javen. Reward for this, your wish will become reality." Javen's sword. The moment had pierced straight through Baphomet's body with one. He had successfully cleared the and it would soon collapse. One would think that was the end of but then what would there be for everyone to watch? Right at the final moment nearing life, and Baphomet seemed to be infused, power rising up once. Then, using his own hands, coldly and decisively stabbed through Javen's, successfully gouging out the heart from his chest. In the end, Baphomet had killed that bastard, and after the tower collapsed, construction cleanup workers saw him standing alone on the rubble, and approached to ask what his name. Baphomet completed the quest to kill the hunter, and his wish to become human had become real. In this world, hunters were those who fought against monsters existing in gates and towers. However, at that time their status wasn't very. The phenomenon of dungeon instability occurred more and more. It happened when a tower wasn't dealt with for a long time and collapsed. The result was that monsters would escape through the gate and had caused the world's population to perish. After that incident, humans began training hunters to handle the tower, and Baphomet was then the ruler of the Abyss Tower. Most hunters who came to subjugate it died at his hand. And finally, the one made furious by humanity decided to become a. However, when the Abyss Tower collapsed, everyone mistakenly thought that Baphomet in this human form was the only survivor who walked out after eliminating the Abyss. From then on, everyone wanted to admire the heroic strength that Baphomet possessed. But the problem was, after becoming human, Baphomet had lost all his original power. And so, from then on, Baphomet went from being a domineering, formidable tower, being branded the fraud of the century. After that, life's twists and turns led him to become a team leader in the stone mines behind. At a certain dungeon stone mine on this white-haired young man named Griffin was a new recruit to the mining. He was being led by the team leader on a tour of the dungeon and briefly introduced to the world. Actually, a few months ago, Griffin had visited this place, but looking at it now, it seemed much larger than. The team leader said it was all thanks to the hunters who had expanded this area after they defeated the monster. As for work, Griffin would be responsible for Area D, where the most gemstones were. Suddenly, there was a loud voice. "Everyone, clear the way. Big Brother is coming." The Big Brother mentioned here was Baphomet. These were the lackeys who made him their. Team leader then leaned close to Griffin and quietly advised him not to associate with those, because they were criminals who had hidden down in this mine, always beating up those who displeased, especially this Baphomet. Hearing this, Griffin felt a bit scared. Having people like that work here was somewhat unstable, but there was no other because the contractor really liked Baphomet as he was very good at this. Very quickly, it was payday. The team leader cheerfully gave each person an envelope corresponding to today's. Of course, Baphomet's share couldn't be missed, and he even said he had transferred it over. Hearing this, Baphomet felt a bit deflated, his body trembling slightly, which drew Griffin's attention to him. After receiving their wages, Baphomet's lackeys cheerfully proposed taking him to enjoy. Suddenly, one of them curiously asked Baphomet where his daily wages had. Mentioning this made Baphomet tremble with irritably clutching his head in distress. All his wages were being poured entirely into that damn loan shark named. When Baphomet was branded a fraud and pushed to the bottom of society, he was injured and had to be hospitalized for surgery but had no money, so she had proposed that Baphomet could owe her, but advised him to sell his body to make money to pay. Then finally, Baphomet had to trudge and work at this mine to have money to give to that loan. But thinking about it, this was actually good. Better than when Baphomet stuck his face out and got photographed and filmed for that national fraud. Although not everything was absolutely perfect, down here there were also some things that happened that annoyed. Some guys here had recognized that Baphomet was the fraud on the media all this time, so they always tried to cause. Baphomet didn't bother to care and ignored them. But the more he ignored them, the more they acted up. 1 tolerance and 9 people climbed on his. Finally, unable to stand it, Baphomet charged in and taught those guys beating them up, and whoever came looking for was appropriately taught by. And thanks to that badassery, one by one they clung to Baphomet and made him the big brother of the criminal. Not to mention, this wasn't even the human life Baphomet desired. What he craved was to live a badass, using strength to slay monsters, like hunters, not going around beating up. And now, Baphomet didn't know why he had lost all his power like this. Probably it was because he had become. Baphomet wanted to be human because he wanted to be strong and free like the one who had almost killed him in the. While lost in random thoughts, a lackey's words startled him a bit. "To me, you look way cooler, bro. What do those hunters have? Those guys are just as ordinary as us. If we awaken, they wouldn't stand a chance." The words spoken by Baphomet's subordinates weren't wrong, but to being a cool and powerful hunter was still better. Hunters in this world also made a lot of money and were quite famous, always living in luxury with lavish. The young disciple of Baphomet believed that those hunter bastards only got those things through luck, and in the end, money earned through hard work was far more valuable. Indeed, those who don't know the value of money are those who get it easily. Seeing his subordinates joyfully fooling around like that, Baphomet suddenly smiled at this. Himself didn't know why he was like this. He could only awkwardly explain that seeing everyone happy made him happy, which made everyone look at him with evil, adoring eyes. He even wanted to bet on who was capable enough to make their big brother smile so happy. Only now did Baphomet unconsciously realize this was exactly the feeling he had before. It was identical to the feeling he had when playing with human toys back in the tower, specifically the feeling of enjoyment. Baphomet was enjoying the pleasure of being with friends and comrades. Perhaps he was craving power to have the kind of joy he had in the Baphomet was like a child stepping into the world for the first time, experiencing simple joy despite no longer having. However, since entering here until now, Baphomet's group of disciples didn't know his name, so they all called him Big Brother. Baphomet also didn't talk or get close to anyone, so the whole group really wanted to know his real. Baphomet said he used to have a name before, but not anymore. Hearing this, the young disciple immediately dropped a like. It felt like their big brother had an incredibly cool. The young disciple asked Baphomet if he wanted to use his name instead. His parents had put their heart and soul into thinking up that name for him, but now the name goes one way and the person. Baphomet asked back what his name was. The young disciple was just about to say it when suddenly, a shocking explosion rang out. The entire dungeon was now engulfed in a sea of flame. Noise of the explosion and panicked screams merged. Baphomet could only stand there frozen, staring. He didn't know what that noise just was, but hearing it was so terrible he wanted to. A moment later, when Baphomet had regained his composure, he clutched his stomach in pain, only then realizing he had just been looking at the chaotic, devastated scene before his eyes. Baphomet was both shocked and astonished. His hand, while groping around, accidentally touched something on the. Looking over, he painfully realized it was the burning corpse of his subordinate. Once again, his toys had been destroyed. Baphomet had only just felt a bit human warmth from these cheerful disciples. Now it had suddenly turned out like, both in pain and resentment he shouted angrily, asking which bastard had done. A while after the explosion subsided, the real culprit behind this incident turned out to be that new soldier. His true identity was actually a thief who specialized in attacking and plundering warspots. The two hunters in charge of this dungeon, upon learning of this, rushed over wanting to come. Griffin didn't seem afraid of this at all, because what people knew about him was only half the. Griffin was a B-rank hunter, while the hunters in charge of this dungeon were only C-rank, so even with an overwhelming numerical advantage, they had no chance of defeating him, and besides they couldn't abandon the civilians. Therefore, this hunter suggested to his teammate to quickly run outside and ask other hunters for help, while he would hold Griffin. Griffin had just finished his sentence when, from nowhere, a sharp sword beam shot forward, easily severing this hunter. His teammate, seeing the scene, was scared out of their wits. In the end, unable to hold back, they grabbed their weapon and charged at Griffin, wanting to deal. Griffin at this moment still stood there calmly, then curled his lips in a contemptuous smile. As a hunter, one shouldn't be provoked or they'll only die fast. Then, somehow, with just a light twist of his hand, he had already caused this female hunter to be suddenly. At this moment, from within the spatial gate, a group of people stepped out. They were the thief hunters working with. He pointed at the collapsed female hunter and told them he'd cut her throat for talking too much, and they could freely divide her among them. During this, they revealed their perverted one wanting to take her eyes, another wanting to pin her down and violate. But since Griffin was the leader here, he ordered his subordinates to capture her alive and sell her. The female hunter at this moment desperately screamed while the thief hunters began dividing the spoils obtained here among them. The female hunter kept crying and sobbing endlessly, making them feel extremely annoyed and headache. Right at this moment, the head of the hunter from earlier was somehow thrown at Griffin. It was none other than Baphomet, and one of Griffin's subordinates had been beaten to a pulp by him in an A few minutes earlier. Baphomet was still immersed in desperate shock. The system panel suddenly. The screen displayed a hidden feel anger on behalf of humanity, with the reward being the power he desired. Which vermin dared to destroy my. In the rubble, Baphomet walked forward step by step. He bit his lip tightly, his face cold and emotional. His target was the sword embedded beside the male hunter's. Baphomet reached out and grasped the sword hilt. The blue system displayed a white exclamation mark, notifying him that when using someone else's weapon, its efficiency decreased to 0%. The system seemed to be glitching, gradually changing from a blue display frame to red. The scattered words, "System Error," appeared on the display. When Baphomet completely pulled the sword up from the ground, the display frame turned red, revealing Baphomet's innate talent. Weapon Master activated. The weapon seizure skill was automatically activated due to the activation of the Weapon Master innate. Immediately after, Baphomet burst into speed. A white beam of light, just like that, the head of that comrade separated from his. It flew high up, passing over the thief hunter who was smoking, and fell straight down before him. Baphomet asked, "Which bastard is?" He turned his head. Baphomet stood behind him, face completely emotionless, swinging the sword up. The warm red liquid sprayed out. He looked straight at him and said he had destroyed his toys. That wretched. The thief hunter was surprised and confused, asking back, "Toys?" The two comrades standing before him fearfully wanted to back away. Baphomet stepped on the corpse he had just taken down, hand gripping the sword hilt. He looked straight at the thief hunter, lips moving, asking if he was a survivor. He pulled the corner of his mouth up in a smile, not understanding what he was. Baphomet glared at them, asking, "Is it you?" The thief hunter cupped his hand to his mouth like a megaphone, mockingly laughing at Baphomet and saying, "Aren't you too old to be playing with?" Baphomet didn't want to waste more words, so he charged straight. The two comrades blocking in front of him fearfully wanted to angrily shouted at them, asking what the hell they were doing standing there, to get into position. He was somewhat surprised, wondering to himself if Baphomet, that ragged soldier, was a. He smiled wickedly, telling Baphomet to let him test the strength of this. The comrade standing before him gripped the weapon in his hand. The other one gritted his teeth with determination. Baphomet sighed, saying it wasn't often he had this many prey at. The two comrades recklessly charged forward to attack Baphomet. But immediately after, with just one sword strike, Baphomet had knocked away both their weapons to their astonishment. The blood-stained sword in Baphomet's hand stabbed straight toward the face of one of the two comrades. The other one was startled and terrified by his speed, only managing to glance, witnessing the scene of that comrade only managing to scream once before the sword in Baphomet's hand pierced through. The remaining comrade furiously shouted, "Damn it, you bastard!" and then charged forward to attack Baphomet. Baphomet used his foot to kick away the dead comrade's body, powerfully pulling the sword. He glanced at the comrade attacking him, easily catching his arm. He looked terrifyingly cold at this blood-soaked sword in his hand swung up, and as the sword came down, the remaining one's head separated from him. The warm red liquid sprayed up everywhere. Half of Baphomet's face was shrouded in He looked up at the thief hunter before him, his gaze extremely cold, and the thief hunter still stood in place, still in the mood to curl his lips in a corners of his eyes curved up, flashing with cunning. In his heart he felt somewhat excited, thinking to himself that this guy was pretty. He gripped his weapon tightly and charged at Baphomet. He raised his hand, easily using his sword to. The sword and weapon of the two clashed against each other, then rang out in waves. He smiled, looking quite interested, saying Baphomet was better than he. He asked what his rank was. Baphomet glared at him without answer. The two weapons scraped against each other, creating a streak of light. Both simultaneously withdrew their weapons. He guessed Baphomet was C rank, but then he himself denied it, saying no. He laughed loudly, his entire face seeming to distort, making him look even more terrifying. He excitedly said he was above C. Sword flash streaked across Baphomet's neck. He tilted his body just in time to. He realized there was now an additional cut on his cheek. Blood from within flowed down the wound. He remained in the rubble. That thief hunter kept jumping around continuously, asking why a hunter like him was hiding there playing thug, saying not to tell him he also had some ulterior motive here, mockingly apologizing for disturbing. He rested his weapon on his shoulder, smiling with narrowed eyes, saying that anyway, whatever it was, this was all. He charged at him with his weapon, face sinister, confidently saying that now he would. Baphomet calmly held the blood-soaked sword horizontally. His vigilant eyes watched the person before. A beautiful curved sword strike was executed, so fast it couldn't be seen clearly, only traceable through the white light flash it left. Baphomet was surprised when another wound appeared on his. Immediately after was his cheek, coming so suddenly he couldn't react, but it didn't stop there. The next location was his. Baphomet raised his hand to block. A cut appeared on his forehead. Just moments later, many sword strikes were slashed out, accompanied by wounds continuously appearing on Baphomet's body, but none of the strikes hit his vital. That thief hunter curled his lips in a cold. At some point, his sword had separated into pieces connected by steel wires, looking as if it had transformed into a long, sharp whip. He continuously controlled the wire whip, lashing repeatedly at Baphomet's body. That was precisely why so many wounds appeared on his body. He was confident Baphomet couldn't fight back against him, thinking to himself that this chainsword was specifically designed to beautifully handle bastards who relied on their physical strength, and was even more effective when used against those with no experience dealing with hunters. He considered him a valuable resource, so he would specially cut off his. Suddenly, Baphomet's eyes lit up, swung his sword, easily deflecting the chain sword charging. The thief hunter was somewhat astonished, not understanding why Baphomet, who had been standing still taking hits, could suddenly block this. Immediately after, he launched 2 more attacks. Baphomet still blocked them. The red display frame appeared, indicating that Baphomet's innate talent Berserk had been activated. As if having lost too much blood, Baphomet stood still in place, his arm moving continuously, easily blocking the thief hunter's tech. The system displayed information again that his skill would be increased by 15%. His eyes shone brightly. All the thief hunter's strikes couldn't touch him, and the thief hunter was astonished, unable to believe his eyes, asking himself what. He suddenly blocked all his techniques? He muttered, "Are you kidding?" Punch flew straight. Baphomet punched him flying backward, slamming straight into the ground. A loud crash rang out, earth and rocks scattering from the impact. He leaned his back against the cracked rock outcrop, groaning lightly, and Baphomet didn't give him a chance to resist, continuing to charge forward to attack. He was shocked, hastily raising his weapon to. Only now did he learn to be wary, gritting his teeth to defend, thinking to himself that this bastard was too. Baphomet suddenly lifted his sword, exerting force to heavily press down. Immediately after, another sword strike came down. The thief hunter luckily jumped out just in time to dodge. The rock he had been leaning against just now was shattered by Baphomet's sword. The attack missed, and Fomet glanced at him with a terrifying expression on his. He gripped his sword tightly, charging toward the man without hesitation and catching him off. The man hadn't expected him to be so unhesitating, thinking Fomet believed his physical strength surpassed his own, and the man struggled to grind out the word "die" through clench. He shouted loudly to get lost, and simultaneously the sword in his hand transformed into a long. He thought that the more strength Fomet used, the more exhausted he'd become, and then victory would be his. Just as he'd predicted, Fomet was just a reckless fool who didn't know any proper skills. But Fomet didn't dodge the long whip attack, and his eyes shone terrifyingly bright in the dark. Thieving hunter still thought if he just held out a bit longer, Fomet would be done for. But Fomet kept staring fiercely at him and suddenly released a shocking. The thieving hunter felt his hair stand on end under Fomet's gaze, his face turning pale as he couldn't suppress his. He stood frozen in place holding his weapon, feeling as if he were facing a terrifying monster that completely dominated his mind, wondering to himself what was happening. What was he? It was like a monster, and in that moment of distraction, Fomet lunged forward and swung his sword up. The man's arm fell to the ground, his face turning deathly pale in shock as hot red liquid sprayed everywhere, and Fomet looked coldly at him, saying this arm was for all those people who were always pushed onto the battle. He remembered the junior who had led people to bully him when he first arrived at the stone mine, the one who had once winked and smiled. The thieving hunter glanced at his severed arm, heat rising to his face as he couldn't accept the pain and screamed, cursing Fomet as a. Immediately after, another sword strike came down, and his other arm was severed. Fomet remembered the junior with the pointed head who always smiled with squinted eyes, saying this arm was for that bastard who was always. The thieving hunter screamed miserably, followed by another slash as fresh blood poured out into. Fomet remembered the junior with the round, plump face holding a chocolate bar, saying this left leg was for the chubby one who always brought. The thieving hunter lost one leg and could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground, his entire body trembling with pain as he fearfully begged Fomet to stop. But Fomet stood before him unmoved, saying, and the remaining. He remembered the scene before the brown-haired junior exploded and died in front of him, the boy's wordless expression telling him that his name was Chom. Hot blood sprayed out again, accompanied by the thieving hunter's terrified screams, his eyes nearly bursting from pain as his face. The thieving hunter lay limbless in a pool of. Fomet stood above him looking down, both hands gripping his sword aimed straight at the man's neck, saying, and this is, while the man helplessly let out screams of terror through clenched. He looked up at Fomet, his entire body trembling in disbelief that he'd been defeated and tortured to this maimed state, stuttering. What the hell is this? Who are? Fomet paid no attention to his question, slowly lowering the sword closer to his neck and continuing. The price for pissing. The thieving hunter's face showed absolute terror, cold sweat covering his face as his mouth continuously produced incoherent sounds. Fomet didn't let him speak any excuses, thrusting the sword down hard and then decisively pulling it out as red liquid sprayed everywhere. His entire face shrouded in darkness with only his eyes shining terrifyingly bright. As the sword pierced the thieving hunter's neck, Fomet also felt an unprecedented intent. He gritted his teeth and pulled the sword up, blood spraying everywhere as an uncomfortable heat spread through his entire. He madly hacked at the corpse of the thieving hunter before him, blood splashing all over him in an extremely terrifying sight, and the red notification display appeared again, indicating that those who always crave power must bear heavy consequences. Every cell in Fomet's body seemed to be screaming in frenzy as he nearly lost control and became the monster Fomet of the tower rather than a human being. He needed a human to offer themselves to his mouth, and the display showed that his current state was blood frenzy disorder, with the bloodlust berserker factor having been activated by now. Fomet held the sword in one hand and clutched his head with the other, his body screaming it was too hot. He needed a human. Not these chunks of meat, but a living person, and suddenly behind him came the whimpering of someone alive, and his soulless eyes shone terrifyingly bright as he discovered what he turned and walked toward the female hunter lying collapsed on the ground, the blood-soaked sword in his hand pointing at her, and in his bloodthirsty killing frenzy, he recognized her as a human, a living human right. Something in his head was screaming at him to kill all the humans on Earth. He was a bloodthirsty monster who loved slaughter, wanting all things to kneel before the name Fomet, when suddenly someone said he was a frog at the bottom of kill them. He slowly raised the sword according to the deathly voice controlling him in his. Suddenly more people appeared in the mine, and apparently not just one person, as someone spoke up to report to the manager, saying there were survivors here, and Fomet was drawn by the sound of that person's voice, his sword pausing. His soulless eyes glanced toward where the sound came from as he heard the person continue, saying the situation was very strange. One survivor was trying to kill another survivor, and the manager asked if there were corpses or scattered blood and flesh. The person held the walkie-talkie and continued reporting that the man looked very much like the person they were hunting, and just as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly patted his back. It was the manager he just called, who said he was here now, so he could put down the walkie. Finishing his words, the manager looked toward Fomet holding the sword with some surprise. After seeing his face clearly, he said the one they were hunting didn't look like this, and Fomet had nearly lost his self-control, his mind only recognizing that there were humans before him. Two of them, and after realizing there were two people there, he charged at them without hesitation, sword ready to attack both of them, and the manager said he thought they'd seen Fomet's face somewhere, but finishing his words, he realized Fomet was charging to attack them, and the glasses he wore flashed with. The person who had discovered Fomet widened his eyes and Fomet's eyes flashed with red light as he roared furiously. Suddenly in the air right before him appeared a glowing, slender hand with thumb and middle finger. Fomet froze, not understanding what was happening. Someone sighed, asking if he knew how difficult it was to capture someone alive. They couldn't let him die yet, and immediately that hand flicked him between the eyebrows, telling him to sleep well for Fomet, who had been charging at the two people who just appeared, suddenly stopped, his head snapping backward from. Then he fell backward to the ground, completely losing consciousness before the bewildered faces of the two people who just. Fomet drifted in confusion, wondering what that hand had been, and in his head he seemed to hear someone calling Met, Fomet. And he saw himself in monstrous goat-headed form sitting upright in the. He sat there listening to those who served him call him Lord Fomet, promising they would serve him forever. Forever. Fomet raised his hand and commanded them to kill all humanity on Earth, for he was a battle-loving monster who enjoyed slaughter, wanting all things to kneel before the name Fomet, when suddenly someone said he was a frog at the bottom of. Sharp sword thrust powerfully through, red blood spraying everywhere and staining. He saw himself in human form pierced through by a sword, his blood-soaked face shrouded in darkness as the figure said Fomet surely didn't know this. The one who truly ruled the tower was still. Blood-soaked face gradually became clear, its cold expression terrifying. Saying the truth was that Fomet was just a. Fomet gritted his teeth in unwillingness as he heard the blood-soaked figure say the weak deserved to be sent. Fomet woke from the nightmare, his entire body stiff and not yet fully. His eyes opened wide in bewilderment as he wondered what that. He knelt on one knee on the floor, turning his head to look around and muttering in confusion, not knowing where he was. Clearly he'd been at the. Suddenly a voice transmitted through machinery rang out, asking if he could hear them. Finally he'd woken up, and Fomet heard them speak but understood. Elsewhere, the person talking to Fomet pursed his lips in a smile, hearing him ask who he. He didn't answer Fomet's question but instead said something cryptic about the rare mining gentleman. And Fomet seemed to realize something, glancing in a certain direction as the person continued babbling. No wonder his face looked so familiar. He was the miner who'd been captured for trying to illegally destroy a hell tower, right? But such a miner had coincidentally killed the hunter they'd been tracking. Was he going to try to keep? His face was shrouded in darkness, his expression serious as he opened and closed his mouth, stating a heap of information. He asked Fomet if he had killed that hunter, and Fomet fell into thought, his mind barely grasping the keywords killed and hunt. He thought to himself, was this person talking about that bastard he'd beaten to pieces? And Fomet stood still in the room, his entire face darkly unreadable as the other person continued, saying he'd investigated Fomet's information a bit and gotten no results, as if he'd never had a name or real identity. Reading the information they'd gathered, they couldn't find any hunter registration or status information, but he had strength equal to a hunter. Could this person be unregistered or still in the awakening state? He asked Fomet's identity again, but Fomet darkened his face without answering. Seeing this reaction, The person said they would decide what to do with him based on the answer his words were suddenly cut off when unexpectedly a punch came. Fomet, who had been standing motionless, suddenly struck out, punching the black glass panel installed on the wall and creating a small hole in the glass. His fist remaining pressed against it as cracks spread from the small hole, and he said coldly, "Don't keep babbling. Why do you ask so?" Behind the glass, the person who'd been constantly asking questions stood stunned and Fomet maintained his stance before the glass, saying that if you want to know someone's name, first introduce yourself to them, whereas you've locked me in this cage and sat there comfortably watching me from behind a thick wall. And at this point he couldn't help but curse at him as a rotten bag. His voice echoed throughout the room as he asked back, "Mining? Who was it that made me become like this? You people approved it with me beforehand in the name of being a—" And as for the hunter you're pursuing, he admitted he'd killed him, asking, "So what? Should I sit and reconsider my action?" At this point his eyes bulged with anger, his expression becoming more fierce as he asked why he should do that. The man had provoked him first, so no matter how many times he came back to life, he would kill him that many times. His complexion was terrifyingly dark as he seemed to look straight through the glass at the other person, saying without hiding his malice that he would sever the man's limbs and tear him into pieces, leaving not a single trace so no one would know he'd ever existed. And he asked the person behind the glass, "What if he did the same to him, you heart?" He hadn't finished the last word when the person behind the glass couldn't help but pull his lips into a smile and burst out laughing. The laughter transmitted through machinery echoing throughout the room holding. Fomet withdrew his didn't understand why the person was laughing. Immediately after, he heard the person's confident voice reach him, asking if he could really kill him. And only then did Fomet suddenly wake up and understand. The other person put both hands in his pockets, a confident expression appearing before Fomet's. The room's door slowly opened as he said with a smile, "Now?" He smiled, his eyes crinkling as he said he'd shown himself. What would Fomet do? The moment he saw the person appear, he reminded Fomet of Davan, the human who had appeared at the end in the tower and destroyed Davan's cold eyes and bearing at that time. These two people gave him exactly the same. A flash of movement, and Fomet disappeared from where he stood. Without hesitation, he charged to attack. The flash of light appeared right before his eyes. The person before him didn't dodge but instead smiled with a confident. Powerful collision occurred in the many places on the floor had cracked and broken, and dust and smoke rose up in a thick. Fomet lay on the ground, eyes wide open, gasping for air. The other person smiled, confirming he had truly He used his bare hand to counter Fomet's punch, one hand gripping his throat tightly, saying that was quite a nice move. Fomet struggled to breathe in the paddy fields. He thought to himself the man was too strong. He maintained his restraining position on Fomet. Behind him stood another person, his subordinate. The young man stood upright with both hands behind his back, eyes closed, ignoring his superior's actions. He said he should introduce himself now. They belonged to a secretly established government organization aimed at stopping criminal. The name is. His subordinate bowed his head slightly, looking at the two of them. The young man heard him say he would get straight to the point. The hunter Fomet had killed was exactly the person they had been tracking down, and that man would have been killed immediately upon. He smiled with narrowed eyes, saying the crime that man committed was performing inhumane acts. He had disguised himself as a deadly hunter who specialized in hunting other innocent hunters, illegally trading their organs. The hand gripping Fomet's throat tightened even more. He felt his whole body trembling. The other person didn't seem to care. He said the wealthy elite had a strange superstitious rumor that if one ate the organs of an awakened person, they would gain a powerful body and immortal life. Fomet didn't know if he could even hear. He used his free hand to try to pry the man's hand off his throat and push himself up. Clearly he wasn't as strong as the man, so everything was useless. He said they were extremely grateful that Fomet had helped them remove that burden, but the fact that he had killed people was undeniable. He had slaughtered those lives. They had examined those corpses, handled very neatly and cleanly. Surely the killer was an extremely skilled person. He affirmed that a newly awakened person wouldn't have the ability to create such a scene without any hesitation. Although there were some individuals with natural killing talent, from his experience he narrowed his eyes, observing the expression on Fomet's face, then continued, usually belonged to veteran killers whose hands were stained with the blood of thousands upon thousands. Fomet gritted his teeth, his face trembling from exerting too much force. He heard the man say that since he could only find information about Fomet being a fraudster, he had tried to provoke conversation to find out what kind of person Fomet really was. Hearing him ramble on again, Fomet just felt annoyed. Inside his head was only a field of bright red. The other person kept chattering away, asking if he should tell Fomet his impression of him. While Fomet was struggling with the thought of how difficult it was to be human, the man answered himself that Fomet was very dangerous. Meanwhile, Fomet was wondering if he wasn't allowed to leap up and smash people like this man. The man didn't know about these thoughts of his. He said Fomet was truly born with the soul of a demon. If they didn't stop him now, perhaps one day he would become a criminal hunter they would have to eliminate. At this moment, Fomet only wished that from the beginning he had been like before, wishing he had a more free. He remembered the figure of the wire hunter in the tower, thinking that man too, looking at this person rambling on about what he thought was a budding tumor. In Fomet's head he had grouped the two of them together, thinking that this one too, they would all be trampled beneath his. The hand restraining Fomet's fist was suddenly withdrawn by the man. He, hidden in the shadows, smiled and said it needed to be eliminated. The hand spread open before Fomet's face as if it could crush him at any moment. He didn't understand why he felt so helpless and unwilling. He couldn't hold it back anymore and silently cursed the towering high-rise building. That was the Central Hunter Management Headquarters. Inside, quite a few people were waiting for. Clear voices of several professional female employees continuously rang out. They said thank you and wished someone would develop stronger soon. Then they cheerfully asked if that person wanted to continue paying the rental fee for the gun they were. The female employee called number 122. She looked at the person who had just appeared before her and gave a professional smile, greeting and asking how she could. Fomet had been changed into different clothes, his face still bearing band. Looked straight at the female employee without answering immediately. He recalled the scene from earlier. The person who had just choked and restrained him brought his face close to Fomet's and smiled like a cunning fox. He used his index finger to point at Fomet's chest, asking if he was scared. He stood up from Fomet's body and said that even they wouldn't dare do anything so reckless. Besides, he quite liked Fomet's personality. Fomet raised his hand to rub his aching throat, eyeing the man warily. He heard him say that with talent like his, he would surely handle all problems. He didn't understand what the man was. Right after that, the man seriously made a proposal, that Fomet should become a hunter under Roju's umbrella. That killing talent of his should be dedicated to. Returning to the present, he looked at the female employee and said he came to register as a. The female employee smiled and said she understood. She requested his ID and his hunter ability assessment test. He remembered the bespectacled man had said they would make a small change to his identity and would also contact other agencies to help him pass the ability assessment. After a while of processing, the female employee smiled and said the verification was complete, thanking him. Now he should register a code name. She explained further that it was the name he would use as a. He remembered the bespectacled man had instructed him that the policy of creating a completely separate code name was to distinguish between ordinary people and hunters. Without it, he couldn't register. Currently, the female employee asked if he had any ideas for a code name in mind. It must be different from his real name. If not, they could suggest it. Fomet's head, he recalled what the bespectacled man said before coming here, that working in this industry, many businesses had to operate in secrecy because this field already attracted a lot of attention, but he should try to go there without attracting excessive attention. Fomet smiled and thought to himself the man would regret giving him this opportunity. He would become stronger than anyone. He looked straight at the female employee and smiled, then said the code name Fomet. Fomet was confident and certain that he would make everyone tremble in fear upon hearing his. A wolf with fur as white as snow was opening wide its mouth full of sharp teeth, snarling fiercely as if wanting to tear apart its. After that, with a knee strike, Fomet easily brought it. Another wolf behind him snarled and lunged forward, wanting to use this opportunity to attack. Fomet, as if anticipating this, quickly spun around and used his bare hands to confront the. Right after that, he easily caught the wolf and with a grappling move, he immediately and effortlessly brought it. Behind him, several wolves were still snarling and growling but didn't dare advance. They knew they were no match for him, so they wisely retreated. A massive foot of a monster stomped on the ground, making the earth. In the forest, the wolf king with glowing eyes and massive body gradually extended its hand with sharp claws, wanting to attack. He suddenly raised his hand, asking it to wait a moment, making it surprised and pause. It stared at him as if its eyes would pop. Fomet raised his hand in the air, wanting to try using his summoning. He stood there and said to come here quickly, but what he hoped for didn't appear. In the forest, nothing changed. He stood before the Wolf King, looking like he was playing the. He maintained that position and wondered aloud if it wasn't. The Wolf King probably thought it had been mocked by him. It lost patience and swung its hand down at where he. Right after that, as if realizing something, it jerked in shock, eyes wide. It froze, lowering its head to look at the human who had just punched its. With one punch, its entire body, the internal organs inside, seemed to have shattered. Blood sprayed from its body in all directions. With this overwhelming power, clearly it had no ability to resist what's. Fomet stepped out from the teleportation gate created by magic, thinking it was just as one hand in his pocket, one hand open. He looked at his palm, feeling somewhat disappointed because his power hadn't fully returned to him yet. And the reason for this, currently there was only one. He looked at the bright red display screen before him, which read, Hidden mission completed. Wrath in the name of humanity. The reward was the power oneself. He raised his hand to his chin, falling into contemplation. He pondered the phrase, the power oneself seeks. He understood he had only just killed that familiar criminal, so recovering only this much power was understandable. But that matter was for later. Fomet looked at the red display panel before his eyes, somewhat displeased. What the hell was this? From when he was still in the tower until now, it still wouldn't let go. Why should he have to let this garish red thing order him? Fomet raised his hand to scratch his head, then stepped forward, irritably thinking that even if he had questions, there was no one to answer them anyway. In any case, he already knew what he should do. He raised his hand and clenched his fist tightly, then thought about power. If his power had disappeared, he just needed to take it back. Too simple. He was already too familiar with climbing up from the bottom of society. Suddenly he sensed a terrifying, monstrous energy source behind. That unclear thing emitting that terrifying energy laughed eerily and asked if his name was. Fomet gritted his teeth, vigilantly spinning around to see who it turned out to be the bespectacled man. He angrily asked if Fomet wanted to attract attention. Fomet put both hands in his pockets and walked. Man on the phone screen that his subordinate showed Fomet was shouting. He said what kind of psycho would take the Tower King's name as an alias? Fomet wondered what this was about. The man's subordinate said awkwardly that management was calling. The bespectacled man, who was also the manager, said he had already told him to stop doing things that stirred up public. He knew Fomet had conflicts with groups of people who said he was fake. But why did every rumor about him sound like a horror story? His reputation now, even if thrown on the street, dogs and cats wouldn't touch it. Fomet raised his hand to pick his ear with an expression like, I don't hear. I don't see anything. The manager on the other end still wouldn't let go. He said there was more. The investigation results for Hell Tower. The hunter named Javon had conquered that place. Fomet's hand picking his ear froze at this statement. He opened his eyes wide, jolting. In the silent space, only the manager's incessant chattering remained. He said the situation had gotten worse because of this. Who would have thought that a top Korean hunter had to sacrifice himself to eliminate Fomet? So now they were trying to find a way. Suddenly Fomet spoke up, saying two words, so what? Cutting off his mouth opened and closed. He asked if the manager meant he had to cower and shrink before everyone he met. What did he think? He'd heard those nonsensical gossips so often he was used to killing time with them. He had no His face at this moment looked extremely cocky and lacking respect. He said let them gossip all they want. When he became stronger, he'd remind those people to check under their beds before sleeping. A monster would come. On the street, he stood with both hands in his pockets, facing and looking at the phone screen that the man's subordinate held up so he could see him. He silently watched to see how the man would react. From the phone came the man's somewhat contemptuous voice. He clicked his tongue and said Fomet was only good at boasting. Did he really believe he would get through this? Hearing him ask that, Fomet fell silent, not understanding what there was that he couldn't overcome. Seeing him react so indifferently to this matter, the manager didn't want to advise him anymore. He said if so, then he should be ready to face the consequences of his. He arranged to meet Fomet at Jeju Island, then hung up. At Jeju Island, Fomet opened his eyes wide, looking at the scene before. His eyes shone brightly, still feeling looking at the azure coastline before him. He was surprised and wondered aloud if that was the sea. It looked like what he had seen on the manager's subordinate pressed his phone and said they should catch a taxi now. There were 2 more hours until it's just a moment of distraction, and Fomet was already excitedly running closer to the sea like a child, joyfully calling out, the sea! Oh my God! The manager's subordinate looked at his back. Fomet was still absorbed in looking at the sea. He stood dazed, saying it stretched to infinity. So amazing! The manager's subordinate glanced toward Fomet playing around. He thought to himself that Fomet wasn't someone worthy of trust. Knowing that, why did the manager still want to keep him? He didn't understand this decision of the manager. He remembered when it was just the two of them. The manager sat on a chair and told him that he surely knew this job wasn't for ordinary. His hands were interlaced, propping up his chin and smiling, saying they needed someone flawed enough to be easily manipulated. He said either way, he would always keep an eye on Fomet. If he did anything stupid, he himself would. He stopped there without saying more. The meaning behind it was clear without needing to be said. Ahead appeared a man and woman walking together. The two were talking and seemed very. Suddenly someone said something about blue eyes, making the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man who was talking with the woman beside him stop and look toward the person who had just. Fomet appeared before them, and when the terrifying aura emanating from him manifested, it shocked the two of them so much their eyes nearly popped out, causing them to freeze in place, not daring to take another step. While he looked at the man with searching, investigative eyes, he had just seen some extremely strange creature, unable to hold back from asking if this was the different species that Toy had mentioned, because truly the appearance was a bit. Before he could finish speaking, Tyong grabbed him by the collar and dragged him along the ground, telling him to hurry up, stop embarrassing their country any further. Fomet, being dragged away, not only wasn't angry but even waved goodbye to the blue-eyed man. And the incident happened so quickly that the two tourists didn't even understand what was going on before it ended. That day was a beautiful day, and at a high-rise building on Jeju Island, Tyong introduced Fomet, the orientation course for newly joined hunters that would be held here. Fomet, with both hands in his pockets, stood facing Tyong and asked about the orientation course, to which Tyong explained it was a training program to help new hunters quickly adapt. Fomet didn't understand and asked why go to such trouble. Wasn't it enough for hunters to kill monsters? Tyong patiently told him that it was because the number of older, high-ranking people in the monster world was higher, suddenly stopping mid-sentence and saying forget it. What he meant was this was a law enacted by the government, and unlike other countries, hunters here were directly hired by the government. How they used hunters was their right. Tyong put the ID card into a smartphone for Fomet and told him to take it. He took it and said in surprise, the smartphone, asking uncertainly if it was really for him, to which Tyong replied indifferently that of course it was. Fomet's mood improved considerably. He held the ID card in one hand and the phone in the other, smiling happily, hearing Tyong ask if normally he would call him Cha Min-woo, right? Fomet looked at his filled-out ID card with the name Cha Min-woo written on it and fell into contemplation, remembering the lingering voice, the brown-haired junior before he was blown up and died in front of him, asking if he would use his real name. His parents had put so much heart into it, but he had never been able to use it. Tyong pointed his thumb toward the door and said that's it, reminding him it was almost time to go in. Fomet thought Tyong would go with him, saying hadn't he been monitoring him all this time, to which Tyong thought he was quite perceptive after all. But in response to his waiting gaze, he looked straight into Fomet's eyes and told him to just go inside. Fomet's eyes darkened. He was dissatisfied but didn't say it out loud, only turning over in his heart the phrase, "You'll find." At the large auditorium, the manager stood on the platform giving a speech, welcoming the hunters and introducing himself as the person presiding over today's course, smiling like a cunning fox and saying his name was Ma Song-un. Fomet looked at him on the platform and thought to himself, is that what he means? Dining. A few hunters walked around the food counters taking food for themselves when Fomet suddenly spoke up asking what the hell was going on here. Looking at the manager, specifically Ma Song-un, standing next to him and asking wasn't he part of some secret team or something. Ma Song-un broke out in a sweat, hurriedly told Fomet to speak quietly because people could hear them now, explaining that on the outside he was a member of the Hunter Management Center. Did he Fomet, without any politeness, remarked that he was also good at deceiving people, wasn't he, to which he smiled without any embarrassment, saying it was less boring than being the hypocrite of the century. Fomet asked in dissatisfaction what he just said, and he slightly tilted his head, looking at some people nearby who were covering their mouths, telling Fomet to look at them, saying they had been making him the topic of discussion all this time, and that their friendship had probably grown closer from having to suffer facing Fomet together. Each of them looked at Fomet with malicious expressions, with one man asking the person next to him if that wasn't the fraud over there, and dare he drag his corpse here, moreover using the alias. Fomet indifferently looked at them, hearing them call him a Ma Song-un raised his hand to cover his mouth and whispered with a troubled expression that yes, that was right. Don't act like you know me at all. I don't want to get dragged down because of you. A girl with short shoulder-length brown hair waved and called Ma Song-un, saying cheerfully, manager, over here, and Ma Song-un turned and left, saying yes, I'm coming right away, leaving Fomet standing alone with his plate of. Fomet turned away, not caring and thinking that was fine. He didn't have the energy to care anyway. Enjoying the food was much more. Ma Song-un looked at Fomet sitting at the nearby table, seeing the joyful expression radiating a pinkish glow all over his body, wondering why he was so strangely happy. Was he trying to endure hardship for nothing? Truly a patient person. But anyway, it was more reassuring knowing his spirit. When suddenly something happened that startled him, even his eyebrows furrowing tightly as a group of hunters from who knows where was approaching, surprising him as he looked at them and wondered what was going on. Why were rank hunters? That group of people walked in arrogantly to. An ominous premonition rose in Ma Song-un's heart as he trembled, sweating profusely, asking what was happening. Why rank A? When the short brown-haired girl who had been looking at them turned to him in surprise asking what was wrong. Hadn't he received the notification? A few rank A hunters would also be starting special training. Ma Song-un asked wasn't it supposed to be next week? To which she replied they kept changing the date and it ended up being today. He couldn't keep up either. But wasn't this a good opportunity for the new hunters to learn more from them? Ma Song-un sweated and smiled reluctantly, saying yes, everyone could learn more, thinking of Fomet, understanding that, except for that, Fomet had absolutely no idea what was happening out. He focused intently on the lavish pile of food he had just gotten, his eyes sparkling with happiness, saying this is, his eyes turning red as he smiled happily, remembering that there seemed to be a toy on the phone that helped take pictures of food, which made him curious. After all, when he was a demon he didn't anything. That's right, Fomet remembered, and he picked up his spoon, smiling brightly as he said, "Bon appetit." But before he could finish, someone grabbed a glass of water and poured it straight over. His. Everyone in the dining hall was shocked and turned around simultaneously to look. The person who had just poured water on his head spoke mockingly, asking wasn't he the famous Fomet? Fomet froze, unable to react, and someone asked who that was, to which the person who had just caused trouble looked at Fomet provocatively. "Pleased to meet you. I've been very curious about how terrible you would be, but it turns out you're just an ordinary person. Huh." Someone had answered the curious person about his identity, saying he was Leon, a rank hunter, and his companion approached and asked, "Bang Ji-hoon, what are you doing?" Fomet sat at the table with his face dripping wet but showed no reaction whatsoever, while Bang Ji-hoon's companion tried to stop him by saying he was behaving so rudely and everyone was watching, to which he angrily gritted his teeth, saying how could he act? Nothing happened when meeting this bastard face to face. Bang Ji-hoon's companion apologized on his behalf to Fomet and criticized that he wasn't completely innocent because they had lost many comrades because of that very Fomet, saying that by operating under that alias, it was no different from him mocking the other hunters, and that he used a more appropriate. Cold water droplets rolled down Fomet's cheeks as his eyes darkened, looking very angry, but the other person didn't know anything and kept advising him to choose a more suitable name. But before he could finish, Fomet grabbed the tray of food on the table and dumped it straight on Bang Ji-hoon's. The stunned, disbelieving gaze of everyone around was shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Ma Song-un suddenly slammed his head on the table as if he had died, his soul wanting to escape outside, while the short brown-haired girl standing next to him worriedly asked what was wrong with him. Bang Ji-hoon gritted his teeth in anger, killing each word through his teeth. What? Grabbing Fomet's collar angrily and asking if he was tired of living. Fomet looked at him with an indifferent expression and said he was putting on all kinds of acts just because of a name. "Don't worry, he won't resurrect just because you use his name." But these words from Fomet only made him angry. He asked, "What did you say?" Fomet looked straight at him without any fear, smiling and saying, "If you care about your comrade that much, why not kill Fomet a bit sooner instead of going around shouting about how weak you are?" Bang Ji-hoon's companion peeked out from behind him, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about?" But Fomet care about him and only focused on mocking Bang Ji, saying, "I understand, is it because you're too weak so even if you wanted to?" As soon as Fomet's words, "I'm not wrong am I?" fell, the rage in Bang Ji-hoon's heart reached its peak as he opened his eyes wide, glaring at Fomet and saying, "This dog, have you said enough?" Bang Ji-hoon said with a terrifying expression, clenching his fist to attack Fomet. The blue screen indicated the enhancement skill increasing physical strength was active. Song-un looked up in surprise, not expecting things to come to this point, while Bang Ji-hoon angrily glared at Fomet, killing each word and saying that Fomet, that monster, had killed him, remembering how Javan had once smiled and told him his punch was really powerful, that blocking it be quite a challenge. Javan had once said in a friendly manner that with it, he would surely easily pass the rank up. Bang Ji-hoon swung his fist to attack Fomet, shouting loudly that it had killed Javan, while Fomet looked at the incoming attack hesitantly, not knowing whether to dodge or block, thinking to himself that either way there would be bloodshed, when suddenly someone appeared and stopped his fist, reminding Bang Ji-hoon, "Fighting here violated the regulation." Bang Ji-hoon's fist just stopped before Fomet glanced at the person who had just stopped. Even Fomet wanted to know who would step in to help him, so he turned to look at that person and was startled. It was a familiar face. Even the hunters watching were surprised, with someone saying in astonishment that hunter, and the person sitting next to them curiously asking who it was, to which they answered, his younger. Fomet was shocked, eyes wide open, unable to believe his eyes. The person before him with a cold demeanor looked exactly like the hunter Jiayun who had been killed by Fomet in the tower, and he heard the spectators saying he was the younger brother of the hunter Jiayun. A question rang out, the younger brother of Jiayun? Mixed with his surprised gaze, others also wondered, disgust, asking, "Jiayun has a younger brother? You didn't know? He's famous for it." A handsome young man who looked exactly like his older brother, the youngest rank a hunter, Griffin. Jiayun frowned as another rank a person standing behind also showed surprise at his appearance, saying, "Long time no see. I didn't expect you to also in this training session, but meeting you here makes me." But before finishing the sentence, Jiayun stood before Griffin and said, "Against the rules, are you seriously welcoming this bastard after seeing what he did?" While the other rank a friend next to him immediately tried to stop him, saying, "Hey, Bang Jiayun." But Griffin calmly continued, saying he wasn't wrong. If my brother had paid attention to Fomet earlier and if he had been a little stronger, he wouldn't have died in that. Jiayun immediately approached angrily, saying, "This damn brat," when Song-un immediately waved his hand to intervene before they intended to fight. "Wait a moment, noble hunters, you can't do this here." Song-un smiled awkwardly to stop them, saying there's no need to go this far. There are many people watching, Ji-hoon spoke up at, "Why did you let him in?" Before that question, he didn't understand and asked back. "Huh?" He looked at Song-un and continued asking, "As someone from the Hunter Intelligence Management team, aren't you the one who approved for bastards like him to come here?" While the rank-a person behind him felt helpless and facing that question, he just smiled lightly and bluntly said one sentence. "Sorry, is that so? Sorry then." After answering, Song-un turned sharply to Min-woo and said, "Noble Hunter, can you talk with me for a moment?" While he seemed unwilling and answered, "Why should I?" But before he could refuse, Song-un had shut him up with just two extremely gentle words. With no other choice, Min-woo could only follow Song-un, leaving the others. But following his footsteps was a sharp gaze from the building for the orientation course. A female voice was introducing herself, saying hello to the new hunters. "I am Han Yu-dong, the instructor for the program related to the With no other choice, Min-woo could only follow Song-un, ignoring the Following his footsteps was a sharp glare from the building for the orientation. A female voice was introducing herself, saying, "Hello, new hunters. I am Han Yu-dong, the instructor for the program related to the." She was introducing and guiding the basics of the system for new hunters, saying, "When you awakened, you all saw a blue system window, right? For hunters who haven't experienced using the system window yet, we've linked it with a program developed by the Hunter Intelligence Management team, so it will be easier to." Min-woo appeared to be listening on the surface, but in his head he was thinking about Song Yuen's words. Earlier, he and Song-un had a conversation where he suddenly said, "I'm telling you to hit me." Faced with such seemingly crazy words, he questioned, "Are you insane? What's suddenly gotten in?" Song-un continued, "If I hadn't recruited you here in the first place, none of this would have happened. It's all my." He closed his eyes tightly, resolutely accepting responsibility for his actions, saying, "So just hit me." Min-woo put on a fierce expression, raised his hand, and while thinking to himself, also said aloud to Song-un, "Good opportunity here. Are you serious? You can't take it back, you know?" Song-un didn't think he would actually hit him, asking, "You look like you're really going to hit me. Why don't you have any hesitation?" Min-woo withdrew his threatening demeanor and asked, "So what do you want me to do now? You want me to be tolerant?" After being humiliated like that, I was surprised to hear Song Yuen's answer, "Yes, be tolerant until you become strong." Song-un continued explaining, "Listen to me. As long as you become stronger, no one will dare say such blatant insults to you anymore. To do that, you need to humble yourself a bit now." After pausing, he added, "Even if there were 100 people like you right now, you still couldn't defeat a rank-a hunter. That's the truth." Before ending the flashback, Song Yuen's final words were, "In other words, from now on, don't say anything and learn to humble your." A hand held a phone with an unflattering headline as a voice rang out. "So that troublemaker is actually a professional." Two new hunters were reading the news while speaking contemptuously. "Who does he think he is to dare come here? Because of bastards like that, ordinary hunters like us get criticized too. When I came here for training, I was so happy. But then scum like him makes..." The conversation was cut off when a fist struck toward the vending. The two immediately fell silent, looking toward the source of the sound as a voice rang out. "Damn it! It swallowed my..." The owner of that voice was Min-woo, and he was glaring like a warning at those two, saying, "Should I smash it hard to make it spit the money?" The two involuntarily flinched, their faces turning pale. With two immediately made excuses and moved to another location, saying, "Wasn't there supposed to be a friendly match between two rank-a hunters? Yeah, I heard it's being held in the GGX room. Let's go." But outwardly calm, their minds were panicking internally. "What the hell? Since when was he there? Those words were directed at us, weren't they? Look at that bastard's eyes. It's like he's killed people before. Not just one or two people." Min-woo rubbed his neck, his face returning to normal as he thought that was enough to stop them without using his. He looked down at the vending machine and sighed in amazement. "Huh? I didn't even put money in and there's water to drink? Lucky." Min-woo drank water while thinking, "Come to think of it, those jerks just mentioned a friendly match between rank-a hunters." In a flash, the sky had turned. Min-woo walked over, looking toward where everyone was. A young man who appeared to be in pain fell to the. Ji-hoon stood proudly holding a blue cloth as an announcement voice rang out. "Hunter Leon." The young man who had just fallen stood up and said to him, "As expected, I can't beat you, senior, but I've learned a thing or two of value." He also spoke encouragingly, "Your skills have improved a lot." The event staff continued deploying the matches. Currently, Hunter Leon has won 8 consecutive matches. Does anyone else want a challenge? Faced with Ji-hoon's strength, everyone hesitated, not daring to challenge. While Ji-hoon had set his sights on, he called out to Griffin, who was sitting drinking water. "Hey!" He looked toward Ji-hoon when he heard the challenge. "Want to have a..." Griffin smiled, removing the yellow band while Ji-hoon said, "You know the rules." Then Ji-hoon crossed his arms and waited with the blue cloth wrapped around his arm, while the event staff explained the duel rules. The first person to seize the blue cloth from the other's arm, the voice continued explaining the rules. Using passive or active skills is prohibited. Since this is a friendly match, if I see things getting dangerous, I'll stop it. On the upper floor, Song-un approached two female event staff members who were also watching the match and asked, "Are they at it again?" The girl named Yu-young turned and answered, "Ah." The girl spoke up, "There are many new hunters here watching." Song-un smiled warmly. "Oh really? The match will definitely have a positive impact on," Song-un said while looking toward Min-woo. The long-haired girl turned with a bright smile and asked, "Sister, Hunter Griffin is really handsome." She looked at Griffin standing below while praising, "He's so attractive these days. Should I ask for his number?" Faced with her infatuation with the handsome man, both people could only show expressions of helplessness, not knowing what else. Yu-young replied to her love-struck younger colleague, "Aha, of course, Hunter Griffin is very famous. How old is he, team leader?" Song-un stroked his chin with a wry smile and answered, I think he's in his second year of middle school." After those words, all three people seemed to a loud voice of astonishment rang out. "What?" At the same time, below, Ji-hoon and Griffin had begun their match, gripping hands and pressing against. Ji-hoon spoke combatively, "Should I check whether your skills have improved?" Griffin's eyes also became serious. He kicked toward Ji-hoon, but he dodged and Ji-hoon swung his fist forward as Griffin immediately ducked to avoid. Griffin glanced at his opponent with swiftly reached out, trying to grab the cloth on Ji-hoon. Step by step, Griffin extended his hand in continuous attacks, but Ji-hoon tilted his body to dodge. The two returned to ready attack positions as Ji-hoon thought, "His movements are still very slow. If it continues like..." His hand moved toward the blue cloth on Griffin's arm as he continued thinking with near certainty, However, Griffin wasn't as easy as he thought. He immediately ducked down, evading his. Ji-hoon looked back in surprise. "What? He's counterattacked." At that moment, Griffin successfully snatched the blue cloth from Ji-hoon in the Everyone fell silent, all surprised by this. Min-woo watched with an admiring expression. The announcement voice rang out, "Hunter Griffin wins." Griffin held the blue cloth he had just won as surrounding voices discussed and praised. "Hunter Leon couldn't catch him. Did you see Griffin's movements?" "I couldn't see all of his movements clearly. Without using skills, he's already this good. Truly worthy of being one of the rank A hunters." The outside discussion continued. Being promoted to rank S hunter is now just a matter of time. At that moment, his eyes looked in one direction as if finding new. A hand reached out as he said, "The way you pretended to give me a chance, but were actually looking for my weak." Ji-hoon continued, "You've matured. If your brother saw this, he'd be happy." Griffin's voice cut in, "Supervisor, can I continue fighting?" The event staff didn't refuse, answering, "Yeah, sure." But the person he wanted to fight was none other than Fomet, who had been watching the match all along. He was taken aback when his name was called. Ji-hoon also didn't expect the opponent he chose. "Hey," the event staff spoke while checking the information in confusion. "Huh? With Hunter Fomet? But he's not a rank A hunter, he's just a newcomer. I don't think this is feasible." Before finishing, Song Yuen's voice came from above. "Sounds interesting." Song-un spoke with an amused expression about this match, then continued, "We can get data on the gap between amateur and veteran hunters, and of course, this match can also be used to simulate real combat for new hunters, right?" The event staff also agreed. "If the team leader thinks so, then..." Suddenly Song-un interrupted, "But we'll proceed by giving Hunter Griffin a hand." Min-woo and Griffin had both wrapped blue cloths on their arms to prepare for. Min-woo thought, "What exactly is he thinking? He's the one who told me to be humble all the time." At the same time, Song-un above was also thinking cheerfully, "If he gets defeated, he'll stop being arrogant, right?" Min-woo looked at Griffin, assessing his. Watching Griffin stretch his shoulders in preparation, he realized, so he's Jia-yun's younger brother. Min-woo understood his current state. "First of all, with my current condition, there's almost no way I can." Glance shot up at him that Min-woo didn't notice, still calculating in his head. "It's best if I take a few hits then throw in the..." Before finishing that thought, Griffin immediately charged straight at Min-woo, who was distracted and off. He gritted his teeth and used his hand to block Griffin's. His hand gripped tightly onto his forearm. If he took a few, Min-woo continued calculating as he let Griffin sweep his legs forward. Then not dying would be the best. Direct punch was just a short distance from his. He quickly dodged the fist to one side, and Griffin's punching force was strong enough to crack the floor tiles. Min-woo looked up at the person who truly wanted to crush him. "This damn brat. I've known since he chose me, but..." seeing those murderous eyes striking at him without hesitation. He's seriously trying to beat me to a... Outside, everyone could see his seriousness and said, even Griffin is making him worry. What's that guy doing with that Griffin raised his fist as the outside discussion continued. Whoa! Before the scene of Griffin mercilessly punching Minwoo hard. Everyone thought he had become a punching. Faced with that strike, he was extremely irritated by Griffin's strength. Damn it! That hurts like... Minwoo counterattacked with a kick, thinking, take one hit. But before he could finish, Griffin had already swiftly lowered himself to... Then he reversed it, grabbing Minwoo's neck tightly and pressing him to the... He didn't stay passive either, twisting his... Quickly escaping from Griffin's grip. Minwoo slid away, realizing he's just playing, looking at Griffin watching him. If it were my past self, this brat would have... Minwoo suddenly had a different thought. But, how while dodging blows he pondered. If only he weren't bound by the hand, he thought. I could have witnessed his true... Minwoo continued dodging Griffin's fists. Griffin, his emotions when taking a hit to the face, he still couldn't stop thinking. And the true strength he possessed, face flushed red as he smiled with excitement. Minwoo becoming strange with his own train of thought. I wanted... The arm lunging toward him suddenly... Griffin looked at him and said, let's stop. Minwoo couldn't understand and was surprised. What? A question echoed in his head. He just said he wants to... Griffin said. Continuing further has no meaning. The event staff approached. Really? Well, I figured as much since this is a special... The announcement seemingly wanting to end the match. Does anyone else want to participate in friendly sparring? He stood there dazed as a voice rang in his head. Thoughts kept surfacing, urging within his mind. I want to fight. I want to keep fighting. But something else tried to hold his mind back. Minwoo thought about what Song-un had said before. Even if there were 100 people like you right now, you still couldn't defeat or rank a hunter. That's the truth. In other words, from now on, don't say anything and learn to humble yourself. Minwoo thought, he's right. Right now I'm too weak, but until... A voice rang out with an image of Earth's surface. But why do I feel like I'm drifting so far away right now? Am I doing something wrong? The voice grew louder, as if about to explode. Until... Image of Earth. Like his remaining ego trying to stop him. Hey! Stop it, you A deep, ominous laugh emerged on his... Standing behind Minwoo as if his original nature reappeared. A demon who was once the strongest ruler raised its middle finger with ill intent. You dog... Griffin's eyes widened and she felt as if a terrifying murderous aura from a demon's hand was reaching out from behind. Ready to... He quickly spun around and kicked hard, sending Minwoo flying. Unexpectedly, Song-un and the two girls standing above widened their eyes and looked. After regaining awareness of his own actions, it was already too late. Griffin only managed to say one word. A powerful pale force from within burst out of the... and landed in a swimming pool below where the girls were... The girls screamed loudly. What was that? What just fell? Blonde girl flinched and looked toward the source of the sound. Huh? Doesn't that look like a... The one who had been flung from the upper floor into the pool was none other than Minwoo, who lamented his fate. How pitiful. I didn't know I'd be sent flying like this with just one strike. But I think I figured out his skill, so I'll look forward to it. When he kneels before me... Oh wait. The lack of air ended his train of thought and he began flailing. Save yourself before you become a hunter who died for the most ridiculous reason in history. How are you supposed to swim? Minwoo opened his mouth, panicking. I can't. Just when he realized he was about to be done for and his consciousness was fading, the figure of a blonde girl swimming toward him. Minwoo opened his eyes slightly to... Several questions arose in Minwoo's mind when he saw the appearance of the girl reaching her hand toward him. Blonde, swimming forward, swimming toward... She opened her deep blue eyes. He also looked back at her with an indescribable... Beneath those waters, when their eyes met, as if the atmosphere might give rise to romance, he whispered so... But that atmosphere was maintained only until he grabbed a handful of her hair and thought, I can't take it. And Minwoo, as if clutching a lifeline, grabbed her hair tightly and flailed without stopping. She, having intended to save him, was also startled and immediately panicked along with him. He was terrified, wanting to be saved. I can't breathe, save me. The two people struggled with each other underwater, shouting incoherent. The two girls on the shore saw the water's surface was calm, and since no one had surfaced yet, they said to each other, she jumped in to save that person. It's been a while now, hasn't it? Yeah. The water's surface remained calm with nothing. Then two long, glossy blonde strands of the girl's hair floated up to the water's surface. The two girls from before immediately flinched in horror, and panicked voices began to ring out. Oh my God! What is this? It's hair. Something's wrong. Call for help. Suddenly, the scene darkened and then gradually brightened as a different, strange sight began to. A demon with a lower body resembling a human but a head belonging to a beast stood holding a rake. It looked like a guard, and a voice reading numbers rang out. Number 8, number 8. Demon standing there flinched and said, "Huh!" Another demon's voice urged, "What are you hungry about? Don't just stand there. Get ready to—" The demon, not understanding what was happening, asked again, "Work?" and then heard the answer, "Yes, work." The demon continued with questions. "What work?" The pointless questions made the other demon ask, "Are you still half—" The next sentence came as an official answer along with an image of a person laughing sinisterly while beheading the demon. "It's time to let the humans go." Minyu opened his eyes and woke up with a start. All around him was water. He must have been pulled out earlier. He gently held his head, thinking about the dream he just had. "Again? I keep having that dream ever since I became human. But that dream just—" While thinking, Minyu was puzzled when he saw a girl's pink. It turned out to be the beautiful blonde girl who had jumped in to save him. She was lying beside him, looking at her blonde hair and fair skin. He thought to himself, "A foreigner? Now I remember. When I was about to drown, Suddenly, a stern female voice warned him, "Stop staring while I'm still speaking civilly." When he looked up dumbfounded, he saw a short red-haired girl using a murderous gaze to glare down at him and say, "Before I skin you Minyu, startled in a flurry, jumped up and back. Suddenly feeling skin touching someone else, he turned to look behind. Two girls standing behind Minyu were looking at him with uncomfortable contempt. He didn't understand where these girls came from or why they were looking at him like that. "What's with these girls running in through the door? You, Dung?" And Songun breathlessly ran over and asked, "We were sorry. There was a problem at the end of our shift. Is anyone—" Apparently recognizing an acquaintance. "Ah, director of the evil guild, Hunter." Songun explained, "We didn't know you were here. Is anyone okay?" Before Songun could finish, Echidna called out to someone, "Unhai." An arm from underwater reached up in response when hearing the name. "Yes. Echidna took the blonde hair that had been retrieved from underwater from Unhai's hand. "You made sure to pick up every single strand, right?" The cheerful girl replied. Of course. Unhai was delighted and happy when Echidna patted her. She looked at him while continuing to pat Unhai's cheek, while Songun stood frozen in silence before that. Echidna explained the situation. "Well, as you hunters can see, our guild is on a retreat, so our members have been in this hotel since yesterday, and we were having a pool party." Then she immediately pointed at Minyu before his innocent, blameless eyes. "But that guy suddenly fell from the sky and ruined the party. I heard there's a career orientation happening next to this hotel, and that guy is a newbie, right? And he's being trained, isn't—" Songun spoke up to apologize. "Yes, we're sorry, because we were divided." She interrupted him again, holding up the blonde hair and asking, "Do you know what this—" Songun saw that in Echidna's hand was just a strand of hair. "Isn't that hair?" But she refuted. "It's not just—" Echidna began to lecture on the importance of hair, waking up extremely early and renting an entire expensive salon, converting natural ingredients directly from the mountains every day so the hair would be firm and shiny, and then the time and precious effort no different from gold that the girl had to spend. She opened her eyes wide and concluded, speaking of the blonde girl still lying unconscious there. "All of that is the hair of our guild's ace." After hearing everything, everyone seemed— Songun continued apologizing and hoping to make amends. "We sincerely apologize. How can we Echidna paid no attention to Songun but looked directly at Minyu. "This guy is the one who should be held responsible." A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. She smiled crookedly, stood before him, and offered a price called compensation. 1 million per strand. Since he lost 116 strands, that's 116 million. You must compensate us. Minyu asked again after hearing, "What?" Meanwhile, in Songun's head, everything seemed to collapse. "I'm doomed. I'm really doomed." Hunter Echidna is extremely money-obsessed. She turns everything into money. Confronting a rank A hunter was already bad, but now we've run into the evil guild. Songun held his head and lamented. "Did I commit treason in my past life or something?" At the same time, Minyu was standing there arguing with Echidna. "You're being unreasonable. Take it easy. Am I supposed to pay 1 million per strand?" Echidna and the other two girls were startled when they heard him say, "And who is that hunter anyway? Is she worth me paying that much?" When the girls heard that, they said, "Ah, you've gone too far now. Do you really not know?" Minyu, seeing them say that, wondered, "What's wrong?" They began to tell him about her, codename Vankizi, an S-rank hunter famous everywhere as the #1 hunter. Before their introduction, she appeared like a top-tier #1 hunter with a green aura surrounding her. Not only in skill but also in appearance, which was beyond. The orange-haired girl continued affirming Vankizi's appeal. The #1 commercial model. She's a celebrity. Any product she buys or uses sells out. However, He didn't think so. What nonsense is— Echidna's voice spoke up. Stop. You're just wasting your energy explaining to this— Echidna pointed while clearly telling him he had to compensate if he wanted to live peacefully. It seems you're a hunter who hasn't been in the profession long. Just accept compensation while things are still light. If you still want your hunter life to go smoothly and she continued. You can still pay in installments if you don't have the money right away, or work to pay off your debt by selling your body to us. Minyu suddenly flinched, thinking of voices and actions from the past suddenly came back, spinning in his mind. It had become his psychological trauma. You don't have money to pay? Then it's troublesome. There's no other way. Sell your body Immediately, he became agitated and cursed. What the hell? Do you people think I'm easy to— Hearing that, she became annoyed and angry, not thinking he would say such a thing. What the hell? What did you just— Minyu began to analyze. If you want to blame someone, you need to know what actually happened, right? He also showed his hot temper by pointing and blaming Songun. It's this guy's fault for not taking proper measurements. He also spoke about the next culprit who caused him to fall into the pool. And he's the one who kicked me down. Griffin appeared as one of the reasons he fell into this situation. The girls saw Griffin's appearance as a troublesome obstruction. Hunter Griffin? Why is Hunter Griffin here? If Hunter Griffin is here, this is bad. Griffin belongs to the Nebula Guild, which opposed— Echidna fell silent, crossing her arms over her chest while looking. She stood before Griffin and questioned. Hunter Griffin. That person said you kicked him down here, correct? He answered briefly. Correct. Young spoke up to clarify the matter. This was just a friendly match between an A-rank hunter and a new hunter. Echidna seemed to understand. Is that so? So there was a misunderstanding. But the very next second, she turned around while maintaining her position demanding compensation. So what? Newbie, this doesn't change anything. As I said, compensate. Her stubborn money obsession made him curse silently. In the end, it was still Songun who spoke up to mediate. We will compensate. When Echidna received the mediation offer, she asked, Center Manager? Songun replied, Yes, we're also involved in this matter, but since it involves monetary compensation, which is a government regulation, so Echidna and the girls were all astonished when they heard the next words from him. How about exclusive rights to one— Exclusive tower rights could be understood as a system allowing a guild to monopolize one or more towers. Due to the nature of towers, the monopolizing guild could exploit an unlimited amount of magic stones from monsters that continuously respawned until the tower was conquered. Simply put, this was a golden goose. Moreover, hunters not belonging to the monopolizing guild were not allowed to conquer the tower and had to contribute all spoils of war to the monopolizing guild. A small number of hunters thought this was foolish, but who cares? If anyone was jealous, just join a strong— Songun offered an extremely attractive compensation. We happen to have a tower that hasn't been conquered for a year and a half now. Would you ladies like exclusive rights for one— Echidna pretended not to have decided yet and said, Well, this isn't something I can decide on my own, so I'll discuss it again with my guild. The girls behind, seeing their leader's intention, secretly admired. Retreat 1 step, advance 2 steps. She's so— While she was discussing with her guild, Yudong behind them hesitantly asked Songun, Is it okay for us to give them exclusive rights to our property? He thought positively, believing it would be good to have the evil guild handle it. After a while, Echidna turned around and raised her voice slightly. Then decided to give an answer. All right, we accept that. Songun and Yudong, after hearing, snapped a thumbs up and smiled, saying, An excellent Who knows how much time had passed? The sky had Finally, Vankizi also opened her eyes and woke up, along with a few concerned questions. Did she— Echidna asked with concern when she saw her sit up. Are you okay? Thank goodness you came in. Kizi saw the other people present here and wondered. Aren't those the headquarters managers? Why are they here? Since the incident was too long to explain conveniently, Echidna told her. Let them explain. Kizi and the girls began to leave. Minyu looked at Kizi as she passed by. Kizi stopped for a moment. She also noticed he was looking at. He widened his eyes, suddenly with a flash of surprise. It turned out she had turned her head back to wink at him with a smile. After doing so, she immediately turned her head and left, leaving him with confusion. What was that just now? On Songun's side, he was apologizing. We also want to apologize to you. Suddenly, Songun and Yudong bowed their heads. We should have prepared for unexpected situations like this. Most of the fault lies with us, so please forgive. Minyu and Griffin both looked away, feeling somewhat awkward, and remained silent. It was already late at night, with lights from the rooms shining out. He walked alone in the hall, thinking, a money-obsessed hunter? There really are all kinds. And while thinking, Minyu recalled Kizi's puzzling action. Why did that foreign girl wink at me? Was it a chat? Suddenly, Griffin appeared out of nowhere and abruptly snatched the blue cloth from him. Minyu turned back, annoyed, and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Griffin, holding the blue fabric, replied, "You didn't even notice my presence?" Confronted Minyu, saying, "He wants to know why you have his cloth. How dare you steal my belongings?" Turning back time to when the match took place, Griffin stood watching everyone cheer loudly as he fell down. Griffin stood still, realizing his own actions, inadvertently looked down to the blue cloth on his arm was no longer. The pool scene from earlier appeared. It turned. Griffin's missing blue cloth was floating on the. Returning to the present moment, he rubbed his neck and sighed. So you followed me all the way here just to ask about that? It's because when you move like that, you just grab whatever you can. I didn't steal from you. Griffin had noticed a strange detail that could only be recognized through careful observation. He paused briefly and continued. That's something only those with abundant combat experience would know. He looked straight at him, demanding, "Who are you?" Minyu silently and gravely looked back at Griffin. Asked him in return. "So let me ask you. You deliberately pretended to randomly choose us, didn't you? Because I used the name of the monster that killed your brother. Are hunters really this emotional?" And Griffin saw that he wouldn't answer his question. He said, "Don't deflect and answer the question." Griffin gritted his teeth upon hearing his next words. "I'll answer someone more reasonable, not someone consumed by a." Minyu listened silently as Griffin said, "You mean I'm seeking revenge for that?" Surprise appeared on his face. "I just wanted to." And then, seemingly understanding something from Griffin's words, he added, "Just be angry at." Griffin had finished answering his question. "Is that good enough? Now answer me." Minyu seemed to dismiss it casually, calling out, and presented his final judgment for Griffin to hear. "Could it be that you're angry because Fomet killed your brother, the one you wanted to kill yourself?" Upon hearing, Griffin's body swayed. He quickly recovered that shocked expression and coldly asked, "So," not quite believing himself, he was amazed, somewhat understanding. "So I was." Minyu recounted what he sensed when Griffin spoke earlier. "You mean I'm seeking revenge for that scum?" Saying, "I could see the aura from that statement. I didn't sense any hostility from you when you hit me, but when you said that just now your truly held a grudge against." He asked again to be certain. "Fomet killed your brother, the one you wanted to kill yourself, so you're somewhat angry at me, the person who took that name, right?" Faced with Minyu's he bowed his head in silence, and he continued probing. "Looking at that, I must be right." Griffin looked down, not acknowledging it. "A hunter going to kill another hunter. You're saying I wanted to kill my own?" Minyu tilted his head, thinking that definition was incorrect. Hunters aren't saints either. They can kill people too, though I don't understand why two brothers of the same blood would. Griffin stood there, body stiffening. Immediately continued to counter him. "Then let me ask a different question. That aura you directed at me in the final moment." He feeling the demonic hand and powerful aura behind. Griffin looked intently at Minyu and uttered his words. "There's only one place where you could sense such an aura, either in a dungeon or in a tower. Also only from monsters." Beyond that, he remained firm, demonstrating his certain suspicion. "How could a human possess a monster's aura? The only reason I can think of monster disguised as a human." Upon hearing this, Minyu's lips curled into an amused smile. He couldn't restrain himself from tilting his head back and laughing loudly, his laughter continuing to echo throughout the. He laughed heartily as if savoring a humorous story. "You really are an interesting toy." And then thought, "Just like your." Minyu didn't deny it but admitted frankly, "That's right. I am a monster, so what will you do?" Griffin quickly replied, "If you ask a hunter what to do when seeing a monster, the answer is kill immediately." Minyu continued, "See and kill? So if I'm a monster, then as you said, one of us must die." He grabbed Griffin's collar. "So I take it we're in the same boat, a boat of mutual slaughter," he said with a terrifying looking straight. Minyu took pleasure in Griffin. "The day you truly know who I am, I very much look forward to it." And being grabbed by the collar and hearing his words, Griffin maintained a calm expression. Finally, Minyu smiled expectantly and concluded with a final statement. "I hope you'll be stronger. If not, you'll die by my hand." In a residential district in Korea, a voice spoke up asking, "Where are we going?" Song-un appeared, leading Minyu to a new residence. "I can't let you wander around homeless forever. Just follow me. I've prepared a suitable place for you." A thought, "Even though much has happened, I still need to pay attention to this." Song-un stopped in front of a green gate and introduced it. Through Song-Yuen's mouth, the yard overgrown with weeds was described as a refreshing garden. The dark house full of water stains and spider webs became a quiet old. Mournful wind blew, scattering dry leaves as the two stood barefoot in the middle of what was called the Song-un, seeing he said nothing, was almost certain of Min Yu's next reaction. What kind of place is this? I won't accept this. Song-un was already mentally prepared to respond. Look at his reaction. Don't worry. I have a way to deal with. Song-un spoke up preemptively. Please stay here. This place is quiet without many prying eyes. It's suitable for you to avoid those media people. Min Yu only replied indifferently. Is that contrary to Song Yuan's thoughts? Min Yu quickly agreed. All right. It just needs a bit of cleaning and it'll be. Song Yuan's jaw dropped, his body freezing and trembling at his words. These things are old but still you. But unexpectedly, Song-un pulled Min Yu back, asking in alarm. Really? You'll stay here right away? Let me check your head. Maybe after falling in the pool you hit it somewhere. Hearing Song Yuan's nonsense, Min Yu was annoyed. What nonsense are you saying again? He said. I actually like living in low-key, quiet places like this. I lived too high up before, so changing it up a bit is nice. And here, Song-un thought he had lived quite well before. What high-rise building did you live in? Song-un crossed his arms, leaned against the wall and said, If you like it here, I'm out of options. Well, if you're satisfied, that's fine. Quick change of attitude made even Min Yu feel helpless. What's this? Your reaction changed so quick. Song-un brought up his studies. After yesterday's training session, what did you think? Min Yu replied, He thought about yesterday's lesson. I sensed many things from yesterday's lesson. Images of griffins standing behind, then looking at Min Yu as he walked past. Eyes always following, and looking again, no matter where he went. Those eyes never stopped tracking. Suddenly, a dark shadow stood behind the door, monitoring Song-un and Min Yu, muttering softly, A young kid? Must be a newcomer, need to pay attention. As if sensing someone watching, Min Yu suddenly turned around. Seeing his strange behavior, Song-un asked, What's... He looked toward the door. I sense something observing us. Song-un didn't see anything and said, Really? I don't see any... Song-un didn't prolong it, sat down, propped his hand on his leg, and got to the main point. All right, let's get to bit. You've just gotten familiar with the hunter's first lesson. I'm already making you work, but this mission is quite suitable for you. Katso, not seeing Min Yu holding a weapon, asked, Weren't you provided with a weapon, Hunter Fomet? He responded by pointing to his left fist. Very quickly, Katso understood. You use bare hands? You must be very skilled in martial arts then. Katso took the lead going in. I'll go first. Everyone follow behind me. Someone from behind walked up and deliberately bumped into him. Dodging aside, turned around in confusion to... It seemed everyone in this group held no goodwill. They all looked at Min Yu with hateful eyes. He suddenly realized, were these the ones who talked bad about me at the... Stone golems appeared in the... Loud shout from someone rang. That person swung their sword up and decisively slashed through the monster. Then that person turned around arrogantly saying, Pretty simple. Turned back to continue fighting another monster. Katso observed each person in the group. Stupid brain, developed limbs, those two. Turning to the girl, she slashed with all her might but achieved no results. Why can't I finish this no matter how much I slash? He stood quietly to the side evaluating. Fighting without thinking, and also without any technique or... Another one used magic but couldn't control it. Missed again. He continued evaluating. Has damage output but no Katso thought, then looked toward Min Yu, the only one still not doing anything. All useless. That one seems quite A single hair fell. Turns out he was dodging some force that was slashing toward. Min Yu moved incredibly smoothly, weaving through each Two monsters faced each other with dangerous and simultaneously slashed toward Min Yu. But he had quickly ducked down to dodge their strikes. Min Yu's expression flipped to become serious. He stepped on one monster, then used that force both to gain momentum, stomping the monster to death, and to leap toward the smaller monster. His left hand grabbed one, his right hand grabbed the other, using tremendous force to crush the heads of those small monsters. Katso, witnessing the scene just now, silently looked at him as if calculating. Min Yu looked at his blood-stained hand and said calmly, Got blood on it. Witnessing him kill the monsters just now, Katso could judge quickly. Strength, agility, judgment perfectly. He concluded in one sentence, This is truly a special hunter. Min Yu, seeing someone watching him, also looked. Katso, while thinking, wondered to himself, he only just participated in dungeon exploration and is already this good. Thinking about it is quite strange. Then suddenly noticed Min Yu looking. He fell silent, confused by the image of Min Yu wiping his bloody hand while smiling in a terrifying way. Turns out Song-un had taught him to do that. Smile to make. After dealing with all the monsters, the three people in that group were all breathing heavily, panting, exhausted. Seeing this, Katso said, Everyone worked hard, but I think you're still okay. That Katsuo spoke up to tell everyone. This dungeon is almost done. Everyone rest a bit. However, Minyu was not happy but gritted his teeth. So frowned in frustration. Wandering around. Haven't accomplished anything yet. The goal I need to accomplish. Haven't done anything toward it yet. Fighting these monsters is boring. At the same time, Minyu turned to look at Katsuo. This supervisor hasn't shown any reaction yet. Seems like he's B rank, right? This is precisely the target I should be aiming. Seeing him laughing and chatting cheerfully, he thought he shouldn't rush. Need to wait for the opportunity to approach and seek the information I need. A meaningful idea flashed in his mind. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Everyone was still standing waiting for something in the Someone began to wonder. We need to defeat the boss to complete this dungeon, right? How strange. Thought after defeating all the normal monsters the boss would appear. But why haven't we seen it yet? Katsuo also said, usually that's how it is. Everyone gather the monster cores over here. Monster core fragments along with blood scattered all over and other places too. Everywhere was monster. All the people in the group had gathered the monster cores in one place. Is this enough? He answered. That's Katsuo explained about gathering the monster cores in one place. The condition for the boss to appear is when we exterminate all the normal monsters. Unconsciously, Minyu suddenly. Katsuo continued explaining. Another way is when it smells blood. The people in the group began to feel some terrifying tremor. What is this tremor? This ominous feeling. Katsuo concluded with the most important sentence. Then it will be triggered to appear. And at the same moment as he spoke, a huge boss burrowed up from below with terrifying destructive. Seeing the boss with its terrifying destructive power, the three people in the group were horrified. Katsuo revealed the boss's identity. Monster Minyu cast a sharp look following the monster boss, and he said, it's a type very sensitive to the smell of. The monster boss was huge, several meters tall, along with a grotesque shape. Only a large mouth full of sharp spines along with 5 long tongues greedily wanting to eat flesh. He gave a warning. Be careful not to get into its belly. The arrogant one from earlier became frightened. That person thought, too terrifying. Can we even defeat it? Good thing there's still the advisor. Just attack with a preemptive. Just then, a foot from somewhere kicked that person in the face. Minyu had kicked that person flying to avoid them to the. He grabbed that person's and facing the scene of that person being kicked flying by Minyu and slammed into the stone wall. The remaining people said in surprise, what the hell? That person's weapon got ignoring the criticisms. He had grabbed the sword and charged forward. That lunatic plans to commit suicide? Using someone else's weapon can't activate the skill effects in the weapon. Is he stupid? Doesn't he know that basic fact? Katsuo was also curious, not knowing what he planned to do. What's this? Katsuo raised his hand forward, intending to stop him. That one seems too excited. Can't lose a talented. However, before he could stop him, Minyu had already jumped up, charging straight at the monster. 2 people in the group opened their eyes wide in astonishment, watching. What jumping? Katsuo also showed a trace of surprise. Wondering, what's he doing? Swung the sword up, facing directly against the monster. Minyu activated his full killing intent, looking straight at the monster boss, extending those horrific tongues wanting to devour. A white light like lightning streaks extended down. The monster boss still stood there motion, without anyone knowing when. He had already landed on the ground. Just 1 second, the monster boss had been split in 2, spraying blood and flesh. The 2 people in that group immediately. Katsuo was also stunned, unable to believe his own eyes. Blown back in the wind from the battle just now. Minyu with red eyes glanced back. Truly too. This is like a rule of life. Strong people always attract others, and others all praise those with power. Boss. Minyu's back silhouette became attractive, landing on the ground after killing the. That was precisely one of the things he had realized while in the human. Minyu stood up. 2 people in the group looked at him saying, defeated the boss with just 1 move? That person looked at, not thinking Minyu would defeat the boss so easily. Can't even imagine. Then suddenly that person noticed something. That person looked to the side. The girl beside that person had suddenly fallen into love's net. Her whole body radiating admiration, even her eyes becoming hard. A clapping sound rang out. Katsuo clapped while praising him. Didn't expect it. Fomet, you defeated the boss in 1 move. Truly very impressive. Katsuo said with a smile. After this battle I have a definite conclusion about you. And hearing that, he thought, ah, Minyu smiled, pleased inwardly. Surely he's quite impressed seeing me display such power. So he wants to become. Katsuo smiled, then gave his decision. From this, it seems you don't need my guidance anymore. Congratulations, Hunter. He stood empty-handed with an arrogant and immediately shouted loudly. What the? Minyu was shocked to the point of trembling at Katsuo's words. According to the Hunter Association regulations, when a hunter receives the supervisor's approval, they can freely operate without being bound anymore. Katsuo continued, "Congratulations. As far as I know, it's been a long time since the Hunter Association has had someone graduate from the examination as quickly as you." However, you didn't hear it clearly but thought, "Wait, how can this happen?" Katsuo continued to wrap things up to end the trip. "The magic stones you hunted in this E-rank dungeon, I'll divide equally for everyone. Everyone can sell them or exchange them for corresponding items you like at the shop. Congratulations everyone on a successful hunt." Minyu interjected loudly. Wait a Minyu spoke up to defend himself, then pointed at the people in the group behind. "I'm not what you think. I'm super weak. That boss earlier I defeated was just luck. If you don't believe me, you can ask those other hunters. They could defeat," Katsuo said, looking at those in the same group who, hearing that, made speechless faces. "Look at their expressions after hearing you speak. Do you think anyone can do?" After coming outside, Katsuo officially ended the trip. "So today's hunt ends here. If any of you have injuries, proactively go to the clinic. Okay? See you all at another." Even when leaving, Katsuo still left praising words for Minyu. "Hunter foe met, though we just met for the first time. I'm very impressed with you. I wish you luck on your path as a professional." Minyu stood dazed watching the people in the group. He thought in panic. Huh? How did it turn out like this? Where did I go wrong? Did I misjudge his personality and emotions? Suddenly he flinched when someone called his name. "Excuse me." Minyu raised his head thinking he had come, but no. It was that ditzy girl from the group who came back, blushing while holding a phone saying, "Can I have your phone number?" Minyu was speechless. What is this now? That evening, Songun was driving while talking about something, apparently speaking on the phone. I also guessed it would turn out somewhere else. Someone was grinding their teeth rushing forward. Songun said through the phone, "The matter of surveillance to gain trust and investigate doesn't seem to..." He also encouraged Minyu saying, "Consider it your first trial then. This truly isn't a simple mission either." And at the same time Minyu put his hands on his hips, holding him. Two streams of light clashed. Songun switched to give Minyu a different mission. "Let's switch to the next mission. While Songun was speaking, "This seems to suit you better. There's a dangerous criminal hunter that needs to be eliminated. That one's rank is C." Minyu knocked away that person's sword. Precisely the criminal Songun was. He continued regarding handling these criminals. "The execution method for the mission is to handle without caring about life or..." Songun continued, "This should suit you better." And at the same time Minyu had quickly finished off that criminal. His head flew along the machete's slash. Songun instructed on how to handle things after finishing. As for disposing of the corpse, best to bring it into some simple dungeon then defeat the boss in that. Minyu held the phone emitting Song Yuan's voice. "When the boss is defeated, the dungeon will close. Then neither gods nor demons." A green light behind his back. It seemed Minyu had just come out from a dungeon, handling things according to his words. Minyu listened, then adjusted his hat, carrying a cheerful air as he answered the phone. "It's fine. This seems to suit me. Keep it like this. I'll do this." Walked along the... Suddenly his mood dropped, thinking back to Song Yuan's... Songun laughed provokingly. "But doesn't failing the mission frustrate?" Minyu punched hard into the wall, water stains and fragments falling. Gritted his teeth, cursing in frustration. Thinking about Katsuo made his blood boil. That damned cunning bat. Next morning, Katsuo continued guiding new hunters. "Everyone pay attention. Today we'll attack an E-rank." A black shadow sitting at a water shop nearby appeared, making connections to befriend him. That person was precisely Minyu. He sat in the shop wearing a black hat, hiding himself while monitoring Katsuo. Now there's only the method of following him to find his connection with the criminal. He adjusted his hat neatly with determined thoughts. "I'll just follow him. Somehow he'll..." Minyu's surveillance of him started from Katsuo guiding new hunters. First, pay attention to his range of activity. He was with other advisors, his relationships, the people he frequently contacted. He was certain, among those people there's definitely someone involved in his criminal activity. At an apartment below on the road, Katsuo walked. Minyu hid behind following him, twitching his mouth. That bat. He frustratedly followed from behind, quietly approaching to monitor Gao Jia. But man was too cunning. Every action and relationship of his was kept so tight. No opening could be found at all, going to work at one place then returning. Minwu followed closely, watching his back as he interacted basically with ordinary people at the office. It seemed like monitoring him this way was useless now since he had anticipated these basic tasks. Minwu thought back to Song Yuan's words. No wonder the captain told him he had to approach the man in a truly natural. He pondered while his hands, long deprived of contact with blood. For the past few days he hadn't been able to smell the scent of fresh. An idea flashed through his mind. If this place had no laws, a sword thrust through, pinning deep into it. Minwu imagined he would sever Gao Jia's arm, First he would cut off one arm to eliminate his fighting. Gao Jia would turn around and he would look at him with eyes full of murderous and the image of Gao Jia losing his fighting ability and collapsing with one arm severed. He would stand before him, torture him and force him to confess. Gao Jia jolted, sensing. He turned to look while standing hidden behind, thinking, should I just do it? Then reason pulled Minwoo back. No good, this is the human world with its own laws. He couldn't act on his. Minwoo looked toward his house door while thinking of a way. What should he do? Suddenly Gao Jia opened the door and ran out of the house. Minwoo was surprised when he saw him hurriedly running somewhere. Outside the apartment, Gao Jia had come down to the street, looking around as if searching for. He sweated profusely, saying, where is Gao Jia's eyes trembled with agitation. Where is she? He muttered a name. Voice called out, honey. A girl with shoulder-length hair, still holding shopping bags in her hands, standing behind Gao. Seeing him panicked, she worriedly asked, why do you look so pale? What happened? Only now did Gao Jia release his worry, saying loudly, where did you go? Why didn't you answer your phone when I called? Only now did she notice. Yuxian explained before Gao Jia's sudden embrace. I went shopping at the supermarket and left my phone in the car. So I didn't know you called. Sorry. She was surprised when she saw Gao Jia trembling while Minwoo stood at a distance watching this scene as he became relieved upon finding Yuxian. It's okay. As long as you're fine. She raised her hand to hug him like a reassurance. Yes. I'm not hurt. He silently watched while Yuxian said to Gao Jia, let's go home. Suddenly Minwoo smiled as if finding the right direction. This is it. His week. Somewhere else some guy had It was Tai Yong, who was pressing his phone to report after finishing off the criminals. Mission complete. I'll report to headquarters to handle these Tai Yong looked at his phone notification and he read the text on the phone softly. Danger forming a disaster. A blank space appeared as a pair of dress shoes stepped onto the. Gao Jia appeared again with a worried expression, frantically calling his wife's name. Yu ran in to see Yuxian treating Minwoo's. Surprised to see Gao Jia. He asked Yuxian about the situation. He saved you from that hit-and-run car? She answered. Yes, he saved me but got injured. And I said to go to the hospital for treatment but he said it's fine. So I bandaged him at home. I didn't expect you also know him. Meanwhile, Minwoo stood in the living room looking. Minwoo noticed the photo on the cabinet while Gao Jia also said, what a coincidence. He reached out to touch the. Just before he touched it, Gao Jia called out, Hunter Fomet. Gao Jia grabbed Minwoo's hand, prevented him from touch. He expressed his thanks along with a question. Thank you so much for saving my wife. Do you remember the car's appearance and the license plate of the car that hit my wife? Gao Jia showed intention to go outside. It's also late, so as not to disturb her, let's go outside to talk. Suddenly Yuxian called back. Everyone wait a. Yuxian smiled warmly, indicating she wanted to invite him to stay for dinner. Let's eat before you go. Seeing this, Gao Jia said. Yuxian told her husband. He saved me, and is also your colleague. So I just want to invite him for. Minwoo's mouth was full of rice as he chewed voracious. The married couple sat facing Minwoo, stunned at the sight of him eating as if starved for days. You eat so well, good thing the food suits you. Minwoo glanced at Yuxian while staring intently. Yuxian felt a bit startled when Minwoo looked. She asked, do you drink beer? He answered, no thank you. Yuxian continued, then I'll get you more. He watched Yuxian standing there getting food along with a strange feeling, a very strange feeling indeed. It was the feeling he sensed from this. Gao Jia's alert question cut off his thoughts. After graduation, how do you find the work of a. Minwoo answered with a bit of sarcasm. Thanks to you for letting me graduate early. But now I'm lying through my teeth. I still can't get used to everything. Gao Jia said. Why is that? With your skills, you're more than capable of being a professional hunter. At first it's just a bit off. Just as Gao Jia was about to share some of his experience with Minwoo, a plate fell. Since you're new to the profession, as a senior I can give you some advice. The hardest thing for a hunt. Gao Jia immediately stood up asking, are you okay? Yuxian was bending down to clean up the plate she had dropped while answering. I'm fine. The plate fell because my hand slipped. You continued. Minwoo propped up his hand, carefully observing her while Gao Jia bent down to look at Yuxian. Then Minwoo posed a question to him. You love her, don't you? Gao Jia answered. That's right. Finally Minwoo said naturally. That's only natural since she already died. Hearing that, Gao Jia immediately crossed his arms looking. Then he reacted. What did you say? Minwoo smiled and told him. Earlier you asked about the details of that. He continued. Give me a piece of paper so I can write it down for you. Minwoo looked toward Yuxian's silhouette. That was ahead. Yuxian had become a corpse long ago, died a very long time. The story began from when they were young. The image of a little girl and elementary school boy laughing and talking happily. We were always together since elementary school. Then came the image of two people growing taller in their adolescent years, until we studied through middle school, continuing to when they matured a bit more with budding emotions, then all through high, finally reaching the final destination of happiness. Later, when we married each other, we thought we would be happy together. The young Gao Jia at that time was much more vibrant and full of life than now as he asked Yuxian. Everyone always says I'm special. Do you want to? Yuxian showed her concern when he wanted to become a hunter. I was very worried and didn't want him to do that job. It's a job with prestige and money. It's too dangerous. And I was always afraid. Gao Jia reassured her. Don't worry, with my skills I can easily clear high-level dungeons. Then we'll get many valuable items. Soon we'll live in wealth and happiness. But Yuxian didn't think so. That's too dangerous, honey. And she expressed her wish. I don't need that much money. I just wish to live a happy life. Because of that wish, Gao Jia gave up becoming a hunter. For me, he gave up the job of a hunter. While eating, Yuxian asked him, Is your new advisory job going well? Then Gao Jia also shared frankly with his wife. I don't know what to say. But it's quite difficult for me since I have no experience guiding people. There are so many people and each person has their own problems that I can't solve everything. But though it's hard to get used to, I'll try to do it for you. Yuxian was therefore more reassured. Yes, so you must work. Yuxian looked puzzled at the item in Gao Jia's hand as he explained to her. I have this item that's given to hunters. I don't use it, so I'll leave it for you to keep. Simply understand it as an instant teleportation device for emergency dangers. And when you press it, it will take you to a safe place. You should keep this item better than me. Gao Jia instructed. When you're in danger, remember to. Our peaceful days seemed to pass like that. But no. People on the street fled in terror and the chaotic scene like the apocalypse as monsters broke out everywhere. An unstable dungeon break had. At that time, Yuxian was covering her mouth tightly, sitting huddled in a corner to hide from the monsters as screams echoed throughout the streets. Help me! Yuxian fearfully remembered the device Gao Jia had given her. When in danger, use it. As Yuxian rummaged through her bag. I forgot I have the teleportation device. She remembered. Luckily, thanks to that device I was safe. But a voice asked in reverse. Was it really like that? Did you die that? Yuxian seemed to suddenly awaken, remembering as Yuxian jolted, turning toward the scream of a girl standing before a monster. Say, she splashed water at the monster and in that moment grabbed the girl's hand and ran. Run now! Suddenly Yuxian tripped over. Yuxian immediately fell down. Ah! As the other girl saw Yuxian fall and quickly asked, Are you? Yuxian fell sitting on the ground, then quickly urged the other girl to run. You run quickly, I'm fine. I think there's a safe shelter nearby for. While falling, everything in Yuxian's bag flew out, including the teleportation device. The other girl's eyes immediately lit up seeing that device. This is the device to teleport to. Yuxian froze before the other girl's next. Girl picked up the teleportation device with a face full of guilt. I'm sorry. I want to live. At the same time, the device's voice rang out. You will teleport to safety now. Yuxian hurriedly tried to stop that girl. No, but by the time she wanted to raise her hand, the girl had already Yuxian said dazedly and softly, Now a python monster stood behind her, opening its wide mouth as Yuxian said desperately, Honey! A question rang out again. I died that day. Why am I still here? Gao Jia's eyes darkened as he thought of the employee's words. Yes, it's the license number of our shop. Gao Jia walked to somewhere as the employee's words circled in his head. You want to ask for the address of the customer who rented that car? This is information that cannot be disclosed, but you're a government investigation officer, so we'll provide that address for you. The place. Gao Jia raised his hand to turn the doorknob. Here, Minwu looked at Geology So and calmly said, Don't be so heartbroken. Before his anguished appearance, he continued, How about it? Isn't that all you need? Geological So looked up at Minwu with a sharp. The system voice rang out. Weapon has been retrieved from your inventory. Geology So furiously drew his. Minwu remained at ease, finally making a move. Huh? I have a mission to capture you alive. The system voice rang out again. Weapon has been retrieved from your inventory. This time Minwu was also ready for battle. To reward these exhausting days of following you, let me take one of your arms as payment, he said with an excited grin as he charged. Geology So also immediately gritted his teeth and charged. Tremendous shockwave echoed loudly along with scattering stone fragments. Thick smoke billowed throughout. The smoke gradually dissipated. Minwu wielding his blade clashed with Geological So wielding his scythe as they burst out of. Minwu slashed with wind-like speed while defending carefully. Geology So was no less fierce, counterattacking immediately. He spun his then swiftly swung it toward Minwu, but it was successfully. Minwu with serious eyes deflected Geology So's. Minwu's blade and Geology So's scythe continued to clash violently. The piercing sound of weapons. Geology So solemnly pulled his scythe back behind. He was full of killing intent, gripping the scythe and building momentum, then gathering all his strength and velocity. hurled the scythe straight at Min. In the tip of the blade and the scythe, he used his weapon to block. Force shot past. Minwoo stepped quickly, leaped up, and ran. He jumped and lunged, approaching Geology So from immediately. Geology So glanced at Minwoo and made a pointing. Just as Minwoo was about to strike him, a powerful force slammed. He glanced at Min. A red light flashed at the corner of his. The system rang out again. Weapon has been retrieved from your inventory. He quickly looked at his other hand, swiftly grabbed another blade to block Geology So's scythe strike. Minwoo was knocked backward, evading his attack with a sound ring. Geology So began to recount. Since we were, the image of Yu Hyan smiling brightly and innocently appeared in his. Minwoo charged at him with his. Geology So blocked Minwoo's strike while continuing. Until we went to middle school together, the image of short-haired Yu Hyan being upset about something appeared. He continued. Then high school at the same school. At Geology So's narration, he fell silent. Yu Hyan appeared with a more mature appearance, crying her heart out. Every memory was vivid, as if never lost in Geological So's. Charged at Minwoo, swinging his scythe along with his words. We were always together. Never. The memory of that day returned. That day, Geology So with his youthful appearance, weapon still on his back, looking somewhat timid with a stiff face, eyes staring down desperately exclaimed. No. Oh God. This can't be The image of Yu Hyan lying down, covered from head to toe with a blanket, along with Geology So's voice. Why are you lying? Knelt on one knee, one hand covering his face, one hand touching the blanket, his voice powerless and anguished. You had the teleportation device. Why couldn't you? Geology So, crying, suddenly realized something and said, what bastard stole your device? Geology So walked along the ruined street thinking. The nearest shelter. I have to find it. In this chaos, no one will know. Just as Geological So was thinking, hurry, he must pay the price. His feet suddenly struck an object on the. Was the teleportation device to safety, now covered in. He recognized this as the device he had given to Yu Hyan. Geological So looked up. Before him was a pile of rubble. Perhaps the shelter had fallen along with echoing voices. The shelter has been attacked by monsters. Need urgent support. Geology So thought. I didn't think it would be like this. Perhaps her fate couldn't escape. But when the image of Yu Hyan smiling happily in her wedding dress appeared, he could hardly accept it. But Yu Hyan was truly beautiful, crying tears of happiness on the most beautiful day of her. The memory of Yu Hyan lying in a pool of blood made Geology So resolute. Because we always need. Turning to reality, Geology So said to Minwoo, you know too much. The system rang out. Activate skill. He continued. You just need to die. The system displayed 2 words. Disaster strike. The killing intent on Geological So released an extremely powerful energy. She will live together again, he declared. Minwoo became serious and said, that's a nice speech, but you've got the wrong opponent. He charged forward with a swift slash. The arm holding Geology So's scythe was severed and flew away, blood spraying in the wake of Minwoo's. Father Minwoo with a contemplative expression. In the past, there were people like this too, always lamenting about emotion. Geology So gritted his teeth in pain, clutching his bleeding. Minwoo held his blade with a cold gleam, looking at him kneeling and trembling, saying in a dark tone, the moment filled with that emotion is when the battle. Father Minwoo fell silent with a hint of melancholy. As if realizing something, he roared in anger. I had to work so hard for 2 whole weeks tracking people for this battle? Damn it. One arm is too light. Give me one of your legs too. No. I'll cut off all your legs. Suddenly Geology So shouted, cutting him off. You what? Saving my wife, whatever it takes, I don't care. Why exactly? Minwoo replied with some doubt. I already said it. I'm hunting criminal hunters. No, or did I not say it? Geology So insisted. I did nothing. Minwoo's lips curled slightly, eyes uncomfortable. He still insisted. Yu Hyan deserves to. Minwoo covered his face, grimly powerless as he heard him continue. Is saving someone who should live. Then he furiously snapped. Stop justifying your actions. Geology So, clutching his severed arm, eyes fierce, looked at him and continued. I don't know exactly what crime you committed, but this crime happened because you participated in such wrongdoing. Minwoo continued to question. And you say there's nothing wrong? Geology So retorted. So you did nothing? Minwoo's eyes grew cold and threatening. With such a nauseating attitude, you dare criticize? He raised his blood-stained blade. Now there's only one thing. Minwoo approached Geology So, eyes full of killing intent. I have to kill. Yu Hyan's corpse, flesh and blood mixed together, still lay on the. Suddenly her arm in the pool of blood twitched slightly, her subconscious haunted by the smell of. Then she suddenly opened her eyes, vacant and soul. Upstairs, As the atmosphere grew tense, a system notification appeared before Min Woo's. On this side, Geology So also received a similar notification. Emergency situation. Demon beast appeared due to system error. Hunters nearby immediately come to eliminate the demon beast. Min Woo was surprised by this sudden notification and didn't notice a surge of killing intent approaching from behind. What? What the? Suddenly a gigantic purple arm with sharp claws and rough skin broke through the wall behind him, sending him. A sudden attack just narrowly passed by Geology So, who stood. Creature appeared before his eyes. Half was his wife, half was a gigantic monster with purple, gnarled skin. Where the head should be, it grew like a tree trunk with many branches, no eyes, nose, or mouth. Geology So softly called, "Yu Hai." He was frozen. What exactly is? Yu Haiyan had only half a face left, looking cold and icy, eyes unfocused. The tree trunk head of the monster split open, revealing sharp teeth, ravenously muttering, "Smell. Smell of." Opened wide and roared. Deep inside were hundreds of bulging eyes. So hungry. Yu Haiyan's body also reacted. Her sockets deepened eerily, mouth stretching into a smile that pulled to her. The monster's mouth lunged at Geology So, but he remained dazed. Unexpectedly, a blade flew in and sliced clean through the monster's mouth as a contemptuous voice rang out. "How dare this lowly demon beast touch my—" The monster immediately cried out like a child calling for its mother. "It hurts. It hurts so much. Mother, it hurts." Geology So also shouted, "Yu Hai." The system announced, "Attribute cruelty activated."
Min Woo approached Geol So mockingly. "You won."
How romantic. The system continued to alert about blood loss status. Min Woo gritted his teeth. "In your eyes, is that still your—" The system notification. Effect received, 15% increase in ability stats. At the same time, he gripped his blade, sweeping his hair into battle stance. "In my eyes, that's just a The monster resentfully shrieked, reaching out. "I'll kill." Min Woo paid it no mind, continuing to mock. "And I already—" While dodging the monster's attack by jumping up, "that you don't know how you saved your wife. Now see the consequence." Min Woo's eyes were sharp. "Even I can feel the disgustingly evil life." Looking at the monster, he thought gravely, "Is this something a human could—" Min Woo spun his blade thinking, "I don't know but what he did is truly disgusting." As he charged at the monster with deep the blade tip stabbed deep into the monster. Min Woo used the blade to slice straight. His gaze was the monster's pupils contract. Min Woo moved swiftly, pulling the blade. He concentrated his strength, leaped up, raised his blade to strike. The monster's 100 eyes stared in shock at the blade stabbing, froze for 5 seconds. Then suddenly blood spurted from its. Then blood gushed from other places in the monster's. More and more wounds appeared on its. The monster, caught off guard, had no time to react. Gradually it was struck like a honeycomb, and finally was completely destroyed. Flesh and blood mixed. Bright flash cut across. Min Woo, eyes blazing with fire, emerged from the sea of Geological So looked up at the falling. His eyes never left it as the head fell freely, hitting the ground. Geology So stared blankly. Yu Hai. His wife's head lay in a pool of blood. Face to Geology So screamed in despair. Yu Hai. Nearby, a piece of flesh with dozens of monster eyes still moaned. "So hungry. Hungry." Just seconds later, it was crushed flat by a system updated about the price people pay for wanting power. Min Woo held his head with one hand in disgust. "This pattern," the system declared. "Cruelty activated, bloodlust triggered, frenzy effect activated." Min Woo gritted his teeth. That damn effect. Turned around, eyes frenzied. "What's important? Right? Nothing matters." Min Woo, losing control, gripped his blade and charged straight at Geology So, who was kneeling. "Anyway, I was planning to kill." He rushed forward like an arrow thinking, "If you want to live by clinging to people like that, better for me to kill." Geology So, tormented by pain, didn't notice he was approaching ever closer with killing intent. "Then they'll spend their whole lives together in hell, won't they?" At the critical moment, Min Woo's vision blurred along with the system's danger detection notification. System activated shutdown status, paralyzing Min Woo's entire body when he was only 10 centimeters from Geology. The system information. Due to excessive use of abilities, danger index to body reached 99%. Min Woo struggled to move in confusion. "What's this? Why can't my body?" The notification continued appearing as if answering his question, stopping all functions and bodily effects of the subject until danger level decreases. Min Woo was shocked. "What? On whose authority?" Geology So clutched his wife's head to his chest, trembling as he spoke. "If only—" He turned to look at Min Woo with vengeful eyes. "If only you weren't here." Min Woo was furious. "I didn't think about—" Geology So stood up, grabbing his scythe, continuing to resent. You just had to pretend not to know and ignore it. Then you Hyan wouldn't have come to. Minwoo was silent. Now just need to try a little. Geology so raised his scythe accusingly. It's all because of you. Minwoo was angry. Does it have to be? Geology so spat with hatred. Die! The scythe flew toward the immobilized Minwoo, who gritted his teeth. Deliberately putting me in this situation. You damn. The system responded. How could that be? We surely care about you more than anyone. Minwoo was doubtful. Leather shoe appeared in the foot of a man in a suit appeared and kicked, breaking the scythe, sending it flying. Minwoo stared in shock at this. Geology So's eyes also widened in no less surprise. Seo Young Woon said gravely, Geological So, before he could react, he kicked him, slamming him hard against the wall. Kwok So lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back. His entire body collapsed face down onto the floor as blood pooled around. Seo Ong-un assessed the situation bluntly. What a complete mess. Pausing briefly, he looked at Yu Hyan's head and continued. It seems we found solid evidence of why the supervisor participated in criminal act. Seo Ong-un calmly spoke to Minyu. A bit noisy, but everything's been resolved satisfactorily. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. He seemed indifferent, while Minyu thought bitterly. I should have killed him all. Seo Ong-un didn't acknowledge this. Yes, what's your current condition? Minyu thought in frustration. I should have killed him before the team leader arrived, then muttered unconsciously. If it weren't for this damn system constantly bullying me. No, the real issue was, Seo Ong-un questioned. Hey, is that blood flowing afterward yours? Minyu ignored those sunk in his subconscious, thinking. If I were just a bit stronger, I could have. Seo Ong-un's tone carried a hint of reproach. Your injury is so severe you can't move. Minyu suddenly interrupted, shouting about his arm, yelling loudly. Give me back my. The city had fallen to night, twinkling with streetlights, when an unidentified voice rang out. What happened to me? Seo Ong-un, sitting in the passenger seat, replied. He kept demanding his arm, so I gave him a sedative and put him in an ambulance. What about over there? T.I., who was driving, answered. With such chaos, someone was bound to call the police. Pausing briefly, he continued. And some hunters nearby also arrived, so I explained the situation and sent them away. Seo Ong-un raised an eyebrow high. It was because of the system notification. Emergency situation. Magic beast appeared due to system error. Hunters in the vicinity immediately arrived to eliminate the magic. The two discussed. They didn't turn the living into magic beasts but turned the dead into them? What kind of ability is that exactly? We'll definitely need to investigate. Do you know anything about this? Kwok So, who had been bandaged and handcuffed to the back seat, only remains. Seo Ong-un didn't let up, probing. Your deceased wife turned into a magic beast. Who exactly was this deceased wife of you? He remained silent in contemplation. The car continued speeding down the road when Kwok So opened his mouth, his voice vague. I only heard rumors that there might be a specialized department to handle. Seo Ong-un showed no reaction as he listened, then said, I don't know about that. It seems it'll be assigned to the magic team leader. You have a difficult and lonely path. Seo Ong-un spoke softly. Yes, very difficult and lonely. I'll have to investigate and punish people I've known for a long time. So tell me, who's behind this? Who is it that made you transfer information about new hunters to them? Kwok So remains. Seo Ong-un stated. Among the new hunters under your supervision, regardless of gender, all went missing or their bodies were found. If you traded new hunter information for your wife's life, this is an extremely serious. After saying this, he fell silent, waiting for Kwok So to. Kwok So stubbornly maintained his silence. Seo Ong-un calculated and said, It seems you still don't intend to talk. In that case, T.I., who was driving, suddenly realized something. Urgently tried to step on the brake. He hastily interrupted Seo Ong-un. Team leader. The brakes suddenly failed. Unable to react in time, from behind Kwok So, fragments of the monster that had remained. Seo Ong-un jerked in surprise, noticing Kwok So had just spoken. It'll be very difficult to catch that. Behind Kwok So, the monster's mouth gaped wide with bulging eyes as he mocked. Magic team leader. I wish you. Seo Ong-un erupted in fury. Damn it! T.I. also cursed. Car careened wildly out of control. Crash sounded, and vision suddenly went pitch black. A moment after the silence, fragments of the monster crawled out from the overturned. It crawled while changing shape, then transformed into an ordinary house. The cat left, ignoring the burning car behind. It slipped into an apartment room through a. On the only desk in the room sat a tablet. The cat jumped onto the desk, lighting up the tablet. Operated it for a moment. Photos and personal information of Min Yu's father filled the entire. Seemed to be trying to memorize Min Yu's. Min Yu's father felt uncomfortable in his coma, frowning tensely, heavy. So heavy. What is this? The feeling of something pressing down on. Unable to endure it, he opened his eyes and woke. I can't. A fluffy white ball lay pressing on Min-yu's. He was slightly bewildered. What's this? A person in a white coat pulled back the curtain and entered while Min-yu was still confused. Wait. Where did this white cat come? Mysterious woman who had just entered spoke. Oh, number 302 is awake? Woke up faster than I. Min-yu, hearing this, could guess to some extent number 302 only one person called him. Jun-song squatted down beside him, poking his chest playfully. Long time no see. You're still living well, right? Still as handsome as ever. Huh. Min-yu froze, recalling an unpleasant. Jun-song in his memory had a perverted expression. Not as good as you're thinking this. Min-yu suddenly screamed. He panicked and fell backward onto the floor, flinging both his leg and the cat away. Jun-song caught it in time. Oh my! She hugged the cat and approached Min-yu to check on him. You can still move normally? But since you're in a state of paralysis, you must be exhausted. Min-yu sat pressed against the wall, awkwardly demanding, Shit! What's a pervert like you doing here? Jun-song sighed. Hey! This is my hospital. Number 302 owes me a lot, you know. Don't you remember? Min-yu snapped.
Jun-seong teased persistently. Startled?
I heard you're working with Magic Team Leader Song-un. I didn't expect someone like you would submit to working under someone else. He was slightly surprised. What? You know the team leader? Jun-song was uncertain. I guess we're... She licked her lips inscrutably and said, In any case, pausing briefly, she used her foot to lift his shirt obscenely. Your body seems better now, doesn't it? Min-yu reacting, he snarled. Shit, get your foot off me. Now. Jun-song teased. Oh my. If not my foot, then my hand? He exploded. This time is different. I'm stronger now. I won't let this slide. She remained shameless. So what? Here? You can't even move your body and you're saying things like that? Min-yu gritted his teeth suspiciously. What are you planning to do to me? Jun-song pouted disapprovingly. If others heard, they'd misunderstand. What did I? Min-yu shouted disbelievingly. What? Don't pretend you don't know anything. Jun-song laughed mischievously. I don't know anything. Number 302. By the way, let me tell you. She sat down, wrapping her arm around Min-yu's neck, emphasizing each word. In a confined space like this with just the two of us, you'll have to try your best to avoid. In the office, a girl was scrolling through her phone. A voice rang out. Hello, long time no see. Is Min-yu in there? The girl looked up at the visitor, hesitating. Ah, it's been a while. Yes, he's inside. But his condition, I think he was in an act. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the visitor was Seo Song-un, who, hearing the scream, asked worriedly, What's
Kim Jun-seong left continue.
Min-yu lay motionless on the Jun-song laughed with delight. As expected, teasing number 302 is the most fun. Min-yu, scared half to death, managed to ask weakly as Song-un stared at the scene for several seconds before recovering. What the hell is this situation? A moment later, Min-yu asked hoarsely, Why did you do this?
Seong-un was confused.
Min-yu asked angrily. You wanted to turn me into a dog providing information for you? So you did this? Song-un retorted irritably. Do you think you're the protagonist of a movie? Do you think the whole world revolves around? He explained. Before joining GAI, she used to be my teammate. We went through life and death together. And from the start, you already had ties with the government. Min-yu pondered. Teammate, that pervert is a hunter. Song-un clarified. This hospital is a government agency. The government tested your power, but the results weren't as expected. So they threw you into this hospital. Min-yu understood. I see. Those bastards. I didn't expect they were connected to the government. He asked bluntly. Thinking back, what about that tail situation? Song-un smiled bitterly. You changed topics fast. After saying this, he was silent for a moment before announcing, Kwak-so is... Min-yu froze in shock, then recovered. Song-un spoke while recalling. The person behind this continued. Since we're at the center of this, there's a high chance we'll get caught up in it. I'll try to minimize the damage and search for clues on Kwak-so's body. But before that, T.I. and I... Their expressions... The two stared intently at the sticky pool of blood. Thinking this, Song-un continued. All that was left there was a pile of mixed flesh. The magic beast I saw had a shape similar to the one you dealt with. I'm guessing it's a hunter using magic with the ability to control corpse. He calculated. If we investigate the... Suddenly Min-yu interrupted. He gritted his teeth, raising an eyebrow with a sullen face. Are you mocking me? If I'd known he'd die so meaninglessly, I would have just killed him. He fumed, struggled like a dog for that. And now I've missed this opportunity? Song-un felt somewhat guilty. I feel very responsible about what you said in frustration. Then leave whoever's behind this to me. I'll handle them. Song-un hesitated slightly. That's fine, but with your abilities, catching the mastermind might be too, he said seriously. Even I couldn't detect the mastermind scheme. Most likely it's a hunter nearly reaching You countered. Your abilities aren't sufficient. He narrowed his eyes. If it were me, I'd handle them immediately upon sight, then sever all connect. Song-un furiously grabbed Min Yu's collar. You arrogant fool. Do you think this is child's play? You say you'll catch the master. He shook his collar, demanding. When you're only Min Yu silently walked. Song-un chased after him, irritably calling, hey, a single finger pointed sky. Min Yu didn't turn around but raised his middle. Song-un clenched his fist, restraining himself as he watched his retreating figure. God! His damn attitude. Jun Song, standing nearby watching the scene, asked him. Song-un scratched his head and answered casually. Fighting? No, we always joke around like that. Jun Song was curious. What did he? Song-un didn't answer but asked instead. But is that true? Are you really charging Min Yu for? Jun Song played dumb. Did I? Song-un pretended to make a phone call. Hello? Public official here. Jun Song hastily stopped him. Listen to me first. There's a reason for everything. She began recounting the past. One day, the government sent me a young man covered in blood, looking like he was about to. Jun Song rushed over to examine Min Yu's father, his entire body covered in blood as he lay on the stretcher. She asked somberly, do you know what they said? Government personnel casually gave orders before leaving. Save or kill him, whatever. Handle it yourself. Remembering Min Yu's blood-covered face, she recounted. Looking closely, he was clearly the famous person who used to appear on TV frequently. I realized then that the government had failed to create the heroic hunter they deserved. Speaking this far, Jun Song showed her displeasure. It's not like he's only been here a day or two. Anyway, he's just a defective hunter of the government. Song-un warned slightly. Watch your work, he added. I'm also a government person. She glanced at him mockingly. Oh my, really? I had no idea. Pausing briefly, she continued. I don't know if you're the government's hunting dog or a wolf in hiding. Song Yuan's expression grew deep and inscrutable as he spoke. And then, the story continued as the nurse reported. Director, this patient has no hope left. That he's lived this long is already a miracle.
Yoon Seong remained silent.
She looked at Min Yu hesitantly. To treat him requires physical strength, but with his current suddenly, red light shone on Jun Song's face along with her narration. But at that moment, for the time, a red system window appeared before me. The system notification stunned her.
Seonum questioned. Red?
Not blue. Jun Song confirmed. Yes, that surprised me. But the system information surprised me even more. The system demanded of her. You must save him or you will die. Jun Song said proudly. So I did everything I could to save number 302. Kim Jun Song. That day was your most magnificent day ever. Song-un interrupted. Wait. Song-un fell into deep thought. Jun Song speculated. But how romantic. Number 302. I feel like he's receiving intense love from this. She recalled Min Woo's retreating figure as he. Dawn broke over a small neighbor. The eye spoke with an expressionless face, relaying the words. He's currently in a lockdown state. Tell him to rest. Min Woo stood leaning against the wall with crossed arms, listening indifferently to his words. I see. Consider this a rare vacation you've never had before. Enjoy it to the fullest. For a warrior to fall into that state is truly unfortunate. Man. Ti was about to say something more but thought of Song Yuan's instructions. I request orders. Should I continue monitoring Min Woo's father as before? Song-un didn't deny it. But this time it's a bit. He ordered. Monitor and protect. If the advisor has already given the hunter's data to whoever is behind this, we can't rule out the possibility that he might encounter. Ti considered it, then dropped the subject. It's nothing. I'll contact you again when there are further instructions. Min Woo casually interrupted. That. He pointed at the boy's hand and asked, where did that thing on your hand come? Long after, several earrings appeared on his wrist as well, and he seemed to realize something. That's. Min Woo sat in a restaurant, his cheeks bulging from chewing food, and he seriously told himself, if I want to fight properly in the upcoming battle, I need to rest too. Come to think of it, I've become human but I can't enjoy this. First, just when one thought he had some plan, what he cared about was actually the pile of food. It's all gone. He raised his hand to order more, startling everyone's attention. Give me 2 more bowls of rice and 5 portions. After that, Minwoo went to eat pastries, drink tea, and even took photos for social media before he went for a walk and bought. While munching on French fries, he noticed a stadium and had an idea. That struck the ball. Minwoo held the baseball bat, watching the flying ball, and concluded, I should try doing everything possible in Central. He sat bored in the library reading. Then he went to watch a boring movie holding popcorn, watching the character deliver dialogue. I will curse all of you. Female ghost appeared to scare him. Give me your... In the haunted house, Minwoo looked coldly at the employee pretending to be a reversed scene unfolded in the haunted house as he flew into a rage chasing the ghost. Give me your leg. The employee pretending to be a ghost ran away crying for help, their face pale with fear. A street performer was... Minwoo stood silently listening to the girl sing, and the crowd was all enthusiastic, in contrast to his lost interest, and Minwoo gritted his... He stood in place, silently hating. What can I do with this weak body? Not fun. Questioned himself. Was becoming human a mistake? No, I've lost all my original power. I just need to regain my strength. No, that's not it either. Falling from the top to the bottom is very painful. Just then, the system window appeared before me. The red light of the system flashed within. It posed a question. Sad. Minwoo covered his face with a mocking laugh. Crazy. Able to restrain himself, he shouted, drawing attention from passers-by. Am I sick now and need to take... Ignoring his surroundings, he frantically questioned. You're the one who made me lie about everything like this. Why exactly? System replied. Everything is for you. Minwoo sneered. For me? You just want to make me sad. If you wanted to anger me, then you've succeeded. In some dimension, a pair of hands was performing a series of operations, and a mechanical voice announced, initiating traditional Minwoo's voice continued to transmit. Well, what do I do now? The announcement also continued, total number of attempts. 332487849218943. If it continues to fail, the program will restart from the beginning. Minwoo, receiving no response from the system, wondered. Blocked. The woman in another dimension continued operating without pause. Initiating. Minwoo muttered. In that case, I'd rather die by your... The woman on the other side spoke with determination. This time it will...
Minwoo roared in agitation.
The same time, the woman smiled, and a mechanical voice rang out. Hack successful. Congratulations. Immediately, hacking into Earth's... The simulated sphere lit. Minwoo was stunned in astonishment. Everything around him was frozen, losing all color, with only him glowing, leaving him confused. What? Suddenly a voice sounded beside him. The frozen girl was released as if possessed by someone. Turning to look at him. Earth's system wasn't set up by me, so it took a bit. Another possessed girl continued with a but don't misunderstand. The thing transferred to possess the girl next to her, tilting her head with a bright smile. Because I don't hate you. And everyone disappeared, leaving only Minwoo standing dazed, watching a silhouette gradually appear. Before seeing the form, the voice came first. From now on, I will let you know why I took away all your... Minwoo remained in a daze. The woman smiled, and she fully manifested. The woman had white hair, with eyebrows and eyelashes all silver white, and soul-captivating red eyes. Minwoo cautiously opened his mouth. You casually answered while snapping her fingers. Finally, after hundreds of millions of attempts, I can appear before... After the snap, both stood in another dimension, and she continued. I've also conducted hundreds of experiments on what would happen if I put you in the same place as humanity. Her power as well. She spread her hands, simulating images of Minwoo as she narrated. Hundreds of millions of images of him covered in blood, dying with eyes wide open appeared, while her voice rang out simultaneously. Resulted in hundreds of millions of your deaths. Torn apart and... He died silently as she continued listing. Stabbed through and died. Everything changed except your death. So I tried a different approach. What if you no longer had power? For a moment, she approached closer, placing her hand on his heart with an indifferent expression. Unknown variable. I saw no results. I decided to hope for a choice whose outcome I didn't know before. Minwoo muttered, repeating, hope. The woman's face was expressionless. I will listen to your wish. In that tower you call... Minwoo in the past, before becoming human, firmly clenched his fist with determination. That silhouette gradually overlapped with him in the... Minwoo bowed his head and asked softly, will God really make my wish come? He looked up with contemptuous lips. After I died hundreds of millions of times, he embraced her closely and questioned. By someone not stronger than... She smiled slightly. I've always been waiting. She turned and raised her hand to create... She constructed the silhouettes of 6 strangers. Tall, slender, all types. Only shadows visible, identities unclear. These are existences you could never defeat with your original. From left to right appeared what seemed to be 2 males and 1 female looking very cunning. And she affirmed, must be striking to the right. A long-haired, muscular man with 1 male and 1 female. She emphasized, much more than before. One appeared to be the most dangerous among. He squinted his eyes, revealing 2 pupils with 2 different colors. Jade green and Minwoo fell. Suddenly he was shocked in surprise. From the void, a leg appeared stepping, gradually revealing the back of a man with platinum. He tilted his head slightly to reveal his profile, making Minwoo unable to believe his eyes. Jayun? A woman circled behind Minwoo, who was still in shock, embracing him with an enchanting voice. You know too. How can you become strong? Her eyes blazed red, manipulating his psychology. Your ambition will make you strong. Minwoo stood dazed as the woman's unceasing tempting words rang in his ears. Crave endlessly. That is the source of your power. Make everyone fear when they hear your. In the space, system notifications rang out continuously, renewing format skills by executing the manager's protection system. Master weapon skill increased to level 2. Proficiency with first-time weapons increased to 100%. Passive skill burst upgraded to passive skill Juno. No longer suffering from berserk rage. Received new skill. Received new skill. Received new skill. Everything is as you. Minwoo returned to the dimension of reality, as if nothing had happened, leaving him bewildered. He looked around at everyone. All activities continued normally. Confused, back to the bright red system window appeared just as Minwoo was still wondering, that glancing at the notification. His face froze, completely stunned. What the? In a building with lights still, hand was holding a strange specimen while presenting it with someone's questioning voice. You want me to investigate? Kim Jun-song continued asking, what is this? It's a specimen that dropped from a demon beast captured by number 302. Facing her was Song-un holding the specimen, requesting, please help me investigate its composition. She agreed without hesitation. It's not difficult. I'll give you the analysis results. Song-un was about to thank her, but was interrupted by Jun-song. That. I already investigated number 302's body. You know my skill. Just by touching someone's body, I can understand every nook and cranny of that person's body. Song unclenched the report hesitantly. This seems to be wrong. She turned her head, frowning in annoyance. Really? What are you saying? Are you doubting my ability now? Song-un remained skeptical. No, I can't believe it. This is the first time I've seen someone with results like, he murmured. He hasn't been a hunter for even a month, yet his stats have already increased 10. Minwoo was still. He laughed lightly. Very. Before his eyes, the system presented a hidden quest, Judge Raven's anger, and the reward, Raven's special skill. He continued, interesting. It's back. A hunter's ability stats are what show that hunter's strength. Based on those stats, they're divided into different ranks from S to F. Some have basic weapons with simple armor covering just their chest, while others have intermediate weapons along with some defensive skills, and those with high ability stats only need good magic and skills as tremendous sources of power. Though a hunter's stats increase just by breathing, for hunters pursuing power, that's the huge gap between those who try and those who don't. There are 2 ways to increase stats. The typical method is hunting demon beasts. Hunters use their skills and weapons to kill demon or specialized training. Both men and women can go to gyms to train their physiques. In addition, some hunters can also develop along a mysterious path, but that's just rumor, not yet revealed to the outside. In the room, Minwoo, Song-un, and Kim Jun-song were having a conversation. Song-un raised his middle finger to adjust his glasses, asking, long time no see, you're still well. Minwoo sat facing him, not to be outdone, pretending to be nonchalant, using his middle finger to scratch his ear. Thanks to Song-un maintained his glasses adjusting posture. Annoyed. You didn't come here to talk nonsense? Minwoo's motion unchanged, he retorted. Well, you're also monitoring. That. Jun-song took a sip of water. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help feeling helpless. 2 grown men acting so child. Song-un, hearing this, turned around and signaled, and she perceptively received the. Then she approached Minwoo, placing her hand on his shoulder, advising, stop being angry. Number 302. The captain has apologized many times. He was annoyed. Hey, that. Jun-song used her probing skill. Mountain and water. Wow, disappointing. We're not that The system's blue window notified that it was grasping the opponent's information. In Jun-song's eyes, Minwoo was just a dark shadow submerged in a sea of data. Responding, what nonsense are you talking? After probing, she playfully punched his chest, acting coy. Come on, you're too. Minwoo immediately jumped up. You meddlesome. Jun Song had already moved to Song Yuan's side, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. As expected, it's increased beyond average. He softened his voice, showing he already knew. Song Un spoke seriously. You contacted me first. Is there something? Minwoo got to the main point. That. He looked at Song Un opposite him, calculating inwardly. The captain is the one who holds more information about hunters than anyone. Minwoo recalled the silhouettes of the 6 mysterious people and reasoned. If I can get clues about them through the captain, I can deal. He thought of the face of the woman from another dimension, doubting. Could it be that the captain's involvement was predetermined from the start? For her own purposes, she turned me into a... Just then, the system, as if reading Minwoo's thoughts, appeared to remind him. This also benefits you. In return, you will kill the strong one who continued advising. This proposal is extremely attractive to you. He glanced at it, thinking, it seems like it's straightforwardly coming out to lecture me now. Huh? It replied. Now I can personalize Earth system without anyone Minwoo crossed his arms in defiance, thinking that if he had such talent, he would go do it himself. Flatly denied it by saying no, while Song Un, feeling neglected, watched Minwoo, who seemed about to say something but suddenly fell silent, closing his eyes, crossing his arms in incomprehensible inner monologue as the system window continued displaying. I apologize, but I do not have the ability to create or destroy, only have the ability to steal. Which prompted Minwoo's question to be converted into a voice transmitted through the woman's space, asking, so ultimately, how do I become human? The woman remained silent for a moment before calmly saying, that too is stolen. Surprised Minwoo, who was about to ask for clarification. What? But Song Un, losing patience, supported himself with his cane and spoke up, saying, so then, what do you want to say? I've been waiting until I'm dead tired. At which point Minwoo finally realized, continued by saying, because this time I don't know if there's work, to which Song Un replied, there isn't. Criminals don't appear as frequently as at the first gate. Minwoo scratched his head, saying, so I find this waiting time quite wasteful. For now, hunter missions? But Song Un interrupted, saying, focusing on hunter missions until the next objective isn't bad either. He responded, you seem to understand the captain well, not knowing if it was provocation or not. But Song Un smiled bitterly inside, saying, I've already given up, while thinking to himself, I'm quite curious too. Looking at Minwoo's expressionless face, he pondered, how fast has this guy grown and developed? He'll become a useful card for me, won't he? Song Un made an agreement, saying, let's do that. If we learn the identity of who's behind this, I'll hand it over to you to deal with. The next words stunned Minwoo. Instead, you must be strong enough. Which a shout echoing at the Hunter Management Bureau headquarters. Entrust it to me. Inside the building, Minwoo shouted. If so, then accept it. Lend me a weapon too? But the female employee sitting across from him looked troubled, saying, Hunter Fomet? Normally F-rank hunters won't have commissions related to towers. Do you want to borrow a weapon? Don't you think buying a weapon suitable for you or not using one would be better? Because the weapon rental fee isn't particularly cheap for you. But he didn't insist, saying, forget it. I have no interest in using just one item continuously. Minwoo confirmed again, really none? And the girl calmly explained. Because normally only A-rank hunters have the ability to climb towers. She suddenly remembered and added, there's one. There's a commission related to challenge towers that doesn't require rank assessment, but only hunters who are members of other guilds can participate. And he was surprised with a bit of joy, became vague again, thinking, guild? I already joined a guild, didn't I? The female employee asked for information. Which guild are you a member of? And Minwoo almost turned around, realizing he couldn't say he was a member of an unofficial government guild. He seemed to realize something and muttered softly, huh? And the sky was clear blue with clouds like white silk ribbons gently drifting uncertainly. The cylindrical Milo Tower standing tall amidst the sky. Outside the tower, Su Xian stood behind a woman holding a microphone who coldly announced, welcome, hunters. We are the Hyonggung Guild. Her announcement was clearly transmitted word by word to the hunters in various outfits and equipment standing around as she continued. As you know, Milo Tower is our guild's exclusive tower. Because we cannot eliminate the danger of shocking monsters, we are starting a tower sweep operation from today. Someone couldn't help but wonder aloud. The guild gets bright-eyed at money. What happened? Giving away exclusive rights? While the female hunter next to them mocked. To improve their image, maybe? The woman, ignoring everyone's attitude, continued announcing, 90% of the spoils from the sweep operation starting today will be given to the hunters, and the tower's boss monster will also be handled by everyone. which caused the hunters to buzz with discussion. If we can't handle the boss, she'll take action herself, right? Must be, or else we'd all die, wouldn't we? Some laughed mockingly. Oh, so this time it's like a trial run by the guild, huh? Not far away, Minwoo appeared annoyed, ruffled his hair in disgust, thinking, should I just go home? I have no interest in quarreling. The system window appeared with, is it because of what happened at the Hunter Management Bureau? And Minwoo sourly responded through his thoughts. Shut up. Don't say anything more. Don't you have anything to do? And the other side straightforwardly answered, no. Didn't stop and continued displaying. Don't be so sulky and think positively. Anyway, thanks to that you can use the tower. But he complained, doesn't this have a block function? The other side continued advising. Besides, attracting attention with that sulkiness isn't good. You could become their target. So Minwoo crossed his arms and frowned, saying, nonsense, are you my mother? The other side, not angry but increasing his difficulty, said, how did you know? I am your mother. Made him unable to restrain himself any more as he erupted in anger, swinging his hand and accidentally punching through the armor of the man standing behind him with a harsh curse. Damn it! Pagan stared in shock at his armor, which had a hole punched through it, and shouted, hey, hey! Before Minwoo noticed, Pagan, overly large, demanded, what are you doing? While the man next to him worriedly asked, are you okay? Su Xian looked over with subtle suspicion, asking, why so noisy? Fighting? And the woman who had finished announcing calmly replied, when hunters gather, that's normal. Su Xian remained suspicious, looked at Minwoo thoughtfully thinking, that person. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Pagan pointed at his face and shouted angrily, do you know how much this costs? It's handmade. Do you know how long it takes? How are you going to take responsibility? But Minwoo remained silent, thought to himself, where did these people crawl out from? As Pagan, seeing him not react, became even more furious. Hey you there, are you listening to me? Minwoo wearily rubbed his hands and sighed, really annoying. And Pagan snapped, what? Hey, what's with that attitude? The man next to him leaned close to him and whispered, sir, this guy, no matter how you look at it, doesn't seem special at all. Glanced at Minwoo's expressionless face and analyzed, look at that appearance. No equipment or aura whatsoever. Someone said they'd let F-rank hunters into volunteer activities. It's probably him. Pagan deliberately increased his volume, sizing Minwoo up contemptuously. What? F-rank? How would an F-rank have money to pay? He heard him sarcastically say, F-ranks only go to the weakest dungeons. His face grew darker and darker while the mocking voice continued relentlessly. What's a weakling like this doing at a challenge tower? When he raised his hand and firmly grasped Pagan's face, Minwoo stared coldly with a warning tone. Keep talking. Let's see how humiliating it is to be beaten to death by a weakling. When suddenly someone called out, Sir! He turned around. Eunhai said indifferently, What's going on? Are you planning to ignore the enemy in front to attack our side? Everyone, follow me. Everyone followed her, but Pagan was still somewhat unconvinced. That bastard, no? This hunter made my equipment look like this. But Minwoo said coldly, Should I have torn it to shreds instead? And he shouted, What? The man walking next to Pagan said in a sarcastic tone, Hey, aren't you from the guild? How do you plan to conduct the tower attack by choosing this F-rank of unknown background? And Eunhai replied indifferently, Didn't I say not all hunters will go together? And he wondered, and thanks for watching the deep dark space where the end couldn't be seen. 3 doors appeared, and she explained, The labyrinth tower has 3 doors. You must pass through those doors and complete all the rooms before the boss room opens. Each entrance has 6 members. The hunters were killing strangely shaped demonic beasts, and she analyzed. Each gate has different characteristics. There are areas where you only need to defeat demonic beasts to complete them. Behind another door, 2 hunters stood before a ceiling formation discussing, and she pointed out, There are areas where you must solve puzzles to unseal demonic beasts, and then defeat them to complete. Next was a room full of traps with a demonic beast guarding the door, and her voice remained even. There are areas with many traps. You must avoid all traps to reach the door where a demonic beast awaits, and then defeat the demonic beast to pass through the door. As soon as Eunhai finished speaking, the man walking next to Pagan raised his hand to pose a question. I have a question. So which area will we be going to? She smiled carelessly, saying, I don't know. And he was stunned. What? Looking at the wooden door before them, she explained. Once you enter the tower, it will randomly change every 24 hours. Hunting areas, trap areas, you'll only know when you go in because it is the labyrinth tower. Min Woo yawned boredly at the same time Eun-hai's request rang out. Before entering the tower, I must take attendance of the hunters. Hearing this, he stiffened nervously as she began calling names by his ear. Hunter Alim of Not Guild, present. And roll and each person called also shouted their presence. Hunter Sun, Hunter Pagan of Nebula Guild, present, and Min Woo wanted to stop it. Wait, no? But the girl with twin braids standing next to him also had her name called, Hunter Reaper of Hidden Faction Guild. And she glanced nervously and worriedly at his frozen state while responding, present. And Eun-hai reviewed the list to the end. And finally, Hunter Fomet of Whipping Enzo Guild. Min Woo broke into a cold sweat and closed his eyes. The atmosphere fell silent with no one saying a word. Suddenly someone next to him coughed. Reaper, with an expression trying to hold back laughter, looked at him while Jun Song, holding a glass of water, said in astonishment. What? Put number 302 in my guild? That guild was established to receive government subsidies and you get tax reductions when you're in it. That guild only has me and the head nurse. She took a sip of water and asked, did you tell number 302 beforehand? And Song-un, sitting across from her, said nonchalantly, he doesn't have decision-making authority. He belonged to the government from the start. And Jun Song agreed. That's right. She laughed mockingly. But it doesn't really suit number 302, does it? Song-un also broke into a smile, gradually losing humanity. That's why he's been blowing up my phone since yesterday. Returning to the present, a laugh rang out as Pagan taunted. That guild suits you. Min Woo remained gloomy with his mouth twitching. He thought furiously. Damn it, that cursed captain. I'll kill him. Eun-hai led the team closer to the door, saying, then let's go, she said coldly in warning. If you lose your life inside, the guild takes no responsibility. All matters in battle are borne by the hunters themselves. Gaze paused slightly on Min Woo before saying, then, I'll open the door. The door opened to reveal a space inside that was dark in contrast to the bright outside, swallowing the silhouettes of the 6 hunters. The endless darkness came with absolute silence. Reaper broke the silence with speculation. So quiet, that means. But Eun-hai interrupted. That's right. At the very least, it's not a hunting area. A jade stone appeared from the palm of her hand as she said, I'll use a light stone, if there are demonic beasts in the space. Light from the stone radiated around, revealing a demonic beast standing far away as she continued. Then it's a trap area. And the demonic beast that had been hidden wore a suit of armor. Eun-hai said calmly. Without saying it, you all know how to handle a trap area, right? I'll go first. Please follow me. She looked specifically at Min Woo and emphasized, Hunter Fomet, don't just use strength recklessly. Follow me, she said decisively. Then let's go. Her foot touched a floor tile. That tile sank deep down, but she safely pulled her foot back, confirming, first trap confirmed. And she nimbly jumped up, dodging hundreds of arrows shooting toward where she had just stood. Second trap confirmed. Behind her, a flash of light burst forth, and she thought to herself, and thanks for watching the glance back, thinking, the person who can keep up with me must be a rank reaper. Min Woo suddenly rushed forward, making her unable to help but be surprised. He charged through in her astonishment as she exclaimed, what? Hunter Fomet. The system continuously issued notifications. Special skill of Monarch Fomet, Omnipotence activated. Combat in towers below legendary difficulty level initiated within personal limits. And his entire body glowed red as he thought, let's see. His vision locked firmly on the target, the demonic beast, while trap locations also displayed red flashing warnings and notifications from the system continued. All gates including demonic beasts will be opened. He charged straight at the demonic beast at astonishing speed, thinking, let's try it. Pagan, wearing iron armor with a massive body, had a face full of shock. What is that? And smoke filled the air. Swords everywhere advanced. Floor 1 cleared. He became tense, wondering, what is that? Soldiers lay miserably on the ground with heads shattered into many pieces scattered far away. Floor 5 cleared. His face turned deathly pale, teeth clenched. What the hell is that? Min Woo stretched his body forward, creating an angle on his face, revealing demonic eyes as he ran with all his might. Hundreds of arrows flew toward him. Min Woo, still running with his hand clenched into a fist, heard a reminder from behind. Be careful of arrows shooting densely. Light reflected the angle of his face with his eyes turning fiery red. He jumped high up while those arrows stuck into the ground, thinking, if you jump up, you can easily avoid them. He continued tilting his body, following instructions from the voice in his ear. arrows shooting densely 50 meters to the right. He lightly fell backward, dodging the attack wave from those arrows while being told, "Twist your body to avoid." Min Woo's hand caught an arrow and gripped it tightly. Whoosh! He waved his hand, dodging an arrow flying past his head, hearing, "Dispersing attention is also a good method." Min Woo threw himself down from above, chasing the arrow that was about to pierce straight through the iron armor. He stood motionless. The sharp arrow was only a few meters from the iron armor's face. He struggled, trying to escape from the iron chains binding his body. Chain wrapped around his neck, pulling him down, targeting his weak point. With both hands gripping the chain tightly, he braced himself, pulling against the chain around his neck. His face darkened as his hands alternated between wrapping the chain and gripping the sharp axe. On the other side, the chain had already wrapped horizontally across the iron armors. The battle became intense. He swung his hand, raising the axe, preparing to strike him. In the darkness, his face appeared with a sinister smile. "Have a pleasant—" Minyu furiously chopped off one arm of the iron armor. Fragments flew out, clearing floor. Manhwa and Reaper crossed their arms, rubbing their heads in thought. Isn't he F rank? Hasn't he changed to a new rank yet? It feels like he knows everything in advance, so he can Both girls pointed their chins toward Cha Minyu, explaining. While behind them, Lady Gon stood trembling. Doesn't he know that not updating to a new rank will result in penalty? Lady Gon furrowed her brow, biting her teeth in irritation, while Secretary Kong behind her also clasped his hands behind. Manhwa and Reaper tilted their faces toward each other. Are we on a picnic or something? Lady Gon pointed at Manhwa, interrogating. Don't waste time playing around. Just move to the next floor already. What did I say? Everyone's exhausted, so we'll rest a bit before going to the next. She frowned, her face sullen, clearly displeased by his words. Huh? Only 15 floors and already exhausted? For someone called a guild member, that's rather disappointing. Through the space came the sound of their conversation. Doesn't Hunter Lady Gon need to repair her equipment? Only your armor was damaged, right? No, that thing, he ruined it. If even an F-rank hunter can destroy it, then it's just a child's toy, isn't it? What are you saying? This armor was made from the core of a 3 HMUT, the boss of the Sacred Tower. Really? Manhwa looked at Minyu, F-rank hunter. His ability must be equivalent to a 3 HMUT. Minyu glanced sideways, thinking, Lady Gon gasped, her mouth twisting as she shouted. What kind of F-rank is like? Secretary Kong was equally horrified, calling out, Young man! Secretary Kong immediately blocked the door, raising his hand to explain to Lady Gon. Even if you continue to oppose the guild members, it won't help. On the next floor, show your true. He stood boldly there. As expected, I didn't see wrong, truly remarkable. Both Lady Gon and Secretary Kong fell into contemplation. That armor is. Minyu and Reaper raised their hands, listening intently. Reaper crossed both arms in front of her chest, leaning forward to look face to face. Her eyes stared at him intently. Items related to 3 HMUT cores have never been traded publicly, meaning anyone who bought 3 HMUT-related items must have done so illegally, right? Truly remarkable. Lady Gon's face twisted, unable to articulate words, while Secretary Kong looked even more confused. What are you trying to? Sinister smile appeared on her. All four stood before the fake door. She speculated. I know about your scam, but I'll keep it secret. In return, since you're already in the tower, help me out, will you? Minyu grew more confused. Reaper turned her hands into a defensive-offensive stance. A masked soldier appeared, carrying a bow and arrow. The masked soldier grabbed a sword, chopping off his head while his hand flew away with both hands gripping the sword. He charged toward Reaper and his eyes seemed frozen cold to some. Grimaced, resist. Reaper lunged with a powerful attack, shattering the soldier's body into many pieces. A triumphant smile bloomed on her. Scene shifted to the George Ford high-rise building, seemingly piercing the blue. The figures of Minyu and Yunhai ran as fast as the sunset descended, bathing the building in brilliant pink. Inside, having just gone through battle, everyone was exhausted. Only two girls were still chatting anime. Sunset passed, nightfall descended, the sky grew darker, and stars twinkled, illuminating the sound of horses rang out. A soldier gripped the reins, pulling the. Lady Gon held her sword defensively in front. Her whole body and the horse fell back. His hair flew in the wind as he gripped the sword, eyes wide. Minyu rushed forward, chopping off the horse's head. Blood splattered accelerated, slashing rapidly at the. Lady Gon clenched her teeth, stunned, watching him. Floor 49, Yunhai shouted emotionally. Finally, we've passed floor 40. He held the sword in one hand, stroking his chin with the other, smiling as he spoke to her. It's only floor 49. No big deal. Hearing this, she replied irritably. In that state, and you say that remarkable in— He looked at Minyu, who had one hand in his pocket, tilting his head thoughtfully. In any case, that guy— He looked up high, eyes gazing ahead while Lady Gon was still thinking. Why is he still perfectly— The door was tightly shut. There was something— His eyes wandered. Normally, it's the final boss room. She propped her chin, looking along. The characteristic of this labyrinth tower isn't a boss, but a demon beast of unknown rank equivalent to a boss wave. She smiled mockingly at him. Seeing you move freely through the tower as if you're very familiar with this place. I thought you knew everything, but apparently not. Turns out there are things you don't— He asked her irritably. What? Do you know something about me? Reaper mocked. Poor thing. He was surprised. Yunhai couldn't help but interject. All right, thank you. Now let's— The whole group moved forward. As Hunter Reaper said, ahead is a demon beast of unknown name and information. It's different from any demon beasts we've encountered. A hand placed on the— She bowed her head. I'm not trying to scare everyone. I'm just giving advice. Minyu, Lady Gon, and Reaper stood dumbfounded, sighing. I thank in advance the hunters who will continue. Yunhai leaned against the door, nodding. Earlier, I said protecting everyone's lives is a hunter's responsibility. I also don't want to see anyone beside me die. We will fully compensate for any dropped loot, so everyone needn't— Lady Gon and Reaper's faces turned pale, becoming contempt. Minyu clenched his hand, closing his eyes tightly. I don't care. I'll continue. From the start, I came here because I wanted to fight the— Everyone resolutely agreed in unison. I'll go too. Coming this far and not going would be a waste. Yunhai also leaned over, asking, what about Hunter Lady Gon and Hunter? He cautiously looked at Lady Gon. Young master, we don't necessarily have to go. Didn't we enter the tower just to gain experience? He reminded him. That hunter said we don't know what danger awaits. Let's stop. One side of Min Yu's face appeared, his long hair covering his— Lady Gon's eyes. He gritted his teeth. We can't lose to that damned brat who faked being F rank. Young master. He stepped forward. I'll go. Behind that door was a pitch-black void, darkness enveloping everything. This time it's also very dark and quiet. I'll use a light radiated, illuminating Before them were cylindrical stone blocks. Circular. That tall stone blocks appeared in the darkness. Stone statues, right? Could also be gargoyle demon beast. Everyone's astonished eyes. Chess. It's chess. Hand lifted a piece. Ah yes. Looking at the shape, they're definitely chess. Suddenly, a chess piece slammed down hard, creating a cloud of dust that forced everyone to be caught. One of Yunhai's eyes narrowed. Reaper also opened her eyes, looking. A large hand pointed toward the chessboard. Now it's your turn. Secretary Kong defended. What is that? Is it talking to— Secretary Kong rolled his eyes toward him. Young master, if it's chess, then this is what you're best at. Now's the opportunity for everyone to see your— He squinted at his silhouette. Could it be? I've got it, the attack pattern. Just predict where the opponent will attack and— Gon stood between Minyu and his subordinates, pointing. All right, if we observe the knight's position on the chessboard, it's that spot. He happily advanced to a safe position, raising his hand high. Everyone, over here. This is the safe— Secretary Kong turned his head. As expected of the young man. Suddenly, Minyu spoke. Secretary Kang's eyes widened, breaking into a— Darkness seemed to cover Lady Gon standing and waving. Young master! A hand desperately pulled him from— The giant pawn fell from above, about to crush Secretary Kong. But he had escaped and— Both girls watched the bloody scene in— He sat on the ground. Secretary Kong is happening, she stammered, unable to form words. The White Knight. Why did it suddenly do that? It wasn't supposed to point us out. Reaper's eyes filled with tears. From the very beginning, chess has been a strategic game for two players. The chessboard with white pieces on one side, black pieces on the other. We're just puppets caught in this— Minyu propped his chin, his head bowed in contemplation. Exactly. It's been too peaceful until— His eyes turned fiery red, his mouth smiling brightly. This is what a trial tower should be. Blood scattered his hand placed down on the pool of— He knelt on the ground, crying pitifully. Secretary Kong, let me pull you out, don't be afraid. If we mobilize our company's best healing— Lady Gon pulled up the severed arm, his face extremely— Yunhai also screamed in terror. Secretary— A hand lifted the giant chess piece. She forcefully pulled him. She glared, shouting loudly. Snap out of it. Are you planning to die? Reaper gritted her teeth painfully, witnessing She turned, rushing toward the chest. She shot forward like the wind passing. Her spinning movement beneath the chess piece, speed gradually increased. Reaper, exhausted, braced herself, collapsing on the ground. Suddenly, she looked up into the distance. Dark. She turned and ran, avoiding the chess piece. Instant display. Around her, sparkling light radiated toward him. Reaper was still standing beside him while he stepped. Minyu raised his eyes. Hunter. Reaper also spoke. You know how this room attacks, don't you? In all the rooms we've passed until now, you've always moved and attacked as if you knew everything in advance. His eyes gazed ahead. The longer this drags on, everyone will die from exhaustion. He turned his back in the darkness, saying, listen to me, because the attack method is very loose and not interesting at all. Avoid the pieces on the chessboard and survive until the game between the two players ends. When someone wins, the name monster will appear. If you catch it, you'll complete the task. Hunter Fomet stood with both hands raised. Above, one hand holding white pieces, one hand holding black pieces. Above, chess pieces appeared over his head. Exactly. This place is a trap. He half opened his mouth. Are we required to just stand and watch until the game? One hand formed a fist, clenching tightly. Extraordinary power within him spread. Minyu jumped high. If I'm thinking correctly, then trembling hands contracted and extended. Yuhai's confused face stood blocking Lady Gon, who was bowing his head in distress. Hunter Fomet stood menacingly still, opening his mouth to reveal bright white teeth in the darkness. Smash them! His face revealed a joyful expression. If there are no pieces left to move, the game is forcibly interrupted. The master of this room will become enraged and Reaper stood up straight, her face unable to hide her astonishment. What? This game? Sweat drenched her contorted face. It's an attack. How can there be such a foolish This is the best method. Yunhai spun, kicking high with a sudden spinning movement. Her foot stomped on the ground, sending fragments. She leaned over, calling him worriedly. Hunter Lady Gon. It's going to fall. Light emanated from the thread in the darkness. She moved her body as the thread wrapped around the chess piece, tightening. Easier. Reaper also jumped up sharply. Then she contracted her body, both hands controlling the thread, shattering the chess piece in two. These actions themselves also require clear cracks on the chess piece. Like that Suddenly, Minyu's face darkened, swinging his axe, sending the chess piece. He spun, preparing to throw the axe to deal with another chess. He stood silently in the dark. His continuous attacks chopped down all the chess. In the darkness, he just stood. He spun again, launching a kick, striking seemed to be restraining him, both hands gripping the axe, spreading like an eagle spreading its wings. He slaughtered this. His triumphant face called out, "Come out, you bat!" His terrifyingly furious face. Huge vines appeared, crisscrossing above the two girls' heads. Black vines were radiating around. His eyes looked at Minyu, lunged forward to it. A giant hand reached out. Massive hand contracted violently, preparing to grab him. But he managed to escape just before it could close. The hand contracted again, where the unyielding hand continued to contract, searching relentlessly. Both hands slammed down hard as he dodged. Yet the chessboard shouldn't be in such chaos. So if that's the case, thanks for watching the gripped the chain tightly, swinging the yo-yo in spinning. Launched a yo-yo far into the distance, where the chain stretched endlessly through the yo-yo flew toward the gathering place of massive. Stood there, long vines sprouting from his body. Foolish, he swallowed his burning rage. How dare you cause chaos in my terror? Darkness was closing in around him. You will all pay the. He smirked mockingly. I've been waiting for this. Activating skill monarch. The scene shifted to densely packed high-rise buildings, with light illuminating the windows. Echidna stood within. Hunter Echidna, you've worked. The bespectacled female interviewer bowed respectfully before Echidna. Thank you for accepting this late interview. It was urgent, but thanks to you I survived, so if you're thanking me like that, you know what I mean, right? Of course. Echidna smiled brightly. I'll select interesting content related to the guilds, so don't worry. I trust the editor. The blue-haired girl handed her the phone. President, Hunter Xian Ning wants to contact you.
Ning.
Isn't Xian Ning at the Labyrinth Tower? Is it finished? Oh, she took the phone. I'm listening. Sister, no. With a panicked expression, she reported over the phone, the man from back then, the one from Suyong's team, the one who fell into the water. On this side, she rolled her eyes, thinking that person is participating in the Labyrinth Tower clearing operation. The yo-yo flew high, slashing straight through his screamed in agony, eyes blazing with parts of his body were sliced off by him. Arms severed, his head flew. He spun around, slashing twice more at his. Minyu's eyes glowed red. Activating skill Monarch Fomet arched his body, swinging the chain around the roaring monster. When Monarch Fomet engages in battle, if excitement increases, all ability stats automatically increase by 30. He extended his arm, spinning it in circles. What? The thorny vines enveloped him again. It feels stronger than before. Eyes filled with he maneuvered the yo-yo, slashing through the thorny vines one by one, while he continued extending his arms to control the vines. Target. When fighting a designated target, damage received decreases by 50%. Damage dealt increases by 30%. He stared intently at him. Even stronger? What dark art is he using exactly? He also looked back suspiciously. He continued rotating his hands before him as the yo-yo charged closer, slashing straight down at his neck. He grimaced in pain. With one hand, he pulled the chain attached to the yo-yo embedded in his body. Trees burn. The surrounding space erupted in flames as he gripped the chain tightly with one hand. If that's the case, let's test the... In the room, Echidna shouted furiously into the phone. Absolutely not. You must not let him meet Wak. The girl on the other end pressed the phone to her ear. We must do this. Hunter Wakizi doesn't want anything to do with the person who made his hair like... She continued listening, her expression changing. It's not about that. I see, I really don't know what to say. She asked again. Phone rang through the gloomy forest. What do you think is the percentage chance that an S-rank hunter with transcendent power fell into the water? She hurriedly answered, yes, saying that. Echidna opened her mouth to protest. 0. Jia Yun stood proudly holding his sword, eyes closed, hair disheveled and drooping. He suddenly opened his strange blue-white eyes. On Min Yu's side, red eyes also appeared, flames burning fiercely. With one hand, he gripped the burning chain. Flames, he was engulfed in massive flames. The flames were about to consume him completely. A loud explosion erupted from within the flames. Blazing laughter rang out from within the violently crackling. Ripper smiled with penetrating. Min Yu stood watching the flames, hands on hips, laughing hard. His face couldn't hide his joy. That's right. This is it. This is how fighting should be. He continued. Come on. Erase it all. I've been holding back for too long. Ripper stood behind, looking wickedly at him dancing before the flames. You're really quite reckless now. Shut up, the fire's burning Suddenly he turned angrily while behind him her face showed helpless disbelief. Arg. I forgot to bring sweet potatoes. I want to eat charcoal roasted sweet potatoes. Seeing this scene, Ripper thought to herself. I heard some hunters go berserk when fighting, but honestly, he's the type I never wanted. Her face darkened, eyes calculating. But he scratched his head while she continued deep in thought. Isn't he a warrior? Earlier he used magic, didn't he? A magic swordsman? But among the magic swordsmen I know who can create magic with that kind of... Raised his head high. Besides, it seemed everyone there suddenly became confused. High and Ripper leaned in worriedly. Inside it's shaking. Could the floor be collapsing? We're almost at the end and still having problems. Ripper pointed toward the glowing window, shouting. That looks like the exit. Let's... Everyone simultaneously ran toward the... Pagan's foot stepped on the cracking. Cracks in the ground widened, and he fell side. The earthquake shook him, causing Secretary Kang's arm to fall. In that situation, his eyes filled with... His hand reached for Secretary Kang's arm as he cried out. Secretary Kang. Pagan desperately lunged after the falling. Everyone gaped while his steps accelerated, following the... With one hand, he grabbed his... Like a heroic savior, he gripped the chain with one hand, grabbed his hand with the other and pulled him up, bracing his foot in the... His eyes looked determinedly into the distance. On the other side of the forest, the girl was still on the phone. How long has Winchidi been in the Labyrinth Tower? She replied, we cleared the other towers and came here immediately, probably about an hour and a... Echidna held the phone firmly, responding, with Winchidi's capabilities, she's probably reached the top floor already. And if that hunter also safely reached the top floor, they've like... Pagan became like a soulless person, his eyes losing their will. Even if he could safely escape this, Min Yu was struggling to save him. When they reach the next tower, he absolutely cannot fight and will have to... Echidna bit her thumb, we have to... His eyes were indescribable. A warrior who loses the will to fight will be eliminated. She turned to ask the editor-in-chief. Do you have many reporters filming? His hand still gripped his tightly. Let go. Echidna smiled slyly. Can you introduce me to some reporters? He released Pagan's hand. It's better for him to die here. The earthquake grew. He was holding on in the... But his face looked into the distance. Suddenly he spun and jumped. Golden hair flew in the... He successfully landed, while on the other side, she had also rescued Pagan and... Shadows concealed her face with long drooping hair. He's not a bad... Min Yu's eyes showed surprise. When Chidi stood with one hand on her hip, the other carrying Pagan's tall frame, laughing arrogantly. Taming him will be very... Echidna's face showed satisfaction as she laughed heartily. Either way, reporters will help prevent scam. The reporter holding papers began asking. This is the question everyone's most curious. When Chidi sat cross-legged on the sofa, beautiful and calm, listening to the question, what is Winchidi's ideal? Pondered, hand on chin. Let's see. Someone who understands me I like slightly bad. The handsome man stood as if floating in the blue sky. What? That his handsome, refined face appeared. Is that my night fell in the empty. Her curvaceous figure stood facing him, lying motionless on the. She stood dazed as two scantily dressed girls ran over from behind. Are you okay? She collapsed on the floor to everyone's shock. Ah. I suddenly got it. Echidna gritted her teeth in frustration. This is insane. This was Winchidi's plan. If I fall down sexily with this body, any man would be captivated. But it was ruined by. Echidna walked over to Minyu, ignoring Winchidi pretending to lie on the floor. What are you doing here? Sister you? What's with that hair? After assessing the situation and trying to find a way to pretend to wake up, I fell asleep without realizing. The beautiful Winchidi stood among the young. She was angelically beautiful, her face radiant. This is my first time seeing Winchidi in person. Absolutely stunning. She smiled brightly, waving toward Minyu and Ripper. What a coincidence meeting everyone here. I felt so guilty back then. Everyone must have worked hard. Your nick. He tilted his head. Fomet. She burst out laughing, covering her mouth with her right hand. Using Fomet as a nickname, you're really something. His face was speechless hearing this. She raised her index finger, eyes wide. What's the worst thing you've ever done? Was it just now? Again, his face showed helplessness. She laughed again, hand touching her cheek shyly. No offense, but my ideal type is a bad man. You're too. His face showed helplessness for the third. She continued with her hand on her cheek, smiling. But she kept talking by herself as Ripper and he exchanged glances. It feels like she's talking to herself. Do you remember who I am? Who? Why are you asking? She turned, shrugging in frustration as curious eyes watched. I made such a strong impression on you and you don't remember. Looking glances came from behind her. Shameless. Really promoting your. Girls and boys stood there, eyes darting, biting their fingers. The other hunters are all watching with envious. Winchidi became serious before everyone. Hello, hunters. I'm Winchidi. Everyone must have worked hard to get here. Now we'll enter the boss room and are expected to complete the labyrinth tower. Everyone gathered here, silent and attentive. The tower boss is expected to be handled by the guild. So we don't need to prepare for battle. But some variables may arise. So please prepare to protect your. A girl reported before Winchidi. I'll check each team's status. Team A. Aside from lightly injured hunters, everyone is in good condition. Hearing the next question, Unhai became quite sad. What about team? His lonely shadow clenched his fists. Hunter Song from Nebula Guild has fallen in battle. 3 girls stood by the door, so everything's ready, right? The door opened slightly, white light gradually growing from where everyone was. Light shone into her eyes, making her squint and shield them with her suspicious eyes. A long black blade flashed red. Everyone get. Beam of light swept past everyone again. A loud explosion behind. To the girl's shock, finally we've arrived. Beyond the door, he sat like an emperor, wielding a magnificent. The knight captain of Mekong stretched his shoulders, raising his sword. Who will be my she gasped, covering her mouth, falling back. What about Yusiak also worried? Only he stood there, one hand raised. If not, his face filled with fury, eyes burning. He sensed something. His sword blazed with fire. Oh, a strange mixed-up bunch has entered. But light from the sword pierced through the night. Better sort. A black wave surged toward the standing. Everyone panicked, ready to respond. From the shadows, bizarre monsters surround. He worriedly called out, Winchidi, what do we do? A beam of light swept past. Burning hatred rose within him. Winchidi charged forward to attack them, leaving him behind. His eyes showed indescribable emotion, seemingly mesmerizing. Her elegant profile, this is a good opportunity to seduce. She wielded her sharp sword. Fighting. You better watch carefully. Who? He stood with his massive sword. You're really hot-tempered. I was still sorting you all out. No need to sort any. She soared upward, radiating an aura like a celestial being, activating her skill, Vanki D's protection. As Vanki D unleashed her unique, everyone was now enveloped in a shimmering membrane. And while Vanki D activated her protective skill, all allies were surrounded by a defensive. Within this enveloping membrane, she blocked both magical and physical attacks. Streaks of light flashed back and forth between the combatants. She was clad in exquisite armor, her hair streaming in the wind like a warrior's. Her sharp eyes locked onto the enemy. She raised her hand skyward, her hair billowing in the wind. Vanki D's protection. A continuous barrage of attacks struck him, and for 300 seconds all basic attributes increased by 30%. He spun around in a whirling motion, and for 300 seconds, all skills were enhanced by 30%. Streaks of light pierced through the dark. Both sides clashed fiercely, evenly matched, with immunity to all adverse status effects increased by 30%. The blade's tip shot. He spun in circles, shifting through multiple attack stands. A massive streak of light slashed through. He was struck and became ferocious, his eyes glaring into. She launched upward, gripping her sharp spear with overwhelming momentum. An arrogant, charged straight toward. He looked up, following her trajectory as she dove down from. The fingers within the iron armor were sharp. A loud sound. Light radiated out, beams of light enveloping every face gradually appeared, truly demonstrating S-ranks. He was wrapped in a protective membrane. Even an elite-level boss would be like an ordinary demon beast before an S-rank hunter. Manhwa, within the protective membrane, fell into a state of deep contemplation. Kalen's counterattack in battle was somewhat strange. While the relentless battle between the two sides continued through the two people faced each. His eyes flared red. A tall figure holding a sword reached out. A fragment fell in the dark. Her fatal strike swept past him. She braced her legs to stop while behind him fragments. A victorious face with penetrating eyes had eliminated Kalen. The night everyone focused their gaze on her, the person radiating. The girls ran to her side. Absolutely perfect, truly vanquished. She stroked her chin in confusion. What? Everyone began discussing excitedly in the hall. Why was the elite-level boss of the tower so weak that she didn't even need to use high-level attack skills? Wasn't it because Vanki Z is strong? Not so. Not long ago we also cleared the lay still on the ground. Didn't everyone notice? We eliminated the tower's boss but received no system notification of clearing the tower, huh? Thinking about it, that's suddenly something emerged from within his eyes. Her eyes also. A bright aura surrounded him, emanating from. Everyone fell into confusion. People raised their hands to shield against. Also raised his hand to cover his face. What's. The girl and Vanki Z gaped in fear. Clearly the boss had been eliminated. A dark shadow appeared beside him, his body lifted by the light. A fake. He closed his eyes, his mouth full of blood as he called out. Kalen, why must you face death in my. Her face darkened with sorrow. Why? She suddenly shed tears. Why won't you all leave us? His hand still covered his face horizontally, eyes brightening. The real boss has. Above everyone's heads appeared large, brilliantly glowing circular. Those circles dispersed into many more circles appearing above. Vanki Z furrowed her brow, her face dotted with sweat as she leaned. Suddenly Ripper stood beside Manhwa, bending over. All the mages She ran very fast while he remained bewildered, unsure of what was happening. I've waited for this moment for so. Unhai raised his hand to stop her, shouting after her. Hunter Ripper, what are you? But she had already charged forward, her 5 fingers spread. She shot up toward the appearing, spun as if wanting to draw her. Vanki Z's beautiful eyes widened, watching with admiration. A hand reached toward him, moved. She ran to his. Time seemed to freeze here, one of her hands still reaching. Darkness enveloped everything. A small ray of light glimmered in the dark. Ripper lay quietly with closed eyes. She suddenly woke up on the ground in an unfamiliar. This place was a majestic, splendid temple, with only Ripper standing. Sparkling eyes bloomed with a bright smile. She jumped joyfully, trampling on his back. The high price paid to obtain this information was truly worth it. She was so happy she hadn't yet noticed what had. Gritted his teeth lying on the ground. Move. Only then did Ripper notice him. What? Why are you? Megan sat down hard on the ground, hands holding her head. Where's. Her hair at this moment stood up in confusion. A white castle, a scream, a statue of the Virgin Mary stood in the column. Ripper clasped her hands together, sincerely apologizing. My magic doesn't just teleport myself but also teleports those around me. This is a feature of my magic I cannot control. To apologize, I'll give all the items I received to you. Manhwa replied. Alright, let's decide that. Where exactly is this place? She turned toward the two to explain. The Abbey of the Labyrinth. Only when the tower's real boss appears can one enter. He glanced thoughtfully. Your purpose in participating in this tower run was for this space? Is there some treasure hidden in this? She quickly raised one finger to point. No, something much more valuable. She leaned over, posing excitedly to introduce the scenery behind. This place is an abbey. Within this abbey are stored all materials related to demon. The abbey was neatly arranged, pleasing to the eye. Looking at the structure and design of this place, one could know what era they lived in, what culture they had. The statue of Christ was built solemnly inside. One could see that they, like us, had reverence for God and yearning for whether there exists a devout abbey, white and beautiful before them, meaning, here we can find historical materials about demon. He looked at Ripper suspiciously. Just for this you risked your life participating in this tower run? She immediately replied. Just this? What else? These materials are extremely valuable. Finding a data tower like this is as difficult as picking stars from the sky. She clasped her hands before her face, eyes shining with hope. After gathering this data together, it will have great value for the content of the book. It will be the best-selling book of all time and help me become a more capable and famous archaeologist than anyone. This is extremely wonderful. Min Woo beside her could only exclaim admiringly. How romantic! She glanced back hearing him speak. You must be mistaken about something. This library is only decorated like this, as if the demon beasts deliberately arranged this place. This is only inside the demon beast's. His face tensed, trying to explain to Ripper. Simply put, it was set up to execute a single command, to eliminate. His eyes gazed intently, gritting his teeth in displeasure. From our perspective or from the demon beast's perspective, this place will be set up to protect demon beasts. He crossed his arms looking at her approaching the wall, hands touching them. Do you know something? She replied. Here, look at these murals, they depict the history of this. The painting carved a goddess within a circle, surrounded by attendants standing guard, the tower's worldview. Therefore this place depicts content related to the Labyrinth Tower's boss. These characters look like ancient writing, if combined and analyzed. On the wall was sketched the image of a king. In the beautiful and sparkling Balachus kingdom, there was an extremely excellent king. The king was named Jayatran. The king's devastatingly beautiful face on the wall. He had beauty surpassing any woman and could use magic stronger than any. He immediately thought of her tearful face. Could it be talking about the... She continued. Rumors of the king's perfection spread everywhere. His influence was so great that even the citizens of neighboring countries wanted to submit to him. But those too perfect will have many enemies. The kings of neighboring countries were jealous of Balachus's king and together declared they would oppose Balachus. Swords pointed at the kingdom wanting to declare. He sat holding a sword inside the palace to protect the king. Kalen, the Grand Mage, the king's eldest brother, had used dark magic to transform him. He was in large robes. Below his body were massive vine tendrils. Balachus's Grand Mage had exchanged his body with the soul of a tree to obtain powerful. She bowed her head, collapsing in darkness. Dachin fell into despair. The king himself only wished for the kingdom to prosper and the people to live in. She reached out her hand, flames of hatred in her eyes. The loyal subjects following the king, the people revering the king. Dachin could not protect them. All had to die and he crossed his arms, replying in Pagan's astonished gaze. Therefore Dachin built a great fortress that no one could approach. That is the labyrinth. Ripper was again absorbed in the story, pointing. And in the labyrinth beside her, Pagan angrily raised his fist, smashing the wall before him. What's so interesting about reading this so enthusiastically? Because of him, the boss who created and spread this, the boy shouted. Secretary Tsong had to. She scolded him worriedly. What are you doing? If you arbitrarily destroy this, he crossed his arms thoughtfully, looking at the two arguing. We don't know what will happen. Fell silent, arms crossed, looking up, eyes narrowed, gritting his teeth in discomfort. Bright aura flashed past. It seems something has happened. The aura surrounded everyone. All three stood vigilantly watching where the light emanated. He appeared in midair, his imposing posture radiating light all around. Dachin's face appeared. Eliminate Dachin, the boss of the labyrinth. The boy clenched both fists in his student-like outfit, standing in the dark wall. Why am I always... His eyes sparkled, wide and round as if looking at him flying high. Why does this always... Ripper leaned forward, discussing with Min Woo. How should we handle the boss? She tried to explain to him. Didn't you predict this situation? From the beginning I thought that after investigating the abbey I would immediately escape out. She held up the teleport device, her face tense. Through this teleport Dachin stood imposingly, behind him a circle radiating sparkling light. But now... That's right, now it cannot be used, because if a boss still remains in the room, the teleport device cannot be. Dachin's face appeared. Now this place has become a boss. Dachin waved his hand. Inside the sphere it glowed. I gave you all a chance, but you all violated my terror. A bright aura emanated from her, surrounding everyone. I cannot stand idle anymore. I will punish. Min Woo raised his hand defensively, glancing, this petty person. I only damaged one small wall. The last sentence was written like this. Becoming a god within the labyrinth tower. Dachin blinked, waving his hand to control the powerful aura. Becoming theirs. The five-fingered hand pushed the light to attack everyone. Therefore, what god would be pleased seeing their temple destroyed? He looked up. Move away. I always sensed it. Why is a god such a selfish existence? Ripper shielded her hand before her face, squinting. An absolutely beautiful girl with large, bright red eyes smiled cheerfully. No hot. Her face was solemn. Bright aura continued attacking everyone struggled to run. Flames flickered and fire grew larger and larger. His eyes also lit up with bright flame. He worriedly embraced her in the fierce flame. He had fainted in his arms. But her face. The black cloak behind provoked him. What situation is this? Dachin's face appeared behind the cloak layer. The thing you regret most in life will be reenacted. You yourself killed one of the most important people. His anxious face in the sea of flames. You didn't want to kill that person. But besides death, there was no other choice. Isn't that? He confusedly held the girl in his arms, questioning Dachin kneeling beside him. Kill someone? How did I? Dachin continued. I understand you cannot accept. Her eyes gleamed like jewels. I will help you. The mistake you made. I can help you. He tilted his head thoughtfully. Still those jewel-bright eyes. Exactly, His eyes widened. He lowered his head looking at her struggling. If not, the watermarks appeared from within the sea of... She quickly stood up, raising her hand to shield herself from flying fragments. Her eyes questioned. Don't be smug. Is this illusion? He waved his hand toward her, fragments flying as he smiled eerily. You should choose the right target, shouldn't you? Why play such nonsense trick? His sharp face slowly spoke. Sorry, but that's not my memory. So how exactly did you become? Her face sank into the night because I stole everything. His face also gradually dissolved into the night. This is the memory of the original owner whose body I... She angrily radiated light. Start over then. I'm tired of your... Light obscured everything. There is no second. He joyfully shot up into battle. Excellent. Just when my body was finding you extremely irritating. He burst into laughter. Let's play a... Ripper's eyes tensed as she shouted. Ah. She blinked, waving her hand to give him a punch. She stood facing him apologetically. Are you all right? I didn't know you had regained consciousness. Sharp pain. Wondering why it hurts so much. Sharp pain, what should... Light shone through the gaps in the building. What now? This is pain. Everyone has been hit by the boss's mental magic. I also just regained consciousness. I don't know where this is either. It seems... She grasped the hand of the dazed one, thinking, you regained consciousness before even me? Your mental strength is truly impressive. Inside, he and she stood pondering, leaving Pagan stand. He stood there dumbfounded, face flushed red, wondering. That's also the work of magic, isn't it? How long will it take to wake up? No matter how you try to wake him, he won't regain consciousness. I've tried every method already. But his face also reddened as he glanced sideways at her, thinking, there's still one method I haven't... She pondered something, raising one hand thoughtfully, recalling. My brother once said that spot is a man's weakness. A young, strong man, if struck there, will immediately collapse. He looked puzzled, his eyes turned, assuming a striking stance, thinking, just one hit, only one hit. If it were me, what would I look like? Do you want to try? Since you're also a man, you could aim for other more effective locations. Minwoo coldly replied. Not do... She fumed, clenching her fists and closing her eyes as she jumped up, asking, then what should we do? What if he only wakes up when his spirit collapses? Can we use such a simple physical intervention method? From the beginning, mental magic, you also did that in the Magic Beast Nammet's room, right? Like smashing a rock, that's all. This could also be smashed in the same... He ran but he grabbed her hair, saying, if I won't do it, then let me... It's use... He held her hair and explained. Mental magic is very difficult to dispel. If the mage who created it doesn't dispel it, we can't do anything. Now we can only hope he'll wake up on his... She looked up at him, troubled in her heart, wondering. If he can't wake up on his own, what then? Because of my greed, things have turned out this... Pagan fell into a hazy... His eyes wandered, unclear of direction. His entire body was immersed in the night, when he suddenly called out, where is... He followed the direction where doctors and nurses were running to save someone in the... A lone child stood there as voices said, we tried our best, but madam, that child... Madam passed away after giving birth to that child, but there's still breath. What? Must we choose between... He sat alone hugging his knees on the floor, thinking, it's not outstanding... He bowed his head on his knees, realizing, it's in... A young man gently approached him, saying, the chairman has come looking for you. Hurry up now, secretary. He ripped the zero-scored test paper in his hand, asking, am I a bad child like this? He looked up, tears welling, asking, why am I not talented like my sisters? Always just causing trouble. Why did mother die for someone like me? Secretary Tsong raised both hands to wipe the tears from his cheeks, saying, don't say that. Clearly you can also do well like your sister. He turned the situation, creating a blue air current in... Explosions lit up every... He held the phone in his hand, his face staring intently, reading, amazing. Hunter Jia-yoon, not yet 18 years old, has eliminated the A-Tape bot and destroyed the Tower of Destiny. A hero has been... He raised his eyebrows in frustration. Time. Thanks for watching the... Seemed to freeze at the moment Secretary Tsong reached out to save Pagan, calling, young man. A giant chess piece fell from above, landing on Secretary. He sat down in pain, tears falling as he called Secretary Tsong, as if a pair of hands were gripping his throat tightly, thinking, this bat... Another copy of himself was strangling his own neck, the pain tearing in his heart, saying, because of you, Precisely because of you, because of your ambition, Secretary Tsong had to die. Great-grandfather. Shadow turned its back, parting its lips, saying, if you didn't exist, Mother would have. Secretary Tsong's image appeared again, along with even Secretary Tsong. The backs of Minwoo and Ripper appeared as the voice continued. Because of you, 2 more hunters will die. Hands reached toward the throat, saying, from the very beginning, if you hadn't appeared. Pagan collapsed, holding his head in. Her shadow appeared behind him, saying, if you hadn't been born, Her eyes bright as jewels appeared, saying, one like me. I'm the same. Because of my existence, subordinates and common people all had to die meaning. Her hand touched him, saying, I will help you. The mistakes you've caused, I can help you correct. She smiled cunningly, saying, you will be Fragments fell in a face of suffering, eyes becoming soulless, murmuring. He screamed lying there, tormented. Meanwhile, Minwoo and Ripper were staring at him. Both pondered suspiciously. Pagan was in extreme. His eyes were hollow, pupils invisible. Minwoo and Ripper's eyes looked toward. Both decided to rush into the darkness to Ripper grimaced as she charged. A black shadow was standing below, thinking, what is? The monster had appeared. What on earth? The monster's tail swung powerfully up. One strike sent both of them flying back. Ripper stabilized herself as she landed. Facing this figure she couldn't believe, whispering to herself, Hunter. Before she could react, the crazed pagan charged at her like an axe. The chain whipped up mercilessly. It wrapped tightly around the monster's tail that was eagerly at. Minwoo leaped up, controlling the chain whip to draw the attention of. The eyes coldly observed. The monster also reacted extremely instantly. A powerful collision occurred between them as they counterattacked. Minwoo retracted the whip while his eyes remained fixed on them. He lowered his, using the momentum to leap. Once again, the two clashed directly in explosive. Simultaneously, they separated very quickly. Minwoo jumped back and the monster also powerfully stabilized its defensive state. At this moment, he pursed his lips in a laughter he couldn't contain grew louder, making even Ripper freeze in confusion. His face was strangely excited as he said, now I definitely can't win anymore, which made her panic, exclaiming. He looked at the enemy and explained, dodging is easy, but the strength is vastly superior. All abilities are optimized and magic is used simultaneously. He told her, if you and I cooperate, there's a possibility. Ripper was bewildered, asking, then can we stop Hunter? He interrupted her again, saying, to stop him, the only way is to kill him. A system panel appeared in his hand, stating, stop using Minwoo explained, just now I already said, another mage must reverse the spell before he can return to his original state, but coincidentally, the mage who cast this spell on him is the master of this tower. It must be a mage of equal or higher rank than the bot. He asked her, can you do it? Ripper dodged an attack while exclaiming, I can't dispel it. She found it difficult to act, asking, then what should we do? Is there truly no other way besides killing him? If we capture the bot, can we dispel the spell he's... Minwoo calmly replied, that only applies when we capture the bot. But where's the bot? She trembled as she asked, so there's really only one way? He coldly watched the charging figure, saying, there's only one. He lightly flipped to dodge the slash, asking, do you have another reason to enter this tower? I also have another reason. While hanging upside down in the air, he calmly analyzed. There's still one skill I haven't. Jumping back to avoid the slash, he said, the first condition for the skill is being on the tower's highest. Spinning to avoid another move, he continued. The second condition is encountering an unbeatable. The blade once more slashed close to his head as he said, and the final dodging once more as the monster struck empty air. He had already jumped before Ripper, saying, you must be the one to... He spoke the words. His words made Ripper shrink in. She trembled, exclaiming, you can't be telling me to do that. What if something goes... The monster was about to charge at them again while he persuaded her. Your dream is to become an archaeologist. If you die here, there'll be no more dreams. She still tried to object. Minwoo's face darkened terrifyingly, his eyes containing no light, saying, if not, I'll kill that bat. He leaned to her ear, speaking in a manipulative tone. If you put all your strength into it, you can kill him. Kidnapping you here wasn't enough. If you kill someone now, that would really be something to... Ripper pressed her lips together, her body... Minwoo smiled At this moment, the monster had already charged to it. She gritted her teeth, glaring at him hatefully, saying, you bat... Ripper didn't hesitate to strike powerfully into his... Minwoo fell backward with the momentum, coughing. Just as the monster's claws were about to touch his... He smiled faintly, saying, skill. Thrown border. From Minwoo's body, energy exploded blindingly like spurting. Ripper was blinded by the light, not understanding what was happening. White light gathered on his body as if being reborn, with the system announcing, first usage condition, tower's highest floor, completed. Second usage condition, facing a strong enemy, completed. Third usage condition, receiving a fatal blow from another hunter, completed. Data about destroyed body is regenerating a new body suitable for the Ripper was still trying to call to him, hey, are you okay? As Minwoo gradually revived from the energy flow while the system counted down, 5, just as she was still trying to ask, hey, his eyes suddenly burst open with bloody red streaks, and the countdown was about to end. When it reached 1, Ripper looked straight into the energy source to find him, calling, Hunter Fomet. When his voice rang out, not knowing anything would be, having said that, she was immediately struck on the neck. Her eyes grew hazy, gradually losing consciousness. Finally, she fell unconscious. From within the darkness, Minwoo's hand emerged, but with somewhat, his eyes like the red of a devil, he raised his hand, saying, I have something to. What he pointed at was precisely that the monster leaped up, weapons raised, charging just as the blade was rushing forward like wind. Minwoo's cold voice rang out, the price of saving a. Somehow he had already appeared behind the monster, twisting and breaking one of its arms in an. He smiled wickedly, saying, is true. The monster seemed unable to believe it as it turned around. Minwoo's face now resembled a demon's. 2 long horns had grown and his eyes were red like a blood moon, saying, I will take it. The system appeared, stating, skill successfully used. Duration of demon god Fomet until tower complete. In the darkness, someone was panicking, thinking, no, impossible. How did that person regain their person? Witnessing his transformation, had to exclaim, Minwoo was satisfied with his current strength, thinking, it's truly been a long time since I felt my entire body so full of power like this. It's returned, my strength. But this skill can only be maintained while inside the tower, and the usage time is 31,536,000 seconds. This made him very dissatisfied, continuing, and when returning to human form, I can't use the learned skills, which is why I said such selfish. He turned to tell the monster that was reeling from being blinded, hey, don't move. It's been a while since I used it, so I might kill. Minwoo approached to observe it, saying, anyway, now I can see clearly the appearance distorted by. His words made the one in the darkness jolt, thinking, things have turned out this way already. Giving him to me would be. He raised his hand, coldly saying 2 words. Answering him was only a quiet to the point of not a single. From calm, he began to grow irritated, saying, silence. I said, are you defying my words, you damned? A roaring scream rang out as the monster revealed it. A 4-horned monster with a long nose like an anteater's trunk, a neck full of hair and a sharp, ugly armored body, roared. It continued cursing at him angrily. It was so difficult to escape, and again it's you. He remained calm before its panicked appearance, saying, it's been a while, hasn't it, since Lord Beelzebub bought at the Abyss Tower last time. Indeed, the bot of the Abyss Tower was widely known as Fomet. Lord Beelzebub was born with a silver spoon and was the master of the Abyss Tower before that day. Just before Lord Beelzebub reigned, one day he saw someone panting heavily climb. It was precisely Fomet carrying a sack larger than himself, saying, damn it, finally arrived. Why live on such a high floor? Climbing up is exhausting. Grandma, asked the one who was reigning, Lord Beelzebub. He remained leisurely seated, asking back, what is? He recognized who had come, thinking, isn't that the gate-guarding magic beast from the first floor, Fomet? How on earth did that lowly gatekeeper get all the way up? Fomet, from birth a low-level magic beast born with a dirt spoon, had defeated the others when a sword pierced through the sack, which fell out, startling him. Fomet quickly grabbed it, saying, catch it. Phew. Almost only then did he set the sack down on the ground. Lord Beelzebub still sat with legs crossed, watching what the other planned. He criticized bluntly, clumsy fool. Don't waste my time anymore. Hurry and get. Suddenly Fomet spoke up, making him startled. Around him lay scattered various different weapons, as he said, choose any weapon you desire. And the result of the battle was Fomet's victory. Beelzebub, covered in blood, said in terror, wait, you can't kill me. He hurriedly explained to leave himself a way out. If you kill me, this tower will collapse. If that happens, you'll die too. Anyway, you're stronger than me, so I think you should become the boss of this. Beelzebub negotiated with Fomet. My suggestion is only good for you. You'll replace my position and become the boss. If I acknowledge you as the boss of this tower, then you can. He tried to persuade him. I'll lie in the palm of your hand like a dead mouse. Whenever you're tired, I'll help you. Ah, that's right, magic. Do you want to learn things like magic? I'm extremely knowledgeable about later. Fomit was killed by Jayun. Everyone thought he was dead, but he reappeared in human form and said to him, "Dispel the magic on this." Banzabub tried to resist. "Why should I do that for such a trivial Banzabub was very displeased. "You're really as resilient as a dragon." But he still had to obediently perform the magic dispelling. Suddenly, he was a bit surprised. "This magic?" Minwoo asked. "Can't you dispel it?" He immediately became irritated and boasted. "What are you saying? In this world, there's no magic I can't dispel. The magic of the great mage Ban." He used his red eyes to observe. "Although I don't know who it is, I've thought about it a lot, but I just need to use my magic to destroy." Brilliant light shone into the covering the statues and making them even more. Jachin raised her hand toward the source of her face, seemingly very light shone through the gaps between her fingers. "Unable to touch anything here and restart my kingdom. I bear the prosperity and glory of the." While speaking, a fragment fell down. The glory of Bella. She froze in. The space before her eyes seemed to shatter. "Impossible, how can this be? This is a space created by magic. How could this happen? Could someone have already dispelled my magic? Impossible. There's no one in this tower who can dispel my magic." But the cracks grew larger and finally shattering right before her. Jachin couldn't believe it. She stood frozen before these fragments when a voice rang out. "Well done, Ban." A shoe's sole touched Jachin's face. Minwoo leaped forward and kicked her away, causing a powerful shock. Jachin was kicked flying, smashing through the wall. He said coldly, "From now on, I'll handle." Minwoo smiled slightly. "Let's have a match." Jachin nearly collapsed. She looked at the person before her. "How can this?" She stood up and questioned him. "Where exactly does that power come?" Minwoo answered frankly. "Let's see. It seems we're not close enough to talk about such things, right? And what's?" Launched himself forward. Not. Jachin immediately cast countless magic circles appearing and surrounding shot energy beams attacking, but he easily dodged with unpredictable appearing before Jachin in the blink of an eye. Already, she recoiled at this, immediately creating a magic circle and firing directly. Her face showed clear disbelief made Jachin freeze in her magic didn't affect Minwoo at all. "Is that?" Her eyes widened in quickly casting magic circles to surround him from all directions. They fired magic attacks to bind him, and as she called out the name, and the dust gradually, what she saw was a blood-red magic circle with chains shooting out like Jachin hurriedly blocked and saw Minwoo protected within a defensive magic barrier. "Show me more. Otherwise, using this skill would be pointless." He smiled slightly. "Don't you understand my word?" Jachin froze at his as the chains lunged forward, breaking through Jachin's magic and stabbing straight at her. "It means make me feel entertained." Jachin dodged and created another magic circle to block the attack. Suddenly, Minwoo had appeared behind her at some. Jachin jumped up to escape the attack, while Minwoo also destroyed the. He turned and glanced, saying softly. Once more, Minwoo appeared right above Jachin, preparing to deliver a kick. This time, he kicked the protective magic circle she had created. He threw down a powerful punch, but Jachin jumped up and Jachin continuously He didn't let up, pursuing relentlessly while constantly saying. Another punch slammed down. His hand clenched as he continued attacking finally punching hard into Jachin's, sending her flying straight into the. As she slid down, the wall had caved in a large. His crimson eyes repeated. Jachin's face darkened. "Are you mocking me?" Her body suddenly emitted a blinding. Minwoo provoked further. "Oh, now you're planning to show me your true power? That's right. I can smell something interesting about to." He called out loudly. "Ban." He extended his hand and said with a smile. "Give me your weapon. Something big and Banzabub replied. "There isn't any." Minwoo was stunned. The attack had arrived, sending him flying and smashing hard into the wall. When the tower collapsed, my weapons were also destroyed. He was still in shock. "What? Nothing." That moment, a clawed foot appeared on the ground, rough with 5 long blue Minwoo exclaimed in anger, and at this moment, Jachin had summoned a gigantic dragon.
Impossible.
Fury showed on Jachin's. Minwoo jumped up to dodge the magic from the dragon's mouth. "How did she gather them? Banzabub, how did you manage?" He answered in confusion. "The tower's rules are like that. What can I do? And it's my side job." Minwoo asked while jumping. Jachin had appeared behind him, preparing to cast a magic. The dragon also opened its mouth to unleash an attack, while Banzabub continued explaining. "If you take too long to complete the tower, you won't get another chance to." Minwoo resisted the magic from both sides, while listening to Banzabub say, "Why? That skill can only be used inside the tower, and the cooldown time is extremely long, so I hardly get a chance to meet." he said as if disclaiming responsibility to him. So, eat well and live. Minwoo was provoked. You arrogant, tremendous energy erupted from his body, shattering the power of Juchin, and the Juchin was knocked back and gasped in disbelief. He took out an axe, but before anything it already broke. This weapon, if I take out a weapon to borrow, the system notification interrupted. Equipment destroyed by users. He spoke to himself even though the enemy was right before him. The weapon shattered because it couldn't withstand my power, so I can't use ordinary weapons. I just wanted to have a little. Suddenly, he realized he had fallen into a strange space. What is this space? A voice rang out answering him. Having fun with people. Power is just a tool to seek and Juchin raised her hand. For me, power is not something childish like. She stood on the back of a mighty blue dragon, with many other dragons behind her. It's not for using it on trivial matters like. Minwoo was silent for a moment before saying. The other dragons had surrounded him. I have things I need to protect. My subordinate. They prepared to attack with magic as Juchin continued. She hovered facing him closely. My king, compared to these things, the power you were given is worth. With those words, all the dragons fired magic. Juchin's eyes blazed as she shouted loudly. For the glory of Belish. Suddenly, Minwoo's voice rang out, accompanied by a dragon's severed head. What do you know to say such? Juchin turned back in one dragon after another beheaded with their heads flying. Her subordinates' corpses fell right before Juchin's. She stood frozen with a darkened expression and opened her eyes wide looking toward her. Minwoo charged forward, creating a fierce His voice rang out coldly. Thousands of times. His face showed no visible emotion. No, I had to die tens of thousands of times to obtain this. He recalled the scene of himself being stabbed through the neck, killed countless times by the same, and the scene of his death on a spreading pool of blood, limbs severed before being. Even his arms weren't intact, killed and all traces erased. Black wings spread out in the dark space. I was repeatedly killed and revived. Do you know what happened after? His red chains appeared, piercing through the leading dragon as he continued. Again, limbs severed and killed like before. More and more chains appeared. The dragon tried to roar and resist as his voice took on a deathly tone. Again killed and all traces are. Those chains had become wrapping around the dragon, binding it so it couldn't. From the darkness of the tower, blood-red hair, a hand he tightened his fist as his eyes showed cold the chains tightening and strangling the dragon to death. Hot blood sprayed in contrast to the cold atmosphere. And then I stood at the tower's. Juchin was completely silent before this sight. That is power created by my own efforts, not given by any. Juchin coughed up blood from the backlash, unable to resist as she heard him say, Someone like you dares to judge my power? She trembled. What exactly are Minwoo in half-demon, half-human form, with horns and black wings and blazing red. His hand pierced through her chest, grasping her. He looked up, staring straight at his enemy. Fomit, I was once a tower. Someone asked, What's at the end of the tower? The other answered, Number 18. Didn't you ask this question before? Of course, there's the grand boss. The person asked again, So if I'm determined, can I see the end of the tower? The other replied, Not just determination. We have to overcome a huge mountain to. Number 18 was the Fomit. You have to kill the unnumbered Fomit guarding the great gate to reach the next. Understood. Like hunters. The other Fomit asked back, But hey, number 18, since when did you start? Oops. The other Fomit heard number 18 say, So, kill the gatekeeper. Which startled him. He tried to stop him. Do you think you're capable of doing that? That Fomit is several times stronger than you. You'll be the one who dies. Number 18 said to him, Do you know what strength ordinary monsters have that bosses? Raised a finger to explain. Bosses only have one life. But as long as the boss lives, we live for. The other couldn't understand. Even so, you'll still die to the gatekeeper, and you can't kill him in return. But number 18 ignored his words. And furthermore, this seems to be a special case that other monsters don't. I can sense myself growing stronger after dying and reviving. If I fight when my power surpasses the gatekeeper, won't I be the victor? And the title Fomit of the gatekeeper who wasn't numbered. Returning to the present, Minwoo in four-horned, winged form. The system notified as he held the heartstone before his slain. You have eliminated Juchin, boss of the Labyrinth Tower. The tower has been complete. He gazed thoughtfully at the. No matter how much he thought about it, there weren't many who could handle this. Minwoo asked himself, to the point of killing. His face terrifyingly dark. It must be quite interesting. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Juchin wasn't dead yet, but was crawling and clinging to his leg. I can't die, not for my. He stepped back on her hand. Heart taken but still alive? Your determination is truly astounding. He scolded Juchen at fool, this is just a game set up as a tower climbing system. Do you really think you're the monarch of a Juchen trembled, not understanding. Tower setup? That's right, it's just a setup. From the beginning, there was no such thing as a kingdom, and you're not a monarch either. His words threw Juchen into crisis. You're just a monster set up to help hunters grow stronger. She couldn't believe it at all. No, impossible, how can that be? I'm a monster. He suddenly noticed something happening. Boss, monster, set up, the space and her body, like data streams, were disappearing. Error detected. Juchen's Minwoo couldn't understand. What? Error in AI detected. Delete burst forth blindingly, forcing him to cover his eyes. Gritted his teeth and muttered. What? What exactly is happening? Minwoo suddenly discovered someone in a hooded robe appearing from somewhere behind. He approached that person and I noticed something very strange. Besides myself and Bot, I sensed another presence in this space, seemingly harmless, so I ignored it. He lowered his gaze to stare directly at the stranger, causing them to panic, and asked, "You're the hunter from Team C with me?" His voice was full of threat as he said, "Ye." The cloaked figure trembled hearing him speak. Hiding there for what purpose? Outside the light suddenly shone through the dark. A woman's hand emerged from the transport. A three-person team stepped out of. It was none other than Vanki Z's team, whose members wondered aloud, what happened when the exit gate opened? And we received a notification that the tower was completed. What's going on? Vanki Z realized something, looked behind them at another. A dark-haired head appeared from that. She jerked in surprise, eyes wide, staring straight and exclaiming. The person who appeared was none other than Minwoo, following three teammates, the hunter court. Inguk medical. Two people walked while talking, one saying, "He's currently being taken to the VIP treatment room." And someone asked, "What's his condition?" "He's in the VIP room and he refused." A woman among them became irritated. "What? Leave him in the VIP room and not perform surgery?" The other replied, "Because he refused surgery, ma'am." And it turned out she was Lee Sangha, Pagan's older sister, and her Sangha, dissatisfied, scolded, "Did you even hear what you just..." Then she had reached the room door and turned. Pagan and two family members were all. The sisters were all crying in heartbreak for Pagan when he intervened. Sister Sang-hun, "Don't make a scene. Why did you come here?" "Nothing's..." Sangha frowned. "Father also planned to come, but I stopped." Her eyes showed some helplessness as she continued. "I'm furious. Why did you refuse, sir?" His gentle words stunned everyone. Secretary Kong died with only one arm. Pagan seemed to be suffering a tremendous shock. Secretary Kong said it was very dangerous and we shouldn't continue, but I stubbornly insisted on it. The one who should have died was me. Secretary Kong lost everything and only one arm remained, while I only lost one arm, so what's the big deal? The atmosphere in the room. Pagan struggled to say, "The lost arm can be restored. Before that, I nearly died halfway, so where's the hunter who..." Ah Song-un stood frozen, staring at the scene before his eyes. Minwoo was chewing noisily when Song-un couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" He flinched. Huh? He seemed at a loss for words. Such a luxurious hospital room, munching food like that, is that acceptable? Minwoo very naturally mumbled through his food. "I wasn't injured at all, but everyone arbitrarily brought me here to be hospitalized. Please swallow first, then..." He had to explain everything again. The Royal Association suddenly came saying I was the hunter who saved their young master or something, then brought me here. They asked what I needed, so I said I was hungry. Song-un was shocked and exclaimed, "What? Royal Association, the Royal Corporation?" Seemed unconcerned. My first impression of him was an annoying blonde guy, but he doesn't seem so bad after. In my experience, anyone who gives me free food can't be a bad person. But how did you know I was here, Cat? Song Yuan's face darkened, then he explained, "If the tower is completed, the system automatically sends a notification. People like me can check immediately." And he looked at the person happily eating before him. "I checked the news and saw the notification that the Labyrinth Tower was completed, and the hunter who completed it was you, right? I heard you were transferred to this hospital, so I came here." Song uncrossed his arms, assessing the situation, and asked incredulously, "Did you really complete the tower?" This offended Minwoo. "What? You still think I'm a..." As they were talking, another group of people arrived. "I'm still very skeptical about this. I acknowledge your growth rate, but it's still not enough for you to complete the..." That group had already located him, while Minwoo was still arguing. "Need proof? Want to see the magic stones, the loot received from killing the..." Song-un said awkwardly, "There's clearer proof than..." Just as he was explaining, someone arrived. "Tower completion certificate." That person interrupted the conversation. "It's quite late now, but I didn't expect government people to arrive before." Minwoo immediately recognized the voice. He recognized him. This guy, who spoke mockingly. Why would someone without authority? Minwoo recalled how this person had mocked him before. Very pleased to meet the hunter who completed the abyss. I'm honored. I'm the director of the Hunter Development Department. This was also the one who had once humiliated him with his foot, dismissing him with the ugliest expression. A failed product. What a waste of... He was Hajiguk. That fraud. Returning to the present, he smiled arrogantly. And seeing your delighted... The person he spoke of was Minwoo. Long time no see. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Jiguk. He still wore a hypocritical smile. Not a good reaction. I was very happy to see you. He used a sarcastic tone to deny him. It's confirmed that the E-rank tower has been completed, and that person is our fraud. What fraud this time? What's more, Captain Ma is also... His eyes seemed calculating. The scheme is exposed. Jiguk smiled as if exposing something. The government's secret program, he taunted mockingly. Anyway, a fraud who wants to eat and live has to do such dirty work. But fraud, can Captain Ma hand? Song Yuan's face darkened hearing him speak. Your superior is even more vicious. Minwoo began to struggle with these matters. Killing 7 innocent S-rank hunters at once. In a flash, Song-un had lunged at him. Then was his subordinate Ji-hyun quickly exclaimed. Jiguk calmly blocked his attack. Is Captain Ma crazy? Don't you know that if we fight here, this entire hospital will Song-un warned in a low voice. Jiguk, Captain, don't cross. He began his passive-aggressive nonsense again. What line? I'm just telling the truth. Don't talk nonsense about other people's business. Let's just talk about the main issue. Our purpose here is to verify, right? Did Hunter Quartet really complete the labyrinth? He laughed mockingly. So that red system panel appeared. Fine. I'll show you what you want. He stood before them and said, Tower completion certificate. Small orb emitting radiance floated in his palm. The labyrinth tower certification received from the boss. At first I didn't know what this was for, but it turns out it's used at times like that. He pressed forward, looking straight into his eyes. Still think I'm a... Jiguk seemed truly... He ground his... Vince bulged clearly on his face. You think I could stake my judgment on a failed product? Someone said. Wasn't the failure on your part? He jerked around. The person who appeared was none other than Pagan's forces. Ji-hyun quickly reminded. Captain, that's someone from the Royal Association. And he changed his expression to a pleasant one. Oh, so isn't the next chairman of the Royal Association Director Lee? She closed her eyes, seeming cold, and replied. So it's an old acquaintance. Continued talking. I was also planning to contact you about the business plan. Unexpectedly running into you here like... Pagan asked. Sister, does this person have government connections? He lowered his head to look at him. This young man... He bowed with a fake smile. This is the youngest son of Royal Corporation's chairman. Are you also a hunter? But where were you injured? In the labyrinth tower. Jiguk's throat tightened. The labyrinth... He pointed at Minwoo. That hunter saved... His eyes looking at him became threatening. But you're being disrespectful to the benefactor who saved my life. Jiguk fell completely silent. Pagan spoke up again. Sister, what business are you planning with the government? Can you give me advice? This person couldn't even recognize the hunter who completed the tower and considered him a fraud. Should we cooperate with someone so blind? You're planning to do business with them regarding hunter development. A project to find undiscovered awakened one. Sangha enthusiastically responded. Hey! Another person poked Jiguk's. It was another daughter of the Lee family. Can you step outside? I have something to say to this. Another sister also spoke up. Oh, don't be upset, because that's our family's. From them emanated an aura targeting their... An enemy of our benefactor is also our family's. Decisively drive him out. So please step out. In contrast to Min Woo's triumphant smiling, a smile bloomed on Min Woo's lips. What exactly is this situation? Sounds like he's taking Min Woo's side, right? Could this be a good thing? Look at Director Ha's expression. It's completely twisted. So let's mock him together. And Min Woo's face appeared in Jiguk's. Furious. He kicked the chair in front. That damn bat. Ji-hyun quickly intervened. Director, please calm down. You tell me to calm down? Being humiliated by that piece of trash. How can I calm? Didn't understand. What happened? Clearly when he left, he was just a worthless nobody without any power. Could it be late away? He pondered deeply. Did I overlook something? This confused his subordinate. He seemed immersed in his own thoughts. I climbed to this position purely by intuition. According to my feeling, that brat was just trash not worth investing. Jiguk ordered. Ji-hyun, investigate him. His expression clearly showed doubt. Something. Back at the hospital. Pagan spoke up. This stunned both Min Woo and Song. He humbly recounted. Honestly, At that time I had completely lost my spirit and should have died. Moreover, I did something shameful. Thank you for enduring and saving. Minwoo's response to Pagan was an utterly indifferent face, seemingly uncaring. Understood. I was planning to let you fall. So watch episode 6. One of the Lee sisters said to Sangha. First, let them talk privately. Let's step outside for now. And she agreed. That seems. At this moment, she turned to engage Song-un. You're the person in charge on the government side, right? I'd like to discuss business with you. Do you have to? He also understood and followed awkwardly with a smile. I'm in a department that mainly leans toward public services. That works. They're somewhat interested. The atmosphere also fell into silence. Minwoo rubbed his head, looking tired. Honestly, I didn't plan to save you. I only saved you because of that female hunter. Pagan silently listened to his. Minwoo recounted the situation. She thought that because of her, you and I got dragged into it, so she tried hard to save us. So I made a deal with her and. He fell silent, contemplating. Moreover, I believe that with your condition then, you couldn't continue climbing the tower, so I left you alone. So I also want to be straight with you. Even if you died, I wouldn't. However, Pagan said something that stunned. On the contrary, I feel fortunate that everyone is still alive. Thank you for saving me. And he, collapsing emptily, confused, he asked, you and that girl are truly incomprehensible. I'm happy about surviving, but is someone dying in the tower something to worry about so much? The tower is a place where death always lingers near. He thought to himself, really don't understand. He stood up and asked, anything else to say? The reason I came here wasn't just to receive an apology and end. Only then did Pagan get to the main point. Regardless of how it happened, there's no denying you saved me. So I want to repay you. Say what you want. I'll do everything possible to repay you. But Minwoo didn't seem very interested. Perhaps what just happened isn't. He crossed his arms and shrugged. Anyway, I don't plan to accept your gratitude. Then he pointed at the lavish feast on the table. First, can I finish all? Pagan was slightly surprised and at a loss. That's for you? Eat it all or throw it away. Either is fine. And he asked again. And about the armor I damaged? He very decisively resolved it. I don't plan to hold you responsible. Anyway, the Reaper Hunter said it was. He looked at him, confused. Just that? Those things didn't need to be. Seemed Minwoo was pondering something. So you have a lot of. The young hunter sighed innocently. Standing before him was a terrifyingly massive demonic beast. And with his own strength alone, he couldn't possibly It opened its maw wide, as if signaling his impending defeat. But damn it, if only he had team. The young man gritted his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut, enduring the thought. If only he had teammates, then a demonic beast like this would be nothing. But just Ian unappeared like a god, cheerfully shouting that if he needed teammates. Not. The two exchanged a high five full of comradely spirit, as there was now a team matching system for advertisement also featured the appearance of a genie offering Songkin, a system for renting necessary equipment like swords and shields, because he was a fighter. The commercials ran continuously, promoting lending locations exclusively for hunters with interest rates lower than banks. And what was all this light he couldn't see out? A 24-hour treatment system for hunters was operating, with diverse benefits and welfare programs tailored to families of hunters based on their contribution levels. So hunters could focus on hunting demonic beasts with peace. Finally came the scene of Ian and the actors celebrating together, shouting that the Central Hunter Management Bureau would help with all these. The film paused on his face, displaying text about the sponsor. This advertisement was produced in collaboration with the Minwoo held a can of drink and he stood before the TV, commenting that no matter how many times he saw it, he still couldn't get used to it, filming that disgusting thing and then spreading it everywhere, and Ian was extremely displeased with this and criticized. Minwoo turned back, puzzled, asking if he was a director today, and Ian pushed up his glasses, saying he just came to see him for. Ian pointed at the young hunter in the advertisement, explaining that originally it was supposed to be a video of a handsome young man who was also an idol in the hunter community. But the problem was his acting was so terrible that they had to. Someone else spoke up, startling him, asking if he was now cursing their June, and threatening to sue him for this. So he quickly corrected himself, apologizing and saying he'd watch his. When he turned back, Ian was even more surprised, exclaiming about Representative Han, and Yeo Yong smiled, saying it had been a while since they met. Hunter Minwoo also recognized her, exclaiming about seeing her at the orientation, and she introduced herself as Han Yeo Yong, asking if he was well, and Ian explained that Representative Han would be in charge here today, then asked if he'd seen the news yet. What? Ian handed him his phone, telling him not to just listen to music and take photos, but to pay attention to society. He told him to look, as there were countless articles about him, and Minwoo read aloud that Mr. A had been cornered by public opinion and become a fraud, but Mr. A had now clarified the truth. These articles were all thanks to Hunter Pagan from the Royal Guild. Returning to that day at the hospital, Pagan had listened to his request about writing articles, and Minwoo explained that he'd heard money could be used to control public opinion, and he wanted to correct the rumors calling him. Pagan found it very simple, saying that if it was just that, there was no need for money, as their corporation had a ready team of journalists, but then he added one more thing, hoping that no articles would mention that he was the one who completed the Labyrinth Tower, and Pagan was, why? If they reported that, wouldn't it make denying he was a fraud more convincing? This was an opportunity for him to become a famous. Minwoo calmly said there were many people hunting him, and until he hunted them down, he didn't want to reveal his. Co Ian Un was satisfied, putting away his phone, saying the bait had been cast and perhaps in a few hours the online community would be in complete chaos. Right? Minwoo suddenly asked back if he wasn't too calm, as this could get him cursed. He didn't care much, saying that no matter what he did, he'd get cursed at anyway, and besides, the department he was in charge of wasn't the one that directly received the abuse, so anyway, Representative Han, please take care of Hunter. He said goodbye and immediately left, saying he still had important things to do and had to go. Yeo Young also commented in surprise that if she looked closely at the magic department head, no, she meant. He seemed quite attentive to Hunter Fomet, as it was very rare for him to pay attention to such. She turned to ask Minwoo why, and he crossed his arms thoughtfully, saying this made her silently affirm that there was something. Yeo Young also led him away, saying they should go, and Minwoo followed, asking in surprise that he didn't expect this function to be here too, as he thought it was only at the Hunter Training Department, and she explained that the Hunter Training Department was a specialized area so they were very busy, which is why this was assigned to them, and the efficiency was exactly the same so he didn't need to worry. Now Hunter, come this. She pushed open the. Inside was a man wearing a white lab. She unlocked the door. Yeo Young continued explaining that before taking the test, she would introduce the doctor who would conduct the examination. The man in the room extended his hand, saying, just as she opened the door and said to come in, the man rushed out. The place the man rushed toward was exactly where Minwoo. The doctor was also startled and couldn't break in. Directly caused a collision and fell. Dr. Gusuk awkwardly scratched his head and laughed, saying what an embarrassing. He tried to explain his behavior, saying that because he had to catch a flying fly and couldn't let it fly inside, he had to be careful to avoid fatal errors, then sighed that if the young man hadn't sensed and dodged it, it would have been a bit. It turned out that earlier when Gusuk rushed forward, Minwoo had reacted in time to dodge to the side. But what Gusuk assessed that the magic department head was as cold as everything he'd heard. And Minwoo showed his displeasure, saying surely people talked badly about him behind his back. The doctor quickly deflected and introduced himself as Kim Gusuk, the person in charge of testing the hunter's rank. Explaining about the test, he said that originally rank was calculated according to data, but with a low-rank hunter who suddenly completed a dungeon. Minwoo also listened to him say that with such a special case, they would examine and arrange according to actual combat ability. The test would take place in 3 stages, and he could quit. He smiled, saying he would start the test. Minwoo calmly said to be. A sphere appeared displaying data state. Gusuk instructed him to just select and touch the blue. Minwoo also calmly observed his surroundings, noting that besides the blue sphere, if he touched any other colored spheres, a point would be deducted. You're not colorblind, are you? He glanced, saying no, and Gusuk was relieved, glad to avoid the trouble of having to readjust the program. Following his instructions, Minwoo rushed forward like the wind, quick and spun around and in the blink of an eye had caught a sphere. His legs bent slightly downward, reflexive ability, visual. Minwoo instantly spotted the last sphere located high above his feet. This was a comprehensive ability. He leaped up and grasped the sphere within. Gusuk then announced as demonic beasts successively rushed out. Stage 2, Stage 3. Night Parade of 100. How's that? I named it myself. I used data from the tower and created an environment where demonic beasts can exist. And they swarmed like ants surrounding him from all sides, testing how many demonic beasts he could hunt in 300. A claw lunged. It was directly blocked by his sword. Just as it tried to escape, Minwoo had already leaped up and slashed through its. After it came other demonic beasts killed by. Some had their bodies, some had their shoulders, some had their heads. He was like a god of death, continuously slashing and killing until blood splattered and soaked his. The final round had a Stage 3. Since it was Stage 3, it had to have its own level, so he would summon the boss. A demonic beast's foot appeared, and through fighting this boss, they would test the hunter's destructive. His eyes froze, and in case the situation was assessed as dangerous, what appeared was the familiar dragon-type demonic beast, and Gusuk told him it would be controlled to end the. Minwoo recognized it as the beast that had nearly killed him, but this one back then. His face on his lips suddenly bloomed a delighted smile. Long time no see, and back then, because he was too weak, he had begged it, but the sword he held was still dripping. The demonic beast's eyes gleamed brightly. From Minwoo's body burst forth a powerful aura, his sharp eyes looking at his prey, asking if it was ready.
Yeo Young stood stand.
Her eyes widened at the scene before her, It couldn't. Minwoo held his sword and flew toward the demonic beast. It was the demonic beast continuously. Minwoo powerfully rushed. Two streams of energy collided with each. Continuously from one blow to the next, he still blocked. The demonic beast stumbled, tilting it raised its massive claw to it. He showed a cold smile, asking if it was attacking with that. Minwoo stabbed his sword straight through it. Yeo Yong cried out in shock when she saw him and the demonic beast blazing, saying she didn't understand anything. Minwoo's flames burned the dragon until it was nearly obliterated. Yeo Yong stood stunned. Gusuk seemed very amused, laughing and lamenting that this was big trouble. If the boss's data was burned like this, it would take quite a lot of time to but isn't this a scene we've seen many times before? She jerked, asking back. Minwoo's silhouette blazed brilliantly in the sea of flames, and Gusuk seemed to be reminded of someone else through him. He turned to tell her that Raven had lived in the Abyss Tower and also died in that very Abyss Tower, and he was very curious about what kind of hunter. At Minwoo's residential, he returned home but was still deep in thought, no matter how he thought of it. He recalled the two people earlier after he finished the test, thinking it was too suspicious, as he sensed their eyes looking at him held something very deep. He opened the door anxiously, thinking that indeed, here he couldn't act freely like in the tower, and he had to be careful until he knew the identity of those who wanted to. He heard the phone ring. Team Leader Ma, what is it? He answered that he was calling to check if he was doing well, and it was already noon and the weather was. It would take some time to get the test results, as ranking wasn't a simple matter, and Minwoo didn't feel bothered, as Representative Han had already told him, but Co Ian unasked if he'd tried using the Labyrinth Tower certificate yet, and he didn't understand how. This left him speechless, saying as expected he'd completely forgotten what he taught him back then, telling him to use it because his father Minggu would like it, and Minwoo wondered, opening the system panel, what exactly. Blinding light appeared, making him. The system also announced that the Labyrinth Tower certificate had been used. He stood stunned, feeling something changing. The level of all skills increased by 1 thanks to the reward for completing the labyrinth. Minwoo was shocked for a moment. Co Ian unexplained further that this was a reward exclusively for those who completed the. Minwoo quickly checked his stats panel again. The skill levels really did increase, and this was why the Evil Guild designated people to handle. Co Ian unconfirmed that this was the reason why top hunters, even after completing most towers, continued to sweep through towers, and this made him find it hard to believe. So this was what players exploited, and if he'd known about this good thing earlier, he would have quickly become human. But wait, if so, then that skill. Chan no BR Zek skill cooldown 27,734,400 seconds. In the case where the cooldown reaches 0 seconds, something special may. He raised his eyebrows at those lines. What special thing would happen? But it seemed the cooldown had really decreased, and he stiffened when he realized something. Instead of enhancing the skill's ability, it reduced the cool. On the other end, Co Ian Un was strangely proud, saying he was envious, wasn't he? So if possible, he'd assign him tasks related to towers, as there weren't many superiors in the world who thought of their subordinates like. Deafening scream suddenly erupted from the phone, fell down along with Minwoo's groan, asking what was happening as he suddenly felt nausea. He turned pale and collapsed, resisting. The space around him seemed to be transforming as he turned pale, this feeling of nausea. His head felt like it was splitting. Why was this suddenly? A purple flower blazed clearly in the dark. System's embodiment smiled faint. Minwoo stood stunned in pain. From the house emanated brilliant golden rays of. He lay collapsed on the ground, dry heaving. Damn it, what was. A different cough suddenly made him look. The boy struggled to wipe his mouth, crying out in pain. This strange feeling was unbearable. His vision was blurred as he looked at Minwoo, gradually revealing the figure clearly before his eyes. On the ground was a naked young boy sitting dazed. Face. Why did Fomit's face look so? Minwoo also stood frozen looking at him. This feeling, could it be you? Ba and Yi. A scream from the house echoed through the blue sky. Ba and JBUP cried out in pain, covering his face. He had become an ordinary and hideous human. This couldn't be. He collapsed against the wall, covering his face. It can't be, and Minwoo handed him newly bought the magnificent mane, the beautiful rippling hair, the perfectly triangular body like a sculpted masterpiece. Where had it all gone? Why had he turned into this hideous body? Minwoo was Seriously? Put on your After that, she furiously pointed her finger at him and said, "It's all because of you." What? Because you absorbed the boss's aura, I ended up like this. Minwoo was slightly surprised. The boss's aura? Are you talking about the certification I received at the Labyrinth Tower? She affirmed, "That's right, exactly that. Because of it, I was kicked out of your body." But he still didn't understand, and I can understand that you were kicked out of my body because of that thing. But why did you transform into a human form? She glanced at him irritably and said, "How would I know? Maybe because this form suits the human world, so I transformed into this." She continued, and Beelzebub collapsed even further, saying, "But there are so many forms. So why did I turn into a child without any presence like this? Even worse, because you became weaker. I also became weaker along. Hearing that, he finally understood, and so that means I still have authority over you. She became embarrassed and angrily scolded. Of course. Otherwise, why would I have come out of your... He then showed a dangerous smile, and so I can order you around however I want. He immediately shouted arrogantly, order me around? From now on, let me eat delicious food and lots of things. Then Beelzebub had to break into a cold sweat when she saw Minwoo starting to prepare to crack his knuckles. Recently, what did you say to me and then try to run away? If I complete the tower, then we won't have a chance to meet for a long time. Didn't you say I should eat well and live well? He rushed forward, wanting to teach her a lesson, saying, stop right there. I'll show you just how well I've been eating. And she also ran away without delay, saying, why did I even mention eating well and living well? That was just my warm blessing. She ran out of the house, cursing. After running a distance, she turned back to look and said, his mind is also rotten. He even remembers that Minwoo was still fiercely chasing after her, shouting, that dragon, won't you? But just as he stepped out the door, he was blocked by a group of aunties. Are you home today? They talked among themselves, asking, what's his name? I think the real estate office lady said he's Minwoo's father. The middle-aged woman then signaled to him, saying, come on, young man, follow me. On the way to the old ladies, they continued talking even though he didn't understand anything, saying, have you been here long? No, he called so urgent. He stood there dumbfounded, thinking, what is this? He also realized, these are the ladies living in the same neighborhood. Why are they suddenly dragging me like this? The ladies were still talking when the old lady at the front stopped him and, well then, let me take you, young man. Minwoo stood there stunned, not understand. After that, he stood there stunned, finally understanding, and said, it still works, but it's broken. What? He and the old lady were standing in front of a broken electric bicycle when she said, try fixing it and he let out a breath and furiously shouted, what is this old lady saying? Why do I have to fix it? And who are you people? The lady calmly introduced herself, saying, I'm Kim Yunja. Those two earlier are Mr. Park from next door and Mrs. Song from downstairs. He was so angry he couldn't hold it in and said, I wasn't asking about that. She weakly massaged her shoulder and said, look, I'm old now, so I don't have the strength to fix that thing anymore. I hope a young man like you can. But he decisively walked away, making her quickly call out, hey, young man. He grumbled irritably, do they think I'm some handyman? Why should the system appeared, saying, I think you should accept the He froze as if dead, staring in horror at that bright red system panel and thinking, the mission read, fulfill the requests of those around you. If you refuse, you will be crazy and cursed at it, saying, hey, what kind of joke is this? What kind of bizarre mission is this? And it even says, if you refuse, you will. It calmly replied to him, because I'm very selfish, as you. Minwoo retorted, hey, is it possible that back then, when I said you were selfish in the Labyrinth Tower, you've been holding a grudge until. It answered as if provoking him. Who knows? It's just because I'm selfish, as you. He asked in despair. What? But why are you acting like this? The system then explained to him, saying, I've been thinking about how you can develop affection for humans in a different. He was taken aback and said, what? The system's embodiment smiled cheerfully and said, because the methods can't be the same. So in order to interact with humans, you have to find your own. He couldn't understand that and said, don't tell jokes. What the hell is affection? Up until now, what have I been? She held out her hand and said, of course this and that are different. Can't you distinguish between enemies and allies? He angrily shouted, of course not. For me, there are only enemies and toys. She looked at him with half-closed eyes, at a loss for words, and then said, then I can only answer you this way. Now you will die immediately. The door was pushed open again. Mrs. Yunja turned back to look, not seeming very surprised by his appearance. The young man came back. He raised his eyes, which had lost all hope, and asked, how do I fix that? Night fell, and the warm lights from the houses lit up a tranquil, hazy atmosphere. A wild cat sat at the bottom of the stairs, startled, turned its head, quickly ran away when a car passed. A pair of leather shoes stepped on the ground as two men stood on the balcony chatting, saying, that poor neighborhood. Huh? The only place in Seoul that hasn't developed at all. It seems the people living there are doing quite well. Can it be done? I've observed, and most of them are elderly and weak. So what? One of them asked, and the other continued. So how long will it take to drive all those old people out and clean up that? The other person, with pink-dyed hair and a scar by his mouth, smiled and replied, it won't take much time, as long as there are no unexpected incidents. The one resident living in this neighborhood, who used to be a top-ranked hunter of the Minwoo held his hand up in front of his face and shouted in pain. Mrs. Song saw that and immediately came over to ask, did you get hurt while hammering me? At that moment, Mrs. Yunja also came over, looked around busily, and then spoke up, saying, are you here, young man? Whenever the old ladies in the neighborhood call, you always come. A moment later, all three of them stood under a large tree, and she continued, last night, after Mr. Song fed the cat, it climbed all the way up the tree and couldn't get down, so it stayed up there crying all night. Mrs. Yunja continued asking for help, saying, you're so tall, if you could but before she could finish, he had already taken a running start and jumped up into that. Just a moment later, Minwoo had jumped down to the astonishment of the two old ladies, holding the dirty black cat up and saying bluntly, throughout the neighborhood, desperate cries began to ring out, saying, the cat is injured over there, there. Ah. This time, he was at another old lady's house on the ground floor, and she was petting her white dog while saying to him, hey, you did a great. Or another time, Minwoo went to another old lady's place to help her trim trees, and she also told him, just take it slowly. Time passed like that, from one season to the next, then 10 years, 20 years, until even he himself had become an old boy. Cheerfully held up both his hands in front of his face and said, and end your life by becoming the highest level free laborer in that. He was painting at the time, and when he heard him say that, then he immediately chased after him, making the boy run. At this time, in a rather luxurious, Minwoo was holding a box and looking at something with hateful eyes, saying, what are you? Jinwoo was lying on a large piece of cardboard, reading a book, and replied to him, it's very interesting. Even for trivial existences like them, it's quite fast. At this moment, he excitedly sat up and continued, Minwoo, now I understand a little why you wanted to become human. Hearing this, he said with annoyance, enough, you should go to work. Hearing him say that, he calmly replied, what? I'm still too small to carry heavy things. If you make me do that, you'll be accused of child abuse. He said with annoyance. What nonsense is that? Behind him, an old lady appeared at that moment, and seeing her, he changed his tone, saying, oh man. He took the book and went over to the old lady, acting adorable and saying, I've finished reading all these books. Do you have any more for me to read? Seeing this, the system appeared at this time and asked, Beelzebub is adapting very quickly. Seeing that, he said dismissively, he always says he doesn't like being a child. But anyway, he's very good at dealing with. In space, the voices of two people conversing rang out, asking, but why did he become human? Hearing him ask, the system answered, seeing it say that, he asked a bit angrily, let's see, don't you know about the existence of God? Hearing that, the system explained, I only hacked into Earth's. Continued, so only the one who set up this Earth would know. Minwoo placed the box in his hands in the right position and said, that. He glanced sideways into empty space and warned, please stop this game. How long do you plan to bother me with? The system then announced the main task, saying, main mission. Find a way to help and gain the affection of the resident. His voice rang out when he saw that requirement, saying, moreover, it's too vague. Hearing that, the system replied, anyway, it's very useful. Hearing that, Minwoo laughed mockingly, saying, useful my ass. It's not like it's medicine or a cure for illness. He recalled the times he helped the old ladies in the neighborhood, and after fixing the bike for Mrs. Yunja, he said, I've fixed it. Hearing that, she replied, great job. Now I'll. Or another time, an old lady called him, saying, why doesn't my house have hot water? Hearing that, he could only reply, wait a moment. I'll ask someone I know to come fix it. He said helplessly, why am I being forced to do these things anyway? At this time, Mrs. Song spoke up behind him, saying, a few years ago, there was also a young man your age living in that. Hearing her voice, he turned around in surprise. She was still smiling cheerfully and said to him, everyone was very curious because they didn't know why a young man would move to live in a place like. He recalled the past and continued, whenever you walked by, you could see bottles of alcohol piled up in front of his house. He just stayed inside the house unless he went out to buy alcohol. Mrs. Song remembered when Mrs. Yunja reminded him and continued, Mrs. Kim said that only a dead person would live like that. That's why everyone in the neighborhood kept asking him to do this and that. She still remembered his image and continued, at first he was also suspicious, just like you. After that, he silently helped. Mrs. Song continued telling the story, saying, Time slowly passed, and he gradually smiled and proactively started conversations with everyone. The number of bottles in front of the door also gradually decreased. One day, he said he had to leave the neighborhood, and before leaving, he asked me. At that time, he bowed his body and said, "If someone comes to live in the house where I used to live, if that person is also like me, please help." Hearing that, he fell asleep. The meal, his face was full of energy as he asked, "Where does that guy live? I need to talk to him." In his heart, he thought, "Because of him, I've had to work so." On the dining table, filled with appetizing dishes, they ate while chatting together, asking, "How's the food? Does it suit your taste?" "It's delicious. I heard that these days, young people don't usually like these dishes." While they were eating, Mrs. Song noticed something. Soo-yeon came in from outside, and seeing her granddaughter, she immediately asked, "Just getting home now? Have you eaten?" Hearing her ask, she replied, "I already ate with friends. I still have to study, so I'm going to my room. Don't bother." After saying that, she coldly went in. Mrs. Song looked at her granddaughter's back and cheerfully introduced her, saying, "That's my granddaughter. She's very smart, so she studies very well too. When I was in school, I never won first." This time, in another building, a person was leaning on his hand. Director Jang looked at his phone screen and softly spoke, saying, his two subordinates sat in the chairs opposite him, and one of them asked, "Boss, what should we do about this?" Hearing that, he asked back, "What's so special? Just call everyone." Hearing that, the other one replied, "Yes." At this moment, remembering something, he spoke up, saying, "Oh, that's right. There's one house that can be easily dealt with." Hearing that, the subordinate was confused, asking, "Yes, is it the house that borrowed money?" One morning in the neighborhood, sounds rang out from the blue-colored iron gate. Hammer kept pounding on a piece of. When he finished the work, he stood with his hands on his hips and exclaimed, "Done!" Minwoo looked at the grass patches and the water hose nearby and said, "I've pulled out all the weeds and fixed the hot water. I just need to prepare the necessary things. Should I raise a dog to help around the house?" He looked up at the sky with a contemplative expression. He walked up to the nearby plank. Minwoo lay down and looked up at the. Minwoo raised his hand toward the sky and said, "The sky can never be." Thinking about this, he smiled to himself and said, "This neighborhood isn't too bad." As if remembering something, he sat up and quietly asked, "Where did that Beelzebub go again? He doesn't help me." Suddenly, a red screen appeared before his eyes. "Hello, Hunter Minwoo. We have completed checking your." Seeing those lines of text, he was quite surprised. Then he said to himself, "Nothing surprising. Just as I predicted, right? Oh, that's right. This matter still isn't." At this time, Soo-yeon was sitting and smoking in a corner near. Beside her was a warning sign. "Wet paint, do not touch." While she was still smoking, a voice rang out nearby. "Susie," her grandmother asked angrily. "Smoking again?" She turned away irritably, clicking her, while her grandmother continued to press her. "I told you to stop smoking." She stood up and said, "I'll just finish what's left. I won't smoke anymore after." The old woman continued to nag. "What if the teachers at school see you? You still have to go to university." Hearing this, Susian's face darkened, and her next words shocked her grandmother. "University? Do we have money for university?" "I'm not." In the afternoon sunlight, the grandmother tried hard to persuade her granddaughter. "I'll handle your university tuition, so don't worry." Hearing this, she immediately asked back, "Right, by borrowing more money? I'm sick of this." Susian, losing her composure a bit, spoke harshly. "Father left nothing but debt before he died, and can you pay it all back alone? I have to work too to pay off that debt." Suddenly, a voice nearby startled them both. "Work." Two subordinates of Section Chief Jong walked toward them step by. The long-haired one approached with a greeting. "Long time no see, Mrs. Zong." Seeing those two, the grandmother said fearfully, "Why are you here? It's not the repayment day." Hearing her question, he calmly said, "We have urgent business, so this time, please pay early." Hearing this, the grandmother panicked. "Where would I get that much money to pay you right?" He casually pointed at the two's house and said, "This house will do, so selling it would bring in some money, right? Sell us this." Mrs. Zong hurriedly replied, "No, this house is ours." But before she could finish, Susian shouted, interrupting, "Where are we supposed to live?" Hearing her question, he answered contemptuously, "That's not something we need to think about, so you two figure it out yourselves." His face turned dangerous then. "Ah, right, didn't you just say you wanted to find—" He looked her over once and assessed. "Your face is decent enough, your figure is nice, and your face is quite cute, so at this level just go drink a few glasses and you could quickly earn a house for you two." At this point, he turned his head slightly to ask his companion, "Isn't that right?" The tall guy answered contemptuously, A high school student is just a minor. But seeing his comrade answer so stupidly, he angrily shouted, "Hey, we're the bad guys. That's our image, got it?" Hearing this, the other replied, "Right. Let me help her find." She angrily grabbed the long-haired guy's head, pulled it down and shouted, "I'll earn lots of money and become a type." The two scuffled back and forth, the other guy crying out in pain, "Hey, hey, let me go." Mrs. Zong stood outside, speaking fear. Nearby, someone cursed, "Crazy." At this time, at another, Jinwoo was lying down reading a book when Kim Yunja, sitting beside him, asked, "You really like reading?" He answered without hesitation, "Yes," and hearing noise outside, she asked softly, "What's happening out?" He remained focused on his. After she left, his face immediately changed. "What's going?" Kim Yunja went outside and asked, "Who's there?" On another side, a dog was barking incessantly, and its owner nearby also spoke up. "Seems like there's some noise outside. Has something..." On the other side, someone else asked, "Who's that?" Minwoo, holding a wooden stick, went out, and his face showed panic as he shouted, "What are you people?" Looking at the four people before him, his voice trembled. "What's this?" He held a bucket, pointed at the wall, and said angrily, "The paint isn't even dry." Seeing him, the long-haired guy scowled and said, "There's a young guy living in this neighborhood? I had no idea." He continued to lament over his wall. "I just painted it and you've..." He paid no attention to Minwoo and ordered his gang, "I don't care who you are. Don't stick your nose in this. Youngest, handle him." The other replied, "Yes." He was extremely indignant now. "I was even planning to take a photo for me." The other guy immediately threw a punch, but Minwoo stood perfectly still as a green barrier separated the two. Right at that moment, the big guy felt something strange. He felt as if he'd punched something weighing thousands of tons and was sent flying back. He flew toward his companion, and long-haired guy could only stand and his eyes gradually widened as a dark shadow rushed toward him, and the gangster froze when he saw it coming. He then threw a punch, and the guy, injured in the nose and in pain, said, "I've never seen anyone that fast. Is he a..." Section Chief Jong kept looking at his phone. "I heard you used to be a hunter," and he replied, "Yes, but I quit being a..." In the room, the two's conversation echoed, with the other asking, "Why quit?" Section Chief Jong answered, "Because there are too many talented hunters." Section Chief Jong didn't take his eyes off his phone as he analyzed. "This reminds me of my last mission as a hunter. I had to deal with an incredibly strong hunter who felt like a wall or something very solid. That's right, this suddenly took another direction, so it's very possible he's also a..." Hearing this, the other asked in shock, "How is that possible? What hunter looks like a weakling? What should we..." Section Chief Jong spoke dangerously. "First, we need to investigate his idea." He was now standing in a corner. People in the neighborhood kept talking to each other. "They destroyed my house, mine too, and mine." Another person said, "They destroyed my belongings." Yet another added, "My garden was destroyed by them." He stood listening to those laments. What do they want in the end? If they keep this up, where will we? After a while, he left for another. Behind him, a voice called out, "Hey!" Suzian stood leaning against the wall, asking awkwardly, "You're a hunter, right? Hunters take money and carry out missions." She walked closer to him and continued, "Right now this is all I have, but I'll give you more when I have it, so please help me with something." She spoke very quickly, as if afraid he'd refuse. "If we're kicked out of our house, my grandmother and I have nowhere to go, so please don't let those bastards take our house." Hearing this, he said, "That's not necessary." She asked in shock. He turned his back and walked away, answering, "I'll do it. Even if you didn't ask, I'd still do it. They've caused chaos in my neighborhood, and they'll pay." Cha Minwoo put on a baseball, then put on a jacket and walked along, thinking to himself, "It'll probably be like this, so I acted." He remembered the words Jinwoo had once said. "When that group of strangers attacked, I was at Mrs. Kim. I placed a spirit talisman on them." His spirit talisman was an insect with a purple glow, and he continued, "My talisman will lead you to where they..." He left his... Jinwoo, seeing him run off, called out, "Where are you?" He stood on the stairs looking down at him and continued, "You can't kill anyone except on missions." Hearing this, he asked back, "Not even those damn dogs?" He still answered coldly, "Especially not if they're civilians." Hearing this, he pondered for a moment, then asked about teaching them a lesson without killing. Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Then there's no..." Hearing him say that, he quickly ran, and after Minwoo ran off, he took out his... Minwoo watched his figure and called someone. "Yes, Captain." Cha Minwoo just... At an old, run-down... Someone held out a white envelope and said, "Here's today's..." The guy in the orange shirt took the envelope happily. "Oh, thanks," and the long-haired guy said, "Count on you again next." Hearing that, the other answered without hesitation, "Leave it to me, but what happened to your face?" The guy stammered, "This is..." The other still said cheerfully, "These guys are always ready." He bowed to the man and continued, Then see you soon, and behind him, one of his subordinates had already been knocked. Screams began to ring out, shocking the two who were talking. Huh? What? Who? His hand slammed into a gangster's, and he threw him flat on his back on the ground. His other hand held a, and he stabbed straight into the arm of the guy lying on the guy screamed in pain while his companions looked on in fear. My leg! Minwoo slowly, and the remaining guys looked at him glanced at the remaining, and they broke out in a sweat seeing him like. He held the bloody knife in his, and the orange shirt guy shouted furiously. What bastard is this? Why are you just standing there? Receiving the order, a guy in a cap grabbed an iron, and another did the. All of them rushed. They simultaneously swung those iron rods. Bright streaks appeared in the, and he had severed the arms of one. Screams of pain rang out once, and he continued running and severing the arms of another guy, and many more after. His face showed clear worry as he thought. That, he was watching his fighting style, and his thoughts continued, easily knocked out the youngest, and looking into his terrifying eyes, he wondered. Is he a orange shirt guy, seeing his subordinates defeated? Also drew a knife and walked toward him, saying, You crazy bastard. Seeing that guy's action, the long-haired guy spoke up. A spray of blood splattered on his, and the orange shirt guy's arm was severed as he fell to the ground, screaming in, his eyes blazed with killing intent as he asked, Do you know me? The other stammered, unable to answer. A bag was thrown in his face, startling him and making him cry out incoherently. What? Seeing this, he said coldly, Put them in. Hearing this, he asked. He crossed his arms calmly and answered. What are you at? Put all those scattered arms in. He followed his orders while thinking to himself. Damn, what the hell am I doing? Why am I doing? Minwoo stood behind him, leaning on the wall and said, Put them all in at noon. He jumped, quickly replying, Why yes. In the space, his voice rang out, What? There's still one spot left. He answered in confusion. His next words left him stunned. Dawn was gradually breaking. The light in the room was still. Tall guy stood guard at the, when suddenly a figure appeared, startling. He gritted his teeth and said, Look. His phone on the desk vibrated. Section Chief Jong picked it up. The person on the other end said, and after listening, he looked at the phone angrily and asked, What? Are you Suddenly, his tall subordinate appeared above it, and he looked at this in shock, saying, Really flying like a tall guy fell right next to Section Chief Jong's, and Minwoo was now contemplating. He stared at him and Minwoo placed the bag full of hands on his desk. Section Chief Jong looked at the bag silently, and with eyes clearly showing killing intent, he said, Just reattach them like a puzzle. Be careful not to stick the wrong arms. Section Chief Jong grinned and asked, Is it you? The hunter living in that neighborhood? He kept asking him questions. Strange hobby? Huh? Is this a... Hearing this, he replied, You messed with my territory, this price is very cheap. Hearing this, Section Chief Jong laughed loudly and replied, Your territory? How interesting. I never expected to hear such words from a hunter. Then he said something that shocked, continuing, But are you okay? I wanted to know about you, so I sent people to watch your house. He continued asking, You have a little kid at your house too, right? Hearing this, he was about to say something, but he continued to dig deeper into the issue. Looking at how young you are, it's probably not your son but your younger brother. Hearing this, and Section Chief Jong continued smugly. By now, my subordinates have probably gotten inside, and he couldn't help but laugh out. His laughter surprised and confused, and he leaned his face close to him and asked, Now who should be worried about? At this time, at his Section Chief Jong's subordinates stood in orange beams of light as a voice echoed through the. Why are humans such foolish creatures? They're now sweating profusely from. Jinwoo sat on the nearby wooden porch, watching them as he continued speaking. Rushing headfirst into something without understanding your opponent. Whether inside the tower or outside, it's all. He remained focused on his book and continued. I mean, small sparks pile up on each other and then to explain it simply and clearly, it's like the laser that humans invented, and then he issued a warning. If you move, it'll be just like that, and nearby, someone screamed out in pain. Minwoo's voice continued to ring out. Actually, using magic this way is extremely inefficient and troublesome. But if I mess up this place, Fomet will throw a fit, so I have no other. He smiled innocently with a. They stood still among the rays of light as his words continued. You guys, until I finish reading this book, you have to stand still there. One of them turned to look at the phone in his bag vibrated. Chief Jiang at this moment called his subordinates, but the phone message played. The recipient cannot be reached. Please leave him. He laughed helplessly. The man stabbed his knife toward him, but he quickly blocked it as the man looked straight ahead in surprise when he heard him say, When I was young, I used to be a hunter. His eyes sharp, he continued speaking. Since I know some hunters living there, I was planning to return to my old profession. He thought to himself, What's with those knife-sharp? He doesn't seem like an ordinary what rank. Watching the man fight, he thought. As took out some device, his thoughts continuing. Focusing entirely on fighting without any information about the... He held that device. Strange characters appeared just as the man's knife was about to touch him. Chief Jiang raised both hands high and shouted loudly. Hearing him speak, the man's actions stopped. His eyes... He smiled innocently. Well, I won't touch that area. His subordinates were lying on the ground foaming at the mouth as he continued. I'll overlook you chopping off my subordinates' hands, so let's end this nicely. How about... Hearing that, the man's... Then he swung his knife down. He calmly accepted it, saying, Unbelievable, a rank. At this moment, he was lying in the hospital, calling someone and saying, We can't proceed. Two close subordinates also sharing the room with him overheard the conversation as the person on the phone spoke. What do you mean, a small A rank is nothing, right? Chief Jiang replied. A small A rank? Even our director doesn't understand anymore. From A rank onwards, they're special management subjects of the government because they're hunters who can rise to S rank, playing outside in the greenery. And Chief Jiang continued, Moreover, from A rank and above, they're not human, they're all monsters wearing human masks. If you mess with the wrong person, you'll suffer for 3 generations. Because my hand was cut off. I'm currently in critical condition, so I'm hanging up now. Goodbye, director. And the person on the phone called out in alarm. Hey, Chief Jiang. After Chief Jiang hung up the phone, the long-haired guy immediately asked, So we're just ending the deal like that, brother? He was still looking at the phone screen and replied, The deal's already broken, we have to survive too. And his subordinate continued asking, But did someone really send you a... He casually replied, Seems quite similar to that prank call I got back. He recalled the phone call he received earlier, when the person on the phone had said, There's a hunter heading to your location, be careful, and he thought to himself, Where have I heard that voice? He looked at his phone. There was a message with the content. Curious about that hunter's rank. That's an A-rank hunter. Looking at it, he said, One thing's for sure, the person who called me knows that hunter very... On this side, the sender was also holding their phone and rereading that message as Ma Songwen held the phone, smiled, and muttered, Oh my, what should I do about it? Immune emerged from inside the house at this moment and said, If I'd known you were coming, I would have cooked rice for you, and he waved his hand in response. No need. I already ate before coming. I just stopped by today because I wanted to see you. Hearing that? She looked at him sternly and asked, Are you still drinking a lot these? Hearing that, he smiled and replied, Yes, except for important occasions or work dinners. I don't drink. Their conversation filled the space as Songwen asked, What about Chamanwer? That friend? Hearing the question, she replied, He's quite handy so he can do most things right away, but he's always complaining while... She concluded with her final statement. Even so, he's a good person, and hearing that, he was stunned. He laughed loudly. Good-hearted? Yes indeed, good-hearted. His attitude confused her as he spoke up again. So then what about... On the other side, Chamanwer was glaring at the system notified him that he had completed the quest, seeing which he was stunned and said, When was this quest completed? Norigworth? Minwo was somewhat angry and grumbled. Even the old ladies in the neighborhood give me something. But this god, what kind of god is this? I wasn't going to say you're stingy, but I can't not say it. And at this moment, Songwen's voice appeared. Chamanwer, please help him out. A man injured in the stomach was cowering in a corner, terrified, saying to the person before him, Wait, this is different from what we agreed. He trembled as he explained. Among the rewards obtained from the tower, you said we'd split it 50-50, half for each person. So why did you stab me? And that's why I already told you this was an accident. You'll die from the unexpected accident, so I'll take the... Hearing that, the man went mad with rage, roaring as he lunged toward her, cursing. You bat... Immediately, the girl raised one finger and called, Cut. The moment she finished speaking, a gigantic furry monster appeared behind. Following her command, the monster bared its sharp teeth with a roar. The man was scared out of his wits by this. At the same moment, a horrifying scream rang out along with blood spraying everywhere. Minwo clicked his tongue in full dissatisfaction. What? The equipment rental fee? Hearing the question, the female employee sitting at the computer desk in front of him relaxed. Then she smiled and changed her tone with him. Just kidding, renting weapons once isn't like that, you can even joke with hunters. Minwo listened indifferently as the employee explained. I said that hoping you'd reestablish your equipment pile. Next time if the rented equipment gets destroyed, you won't just have to pay the rental fee, you know? He made a whatever expression and replied. Fine, I'll Then Minwo took out a blue magic stone and said to her, By the way, while reorganizing my bag, I'm planning to sell this magic stone, and the employee immediately recognized it upon seeing. That's a bot Dachin magic. Then she explained some terms and negotiated with him. Normally, magic stones dropped from bots are recycled to other hunters by using them as auction items. Of course, if a hunter urgently needs money, I'll appraise it and buy it back at the appropriate price. If you auction it, you'll probably sell it at a better price, and anyway, the auction will definitely increase a lot, and hearing that, he decided, then let's auction it, and receiving Minwo's decision, the employee said, yes, then I'll transfer Dachin's magic stone to the department in charge of auction. Placed the magic stone on the table and asked, I'm curious about. The employee quietly listened. How much would a Baphomet stone cost? It must be very expensive. At this point, he crossed his arms smugly. That's right, isn't it? A bot from the mythological tower would naturally be pricey. And right at that moment, the employee's voice cut in. Isn't it lower priced than The moment she finished speaking, Minwo blurted out so loudly that everyone looked over. What? Why? She calmly explained. Due to the difference in stored magic, she continued. Dachin is a magic beast created from a magic mass, while Fomet isn't created from a magic mass but from a physical mass. Naturally, even in physical masses, some magic beasts store large amounts of magic power, but according to research results on Fomet in the Abyss Tower, Fomet's magic stone only stores a very small amount of magic. I mean, it's a monster entirely leaning toward physical. Minwo thought back to when Ba Anzabub had once said, a person with no talent for magic. He laughed bitterly. Since high-grade equipment is made from magic stones, they're heavily influenced by magic power amounts, so there's no. Minwo was still listening. Therefore, in reality, Fomet's magic stone isn't worth much, so I heard no one even looks for it. What? Then that guy Suddenly he remembered something. What? He recalled the scene from that time. Giovanni didn't take my magic stone. He acted exactly like someone who didn't know about. Magic stones of all colors and sizes are the equipment that maintains the infinite life and matter of magic beasts. Even if magic beasts are destroyed, if the magic stones don't disappear, the tower won't collapse. Pondered. But where is that thing now? The employee still smiled very professionally. I don't know about that either. Anyway, is there anything I can help you with? Receiving his perfunctory answer, she smiled brightly and continued. How fortunate. Then I'll help you organize your bag according to your. She sent a synchronization request to his system. I'll send you a synchronization request for the government system and the hunter. Agree, he followed the instructions. Please touch all items that need to be. Then he pressed on the system. He pressed on the symbol of the sword Giovanni used for stabbing, and a locked symbol of. While he was thinking, a small ball slowly rolled to his feet. It's locked, and moreover, the items are weapon types. Where did this pile drop? Looked down at his feet and saw a black. Came to pick up that small. A voice rang out from somewhere. Came, short-haired girl and a guy walked. Hattie said to the rather gentle-looking young man. I already told you, if there's no place to tie it up, you have to hold it properly, and he replied. I know. Minwo glanced at the young man petting the dog's head and heard him say. I'm sorry. Let's go. K9. Let's go play it. Watching that group come and go so easily. Minwo was also at a loss for. He asked somewhat bewildered. So could that dog be? And immediately received an answer from the female employee. The answer was given to him by Junsong. A hunting. Slowly explained. This is a phenomenon appearing worldwide due to the gate shock. The awakening phenomenon occurs in a small number of animals among pets raised by. And she mentioned a girl's cat that awakened. This phenomenon was discovered when it happened to a famous Hollywood actor's cat. No one knows the reason this phenomenon. She looked at Minwo. People believe it might be because of the gate shock, so pets transformed the power of love into real power to protect their owners, but she jokingly concluded. Minwo slammed his hand on the table with a. He didn't care about that anymore and moved to another topic. Immediately disband the guild. I don't want to be in a guild with such a weird name, and hearing that, she replied, what about the Sweet Enjoyment Angel Guild? Of course, number 302 is cold-natured, so naturally you think you don't fit with those warm-natured names. Suddenly, Junsong pulled out an envelope as thick as a brick in front of him. And before he could even react properly, she had already slipped behind Minwo, reaching her hands to touch his chest. The money that number 302 diligently mined and sent me to keep. I've put it all in here. I'm not such a conscienceless person. Then she whispered close to his ear, lips nearly touching. So stay in the guild. Okay? Anyway, you need a guild to enter the two began bickering back and forth. This money, of course I'll take it back, and I'll also find another guild, and she wheedled. It's very hard to meet a guild leader with a perfect face and body like me. You know? Do you want to steal my fun time? Angry at Junsong's attitude all this time, he shouted. Let go. What are you saying? Just as he was speaking, Taeyong walked in and cut across. Anyway, I'm also leaving the guild, just know that, but that probably won't. Hearing the sudden statement, Minwo asked back. What? And Junsong tilted her head back in greeting. Long time no see, Taeyong, and seeing you come, Minwo sarcastically teased. Stalking me again? Hearing that, the other two exclaimed in turn. Oh my! No other word but surveillance. And Taeyong took out a document envelope. He began explaining in detail. The target is to form a hunting party in a group of 3, with the reason being compensation. He dragged an innocent hunter in to sweep clean a tower and then eliminated that hunter, ultimately stealing all the spoils. 2 of the 3 hunters are and another hunter is speculated to be an A-rank hunter, and while Minwo was still reading the documents, Junsong and Taeyong questioned and answered each other back and forth. Speculation? It's been a long time since they came to remeasure their rank, so according to observation results, there's a high possibility they're an A rank. Young was still speaking when Minyu quietly reported that the mission this time was quite difficult, as they were very suspicious people, making it hard to approach them, and there was a special point with these people. Minyu then held up several files of information about the people in the documents. Weren't these the same guys from the Central Management Bureau? It was precisely HT, the gentle young man, and the scene shifted to the heaven. A spacious-looking HT was extremely annoyed as she looked at the scene before. She angrily glared at June, grinding her teeth and gums as she spoke. That look before her was the chaotic scene of debauchery and dissipation, with the gentle young man and 3 other girls lying sprawled out asleep. HT was furious and shouted, "That bastard! What the hell is he?" The gentle young man from before was nowhere to be seen. Now there was only a reincarnated playboy grinning foolishly and saying, "Sister, try this." Before he could finish his sentence, he received an invisible kick to the face. The reincarnated playboy cried out in pain as HT went berserk. "Are you doing drugs too?" She continued cursing. "Don't tell me you've burned all the money on this because of the little spray." That guy also sobered up a bit. "What? Money?" Hearing that, HT reminded him, "We have to send money to them next week." That guy didn't care and said, "Just go around the tower once and we'll have enough money." But receiving her silence, that guy became a bit flustered and asked, "What's wrong?" Can't. HT then revealed the bad news that sobered up that high guy completely. There's already been rumors that they've established a police team to catch criminals like us. This surprised him. "What?" That guy began cursing with twisted morals. "Fucking crazy? What about using a hunter then? God damn it, they're sending hunters just like us." HT had remained silent until now. "Are you too scared of them to dare do it?" Then that guy asked, "Where's Snow Black?" "No, where's Cana?" The scene shifted to another. HT looked down sullenly. The dog was also wagging its tail obediently. Looking, HT crouched down and patted its head, her voice gentle. "I'm going back into the tower. You'll come with me, right?" K9 also barked once in response. She coldly spoke an angry sentence. "We might have to kill people." Not knowing whether the dog understood, it barked twice as if she placed her hand on its head and praised. "Good, very good. Just a little more. Just endure a little." K9's eyes lit up brightly like a beast of prey as she whispered, "The 5 of us can live like before." At moonlight, the male-female duo appeared beneath the tower, carefully talking to each other. "You investigated carefully, right? I told you many times already. They don't know each other. I also chose hunters with clean backgrounds." HT pursed her lips and asked, "Skill?" The dog beside her was playing around, while that guy said, "B+ rank." Hearing that, she was displeased. "It's not a university grade point, so why is there that kind of ranking?" He replied, "No, that unfortunately failed the A-rank promotion exam." Standing beneath the A-rank, the two continued exchanging information. "So where does that B+ hunter live?" He said he'd go in first to clear floor 1. Going in first? The two began entering while talking. What for? How to divide. 50 to 50 like always. But can he clear floor 1? The guy showed a contemptible smile and said, "Let's see, who knows, we might catch some idiot. Just leave him alone and then we'll deal with him after." Hearing that, Hattie spoke up. "You talk like you're the one who'll That guy clutched his stomach laughing. "If sister says so, then so be it, right?" Cana. She didn't care anymore and turned to leave. "Depending on the amount of loot this time, I'll decide whether to act." Hattie walked forward, pushing the door while secretly mocking. "What? Doing nothing but demanding." Then she gritted her teeth. "Then there won't be anything falling to." Door before them gradually opened. A giant monster like a centipede appeared right after, and she had no idea and turned her head back to tell that guy, "Probably nothing will fall on you." Just as she finished speaking, blood sprayed out in a... Recalling earlier, T.I. crossed his arms in difficulty. "This is a big problem. They've met you once before." Jun Song also said, "Moreover, hunting dogs have very sensitive senses of..." The 2 of them took turns explaining to Minwoo, leaving him confused as to why. "This mission won't work. No way." Minwoo on this side still didn't understand. After that, they explained to him, when choosing a hunter, they'll investigate to the very roots of that hunter. Hunting dogs, they have the ability to remember, and since room 302 has appeared on TV, we don't know if they remember your face either. I'll assign this mission to another hunter." Suddenly, the voice of a girl making coffee behind them rang out, drawing attention. It's not she straightforwardly said. Just disguise yourself. Create a character according to imagination. Returning to the scene before Moonlight Tower, Hattie suddenly heard a voice from behind. Are you two the hunters who will attack the tower with me? A hand covered in sharp iron armor extended out. Pleased to meet. A person wearing full body silver armor stepped out majestically through the blood. I'm Bill, the one who will clear the tower with every. Finishing speaking, a dangerous yellow light flashed in his eye. The monster with a long hanging tongue lunged forward to it. Bill quickly jumped high to avoid the blade tongues on its two. Through the iron armor, no expression could be. Right after, he gripped his large sword and slashed down powerfully. The monster also raised its hand to. Because the force was too great, the blade on its hand cracked and its entire body was split in. Next was a green solitary monster. He used the sword to stab straight into it. After that, he easily dealt with a monster with a black body and white head shaped like a. Bill jumped high and slashed down at a monster. Its blood spraying everywhere. Without rest, he continued massacring the monster. His sword was so fast that only bright streaks could be seen along with blood spraying. After that, a tree-like mass flashing with firefly lights. A monster like a twisted tree blocked his path. It used several branches to stab quickly toward. He calmly slashed many times to be able to block its attack. Still relentlessly attacked. Bill still continuously countered. One move after. The attack speed was so fast it was difficult to see with the naked. The monster stared fixedly at Bill without. Behind that armor, Bill also seemed to be staring back. He fought while observing. Finally, he threw the sword in his. Sword stabbed deep into the middle of its. He lunged forward and gripped the sword handle, then used force to slash down. Bill whispered softly. Min Woo's form inside the armor also pursed his lips and said, Heavenly. Immediately, flames along the sword blazed up fiercely behind them. Standing outside, looking at the bright red, the male-female duo couldn't help but be shocked as they slowly advanced toward. Turned his head to look at them. Then asked them a confusing question. Do you know why ice melts? After that, he mysteriously concluded. Because it's heated by high temperature. Statement immediately made the other two darken their faces. Then he burst into psychologically traumatizing laugh, echoing throughout the entire Recalling earlier, the girl who suggested disguising had asked, So what about the scenario for that uncle? She seriously discussed with Junsong about this. If the identity is a character that's hard to judge, then we won't be afraid of being exposed. Will it work? Can room 302 act? Seeing Min Woo's bewildered expression, not understanding, the two of them reluctantly denied. Doesn't seem stable. No good. After that, they reached a conclusion. So basically, you just talk seriously. Doing that will show you're just an. Back at the tower, Hattie glanced at Bill annoyed. Don't joke like that. It's not funny at all. The guy had to laugh mockingly and mediate. Why are you so serious, sister? Just joking to ease the tension, right? Meanwhile, Min Woo did as told but thought to himself. I didn't want it this. After that, he looked at K9 standing next to his. He asked and chatted with that guy about the dog. This dog is a hunting dog, right? This is the first time I've met a dog like this. Are they? Hattie glanced at that guy who continued explaining. I heard they can live 70 to 80 years like humans. Not only that, they're also very intelligent. Hearing that, he crouched down and patted K9. How wonderful. I'm afraid of it a bit. It's very gentle, don't. Suddenly, K9 made a small. Hattie also seemed to notice. Earlier, Junsong had given Min Woo a bottle. This is perfume I made for room 30. She held it in her hand and told him. Although we can't smell it, hunting beasts with their keen sense of smell. Then she mysteriously glanced at him and said cryptically, because the smell. Along with Junsong's words, K9 also avoided him left and right. Of this perfume is very stinky. Therefore, your identity won't be Hattie looked at the strange situation before her with confusion. When that man called it, it avoided even more. What's wrong, K9? Calling its name one more time, it seemed to want nothing to do. Back to the Bill still slashed monsters like slicing. Hattie also rushed into combat at this. Suddenly, that man's voice rang out. What do you think of that hunter? She didn't understand and turned to ask. Then that man clarified. I mean, can K9 beat him? Hattie answered confidently. What are you talking about? I already said there's no such. Then they looked toward Bill fighting and continued talking. So he seems equal or stronger. So what exactly are you trying to? That man smiled slyly and turned to her. I have this idea. Do you want to hear it? Arriving at a place with a ceiling full of flames, Bill pondered slightly. Your idea. Then he extended his hand and asked, is to become my team. Hearing that guy immediately opened his mouth to persuade. Yes, exactly. We can temporarily form a team to conquer this tower. Anyway, with just the two of us, conquering the tower is still uncertain. If we have you, it will be simpler, right? Finding a skilled hunter like you is quite difficult. So we want to take this opportunity to form it. After that, that guy held up one finger pointing at him. So the loot distribution ratio is 60 to 40, you get 6. While that guy asked Bill's opinion. What do you think? Hattie uncomfortably furrowed her brow thinking. At first, we have to give him a bigger remembering when that guy told her earlier, when we create trust at a better level, we'll hand over K9's job to him. K9's job is, after that, he used benefits to persuade her. Isn't that a good thing for you, sis? He pointed at K9 lying asleep. You hate forcing K9 to do that. Right at this moment, Bill's voice rang out. 60 to 40? She interrupted Bill. Fine, I agree. Before hearing the voice, the two turned to look at her. Can you show us your... She sat cross-legged and straightforwardly stated the reason. Working together requires mutual being teammates without knowing each other's faces. How can that... Minyu recalled the conversation with Taeyong earlier. Your mission isn't to eliminate all of them. Do you remember the mission after the orientation session ended before? You mean the advisor from before? That's right. Approach them like approaching the previous advisor. In a small alley, two voices rang out. Find the one behind it all. No. Then find their high... That man, seeing her so straightforward, was a bit flustered and advised. Sister, about that, take it slow. Before he finished speaking, Bill sitting beside had already raised his hand to remove the mask. This matter isn't difficult. But be careful, you'll be Hearing that, Hattie scoffed. Why? Are you too handsome or too... In an instant, she was slightly shocked and her pupils contracted. Bill had opened the mask, revealing burned scars on his face. Don't be surprised. These are scars from fighting the Candle Tower monster. Under the flickering firelight, he continued, hunters don't just pay attention to appearance, so I didn't care. However, these burns aren't simple. The other two listened tensely to his fabrication. The curse transferred to my son, destroying his... He continued speaking threatening words. Whether modern medicine or magic, nothing can... He widened his eyes amidst the crisscrossing scars. As long as my son's face can be cured, I can do it. Just as he finished speaking, the space fell into silence. He put on his helmet while thinking, did I overcharge? Just suddenly, he was surprised to hear the person beside him say, our meeting like this might be an opportunity for both. The man smiled like a multi-level marketer making a pitch. We know how to break that curse. Then he continuously deployed high-level MLM skills. The reason my sister and I are trying to conquer this tower to earn money is the same as yours, because our parents need money for medical treatment. That illness is a consequence of the dungeon outbreak that occurred years ago. As a result, they contracted an incurable disease related to that dungeon. To cure that disease, we tried every possible way. But while telling the story, he placed his hand on the man, wearing a white shirt and looking mature, stepped toward a red door, turned his head back and spoke with conviction. Later, we were fortunate to meet someone who helped cure our parents of that disease. The man whose face was completely covered heard him speak. Hunter. That person can also treat your son's... He disguised himself as that man whose face was covered, eyes gazing at the light streaming through the door crack. That was... Door gradually opened. Inside appeared two people dressed like Dan. Those two wore identical masks on their face. Successively raised their left hand, then their right hand began to dance. Their dancing grew faster and faster. Because they wore masks, their expressions couldn't be... But the two continued dance grew increasingly rapid, so fast it was unbelievable. Suddenly, from above, a man wearing a hooded mask jumped down between... From somewhere, screams of crying and desperate pleas rang out. Master! Desperate voices called out to that person. Cult Master! A woman collapsed among the crowd. Cult Master! The hooded man silently stood there, receiving the calls. Cult Master! Minwoo also silently watched him as echoes continued ringing in his ears. Cult Master! Cult Master! Qualified to perform the mission. The man called Cult Master wore a demon mask as the system and punished them. Minwoo opened his eyes wide and muttered softly. The system's final notification. Evil. Jinwoo had once shown him a book. Look at the contents of this book. It explains that the 7 deadly sins are the source of all. He sat down beside him, opened the book and began explaining to Minwoo. A hunter named Jia-Yun has the title Messenger of Wrath. It says here a woman is some kind of deity or something. I have seen the shadows of the 6 who killed you. Hearing this, Minwoo became curious. Could Jia-Yun and the 6 others be the 7 deadly sins? Probably. If my prediction is correct, the remaining ones will appear red Superbia, green Astia, blue Invidia, purple Avaricia, pink Gula. In the EU he was called Cult Master and he silently stood before his followers when a woman with a pained expression pushed a hairless little girl in a wheelchair forward. A few years ago, we discovered our daughter had leukemia. Until now, we and the child have been struggling with this disease, and despite treatment with many different therapies, Nothing has. The sick girl's eyes had lost their light as her mother's pleading voice echoed near. Master, please, please save our. The EU stepped forward and crouched down before the girl. A pitiful child, so young, yet afflicted with leukemia. The mother cried endlessly as the girl calmly said, I'm prepared to accept my own death, but if I die, the rest of my mother's life will be filled with grief because of me. That's more terrifying than this. Raised his hand to stroke the girl's head before hundreds of followers. Don't worry, for I will. Immediately after, a golden light emanated from his. Glittering golden butterflies also flew and circled around, enveloping both him and the girl as the followers were dazzled by that. The mother watched the scene before her, trembling in disbelief. Following the light, hair grew down to the girl who had no hair now had beautiful long. Seeing this, the followers smiled as if witnessing a miracle. Amid the followers' cheers reaching the sky, the mother joyfully rushed to embrace the girl tightly. Hannah, cult master. Cheers for the cult master's miracle mixed with the mother's tearful thanks. The cult master created a miracle. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The EU calmly spoke up. I only changed the flow within her body. In reality, the chaotic elements inside the girl haven't been completely From on high, he looked down at the woman prostrate on the ground and instructed. Take the child to the chapel for more intensive treatment. The mother quickly responded. Yes, I will do. Minwoo, face covered, and the other man stood behind watching the excited crowd. Cult master! Cult master! The man turned to ask him, what do you think? Looking up at the cult master standing like a savior amid the unceasing cheers. Cult master. The man It's that person. Your son's illness will be cured immediately. Looking at that demon mask. Cult master. The man spoke in tight. Do you want to meet the cult master? Minwoo stared at the U as echoes continued. Cult master. He calmly said. Yes, I must. In the midst of a lush green forest stood a magnificent building with a green. Hattie stood with arms crossed, leaning back, listening to someone speak. The other man also stood to one side. You want to break the curse that your son has controlled. The speaker was the EU sitting behind a desk, conversing with Minwoo. You've come to the right. Then he introduced himself. I am the EU, the person in charge of the Nabi religious. Minwoo also politely replied. Very pleased to meet the cult master. I am. EU now pointed at the kid standing behind Minwoo. Is the boy behind you the one who needs treatment? Yes, that's my son. The child with his face wrapped in bandages appeared extremely anxious. It was Jinwoo and he nervously spoke up. Hello. Remembering before, Jinwoo was surprised when he heard Minwoo's proposal. What? You're saying I need to go? He sat on the doorstep talking with him. Is it necessary? Can't you just observe to see how strong he is? That's exactly why you need to come. Minwoo crossed his arms nonchalantly. He seems much weaker than me. What, you don't think? Minwoo continued smugly. How could he defeat me? That's impossible. But Jinwoo curled his lip in response. So you're planning to use me? Then he became so angry he yelled in his face. What if I get into danger? Receiving the dismissive answer. Then die. He became even more furious. What did you say? I don't have the strength I had before. Even if he was my subordinate, I couldn't do anything. Finally, he pointed straight at his face and scolded. Keep being overconfident and you'll die. During this, Minwoo momentarily fell into. Jinwoo calmed down and continued. When fighting the hunter Jiayun, you died once already. But do you understand why you came back to life? Because at that time, the tower didn't consider you its property. Just a simple monster so you could resurrect. Minwoo frowned, listening to him finish before asking back. Later on, whether you're considered property or not, I don't know, but be careful. He replied. So what's your... After Minwoo asked, without waiting for an answer, he moved close threateningly. If you're scared to go, I'll kill you right here now. Jinwoo turned pale with fear and stopped him. No! Turning to the EU's place, he approached to observe Jinwoo closely and judged. Oh, looking at the boy. He seems to have quite a strong... Hearing him say that, both Minwoo and Jinwoo had the same thought. What? Maybe he sensed my demonic... EU turned to speak with Minwoo. Hunter Bill, you also have a curse, don't you? He quickly answered. I'm still... Then he turned away. All right, let me treat the boy, though it will be quite difficult. He looked at the two of them through the demon mask. Money is one thing, but it will also take considerable... EU looked at Minwoo's silhouette and instructed. You also need to participate in prayer with the congregation once a week, but if... He suddenly moved close behind him. You can miss a few times, but not too... His words separated as he looked back and forth at the two, finally concluding. Leave the little one here for me to... In a comfortable bedroom space, He will be well cared for. Spacious dining room with places to eat and an outdoor garden and swimming pool, recreational space. Then he spoke to two blonde-haired girls who looked identical, living and playing with the following girls. Remember to guide this boy, okay? They smiled brightly and replied, yes, sir. Come with us. The two girls, like kidnappers enticing a child, made Jin-woo want to escape immediately. There are many friends your age here. Rest assured with your trip. Then he turned to look at Min and suddenly rushed to hug his waist tightly, calling Papa, in an extremely creepy. Jin-woo, with tears streaming down, said, I'll be very good here. Remember to visit, father. But didn't forget to remind him. Don't abandon. Min-woo looked at him indifferently. All right, meaning, you'll be. He continued stiffly. I'll miss you so much, father. Meaning, if you abandon me, I'll. Looking at that fake, pretentious face made him annoyed, but outwardly he still said, stay here happily. Though he wanted to say, got it, stop now. Finally, Jin-woo had to dejectedly follow the two. Min-woo turned his face away, not bothering to look, letting them lead him away. Come on. Right then, the Yu approached and said to him, there are many followers who need treatment. I was very pleased to meet you. Let's talk again another. He bowed his head, glanced at him, then politely shook hands. When grasping his hand, the EU seemed to notice, moved closer and whispered to him, the hands of a hunter like you are basically so beautiful, like an office worker. Hearing this, Min-woo immediately jerked his hand back. Yes, sir. The EU remained calm, slightly tilting his head to. Suddenly Hattie spoke up, interjecting, well, I'll be going. And accompanying Hattie also scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Me too. Are you coming? Seeing them about to leave, the EU called out, you two wait a moment. The other man and Hattie turned to look back. Don't we have something to discuss? He quickly answered, yes, that's. So the other man had to stay behind to talk with the EU as the door gradually closed. While Min-woo was still observing through the door crack, Hattie called softly. She glanced at him coldly and said, I have some advice. Only know what you should know. Focus on curing your son's illness and don't think too. Walking ahead of him, she warned, this religious order is quite complex. Returning to Jin-woo, he was currently surprised by something strange. It was because one of the two blonde girls was explaining the rules to him. You can't read books because it affects your healing process. Then how do we have fun? Receiving the question, the girl smiled gently. You play with the other the children. In the girl's words were the kids also living here, smiling happily while sitting at the dining table in quite a harmonious atmosphere. Jin-woo also changed clothes like the other children and sat at the table with them as the two girls spoke in turn. Everyone, greet the new friend. Everyone thank the cult master for this meal. They all answered in unison, thank you. Then the two girls went outside and closed the door while Jin-woo observed and thought, those twins are quite strong. Then a long-haired little girl with a heart-shaped hair clip sitting beside him struck up a conversation. I'm Kim Jae-kyung. He immediately turned, though thinking inwardly, could she be a demon child of that cult master? But still smiled with industrial-level politeness and greeted, I'm Jin-woo. After the perfunctory greeting, he thought, first red demonic eyes with spiral patterns appeared. Demon eyes. Check what information there is about that cult master. Not looking would have been better. With one glance, he jumped in surprise at the scene before him. What's this? The children at the dining table who had been cheerful just moments ago were now sprawled about, completely dead, not like what he had seen initially. Jin-woo had discovered this matter. Elsewhere, followers were kneeling full of gratitude. Thank you. Others also smiled continuously, saying, thank the cult master. Thank the cult master. Many couples knelt reverently before Zhongyu, saying, thanks to you, our children's illnesses have been cured. We are eternally grateful. Zhongyu sat on the high platform, listening to their words of gratitude. Looked at each couple before him and asked, do you wish to repay this debt? They hurriedly answered, yes, but then became confused when they heard his conditions. He said, show me your passion. Yellow butterflies emanated from his body, and the disciples below asked him, passion, sir? He replied, fervent blood. And the demon mask seemed to hypnotize them, and as soon as he finished speaking, the couples below went mad and lunged at each other, saying, yes, we will show you. Zhongyu sat high above, watching the chaos before him, then raised his hand to the demon mask, saying, good. He lowered his head and burst into laughter so violent that the demon mask fell to the ground. His true face, a blond man with earrings, who muttered, truly a magnificent sight, indeed. Experienced people do everything. He reached out to grab something, saying, this is not a bad thing, wrapped it around himself, adding, It's just human in. Two large red-eyed white serpents coiled around his waist as he said, just a bit of. And Zhong Yao's handsome yet utterly sinister face was revealed as he continued, for entertainment and preparation for necessary future tasks. Someone asked about Min Wu's situation. How is the rank S hunter you recruited? The questioner was Bureau Chief Baek Sang-jin, sitting sternly behind his desk. Across from him, Song-un stood upright to report. He's working very well, though internally he added, though sometimes he follows no principles at all. Hearing this, Sang-jin seemed quite satisfied, saying, his abilities also improve daily. I hear his level is approaching rank A now. Team leader Ma Dong has an eye for talent, so I hope he continues to progress even further. Song-un stood silent, pursing his lips as Sang-jin continued his instructions. But also be careful. Hunters have their ups and downs. We can't control all their actions, so we must observe closely to respond appropriately and timely to each situation. Driving away, Song-un called someone, and the person on the other end quickly answered his question. Report on the situation. How is Cha Min-woo's work over there? The response came. Everything is proceeding smoothly. He has successfully infiltrated that church. Hearing this, Song-un was satisfied, saying, good. And the other person also praised. He's conducting this mission better than you. Looking at the dashboard, Song-un said softly, I see. And the other person asked, so when the situation changes, how should we respond? He seemed to think for a moment before answering. When that happens, while looking up at the blue sky ahead, I will act personally. Bill was looking at a tiny fly perched on his finger, saying, it's all an illusion. The fly transmitted Jin Woo's voice from deep within enemy territory. This entire place is covered by an illusion to deceive people. To maintain such a large illusion, his mana is constantly being consumed. This is when he's at his weakest. Hattie came up behind Bill. He was still listening to Jin Woo say, that bastard is luring people here to his church for treatment, but he's actually using them, trapping them in the illusion he created. Their ultimate fate is only death. Huh. Suddenly hearing her exclamation, Bill immediately asked suspiciously, what's... As the other side continued reporting, Hattie called Bill to turn around, saying, another child has died, and another pregnant woman just entered the church. I'll go observe and report back later. Hattie arrived late and apologized. You must have waited a long time. Let's go inside now. Seeing she came alone this time, he asked curiously, where are your brother and the dog? She replied, they went to visit my parents. Some disciples being treated in the church dislike dogs or are allergic to dog fur, so my brother can't always bring it to visit my parents. But today's an exception, so they can go in, which is... The two entered together, talking as they walked. Will we have trouble raiding the tower? It's fine. We're not raiding the entire tower today. And Bill strode straight in without looking at Hattie still at the door, confidently telling her, two people are... The scene shifted to the Nabi church building. One of the twin girls was clapping. The twin sisters flanked little Jia Kyung on both sides, smiling and speaking in a childlike tone. Everyone congratulate Jia Kyung. She's been cured. Will return to her parents today. The children, including Jin Woo, all smiled and clapped in congratulation. Congratulations! Have fun with your family. When Jin Woo used his demon eyes, the children before him looked like soulless dolls. Only he was clapping, thinking, damn bastard. Jia Kyung was already a corpse that couldn't stand on its own, and the twin girls appeared as two demons with pitch-black eye sockets and long serpent tongues. It was all an illusion. The girl was already gone. Watching what was happening, Jin Woo couldn't help but feel disgusted, thinking, here you see that humans can be just as evil as monsters. Right then, Jia Kyung's parents arrived to pick her up, calling, Jia Kyung.
Ya Ki-ung.
The joyfully screamed and rushed into her parents' arms as the family happily reunited, and Jia Kyung's the twin sisters clasped their hands, smiling graciously at the mother. We plan to hold a farewell party for her to celebrate her complete recovery and return to her family. Hearing this, the mother smiled broadly, saying, thank you for caring for our child and our... Jin Woo stood in the distance watching the four of them continue their charade, and they kept pretending with each other. Please convey our thanks to the church leader. The farewell party will be a bit of work. Could you help the church out? Yes, of course. Around Jin Woo was a blood-red hue, and in his ears still rang the polite words, what do we need? Jin Woo was shocked and couldn't believe it as he used his demon eyes to observe the warm scene before him. Just tell us and we'll do our... The father holding the girl and the mother still talking had no idea they were about to be beheaded by the twin sisters. Anything we can do. Their heads flew off with blood spraying everywhere. Seeing the mother's head fly right in front of him, Jin Woo thought, looking at the scene that seconds ago was still warm and happy now turned ice-cold and drenched in reeking blood, while the children stood like heaven-planted statues, neither clearly alive nor dead, he thought. What terrible vile creature. One girl dragged the headless body of the father while giggling and asking, "What should we do with these two corpses?" "Eat them all at once." The other girl seemed to realize something, turned her head to look back. Suddenly she leaned back and stretched her head far behind her. Jin Woo stood 8 meters away, like a high-altitude rubber band ability. She hung upside down facing Jin Woo, stuck out her long tongue and licked across his face, asking, "Why don't you seem?" Even as a former tower lord, he was now drenched in sweat when he heard her question. "Or are you seeing something you shouldn't?" Scene returned to the tower. A sword blade flashed through the air. Hattie bent down and slashed at a monster, stabbed and leapt high, circling behind another monster that looked like a cooked lobster, then dealt with another blue ox-headed horse-faced monster. Once before bracing her hand and landing on the ground. Intense combat left her now exhausted and breathless. Hattie glanced back. Bill had also just finished off another giant blue monster. He shouldered his axe and walked over. The two climbed the stairs together. "We only need to climb 2 more tower floors and then..." Thinking about something, Bill suddenly paused slightly, called to Hattie walking ahead and asked, "Hattie, you once said I shouldn't investigate the church too much. What did you mean?" Hattie also sighed and replied as if not wanting to say much. "Well, you've already been there. It's not a normal society. Everything received comes with a corresponding..." She looked at Bill and said, "Everything has its cost." Hattie recalled the hands that had grasped hers in memory. "But I must admit the church leader's abilities are excellent. Thanks to his..." And then saw the gentle smiles of her parents. "Many people have been cured of their illness." Hattie clenched her fist tightly, thinking to herself, "Just a little more effort and the whole family will be reunited." Then she glanced back, saying, "Meeting you and forming a tower raid team with you was truly my good..." Bill also looked back at her but returned to the old topic. "You said the benefits received are equivalent to the donations?" The torches on the wall flickered and burned brightly. Their voices continued to echo slowly. "Well, as you can see, money is needed to cure illness. And if you don't have enough money to donate, then..." Hattie shrugged as if it were obvious, answering, "Well, you have to do other things like provide entertainment to amuse the church leader. Generally, you'll understand." Hearing this, Bill sighed. "This is difficult. I don't know what to do yet." "You'll know in..." He suddenly realized something when Hattie explained. "Disciples like us also have our ups and downs. We can't always be lucky enough to have money to donate to the church. We don't have enough money to pay. The only option is to offer this body to entertain the church leader. That's what it means." Then she said flatly, "I was also surprised when you said you'd do anything to heal your son's face." A vague image of Chin sitting obediently appeared, and she continued, "But that's also natural. If there's hope, you must do everything to it." Speaking, Hattie reached out to push the door open. Gradually their silhouettes were revealed. Suddenly Bill said something that shocked Hattie. "You'll be even more surprised." Bill lunged to attack while Hattie hadn't yet understood what was happening. A shocking punch made earth and stone explode. Hattie had managed to jump to one side. She had widened the distance from Bill. Seeing him standing up with red eyes, Hattie panicked and shouted, "What the hell are you?" Seeing her confused, angry expression, Bill calmly spoke up, "You're different from your brother. It seems you've become aware of your wrong." Bill's eyes gleamed through the helmet's visor as he looked at Hattie. "Your attitude and the actions you've committed make me extremely angry." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward like an arrow, while Hattie stood stunned, unable to react. "What do you..." The moment Bill reached right in front of her, he warned, "Fight back if you don't want to die pathetically here." Immediately after, he grabbed her neck and slammed her hard to the ground. Hattie struggled to breathe, gripping his arm tightly. Suddenly she widened her eyes with contracted pupils, as if seeing some unimaginable... Seeing Bill raise his hand to remove the helmet, revealing his intact face, she gasped, "Your face?" Surprised, Minwoo tilted his true face up and smiled. "You're going to help me eliminate that church." The scene shifted to Zhong Yu's demon mask. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, watching the family of 3+1 dog reunite before him, and the two elderly people gently spoke to Chin. "Little dog, we haven't seen you in so..." The woman smiled joyfully looking at it. "We missed you so much, little dog," then wanted to reach out to pet it. "Come." Chin raised its head with no reaction, looking at them continuously calling it, "Little..." Suddenly it widened its eyes. The corners of its eyes slowly brimmed with tears as it heard someone say, Hattie's younger brother smiled teasingly at it. "What's wrong, kid? What's the matter?" Moved to tears. Suddenly he heard Chin speak and turned. "Oh no!" Chin silently shed tears, unable to speak properly. Those two people in its eyes, the two elderly people who had just smiled kindly and called to it had completely lost their life and sat in wheelchairs. They're already seeing it quickly assume a defensive stance. The other person couldn't believe it and asked, "Chin, what are you?" Chin looked toward Zhongyu. That guy deceived. Zhong Yu also didn't bother hiding anymore. Indeed, a second-rate hunting beast. You saw through even that illusion. Despite Xie Qin already bristling, the other person still defended. Church leader, you misunderstood. But Zhong Yu had completely decided to reveal his hand. No, the reason I told you to bring this dog here had a purpose. I can't let someone's pet ruin all the achievements I've built up. And he lowered the demon mask to eye level and said, I'll take care of everything. Immediately after, his body emitted a brilliant golden light that flashed and enveloped the person and dog before. Golden butterflies slowly dispersed into the pitch black. A giant white dog slowly walked toward, raised his index. Seeing the familiar gesture, Xie Qin immediately widened its eyes. Yellow figure had transformed into Hattie before its eyes. Calling out, say, it immediately fell into the illusion and stood within. Following his command, kill. His next action surprised him, making him. The other person also cried out in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He had to look up in agony as the severed lower half of his body lay in Xie Qin's mouth, calling its name, Xie Qin. He contracted his pupils and asked it, why? Xie Qin's blazing red eyes at this moment had lost all conscience. Within EU, he removed his mask, his face twisted in a sinister. He tilted his head up and spoke to the other. Then he slithered gracefully up onto the person within. A hand still bearing snake scales gradually. She whispered something in EU's. He looked in surprise at the twin girl hugging him from behind, then smiled broadly and exchanged, what's the matter? So what do we need? In EU, he asked again as if to confirm. What you said is. He laughed mock and looked at Xie Qin's slaughtering figure, bursting into maniacal laughter. He laughed until Xie Qin lifted its head, blood-filled mouth dripping. After laughing, he exhaled a breath full of dark. He brushed aside his bangs, lips curled in anticipation. I find this quite enjoyable. The girl behind him also narrowed her eyes dangerously. What does Master think of every scene of Minyu appeared? To deal with Minyu, we also need to prepare a few things to welcome them. Standing before him was Jin. The two stood facing each other, as they would be the ones performing today's prayer ceremony. Minyu gently called out to Jinyu, who stood motionless, because the father was cursed, causing his child to also have a burned face. Seeing no response from him, Minyu looked around in confusion. Kid, what's... The church members continued introducing their situation. With the desire to heal his child's damaged face, the followers below grew increasingly excited, calling out to the cult leader, such a noble father-son. At this moment, someone stepped forward. The cult leader was also moved and wanted to heal the boy. Within EU stepped toward the two people. Minyu, in the middle of the narration, what miracle will we disciples witness? Hearing this, the followers, as if injected with adrenaline, shouted excitedly, cult leader, cult leader. Cult leader. Amid the clamorous cheers, Within You leaned close to Minyu's ear and whispered, aren't you delighted? Where is your trust? He extended his hand as the followers continued chanting, cult. He grabbed his chin and pulled him forward, saying something that stunned him. I don't know what conspiracy you and this kid have come. The demon stared intently at him. But look carefully, demon. Then he called out the name that shocked him wide-eyed. Or should I say After saying this, he released, leaving him to look up in agony at the gradually appearing red light before. Minyu furrowed his brow, looking at the scene ahead and asking softly, what's... Jinyu, who had been standing silently facing him, opened his demon eyes and flew into the air, summoning behind his back a blazing red magic circle, with tremendous pressure radiating. Seeing Jinyu fly up with a ferocious appearance and incredible power, someone shouted excitedly, his power pressed toward Minyu. Truly amazing. Hattie, wearing a hood that concealed all expression, stood like a statue among the followers. She looked up at the platform in horror, covered in sweat, thinking, what's happening? While someone's voice continued in her ear. The cult leaders, seeing the two above, had begun fighting with explosive sounds. Hattie couldn't suppress her horror. What the hell is going on? Hattie remembered being in the tower when, after hearing Minyu speak, she lost her composure and screamed, you're lying. Hattie's face showed complete disbelief. How can that be? Everything I saw at the church was all illusions deceiving my eyes. Remembering the warm handhold of her parents, the love and remembering their gentle smiles. Were mom and dad all... Hattie's eyes gradually fell into despair. Those real feelings were all not giving her a chance to deny it. Minyu leaned close and shattered that tiny hope. Have they ever gone outside the church with you? Or were all the times you met them only inside the church? Hattie painfully mumbled. Everything my sister and I tried so hard. He immediately completed her unfinished sentence. Was all meaning. Then Minyu turned away and continued bluntly. This time, if the cult leader allowed K9 in there, he might want to kill it, because K9's sense of smell is too sharp. It could recognize the illusion and see that your parents are already... For Hattie's shocked and pained expression, He dropped the final bomb. Your younger brother going with K9 will also have a hard time keeping his... During this, Hattie lost all strength and collapsed to her. Minyu calmly watched her kneel before him and began persuading. Today I told you this of my own accord, violating the security of the government action team, because I fear more people will lose their lives there. Therefore, please cooperate with me. Fighting against that church and accusing the cult leader will also help reduce your criminal charge. Remembering those words, Hattie fell into contemplation. Then she gritted her teeth as if having made a decision. At this moment in the battle, Jinyu, having lost consciousness, raised his finger to summon black holes. Black holes gradually connected with each other, surrounding me. He jerked in surprise, watching the black hole gradually expand. Immediately, Jinyu opened a prison, trapping him inside the black. Inside the void space was like a starry... Minyu had fallen into it, shocked to find himself floating in this. Suddenly, something black shot swiftly swept across his face, knocking his glasses. From behind, another one. It stretched out to stab him, but he nimbly jumped and flipped. Immediately after came a strike aimed at his... Then one from below thrust upward, sending his hat. Another strike from the left followed, and he ducked to dodge. Suddenly, one thrust up from... Unable to dodge completely, it grazed and tore his... Above in the stands, Jinyu silently looked into the black. He raised his hand to control the tech. His blazing red eyes had lost all clarity. Suddenly they opened again, still blazing red but now with humanity. He looked around in confusion, finding himself returned to his old form as Beelzebub sitting on the golden throne of the... He looked around in What happened? I was clearly at the church testing the cult leader's power. Why am I in the tower from before? Suddenly, the voice of someone carrying a sack rang out. Finally, it's the scene of Fomet's first encounter with him. Carrying a sack of weapons, climbing trembling up to him. The tower people are too high up, climbing here was exhausting. Seeing him, he thought in confusion, what's with that? Looking at the face that couldn't be more familiar, he ground out with deep resentment. It's that Fomet, also a deep... He stood bewildered, unable to react in time. This can't... He realized in horror. Regression? Like what happens in not... Thinking this, he burst into triumphant laughter, leaving Fomet full of question. I already know your true strength, and now I've returned to my own body, he shouted joyfully. So this time I won't lose to you. You'll have to bear the consequences of what you've done. Outside, Jinyu furiously swung his... Dozens of sharp spikes inside the black hole simultaneously thrust toward... Parted his lips and said softly, Item back. Immediately after, the space behind Jinyu shattered, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. The black hole instantly exploded. The followers below looked up at the platform and Minyu also calmly observed from one... Minyu appeared among the fragments with a long spear in his face was completely exposed, his eyes sharp and... Minyu looked at him and asked, So that's your true face? At this moment, Minyu powerfully rushed forward to attack. He immediately created an ice wall to... A sharp ice fragment flew past, cutting a small wound on his... Immediately after, the ice wall shattered into countless pieces shooting forward, the ice defense tech. Minyu gripped the spear tightly in his... and spun it like a windmill to deflect and shatter the ice fragment. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise, then raised his hand, using the spear tip to strike the point of a massive ice. The entire ice block couldn't withstand it and shattered completely. Minyu retracted his spear and gracefully dodged the ice fragment. Jinyu on the side gritted his teeth and summoned another tech. Rapid laser beams shot toward Minyu's position, but he jumped up and dodged, causing him to gasp in surprise. He moved flexibly, deflecting everything attacking around, then jumped up and thrust toward... Beelzebub in Jinyu's subconscious was also horrified. How can he break through all my tech? The subconscious, he was also struck on the head with a blunt sword by... Though that strike hit his protective barrier, he had to admit Fomet remained formidable wherever he was, and he'd been too arrogant thinking he could easily face him. Fomet jumped back, placing his hand on the ground to land, and his thoughts... This time I'll use all my strength to fight you. Beelzebub gritted his... Simultaneously, outside, Jinyu also darkened his face and raised his hand to summon the spatial magic infinite illusion. I will destroy you. Immediately after, green spatial ripples appeared in the... They grew increasingly numerous, radiating powerful... A horde of demon slaves with crude heads holding scythes appeared behind him. Annihilation realm. The demon slaves with red eyes roared. All for Master Beelzebub. They were all united in loyalty. All in the subconscious. They overlapped, screaming madly. Suddenly at this moment, Fomet raised one finger and asked, Beelzebub, why does ice cream... Immediately, he and all the demon slaves froze and Jinyu was equally dazed. Jinyu calmly raised one finger. I repeat, why does ice cream... As soon as he finished, Jinyu's consciousness fell into chaos, his mind continuously repeating the question, ice cream? Ice cream? Ice cream? Then he hesitantly opened his mouth, His eyes had returned to clarity. His face showed complete bewilderment, run over by a V. At this moment he remembered. After being interrogated by the snake demon, he had contacted Minyu through the turtle. I understand now. He discovered me. So fast. Minyu inquired and he reported the situation. How are you? They know I infiltrated the church and are now holding me captive. Bill on the other end listened as he spoke. I should probably leave and not let them know my true identity right now. If they knew, you'd also be in. But Bill disagreed, saying something that surprised Jinyu. Even if they know your power, it's fine. He said, that's actually good. His voice through the turtle continued echoing in the rundown room. When they know your true strength, they'll consider keeping you to work for them rather than eliminating you. Hearing this, Jinyu sullenly continued discussing with him, meaning that cult leader will have to expend much more effort to maintain the illusion controlling you to work. That's difficult. I already have demon eyes, so it's hard for them to use illusions on me anymore. Hearing this, Bill immediately proposed a plan. Simple. Just pretend to be controlled by him. Pretend? It's not that easy. Then what if you cast the spell on myself? After speaking, Jinyu was startled when he heard his affirmative answer. Exactly. Having a plan, the two continued discussing. All right, but then I might not wake up. I'll need something to help me wake when necessary. Something to help you wake? Generally, something like a phrase, an object, or magic to break the spell for me. Beelzebub remembered Bill had told him then. Object? Magic? I see. Then use this. The question, why does ice cream melt? At this moment, Beelzebub thought. It seems your true strength has surprised. He looked at Fomit's confident, imposing appearance at that time, magic and combat skills quite. Looking at his determined and resolute expression, you truly made me feel quite troubled when confronted, which is why I lost the Tower King position. Returning to the battle in the stands, Jinyu's entire body emitted a blazing red, powerful pressure pouring down upon the cultists. Hattie among. Suddenly, she said to him, Fomet is down. Looking toward where Jinyu was still shielding against the pressure wave, she explained, the source of his. And as soon as she finished speaking, she swung her hand up, and using earth-shattering fist, she struck down hard on the floor, causing the stands to crack and shatter completely. Right below, the floor rapidly cracked and broke up, causing Jinyu to fall down below. In midair, he tilted his face to look where there was a mass of yellow energy like a small planet in the universe, radiating waves of. And looking closer, on the surface of the energy sphere were vein-like lines resembling blood vessels, protected by magical. He kicked once against the, flipped himself around, and landed on a large. Turning to face the energy, pupils flared. The system appeared. Fomet has used the adrenaline too. Jinyu suddenly detected. Thought in shock. How is this possible? At this moment, Jinyu's spear was already close to piercing his yellow energy, and the instant it pierced through a corner of the energy sphere, pressure burst out violently in a golden light shooting up to the sky, blowing away a corner of the. Jinyu gripped his spear powerfully and charged. His sharp spear tip aimed straight at the enemy's power. Radiance and aura of the attack spreading everywhere as the spear tip collided with the sphere, causing earth and stone around to scatter in all directions. Blinding beams of light erupted from where the battle took place, leaving those around able only to stand frozen in the waves of wind and blinding light affecting them, making them cry out in. Then, a voice rang out from behind. It's dangerous. It was Hattie urging, everyone get away. Being nearby could have. She continued shouting loudly, everyone get out of here. Hearing this, some people began to hurriedly. When suddenly a woman talking with her companion caught Hattie's attention. What should we do? Seeing this, she lost patience and snapped. Why don't you leave this dangerous place? People responded, but my child is inside here. Amid her dejected expression, the two of them ran in the opposite direction. They're being treated by the cult leader inside. Suddenly Jinyu's words appeared in her mind. Helping me fight the cult leader is also an opportunity for you. Doing so will help reduce your. After thinking, she said decisively, being a hunter means always putting people's safety first. That is the reason, purpose, and work of hunters. Then she ordered, leave that to me, I'll find the children trapped in here, everyone quickly get out. Loki's demon servants cried out in panic. And both demon servants exclaimed together, he's down there attacking your mana container. If that container is destroyed, then your power. They struggled with guilt while Loki remained stubbornly silent. Forgive us, Master. This is our fault. We didn't react. Meanwhile, Jinyu was still frantically attacking the core of Loki's power, shouting, the one who was deceived is. Mana is too terrifying. Is this the container holding all his power? If I can destroy it, that cult leader will have his power significantly reduced. After thinking, Jinyu resolved, I must do this quickly, even though it's somewhat regrettable not being able to fight him at his strong. Then his eyes showed killing intent. But this is necessary. There's no more time to hesitate. He swung his hand with all his might to destroy the sphere. I also can't let a momentary desire make me miss this opportunity. The sphere shattered in half like a pomegranate seed split apart, the concentrated power also escaping. Jinyu didn't have time to rest and quickly looked up above. Alright, next. Suddenly from above through the hole in the wall, someone was free-falling. He immediately recognized. Bean Dip weakly mumbling, I'm out of mana and can't fly. Jinyu looked up at the sky, silently cursing. Those damn cultists have come down. Stood stunned seeing the cultists were jumping down right after Jinyu. These two had cold faces as if they had already formed the intent to kill him in their. Seeing this, his face couldn't react in time. Jinyu remained calm even as he cried out in. He held his spear and advanced right before the two cultists launching an attack, but they blocked. Below, Jinyu was still falling. He quickly turned his head and created a rock just large enough for Jinyu to land.
Yinu luckily landed.
At this moment, right behind Jinyu's back, the two cultists were intending a sneak, so he spun around and swung his spear to push them. His face remained extremely serious and cold, not showing the slightest. Once more, he swung the spear in his hand, forcing them to. Suddenly their eyes turned pitch, and immediately their heads transformed into fierce white serpents attacking violently. Jinyu lying on the ground had to exclaim in surprise as well. Seeing this, he felt worried for his own fate. I'm dead for. High above, the battle was still unfolding very fiercely. Suddenly Jinyu felt the ground begin to He sat up and looked down. The collision had temporarily stopped when Jinyu had assumed a defensive. The two cultists were also in a guarded. Then a silhouette. It was Loki, who upon appearing immediately praised, You're quite good. He continued, I underestimated you. His face remained cold, as if devoid of any emotion. Elsewhere, someone was also approaching. He also sensed the trembling and thought to herself, the building is shaking due to the impact of their collision while. Then she looked into the space ahead. It's too dark ahead. I can't see anything. She felt worried and thought, I don't know where the children are. Suddenly a child with several bandages wrapped around their head appeared. Seeing this, she hurriedly ran over, grasped the child's hand, and asked, Are you okay? Don't be afraid, I'm here. While looking at the child, she thought the child looked so lost. It's not entirely due to the effects, but rather it could be that the children's spirits were already like this. While Hattie asked about the situation, and the child politely answered, Where are the other friends? Over there, all right, follow. Then she took the small child's hand and walked together through the dark corridor. After walking a few steps, she suddenly saw. It turned out they had found the remaining people, Hattie said joyfully. Found them, the children are all here. Fortunately nothing happened. Then she enthusiastically suggested, Quickly follow me to your parents. From within the darkness, a gigantic creature with a fierce face and bloodthirsty eyes silently. She joyfully exclaimed with tears, Is that K? Hattie exclaimed emotionally, So you're still alive. Moments from before K9 was adopted suddenly appeared. The girl said this owl is so cute. Let's check. The other person replied, It only looks small now. When it grows up it won't necessarily be like that. Really? Then I don't want it when it's. Then another family appeared. Mom, I want to raise that dog. We don't have space to raise it. Come on, next were other people. We already have this one. Just go by the store to buy a few more things for it and we're good. One more person appeared. Hello? I'm here to buy a dog to raise. What kind are you looking for? Something a bit small. It continued like this through countless. Suddenly, snow began to. The falling snow heralded and also heralded something good about to come to K9. Girl appeared. The employee immediately greeted. Hello. They talked like countless other conversations K9 had witnessed in despair. I want to adopt a dog. Yes, what specific breed would you like to raise? Then her gaze drifted and stopped. The girl had seen K9 and exclaimed, Oh, there's a dog here. No one has adopted it yet. Why not? It looks cute. Then she immediately made a decision. I'll take this. She immediately reached out her hand and called, Sweet. The girl started talking to it. Come home. At this moment, K9's eyes lit up, as if it too sensed an unprecedented warmth. It closed its eyes, not believing what was happening was real. It had been adopted, and when it opened its eyes, miraculously, it was now sitting comfortably in its new owner. It sat still as a statue, eyes focused intently on the. Then Hattie finally came home and gently called. Kane. It happily received her affection. Eyes squinting with tongue out even raised its paw as if wanting to shake. The beautiful memory passed. Returning to the dark basement where the children were being. K9 coldly stepped toward the children and killed. Hattie now standing to one side witnessing this stood frozen in. Her face covered in sweat. Unable to believe what had just happened before her, looking at her beloved pet before her. She cried out in anguish, K9, what's wrong? Its eyes suddenly flashed a terrifying red. Its leg swung past Hattie's right. She at this moment seemed to have lost all awareness. Loki on this side was rambling about, quite confident in my people. I only need to look once to know what they're like, what they're thinking. I recognize people. Met stood silently listening to him speak. Loki continued with his reasoning. You two are someone probably not very good. You're doing this surely not for any justice, right? He smiled mockingly then was cut off by him. I see you committing even more evil than me. Shut up. Fomet at this moment burst out in rebuttal. Who could be like a bastard like you? A psychopath who takes killing people as entertainment like you? How could I be like? He immediately retorted, what do you know about my purpose? I just want to do something. Jinyu laughed disdainfully. A bastard like you only satisfies your pleasures. What's great about his words made him hot-blooded and threatening. Hearing you say that makes me want to kill you, right? He also challenged back. Then come here and he continued, though I do evil, I'm not a psychopath like you, my evil is very decisive and clear. To prove it, decisively charged up to attack Loki. I'll demonstrate, right? He stood still in place as if not planning to die. And suddenly he broke into a cunning from somewhere K9 suddenly appeared attacking G. Its claws created great commotion on the ground. It stood protecting Loki with red eyes full of ferocity. Seeing K9 like this, Fomet exclaimed, K9, from the dark corner. Hattie also appeared with a blood-covered body saying, it's different from before. She raised her face full of tears with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, painfully telling him, K9, please. While K9 was charging like a wild beast, Hattie said, for my ambitions I killed too many, she said as the shock reached him. Now is the time I must atone for those. K9 was still charging when Hattie, though very heartbroken, still urged Jinyu, please. She seemed very weak already, struggling to whisper so it won't have to suffer being controlled, and now she could no longer stand. Please free it from its suffering. The collision occurred. Thick smoke spreading in all directions. K9 raised its claws. It quickly brought them down, attacking toward Jinyu, but he easily ducked. He moved aside to another spot. It immediately struck another blow toward where he was, causing a large piece of wall to fly. Jinyu remained calm, his face showing no change in shattered to pieces as if nothing was difficult for him. However, right after the rock shattered, K9 with sharp fangs attacked. Suddenly he disappeared before K9. It stood there dazed, not yet understand. Then it looked up to see that he had already positioned himself in the air, preparing for a counter. His hand gripped the spear firmly. The spear tip aimed straight at K. He leapt down, thrusting his sharp spear up. Suddenly, a light appeared that made him freeze slightly. It was turned out K9 had used Dark Shield to block his. At this moment, his spear tip could only stop at the shield layer on its skin and couldn't cause it any damage. He used an ultimate move called Dark Arrow. Continuous attacks were launched by him, aimed straight at K. Quickly, K9 raised its claws to counter. With his keen senses, he managed to use his spear to block it in. His spear suddenly developed several cracks. Seeing this situation, he was utterly shocked. An image of the clerk from before appeared in his mind, warning him that if his equipment broke next time, it wouldn't just be the rental fee he'd have to pay, but also compensation for the damage. At the same moment, his spear officially broke in two. Oh no! He was immediately sent flying like an. He pierced through countless rocks before. On one side, Jinwoo saw this and called out with great concern. Behind his back, two of Loki's demon soldiers immediately. A thunderous attack was unleashed, and they paused to observe the situation. The two subordinates managed to rescue Jinwoo just in this moment. They were observing the opponent, turned and asked, Lord Beelzebub, are you all right? He also struggled to reply. I summoned you all with the little magic I had left. I don't feel well now. Take me somewhere safe. Hearing this, they asked back, what about Lord Fomet? He shouted out loud. Forget about Fomet. I'm dying here. Let him be, he'll survive on his. Speaking, Jinwoo vomited blood, saying, I don't have any strength left to help him. Before passing. Seeing this, his two subordinates became alarmed. Huh? Lord Beelzebub. Quick! Take Lord Beelzebub to safety now. This place isn't. The aftershocks were affecting the battle too. Loki witnessed everything but remained. Suddenly he glanced to one side, looking toward. In the rubble, there was still no sign of Minwoo Ria. White smoke still shrouded everything, and K9's sharp claws still stood towering on the. Now it was slowly approaching him, who remained motionless. It imagined a hand placed on its massive body, gently calling. K was hypnotized, seeing Hattie, who sweetly coaxed it. This is what must be done so our family of 5 can live together. She smiled. You understand, right? Now go kill. Receiving the order, K9 raised its claws to continue attacking. Abruptly, he woke up. Opening his fierce red eyes, he raised his fist to resist. 2 strikes collided, creating shock. Surprisingly, K9 was knocked back. Struggled to use all 4 legs to maintain balance. At this, Fomet spoke. If my weapon's broken, he assumed a martial artist's face was cold as ice, raising 2 fingers in a provocative gesture. I'll use these fists to deal with you. Seeing this, K9 immediately went berserk and charged. Without mercy, he swung his fist up to respond. K9 took the hit and let out a. It seemed to be slightly injured after his attack. Quickly, it regained focus and continued charging forward to engage in. Once more, It took a powerful kick from Minwoo right to it. He followed up with an extremely powerful strike to it. Next came a punch weighing 1,000 pounds to its. As if sensing something, Fomit's face suddenly became serious. K9 at this moment had begun to tremble and he took a series of his punches rained down on it like a. His face now showed ferocity without a hint of. K9 seemed unable to do anything but stand still like a statue and take the. Minwoo's eyes suddenly became. K9's eyes also widened, hearing the whisper, "Kill him, K." Suddenly, it burst forth with power, flinging him. Seeing this, Minwoo was caught off guard and had to. It used a special skill called Dark Force. From within the darkness, K9 appeared behind. Launched an attack, but he managed to block. However, it still left scratch marks on his. Next came a barrage of claw attacks from K. One even slashed across Minwoo's. K9's form had changed. Its entire body was now enveloped by a mysterious white. Attacks continued like a. Minwoo was still struggling to resist without saying. With each passing moment, the attacks dealt more damage. Blood flowed more and more, but he still hadn't given. He tried to defend while looking for an opportunity to approach. His fist swung, but K9 immediately reacted, and Minwoo was easily knocked. After landing, he silently calculated, "It attacks too fast and strong. This isn't good. If this continues, my arms will be torn." He made a bold decision. "I have to use a skill to end." Activating. He looked at the glowing beast and chanted, "Under Zenalina 2 Sun Mui." After, he lunged forward to engage K. Both sides relentlessly attacked each other in an extremely fierce. Suddenly, Minwoo, with determined eyes, rushed quickly toward K. It was still in a defensive state. Confidently said with sharp eyes, "Here's my final move." Flames appeared around his hand, concentrating more and more as the distance between him and it grew shorter. He shouted, as the technique began to touch K9. A thunderous explosion occurred right after him. In a sea of flames, one could still see K9's silhouette with fierce. He powerfully shouted, "End it." This moment, K9 still stood there, being scorched by the. In its mind appeared the image of its masters along with the command. K stood there as if it had given, but the image of its master remained, ordering. K's eyes glowed brightly in the sea of flames. Finally, Hattie's silhouette appeared, ordering it. "Kill him." K-Woo suddenly felt something strange. He was shocked by the scene before him. What? An arm. K9 burst out from the flames, biting Minwoo's. At this moment, Fomit suddenly recalled when he was in the trial tower. "My specialized weapons are usually claws or back then." He wore a goat mask with 2 horns, standing tall before someone's trembling fear. "Please spare me. I don't want to." He realized. The problem is that claws or beast fangs were down quickly in battle, making fights more complicated. He felt somewhat odd and couldn't help but exclaim before the enemy's helplessness. "Strange. Cutting doesn't work. Must be too dull already. Please spare me." Seeing it was too noisy, he coldly said, "Scream less. You'll revive right away anyway." Having said that, he decisively cut down, ending the life of the being before. Task done. He stood tall, not forgetting to mock. Returning to the present, he began to ponder. Back then, I also realized that to fight well, you need truly quality weapons. He felt very helpless about the current situation and muttered, "I don't understand." Fomit was still stuck in K9's mouth, asking himself, "Why am I remembering that now? I'm in the middle of a fight." Looking at the intact and powerful K9 before him, he truly felt confused. "I already used Predator's Hunt 2 on it. Why isn't it affected at all?" He began to feel afraid. "My current situation is too dangerous." Face turned pale, eyes wide open, dripping with. And he suddenly realized, wait, I may have been too complacent thinking that just using one high-damage skill could take it down. Suddenly, K9 bit down harder on him, and Fomit's veins, struggling with all his might to endure, he grunted. He remembered Jinwoo's words. "You're always this complacent. Someday you won't overcome a trial and will die." He began to question himself. The image of another instructor reminding him also appeared in his mind. "You should also upgrade your equipment for the better." Then he suddenly realized, that's right, equipment. If I had better equipment or items, I wouldn't be facing such a dangerous situation. Suddenly, Javan's incredibly valiant image appeared in his. He felt a bit dazed and K9 was now preparing to attack him. It opened wide its sharp jaws once, preparing to make him taste pain. This time, things were different. Those sharp jaws were blocked by his powerful legs, spread wide like a support beam between it. At this moment, Fomit glared at K. Then, quick as lightning, he escaped from the dangerous situation. Now he only had his right arm left. His combat strength had likely decreased significantly. Suddenly, he called out, "Spatial bag!" He finally realized a truth. He had been too complacent using Predator. It was also because previous times defeating opponents had been too easy, which is why he had been. He opened the spatial bag and began searching, hoping to reverse the situation. But this battle was, finally, his finger stopped at a locked slot labeled, Javan's sword. And he seemed very pleased, exclaiming, "Here it is." He began to explain the sword's origin more clearly. "The sword that Javan guy stabbed me with before it's the strongest weapon I've ever known. It defeated me in that battle." He continued very confidently. "One can assume that if the top hunter Javan used this sword, it must be of the highest quality, incomparably superior to my cheap rental." He quickly calmed down and thought, "But the difficulty here right now." He anxiously glanced at his spatial bag. Turned out the system notification said, "This is locked equipment. You cannot use this." He cursed under his breath. He continued fighting K9 while persistently trying to unlock the sword, but was only met with disappointment. "This is locked equipment. You cannot use this. Damn it. I have to unlock it quick." He seemed to shout in his mind. "Must unlock it quick." Suddenly, he stopped his movements and ceased moving. Mu stood completely still, facing K9's massive form. Its eyes looking at him remained unchanged, still cold and blood. He was no different. His eyes showed rare determination as he suddenly said, "If I die." From somewhere, a white beam of light suddenly shot forth, attacking K9. It angrily charged at him as he finished the latter half of his threatening sentence. "You won't have peace." At this moment, the locked sword suddenly, it seemed some change was occurring.
Akuntamtuoslaw rangout. Ah.
As the sword emitted a fierce wind that knocked Minwoo. They seemed to be conversing in his mind as the spirit in the sword said, "Are you threatening me? You're certainly different from that other." She introduced herself. "I am the spirit within the sword," then made a very bold decision that aligned perfectly with Fomet's wish. "But I find you interesting and will let you use me to fight this time. Don't disappoint me, Fomet." He was so surprised by the sword's words that he asked himself, "Why is this?" He suspiciously realized, "A sword spirit?" Then he suddenly felt bewildered because of a misunderstanding. "I was angry at that god." In Fomet's imagination appeared a girl lying sprawled on a chair eating popcorn, lazily saying, "Fine, I'll do it. Don't nag me again next." But the result surprised him greatly. He didn't expect the sword spirit to actually respond. The sword spirit continued, "This sword can transform into multiple forms to suit the. I've been observing you for some time, which is why I manifested earlier to speak with you." He felt dizzy from what he heard and hesitantly asked, "Multiform transfer?" The sword continued asking while emitting sound and light. "So what do you want? What form should I transform into?" A silence followed that question. It wasn't really important. He answered simply, "Just transform into whatever's practical and powerful." Chin's violent strike slammed into the ground, creating a large crater and leaving numerous water marks around its feet. It seemed to have missed. The creature also felt strange that its attack had slipped. At some point, Fomet was already airborne, wielding a sword radiating dark energy sources that looked incredibly powerful. Notification from the system, activating weapon master skill level. Raised the sword, preparing to strike. This was followed by more system notification. Using internal force, instant weapon mastery. The higher the combat stats and weapon experience, the more this weapon's potential will be maximum. He began charging at Chin like his face now resembled that of a fierce demon. This would certainly be an extremely dangerous. However, Chin showed no fear and also charged forward to engage him. Collision erupted violently, and Chin took a hit to the blood began flowing from that spot, looking extremely painful. It stood upright as the wound continued bleeding. Minyu had already begun showing a victorious. Two charged at each other once. Chin's claws clashed with Minyu's sword. No one knew which would. The collision occurred and both were pushed. Minyu landed with such force that he shattered the ground beneath his. He took momentum and launched himself powerfully towards Chin, when suddenly countless spikes sprouted all over Chin's body for. Fomet was still charging forward at a terrifying. His cold, sharp eyes and the sword in his hand seemed prepared for the decisive. A slash full of Wei was unleashed. A red sword trail headed straight for It roared and charged forward to. Fomet did the same, also shouting loudly to show his determination. A wound appeared on Chin's. Another wound on its. Yet another wound was discovered. It seemed Chin was about to. Mew continued building momentum. He launched himself high into the air, preparing for the fatal. His face now looked no different from a god of death. He aimed his sword straight down at Chin lying. Chin received a sword strike from Fomet. Fresh blood consequently splattered everywhere. Chin cried out in pain and he confidently raised a finger toward the sky to celebrate his victory. Wait. Chin's eyes suddenly came back to quickly struggled up and flung Fomet. It trembled, trying to stand firm on its legs. It seemed to be severely. Even so, it still struggled to charge forward with its wounded body to attack once. It opened its jaws wide, roared, and charged. It remembered its master, had he? "My dear pup," she gently said to it. You've tried your best, now. Daichin's fierce eyes suddenly softened. Perhaps it had once again felt that warmth. The warmth from the first time it was adopted. Now, victory and defeat were clear. Daichin had been sliced into pieces by foment. In its final moment, it suddenly saw its past self. Just as it was closing its eyes, it suddenly opened them. Had it truly been reborn? Suddenly a gentle voice called out, Daichin. The beloved masters it had longed for day and night now appeared before it once more. Come here to Mom and Dad. Hurry. Let's go home. It seemed to have achieved its wish and showed a smile full of happiness. Now it seemed to have a soul. Its own voice. It slowly fell with its final thoughts. No need to fight, and had officially fallen for everyone in the. It saw the image of its family reunited, together at. There was some faint sound, the sound growing louder, an even louder sound rang behind. Dr. Fomet, full of presence, stepped out from the pile of. Loki couldn't believe his eyes and praised. Well, Minyu declared powerfully. Now it's your turn, you bastard cult leader. He didn't forget to curse him. Sangun was shocked by the scene before his. He turned to the left, then looked to the right, then raised his hand to check his forehead temperature. He continuously broke out in sweat, somewhat helpless, seemingly very troubled by what lay before. He slowly walked toward Fomet standing tall over a pool of blood on the ground and hesitantly, this matter. What exactly is going on here? He still hesitated, unable to speak properly when seeing Fomet's stubborn expression. Father Minyu, you, Hunter Fomet, Minyu coldly replied. This matter. I was planning to ask you about it. Going back a few hours earlier, Loki mockingly asked Minyu. Pervert. Can you only say simple sentences? He angrily charged at him, shouting. His attack was quickly dodged by him. Then in an instant he realized the power from that strike wasn't simple. Even he had to be stunned and astonished moment. Seeing the situation, the two demon servants behind him anxiously called out to their The older sister seemed very angry seeing her master hit and immediately charged at Fomet in a frenzy, cursing him as a pure white serpents with crimson eyes full of rage charged toward him at an incredible. Facing them, Fomet gritted his teeth. His entire body was wrapped in red energy, and he used one hand to hold the sharp sword, blocking the fierce serpent's attacks while questioning him. What do you want? Then he violently threw the sister away. Again? The remaining demon servant, seeing her sister attacked, frantically rushed forward. You bat! However, it seemed like an ant trying to shake a tree. Fomet defeated that demon servant with just one strike, and immediately he declared, the two troublesome disciples have all disappeared. He then turned toward Loki. Both sides faced each other directly. Loki stood proudly looking at him, seemed without a trace of. Suddenly a shadow flashed up quick as a lightning-fast slash was unleashed by Fomet toward. A long dark red gash appeared on his muscular body. Immediately his body was split into two pieces, with butterflies emerging from the. Then his entire body transformed into butterflies filled with. Unexpectedly, they gathered together to form two different. Fomet looked around. The number wasn't just total. 8 Lokis were standing around Fomet, forming an 8-petaled flower. He said smugly, how about that, Fomet? If I'd known you would interfere in this matter, things would be even more. Then he spread his palm open while saying, but it's not too late yet. Simultaneously, all his clones directed their palms toward Fomet. An extremely powerful field from all of Loki's manifestations forced him to struggle to dodge. You and I can still have fun. Suddenly, right next to him, butterflies began gathering. In a few briefs, Loki had appeared right beside him, making a declaration. Let's stop this meaningless battle. Then he and his clones surrounded him, boldly saying, why must you and I fight to the death? Don't you see I'm not interested? Then he suddenly said, well, that's simple to Having said that, he transformed into Julia and gently asked, how about in this form? Fomet immediately roared and attacked him, but he dodged. Loki suddenly complimented him. Well done. They charged forward with a terrifying face while making threatening remarks. You're not easy to fool either. What a pity. Continuing to attack while saying, but think again. Still trying to persuade Hunter Fomet. Why must we fight to the death? Wouldn't it be better to get a... He continued his superior attitude. Not everyone gets such a good opportunity. Loki concluded with an incredibly unbelievable proposal. Become my personal attendant. And to answer all this, Fomet only swung his sword once and said, you bastard talks too. Loki's face froze, not understanding what just. His mouth spat out a mouthful of. Looking at his brave figure from behind, Loki probably still felt confused. Suddenly Fomet turned around, giving him an ominous premonition. Or perhaps, and that premonition was confirmed with Fomet's next slash. He can sense my location. The older sister demon servant lying on the ground suddenly. The younger demon servant leaning against the rock wall did the. Both transformed into snakes and called out to their master. The two combined and charged to attack Minyu, but fortunately though the attack missed, they turned back once. They opened their sharp-toothed jaws wide, wanting to devour him whole. Planning to hide, quick as lightning, he dodged once, had a perfect flip to land right on their. They had two heads. One of their heads had been pinned down. Baphomet raised his sword high, preparing the decisive blow. Truly annoying, the other head had quickly attacked him for. He was also lightning fast in escape. He landed and turned back, using cold sharp eyes to look at the two demon servants in serpent. Two sister demon servants were equally displeased, looking at him with extreme hostility. Baphomet raised his voice in warning. Disappear, the two sisters heard as if it fell on deaf ears, still just hissing there without moving. Not only that, they also opened their jaws wide and roared back at the frame turned pitch black, and of course, everyone could guess the outcome. A bloody snake head. No, actually, both snake heads had been defeated, blood lying sprawled on the ground. Baphomet, though with only one arm, was still truly very strong. Now he stood tall looking toward Loki slumped against the rock wall. Though the two sisters had been completely defeated, their bodies shrunken much smaller than before. Both were still trying to find a way to save Loki. Sister, what now? If it stays like this, Master will die. The older sister's eyes suddenly became strangely resolute, not responding to her younger sister's call. Sister! The older sister suddenly spoke. Listen to me, you must do as I. At this moment, Baphomet's sword tip was already pointed at Loki's face. Death was truly imminent. Suddenly in Baphomet's mind, thoughts seemed liberated. At this moment, all his previous actions appeared vividly in his. He remembered when he died, how he had. He remembered the image of Loki laughing triumphantly over his pain. What suffering he had. The scene of Baphomet being trampled on the ground appeared vividly with the thought. Everything like a film replaying in my mind. Along with all his inherent hatred, he raised his flaming sword. You are the. He struck, accompanied by intense killing intent. You too must die like. Surprisingly, one of the two sisters rushed in to block the strike. Its head was slashed and burned, bursting like fire. Baphomet, having been obstructed again, angrily. These damn creatures are too annoying. Suddenly he was horrified by what was happening before his eyes. Turned out the remaining one was trying to swallow Loki into its belly to protect. Seeing this, Baphomet hurriedly shouted. What? No. At this moment, the older sister also immediately noticed. He began moving to prevent Loki's escape. I worked so hard to bring him down. Charged forward like a kamikaze, still surrounded by red energy with his own. His hand swung out a sharp sword strike while shouting loudly. How can you take his head and run away? I can't let that happen. The older sister very quickly blocked in front of Baphomet and the younger sister. The younger sister worried for her sister, looking at the older sister blocking in front to protect her and involuntarily exclaimed, Sister. It seemed her older sister had made her own decision, telling the younger sister clearly to run quickly. Then the older sister charged forward to fight Baphomet while urgently and hastily ordering her. The older sister remained very resilient even in this situation. Baphomet was also trying his best to prevent his efforts from terrifying clash occurred. After the first rays of light began to appear, sunlight shining on the desolate. From within the ruins, Minyu wrote. Older sister had now transformed into human form. Laughing very mockingly, she began taunting. Too bad for you, but you also did well. That you defeated our master surprised us, but that's all. Minyu stood still listening without rushing to answer. He also burst out. His laughter grew louder, echoing throughout the entire. Older sister asked suspiciously, Have you gone mad from disappointment? He quickly turned around and made some gestures. Sister's eyes suddenly widened in extreme panic. It turned out one sword strike from him had already slashed down, killing the sister in. Her final words still called out her master. Baphomet mercilessly struck down once more, fresh blood splattering everywhere. His sword-wielding hand along with the sword's grip were now stained with fishy blood. His entire body was no different. He cursed profusely. He seemed extremely furious, maintaining his striking stance while continuing to curse in. He looked up, his eyes becoming unusually bloodthirsty, and he shouted loudly to release his. Song unquestioned Minyu that he had infiltrated inside that church organization but was discovered by them, forcing him to fight and eliminate. Those were his words. So, does he think I'll believe? Minyu's face briefly darkened. After a moment, he replied that if Song-un doesn't believe him, then he gives up. But that's the truth, only to be refuted again about how he could be so irresponsible when Assistant Taeyong had already informed him about this. Song-un was filled with doubt that if he was discovered while on the mission, he could have chosen to retreat and report back to the organization. But Minyu maintained his position that he didn't want it that way either. But when he was discovered, his life was already in danger, so he had to act immediately at that. However, Song-un wasn't very trusting, asking what he meant and how this differed from what he knew about Minyu. who had senses that always detected danger before. Minyu silently stared at his counter. Song-un recalled Sang Jin's previous instructions that in the process of managing hunters, there are times when they cannot be controlled because each hunter has different personalities and thoughts. They are very difficult existences to control, so they need to be flexible, sometimes firm and sometimes gentle to mold them into the framework. And when patience ran out, Song Yuan's thoughts were that it seemed he had indulged him too. Facing Minyu, Song-un began to consider that if he had disobeyed orders and always acted according to his own thoughts, then perhaps there was no longer any value in you. A hunting dog that doesn't obey its master can only be. Song-un placed his hand on the table as strands of energy in the air made rumbling sounds. Slowly approaching, thought that Minyu had developed his abilities too quickly and he needed to be caught. Before he became too strong beyond control, perhaps he needed to act now, and this seed of disaster could no longer be. He hadn't made his move yet. Suddenly behind Minyu appeared the figure of a white-haired girl floating in the air, seemingly only visible to Song. The girl opened her hand while simultaneously toward Song-un, causing him to warily step outside the interrogation room. The two girls Song and Hyen shouted at Tiong to open, but he stood firm, responding that this was currently hunter interrogation time, and without orders from superiors, no one was permitted. Song yelled, asking what he was saying since she was also someone related to Minyu who was her patient, and after fighting and returning from missions, he should have been treated first, and although hunters recover differently from ordinary people, how could they leave him like this? Then argued angrily that he belonged to her Division 302, and as division chief, how could she turn a blind eye and let them do whatever they wanted? Tiong remained calm, telling her to reconsider who assigned him to work in her Division 302. It was that team.
Jun Seong fragnede. Realizing her risning væsen te persuading her upo.
Jun Song spoke to Tiong, whose expression showed slight exasperation. He absolutely won't let them in? Then she'll make a fuss throughout the entire headquarters about them abusing their authority. Then Jun Song pulled open her collar and shouted that if he still disagreed, she wouldn't let it rest. Whatever it took. Tiong was also helpless and shook his head. And seeing this, Jun Song hurriedly rushed to push open the room door, not forgetting to threaten that he should wait because this matter wasn't over. But the scene inside left Jun Song extremely surprised. Minwoo still sat calmly in his chair, while Song-un sat in panic on. Song-un, with a pale face, stammered about ghosts. Where they go? A while later, Jun Song and Song-un went to a private place to discuss. Song-un recovered less and Jun recounted that it was the system's. Jun Song stood with arms crossed, listening about the system's ghost and asking if he meant he had seen that ghost, as she thought it was just an unverified story. And Song-un explained that he didn't know either, but he had truly seen that ghost. It floated with. Jun Song asked if it was a woman, then Song-un nodded, and Jun Song asked more. What did she look like? At that time he was panicked and couldn't pay much attention. So, hey Jun Song, what time is it now to be asking about ghostly matters? And accompanying that was a red system window. Surely she had seen this too, right? Jun Song explained that the red system window was a window notifying dangerous warning messages. So did that window have any threatening messages for him? Song-un also darkened, saying he didn't know how to explain, but it wasn't exactly the system ghost with a stiff smile along with a message. Don't kill him because if you kill him, you'll also lose forces. He is the one carrying out my work requests just as he's working. Song-un bowed his head, wondering if the system ghost knew all his thoughts, and seeing him hesitate, Jun Song asked further what he meant by saying it wasn't a threat. Specifically, what did it say and why did he stop? Song-un considered that precisely it was words persuading him, telling her to just understand that much because explaining further would be difficult. So he let Minyu go and would continue keeping him in Division 302, mainly to observe elsewhere. Jin Yu was surprised by Minyu's, "You're back? Looking at your health, it seems much more stable. That battle was quite exhausting for you, but we've finished all the house." The male lead slowly walked forward, ignoring Jin Yu's muttering, and Jin Yu was a bit flustered, saying, "Hey, don't be angry with me. It's not that I didn't want to help you during the fight, but at that time my magic had been completely depleted and I had to be helpless, and that bastard cult leader escaped, which I quite regret. But surely there will be a chance to meet him again." Minyu calmly interrupted, telling him to be quiet for. Suddenly there was laughter, the voice of the swords. "Ha ha ha, so it's time for me to appear again," and in the previous battle, in the air, the sword body emitting a purple light from above. Looking down at Minyu and the other, it arrogantly said that now it was time to settle things between them, and it reminded him that he couldn't use its power whenever he wanted. He needed to pass its strength test, and if he passed, they could continue talking, so now show it his true. Minyu didn't let it continue talking, and instead lunged forward to grab the. It was surprised. "What the hell are you doing?" While Minyu spun it around and around, and Jinyu sat gaping to one side watching, then took advantage of using a magnifying glass to sunlight onto it, making it more uncomfortable. Too hot, then dunking it into ice water. Too cold, then dragging it across the ground. Too painful. "Why are you doing this? Stop immediately, you bastard. Why are you destroying me like this? Stop it, I can't take it." In the end, time after time, Minyu used physical methods to lay collapsed on the ground, groaning that okay, it surrendered. Minyu picked it up threateningly, asking if it was also quite strong now and whether it understood what kind of person he was, saying from now on it would have to call him master, understand? It obediently replied, yes, master. While Jinyu watched this scene and felt it was quite pitiful. So why provoke that? Jinyu suddenly became suspicious, wondering strangely how the sword spirit could sense those tortured. It answered what's strange about that, when he tortured the sword's physical body, it as the sword soul also felt that pain, and Minyu observed it, asking if it was truly the sword soul within this sword and whether its power would be influenced by its later. Confirmed that's right, only the user's power, personality, usage style, fighting style, special talents, and actual strength of the user have great influence. Minyu pondered while Jinyu stroked it, asking about its previous master who had used it quite well, right? Confirmed that's right, that had been able to bring out nearly all of its power, though he had never used its diverse transformation function and only used it as an ordinary. Seeing Min use darkened face, it immediately flashed. Like the master who always knows how to change weapon forms according to fighting style and battle situations to bring out full power, it will rely on the master in the. Minyu at this point asked the classic difficult question. Listening to it say its power depends on the user, so between him and the elder brother, who is the more compatible user for it? Darkened, Jinyu also broke out in sweat, and then it answered, that matter is simple. To fully unleash my potential requires the master to have strength as high as possible. The master already knows, in the battle at the trial tower, didn't the elder brother fail against that? Jinyu was startled, thinking why is this one so stupid to bring up his defeat? Surely it doesn't want to live peacefully. Continued honestly evaluating that even in the previous battle with the two snakes, if it were the elder brother, he would simply cut them in. And as for that cult leader, there would be no way to escape death. The atmosphere momentarily became terribly quiet, with Jinyu covering his mouth in silence while shedding tears. Minyu also darkened, and after a long while, he exhaled calmly, accepting the truth that perhaps his strength was still too weak to fully unleash its. Jinyu, seeing this, also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if his power had been at its best that day, the battle would have gone according to his will and that cult leader couldn't have escaped, so he was acknowledging his own defeat. Truly Minyu was determined that this was a failure he needed to remove. He gripped the sword tightly, vowing to himself that he would definitely erase this humiliation. Next time they met, that person would only have. Minyu stared intently, repeating his determination that he needed to become stronger, even stronger, and with the desire to become more powerful, Fomet's strength had broken through. He must be strong. As night fell, the bustling streets were lively with people strolling. Inside a high-rise building, there were experimental human models lying on stretchers being injected with a blood-like liquid substance. Several researchers walked back and forth observing between the sand. Some people hurriedly ran to and at the same time Beatmaker was immersed in that red liquid substance. Her beautiful, alluring body wore a faint smile on her. Beatmaker relaxed herself when suddenly she sensed danger, widened her eyes, and stood up. She pointed her gun at a person who suddenly appeared, causing that person to begin turning into numbers, but just moments later, those numbers gradually concentrated back to their original. It was Loki. Beatmaker only then calmly lay back in the pool while he grasped a strand of her hair sentimentally, saying it had been a long time since they met, and her senses remained as sharp as. Beatmaker turned her head to look up, asking Loki what brought him to. He said disgustedly that he had something to ask of her, which was why he came. Beatmaker was surprised. Strange, what does he want me? A hand reached out from the blood pool, then with a splash, Beatmaker had pinned Loki down to the ground while she sat on top. Beatmaker grabbed his neck, laughing brightly, saying ha ha ha. It seemed that arrogant contempt for everything and his power had diminished quite a bit, asking who he faced to be beaten to this state and whether that person was very strong. She really wanted to know who made him suffer. Loki answered simply that the person was very strong. Beatmaker's eyes widened in astonishment, and she stood up and got off, repeating very strong. Loki explained that it was Hunter Fomet, a rank a hunter of the association, and she had just seen how his current power had almost completely disappeared, so his life could also be. Beatmaker opened the system to examine. Fomet, rank A, strong? Fomet. Loki smiled, knowing clearly his counterpart had become interested, which suited him. Loki introduced that it was that person, a fairly strong and quite handsome hunter too, right? And this was what he was asking of her, while Beatmaker's eyes brightened and her face flushed, asking if this was really that hunter. Just looking, she already liked him. He was exactly the type of person she really liked, with a bright, cheerful face, and she very much looked forward to him. A photo of the goddess Vankiji was sent into the chat room. Members of the Vankiji goddess photo discussion group today. Hey, today the goddess is also really beautiful. But did everyone notice that the hunter who cleared the labyrinth tower isn't Vankiji? Someone was surprised. Thinking about it, there really wasn't any official announcement. So who is the one who cleared the labyrinth tower? It's not Echidna either. The room host replied that the hunter is Foamy. Foamy. The others were stunned. What did I just hear? Is it that guy? Foamy, isn't that the same name as the boss of the trial tower? The room host replied that the boss of the trial tower is indeed the hunter Foamy. Everyone simultaneously sent question marks and then burst out laughing. What nonsense are you talking about? A monster turning into a human? Stop watching so many cartoons. The room host, back DCD, replied, it's true. In another place, in a pitch-black room, there was a person dressed in concealing clothing. In anger, threw their still-lit phone onto the desk. Damn it. Why won't anyone believe me? Because I saw it with my own eyes at the labyrinth trial. His true form, I saw it in the tower. I saw him in the tower, but no matter how angry that person was, there was still no evidence of the appearance of the person he was trying to. After buying a new phone, Jinwoo happily tossed it up and, chuckling, hehehe. So this is a smart. He was so happy he kept fondling it without letting go, even imagining he could read many novels with this. Minwoo glanced over and reminded him. Now you need to keep your phone battery healthy, and remember to spend moderately. Do you know how much you've. Minwoo rolled his eyes. We're making money, yet you're so stingy. Minwoo pleaded. You just need to sit there and rest your legs, while I have to struggle desperately between the boundary of life and. Jinwoo retorted. Even if you save money, what would you use it for anyway? When it's hot, even if I buy you air conditioning, you wouldn't accept it. Minwoo explained, thinking about the circumstances, but before he could finish his sentence, Jinwoo already shouted, since when do you think about circumstances? Minwoo answered, anyway, since you contributed, when we catch that pervert, I'll buy it. Suddenly, a red system notification screen appeared with a message, Hunter Headquarters, do you want? Minwoo was surprised as he read the notification content aloud. So this is the Hunter Headquarters. Dear Hunters, this is a notification regarding the auction of the magic stone from the gargoyle boss of the labyrinth. It seemed the auction had been completed, and the two eagerly waited for the auction. Then their eyes widened in unison as they stammered. 800 million. The system displayed 8,000,001. The amount you will receive at the Hunter Headquarters after deducting taxes and auction fees. The two shouted loudly, 800 million? Jinwoo and Minwoo were equally incredulous. You won the lottery. What about Foe? Is Foe still an issue? It was hard to believe this conversation was coming from two people who were once bosses of the. Jinwoo pointed toward a distant apartment building. Can't we buy a small apartment in that? The male lead poured cold water on the idea. What are you saying? With that amount, you can't buy a house in. Suddenly, Minwoo's eyes gradually darkened as he looked at Jinwoo. I have an idea. If I take your magic stone, there would be more money. Jinwoo angrily shouted. You crazy bastard. In this human form, this body has no magic stone. Minwoo was somewhat disappointed. What a shame. First, let's go receive that money, then think about how to use it, okay? So at the family restaurant, everyone was also discussing this. Isn't that Vanky Z? Everyone was looking at a photo just posted on Vanky Z's Instagram, with people complimenting how beautiful it. In one corner sat 4 people. Echidna, Vanky Z, and 2 friends, one with orange hair and one with purple hair. The orange-haired girl said, anyway, it's hot today, isn't it? Echidna replied, summer's here. The other person suggested, after eating, let's go for coffee. Okay? Let's find a nice cafe nearby. Oh, I know a place. Let's go there and have some ice cream for dessert. Okay. Let's go there. As for Vanky Z, she wasn't paying much attention to this conversation and was staring intently at her. She finally put it down. She concluded with a bland statement, which made everyone puzzled. She answered. I'm talking about Min Tae. Ah, you mean that A-rank hunter from Asia? She recounted. He's interested in me. I've met him a few times already, but he only says things I don't want to hear and don't want to talk. Anyway, while playing golf, he went on about how he participated in a charity event to help the poor today, pretending to be moved and emotional. Not a shred of acting talent. Anyway, compared to my Echidna, while observing her phone as if not paying attention, suddenly interrupted. Like that show-off hunter, right? But didn't you get rejected? This remark struck Vanky Z's heart like too embarrassed. She became angry and shouted. I haven't even confessed yet, so how can I be Thinking about that person, Vanky Z felt a bit shy. I just wanted to have a meal with him to commemorate completing the labyrinth. Vanky Z appeared offering the invitation in Minwoo's room when he was still getting dressed, his upper body bare, revealing his robust. He repeated, a meal. She nodded. Yes. Minwoo flatly refused. I have to take the rank evaluation test, clean up and repair my residence, so I'm not free. Therefore, I'm not going in. Recalling this, Vanky Z felt somewhat, and even if I eat alone, I don't see any problem. Both of her friends were also somewhat stunned. Eating alone is no problem? What kind of statement from someone without a shred of romance is? Someone speculated. Or is he dating someone? Could it be he likes guys? Vanky Z still tried to maintain her dignity. Well, what? From the beginning, he didn't even look at you. Did he? Echidna spoke up. If not, then it seems like Juju isn't his type. He might also be dating. The more she heard this, the more irritated Vanky Z. At the same time, the person they had just mentioned was suddenly called out by Ilrium. Hunter, Minwoo and Juju looked over in surprise. Ilrium greeted them. It's been a long time since the Mekong Tower. Do you remember me? Jeep. The two of them were invited to a meal at a luxurious restaurant called the Hio Van. With countless delicious, he stammered. What is all this? She crossed her arms and smiled. If you want to eat anything, just order more. Minwoo was puzzled. Why are you suddenly doing this? She answered. I heard you led everyone safely out of the Mekong Tower. I went to the hospital to thank you, but you had already been discharged, and I didn't know your phone number. I happened to run into you today, so I'm thanking you now. Minwoo astutely noticed. But you're not using honorifics? You clearly used them at the she replied, still somewhat suspicious. We're the same age, so if I used honorifics, I'd be the one at a disadvantage. Or maybe you're pretending about your age. Expression on Min Woo's face became slightly. What? Did you investigate? What he received was Ilrium's confident. She laid her cards on the table. Actually, I have something I want to ask Hunter Fomet. Are you really the hunter who cleared the Mekong Tower? I also asked the headquarters, but they said it was. I also asked the central headquarters, but they said the hunter who cleared the Mekong Tower doesn't want to reveal their identity, so they can't tell me. At this point, only you remain. Minwoo kept his mouth shut, not saying it. She explained, well, it's just that since I have no evidence, I have no other. She went straight to the point. I want to ask you for a favor. Can you work as a temporary mercenary for me? He repeated those 3 words with composure. She explained, actually, earlier I went to the hunter headquarters to find mercenaries, but I happened to run into you. Seeing them continue talking, Jinwoo took the opportunity to eat, thinking, they'll probably talk for a while, so I can eat now. Ilrium added, you're a frontline hunter with the ability to immediately figure out how to clear. She thought to herself, and I don't know if you're the hunter who cleared the labyrinth tower. Finally, she offered an ideal condition. Of course there will be compensation. Minwoo asked, are you planning to attack some tower so dangerous that you need mercenaries? She honestly admitted, yes, according to the information, its difficulty is similar to the labyrinth tower. So the details regarding the exact information about the commission and compensation. Minwoo pondered for a long time before speaking. Compensation is 800 million. Hearing these words, Jinwoo, who was eating, as for Ilrium, she remained. Minwoo crossed his arms and explained, it's a dangerous job that risks my life, so I must receive that much. Ilrium nodded in agreement. All right, agreed. Seeing this, both Minwoo and the others were extremely surprised. What? Do you have a lot of money? She explained. As you said, this is work that risks lives. Is a lot of money in it? They were in the middle of their conversation. Someone opened the door and walked. It was the restaurant's director. He was startled. Young miss, you're here again? If you had informed us before. Seeing there were other people in the room, he quickly bowed apologetically. Ah, there are other guests? How rude of us. We apologize. Minwoo sat stunned watching Ilrium and the director converse. The chairman is currently in a meeting. It's fine. I see uncle at home so often I'm sick. The male lead was surprised. Young miss. Only then did she turn to look at him and answer casually. The hotel belongs to my Minwoo and Jinwoo were both dumb. They never expected this seemingly friendly and beautiful girl to carry the aura of shining so brightly that even Jinwoo and Minwoo had to shield their face. Within that aura imagined by Minwoo, Ilrium concluded with we plan to attack the Holy Abyss. At the hunter headquarters, 2 other people were also mentioning this place. Jae-guk frowned. The Holy Abyss Tower still exists? Could it? Ji-hyun answered. Not quite. The system is detecting biological response signals there. What about it? That hunter is one of the hunters the team leader worked hard to
Jae-guk frowned. Nebiala Guild. Ji-hyun recounted.
Up to 3 high-ranking members are trapped in the tower. Hunter Pang-jo, the guild master, will personally enter to rescue them. As expected, Jae-guk's attitude was displeased. No, that hunter must clear that tower. That's the only way they'll be worth the money we invest. After that, he and Ji-hyun proceeded. Contact Nebula Guild, since we're the clients. We'll try to meet all their demands. And except for our hunters, no other hunter is allowed to approach the Holy Abyss Tower. Ji-hyun answered. I knew you would do that, so I already prepared everything. Then he received praise. As expected, you handle work very. He asked, what about the list of hunters participating in the support? Jae-guk answered, choose skilled hunters, even if they're a rank. If they're not skilled enough, pass. Just then, the two of them, from outside looking through the glass door into the information processing area, saw Minwoo and Ilrium questioning him. Why can't we go to the Holy Abyss? Why can't we suddenly go there? That place has my 800 million. I need to enter that tower. The poor employee was in a difficult position. This matter, according to regulations, I cannot disclose. Jae-guk blocked them. Ultimately, I will let everyone know about those regulations. Minwoo glared back, while Jae-guk maintained his contemptuous long time no see, trash hunter. After that, the two of them were invited by Jae-guk into the negotiation room. Support. Jae-guk explained, since both Hunter Ilrium and Hunter Fomet are A rank, I want to invite you both to join the support team. That way, you can both enter the Holy Abyss Tower. This benefits both parties. Minwoo crossed his arms. What's the Jae-guk remained extremely friendly. Scheme? What scheme? We're the hunter nurturing department. No matter which hunter it is, we must always show respect. Minwoo got irritated and muttered. This bad. Ilrium thought. A government person from the nurturing department hired another hunter. I think it's probably the hunter I care deeply about who's inside that tower. So she said, I have a question. Which hunters will we be? He answered, an S-rank hunter named Chiyu. Practically the right-hand person of the Nebula Guild. No DA, an A-rank hunter who is the only hunter with summoning abilities. And or person, the younger brother of the legendary hunter Jiavan. Currently the most expensive hunter Griffin. He repeated. Minwoo, hearing this name, was extremely shocked and opened his eyes. According to his recollection, it was a day filled with tragedy. The entire city was engulfed in a sea of flames. All the architectural structures were severely destroyed, and those who survived cried out in terror for only to be trampled underfoot by the monster. It had a dragon-like form with a long tail and hard, solid. Its body was nearly the size of a. At that time, he and his older brother were sitting in the car waiting for their parents to return, not knowing they had all been. He also fainted, then was continuously called by his brother until he slowly opened his eyes. So-yuk, Su-hyuk. After a moment, he finally woke up and complained. Brother, my head hurts so much. His brother asked, you're not injured, are you? There was a car collision with. And the older brother stood up and opened the car door, leaving a reminder. I don't see Mom and Dad anywhere. Stay here while I go find them. The last memory was his brother's figure running farther and farther, while he could only stay in the car, calling out with an anxious heart. Brother, don't go, brother. Right now, bro. Su-hyuk suddenly jolted awake with wide eyes, momentarily unable to distinguish between the present and the past. Someone walked toward him, asking with concern, you're awake. He came to his senses and answered, sorry, I woke up a bit late, didn't I? It's fine, are you okay? That person placed a hand on his shoulder. All right then, I'll leave this gate. Su-hyuk, holding dual swords, stood before a door with extraordinarily unique patterns. In a ready elsewhere, Minwoo had just arrived at the hospital for a health. Jun-song said, how does your hand movement feel? You're lucky to have been cared for by me, and treated for free no less. Minwoo adjusted his hand joints and asked back, I thought the treatment fees were government's. Jun-song smiled cheerfully. What are you saying? If I hadn't taken care of you diligently, would you be like this now? You definitely don't want to leave the association anymore, right? Minwoo rolled his eyes. To enter the tower, I have to put up with it. What else can I do? Jun-song was somewhat. That tower just appeared and hasn't been thoroughly researched. Is it too dangerous there? Even though you're only doing support and monitoring duties, you won't be able to avoid fighting. Minwoo answered, well, once I go in there, I'm prepared to fight monsters. And Jun-song was still a bit worried. Brought up the concern Minwoo had overlooked. But that tower, we haven't been able to gather any information about it yet. The team leader reminded you of something, didn't he? Minwoo thought for a moment, replied, I haven't seen him since the interrogation room. He's probably too busy dealing with the aftermath of that cult incident. There's a lot he needs to sort out and handle. I've done my part already. Now it's his turn to go deep and clean things up, which makes sense. Jun-song pursed her lips. There seemed to be some lingering suspicion here. She let it go. Knowing that much is enough. I just hope you stay safe during this mission. Suddenly, something unexpected. Give me your hand. Minwoo was surprised, asked what she was planning to do. She simply answered, it's nothing, just give it here. After that, Jun-song used a skill on Minwoo's hand. It emitted a greenish light. A moment later, She released it, smiled. All set. Minwoo looked at his hand in surprise. Seemed much better now, and he noticed 3 fluffy little things, each the size of a bean on his hand. They were giggling and laughing. Curious what these things were, Junsong explained. Your hand has been treated, but there are still areas that haven't fully healed and need more recovery. These spirits will help you heal those remaining spots. Don't worry, they're very friendly. All of them looked lively. Minwoo asked, but why do they keep laughing like this? Then he realized something else. Are you a spirit mage? Junsong confirmed. That's right. I'm a spirit magic user. I'm mainly responsible for healing and recovery. My combat abilities aren't great, just here to support everyone. There aren't many hunters focused on support like me anymore. People like me are usually called healers or support specialists. Another day dawned with white clouds drifting in a clear sky. At the church, the great priest stood at the podium, began preaching. Everyone, within your souls, why not gradually form a devout heart? Someone with a devout heart will always be blessed with good fortune. Whether in exams, work, or a bright future, all of these things can be achieved. We are living here in such happiness. It is He who has granted us this life. We must give thanks and have faith in the Lord. We can do. Then, in the end, Bitmaker came to meet the priest for a chat. The priest concluded, the Lord will bless us even more. Haha, excellent. Those were truly wonderful sermons, Loki. Did you learn all that? It turned out this priest was actually Loki in disguise. He replied, I just learned from some old acquaintances. Bitmaker was also surprised, remarked, you even dyed your priest role really requires that, I suppose. If you're going to do it, you might as well go all the way. There are some things you don't really need to do. Bitmaker chuckled, said, it seems this is one of your hobbies, isn't it? You hypnotized that mother and daughter, then seized the position of this priest outright. The original priest just vanished completely. Following their middle-aged woman and a young girl stood there, looking back at them. Bitmaker observed, looking at them. Those two are clearly under your hypnosis. How leisurely she remained, he was extremely surprised, added, but there's one thing I can't understand. Why are you able to relax here, letting that cheese friend of yours roam free without any supervision? That doesn't seem like a good idea. But she was utterly confident, replied, my friend? You don't need to worry about that. Everything is within my control. Elsewhere, Ilryung stood with her arms crossed, glaring angrily at her counterpart. Demanded, why are you so late? Minwoo calmly, in return, I got here this early and you're still complaining? Ilryung clasped her hands behind her back, laughed. I'm just kidding, the earlier the better. Minwoo didn't quite understand, remarked, you seem overly excited. How long are you planning to fool around? Exploring this tower isn't going to be easy. Ilryung awkwardly looked away, said, no, I'm not as relaxed as you think. We're one of the first groups to explore this tower after all. Minwoo looked at her, her eyes sparkled with an enthusiastic atmosphere. She excitedly, there's no known information about this tower. Everything is just vague speculation, which is so thrilling. He thought to himself that it was dangerous, not thrilling. Ilryung kept rambling on. To explore this tower, I've prepared quite a lot. Drinking water, provisions, spell scroll, many more support items for combat and recovery. My inventory wasn't big enough, so I even spent money to expand it. Rest assured, the supplies I've prepared can last us a long time. Maybe even a few years. Minwoo went from silent to dropping his jaw. By the end, it was a desert of words, a drought of speech, a depletion of language. She remained oblivious. He was shocked, exclaimed, what? You prepared that much? Are you planning to live there permanently? Ilryung protested defensively. I'm just being cautious. In case something happens, we'll still have things to use. Besides, there were other A-rank and S-rank hunter teams before, but they haven't conquered it yet. Staying inside for a while and changing scenery would be fine, but our goal is to conquer the tower. Hearing, he nodded. Yeah, that's the goal, but I also have a condition for you. I told you already. She was surprised, asked back. What? A condition? Recalling their previous meeting when she asked him about the conditions for becoming her mercenary, he had stated, in any case, one of my skills. I won't be using it inside that tower. At that time, she was extremely surprised, asked, what? You mean when you go in, you won't use your skill? But how will you fight then? He replies, to improve my combat proficiency, I want to challenge myself. If I rely too much on my skills, I won't be able to get stronger. Bringing this up again, she felt a bit deflated, said, I know that, but I'm hiring you to go in and fight. He reassured, don't worry. Since you're paying me 800 million, there's no way I'd let you be in danger. She softly, that actually sounds touching. And then So, shall we go now? She replied. We're still waiting for someone who hasn't arrived yet. He was a bit confused, asked, Huh? There's still someone else. Just then, a young man in a blue coat descended from afar, landed beside them. The newcomer apologized. Sorry I'm late. Minwoo glanced at this person. They looked familiar, asked hesitantly, You are. Also, the other day, after Ziguk had persuaded Minwoo and Ilryung to go to the sacred abyss, he had given instructions. Then Jihyun, you go with them. She was surprised. Me? Why? He advised, keep a close eye on that format guy. See what information about him we can gather. Lately, we haven't made any progress in learning more about him. She accepted, yes, I understand. And then he showed concern, asked, You haven't conquered a tower in a while? Are you worried? She expressed her thoughts honestly. Not really, I have enough combat skills, but that format guy might figure out the team leader's intention. I'm worried this mission could be affected. Ziguk was calm, replied, It's fine. My purpose in doing this is to let him know he's being watched. By having you go in with him, we can gather more information. Whenever he fights, collect as much data about him as you can. Jihyun introduced her. I'm Z, a C-rank hunter. I've been assigned to enter the tower with you two this time to help out. Ilryung was extremely enthusiastic, said, Yes, let's do our best. Minwoo remained silent, muttering quietly, Surveillance, huh? Jihyun also you could say that, but I won't be a bother. I also have decent combat skills. The tension between the two. Ilryung waved her hand, glanced at Minwoo. Well then, now that we're all here, let's go, shall we? The group stood on the ground, looking up at the tower. Had a spindle shape with silver rings circling around it, floating in midair. Ilryung was amazed. That tower is suspended in the air? Jihyun pointed toward a pillar of light in the distance, said, That's probably the connection point to the tower, like a teleportation gate. The two of them stared intently at that spot, with arms crossed, the other stroking her chin, and then Ilryung called, Hey, 800. Minwoo understood. Her intention was crystal clear. She wanted Minwoo to test it out. He stepped onto the transmission zone. Suddenly his body shot upward toward the tower. Ilryung, Whoa, he's flying up. While the two of them were still stunned watching, Minwoo flew back down from above, landed on the ground. Ilryung, happened. He replied, It teleports you straight into the tower's waiting room. Jihyun rolled her neck, said, Then let's go up. Ilryung hesitated. You go ahead. Minwoo, you're not coming? But the girl seemed flustered, stammered, I am, but I'm a bit, it looks like I need to prepare myself a bit. However, not wanting to waste too much, Minwoo ran over, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and jumped into the teleportation circle. The two of them were then launched upward. In the blink of an eye, all three had appeared at the entrance of the tower. It was a dark, gloomy expanse dotted with scattered points of light. Minwoo and Jihyun remained fairly calm. Ilryung's complexion wasn't great. He assessed the situation. It's really quiet. Looking around, he didn't see a way to continue to the next level, remarked. There's only that pillar here. His gaze shifted toward Jihyun, who was still watching him from afar. He imagined a future day when he would turn and walk away while Jaeguk cried behind him. Oh, I've missed my chance. At the same time, he also noticed that, as their footsteps continued on, from the moment they entered until now, this uncomfortable feeling, like being watched by someone. He looked up blankly at the sky, and the sensation intensified, while somewhere, mechanical eyes were also watching. Suddenly, someone shouted out. He turned his head toward her, then froze when he heard her raise her voice softly, saying, It's so beautiful. Before them stood a waterfall. At the very top of the waterfall was a circular silver object, and at the center of the silver ring was a helmet from which water gushed down into a deep pit. Ilryung cheerfully said, I have to take a picture right now, while he crossed his arms and sighed. Where even is this that you still care about? She replied bluntly. But the room before this wasn't any different from other towers at all, whereas this room has many rather special things, like the unique characteristics of this. Jihyun was still staring intently at that structure. Minwoo turned toward Ilryung, saying, All right, take detailed pictures and show them to me later. This floor is one we need to pay attention to. Ilryung replied, I'll save them and post these photos on my personal page. He urged, Okay. After that, they discovered a hovering triangular prism floating above the. One of them spoke up. That device looks different from the ones we've encountered before. Minwoo, while opening his phone to look at the photos he'd taken, analyzed. Just as I said, this room is also different from all the rooms we've encountered. So Jihyun glanced over and asked, I know that, but do you have any clues? Minwoo, having finished looking, tossed the phone back to Il. All right, it's time to get back to work. Stop taking pictures and focus on observing everything. Let's get ready to fight. With that said, he placed his hand on the center of that object, and the system challenge of floor 20 of the Holy Tower begins. Everyone was extremely surprised to notice something that had just shot toward them, accompanied by a silver light, and you tilted his body slightly to dodge the attack, while these attacks also tore open the wall, revealing an iron. The system appeared with a requirement. Time limit. 10 minutes to eliminate the demon beast Doke, and the monster of this floor had the shape of a mechanical. Along with that, everyone was also surprised by the accompanying requirement. Failure will result in being pushed back to floor 1 to start the tower over from the. Everyone shouted. Who the hell is the owner of this tower? But these challenges are quite annoying. The robot dog seemed to have instincts. Its eyes looked toward me, and he stared back, and it charged toward him, and also drew his sword to receive its attack. At close range, the dog was many times larger than him. Even just its tail, with its mechanical joints unfolding, was as big as. It continuously used its tail to attack me. He nimbly leaped and dodged, taking the opportunity to slash his sword at its tail, producing ear-piercing metallic. Seeing this was ineffective, it deployed the cannons on its 2 shoulders, continuously firing at me. He accelerated again to evade, jumping into the air, taking advantage of his position to slash at the dog, but on its body a protective barrier that blocked this. Seeing this, Minyu retreated, slightly stunned. It created a and he shouted, everyone, attack together. We have to break the shield to eliminate it. Him and Jihyun drew their weapons and rushed. The system continued the countdown. Time remaining. 9 minutes 6 seconds. 4 minutes 2 seconds. They continued, unleashed attacks toward the monster. The shield wasn't until the time had only 10 seconds left that cracks finally appeared. Ilrium shouted, vomit. Minyu seriously gave the order. Everyone stand back. I'll eliminate it in once. He formed an energy through the bowstring taut and fired a shot full of energy at the monster, shouting, but at that moment, a stone arm suddenly appeared, slammed the monster down into the ground. The system also counted down to 0, then immediately displayed mission complete to the astonishment and confusion of the 3. Minyu protested. That was my finishing. Before them stood a golem without a face but with full limbs, looking rather Someone asked curiously, what's with that golem? It's not a demon beast. A person wearing a cloak appeared from behind, and when they lowered the hood, it revealed a pink-haired girl who seemed to be Iriam was surprised. Huh? It's a girl? Jihyun was startled in recognition. Are you the hunter? Ilriam also remembered. That's one of the hunters who entered before us, right? Meanwhile, Minyu was still annoyed. Damn, he couldn't hold back and stepped forward to question her. I was about to finish it off. Why did you appear? Someone spoke up to intervene. But before he could shout anything more, she collapsed and Minyu was startled. Who? Ilriam quickly called out. Are you okay? Then turned to tell Minyu. Why aren't you catching her? He replied bluntly. Why should? Nelia lay on the ground but was still trembling. Jihyun came to check. She's injured, isn't she? Suddenly there was a sound. Gurgle, gurgle. Someone asked curiously. What's that? The gurgling sounds came from her body, and after a while, Nelia finally raised her, which was completely pale, grabbed Jihyun's hand with difficulty, and managed to utter a few words. Hungry.
I'm hungry.
Both Jihyun and Ilriam were stunned. Huh. While Minyu yawned boredly, a few days later, in Jaeguk's office, it seemed there was a visitor. A cup of tea was placed on the. He stood up and spoke. I apologize for making everyone come all the way here. The Hunter Association is always busy with many matters, so we don't have time to go elsewhere. He walked toward them to explain. We invited you here for nothing particularly. You've responded that you don't understand the measures to overcome the Holy Tower. So we've taken this opportunity to invite you here to support the climbing of the Holy Tower, beyond the Pioneer Hunter team that has already entered. We've sent 2 additional skilled hunters along with an employee from our organization to assist. He sat facing them with a confident smile and replied, That's 2 reinforcement teams sent there. Ah, both are very capable people. One of them has very special skills and was promoted to rank A in just a short time, though according to them his actual strength is a bit lacking, but isn't that still? He clasped his hands with a relaxed attitude. Since it's the Hunter Association conquering the Holy Tower, it's the Nebula Hunter Association. So Nebula has the opportunity to demonstrate its. The president of the Nebula Hunter Association, Hunter. Don't worry about the people sent there. I think by now they've already met the pioneer. Indeed, as expected, at this moment inside the Holy Soo-hyuk had reunited with Minyu, and he pointed his sword. Him, grinding his teeth in surprise. What? Why are you? A few hours earlier, Minu's group silently watched Nelia devour food to fill her. Only then did she have the strength to speak. She looked up with a joyful expression and exclaimed, "Oh, I'm so happy. How long has it been since I've had anything?" Elriam asked with concern. "You must have been really hungry, huh?" Nelia replied. "I've been climbing this holy tower for about a month, so I haven't eaten anything for about 2 weeks." Elriam was surprised. 2 weeks? That's so long. How did you manage to hold on? Nelia explained. If it were an ordinary person, how could they endure? But hunters have a different constitution. She asked further, "Why didn't you let the tower reset the challenge, so you could return to floor 1 and exit the—" Nelia replied while eating. "I wanted to do that too, but the 2 hunters traveling with me didn't want to fail like that, so I had to go down to the lower floors to receive supply items. Luckily I met everyone." Ji-hyun, hearing this, remembered, "Go down? So you used the teleportation device to go—" Nelia pointed out the reality. "That's right, but the current situation doesn't allow for—" Minyu, standing to one side, took out a pack of sweet potato chips, opened it, and explained while eating. "Because the teleportation devices aren't working. Those devices in this holy tower are no longer operating." Nelia's eyes widened as she stared intently at the chip bag in Minu's hand and offered her opinion. "It seems so, but to put it simply, some towers have teleportation devices that don't work well, and sometimes they even malfunction." Ji-hyun added, "The government as well as the Hunter Association have already taken note of this." Elriam was also curious. "But there are so many towers now. How can they monitor— Which floor did you come down from?" Nelia responded. "I came down from floor 49. Ji-hyun asked further. "So that means you've already completed about half the journey." But Nelia didn't think so. "Half? I don't think so. I estimate there are quite a few more towers." Nelia continued. "According to us, this holy tower has over 100 floors, and we're currently stuck on floor 49. Suddenly, Nelia's gaze shifted toward Minyu, asking curiously, "By the way, what's this hunter?" Minyu finally introduced himself. She immediately asked, "Huh, so what's your class? How tall are you? What weapons do you usually use? Sword? Spear? Minyu answered each question irritably. "I'm a warrior, 186 cent, and I can use any of them. Why are you asking?" Nelia suddenly smiled. Then she stepped forward with a confident "Well, it seems like everyone's presence will help us conquer the holy tower. Everyone, gather around." Elriam was curious. "What do you mean?" Nelia then explained, "I'll demonstrate my skill to everyone. It's considered a special skill used in this tower, and thanks to this skill, I was able to rank up and be considered an A rank." Next, she instructed everyone. Left hand holds the right hand of the next, forming a closed. In their minds, everyone thinks of a place they want to go that they've already been. They didn't understand. What? Minyu thinking, what is she saying? But immediately after spatial magic act, beneath their feet, a blue light glowed, a portal opened, teleportation, and the light grew brighter and brighter, enveloped. At the same time, Soo-hyuk once again failed to clear the challenge and was thrown out. He sat down, collapsed to the ground, his eyes dark. Terrible memories surfaced as he recalled Jaeguk's earlier reminder. "It seems your strength remains the same. Like this, you can't become an S-rank hunter." That time, he could only respond, "Yes." Jaeguk continued rambling. "Hunters who possess special physical attributes and skills, like Hunter Griffin, will always know how to develop their own strength better thanks to their current motivation. Although I don't know what drives Hunter Griffin's efforts, I suspect that right now, it seems you're losing your drive as well as your goals. Hunter must quickly find your motivation and purpose again, or else your strength will not be able to progress." Soo-hyuk leaned his back against the door, facing the gloomy atmosphere. He muttered, "Where did I get—" Suddenly, he sensed. He quickly jumped up in alarm. "Demon beast energy? It's getting stronger. Where is it coming?" Suddenly, he felt a chill down his. He turned around. A blue light flashed, quickly unleashed an attack toward that. When the light dispersed, what appeared was a demon beast but a human. He had once told him with a resolute attitude, "You must become stronger or else you will die by my—" Meanwhile, Nelia, after appearing, saw Soo-hyuk pointing his sword at Minyu and was horrified. Soo-hyuk shouted with a hostile attitude, "Why are you here?" Nelia also cried out, "Hunter Griffin, what are you doing?" Seeing this, he asked Hunter Nelia, "Didn't you go to find the rescue?" Nelia replied, "That's right, on the way down, I met them. They're the support team the boss." Soo-hyuk scoffed. "Support team? Just one person?" Minyu also replied not very kindly. "Long time no—" Nelia was surprised. "You two know each other?" At the same time, a voice rang out behind them. "Hunter Nelia?" Elriam was startled. "Huh, that's Hunter the man." A middle-aged man with white hair and a strong, sturdy, smiled cheerfully as soon as he saw them, making his otherwise serious face much more friendly. This is perfect time. He continued eating while laughing enthusiastically. Good thing everyone brought supplies. Otherwise we couldn't have held on. Nelia, sitting beside him, reminded, eat slowly. He nodded. The old man ate while laughing excitedly, saying, fortunately, everyone supported us. Otherwise we couldn't have endured it. Nelia, sitting beside him, reminded him again, please eat slowly, sir. He nodded, saying, Ilium whispered to Jihue, as I said, Hunter Civil is the older brother of Hunter Bangu, the chairman of the Nebula Association. Looking at him, he seems quite wealthy too. The two are quite... Jihue nodded. Hunter Bangu was born much later, so there's quite an age difference. They're from a long-established hunting family, with skills passed down from generation to generation. All their brothers are famous hunters. Ilium finally understood. After finishing their meal, Civil crossed his arms with a serious expression. Captain Ma has sent these hunters to support us in climbing the tower, so we need to work even. Nelia pointed her finger toward Minwo and whispered to him, oh, and about this. What do you think of that hunter? After that, they began assigning roles for clearing the stage. Minwo asked, so I have to go into this room alone and defeat the boss there? Nelia explained, yeah, how should I put it? Hunter Griffin will do the same. Minwo asked again, so there's two. Nelia clarified, more precisely, Griffin will enter the door on the opposite side over there. Minwo questioned, I like fighting, but why does it have to be? The team has already recovered, so why not fight yourselves? You've been here so long and haven't gotten through. Why would I be able? But Nelia's confidence shocked Minwo. You'll be able to do it. He asked, so why will I be able? Nelia calmly continued arranging things. First, just go in there, defeat them, then come out and I'll And so Minwo and Suhyu turned their backs to each other and simultaneously advanced through the two symmetrical, glanced back at Griffin, slowly proceeded into the... Inside the darkness, a pentagram-shaped light appeared. From emerged a massive golem. He looked at it challengingly. You're the one I need to defeat? Then let's fight and see how strong you... With that, he charged forward to engage it and, in just moments, he was thrown back out. He was furious. Why is it so? Then he was surprised to see Griffin. When did you get out here? Nelia spoke up. You're already out, Hunter. You came out a bit later than Hunter Griffin, about a minute. He didn't believe it. Nonsense. How could I be slower? Let me try again. Nelia didn't argue. Yes, if you didn't say so, I was going to suggest it. Minwo waved his hand. All right, never mind. But I've already destroyed the monster. Why haven't we moved to the next? Only now did Nelia reveal the reason. There's a The two doors seem to be linked together. The monster in the room Hunter Fomet has the same form as the monster in Hunter Griffin's room. They appear to be twins. Therefore, it seems they'll be affected by the time it takes to clear them. Sivu explained. Simply put, both sides must defeat the monsters at exactly the same time without any time difference. Not even 0.1 seconds. That's the... Only now did Minwo understand. So when you told me to just go in there and come out and you'd explain, it was because... Nelia proposed a plan. Yes, that's why we need to test different hunters to find compatibility between the two clearing this. From now on, you two will cooperate in battle. Hunter Griffin and Hunter Fomet. You both do your... Zipper momentarily froze with an ellipsis expression. Looking at the scene before. In front of her now was used garbage left on the road. That's definitely Fomet. Eating like a glutton, watching him eat at the hotel. I knew this place wouldn't be enough. She thought it over, then cast a hesitant glance at the scene. I anticipated this, so I brought extra food for Fomet, but, looking at the items all completely cleaned out, Zipper sighed. Hunter Griffin also eats a lot too, probably because he's at a growing age, and he's been starving for 2. While she was still immersed in her own thoughts, Z passed by. I should have brought more supplies. Do you need me to help clean up? Yes, thank. And so the two girls collected items from one side to the group of people standing and talking over their caught Z's. Looking toward them, do you think those two can do it? Zipper responded. Huh? Oh, you mean Hunter Fomet and Hunter Griffin? The two of them began their discussion. They have to complete the missions in those 2 rooms simultaneously without making any mistakes. No wonder they've been stuck on floor 49 for so long. The Pioneer Hunter team must have tried many times already, but it doesn't seem very effective. Z's sharp eyes looked up. But now that Fomet is here, this could be their last. Fomet remained focused on his conversation, while Gripper's eyes hadn't left him even for a... Suddenly she spoke, making Z ask, I know. Did Hunter Z come with us to monitor Hunter Fomet? She paused at Gripper's words. Am I that obvious? I thought only Hunter Fomet noticed. But you saw it too. You can't lie, Can you, Hunter Z? Everything shows in your eyes. After that, Z fell silent, leaving only Gripper's explanation. Actually, when I investigated Hunter Fomet, I learned about the relationship between him and Captain Ha Yuk. I heard they don't like each other. She smiled kindly at Z. Since Captain Ha always pays attention to Fomet, it's understandable that he sent you here, Hunter. But working under someone as domineering as him, someone like you must face many difficulties, right? Z spoke up. Hunter Gripper, do you also think Captain Ha is a bad person? This made her exclaim in surprise. Z continued with a disheartened expression. It seems in others' eyes, our captain appears to be a bad person, but to me, he's not like that. I will carry out all of the captain's orders. Her eyes were full of determination, her face darkening. If anyone dares to obstruct his work, that person will be a bad person in my eyes. Gripper was momentarily silenced by her attitude. Meanwhile, the garbage scattered on the ground had been neatly collected into bags. Can't leave trash in the waiting room. If we store it in the inventory, then... Oh, Gripper smiled somewhat mysteriously. I have the perfect item to store them. This piqued Z's curiosity. What? She immediately pulled out a small cube-like object, surprising Z. Anything we put into the indefinite cube will disappear without leaving any trace. It's a legendary item from Sinua's auction. So many people bid on it. How were you able to buy it? She smiled even more. Gripper held the item in her hand with interest. This thing can erase traces of any secret that can't be revealed. There's no reason I wouldn't. She covered her mouth in surprise. It can even erase secrets. She then requested. Let me borrow it later. Gripper had no problem and agreed. Fomet was still talking. The way to destroy the monster and move to the next floor? Very simple. We'll set an alarm and a stop. Hearing this, Nelia immediately objected. No. The condition states we cannot use electronic devices in that. Fomet argued back dismissively. Then as soon as we enter, we attack with full force to take it. Siviu also objected. Our abilities are different. We can't predict the monster's time of... He now placed his hand on his chin, somewhat impatient as all his suggestions were being rejected. Or we just fight until it's exhausted. In the end, they said, just do as we... A voice rang out from behind, making Fomet turn to look. It was Griffin, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. We know this tower better than... He glared back. So you're telling me to shut up and listen to you? The boy opened his eyes and looked straight at him. You think negatively, but that's actually... Fomet started to argue. What do you want? Prompting Nelia to intervene. Ahem, hunters, calm down. You two shouldn't argue like this. You two need to cooperate. At this moment, another, more serious voice cut in, simultaneously capturing the attention of the two about to charge at each other. Hunter Griffin and Hunter... A pair of gloves was removed and thrown straight to the ground. The two looked at each other fiercely. As teammates, you two shouldn't behave this. Civil slammed his fists together. The sound was quite threatening. Instead of fighting each other, how about you both? Fomet asked him dismissively. Why? Griffin, on the other hand, seemed more compliant. Hunter Civil, in the time it would take to fight, we could attempt to clear the stage. His eyes remained fearsome. What? You two aren't confident you can beat me? He continued to provoke. Seems you're still just cowardly A-rank hunter. This struck their pride, and the two immediately charged. As for the two girls who had been in their own world, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept past behind. They then witnessed the fierce battle and wondered, what's happened? Civil had successfully blocked their attacks. That's it? Quite disappointing for A-rank hunter's reputation. Fomet ground his teeth in anger upon hearing his words. In contrast, Griffin showed clear surprise on his face. Seriously nonsense. Leaving Griffin behind, he recklessly charged forward. I'm just getting... The boy then stopped attacking and stood upright, observing the ongoing... Fomet didn't take much time to approach him, swiftly unleashing a flurry of... He jumped high to gain momentum, preparing to swing down on... But before he could do so, he was knocked back. Fomet ground his teeth in extreme frustration at Civil's words. You're a trained martial artist. Your combat strength is quite... His eyes brightened menacingly. But you lack any refined tech. He clenched his hands into... A powerful strike directly sent Fomet... Fortunately, he had combat experience and could still hold. But before he could think of anything else, having just stood up, Civil was already right in front of him, preparing to give him another devastating... The ground shook from Civil's strike. He couldn't help but greet the ground with his... Taking advantage of him being focused on Fomet, the boy closed in on Civil from behind. These two were still too green. He dodged lightly and effortlessly. Griffin only managed to glance at... Then his eyes widened in surprise. Civil evaded Griffin's attack range with perfect precision. He smiled and offered praise to Griffin. Fast speed with technique too. Next moment, Griffin's face was parallel to the girls who had been watching held their breath, following this unequal contest. The movements were crude and heavy and so the two men ended up sprawled on the. Seeing this, everyone had to admire. Truly Civil then relaxed his shoulders and laughed heartily. Your skills are excellent. I'm very excited for the future generation of hunters in this. He continued rambling, but it seemed the two weren't responding. If you two want, you can come to me for training any. Nelia looked at Civil sideways. He's seen change to the holy. Ripper was intently sitting and writing something. It's been several days since we assembled with the pioneer hunter. According to Hunter Nelia, monsters sometimes appear in the waiting room where we're staying. Nelia really talked a lot about this issue. If we don't want to deal with randomly appearing monsters, we need to periodically attack the named monsters in the. Nelia continued explaining to the expressionless person before her. When there were only 3 of us here, we took turns doing. Civil's face was serious. Monsters always act according to patterns, so we must handle them with identical patterns for a higher success rate. Each person's fighting method and skills have unique characteristics, so we should avoid using skills and instead use a unified fighting method. Each person can enter each room alone. Whether we can successfully climb the 49th floor depends on Hunter Fomet and Hunter. Though no longer as tense as before regarding Griffin, he still maintained a certain arrogant attitude. Let me follow. Griffin, thinking he misheard, asked again. What? He didn't rush to explain to the boy. You've probably killed these monsters hundreds of times. You must know when you can take them. Fomet, lower your ego. Show me, and I'll learn. This moment, Griffin picked up a steel. Gently and basically, Griffin performed a few light strikes to demonstrate. Finishing the demonstration, Griffin's eyes looked toward. Finally, the boy tossed the steel rod to him, indicating he should. He only instructed. No need to be too precise. Fomet nodded, listening to him. Anyway, I don't think you'll be able to replicate it in just one. Suddenly, Fomet's eyes opened wide, glowing bright. Once again, Griffin's eyes widened in astonishment. With just one brief observation, Fomet successfully replicated exactly what the boy had demonstrated earlier. After completing it, Fomet asked again, but all 3 of the others remained silent. Rip afterward said nothing, only silently evaluated. The movements weren't just similar, identical as if cast from the same mold. With this level of skill, he thought they would surely succeed. The door swung wide open, Fomet to immediately assume a defensive stance by natural reflex, while Griffin, probably knowing what this was beforehand, just crossed his arms and watched. Nelia stepped in, saying Hunter Fomet, a bit slower, and then once more. It wasn't going very smoothly. Do it again. Following Nelia's request, he performed it again, but still received the repeatedly stated phrase once more. At some point, Nelia lost patience, her voice becoming somewhat sharper. Again, which caused the other 2 men to freeze for a moment. Nelia still wasn't satisfied with the current level. Again, her echoing in the resistance chamber again. Continued like this. Again. At some point Nelia paused. Nelia's eyes shifted to the right. Seeing the 2 hunters were already drenched in sweat from continuous practice, she finally gave them a reprieve. Rest a bit. On the dark brick wall, rays of light leaked in through the ventilation passage. The place where Fomet now stood, drying off some of his sweat and the stuffiness. Behind Fomet, a voice rang out that made him turn around attentively. You spoke very confidently, didn't you? Though there was a bit of arrogance radiating from Griffin, what he said next was truly surprising. Perhaps I should follow your lead instead. Having finished speaking, Griffin immediately walked away while Fomet was still watching his retreating back. Hey, you bastard. Fomet was probably about to say something more to him when a voice held him back. Fomet. The owner of that voice was, unsurprisingly, Ripper. I will pay you the full amount like that. Fomet heard but didn't quite believe. Why's that? So she leaned her back against the wall to explain. After all, you came to this tower as a mercenary, so I'll pay you. Even if you give up midway and leave here, I won't deduct your money. Come on, I came here to conquer this tower anyway. Well, since you put it that way, fine. You seem really rich, huh? That's not a small amount of money, yet you're willing to pay me. Is archaeology really that lucrative? Ripper showed a somewhat annoyed attitude. You know I didn't come here just for that. Prompted Fomet to ask further, making her silent for a moment. Then for what other reason? The silence didn't last long before Ripper answered quite boldly. Because I want to end this war as soon as possible. Then she let out a long breath and continued. I realized a few things after hearing what Hunter Z said. Everyone knows that magical beasts are just vicious creatures in the eyes of humans, but from another perspective to magical beasts, humans might also be vicious creatures. Her face visibly turned cold. So how long will this war last? 1 year? 10 years? 20 years? Even after we die, to continue? Fomet, you say magical beasts slaughter innocent humans without purpose, but I don't think so. And what she was presenting now very likely touched Fomet's emotions, as he listened intently to Ripper and her story. They also have their own pride and history. If we explore the tower and find the reason hidden behind their hell, we'll find the answer, an answer that ends everything peacefully. Which Fomet to stammer, "You?" Just when one would think Fomet would be very moved by her presentation, he said instead, "You think too much," making her gape. "What?" She thus deflated, stiffening before the attitude of this hunter. He sat pondering something in his head. "We are in a situation where we must kill the magical beasts." He said, "Wait, if we don't do that, we won't be able to find clues." And his face at this moment couldn't be described with any word other than serious. "Ah, why is the 49th floor so hard to pass?" Suddenly Fomet's eyes widened. Had he just realized something? Could it be that everyone can share thoughts with each other through some kind of telepathy to pass this 49th floor? Fomet jumped up, nearly giving her a heart attack. "That's it." "What? Us being here is already absurd." At the same time, a figure happened to step up beside them. Nelia, standing between the two of them, suggested, "Let's continue then." As was her old habit, Nelia raised her index finger when speaking. "Are you two ready?" But Fomet not answering. She turned directly to ask, "Hunter Fomet, are you listening?" To which Fomet replied obediently, "Yes." She didn't forget to show concern for Griffin either. "If you're tired, still try your best. You both know already, the time gap between you two is getting shorter." As for that gentleman, who was probably rated the highest among them, Civil just crossed his arms without saying anything. She seemed to speak without rest. Then, looking toward the wide-open door, "Let's begin." Somehow afterward, none of them were willing to budge, making her sigh as if losing all strength. "If we really can't do it, we should consider going back down." But right after that, Civil spoke up, "This time we'll succeed. I know we need to be positively determined, but..." "No, I'm serious." "Why? Why are you so certain?" Same time behind her, a dazzling beam of light flashed. Bright it nearly reached Nelia. The system appeared along with the radiant gate. Synchronous elimination mission complete. Path to the 50th floor has opened. Where Fomet crossed his arms, his expression unmistakably serious. "How could you know that those two doors were linked to each other?" His question successfully sent Griffin and Civil into contemplation. At the same time, Nelia was also brought into the three-person conversation by Fomet. "Did Hunter Nelia tell you? So between those two doors there's a flow of magical power, like a thread binding them together. Did you think about severing that connection?" The gentleman immediately replied, "Hunter Nelia already tried that, but she couldn't completely sever that connection." Fomet had to concede. "Then let's move on. What about us utilizing the sharing of information through those magical power pathways?" Which both people facing Fomet to show expressions of confusion and surprise, prompting Civil to ask, "What do you mean? How could that be possible?" "You think utilizing the sharing of information through those magical power pathways would work?" To which Fomet, eyes closed, asked back, "Why wouldn't it?" Griffin probably thought this guy had lost it. "Are you serious?" Anger and impatience clearly showed on his face as he unhesitatingly launched into a long explanation. "This holy tower belongs to magical beasts, so the traps and trials all support the beasts. These towers are established to make things difficult for hunters. Us being able to utilize those mechanisms is impossible." Right after that, Fomet countered, "That's just your subjective opinion." Which made Griffin freeze slightly. "What?" And Fomet began presenting arguments drawn from his own thinking. "That's not the case. Fundamentally speaking, it's established fairly for both hunters and magical beasts. The tower was formed simply for beasts and hunters to confront each other. And as for utilizing the conditions inside the tower, both sides are equal without distinction." What he had just presented actually made a lot of sense, quickly drawing the other two into contemplation. The more he spoke, the more confident he became, a smile forming. If the tower favors magical beasts, why don't they just destroy it and go outside? Why would they endure being trapped inside like caged animals? His voice somewhat sarcastic. Griffin didn't even bother to look at Fomet once, saying, "You have quite an unusual perspective, like viewing things from beneath magical beasts rather than as a hunter." Griffin glanced at him. Fomet also met Griffin with a glance, but after a period of contemplation, Civil began to speak. "All right, so how does this information-sharing mechanism through magical power pathways work? Can you two explain it to me?" Which caused the two young men to fall silent for a moment. "My old brain makes it hard to absorb new things." Finally Griffin spoke first. "Well, as he said, we'll utilize the information-sharing mechanism like those magical beasts do." Conversation continued. "So you two will sense each other? Can you do it?" To which Griffin replied, "In theory, yes. As for practice, let's see how actual combat goes." Saying this, Griffin glanced at Fomet. But that also depends heavily on that guy. Fomet raised his face full of confidence. A smile. All right, just trust me. The gate still remained open. Light still dazzling. Nelia maintained her smile. How did you do it? Hearing her ask that, immediately 3 evaluating gazes directed straight at Nelia. Fomet patiently reiterated. As we deduced, we must eliminate the magical beast together simultaneously. To which she replied, yes, we already knew that. And Fomet simplified it. More precisely, the time needed to eliminate the beast must be the same. Which, few small beads of sweat to begin appearing on Nelia's face. Specifically how? Fomet explained. If the room Hunter Griffin enters is A, and the one I enter is B, this room is designed so that when there are movements in room A, the magical power link will transfer to B, making it move accordingly. Simply understand it like controlling a puppet. Fomet gently raised his hand. However, the magical power transferring back and forth between the 2 sides isn't always the same. Can be faster or slower depending on the time. In general, it's quite a complex mechanism, so no matter what Hunter Griffin and I do, the timing will always be inconsistent. Fomet already had his sword at the ready. So this time I entered the room in an unconscious state, not calculating anything. Fomet's eyes, perhaps because of this, became fierce. The magical power at that point will automatically envelop me. More Fomet spoke, the more sweat poured down her face for some reason. That means the magical power will also transfer to the other room and envelop Hunter Griffin. Sweat on Nelia's cheeks increased even more. Now both sides are synchronized, and the result is as you see. Before Fomet could even finish his sentence, she lost self-control and fainted in the surprise of those present. Hunter Nelia! And she had come here in the role of the strategist for the Vanguard Hunter team, so she probably felt dizzy realizing she couldn't fulfill her role well. Nelia had been propped up with a pillow and given a wet towel by the others to help her feel more comfortable. But Nelia's face still looked very pale. I'm sorry, everyone. Because of me, everyone has had to struggle. Fomet, standing behind with his hand on his chin, said, knowing this is enough. Recognizing your own shortcomings means you can do better. While up front, the gentleman gently helped Nelia up, caringly asking, are you all right? Yes, thank you, I'm fine now. You must pay attention to your health. Hearing this, Nelia felt very touched, nodding with a smile. Nelia offered words of praise, which drew Fomet's gaze from Ripper to her. You're really smart, Hunter Fomet. I heard you reached A rank very quickly. Your strength is truly impressive. Being praised made Fomet extremely embarrassed. Ah, it's nothing really. After which, they sequentially stepped into the gate. The girls of the team went first. Then when it was Fomet's turn, he paused slightly. Behind Fomet, Griffin also hadn't stepped in yet, his eyes basically watching Fomet. Civil spoke up. That kid did well. He just advanced to A rank not long ago. But his strength and judgment experience are already outstanding. Griffin also said, when doing the mission with him in that room, I sensed the difference. He's still young but has already achieved this much. I'd estimate. But entering together with Fomet, Griffin still turned his head back, saying, his experience and understanding of this tower exceeds all of us. The gate quickly transported them to a desolate, ruined place. She stepped out from the gate. She, under the shimmering light, truly looked like a beauty descending from heaven. Ripper slowly opened her eyes. She couldn't help but be surprised by the space around her at this moment. What is this? This place wasn't just her, as Fomet here also showed clear surprise toward this place. All buildings and unfinished architectural structures, but all were ruined and heavily damaged. Be a city? It looked as if it had been abandoned for too long. Fomet stood frozen witnessing a scene of desolation. Ripper, still not over her astonishment, asked, is this a floor inside the tower? The same time, the system appeared. This place recreates virtual reality. Complete the star mission to advance to the next floor. Which made them discuss it. Virtual reality? Star mission. Griffin and Fomet's eyes widened simultaneously with clear astonishment. The 3 girls' attention remained on Fomet without noticing what was ahead, prompting Fomet to shout loudly, up ahead! A white thread from who knows where shot toward them. Living up to their reputation as hunters, they didn't take too much time to dodge that attack. Right now the one in real danger was Fomet, as a huge, blazing red magical beast had approached right next to him. The ground billowed up thick. Fomet's foot stepped onto the rough skin of the demonic beast, truly didn't lose even a piece of skin. Still handsome and cool standing on top of that giant monster. What's going on? Another purple snake turned its target toward him standing not far. Next was Civil. Civil had also just found an opponent for him. All team members fought without hesitation. Only she stood still, her face once again full of ruin. Monsters were now gathering in great numbers. Monsters rampaged and suddenly a small dirty hand reached up. Before his wide-open eyes, that person spoke. Are you a girl with a dirty face crawling on the ground grabbed Fomet. Please save us. Fomet saw this, asked.
Humans.
And she, Gripper, was trembling in both hands and feet. How can this? Gripper's face also turned pale. Behind him, Griffin spoke up at this moment. You didn't know about this? His eyes became much. You knew about the tower below so well. Yet here you're suddenly surprised? This. Nelia bit her teeth hard. Her face didn't have a bit of life. On this side, Civil was no better either. His face covered in. Rhett's face became many times more serious and cautious than before. That ruined scene they were already familiar with was reenacting the previous gate. At some place not entirely like that, a luxurious car was parked on the road. It's okay, don't worry. We already have a hunter team going to support. In the car, HG Guk was talking on the phone. Soon you'll see Hunter Civil conquer that tower city. Rest assured. After saying that, he hung up. On his lips was a smile that didn't look very. Earlier his words were sweet, but when he hung up he immediately changed 180 degrees. This Nebula Association president is too troublesome. Because his brother entered the tower, he keeps bothering me. It's true to the rumors that this family always cares about each other. At this moment, a figure walked across in front of his car. Well, forget it. I don't need to think about that anymore. That man with an imposing manner looked very much like someone from the intellectual class. Team leader Demons. Guk's eyes. Seeing his car was also heading in the same direction as himself, he wondered. His direction of the two cars continued side by side in the same. Why is he going the same direction? The scene led to a house with a strong antique phone screen was on along with the voice of its owner. Simply, Haba was sitting with crossed legs, his face not very happy. But if you have a relative, how can you not worry?
Nebula Association.
He looked out toward the balcony where a white-haired man was standing. Just trust them. He already added a hunter team to support. The man then replied, You trust those bastards working for the government?
Haba answered.
Well, I don't trust them either, but things are already like. The mysterious-looking man couldn't help but thinking about the tower again. I feel quite uneasy about that tower. There's something different, something strange. The mysterious man stood with arms crossed. Finally, Haba looked at his phone, pressed a button and said, All right, let me call more people. Outside it was already dark. Arrangements for additional people had been prepared beforehand. Now just call them. Do they have real ability? Don't worry. They're as long as there's a high price, they'll work to death without hesitation. On the other end, a person shrouded in a mysterious black cloak had just received a message from Haba. That person immediately told their companions. We've been contacted. Let's go. Two of them stood facing each other talking. What about the other one? Still haven't seen them arrive. As they mentioned, behind them the person they mentioned had arrived. I'm late. Under the dim light, it wasn't hard to see that person's smile. Love Hunter? That's enough then. Our goal is to ensure the safety of the Pioneer Hunter team entering the tower and conquer that tower. It seems there's already a Hunter team going in later for support. If they meet the Pioneer team, then we can also rest assured. The face of the late arrival showed clear thought, smiled again. Fomet being there is also trouble. Hearing that, the other person asked back. What Fomet? Making her confused, gesturing wildly. It's after that, she silently listened to her ally. This is the first time we're working together. So let's do our final appearance clearly seen was Pit. They left, leaving behind the bushes. Ceased. Beelzebub reflexively turned toward the direction of the sound. Good thing I found you. Sujian ran over, making him have to ask what's wrong. Sister. She answered. I want to borrow your ladder to climb into the house. My house lock's battery is dead, so I can't open. Beelzebub asked again. You mean you want to use a ladder to climb in and then open the door? She confirmed. That Beelzebub raised his hand to his chin, thinking for a moment, then took out a small battery. This is a 9V battery. Hold it near the lock for a few seconds. So after that, a young woman had to stand politely to one side watching a kid work. It's working again. Beelzebub added. When the lock works again, you just need to enter the path. A passerby praised him repeatedly. That's really great. Jin Yu is really smart. The old lady only praised like that, then excused herself. At this moment, Sujian curiously asked him, But how do you know this method so well? He smiled proudly and answered, I learned it on YouTube. Have you never watched things like this on? Later, when they had both entered the house, Sujian answered him. I also don't pay much attention to things like this because I'm still busy studying many things at school. In Beelzebub's hand was a small book. He eagerly asked, Can I read this book, sister? She had no problem and agreed. Go ahead and read. Sujian sat in a chair, leaning back slightly and asking, But I notice you're home all the time? I don't see you going to school or anything. Has elementary school already let out for summer? He answered, I don't go to school. Hearing that, Sujian couldn't help but be shocked. Huh? You don't go to school? Is it because you don't want to? Or is it because your brother won't let you? Beelzebub focused on the book in his hand. No, this is just my choice. He doesn't care at all. Hearing that, she immediately objected. That's not right at all. Kids your age should go to school, right? There you not only study but also get to socialize and make friends. He said back. I don't need that. The whole time, Beelzebub hadn't taken his eyes off the object in his hand for even a few minutes. That won't do. Let me talk about this with your brother. Then you'll have to wait a long time. He went into the tower several days ago and still hasn't come. Suddenly at this moment, his eyes lit up, suddenly stood up, inevitably startling Sujian. The scene shifted to a yard that seemed deserted. I helped open someone else's door, and now someone's opening my— The gate door was closing. Then afterward it was gently— A stranger completely covered stepped in. Is this Hunter Fomit's house? Just at this moment, Beelzebub had returned home just in— He floated above that person's head. Bastard, he's a demonic beast disguised as a— He'll do everything to expose this— At ruin, getting closer to that pile of scrap, huge demonic beasts were constantly hunting them down, to the point that Civil had to carry a person in his arms while— In the urgent moment he hurriedly asked, where is the location we need to reach? Nelia answered, about 1,200 meters ahead. No, only about 900 meters. Perhaps their ancestors blessed them. This side, the safe zone was only a few steps away from them. There is— Civil's eyes suddenly blazed. He bent his legs to gain momentum. The very next second, before Nelia's eyes, he used force to leap high into— Finally, he successfully landed with the young girl in his— At the same time, the system appeared, from the numbers, rising to 1 on the survivor. At the same time, the girl in his arms also disappeared. Nelia focused on Civil, who was careless and let the monster lick his neck. We've completed this— But before the demonic beast could make a move, a sword blade was immediately stabbed. Just like that, each successive strike was piled in. Fomet at this moment was completely covered in blood, his eyes blood. On the other side of the battle line, his companion Griffin wasn't much better. Like that, the two of them coordinated perfectly to chop off the giant dragon. This place, originally ruined, after the battle became even more like a jump. Fomet, having long since removed his shirt, his body covered in blood, bent down. He and Griffin tried to wipe away the blood stains still lingering on their faces. All the newly bought equipment was now covered in monster. Suddenly it rained, making both of them somewhat— Above was because of a star named Ano. That thing was a sparkling rainbow bridge full of— Nelia laughed and explained to them. I intended to save you two from the monster's belly, but you already did it yourselves. Truly promising hunters. Civil and Z stood under the rain Nelia created while she was still talking to— You got me all wet. Don't worry, it'll dry. Civil crossed his arms, looking at where Z was also directing his gaze. Is this a device used to fight against monsters? She answered calmly. That's right. It's a device used to hide our existence from demonic beasts through the wavelengths it emits. While in this safe place, we should find ways to deal with the current situation and methods to pass this trial floor. You prepared everything very carefully. At this moment, she turned her attention to Civil. It wasn't me. This was prepared by Hunter. At this moment, the girl Z mentioned was sitting with her face buried down. For some unknown— Griffin looked at the display screen. Still 9 more. He looked at Nelia standing nearby. I wonder what the next trial is. She said hesitantly. I don't know either. This is my first time seeing this. Fomet at this moment looked no better with his muscular body. You mean the next round of the trial is the next floor? Nelia answered. If so, then if we reach the next floor won't— Fomet glanced. I wonder if the next floor has the same method and environment as this floor? You mean floor 51? Will it have the same simulated environment method as here? I also don't know how long trials like this will continue. Like, if I were the master of this— Griffin crossed his arms and fell. Seeing his gaze fixed on him, he smiled. Just a hypothesis. Once again they looked toward the decayed buildings. So this place is only used once and then abandoned. Isn't that way? Elia's eyes fixed straight on Fomet. Because if we keep the simulated gate break scenario the same and then have many demonic beasts pour out to attack us again, it would be very convenient, right? Then there's no need to design a new tower climbing. Nelia suddenly interrupted him. Hunter paused at the words Nelia spoke next. You seem quite calm, don't you? Have you experienced situations like this gate break before? For me, just being in a virtual space simulating such a situation already makes me feel extremely suffocated. After a while, Gripper finally lifted her. The person appearing in her eyes at this moment was Z. At this time, for people with unstable psychology, psychological trauma can— For you, everything seems like nothing happened, right? Fomet was momentarily silent. Gate break? How could I have experienced something like— Are you feeling better at all? Gripper and Z's surprised gazes quickly turned toward— Seeing Nelia standing there, Gripper finally spoke. I'm sorry, being a hunter myself. I'm too weak compared to everyone. Hearing that, Nelia immediately comforted her. You don't need to blame yourself at all. A gate break situation like this is very dangerous, so it's normal for you to feel dizzy. Everyone's experience and endurance are different. Gripper's face grew somber, very melancholy, and Nelia just looked at her and smiled. At this moment she began to tell. When the gate break first occurred, I hadn't been married very long. That day was a date between me and my husband after a long time being busy with both our work. We were buying clothes in the shopping mall when that situation occurred. It was an attack by demonic. Nelia's memories of that day returned. When I woke up, I found my husband was injured. He was like that because he shielded me. I tried my best to get him out of the danger zone. Quite fortunate, her eyes also became vacant. I awakened right at that. Nelia smiled as if it wasn't a sad matter. With the power after awakening, I was able to get him out. In some room, the sound of conversation continuously rang out. You heard what I said, right? I'm pregnant. Her husband lay in the hospital bed. Finally, you can be a father. That's wonderful. But Nelia didn't seem very happy. Her face looked sad despite such joyful news. The man spoke up, asking why she appeared so troubled. He already knew their current situation was extremely difficult due to the gate opening disaster. She replied that she could never forget what happened. Face filled with fear and trauma as she recalled. They fled the supermarket building and she awakened. She heard many desperate screams from people accompanied. Terrible roaring sounds everywhere terrified her so much, and she couldn't save anyone except him. She wondered what the point of having this power was. The man raised his voice asking. She said that since she didn't just save him alone, he gently placed his hand on Nelia's belly. She also saved the little one inside as well, which her eyes widened in realization that besides him was the life she had saved after gaining that power. She said with a voice full of pride that after that day, decided to become a hunter to save many more people. The other two girls listened silently, and of course, thinking back to that day, it was a sad memory. Thanks to it, she gained much more determination. She sat down with them, explaining that she was telling them this was mainly because of Hunter Gripper. She knew Gripper had gone through a difficult time. It wasn't their goal in coming to the sacred tower to destroy it, because by doing this could everyone live a peaceful life. Nelia always kept smiling, saying they were hunters. This was exactly the goal they needed to accomplish, right? Gripper should quickly regain her spirit. Gripper remained silent. This moment of silence until Zek spoke up, apologizing for interrupting but having a question about Hunter Nelia when that she had a child after getting married, and gate incident happened about 10 years ago until now. What was her age to? She placed her hand on her chest, said casually that she was already 40 years old now. Fomet leaned against the wall saying nothing, and Zek exclaimed in surprise. She still looked so young, and Nelia replied. She often heard people compliment her on this, explaining it was due to her skincare routine and thanks to the doctor who took care of her at Gangnam, and asked which doctor that was, assured them not to worry, saying after leaving this tower she introduced them because if they met that person they stay young and beautiful for a long time. And the man was finally safe. Mission proceeded smoothly. Their group watched the man gradually disappear in the light. The system appeared once again. Now it was their turn to leave. Proceed to move on to the next trial. Everyone departed under the white light. Scene transition began unfolding. The light once again successfully brought them to another place. Civil and Nelia were both blinded by that light. Scenery this time was still like before. As Hunter Fomet predicted, they had moved to another simulated broken gate space. Number of people needing rescue this time was 9 people. Z spoke up, noting the number of people needing rescue had decreased. Further they went to the next floor, the more the number of people needing rescue decreased. Along with that, the demonic beasts also became much stronger and more numerous. They decided to divide everyone into 3 teams, operate faster and more efficiently, and still the same ruined scenery as the previous floor. Mission to rescue survivors so they could advance to the next trial stage requiring no more than 3. They walked step by step on the ground, now only needing to find 3 more people. Fomet said in a commanding voice to quickly find and save them. Cooper glanced sideways at him, then moved to another area. She silently observed everything around, seeing ruins everywhere. Suddenly Fomet spoke up, saying he felt like someone was observing them. Cooper suddenly said, asking if that was his perspective speaking as a demonic beast. Facing her suspicion, he smiled, finding it interesting. He had said so before, so she keeps suspecting him like this, wondering. She wanted to fight like during training the other day. His eyes suddenly turned ice cold. She still remembered what he said. Her eyes were no less cold, replying that he could prove she was a demonic beast, then she immediately kill him right there. Also needed to think carefully about whether it was necessary to do that. The faces of the two of them seemed only centimeters apart when she said that no, what he said or did, she would always believe he was a demonic beast. Gripper's eyes glared as she pointed out that this was inside a tower. So, if it collapsed later and people discovered his corpse, could investigate whether it was done by a human or a demonic beast. He also didn't back down, saying it seemed like she wanted to fight him again. Suddenly a cry for help cut through the tension between the two of them. Save me! Fomet reluctantly said they should save the person first, fight later, and ahead first. Her with a look of shock. Recognized voice. Boy tried hard to run while crying help. A giant worm-like monster following behind him. Quickly it received a slash, sword gradually lowered as Fomet said, done. Completing the mission, and he turned back. He saw her standing face to face with that kid. He stammered, unable to form words. That kid's silhouette was all too familiar, and it turned around saying, brother. A thread appeared passing through the monster's head. Another thread passed through its arm, moved to the monster's leg, and all the monster's limbs were bound by Ripper. Immediately signaled, Hunter Z, and, her command, a person holding a great sword descended. He plunged the great sword straight into the monster's head. Right after that, a huge explosion rang through the sky. Fortunately, Z had jumped away from the monster in time before it exploded. At this moment, Ripper breathed a light sigh of relief, saying it ended smoothly. Z continued her words, saying she couldn't predict anything because the demonic beasts kept appearing endlessly, and definitely trying to recreate the gate overflow incident, but mentioning this, she realized she misspoke and quickly cried out an apology. Ripper asked naively, what? And the problem, she immediately reassured nervously that she was fine. Fine, and Ripper didn't need to worry about her since after all she was the only one who went through the gate overflow incident. Every hunter here was like her, and saying that, the two fell into a moment of silence, their eyes looking at each other, and to avoid awkwardness, one person spoke first, suggested should move quickly, to which the other agreed, saying this, the time to be lazy, right? And at that, the two turned and left, realizing that the monster behind them was starting to sprout small branches. At the moment, Ripper walking ahead felt momentarily hesitant. She was blaming herself, unable to believe she made other people worry about her, and exactly as Fomet said, she really wasn't a good hunter, and scratch. Su Zayak felt a headache coming on and spoke up. I don't understand this location thing. Minwoo noticed him, immediately answered, that safe zone? Then we need to get to the stronghold first, mentioned little Jia-yun, making the kid flinch. The problem is we have to cross through the demonic beasts while carrying this kid. Suddenly, little Jia-yun cried out loudly. No, I'm sorry. I know slapping you like that was a bit much. Su Zayak was surprised to see little Jia-yun showing concern and pleading. But can you save my little... I went out to find our parents and left my little brother alone. If I knew this would happen, I would have stayed with him. Hearing this, Su Zayak ground his teeth in anger, opened his mouth to reproach. You shouldn't have gone outside. Suddenly, Minwoo cut into his words. How strange. Little Jia-yun looked worried as the man gazed at him. Minwoo said words the kid couldn't understand. Why does the kid have a native tongue? All the survivors we've encountered only knew how to say, please save me. Then he reassured little Jia-yun that the kid's little brother was fine. Minwoo then gestured toward Su Zayak with an introduction. That hunter over there is your little... Hearing that, little Jia-yun became confused. Huh? What do you mean? What are you saying? Minwoo searched for a reasonable explanation for the kid to hear. To put it simply, it's like that novel Zebup once read. Ah, that's right. Like this, Minwoo gave an answer no one could have expected. We came from the future to rescue you, he implied towards Su Zayak, who was turning his head away. Your little brother became a hunter in the future. Little Jia-yun was shocked and repeated his words. Su Zayak became a... Kid suddenly became silent. The kid cried out in denial. Impossible. Little Jia-yun's rebuttal made Minwoo freeze. There's no way Su Zayak would go dye his hair such a striking... Hearing the kid say that, Min-su struggled to hold back laughter. Su Zayak clicked his tongue softly. Right after, Minwoo began explaining. Albinism. That's a phenomenon occurring in a specific area where a gate overflow happens. This phenomenon only occurs to survivors in that area. He recalled rushing with Su Zayak to save the kid and said, part of their body will turn white, for example their hair. The two competed to shield little Jia-yun, though this didn't obstruct Min-woo's explanation. It only happens in certain areas, and only survivors experience that phenomenon, including little Jia-yun, who was listening to the crucial point when a demonic beast suddenly lunged toward him. Including you and your little... The image of Su Zayak cleaving the demonic beast in two accompanied little Jia-yun's question. Including, the kid was stunned looking at the person who cut the demonic beast in half, then heard Min-woo's answer. Only Su Zayak and you are the only ones left alive. Little Jia-yun couldn't believe his ears and was astonished. The kid seemed to still want to search for a glimmer of hope. Only brother Su and me. Then what about my parents? Su Zayak stared at the kid intently without answering. Suddenly he sensed something and turned it. Numerous demonic beasts appeared from nowhere, surround. The two immediately threw a cube to little Jia-yun. Take this and get inside the. That person shouted urgently, followed by a deafening explosion. Inside the building, little Jia-yun gently set the cube down, looked around warily, recalling the instructions. The hunter said that with this thing, the demonic beasts won't be able to approach. Little Jia-yun was planning to do something. So until they arrived, suddenly something made the kid panic. A spatial anomaly and strange phenomenon occurred before the kid's eyes. Little Jia-yun hesitantly murmured, "Dad?" Outside the ruined building where little Jia-yun was, a strange light accompanied by a loud sound rang. Tremor passed, leaving only thick blue smoke. Minwoo opened his eyes, looking at what was before him in surprise. Su Zayak was also stunned and couldn't believe. Little Jia-yun in the blue smoke and flames spoke with hatred. "I will not forget." A teardrop traced down the kid's cheek. Little Jia-yun's body gradually transformed and grew larger. His voice was full of rage. Little Jia-yun had now become the grown Jia-yun. He stepped closer, his voice full of danger. "I will kill them." Story must be told from a few minutes earlier, when something made little Jia-yun. Before the kid were two corpses pierced. Little Jia-yun stammered, "Father." The kid was terrified, trembling with tears, emitting a weak sound. The closer he looked at his parents' complexion, the more agitated little Jia-yun became. That image seemed carved deep into the kid's. Little Jia-yun's tears fell one after another. Then the kid repeated what Minwoo had said. "The survivors are only me and my little." That thought seemed to shatter the kid's last layer of defense. Jia-yun began sobbing several times. The kid covered his face in anguish, his eyes full of resentment. Minwoo and Su Zayak heard the explosion and they turned in shock toward where the explosion. A powerful wind swept past them. When the wind passed, Minwoo, Su Zayak, and the monsters behind them stood stunned. Flames suddenly erupted, engulfing the demonic beast. One was burned to a crisp, two more, then three. A whole series of demonic beasts were completely incinerated by the blue. Minwoo cried out in shock. What? Suddenly, Su Zayak had a flash of realization. He called himself as a child feeling emotions like now. Su Zayak remembered himself as a child looking at the silhouette in the blue flames and thinking, "The reason why I survived." That person extended a hand toward little Su Zayak, calling his name. Little Jia-yun stood in the terrifying flames and said, "It's dangerous over there. Come." Just as Su Zayak was in a daze, a voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. The grown Jia-yun stepped out from the flames closer. "Kill them." His eyes were filled with deadly intent. Seeing him, Su Zayak cried out in panic. Minwoo beside him stood frozen in silence. Broke into an intrigued. Before him was a system notification panel. Emergency Quest 2. Punish Jia-yun 20. At the same time, on the other side of the Ilrium reached out in. Before her was Lia with a large hole through her, falling. Time seemed to slow in an instant as Ilrium ran forward wanting to catch Lia. The monster behind them looked on, laughing loudly. Ilrium clenched her teeth and cried out, "Hunter!" A figure emerged from the smoke after the explosion. Ilrium carried Lia and fled from the smoke. The monster quickly returned to its true form and chased after. Ilrium's system immediately appeared. Emergency Quest. Punish Goliath 7. The system displayed another reminder notification. Access outside will be blocked until they are punished. At this moment, the monster chasing the two spoke up. "Where are you running?" Ilrium paid no attention to its scornful laughter and focused on carrying Lia as she fled. "Are you fleeing?" She quickly changed direction, causing the chattering creature to miss its strike. "You weak humans will never reach our." Immediately, the monster Goliath 17's feet left the ground. It asked mockingly, "Do you know?" The monster behind Ilrium leaped several meters high. Its eyes lit up with confidence as it said, "Because this place will become your grave." Immediately firing a laser beam, Ilrium, drew closer and closer to her. Ilrium turned her head, eyes. The system continued displaying notifications. Legendary item used. 6-jeweled shield. Sphere immediately surrounded Ilrium. The monster's laser. This blockage surprised the monster. It looked at the shield with disdain. "Cheap trick. Do you think that flimsy thing can stop?" The system displayed notifications. Used. A series of quick notifications appeared after. Used 2 high-grade health potions. Lia regained some consciousness and stirred slightly amid the system's notification sounds. Used hemostatic medicine. Used pain. She looked at Ilrium continuously consuming resources to heal her. Used high-grade health potion, hemostatic medicine, and regeneration. Ilrium seemed not to hear Lia's call. Hunters. In her mind now was only the image of a child crying out in panic. "Mother." Lia weakly reassured Ilrium.
Anter zipper, I'm fine.
"Thank God you're still okay." Those words made Ilrium recall her mother. "Mother will be fine as long as you survive." Each word Lia spoke, therefore, was like each word Ilrium's mother uttered. Just as Lia was about to utter the last word, "Run," Ilrium leaned close to her and cut her off. "Shut up." Lia seemed frightened and panicked. Again, Ilrium cut her off. "You are a hunter," lectured Lia while outside a gun was pointing toward the shield. "You can go without eating for a week because you're a hunter, yet now you give up just because of a wound like this?" Lia hastily objected. "My heart has been pierced through, what else? The rest is—" In the hail of bullets, Ilrium stubbornly argued back. "Your head hasn't exploded or anything. Of course, any hunter would die in that situation." Her words bewildered Lia. "What are you saying? Hunters?" Lia's words trailed off as both fell silent. Ilrium's eyes were terrifyingly intense as she demanded, "Do you want your child to become an orphan?" Her words frightened Lia. "Hunters," saying that, Ilrium placed something with a clock effect inside Lia. The system displayed a notification. "Legendary item. Khaleesi's pocket watch is being used." The system changed to the next notification. "Time has temporarily stopped moving within range." Ilrium stood up and instructed, "Wait." Ilrium declared with determination, "I will not let you." This moment, the monster outside continuously provoked. "How arrogant. Do you think hiding in that little ball will let you is scornfully compared. Like a rat hiding in its hole?" Right then, an unexpected sound rang out. "You." Ilrium gradually emerged from the sphere. Her eyes cold as she asked, "Who did you say is hiding in—" The monster saw her and cried out excitedly. "Finally came out, you filthy rat." Without many words, it thrust its sharp-bladed tendrils toward her. Ilrium quickly dodged and simultaneously released her threads. Those threads successively the monster's It laughed loudly, full of contempt. Ilrium didn't waver before its laugh. Seeing her nimbly dodge its attacks, it cried out, "Surprising indeed, human." Ilrium continued releasing several threads pierced into a rock slab. Other threads also pierced into another rock. Ilrium pulled the threads taut, flinging both boulders toward the monster. At the moment the boulders were about to hit, the monster immediately fired beams of light, shattering both slabs. It angrily stomped toward Ilrium's position, cursing, "You human! How dare—" Ilrium showed no fear and continued releasing threads. She controlled the threads to strike in one direction but missed the monster. Seeing this, it laughed mockingly. "When did you hit me?"
Excellent technique but zéro accurate.
Monster continuously provoked. "I'm right." But Ilrium's expression didn't change as she continued striking toward it with many words. Missed. Around the buildings, only the monster's voice echoed. "What are you—" Felt like this was entertainment for itself. "I'm right." After a while, Ilrium's threads wove together above the monster's head, quickly jumped aside to dodge. Too slow. At this moment, it thought of something and said, "Seems like you're trying to miss on purpose." Only now did it realize there was a net above its head from who knows when. The monster was astonished. Since when? Only now did Ilrium speak up. "I had no intention of hitting." Hearing her words, the monster was shocked. "What?" At the same time, the system appeared. Skill activation conditions. The monster had truly fallen into the spider trap Ilrium had woven. She quietly murmured, "Skill, Azakni's sank." As soon as she finished, the space around the monster underwent a transformation. Suddenly, the surroundings became pitch. It looked around in panic, wondering, "What the hell is this?" Ilrium stepped up from behind it, her voice calm as it rang out. "I am not a combat type." The monster attacked based on her sound. A human target? But Ilrium had already dodged and said, "Every time I step into the—" She gently appeared in a different direction, causing the monster to flinch, and she continued, "I always feel—" Ilrium's terrifying gaze glanced at it and expressed, "I don't want war. I've always believed there's a way to reconcile the issues between humans and demon beasts without having to fight. That is—" The monster momentarily froze and turned its head to look. It immediately fired beams of light shooting everywhere and loudly retorted, "Absurd. You and we cannot coexist." Its voice was filled with confidence. "We were born for this war, and we will be the species that survive." Suddenly, its voice became stuttering, no longer as powerful as before. "We will stand above humanity and rule them. This is the mission of—" Its words were cut off, as if suppressed by something of. Before it knew when, the monster was pierced through by Ilrium's threads and lifted up, and it stammered out weakly. Ilrium sat resting her chin, looking at it and sighing, "That is what you think, and I respect it." The monster struggled to move and challenged, "Human, what have you done? I cannot." Ilrium removed her hair tie while explaining, "You'll be a good test." The moment her beautiful hair was released, the threads inside the monster's body seemed to be pulled taut, and it panicked. It hastily screamed, but without giving it a chance to beg, Ilrium tore the monster into pieces. Her eyes were cold and resolute as she softly uttered, in the quiet space of the Azakni sanctuary, the system appeared with a notification as steady footsteps echoed, "Mission successful." You have killed Goliath 30. The beautiful Ilrium walked to the notification sound, restoring the separated dimensional and the surrounding space had returned to a peaceful state. Ilrium glanced behind. She looked at the monster she had torn to Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out. Hypocrite! A girl suddenly appeared beside Ilrium and spoke strange words. Now that I think about it, you must have done so. But when Ilrium turned around, she saw. While she was confused, someone called out, Hunters! Ilrium snapped back to reality and ran to the person who called her, exclaiming, Hunter Lia! Seeing her, Lia immediately praised, You're amazing. I didn't expect you could defeat a demon beast alone. Truly worthy of an A-rank hunter. Ilrium worriedly asked Han, How are you? She looked at Lia and calculated for a moment. In this world, there's no perfect treatment. You need to leave the tower and receive proper treatment. Lia smiled gently and replied, Should I? Her next words caught Ilrium's attention. What is that blue? The two of them looked at the blue wall and assessed. It doesn't look natural. That's right. It's like this place is a completely different dimension. Ilrium, full of confusion, thought to herself. The separated space should have reverted to its original state after the emergency mission, right? It can't be. This suspicion arose in her heart. Did something similar happen else? Strange scene appeared. Jin Woo was holding out a phone teasingly. Is this true love? Your keyboard automatically fills in Jia Yun's. Minwoo had just stepped out of the bathroom and snatched the phone with an angry expression. Who gave you permission to take my phone? You brat? Jin Woo, despite being scolded, calmly continued. If you want information about that guy, I understand. He looked at Minwoo listening and slowly spoke each word. But he's dead. Jia-yoon is. But I just. Thoughts of regret surfaced in his mind. I just wanted to fight him one more time. Right at this moment, Jia-yoon appeared from within blue flames, pulling him back to Following Jia-yoon's attacking motion, the system appeared. Emergency mission. Eliminate Jia-yoon 22. Minwoo and Su-hyuk jumped up to dodge, ignoring the system's Until you eliminate him, you are not allowed to leave. Su-hyuk had just landed and hadn't yet moved. Jia-yoon appeared at the speed of light, startling. Fortunately, Su-hyuk's reflexes were fast enough to block Jia-yoon's sword. Jia-yoon's eyes were filled with murderous and Su-hyuk gritted his teeth, sweating, and glanced at the blade near him. Immediately, he ducked down and deflected Jia-yoon's blade, wrapped in blue flames, quickly thrust, and each of Jia-yoon's sword strikes skillfully. Thanks for watching the watched by Su. Jia-yoon's eyes remained unwavering, locked on his. He raised his sword with both hands, preparing to stab straight. Su-hyuk was now in a difficult position, gritting his teeth as he looked at the blade aimed straight. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. You shouldn't have considered me an ally. A sword shot quickly toward Jia-yoon's. He immediately swung his sword to deflect. The chains deflected back was caught by Minwoo. It was his Minwoo, with his characteristic handsome appearance, flashed an amused smile and spoke up. Long time no see. Jia-yoon silently stared intently. Each of Minwoo's words carried full force, making Su-hyuk shiver. Even if you're just a wandering soul, I've always wanted to meet you. Minwoo's mouth uttered dangerous words. I should treat you with respect, shouldn't I? At the same time, a notification appeared. Locked passive skill act. Minwoo's eyes seemed to bore into his opponent, displaying keen interest. Because when fighting you, I can't do anything foolish. The system displayed a final notification. Locked active skill can be. The moment the system disappeared, the air around him immediately changed. Minwoo's expression had now become more serious and without many words, he launched himself forward, throwing his chained sword at Jia-yoon, who quickly tilted his body to. Right after, Jia-yoon also didn't hesitate to strike. He leaped with a burst and rushed straight toward Minwoo's. Minwoo retracted the chain sword while skillfully dodging one of Jia-yoon's. The two continuously took turns attacking each. Minwoo furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he dodged. Image of when he was still in format form fighting Jia-yoon appeared in his mind, and Minwoo silently sighed. This feeling is so familiar. He let out a few amused laughs. After that, Minwoo quickly landed on the ground. Jia-yoon also landed following. Without a moment's rest, Minwoo raised his chain sword once. Jia-yoon tilted his head to dodge the chain sword that had just been launched, but immediately, another chain sword swooped down from above. Jia-yoon immediately jumped up to. The moment he jumped up, Minwoo crouched, then shot forward quickly toward Jia-yoon's face, catching him off. Immediately, Minwoo slashed straight down his head, and Yoon calmly watched the blade descending toward. With nimble reflexes, he lightly shifted to the. Following the momentum, Jia-yoon immediately raised his leg high above Minwoo. Powerful kick slammed down on Minwoo's head, flying straight to the ground. As the dust dispersed, it revealed a great sword blocking in front of Minwoo's. He had managed to use the blade to shield his face, and Minwoo's eyes peeked from behind the sword, looking at the light a flame burst forth behind Jia Yun's back, toward him and seemed to freeze at the moment Jia Yun looked at Minwoo was also bewildered when he saw Jia Yun's eyes look. Jia Yun looked at Minwoo looked at Jia. After that, Minwoo flashed a satisfied smile and silently exclaimed, just as that he immediately raised his great. Minwoo struck the ground beside him with great force, causing earth and rocks to rise. Just at this moment, Jia Yun also launched his fire sword toward the layer of earth and rocks Minwoo had raised as right after, Minwoo slashed the stone shield and behind the blue flames was Minwoo's dangerous face calling out. So, immediately he batted the fragments of flying toward Jia. Jia Yun calmly made each slash to cut through those. Great sword appeared through the cutting path of a split. Minwoo took advantage of the large rock that had just been split in half. Emerging to close in on Jia, he spoke provocatively to the one before him. Make me have even more fun. Jia Yun 21 let out a sound as if answer. An ear-piercing metallic sound rang out between. After that, Minwoo withdrew his blade and raised it, changing his attack stance to a different direction. Jia Yun also quickly blocked, and Minwoo spun around, raising the blade high. One massive blade swiftly descended. Jia Yun immediately used his sword to. After that, Jia Yun's small sword. Now it had switched to Minwoo using his blade to deflect Jia Yun. Jia Yun attacked. Minwoo attacked. Jia Yun struck. Two fought each other from one place to another, and a joyful sound rang out. This is so much. After a while, Minwoo landed on the. Jia Yun also landed. Minwoo's body now began to tremble from overexertion. His eyes widened as he looked at the person before him, silently exclaiming. Jia Yun, showing no sign of fatigue, slowly walked toward me, slightly furrowed his brow and pressed his lips tightly together, and Minwoo's mind was now filled with uncomfortable thoughts. Why do I keep feeling like something is restraining my that thing must be. Without hesitation, Minwoo immediately rushed quickly toward Jia. He looked at Jia Yun before him, calmly letting him close. Minwoo drew closer and closer to Jia. Then, a hand was raised before. Immediately after, Minwoo was struck by an invisible force, sent in the empty space. A thought echoed. It's this. His hair lightly flew in the wind, following the mocking thought. There's weak. Minwoo, struck back with no sign of stopping, had a bewildered expression and silently cursed. My weakness has reached this ridiculous. After that, Minwoo crashed into the wall behind him, creating a shaking. Jia Yun still maintained his stance, intently observing. Suddenly, he glanced in one direction. Su Hyuk at this moment rushed from behind to it. Minwoo, stuck to the wall, silently cursed. Was unwilling to accept it and complained. If it were before, he wouldn't have been able to hit me like. Minwoo looked at the two figures rushing to fight each other and thought, this is the perfect opportunity. There won't be a third or fourth. Slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at the scene before. In Minwoo's mind, a series of thoughts appeared. Even if I have a chance, can the result change? In the past, I used the tower's advantage to fight Jia Yun. So if our conditions are equal, I probably can't beat him. He continued thinking. But why do I feel so exhilarated? It seems I've gotten. Su Hyuk at this moment was using two swords to fight Jia. Minwoo remained in that position without. On the other side, Su Hyuk jumped up to dodge the flames Jia Yun. On this side, Minwoo's mouth opened. His hand clenched tightly as he muttered. But who cares? Streams of thoughts appeared in his mind. Have I always been like this in battle? Of course not. I always kill my opponent. A pair of mysterious eyes slowly opened, then opened wide like normal eyes, and Minwoo silently exclaimed, I'm that kind of. As the words finished, those eyes opened wide, revealing bright red pupils. After that, a surge of energy surrounded Min. Dangerously called out, format is like. On the other side, a cloud of dust rose after the battle between them. A sword was pointed at Su Hyuk lying on the ground. Jia Yun stood still, pointing his sword at him. But something was very. Su Hyuk looked at him in confusion. Jia Yun's face was now pale, as if fearing something. In the thick smoke was terrifying power emanated from behind Jia. The image of format gradually became. Jia Yun anxiously slowly turned, his eyes glowing bright red, and a form gradually materializing before him. Format had a robot sitting in the tower's management room questioned itself. Has he gone? It observed everything through the large machine before it and assessed. It's normal for humans to use the tower system to clear floors. But this is a bit. Suddenly, the management robot's voice changed drastically. I can't believe someone can hack into the system. Are you trying to steal power from my It looked at the image of Minwoo beginning to transform and uttered his name. Minwoo's eyes were now deep red, and the system appeared with a notification. The ruler format, unique skill, second advantage, dominant. The system continued to change and then asked for his opinion. Can hack and use the tower at a 15% rate. Do you want to use it? Minwoo softly uttered decisively. At that moment, Mingyu's knuckles began to twitch. The system fell silent for a brief second before immediately issuing notifications that the skill had been activated, followed by a small warning reminder appearing on-screen stating that the current skill's effective range was insufficient. The system continuously displayed alerts warning of unpredictable consequences due to lack of stability and the skill's level still being too low. But Mingyu didn't care as he gritted his teeth to withstand the transformation. The system kept issuing notifications explaining that the higher the level climbed, the stronger the skill would become, allowing him to dominate the tower, level up, and seize the throne as Mingyu's eyes turned completely crimson and hazy, his body undergoing violent tremors. A moment of stillness occurred. Then the system's voice rang out evenly proclaiming, "Sit as the Supreme King, my Lord Fomet." Immediately followed by a tremendous explosion erupting behind Jiayun 21. A terrifying surge of energy rushed toward him. Fomet's shadow slowly rose up, becoming a tangible existing entity. Jiayun felt a chill and slowly turned his head to Fomet's crimson eyes spiraling, locking straight onto him as that familiar face gradually revealed itself. Witnessing that towering body appear, a shocked cry burst out, "Fomet!" Mingyu looked at the stunned Suyuk before him, thinking to himself that he could clearly see Griffin's doubt. He gazed into those wide, disbelieving eyes, and when looking into those eyes, he could see him trembling deep in fear as Mingyu exclaimed in utter surprise that he'd never seen him afraid before. While in the image of a boy standing amid a sea of blue flames flashed up, even recalling the past when he awakened amidst the gate of shock. Then he remembered the moment Suyuk stabbed another tower master, even when he completed the tower alone, as Mingyu observed that emotion and assessed what he was currently feeling. A flame igniting with each word he spoke. It was rage, nothing but rage, and then Mingyu asked himself a question. But what should I do now? Even the fake Jiayun had a very genuine response. He looked at Jiayun's trembling sword and sighed that the finale of this world was shaking. Mingyu looked up at those deep, tragic eyes and described how those eyes were brimming with fury along with many other emotions as he silently exclaimed with great interest, "Jiayun, the incarnation of rage, frayed." As Mingyu in Fomet's form stepped forward, silently called out to the monster before him, "Fomet? Fomet, why?" Suyuk stared frozen at the scene before him. Was that the king of the Hell Tower, the one who defeated and killed Jiayun? He wondered to himself, then muttered, "Don't tell me I'm trembling because he's Jiayun's killer?" Suyuk associated this with the image of Mingyu radiating a terrifying aura, the demonic power he was emitting being equivalent. Then he suddenly cried out, "I knew it!" Suyuk shouted loudly, startling Jiayun beside him. "You're a demonic beast, aren't you?" Suddenly Jiayun turned and called his name, shocking him, "Suyuk!" Jiayun stepped forward and asked him in confusion, "Are you Suyuk?" Hearing this, he was bewildered. "Huh?" Jiayun continued asking a barrage of questions. "Suyuk, when did you get here? I mean, what's happening right now?" Suyuk watched Jiayun staring stupidly at him, thinking how strange and utterly illogical this was, his heart full of oddity. What kind of reaction is this? It's as if he's alive. Jiayun at this moment exclaimed in shock, "But I already died." Witnessing this scene, Mingyu in Fomet's form laughing loudly with delight. "Here it is." He laughed even more madly. "Here it is." Jiayun seriously looked at the one going insane before him, thinking the system truly was useful. It even possessed his own data. Suyuk also didn't know what more to say to that ecstatic madman. With this power, Jiayun and I... Suddenly, right as Fomet was reaching his peak excitement, a series of magic circles appeared as he declared, "We will have a very entertaining battle." What happened next stunned Mingyu. "Huh?" Chains from behind him flew forth, heading straight toward the two cousins as he frantically tried to stop them. "Wait, that..." Immediately, the two Du brothers leaped up to dodge that attack. Suyuk's two swords lying on the ground suddenly began to glow. Then they immediately flew upward. Suyuk quickly caught them with ease. Jiayun landed beside him and spoke, "I really want to understand what's happening, but if he attacks like this, it'll be very difficult." He glanced at Suyuk and warned sternly, "Be careful. He's a mythical grade single boss of the tower, the only one. If I hadn't cleared it, it would have been the strongest tower by now, so you still can't." Not letting him finish, Suyuk cut him off. "Don't worry and shut up. I'll handle it myself. The opponent who needs to be killed in this is you," he reminded while charging forward. "Know your place." Suyuk rushed forward while calculating inwardly. "Fomet and Jiayun. If things go well, I'll handle both at once." Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his head. "Nothing has changed at all. Even now, an S-rank hunter is still too difficult for you." And according to that voice, an image of a mysterious person wearing a dress shirt appeared. Thinking of that image, Suyuk briefly fell silent. His sword-wielding hand became enveloped in blue energy as Suyuk softly called out, "Skill." He immediately slashed twice toward Fomet while shouting, "Wind slash." Fomet casually blocked his technique with one hand. Taking advantage of this moment, Suyuk attacked from directly above Fomet's head. Unexpectedly, his sword was easily caught by him. Suyuk jerked back in shock. Immediately after, Fomet forcefully flung him away, right as Suyuk was about to collide with the wall behind him. He agilely twisted his body around, using his feet to touch the wall and gain momentum, immediately flying swiftly back toward Fomet with his sword raised. A light sword stroke swept through. He had sliced him into pieces. Suyuk still maintained his finishing stance without moving. He was hiding the fear showing on his face. "I can't sense." Looking at Fomet's unharmed body, he panicked. "I couldn't cut anything at all." Fomet glanced down at the small human below. That gaze made Suyuk freeze. Immediately after, Fomet let out an extremely loud roar. While Suyuk was struggling to resist, the system appeared with a notification. "You feel extremely afraid of a stronger opponent." Suyuk's system continued notifying amidst Fomet's roar. "Your experience decreased by 50%. The system displayed his status. "Your body is frozen in fear." While Suyuk gritted his teeth, drenched in cold sweat. "Is this mythical grade?" Right as Fomet's roar gradually faded, one final notification appeared. "You currently cannot move." Immediately after, a terrifying giant hitched toward Suyuk. Right as Fomet was about to touch, Jayun flew over powerfully and intercepted him. Their hands met, creating a small explosion that sent both flying backward. Jayun spoke up reproachfully. "You really haven't changed at all. There's been no improvement whatsoever." As he glanced at Suyuk and reminded him, "Your goal is to kill me, isn't it?" Suyuk looked shocked at the person before him and stammered, "Ah, no." Without many words, Jayun immediately charged straight forward. Fomet stood towering there without any movement. In reality, he was inwardly cursing. "Why is it like this?" Miu stood dumbfounded watching Jayun fly up and charge straight at him, thinking, "I can't control my body as I wish. It can't be." Suddenly, he recalled the system's warning. There will be unpredictable consequences due to lack of stability and the skills level still being too low. Jayun charged straight into Fomet while he was still questioning inwardly. Because the skill level is too low? In the thick cloud of Mingyu in Fomet's form silently cursed, "Damn it!" Looking at Jayun and cursing, "Damn it!" Fomet thought while summoning his weapons. "I can't believe he turned out like this." Jayun leaped up to dodge the two great blades slashing toward him, thinking, "The troublesome thing is..." Fomet still maintained that stance and complained in annoyance. Jayun suddenly became stronger. Jayun raised his sword, preparing to strike. A small tremor occurred between the two as Fomet judged. Like that, the two fought each from midair and, landing on the ground, Fomet assessed with certainty. "He's as if he's still alive." Before Fomet let out a roar, radiating power, Jayun was equally dissatisfied as he too radiated power. A confrontational space of two colors, red and blue. Two opposing forces gradually touched each other in a dramatic fashion, as the image of Fomet and Jayun facing off became a symbol of the battle between these two colors. At this moment, Fomet's great blade was thrust out, Jayun's thin sword as well. Both simultaneously stabbed their blade toward their opponent. Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, Jayun suddenly realized something, cried out once before tilting his body to the side. "I understand." Jayun rotated his sword, and his eyes filled with danger, aiming straight at the target, immediately using all his power to thrust his sword forward. Jayun's sword stabbed straight into a robotic sphere. Mingyu exclaimed in shock. "Is that the gaze I sensed earlier?" Robot managing the tower was equally astonished, bored in fury. "How dare you?" Jayun at this moment answered his own confusion. "Though dead, I felt as if I was still alive, so certainly the tower system used my data and turned me into a demonic beast." Contemptuous exhalation of mockery rang out as Jayun angrily cursed. "You arrogant demonic beast imprisoning people." Mingyu in Fomet's body was still shocked into silence, listening to his interrogation. "So there's no other way to handle this situation?" Mingyu couldn't believe what was before his eyes and cried out, "It can't be!" Jayun at this moment turned around and said, "You need to..." Right at that moment, a sword stabbed forth accompanied by a panicked shout to stop it. "No!" As Jayun uttered his final words, it was all moment the great blade pierced through him. The system appeared with a notification. Mission successful, Jayun 21 eliminated. While Mingyu, having returned to human form, was angrily cursing as the system continued notifying. Tower floor cleared. Mingyu didn't care and continued cursing, "That bastard Jiayun," while the opposite Jiayun gritted his teeth in discomfort. "I'm even programmed to feel pain?" Ignoring them, the system continued its work. The two advantage skills, Advantage 2 and Domination, cannot be used on the next floor. Skill usage time has ended. After the system disappeared, Mingyu still maintained his posture of stabbing Jiayun and muttered, "What's happening?" Suddenly, Jiayun reached forward, grabbed Mingyu's collar. Pulling him close, Jiayun struggled to speak. "You became human, Fomet, but how can a demonic beast become human?" He didn't want to investigate deeply and said gently, "Whatever, in this chaotic world, such things can happen, but I'm also curious how you became human. Was it thanks to a mission?" Jiayun asked Mingyu, shocking him. "If so, then truly anything can happen." While he was still talking, his body began to dissolve. "Because it's also thanks to a mission that I'm here." Jiayun slightly lowered his eyes to look straight at Mingyu and continued talking endlessly. "When becoming human, it seems you can't maintain your true power, right? That body isn't even your real body." Jiayun asked him full of irony. "But even with that human body, is your strength only able to reach this level?" Hearing this, Mingyu became dazed. Then, that moment, Jiayun's body gradually dissolved even more as he gently mocked. "It seems you don't know how to use that body at all." Right before completely fading away, he said something. Mingyu was shocked to see this, stared dazed at the gradually vanishing figure before him. Mingyu stood frozen in silence. A moment later, when Jiayun had completely dissolved, he finally reacted, "What did you say?" Then a calm voice rang out, "I see." The hunters had now gathered back at the base when Civil asked thoroughly, "A demonic beast with a name appeared in every district?" Hearing this, Ilrium was surprised. "Your area too?" Hunter, calling that moment, answered, "Yes, they disguised themselves as twins, and when they found my opening, they revealed their true nature." Continuing calmly to reassure, "But fortunately we killed them all," as Ilrium added. "Yes, we cleared it, but although Hunter Leah's condition is no longer critical because I gave her emergency first aid, if it continues like this, she won't be able to keep moving." Leah at this moment weakly leaned against the wall as her summoned beast held her. Crying, Civil observed the situation before him and pondered. He stepped forward to where Leah was and spoke up. "Hunter Leah, Hunter Chiu, can you hold on?" "Yes, I can still continue raiding the tower with everyone." "Please don't." Civil fell silent for a brief. After that, he immediately made a decision. "Let's head." Leah hurriedly tried to stop him. "You don't need to do this for me." Civil immediately countered. "Do you think I can't see your condition? Ever since you joined the guild, we've been working to." Civil reassured her. "The tower can be cleared next time. Your health comes first." Leah hesitated with concern. Suddenly at this moment, someone spoke up in refusal. "I'm not going anywhere." Minwoo behind Aelrium suddenly said, "If you're climbing down, go by yourself." Aelrium turned around in confusion, startled. "Huh? What are you saying? Are you planning to raid the tower?" Minwoo didn't answer, his face displeased as he glanced. Aelrium stood frozen, silently wondering. "I noticed his mood hasn't been good since earlier. What happened?" Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting her thoughts. "I'll stay." Aelrium looked at the person who just spoke and cried out, "Hunter Griffin.
Su HYK kalmli ansveret her.
We've come this far already. Going back now would be a win." He looked toward Minwoo. "And there's something I want." Su Hyuk's eyes, full of terror, stared intently at Minwoo didn't back down either. Glancing back, hearing the wishes of the two, Civil could only agree. "I understand. Besides Hunter Fomet and Griffin, does anyone else want to stay?" Z spoke up with a suggestion. "I'll go down with you. If it weren't for my injury, Hunter Leah wouldn't have been hurt this bad." He looked at Leah full of self-reproach. "I won't be able to rest easy until Hunter Leah's injuries stabilize." Hearing her blame herself, Leah quickly consoled her. "It's not your After that, Civil asked Aelrium, "What about you?" Aelrium glanced slightly toward me, and she gently let out a. Finally she decided, "I'll continue climbing the tower with Hunter Fomet and Griffin." Suddenly a hand raised, interrupting Aelrium's words. Maker raised her hand enthusiastically with excitement. "I'm climbing." She revealed a mysterious smile tinged with amusement. Maker quickly glanced past Aelrium, who was addressing her. Then Hunter got. She approached Min Woo cheerfully to chat. "I'm really looking forward to working." At this moment, Civil spoke up to assign roles. "So it's decided. Z, Leah and I will descend the advised them. You all will continue. When Hunter Leah's injuries improve, I'll climb the tower."
Approached to remind Aelrium.
"Be careful. Hunter Reaper. You too. Please take care of Hunter." Z glanced toward Minwoo, silently apologizing. "I'm sorry, sir. I cannot complete the mission you assigned." A moment later, A beam of light appeared in a spatial gate opened. 3 figures stepped in. After that, the gate gradually shrunk. When the gate disappeared, Minwoo turned to leave. Aelrium followed them while thinking, will we be okay going alone? This tower is rated as epic class. But I'm the one who led Hunter Fomet into this. She pressed her lips together firmly with determination. So I have to. Aelrium's eyes were full of resolve. I have to try to hold on until Hunter Civil climbs the tower, though she was just determined a moment ago. The next moment Aelrium was crying and running away. I had planned to do that. Aelrium screamed as the giant monster behind them gave chase. What the hell is— Then another monster's hand appeared. Aelrium silently cried out. She and Minwoo fought together while she screamed. Then a swarm of robot bees appeared. Aelrium groaned. Please, watching them fight fiercely, she prayed. Please, when a giant robot— The two, Minwoo and Soo-hyuk, appeared and dealt with it. This moment Aelrium was utterly frustrated. Please, she shouted loudly in exasperation, startling them. Please. The 3 others turned around in confusion to look. Aelrium at this moment, dizzy and not fully conscious, said, can we rest for— After that, in the dark space, a light system then appeared on the glowing golden cup. You have used a magic item. Golden system continued to introduce the cup's function. The stamina of team members, including yourself, will gradually recover. At this moment Aelrium was silently grateful. Thank God we're in the waiting. She immediately opened the system to check. The floor we cleared is floor 89. Good. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk stood up, attracting Aelrium's attention. Where are you going?
Su-hyuk'a ansvaret her.
Staying in one place wastes time. I'm gonna warn. He glanced at the person beside him, pausing briefly. Soo-hyuk, clearly annoyed, implied toward Minwoo. Being in the same place as him makes me sick. Hearing him say that, Minwoo asked in irritation. Are you talking about— Soo-hyuk didn't answer, just silently looked. Minwoo stared seriously, seeing the tense atmosphere between them. Aelrium worried. Why has the atmosphere become like this? What exactly happened earlier? She spoke up awkwardly in confusion. Ah, hey. Right then she glanced at Maker beside. Aelrium stood up to begin introductions. Come to think of it, we still haven't had a chance to introduce ourselves to Hunter Goblin.
I'm Reaper.
And they are Fomet and Griffin. And this is Hunter Goblin. Maker continued for her. I received a request from the Sung-Un Guild. They asked me to join the members of Sung-Un Guild and protect them so they could safely clear the— She recalled that moment and continued. On the way up here I met Hunter. Minwoo suddenly interrupted her. I'm sure you didn't climb the tower alone. What about the— Maker raised her hand, gesturing as she answered. They were killed by a trap full of demon— They didn't know that her words were full of hidden meaning, that she herself killed those people. That attack was very— Maker's eyes looked emotional. The corners of her mouth were full of wickedness. Only I survived. Hearing her answer, Minwoo mocked. They died? I didn't expect the people sent as guards to be weaker than the Vanguard Hunter team. Hey Fomet. Aelrium approached to complain about Minwoo without noticing the gaze from behind. She lost all her teammates and has faced many difficulties climbing the tower. How can you say— Having said that, she turned to console Maker. Please don't take his words to heart. His tongue is very sharp. Hearing her say that, Minwoo was displeased. Maker had been silently watching them this whole— She seemed annoyed, hesitating as she answered Aelrium. Ah, receiving that strange answer made Aelrium freeze. She tried to recall something. Since earlier this hunter— A few minutes ago, when the robot gunman rushed, Aelrium lightly jumped up to dodge the barrage of bullets firing, but because of that carelessness, she didn't notice the one above. Aelrium frantically dodged, but the blade was already close. Fortunately, she had managed to fall to the ground so the blade didn't strike. After that, Aelrium was shocked by the scene before her. A sword pierced through the robot. Somehow Minwoo had appeared and attacked from behind. Aelrium called out in bewilderment. Right after that she noticed someone beside. Maker appeared and calmly fired a shot, destroying the robot up. Aelrium stood frozen. She spoke fearfully. At that moment, Maker's eyes looking at her were somewhat strange. Aelrium looked at those eyes and cried out internally in panic. From that moment, she's seen me as a thorn in her— Maker no longer paid attention to Aelrium but turned to Minwoo with praise. Excellent. Hunter Fomet. Are you really an A-rank hunter? Strange. Aelrium slowly stood up, observing them and evaluating. She's not following Hunter Griffin, who belongs to Sung-Un Guild, but clinging to Fomet. Someone completely unrelated to that. Then she silently wondered if she loved Fomet and thought herself to be her. Thinking that, she became angry. How ridiculous. I don't have any feelings for Fomet. A moment later, cracked stone walls. 2 figures stood before 2 giant doors. Floor 90. Minwoo looked at them and assessed. There are 2 large doors. Which one is real? Griffin continued. I think we need to check. Having said that, he turned to look at the two people behind. Griffin's and my strength are equal, so if we enter the same door, the efficiency will be low. We should keep this in mind, plus the distance. At this moment Aelrium was fuming with anger beside Min Woo saw the situation and froze for a moment. Aelrium at this moment was full of determination and hope. Pick me, hurry. I know he has no interest in me at all, but I'm so annoyed. So hurry up and pick. Min Woo closed his eyes, silently contemplating for a moment. Finally Min Woo decided. Goblin will go with me. Hearing his answer, Aelrium angrily shouted. What? After that, the two had a small argument. Earlier when fighting, your wire strands almost hit us. So I'm too lazy to dodge your wires. Griffin is quick and nimble, so it's best if you two go together. After a while, each team on their own, Min Woo told them. Alright, we've divided the teams. Now let Aelrium watched the two of them pass by. She saw Maker flash a challenging smile. Seeing that smile made Aelrium angry again. This girl really, watching her retreating figure, Aelrium decided to herself. She's very suspicious. I don't want to suspect a teammate. Aelrium's face was terrifying. She silently commanded. Activate identity. Suddenly, Aelrium's eyes, not knowing what she saw, but her voice was full of shock. What is? After Min Woo's group entered inside, Min Woo looked at the tunnel and complained. This tunnel is quite long. Did we choose the wrong door? Maybe. Then Maker turned to look behind. He asked him a sudden question. Is Hunter Ripper your girlfriend? Min Woo answered indifferently. Huh? Of course not. Maker thought for a moment then replied. But she didn't let him off, asking more about this topic. Do you have a girlfriend? You probably do, right? You seem pop. Min Woo asked in confusion. Why do you keep talking about other people? Why? He stepped forward with words full of implication. It's just the two of us. Maker, hearing this, wondered in bewilderment. Huh? What do you? Right at this moment, Min Woo thrust his blade in the pitch-black space in the middle of the long tunnel. Maker quickly dodged Min Woo's. Her face was injured by him. Min Woo voiced his suspicion. You're not a rookie. In the terrifying atmosphere, Min Woo slowly stepped forward. You approached me with your own purpose. He coldly said each word. That's good. I'm tired of dealing with empty-headed. Min Woo's eyes full of danger suggested. So let me cut your head off right. Few minutes before entering the gate, Aelrium had approached to stop Min Woo. Wait a moment. He turned around in confusion, asking her who was glancing at Maker. What? Right at this moment, the system appeared with a notification. Hunter Reaper has sent you a direct message. Do you want to receive it? Min Woo with a dumbfounded face operated on the system panel. Aelrium sent him a strange message. I keep feeling something's off about Hunter Goblin. I don't think she's an official hunter. Min Woo didn't understand and asked, not an official hunter, what do you mean? Aelrium sent a message back to him. I mean, it seems like she's a hunter not registered with the government. After reading that message, Min Woo spoke up, startling Aelrium. I see, I also found her a bit suspicious. Then he leaned in close, making her frantically dodge. What are you saying? What's going? Right after that, Min Woo made a suggestion. When we're done here, let's go out for a meal. That was the reason for what happened next. A foot quickly flew forward. The opponent's foot also flew toward them. Maker pulled out a gun, aiming straight. Min Woo lightly used his hand to dodge and deflect the quickly reached her face, slashing horizontally. Min Woo's face showed a flash of surprise. Maker had quickly changed weapons to right after that, a gun barrel appeared before his. Min Woo immediately used his hand to deflect the. Min Woo's eyes glowed red, full of killing, and he spun around, raising his hand high toward the. Immediately, Maker launched herself into the air, dodging Min Woo's slap. In midair, she pulled out a gun and Min Woo pulled his hand back to. Then at the same time Maker fired the bullet, he struck it. Following that, Maker raised her. Min Woo also raised his. A punch and a kick collided with each. Small shockwave occurred between. After that small both Min Woo and Maker knocked. Maker lightly touched down on the ground, watching Min Woo being thrown back and regaining his footing. Min Woo glanced at her with irritation. Maker remained calm, wearing an irritating. Suddenly his hammer spoke up. Hey bot, that woman can change weapons at will. But I don't think she's using a sentient weapon like me. The speed at which she changes weapons from her inventory is too. He looked at Maker before him and silently answered it. She's an illegal hunter not on the government's list. I heard she's using an illegal system to avoid the government's. Min Woo's sharp gaze silently speculated. It seems this isn't her first time taking. He looked at that demonic smile and confirmed. She's definitely killed countless people. At the moment he probed, you hid your identity and snuck in here because of me? Maker immediately replied, your mind is quick. That's right, I have business to settle with you. Min Woo didn't drag it out and went straight to the point. Did you come here to kill me? Hearing him ask this, she lightly answered. Then suddenly she changed her answer. Wait, or should I just tell you straight? Let me explain. She looked at him and revealed. Someone asked me to kill you, but you see, when I accept this kind of mission, I have one condition. That is, it still depends on whether I want to do it. Maker placed her finger on her chin, making a hesitant expression and said, but I think it's really too wasteful. She looked at his body and wondered, is it really necessary to kill? Then she looked at his handsome face and chose. Or should I just remove all the factors that make you dangerous and let you? In the air, her words rang out eerily. Because my grandmother did that. Maker recalled the image of a broken teddy bear and said, my grandmother always said her childhood memories. She looked maliciously at what was before her. An elderly woman standing beside her was whispering something. Before them was a man tied tightly to a chair. Maker recounted each word. Playing with a living toy is much more fun than a dead. Her body trembling, she said, so I plan to let you live and take you. Her face showed a perverted expression of ecstasy. I will definitely love you very much after cutting off your arms. And then she gripped her coat tightly and said, so you better remember this well. From now on, your master is no longer God. Maker threw off her coat, grabbed her gun and then boldly declared. But Minwoo jumped up to dodge the barrage of bullets fired at him. The hammer spoke up, asking his intention. Hey bot, what do you want me to do? Minwoo calculated and answered it. Big weapons won't work because the space here is limited. Give me a moderately sized weapon, but still enough to block her. While Maker aimed her gun up at him again. The hammer took the opportunity to remind him. Got it, but bot, this woman is strong. Remember to be careful. Minwoo softly repeated a word from its statement. He recalled the image of Jia-yoon disappearing before his. After that, Minwoo effortlessly deflected the bullet's shot. He landed and affirmed. Compared to that guy, this is. Minwoo recalled the image of Jia-yoon once more and softly uttered. And all, he confidently asserted, making the hammer surprised. I don't think I'll lose. Immediately, something lunged toward Maker's. Very instant it was about to stab her. She quickly jumped backward to. The one who just attacked was Minwoo with a small dagger in. His weapon softly replied. I understand. Maker looked at him with interest and exclaimed. Your eyes have changed. Minwoo abruptly cut off her. You just called me a toy? Minwoo slowly stood up and refuted her. The one who will become a toy here is. Then suddenly he pressed in close to her, dangerously saying. Maker quickly leaned her body back to dodge Minwoo's. Without a moment's pause, he swiftly leaped. Maker immediately used the gun barrel to block his dagger. Minwoo bore an amused, while Maker forced a strained smile with difficulty. Immediately she weaved and jumped back. Right when she dodged, he also quickly touched the ground. At this exact moment, she changed weapons again, dangerously saying, You've become stronger, haven't you? Looks like I have to seriously fight. Her next weapon was a whip. She immediately lashed the whip toward Min. He turned his body and skillfully dodged. Unexpectedly, she whipped it into a circle about to loop around Minwoo's. He immediately ducked low to dodge that. Next, Maker pulled out a gun and aimed straight. The gun fired a shot straight toward his. Minwoo instantly ducked. He skillfully evaded each whip strike. Maker's smile now held a hint of. Minwoo, after dodging for a while, was now several meters away. Minwoo looked relaxed and unfazed as he watched the target before. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Ever since meeting Jia-yoon, my mind has become strangely. Minwoo lightly raised his. He shattered the rock before him and charged. He advanced step by powerful step toward Maker's position. He immediately raised her hand, shattering the rock before her to attack. But to Maker's surprise, she discovered something unusual, which was that Minwoo was completely gone from before. Somehow he had appeared behind her. A strong will flashed through Minwoo's mind. I don't think I'll. After that, he delivered a kick to me. She looked at him with interest and exclaimed. Then she immediately lashed the whips toward him, shouting loudly. Taming you will be very interesting. In that thick haze of. Minwoo stomped his foot hard on the ground, thinking to himself. But I still can't help but. Exerted all his strength. A dagger flew toward Maker's face in Minwoo's thoughts. If my current opponent were Jia-yoon, what would it be? She tilted her body and lightly dodged. She bore an arrogant smile as she changed the weapon in her. Minwoo dodged while asking himself. If I were a bit stronger, then. He glanced at her and raised his. He immediately launched it toward Maker while asking himself. If I had one more chance to fight Jia-yoon, what would. Then Maker glanced behind. Her eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly blood spray shot up into the air. Minwoo reached out and caught his. Maker's legs buckled. While Minwoo remained standing there. Maker was now clutching her wounded arm, looking at him in bewilderment. His eyes glowed red, coldly watching. Maker let out a soft. Then she laughed louder. Her mind at this moment seemed to have collapsed. Minwoo silently stood watching her laugh. After that, the sound of Maker's laughter seemed to diminish and then fell. She was now frantically denying. No, no. You were supposed to be my. She tilted her head and looked like the image of her in the past. Both spoke in unison, questioning the person before them. Why won't you obey? Her dark eyes looked at him, and together with the child from the past, terrifyingly asked the person before them, "Do you want me to punch?" Maker raised her hand and cursed. She pulled out a massive gun. Truly foolish, she angrily pointed the gun at him and said, "Honestly, I didn't want to do." Both her present and past selves frantically accused the person before them. "You're the one force." Right after that, a massive beam of fired straight toward Minwoo's red eyes gazed at that brilliant. His eyes held danger. A soft cursing sound rang through the air. Damn it! Blood spray shot from someone's, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She looked down at her body and discovered a battered Minwoo had attacked her at some. Maker seemed to go insane. She shouted loudly, preparing to strike. Blue electric current was released, rushing quickly toward Fomet's position. Along the way, they created earth-shattering. Maker suddenly froze, as if not believing what was happening before her. Eyes widened, her mouth clenched shut, unable to. Fomet not only didn't retreat but charged toward her, advanced boldly. His red eyes like a true eyes overflowed with determination, seemingly very confident about this. Seeing Minwoo's insane action, she loudly questioned, "Are you plan to take the hit?" Thought clearly appeared in her mind. No A-rank hunter has survived this skill of mine. Yet he swung the small blade in his hand up, preparing to strike. She increasingly found it harder to believe what he was doing, thinking to herself, "Impossible." Minwoo rushed in and launched an attack at her. But fortunately, she managed to. She was pushed backward. The collision created violent shock. Fomet at this moment readied his stance again, both hands gripping two small blades, preparing to charge and attack once. Maker truly didn't understand. She wondered, in such a short time, how did he become so much stronger? He quickly threw both blades. They spun in circles, forming a red ring, shooting rapidly toward her with a whooshing. She quickly, with her senses, she turned around, predicting that he's planning to attack from behind. But suddenly, he appeared right in front. She angrily gritted her teeth. Her gun-holding hand had already reacted. It seemed too late now, as Minwoo had already readied his fist, preparing to. When the attack came down, her gun left her hand. Blood also splattered everywhere from her. She opened her eyes wide, seemingly sensing that death was She looked down at her body, discovering that where he had placed his hand, there was now. Her pupils constricted, seemingly experiencing a horrifying. Then she collapsed to the ground, blood pooling on the floor as she screamed. It hurt so. She cried out for her grandmother. "Grandma, it hurts so." Seeing this, Fomet said nothing, only coldly stepped on her wound. Then he suddenly realized the quest window didn't appear. That he concluded amid her moaning. "You're not an apostle. Apostle. What are you talking?" His foot pressed on her harder, making her cry out in. Then he questioned, "But you said someone asked you to kill me, right? Only one person wants to eliminate me that badly. The one doing everything to prevent me from killing him first." The shadow of Loki appeared in his mind along with a cold feeling. Hearing this, she grasped at straws like a drowning person and hastily tried to buy him off. "Pervert. Are you talking about Loki? Don't tell me you're looking for Loki? Then I'll tell you where he." She boldly proposed before Fomet's suspicion. "But in return, please spare me. How do I know you're telling the truth?" She humbly tried to convince him. "I won't run away. And besides, you've already seen my face. If I don't keep my word, then you can just kill me." He looked at her, silent without saying anything, her face covered in sweat, clearly showing tension and fear as she pleaded. He remained contemplative, seemingly thinking it like a bucket of cold water. He flatly refused before her astonished face. "No." Then he explained while already taking out his purple scythe blade. "I have my own way of finding him, so I don't need you to tell me. I'm temporarily ignoring him because I'm preparing so he can disappear from this world." He even coldly stated bluntly, "During this time, you're just a sacrifice." Seeing there was no longer any room for compromise, she immediately sprang. Quickly, she pulled out one of her guns, preparing to resist. Stared straight ahead and shouted, "No way will I be your sacrifice." However, a lightning-fast sword slash cut back. Her head had separated from her neck right after that. Once again she failed to anticipate, only managing to utter a sound, She felt her own life gradually fading away. "Grandma, am I going?" Her eyes were lifeless, seemingly understanding her own. Thanks for watching the moment when the man swung his hand that time. She wondered, who was that incredibly cool? That man turned his face back coldly. Who killed? And Minwoo's figure appeared coldly, etched deeply into her final. He calmly turned and walked away, ignoring Maker's headless body lying still on the ground. Drenched in, he began to contemplate and converse with Pitmaker's killer, thinking to himself whether it would be alright to just kill her. Someone had told him that there was no way to know if this was caused by a demon beast. And besides, He also needed a place to vent his pitmaker's killer, and he continued to argue. You're right, but killing her would be such a waste. We can use her to find that pervert. From the beginning, the one who gave the order was the demon manager, so he should be the one to find that person and the note. Suddenly noticed pitmaker's looking at her killer with some doubt and suspicion. He wondered what that red light was. Don't tell me it's a time. Her killer continued to ask, and Fomet also slowly answered. Hey bro, that looks like it's the kind of time bomb that activates once the user. Then he also coldly turned away, thinking whatever. A very large explosion. Suddenly a drop of water fell from somewhere onto someone. It was Reaper, who screamed in pain. Hearing the noise, Bagan immediately turned around, causing her to hastily explain that she was sorry. It was just a drop of. Then she expressed her worry, saying that this place was so dark that even with the glow bugs, they still couldn't see anything. They couldn't even see the ground, and she didn't know whether she should feel reassured or not, wondering whether Fomet and Hunter Goblin were experiencing the same situation as them on the other. Then she remembered talking with Fomet, wondering if he was okay. She had warned him, and those words of his, surely he said that to reassure her. She began to fantasize and speculate wildly that surely there was no reason for him to say that. But if not to reassure her, then it could only be because he was interested in her. Such a shame, but you're not my type. The two suddenly stopped before a system. Bagan pointed at it and said, isn't that the tower record? She and he assessed that actually these records were quite detailed. Based on them, it seemed they were very close to the top floor, so what Reaper began to think to herself, evaluating, knows quite a lot about the tower, and his skills are good too. I wonder why he hasn't reached S rank. A light suddenly appeared from it rose between the two. The footsteps suddenly. Reaper questioned, and Bagan began to speculate. What's this? It seems like there's an entrance. The spot they had just noticed open. Both of them were stunned by what lay before their eyes. They saw the outside world and ordinary people walking. They even saw children happily running and playing together. Unable to contain themselves, they exclaimed. What is? Quickly realizing, an amusement park? This also seems to be part of virtual reality. Suddenly a girl came running while speaking loudly, drawing their attention. It's a misunderstanding. Then the girl and the man she called director argued with each other. What misunderstanding? No, you're mistaken. I have nothing to do with that person. They continued amid Bagan's sigh. Let it go, I don't want to talk about this with you anymore, Secretary Kong. Director? What on? He suggested they should avoid them, but looking over at her, he saw she was very seriously eavesdropping. I think it's best to temporarily keep our distance. Then under Bagan's judgmental gaze and reminder, Reaper shouted loudly. Why won't you give her a chance to explain? Why are you so serious? She continued to add fuel to the fire as the director had left and the girl was chasing after him, saying she wants to clear up the misunderstanding between them. Let her talk to you, they need to communicate clearly. She spoke very seriously, saying that's the problem with romance dramas. Just sitting down and talking to each other would clear up the misunderstanding. But they keep dragging out the complications for no reason at all. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling both her. Oh, hello. Do you think so? Suddenly something like a washing machine fell from above and crushed the director to. The girl panicked and plopped down on the ground, then screamed in the blue sky. Tiny dots suddenly. It turned out that was Jezebel, and that mass from before seemed to be her weapon, looking quite impressive. Seeing this, Reaper exclaimed, it's a named demon. People below still didn't know anything and innocently asked, what the heck is that? It looks so interesting. Is it an event organized by the amusement? Jezebel remained motionless in the. Then it suddenly declared along with its attack. I'm bored. So all of you get. Reaper's mind. She suddenly noticed the surroundings suddenly became pitch black as ink, accompanied by her thoughts that it had disappeared. She stood motionless looking forward, then turned around to survey behind. Suddenly, she seemed to fall downward right before Bagan's called out, Hunter. Then he quickly felt something strange. He discovered that he couldn't sense its presence. In the darkness, there was a voice saying finally, while Bagan still stood still, apparently not having discovered anything. A red hand reached out from the dark. Jezebel's voice rang out again as Reaper had been locked in a birdcage, announcing the casting process was. He screamed loudly while it remained very calm, asking what's happening. I'm tired of watching those illusory stories humans. It continued, saying. It propped its chin looking interested, telling them to show it an interesting. To entertain me. A new mission suddenly appeared titled Eliminate. The monster propped its chin calmly, asking, so what genre do you? Du Su Hyuk ran through the endless darkness. The monster's voice still rang out. Detective? No. Action? Comedy? His face showed some worry as he heard it say, but you have no other. Propped its hand on the table, ending its story by saying, because I like a romantic. Ilrium focused power into her leg and launched it. Ilrium kicked the wall in front of her with very great. Seeing her kicking like that, the monster shouted loudly. How rude. What do you think you're doing? Let me go. What conspiracy are you? She thought to herself that she had put all her strength into that kick, but it didn't even scratch it. Item store. Her system appeared, but it was glitching, shocking her. What's wrong with the seeing her like that? It laughed loudly and explained that the most important step when finding actors is to thoroughly research the performers. Reaper, I know you're a hunter who likes to use many different items, so I toyed with the system. It thought for a moment and continued saying, and the villain. It looked at him and said, Griffin, younger brother of the legendary hunter Gia. Unfortunately, your strength can never catch up to your older. His eyes widened in shock upon hearing that, while Ilrium stood in an iron cage observing the monster, thinking to herself that virtual reality was indeed being applied here. Unlike other towers, the demon beasts in this tower had information about the outside. Her face showed worry, and she began to calculate that there was no way to know how much information they had about them. So it was best not to act reckless. Something swished through the air. It struck the monster's head with a. Seeing that scene, she exclaimed in shock. Ah, Hunter Du. Thanks for watching the. Soo-hyuk slowly raised his head, his face dark. At this moment she froze in place, a bit surprised. The monster still hadn't recovered from his previous act. After a moment it laughed loudly and said, it seems you're all. It snapped its fingers and continued, saying, now let's begin the entertainment play. Purple lights appeared, making her feel confused as it began to introduce its play. Once upon a time in a certain village, there was an ugly. That's her? What? It ignored her and continued telling the story that this girl had reached marriageable age. I'm still young, you know. However, no young man in the village wanted to marry the ugly girl. What are you saying? There are loads of men lining up for my reform, and at this point it directed its gaze toward him and continued, except for one person. This young man was famous for being the most youthful and handsome, and you're giving me goose. Soo-hyuk remained cold upon hearing his role, while it ignored that attitude and continued. Why would such a good young man like an ugly girl both inside and out? It seems unlike his appearance. This handsome young man is very intelligent. The monster almost immersed itself in its own story. One day, the ugly girl was locked in a birdcage out of jealousy by Jezebel 215, the most beautiful girl in the. At this moment he glided through the undefined space, wondering whether the young man could rescue the ugly. His face was dazed without emotion as that voice continued to ring out. After saving her, could they live happily ever after? Soo-hyuk jumped high, aiming straight for the monster's head. Tilted its head slightly. Many cubes with red dots surrounded him as the monster spoke mockingly. Let me reveal to you that this play doesn't have a happy. Large explosion occurred, emitting pink light that caused the cubes to. He appeared in midair amidst the. Soo-hyuk jumped onto a nearby cube and stabbed his sword down for. The surrounding cubes moved very quickly. He looked at them with eyes full of determination. Soo-hyuk threw something of his at the fixed cube. He very quickly jumped onto cubes to. He raised his long sword. Soo-hyuk pointed his sword toward the standing monster. It produced countless small cubes. Seeing that action, Ilrium was also surprised for another large explosion. After the explosion, the smoke gradually dissipated. From within that smoke was the image of Soo-hyuk in free. Fortunately, he found a cube as a foot. He placed his foot on the cube to gain momentum and launched up. Using his sword, he sliced that cube in. At this moment, two other cubes closed in. Another large explosion occurred beneath his. Another cube had closed in behind Soo-hyuk's. Shot a laser beam at him, but fortunately he dodged. The cubes continued approaching their. He thought to himself. More and more. Began shooting laser beams as he struggled to dodge them. Thoughts still appearing in him. The speed of these things is gradually getting faster and catching up with me. And further, just as he thought this, he saw a giant hand closing in, causing him to fall to the ground. Ilrium standing in the iron cage panicked. Hunter looking at the cubes before her worriedly. They've become faster. Have they analyzed how to defeat Hunter Griffin before me? He lay on the ground in. His face was drained of strength. But at this moment he remembered. Soo-hyuk stood up, gripping his sword. Thinking, quick as lightning, he jumped back onto those cubes and continued. He raised his hand to cover his face. The cubes now had an additional. He pursued with all their might as his thoughts rang out. Over. Soo-hyuk tried to fight while very worried inside that he might be the one to run out of stamina. Cubes with hands and drills headed toward. Soo-hyuk seemed to fall into a dark. Seeing this, both she and he panicked, having the same. His senses have been blurred. At this moment he fell into panic. I can't hear, can't search, can't sense anything at all. Suddenly beside him appeared several purple. Those light beams began attacking Soo-hyuk unexpectedly. On his outfit were several crystals emitting purple. He took something from him. He threw it forward, causing a large explosion. Soo-hyuk bit down on his sword hilt vigilantly. He sensed something, raised his sword and blocked a slash coming down from. He deflected that slash. At this moment, two other weapons aimed straight at. Soo-hyuk jumped up to avoid those two weapons, causing both to slash down into the. But at this moment, a strange object appeared behind. Two cubes caused the ground where he stood to crack it. Soo-hyuk was shocked as he fell down. Ilrium shouted loudly, Hunter stood in the iron cage worriedly. If Hunter Griffin, who was famous for his speed, also can't keep up. But at this moment she realized something and silently analyzed in her heart that the problem arose when the light disappeared. When there's no light, we can't use our senses. It's light, if we use light beams, he could know the demon beast's look. But before she could finish her sentence, 2 pieces of tape sealed her. The monster looked into the iron cage as a warning. Jiosu Hayek obeyed, silently thinking to himself as light appeared. Then he opened the system, selected something, and the inventory space glowed. At that moment, a beam of light slashed across before his monster controlling those floating cubes spoke triumphantly, saying it had already told them that this would be a bad. It pointed at Jiosu Hayek and continued, telling the handsome young man that if he had grievances, he should blame himself for being too. Commanded a barrage of cubes to fly toward Jiosu, then laughed in a mocking. Gagged girl could only emit muffled cries. Su Hayek's body was covered in. Though he had fainted, thoughts still appeared in his mind about how weak he was. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to reach S rank, questioning if he truly wasn't skilled enough to surpass his brother as everyone's gossip echoed in his head about being Jia Van's younger brother and how impressive it was to be the youngest A-rank hunter. Yet as his body collapsed to the ground, they wondered if he'd ever match his brother, and even unconscious thoughts continued surfacing. I cannot deny the truth that I was very surprised. Images of Su Hayek from the past, recalling when he met Chaman Yu and thinking, I never expected you to become this strong in such a short time, standing frozen as he wondered if it was thanks to demon beasts. But no, that alone couldn't explain it logically, so why couldn't he do that? Behind him appeared an image of Jia Van, who said, You haven't progressed at all. Is it because I... Su Hayek turned to look at his brother with stunned eyes. Jia Van calmly observed his younger... His voice rang out again, saying that unlike ordinary hunters, irregular hunters needed to meet certain conditions to develop, and his condition was his brother, but since he was dead it was regrettable. Could he truly not progress? Suddenly another voice rang out asking why he thought he couldn't progress anymore, and the image Su Hayek saw at that moment was of someone stabbing his brother's blood splattered onto his... And the murderer of his brother wore a sinister smile, saying that if this would give him motivation to become stronger, then he should simply make it his... Murderer's face was partially revealed as he continued, telling him to just make him the one who killed Jia Van. Su Hayek still stood frozen in. A beam of light slashed across before him along with the final words asking, What do you... An explosive burst of energy blew away the monster, seeing this, turned around in surprise asking what was... Su Hayek appeared surrounded by beams of light. He looked at his hand and said, Fine, as you wish, I will make you... His eyes clearly showing determination as he declared, From now on, you are my target. Su Hayek continued urging himself to go faster while Jia Ben exclaimed in shock, and the voice in his head kept echoing that he needed to quickly become... Witnessing this scene, Ielrium couldn't help but stammer worriedly, Hunter Iel... Meanwhile, Su Hayek was immersed in his own mental space, silently saying to himself about that he need... The moment Min Yu's face appeared clearly, a murderous intent suddenly carved deep into Su Hayek's mind. At this moment, the lightning bolts flared up more violently, radiating terrifying. The next second, Su Hayek opened his eyes. His gaze had completely changed. Immediately after, Su Hayek placed his hand on the ground, and lightning bolts precisely targeted each cube hovering in the air, completely destroyed. Seeing this, Jiapen was somewhat terrified and momentarily couldn't right after, as if sensing the killing intent from him, it immediately shouted orders to stop. Jiapen's defensive shield had absolutely no effect against Su Hayek's direct assault. Then, before anyone knew it, a lightning bolt had approached Jiapen's, and immediately after countless lightning bolts struck directly into it, the pain from this attack making it scream continued. Before this strike, Jiapen had to convulsing continue. Jiapen wondered in disbelief if there was lightning that this body of his couldn't withstand. On this side, Su Hayek seemingly had no intention of... Thoughts kept urging him to act as he heard voices in his head telling him how to use this. After the previous defeat, Jiapen was unwilling and shouted while launching a counterattack, saying it didn't know what just happened, but hadn't it already told him that this play would end? Just as that cube approached its target, Jiapen roared, Go! Then it looked at the rubble ahead with a puzzled silently wondering why it felt nothing. From within the pitch-black space, a lightning bolt suddenly emerged and grew larger, and immediately after, Su Hayek's fist punched powerfully. Cubes completely covering him suddenly showed lightning bolts around. Moments later, Su Hayek used his own power to break through the encirclement, and Jiapen's previous attack seemingly didn't scratch him. It couldn't believe the scene before its... But before long, Jiapen took the opportunity to launch another. Facing the large object moving at high speed before him, Su Hayek wasn't flustered but quickly extended his hand and pulled back, his eyes full of killing intent, carefully observing that object as Su Hayek paused for a beat and the moment the object reached the right position, He swung his hand to slash it. Like that, fierce attacks kept being unleashed. The objects around were sliced in half by Su Hayek's lightning bolts to his opponent's astonishment. Before Su Hayek's current frenzy, Jiapen involuntarily exclaimed in Jiapen spoke in furious, trembling voice. How dare! With those words, its entire body underwent a major transformation. Its whole body became gun barrels pointing straight at him, completely enraged by Su Hayek as it screamed, How dare you, you arrogant bat! Immediately after, surges of power from it were fired directly. At this moment, Su Hayek's voice suddenly rang out. What are you? He had appeared right behind Jiapen without anyone knowing. His eyes, full of determination, stared intently at his. Jiapen stammered. When did you move behind? Hearing this, Su Hayek smiled with malicious intent, then spoke in a lowered voice. Immediately after, countless lightning bolts struck directly into Jiapen's. This moment, it struggled to utter a bad. Is it? Just as the words left it, Jiapen exploded into. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Mission successful. From behind, Aelrium's footsteps became more. Witnessing what just happened, she couldn't help but exclaim, Hunter Griffin, that was amazing just now. Since when did? Just as she approached him, Aelrium blurted out in shock. Your seemed even Su Hayek himself hadn't realized it, and he slowly answered. It seems my body is trying to gradually adapt to this new. After eliminating Jiapen, Su Hayek still hadn't rested, but continued defeating the remaining creatures. With just one wave of his hand, he sent 3 of Aelrium's subordinates to the then frantically disposed of the rest of the obstacles. The scenery gradually changed as Su Hayek suddenly announced, Let's move to the next. Watching his retreating figure, Aelrium thought to herself that, in terms of traits, he seemed even stronger than his brother Hunter Giavan. Absolutely incredible, just following along without having to do anything. Then she continued observing everything around and, I have a feeling we've arrived. But why haven't we reached the boss room yet? I wonder if the format group is not far away. A familiar figure suddenly appeared and spoke up. What took you two so? It was Minyu, and seeing him, Aelrium softly replied, Format. Thank goodness you're alive. She looked around as if searching for someone and asked, Huh? Where's Hunter Goblin? Hearing this, he casually replied, She's at Minyu's announcement. Aelrium couldn't help but exclaim in shock, and immediately after, Su Hayek's and his eyes accidentally. Su Hayek wondered suspiciously if he had made it here. Minyu on this side had also noticed something unusual about him and thought to himself, Oh, look at him. He's right. Then Aelrium suddenly asked him if Hunter Goblin was killed by a demon beast, to which Minyu hesitated slightly before something like that. Before this answer, she found it extremely Immediately after, Minyu placed his hand on the door behind them. This door. I couldn't open it. Hearing this, Aelrium approached to examine a small device that appeared nearby and said, I think this is a fingerprint scanner, then pointed forward and continued, There's another one over there, so we have to place our hands on both spots at the same time. That must be it, which means at least 2 people must survive to. Those words, all 3 fell into contemplation. Minyu suddenly spoke up. Do you sense? He hesitated for a moment, then continued, The bot's on the other side of this. After Minyu's words, Aelrium felt somewhat frightened and thought to herself that even with 3 A-rank hunters, they couldn't possibly clear this. She quickly spoke up. Let's just wait for the healing specialist hunter. He should be here soon. At the same time, a thought appeared in Aelrium's mind about ensuring safety, but suddenly a strange sound rang. Immediately after, the gate transmitted a notification. Entrance to the Tower King Challenge has been opened. Hearing this, Aelrium was completely. After that, she gradually regained her senses and hurriedly shouted in an accusatory tone. What were you thinking? And you too, Hunter Griffin. With just the 3 of us, there's no way we can clear this floor. What were you two thinking? Because the scene before her eyes made her fall silent immediately. Before them appeared strange curved, along with large stone slabs erected around an unidentified object continuously emitted a bright light that attracted their attention. A deep voice suddenly echoed from somewhere. Finally, you have arrived. All 3 of them immediately reacted and looked up. Right after, an extremely deafening sound came along with incredibly powerful wind. This caused Aelrium to involuntarily raise her hand to shield her. At this moment, Fa Jiaong had appeared right before them and immediately mocked. Tu was almost bored to death waiting for you to arrive. But Fa Jiaong didn't spare words in praising them. You two seem quite skilled as well. You've defeated all my subordinates, those demon beasts, which I've collected all your data from the battles with my subordinates, so no matter how much you struggle, you're just dancing in the palm of my. I hear you rank power by 3A ranks. I can already see the outcome of this. I'll give you one last chance to serve under me. Instead of being weak humans, I'll grant you the most advanced technology. Before it could finish speaking, a voice cut in to interrupt. What are you babbling about? You pile of scrap. This was completely outside of Fa Jiaong's calculation, and it stood frozen for a moment without any reaction. Then Fa Jiaong's voice spoke with some anger. Minyu gathered power in his hand and replied, "Is your belly plated with diamonds or—" On this side, Fa Jiaong had also entered a combat stance, and he added, "We just need to tear it open to find—" Both of them were mentally prepared to fight as Minyu spoke with excitement. "Well then, let's see how it goes." Hearing this, Fa Jiaong lowered its voice and said, "Oh, you're quite calm." Then it aimed its gun barrels straight at the two of them provocatively. "Let me see the extent of your—" Just as the words left it, the confrontation between Fa Jiaong, Su Hayek, and Minyu had truly— At the same time, elsewhere, a conversation was taking place as a voice carrying some surprise rang out. "Oh my! Why are you still here? Haven't you gone home?" Hearing this, Minyu replied, "I'm working overtime today." Immediately after, her colleague's voice came through to continue. "That sucks? Or how about when I get back from smoking? We make some coffee in the break room together?" Hearing her colleague's suggestion, Minyu thought while saying, "Should I? No, what if someone clears the Twin Towers during that time? I need to report to the manager immediately. Otherwise, I'll get scolded for neglecting my—" Seeing that, the other female colleague spoke up. "So, do you want me to bring you some coffee?" Hearing that, she smiled awkwardly and replied, "Thank you so much." A second later, Miju's voice suddenly rang out in astonishment. "Huh? What's happening?" The colleague beside her also felt curious and asked, "What is it?" She hesitated before saying, "Well, the tower was just created not long ago, but someone has already—" Immediately after, fragments of shattered crystal continuously fell rattling down onto the ground. Through the observation screen, Miju exclaimed in amazement, "They've cleared the twin holy tower." At the skyscraper buildings reaching toward the crowds of people walked busily to and suddenly, someone raised their hand pretending to yawn, but in reality, their eyes were glancing to one. In the distance, there was someone wearing a white hoodie with the hood pulled tightly over their head. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "That's her over!" Everyone walked quickly toward Fane, and that voice still rang out, saying, "I heard she cleared the Hell Tower." Government issued a report stating the Hell Tower's level is legendary. Please tell us in detail how an A-rank hunter could clear a legendary level. Fane didn't let her face show anything, and was about to say something but stopped, finally opening her mouth hesitantly, saying, Other people silently held up their Then suddenly, she dashed away, only calling back the rest of her unfinished sentence. Delivered the finishing blow. That Fane kept running, not daring to turn back, ignoring the calls from behind. She only glanced quickly behind her, her eyes showing a bit of surprise, sweat rolling down her flushed cheeks when a call came. "Hunter!" Another location. Jinwoo was leisurely eating ice cream. Leaning against the wall, he said, "So you're saying that according to the system, the only person who could clear the Hell Tower is Hunter?" Minwoo wore a white flat cap, his face thoughtful, eyes dimming when hearing Jinwoo mention him. "But wasn't it mainly because you and Hunter Griffin?" A cloud of white dust rose up like Griffin and Minwoo, their bodies covered with scratches, glanced sharply at the source of the voice. "Commendable, you." Fragments shattered apart. Chaotic electrical currents flashed up, and that voice still rang out. "But my body." Farong knelt on the ground, the fragments from earlier seeming about to reconnect, those electrical currents still continuously emanating, and Farong's voice, trembling yet somewhat self-satisfied, continued the unfinished sentence. "Will infinitely like Nazuda," Minwoo explained. "So we had no other Hector called out to Ripper, who stood dazed, holding her injured arm behind her. Ripper, seeing him call her name, widened her eyes and listened intently. "You still have that mythical item that can erase everything locked inside it, right? Throw it at that bat." Minwoo glanced at her and furiously shouted, urging her. Seeing this, Ripper finally closed her eyes, scrunching up her face, and immediately she threw the item straight at Tech Griffin and Minwoo flanked both. Farong just stood there, eyes wide, watching that mysterious cube fly toward him, electric currents still blazing brightly behind it. That cube opened up and descended, sucking Farong completely in. Then it closed and fell to the ground, its tail section and some fragments spilling out, and several broken electrical sparks flashed brightly before the cube suddenly glowed into. Minwoo bit into his ice cream, unable to hide his curiosity. Then there was an explosion, probably because the magic stone embedded inside the item collided with the magic stone of the monster. Holding the ice cream stick in his hand, he stood stunned, regretfully. What a shame, really. A magic stone containing magic tech power would have sold for a high price. Minwoo also chimed in. Not to mention the mythical item Hunter Ripper was carrying was also destroyed along with the magics. In Minwoo's hand appeared a sea blue sphere with a triangle rotating inside. At least we obtained its. Jinwoo changed the subject. So now can we go resolve the unfinished business? Minwoo crossed his arms before his chest, leaning down close to his face, and suddenly asked, "You mean the one I caught who's locked in the store?" The door to that room remained tightly shut. Minwoo spoke loudly so the person inside could hear. "You not only followed me but also found where I live and..." Opening the door, he crossed his arms before his chest, looking inside and asking, "You're that one, aren't you? That mage who was in our group in the labyrinth?" Looking at the person kneeling with face down on the ground, he pressed harder. "Who the hell?" Fan he remained silent, finally glancing quickly to one. Suddenly he dashed toward the outside. Minwoo, not the least bit hurried, still crossed his arms, glancing. The doorway suddenly flashed brightly, and Fan he felt as if he had just slammed his face into some transparent membrane. His eyes bulging wide, and then he bounced backward, falling down in front of Min. Seeing Jinwoo standing outside eating ice cream. How can a kid this age use advanced magic alone? Then Fan he stood up and angrily said, "Just as I suspected. Since you're a devil worshipper of Fomet, even a child is not ordinary." His voice rang out, saying, "Exactly. How did you know I'm the demon Fomet?" From behind, kneeling on one knee, staring intently at him, he asked, "I didn't get a good look at you back." Looking at the round face, large cute eyes, and gentle shoulder-length hair, he was surprised. "Huh? A girl? Wait, you look familiar." His confusion. He seemed to go mad, furiously shrieking, making him also startled. "I'm a..." Minwoo also became angry, grabbing his collar, raising his hand as if about to deliver a slap. "You dare lie?" Suddenly, he assumed a pitiful, weak demeanor, the corners of his eyes even brimming with tears, his voice trembling as it rose. "Please, please don't." Expression made both Minwoo and Jinwoo freeze for several seconds. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as if he had just discovered long, soft pink hair flowing gently. "A cute," he muttered. "I just remembered. This face, so bright red, large, cute." He had remembered a beautiful, cute girl he once knew, and exclaimed in shock, "You're that girl with the twin." The memory returned to that time when, with the codename Fane, he was in the form of a bravely standing before a terrifying monster, which was none other than Minwoo, because he was an S-rank mage. Fane was confident in his current appearance but inwardly thought, "But actually, I'm cross-dressing for a very legitimate..." Right after, Minwoo, in the form of the monster, gripped both of his twin tails tightly and yanked them back. Although I was very eager to climb the hell tower ruled by Fomet, the result was truly disastrous. He cried in pain, whispering pleadingly, "I'm sorry. Please forgive." Fane's eyes widened in shock when he heard him say, "You also cannot satisfy my..." Then that monster, eyes glowing red, stared at him menacingly, one hand still gripping his hair, yanking it back. At that very moment, his face had turned deathly pale with fear, eyes wide open, and then his entire body glowed brightly before gradually vanishing. Fane had used his forbidden skill, the instant teleportation ability, to escape from the boss room in an emergency. He had disappeared without a trace. Minwoo looked forward and back, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. Where did he? However, the price to pay was the penalty of having his abilities reduced by half. Sitting slumped on the floor, Fane slightly bowed his head in sorrow. "Because of that, I lost my S-rank hunter title. I went to the labyrinth tower to regain my lost ability." His hand in his pants pocket, touching the back of his neck, he suddenly flinched when Fane pointed straight at him. "But if you recognized me like this, then you're definitely Fomet. But how did you become human?" Fane froze when he heard him reply curtly. So Minwoo stood leaning against the wall, scrolling on his phone, not caring about Minwoo and Fane arguing back and forth in the room. "So what difference will it make?" "Well, I'll tell the other hunters." "You think other hunters will believe you? Then I'll go to the Hunter Association headquarters." Minwoo laughed, and suddenly, he leaned close to Fane's pale face, threatening, "Do you have proof? You must be out of your mind to dare set foot in my territory." Fane was scared to death by his threat, leaning against the wall in confusion, unable to say anything. He continued to advance closer. "So how do you want me to kill you?" Minwoo, with glowing red eyes, his large hand covering his face, bent down with a sinister laugh. "Want me to tie you up and beat you until even your parents won't recognize you? Or want me to stab you and drain all the blood from your body? Or should I just tear off your arms and legs?" His frightened voice rang out. "Stop it!" Fane was so scared by him that he burst into tears, tears rolling down his cheeks, his voice trembling and occasionally sobbing. "What are you going to do?" Both Jinwoo and Minwoo looked at him like that, their faces also somewhat dark. Suddenly, A black hat appeared on Fane's head, covering waving both hands frantically before his face. He silently listened as Minwoo said, "If you want to live, listen carefully. You need to do two things." He stood there, raising one finger. "First, you must find a hunter named Jockey." He was surprised. Minwoo continued whispering, "You won't be able to find him through normal means, because there's a high chance he's not a hunter registered with the government. Second, you need to find the bastard in this picture." He waved his hands in protest. "Wait, you want me to gather intelligence?" Minwoo raised his foot in front of him when he heard him shout. "You think I'll work for a demon?" Clenching his fist and raising his foot higher, he emphasized. "I see you don't have many choices left. BLs." At this moment, Jinwoo spoke up flatly. "I planted a demon slave in your body when I locked you in that room. The moment you disobey our orders, the demon slave will spread a deadly poison throughout your..." Fane became even more panicked, thinking, "What?" Minwoo threatened again, making Fane sit still without moving, saying, "Did you go around spreading rumors to everyone that I am Fomet, the father of the Hell Tower? I don't care, but now that you've entered our territory, it's a different story." He flashed a sinister smile. "I'll exploit you to the..." Minwoo also smiled, darkness covering nearly all of his face. "Until you fully realize just how terrifying demons..." With a cunning smile and glowing red eyes, Minwoo laughed loudly. "I look forward to the day he sinks into despair." BLs also laughed loudly. "What could be more delicious in this world than a soul in despair?" Harsh laughter echoed throughout the room, making Fane tremble even after that. Somehow Fane managed to escape from that room, running while throwing away the black hood. Minwoo and Jinwoo stood there watching. Seeing Fane's figure running out to the street, he asked, "You planted the demon slave in him just to lead him around, didn't you?" The boy quickly replied, "I didn't even think it was necessary to make him work so hard." In that house, the voices of the two discussing still echoed. "But why didn't you just call Captain Ma? He could get many things done much faster. I've lost contact with him for a while now, and besides, I need another source of information to be able to act independently." Footsteps turned away, and Minwoo suddenly stopped. "Ah!" He turned back, glancing at Jinwoo. "Teach me some..." On the rooftop of the building, Jinwoo raised one hand level with his glowing barrier appeared behind him, occasionally with a few light trails running around it. Jinwoo stood there, breathing lightly. "Create barrier." Precisely the technique he had just asked, somewhat puzzled. "What's with you? You've never asked me to teach you before. It seems in the tower you realized something." He seemed to understand Minwoo and analyzed. "Should I start teaching you the basics? I don't think I need to teach you advanced magic. You prefer using brute force." He objected. "Thanks for watching." The sky remained a vibrant blue, occasionally dotted with fluffy white clouds drifting by. Jinwoo fell silent, saying nothing as he looked at me. Suddenly, he turned his head then to the right, and a smile appeared on his lips. Minwoo still stood there motionless, and around Jinwoo, several light trails appeared again, circling around. He asked in surprise, "How did you do?" Jinwoo was somewhat disbelieving of this reality, continuing to wonder. "I only showed you once. How can you already replicate?" Looking forward, Minwoo stared intently, ignoring Jinwoo's continued rambling. "I don't know what you just did, but you have potential. Change your class. You have great potential to become," he said softly. Minwoo spoke gently, sharing, "Just as that person said, I've been using this body the wrong way." He flinched, eyes widening. Still keeping his arm across his stomach, he said quietly, "That's right. This body belongs to someone else." Jinwoo's voice was shocked, saying, "What body are you talking?" Hunter Fane. After escaping from that house, Fane went to meet Song-un, and as soon as he saw him, Song-un angrily scolded, "What's this? Didn't we already agree to meet?" The boy hurriedly said, "I can explain." But Song-un was still angry, saying, "You told me you would reveal Hunter Minwoo's secret, but then you lost contact." The boy mumbled an explanation, saying, "I was planning to call you after I found verified evidence." The two then went back and forth. "So have you found that evidence?" "Well, so what is it?" Fane remained silent, unable to provide evidence, and both feet stood still. And then Song-un turned his back and walked away, saying, "You're wasting my time. I'm leaving." Fane helplessly said, "He is the tower." Song-un was quite surprised by Fane's statement, and the boy told Song-un that Hunter Minwoo is actually the monster tower king Fomet in human. Scene change. Jinwoo was stunned by Minwoo's statement, unable to say anything, just staring. Seeing him still staring intently at his own hand, he asked again, "What did you just..." Raising cold, knife-like eyes, he emphasized, "This body belongs to Jia." Song-un was somewhat astonished when he heard Fane speak, muttering, "The Tower King." Minyu stood frozen as Jia wrapped her arms around him from behind, and a seductive voice rose, saying, "I am fulfilling your wish." He was a bit confused, saying, "You're fulfilling my—" Jia's hand reached out and placed itself on Minyu's upturned palm, saying, "That's right. Ever since you met Jia Van in the recalling the image when he was still a monster, her voice was soft, saying, "And when you were stabbed, you wished to be like Jia." The seductive voice continued evenly, saying, "And you needed a body without a soul to become human." Minyu questioned, "What the hell?" Jia smiled with satisfaction, resting her head on his back and saying, "Finally, you're curious." She whispered, "Unfortunately, right now I can only tell you my name," and hugged him from behind, one hand gripping his hand tightly, saying, "My name is—" Minyu turned to look down at Jinyu, somewhat lacking confidence, saying, "Jia Van told me that I don't know how to use this body." He imagined the image of Jia Van from before and asked, "The Jia Van I met at the Holy Tower?" Thinking to himself, "That body—" Jia Van's face appeared, saying, "Wanted you to help with Bal Zebub," asking, "How much magic do you think this body contains?" The boy raised his hand to his mouth and, with a probing gaze, answered, "I didn't care much before, so I didn't check." But Minyu's eyes looked seriously. The boy saw strange red and black colors surrounding Minyu, and inside his body was overflowing with— Jinyu explained, "Well, considering Jia Van's unique fire magic, having this much magical power is normal." But he disagreed with that view, saying, "No, unique skills don't need magic. I can use them however I—" Then the two went back and forth. "Huh? When I acquired Jia Van's skills, I discovered that. So that's it." Jinyu was surprised, saying, "So where did Jia Van use all that magic?" Minyu explained, "The Jia Van I met at the Holy Tower was only created from virtual data, so he was weaker than the original Jia." Recalling when Jia Van flew to attack, Minyu didn't quite understand, saying, "But when he attacked me, it was like he was truly alive. He became the powerful Jia Van I once knew," and added, "He moved on in—" Clenching his fist tightly, he affirmed, "He thought of its use. When a person's magic becomes more powerful in a short time to deal with enemies by using many different— However, the disadvantage is that the magic supply is limited and the number of items is also— From this, he drew experience. In prolonged battles, using pure strength is better than using magic. Jinyu closed his eyes and made his judgment, saying, "If you can use powerful unique skills and buff, you can easily gain the upper hand in any—" And suddenly he understood something, opening his eyes and staring at Minyu, thinking, "So does that—" Minyu smiled, his face very cunning when he heard Jinyu's question, saying, "You'll also borrow Jia Van's—" He smiled cheerfully and told him, "Jia Van himself taught me how to coordinate with this body. When I was still a low-level monster climbing the tower, I was killed countless times by the magic beasts guarding each floor, so I learned their skills, just like this time," emphasizing, "I will follow your advice." Minyu's eyes were intense, and his voice rose seriously, saying, "I have the buff skill, but it's only activated under certain specific conditions, and what Jia Van uses is more like a direct buff." Looking at Jinyu standing frozen, Minyu continued, saying, "That's why you should teach me buff." He suddenly asked like an innocent child, "Buff? What?" He also remained calm before the boys naively pretending at— Then he lunged forward, making the boy run, and the two chased while arguing loudly. "You damned brat, you don't want to teach me, do you? What you need is power buff. I only know magic buff. You said you're a great mage proficient in all spells. Only support spell." Feeling very tired, he suddenly heard the boy say, "Ah, that's right. There's someone very suitable for this." He was curious, saying, a sweet voice mixed with a bit of affectation rang out from red lips that were moving, saying, "Your hand is completely healed, and you just cleared the tower and still look annoyingly healthy. But let me hear what you just said." Kim Jun-song propped her hands on the table, her face smiling brightly, asking, "What exactly do you want to learn?" Minyu looked down at the girl in front of him, and the cap partially covered his annoyed eyes. Minyu turned his back and walked away, angrily thinking to himself, "I must be crazy to come ask this crazy woman." And she, seeing him leave, quickly placed her hand on his shoulder to hold him back, saying, "I heard you said buff, right? So you didn't forget what I said and remember that I'm a support healer." In the past, there was a time when Kim Jun-song told Minyu that instead of Hunter, they should call her a support. The voices of the two in the office rang out again. "But why do you suddenly want to learn about buff?" "Because it's useful in combat." "Then you found the right person." And getting up from her chair, she looked at him and smiled, saying, "I'll teach." Jun-song's face broke into a cunning smile as she stated her condition, saying, "But it's not." Minyu didn't hesitate either, saying, "Of course. What do you—" Raising her slender, pale hand, she said as if forced. What else could I want from you? Number 302. Whitecap fell to the ground, and her voice remained soft, saying, obvious, pressing close to him with affectionate eyes. She said playfully, the sky was very high and clear, and small white clouds drifted at the elementary. The small children gaped in astonishment, looking very surprised. Minyu also looked down, and suddenly his large hand gripped the hand of the boy in the blue shirt tightly, making him stare, and then he swung his arm powerfully and threw him into the sky, ignoring his frightened screaming, saying, the boy shot up and, terrified, when he fell back down, he ran over and caught him. Minyu, with a completely different appearance, wearing a cat ear headband and having 2 angel wings on his back, sat holding the child inside. The remaining children looked on with apparent worry and curiosity. He turned his head to look at the child. By now they had broken into cheerful smiles. Lifting the kid up, the kids below crowded around him, saying, me next, me next, me too. This scene made Kim Jun-sung laugh out loud, saying, now, a bright pink banner with a cute cat image exactly like Minyu's appearance was hung neatly on the wall, and below it, her voice remained deep, saying, if you agree to health checkups, you can play with that big. Immediately, the children obediently stood still, letting her examine them one by. Outside in the yard, he was still busy playing with the. Inside the house, Jun-sung was still examining the children one by one, and this time it was a little girl with a broken. Suddenly, a ball flew straight into his face, startling the boy next. The sun in the sky was still burning bright, but there were more clouds than before, and finally sunset arrived, with weak rays of sunlight only glowing golden in one corner of the. The person in charge here was very happy and chatty, saying, thank you, director. Thanks to you, the children weren't bored and played happily. She was also polite, saying, it's nothing. I just wanted to check if the children were healthy. The person who worked hard was that handsome guy over. Pointing toward Minyu, who was sitting exhausted on the bench. A female staff member raised her hand to her mouth as if whispering, oh, thank you so. Completely exhausted, he slumped down on the bench, one hand still holding the cat ear headband, and whispers of various volumes continued. Even an A-rank hunter can't handle dozens of energetic children. Ah, so that's it, he whispered. Children's energy. Seeing Jun-sung approaching, he raised his head wearily, asking, are we done? I did what you wanted, so now. She interrupted, saying, phew, not. Raising 2 fingers, she was cheerful while he was deflated, saying, we have to go to 2 more places. The sky had turned red, signaling it was almost dark, and being too fed up, he cursed, and she still didn't care, saying, but it's late now, so let's continue tomorrow. And he muttered more curses, saying, oh, you were looking forward to it too, weren't you? In the car, his vulgar cursing mixed with her teasing laughter. But don't you know what's going on? From the beginning, teaching others magic is taboo, and besides, are you giving up after just 1 day? She dropped him off in the middle of an empty. Looking at his pale face was enough to know how exhausted he was today. Yet she still insisted stubbornly, saying, that doesn't make any sense. In the car, Jun-sung smiled brightly and waved, saying, see you there tomorrow, okay? I stood watching until the car completely disappeared from his tired face. He now finally drew a slight, but that was the beginning of an explosion of anger in Minyu, as he seemed like a wild beast roaring, saying, I had to wear that disgusting headpiece and break my back working, and this is how you treat me? I knew that crazy woman wasn't trust. Suddenly, 2 heads appeared, peering at his face and asking, what kind of weird headpiece? He started to answer, saying, he jumped in surprise when he saw the 2 people appear, and Minyu's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and said, your phone was off, so I came to your house, but only your younger brother would. Then she suddenly became stern, sounding angry. Don't call me by my codename out here, call me Na Ilrium. Ripper walked ahead while talking as he went. You have time, right? Let's go. He looked back. Go where? She replied curtly. The remaining 2 watched inside. Standing before the red car, Ripper leaned against it. On the road, the red car sped off, and inside she praised. Your little brother is quite polite. She recalled the moment when he bowed politely to greet her. See you later, sis, which delighted her. He greeted me super politely. Minyu thought to himself indifferently. It's because you're rich. He looked at her and said, hey. She remembered once when he also invited her to eat. When we're done here, let's grab a meal. But then it wasn't like that. I said let's eat together, but I didn't mean it like that. What I meant was, she cut in, Ripper focused on driving but didn't forget to chat with him. You want all of us to eat together. He was surprised. Minyu kept her cold, weary demeanor. Trong Kem glanced at her when he heard. Everyone worked so hard to clear the tower. Think of it as a celebration. Suddenly the car glided past a billboard with Ripper's picture on it. He pointed hastily. Hey, isn't... The billboard showed her posing cutely with the text. Congratulations on clearing the tower, genius hunter. One would think she'd be proud. But no, she shouted angrily. What the hell? The restaurant, Ripper's voice was still sharp. No matter how many times I think about it, this was definitely my uncle's. She put her hand over her face and grumbled. Plastering my face in the hotel lobby wasn't enough. Now there's a whole billboard too. He walked beside her, consoling. Isn't it good that you're becoming... She looked like she was about to cry. I've had enough of those calls from reporters, you know? Besides, I didn't become a hunter to be famous. I want to become an archaeologist. Spotting Ripper's silhouette, Yu Dung, sitting at a nearby table, stood up and waved loudly. Over the three of them were waiting. There was a brick wall dividing the... Ripper asked with concern. Are you feeling better? Yu Dung replied cheerfully. I've recovered, Everyone was really... Ripper, Minwoo, and Griffin's eyes widened as they looked toward the source of the voice. All three having successfully cleared the holy... Minwoo picked up his glass of water to drink. His eyes still fixed intently on... Praises continued to ring out. Truly worthy of being A-rank hunters full of promise. But Griffin paid no attention. His eyes focused on the menu and Minwoo sat down next to Ripper in a friendly manner, saying, I saw the article about you too. To which Ripper waved his hand dismissively, replying, I didn't do anything. It was all Minwoo and Griffin. Though inwardly he felt quite awkward, thinking, please don't bring... Looking around at the empty tables surrounding them, they wondered aloud, this is really strange. We're the only people in this restaurant, but as far as I know, getting a reservation here is extremely difficult. Ripper spoke up matter-of-factly, causing Minwoo, who was sitting beside him, to stare in shock. I rented out the whole place, leaving the others equally surprised as they exclaimed, what? How is that possible? Raising the wine bottle in her hand, Ripper grinned ear to ear upon hearing the question. She quickly shifted the topic, saying it would be a waste to just have one meal here, wouldn't it? Then she laughed loudly as a hand gently rested on her. It turned out Yeo Yong had come over to put her arm around Ripper's shoulder, and the two cheerfully agreed to go to the second round. Upon reaching the gate, Griffin bowed his head to everyone in farewell, saying he was leaving, while Civil crossed her arms and told him to go ahead, though someone asked where he was going when they should all be going to the second round. Griffin quickly left despite everyone's attempts to hold him back, telling him not to go, when suddenly his feet stopped. His suspicious eyes focused straight. It turned out Minwoo was standing there too, with his hands in his pockets, making Griffin turn to ask what was going on. Minwoo maintained his cold demeanor, saying he should be the one asking that. Minwoo looked straight into Griffin's eyes, demanding to know why he didn't expose his identity at the party and what he was. Griffin thought in silence, not saying anything. After a few minutes he finally spoke up, saying he had no evidence, so telling them would be useless anyway, and he, suddenly Griffin emphasized, couldn't stop now that he needed to become stronger and to achieve. He looked at Minwoo intently, stating his purpose clearly. He needed to make use of him, thinking to himself that Minwoo couldn't die. His eyes were cold as blades, his metallic-colored hair cascading down as he slowly continued, saying wouldn't it be more meaningful if he killed during his final mission. He still gritted his teeth, saying, then he turned around and walked away in the opposite direction, calling back for Minwoo to remember to get strong. Griffin's broad back was gradually blending into the... Minwoo just stood there, staring intently, thinking to himself about this arrogant... Sitting on a bench on the street, he recalled that he had once said something similar to Griffin. He directed his gaze up at the moon was perfectly round and brilliantly bright, making him mutter that the moon was full. Suddenly, Ripper's voice rang out from behind him, calling out, Uncle, or rather, Father Minwoo? Making Minwoo turn around, somewhat worried, asking about ice cream, since she had already eaten so much earlier, to which she casually replied she had a separate stomach for ice cream, and besides, she didn't want to hear that from a glutton. Minwoo asked where the others were, and she said with some regret that they had already left, mentioning she had wanted to go to the second. Then she tilted her face up toward the... Both of them stood mesmerized, gazing at the full moon spreading its gentle light down, with Ripper murmuring about the full... Ripper spoke up, saying it was already midnight and she should go to sleep, waving her hand in farewell. But Minwoo glanced over when he heard her say that before that. She had to do this. Hair fluttered in the... Then suddenly, Ripper leaned down, tilted Minwoo's head back, and kissed him on the... His eyes looked like they were about to pop out while she closed her eyes, savoring them. His entire being felt like it was about to explode. Finally, she stopped and released his... Her cheeks flushed red as she left with her ice cream in hand, wishing him good. Minwoo remained with his face tilted back against the... He just lay there like, his eyes wide open, staring up at the sky, his face also turning red without him realizing. Wiping his mouth with his hand, Minwoo was annoyed, wondering what the hell that was and why she suddenly ate ice cream. Then he ran off, muttering to himself, saying honestly, if they met again next time. Suddenly a muscular arm reached from behind with a call asking why Fomet was still. Civil called after him, saying he had something to discuss. Sound of his and Civil's voices rang out, but Civil noted he looked quite drunk. His face was all red, to which Minyu denied it, asking where and saying he. The corners of Civil's mouth lifted slightly as he continued to observe. Minyu had stopped and turned to look as Civil asked what his goal in becoming a hunter was, making Minyu pause, repeating. He didn't answer but lowered his face to listen to Civil's suggestions. Some hunters fight to make a living, others sacrifice themselves for justice. So why did he become a... His face showed some confusion when Minyu answered. With one hand on his hip, he stood proudly, saying he wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with masters and someday surpass them. That was it. Civil stroked his mustache, smiling with a cunning look in his eyes, saying, I understand now. That it would truly be a waste to let someone as talented as... Minyu didn't understand what he meant and asked again. Civil waved his hand, beckoning him to come join the song. The large children were smiling brightly amid joyful voices, thanking the director. Turned out Jun Song was smiling cheerfully, while Minyu appeared with a flushed face, wearing cat ear headbands and angel wings on it. On the rooftop, Jun Song's voice rang out, saying helping the children brought her more satisfaction than anything else, that she was truly happy to be a... She leaned back to look at his face with a bright smile, asking how he felt about it, calling him 3-0. Minyu, having changed back to normal clothes, stood with his arms crossed, saying he felt normal and asking if she was going to keep doing ridiculous things like this, to which she protested that she wasn't doing anything ridiculous. Jun Song stood upright with one hand on her hip, explaining that this was precisely why they were... That beautiful face became more serious as she said they should start. He concentrated, spreading his arms out slightly as the surroundings glowed. He clenched his hands into fists and asked her if this was right, making Jun Song's jaw drop as she quickly raised her hand to cover it in astonishment, saying it was truly surprising that he had learned it in just one. She smiled with satisfaction, sweat already dampening her cheeks, as she asked herself if this was what it felt like to teach. Seeing Minyu succeed after 1 hour of effort, she realized that she was always supportive and wanted to know how far he... She clasped her hands toward him, adding that if his stats increased, he could learn not just this but many other things, telling him to gather his strength and push it down to hell, which made him excited, asking if it was true and what else he should... Minyu flashed a devilish smile, his face extremely dangerous as he moved closer to her, announcing something that caught her off guard, her eyes widening, unable to look directly at him, that he was about to leave this. Jun Song seemed to wake up suddenly and shouted very loudly. The two of them went down the stairs, him in front and her following behind, one person asking and one answering as the conversation escalated. Another guild had come to invite him. Invited? Which guild? What was the name again? It must be Song-un. The Song-un Guild? Looking at her reaction like this, he probably didn't need to explain anything. Jun Song was somewhat worried when she heard his honest sharing. He didn't even know they had already paid up front, and besides, they also provided him with many hunter benefits. That beautiful face kept going from one surprise to another as she realized the higher the tower level, the stronger the guild must be. But what about... Minyu seemed to be using magic, with a mysterious dark curtain enveloping his back as he spoke reproachfully. She deceived him, made him work, dragged him into a guild with a weird name, though he didn't know it was actually the demon leaders. His angry eyes stared intently at Jun Song as he continued coldly, asking if she was now planning to exploit him and teach him these skills as compensation. From behind, he said coldly to end it. Then Minyu walked away, waving goodbye, while Jun Song was still kneeling on the ground, telling her to consider what she taught him today as the price. Suddenly, her voice drew his attention as she asked what she should. He just stood there, watching her reaction, her voice somewhat weak and pitiful, asking what she should do to keep him. Wrapping both arms around her upper body, Jun Song lost her composure, asking about money, power, or her body, to which he replied he didn't need any. Minyu turned his cold eyes toward her, giving her one chance. If she agreed to his condition, he would stay in her guild, making Jun Song ask in surprise about the... His voice was strong as he said he wanted to participate in battles in bigger arenas, but if he remained in a small guild, he couldn't do that, making her furrow her brow and guess he was telling her to develop the guild to become bigger and... Minyu stepped closer to her, his voice serious, saying the most important thing was to change the name of this damn... The sky had become dark. At the Heaven Hotel, the receptionist was politely responding to a guest, confirming the successful reservation and saying they would bring the luggage up to... A young man with a satisfied smile on his lips said to the girl walking ahead that this hotel was really nice, asking how much the rooms cost as they seemed expensive, to which she responded indifferently, asking why he cared about the... Then she turned around and wrapped her arms around the young man's neck flirtatiously, saying he only needed to pay attention. Two of them had their arms around each other right next to a large advertising bill. Then suddenly they were startled by the image of Reaper on it, exclaiming in fright about what it was, a hunter. And now that they mentioned it, the air of this hotel was a young man let slip that she was also quite beautiful, making the girl cross her arms jealously, asking what he just showing the phone to the security guard. To tightly closed door echoed with the security guard's voice saying, "Yes, madam. Please come in." That luxurious door gradually opened. Inside were many elegantly dressed couples cheerfully. They were happily socializing with each other. A girl in white crossed her arms, looking around. Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out, her curly hair bouncing and cascading down, calling. Minerva, wearing an elegant suit, stood leaning against the wall with her arms crossed and eyes closed as she listened to Ella speak, asking if she had succeeded. Minerva, the president of the fan guild, opened her eyes to look and listen to Ella, who was still talking, asking how she managed to invite so many. Minerva honestly replied that it was all thanks to Reaper. She didn't have a place to hold the party, but when Ella interrupted saying, "Wow, having a member like her is so great. Money really is number one." Then she cheerfully extended her hand toward Minerva, saying, "By the way, congratulations to her guild for making it into the top 10, revealing that she was the president of Lab." Under the brilliantly lit modern chandeliers, the voices of the two continued to ring out. "Lucky, huh? Lucky what? Oh my, do you think your guild achieved that ranking just by luck?" Ella was still flattering and asking for "Anyway, remember to give me special consideration. Now that your guild has developed to this extent, my guild also played an important role." She was mumbling when suddenly a girl's figure passed by, making Ella shout angrily, "Myo you!" startling the girl and making her drop some. Ella's voice continued to ring out sharply, saying Myo had a shoot tomorrow, so why was she eating now? To which Myo could only stammer and Ella gritted her teeth and turned back around, her face very angry, and not long after turning back, the other girl let out a small, making her turn around again like she was going crazy. Then both Minerva and Ella watched as she walked out the door, with Minerva wondering why she wouldn't let her eat, saying eating a little wouldn't make her gain much weight, to which Ella said sternly that she couldn't, that Myo needed to control her weight more strictly so she could rise to become the top and defeat. Seeing her like that, Minerva said nothing more and silently looked toward the door, as if waiting for. She propped her hand up, looking to the side impatiently, thinking he should have arrived by now, making Ella curious, asking, "Huh?" Myo glanced to the side as Minerva's voice outside the door could still be heard, saying she knew him. A loud sound rang out as Myo hastily bowed before the figure of a man in red. Apology. Eyes suddenly widened, those jade-blue eyes opening, a masculine face with hair cascading down, covering most of his eyes. Myo walked away, leaving her still surprised behind. The reproachful voice of a girl was still complaining that really, at the very least, he should have worn a suit, saying that with all these masters around, public appearance was also very important, which made some nearby people turn to look as he said indifferently, asking if it was that. Other people also turned curious eyes to look, noting that the current generation was one that had to care about public perception. Minyu followed behind Junsong, who still seemed somewhat annoyed as she reminded him that there were hunters here too, and he needed to establish clearly who he. Suddenly, a loud call came toward where she and he were walking. June's plates of fresh fruit were arranged on the table as Ella said she had called her last time, but she didn't. All three, Minyu, Junsong, and Ella, were now sitting together in one room when Ella spoke up, saying it seemed she was planning to work properly now, that she had said she established the guild just to avoid paying taxes, asking what happened to that incredibly lovely name while Junsong covered her face, crying, saying someone threatened her that if she didn't change the name, they would leave the guild, making Ella, sitting nearby, curious, asking who, then clarifying if she meant the guy over there who looked like a thug but was very. Meanwhile, Minyu was still enjoying a sweet pastry, his eyes not looking very. He walked past where they were. Minyu's focused eyes, the image of his back passing by was kept. She turned to look at him, thinking to herself, where could she find such a precious. But it seemed Junsong didn't want to answer and just laughed, evading the question, saying, "I'm so glad to be in contact." Minwoo leisurely walked around with a plate of sweets in hand, not paying attention to the fact that Minwoo and Junsong were talking about him. "How much money did you spend searching for him?" "Money? I didn't lure him with money. He was impressed by my skills, so he." "Then how much money would I need to spend to poach him?" "No way. I already stopped the Sung-Un Guild from poaching." Hearing this, Ella happily joined in. "The Sung-Un Guild? Oh my, if it were them, I'd want to join too."
Junseongs face darkened.
All right. He's the only one, the only hope of our. Looking quite surprised, Minwoo glanced at her and asked, "But you were the one who contacted me to bring him here." Panicked, she quickly asked, "Huh? Who else?" A man's hand appeared as Minwoo's words rang out. Your ex. Hand rested on her shoulder, making her freeze in place. She heard it and thought, whose voice is this? It sounds so familiar. Helios leaned down, bending forward to look at Jun-sung warmly. Long time no see, Jun-sung. How have you been late? Min-woo slipped his hands into his pockets while standing among the few people in that, raising his wine glass to his lips as he thought wearily. Making a deep impression. Why do I have to stand right? He lifted the wine glass to his lips, his eyes carrying a hint of danger, thinking. While I was hesitating and pondering, I've already made an impression in a different. A girl suddenly passed through the slightly open door, and he glanced after her, thinking, that's Ripper? Isn't it? Now that I think about it, this hotel belongs to her. In his mind, the image of the kiss she had given him appeared. Still holding his wine glass, he said nothing, looking quite unnatural. Suddenly, a young man's shout rang out. Nina El. The sound drew his attention, and looking through the crack in the door, Min-woo saw that young man standing next to her. Inside the hotel came the voices of Vager and Ripper. This is different from what we discussed before. Different. He stood before her with a cunning smile. You said you'd hang out with me after you cleared that tower. Ripper's attitude at this moment was clearly annoyed. I never promised anything, yet you're still twisting my words to suit your wishes. Besides, I already paid you in. His eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing her say that, and slapping his own forehead, he cried out, 2L. Was also somewhat losing his composure. Don't play hard to get any more. You're being so tight. He thrust his hand forcefully toward Ripper, who stood still while his hand was quickly caught by Min-woo, while Ripper stared wide-eyed, and a shocked voice shouted. Vager could no longer control his emotions and pushed with great force toward Ripper. Stop playing hard to get. You're being so A brilliant red screen quickly appeared. Then a firm hand gripped his wrist tightly before it could. That glowing red magic I seemed to control Vager's every move. At that moment, his eyes showed surprise, while Fomet's eyes were cold and dangerous. Fomet gripped Vager's wrist tightly before Ripper's eyes, which widened in surprise. She seemed to sense something troubling. What's this? He's emitting a murderous aura that I can only sense from demonic beasts. Vager then yanked his hand free from him, thinking, is he a hunter? The three stood facing each other, with Vager curiously looking at Fomet and asking, you are? She looked at him questioningly. Why are you here? While he only cared about her. What? Shouldn't I be? He seemed to feel both disappointed and jealous seeing Ripper happily greeting him. No, it's just I didn't think you were the type to come to places like this. I'm very glad to. He smiled, but one could sense the sadness in his mood, knowing that in her eyes, there was only Fomet. Oh, by the way, do you mind? He asked back. What are you hesitating? Vager leaned back with a smile, looking at him and interrupting their conversation. Could you be Nina Elriam's boyfriend? Probably not. You seem to be a hunter. Which guild are you? Fomet heard him but showed no intention of answering immediately, just silently staring with fierce eyes before turning around, still maintaining that attitude. I'm from the Savage Guild. Ripper interjected. Huh? I thought it was the Sweet Paradise Angel Guild. Fomet said seriously. Be quiet. His eyes became even more dangerous upon hearing. Savage? What kind of nameless, third-rate guild? He scornfully turned to Ripper with a mocking tone. Nina Elriam, I didn't expect you to associate with such a loser. How disappointing. He didn't bother to correct him, only asking, so which guild are you? Sneering contemptuously. Me? The Guardian. Ripper looked displeased, her face sullen. The Guardian is one of the top 3, with a logo of 2 horned horses and 2 crossed swords, famous for conquering towers in record. Fomet's voice came. Guardian. He crossed his arms over his chest, and Image also chuckled mockingly. I thought you were from Nebula, so you're also from a nameless guild after. He whipped around to face him, not believing he would say such a thing. Excuse, but both young men had to flinch when Ripper suddenly burst into laughter, and that crisp laughter left Vager staring at her in confusion. On this side, he also couldn't hide his curious gaze as he looked. Able to stop, Ripper raised her hand to cover her mouth, her body shaking with laughter. What are you laughing at? She tried hard to hold it in before she could speak. It's just funny. He just called a top 3 guild name. Both men were truly speechless before Ripper's endless laugh. Vager frowned at him in annoyance, seeing him standing with arms crossed over his chest, looking truly arrogant, and he wondered to seeing him standing with arms crossed over his chest, looking truly arrogant, he wondered to himself, who is this guy? Just some loser from some nobody. All 3 stood staring at each other with no intention of leaving the door. Inside, the appearance of her ex-husband, Kim Yoon-hyun, made the atmosphere equally. Minerva sat silently, lost in thought, saying, outside. Vager smiled, showing his bright white, and looking at him said, you're Fomet, right? This party is a bit dull, isn't it? Minerva turned her face outside when she heard someone call, "Hunter Minerva!" He entered the room and approached. Minerva recognized him. Hunter Vager extended his hand. "I have a proposal I'd like to suggest." She was surprised. Flashed a confident smile. "I'm very grateful to attend such a grand party. But you know, most people in this room are hunters who've forgotten how to move their bodies. So it seems a bit..." A girl in the room also agreed. "He's right. We're not used to this kind of champagne social." Vager proposed the idea. "Why don't we hold a competition event?" Minerva tilted her head and asked, "A competition event? You mean a one-on-one friendly?" Labelm disagreed, stating her opinion. "Wait, that doesn't make much sense. Everyone attending this party represents their guild. Even a friendly match could affect the guild's reputation. So why should..." He quickly cut off her words. "If both parties agree, then there's no problem, right? I've already agreed to a friendly with this friend here," he said with an arrogant smile, pointing at Fomet, who was leaning against the wall near. Labelm maintained her disapproving attitude. "But even so, this is still a formal party." But Minerva seemed to think differently. "Sounds interesting. I'm bored too." Labelm was shocked. "What? Minerva? Why would you say?" She glanced at the two people where Kim Yoon-hyun was. "What do you two?" The door opened slightly, and on the ceiling, a chandelier shone brilliantly as Vager and Fomet stood facing. Minerva focused on observing, while Labelm still seemed somewhat displeased. So many unexpected. Kim Yoon-hyun felt a bit tense hearing her guild mentioned. One side is a member of the Yoon-hyun. She swept her gaze to look at Fomet's opponent, while her ex-husband just smiled observing. The other side is from the Guardian. Minerva felt a bit guilty seeing Ripper standing nearby. "Sorry to trouble you both when you've already prepared the banquet hall," she replied without much thought. "It's nothing. This place is about to be renovated." Standing behind, Ripper looked at his solid back, worried inside. Will he be okay? I know Fomet is very but even so, she couldn't underestimate him. Vager's skills surpass his. Glaring at Vager, she only felt more hatred for him. He must be deliberately humiliating him in front of the other hunters. That bad. Vager flashed a confident smile, feigning difficulty. "Oh no, it seems I've gotten myself into a tough..." He put his hands in his pockets, all dignified. "I only wanted to ask Hunter Minerva to prepare a competition venue. But who knew it would attract so many spectators?" Stared at him intently with hostile eyes, his voice dropping to emphasize. "Especially when the match will end." He also looked at him, his eyes sharp and cold as he acted superior again. "Coming from a nameless guild only proves that you yourself are just a nameless nobody. I don't know how your guild got an invitation here, but you should have been more." His face all fake and arrogant. He acted like the superior one being forced to do this. "That way I wouldn't have to put you in an embarrassing situation in front of everyone. Also..." Before Vager could, Fomet spoke up, unconcerned. "Whatever. I feel this is too long-winded." He scratched his ear casually and pursed his lips. "Can we start? So much time." His emotions were blocked, and he could only let out a cold laugh, his eyes furious. He extended his hand, fingers curling. "It seems you still don't understand the situation." And he spread his legs wide, lowering his body and center of gravity as streams of bright power swirled around him in sparkling circles. And he approached. "Let's see how long you can keep that." Vager charged forward rapidly while Fomet stood still without any movement. He also began to lower his body, clenching his fist. He concentrated on the floor. There was only him and a flash of light appearing. Outside, voices said. He disappeared. That stream of light shot down from above as he tilted his body to. His eyes remained highly focused and those streams of light kept rushing rapidly around him, forcing him to only evade. It seems his specialty is. He revealed his face then vanished. His hair swept completely back as Vager shouted. The situation was quite disadvantageous for him as he put his hand in his pants pocket, but remained strangely calm compared to that battle. He recalled when he and Griffin fought, and his face, as if waiting for something, remained frozen without the slightest. Images of Griffin fighting coldly, and suddenly his eyes glowed red along with a sinister smile. That's nowhere near. Kim Yoon-hyun stood with arms crossed. Why? Suddenly her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, thinking, it can't. Abelm and Minerva watched anxious, and Kim Yoon-hyun's ex-husband also seemed. Ripper didn't dare take her eyes off the match, her large eyes constantly following him. In a rather horrifying moment, Fomet had caught Vager's arm and severed it. Blood splattered everywhere as he turned pale with pain, his eyes bulging, in shock, while he was also somewhat surprised by this result. A spray of blood shot up before his. Everyone there was terrified as he threw down Vager's severed. Collapsed to the ground, cursing in pain. Damn bat. The couple Kim Yoon-hyun stood and she turned to glare at her ex-husband when she heard him say, Sixth, the next moment she was also quite surprised. He had pushed through the crowd and left. Huh? Ma Sung-yun. Behind Minerva. A couple was whispering and gossiping. What the hell just happened? Isn't that a bit much? I thought it was just a friendly match. How could he do? Minerva clapped in appreciation. Her cheerful tone and words made Fomet and those around turn to look. You truly are extraordinary, Hunter. She continued to clap happily, congratulating him. Your destructive power is incredible. I'm very impressed. I knew I was right about. The others just stared at him in amazement, whispering to each other. I've never seen Minerva so excited. Fomet, is that his coat? He felt somewhat pleased as he glanced in a certain direction. In another, Ripper looked at Fomet and offered, Hey, let me help. Fomet was surprised to see her take the initiative. Huh. She extended her hand. Your hand is in. He turned his palm up, and indeed there was a fairly deep cut. Ripper took medical supplies to help him disinfect the wound, feeling a bit sad. You didn't even notice you were injured. Actually, normally fighting Vagar is always like this. Fomet, even so, I won. She scolded. Yeah, just... He didn't argue but stole glances at admiring the beautiful face, concentrating on treating his before restraining himself and looking away. The sky had darkened, but the voices of the two still rose steadily. He was being careless, while she insisted this wasn't about bandage. His wounds would heal immediately, but she refused, saying a hunter should always keep themselves in top condition. While Ripper remained focused and careful, not knowing when the gates of Hell's dungeon would open, but seeing his hand fully bandaged by her, she said with more peace of mind that even a small wound like this could get. She flashed a beautiful smile and said, Now I'm certain you're the one who conquered the labyrinth. Fomet seemed unmoved by Ripper's praise, though she added he was very. Suddenly he sensed someone outside the door, so he poked his head out. Just as he felt, someone was indeed lurking at the door. It turned out to be Kim Yoonseon, and seeing this, Ripper spoke up to ask what she was doing here, to which Kim Yoonseon smiled awkwardly, saying she didn't mean to disturb their private world. Though inside she felt a bit jealous, thinking youth truly was. Kim Yoonseon looked at them with a proud moving closer to them, she said to Fomet that he had wrapped only his right hand because he didn't have enough time to wrap his whole body, so in the end he decided to wrap just his right hand, correct? But he didn't necessarily have to go that. It was late. Fomet's voice still rang through the hotel, saying he had to win because this was the guild's reputation at stake. But suddenly a voice cut in like a bucket of cold water, pointing out that a nameless guild had no reputation to. Kim Yoonseon's eyes suddenly became serious as she recognized his combat sensitivity, the fact that he could use a skill he'd never learned at will. Her taut red lips curled slightly as she said it was frightening, but she also very much wanted to see how far Fomet would. Kim Yoonseon spoke gently, saying perhaps she should thank him for bringing fame to the guild, when suddenly Minerva's voice rose from outside, saying that for the guild to become even more famous, Fomet would have to become even stronger, which surprised them greatly. Mincio? No, Minerva, whose voice continued. Imagine the figures of two famous hunters, Van Kizi and Gong. Having a strong hunter represent the guild also reflects that guild's reputation, just like Van Kizi of the Evil Guild and Gong of the Nebula Guild. For Minerva continued explaining to him that to reach that realm below, he would have to become an S-rank. Her eyes full of ambition looked at Fomet, saying, I can see we're very much alike. He also turned his sharp hawk-like eyes to stare intently at her, who spoke of his fighting spirit and how he was born to. He suggested she knew a perfect place for him. Fomet, and Minerva raised her hand with a sly smile, saying, he asked intently. Two people with two different thoughts were fiercely opposing each other, leaving Ripper and Fomet sitting in the middle not knowing what to do. That place was the fastest path to becoming an S-rank hunter, but it was also where A-rank hunters withered away. He didn't need to go anywhere. 302. Without going there he could still reach S-rank, but it would take a very, very long time. He'd already tried his best, so speed wasn't the. But what about that place? The two of them wouldn't give in to each. Kim Yoonseon felt a bit aggrieved, biting her lip and frowning in imagining it as a dark place. Ripper also spoke up, saying some people call it hell on earth. When the gates open, that's where the most magic beasts appear, and then the towers rise up. Ripper fearfully put her hand to her mouth, saying she'd also heard that no matter how many towers were conquered, new towers would continuously appear, which Minerva confirmed, adding that it wasn't a place. Kim Yoonseon was very frustrated and shouted that even ordinary hunters would go mad and become brutal upon setting foot there, and battles between hunters would all turn into massacres just over a blood vial on. Fomet lowered his head in thought while Kim Yoonseon's voice still rang in his ears, insisting he must not. Suddenly he spoke words that made all three freeze in place. If I go, I'll not only reach S-rank but become even stronger. Minerva smiled with satisfaction, ignoring Kim Yoonseon's voice saying, Huh? No, I said no. And Minerva immediately continued, Of course. Do you want to check? Thinking of the dangerous place with its sharp towers in a distant direction, She finished saying. Ella sat beside Nager in the forest, looking at him as he explained he'd done everything. He sighed and stood up to leave the room, but didn't forget to advise that although it might seem fine, Nager should go to the hospital for proper treatment since he'd only given first aid. Thinking he'd be rewarded with a stay in such a luxurious... Nager's face was full of worry as he looked down at his injured arm, thinking he should have listened to his mother's advice. Helios's face smiled brightly, but emanated an immeasurable dangerous air, saying not to meddle in other people's business, while Nerva's trembling voice broke the suffocating silence as he apologized. Very unexpectedly, he was kicked straight in the chest very hard, making him wince, and Helios's voice was reproachful, saying if that hunter blocked the way, Nerva should have handled the situation thoroughly instead of tarnishing the guild's reputation, to which Nager insisted. He seemed rather indifferent, saying nothing Nerva did would quell his anger, when suddenly Nerva shouted. One of Helios's hands had already gripped his throat tightly, making him stammer that he promised not to let a similar incident happen again. Begging, please don't. Extremely panicked, Nerva waved his hands forward incessantly, pleading. Ma Song-un stood there and placed his hand on the shoulder to stop him, saving Nerva from Helios's vice. He smiled to make peace, saying a warning like that was enough. Why not let the kid go? But Helios wasn't satisfied yet and said, Ma Song-un. He irritably brushed his hand off his as if freed. Nerva only managed to grab his coat and flee before Helios's furious. He glanced to see Nager had run to the door, then flipped around cheerfully, saying, well, it's been a while. Helios extended his hand forward in a friendly manner, saying he'd heard Ma Song-un was working as an agent for the government. What a waste of talent. To which Ma Song-un replied half-jokingly that he was annoyed, as if his work for the government wasn't an important responsibility, and Helios laughed, apologizing if he'd somehow. Helios smiled and suggested that since they hadn't met in a while, why not have tea together? But just as he finished speaking, a phone rang in his chest. Ma Song-un stood there as Helios looked down at his phone and politely told him, oh, excuse. Suddenly he had to listen to Helios's meaningless phone conversation. Hello? No, it's fine, what's up? Now? I don't think I can come right away. No, I didn't mean it like that. Why? Then a voice from the other end said, are you that excited to reunite with your first love after such a long... Seeing the phone away from his hand, Helios looked displeased, his eyebrows furrowing as the voice inside still rang out, saying it seemed his wife hadn't changed. The hallway outside was... Helios and Ma Song-un walked in two directions, with a bit of anger on his... Thinking to himself that Helios already knew he worked for the government, he cursed under his breath that he still acted that way. Such a hypocrite. When just then Kim Yoon-seon walked by and froze, asking, who's a hip... Ma Song-un jumped, cursing that damn thing, asking if she was trying to scare him and what she was doing here, to which Kim Yoon-seon replied that was what she wanted to ask. What was he doing here? And he came because he had an important meeting, but heard the Defiancy Guild was hosting a party here, so he stopped by, while she looked at him with suspicious eyes, saying, and she grabbed his wrist tightly, almost shouting, no, that's not right. No, stop 302. While he also said loudly, she turned around angrily and snapped. He put his hand to his cheek, asking if she was still angry at him. Cha Minggu, while she turned away, saying, Kim Yoon-seon told him that 302 was trying to enter the Ma Song-un asked doubtfully. She said urgently that they had to stop him from entering that hell. But he mumbled that the place wasn't that bad, to which she said in shock. He carefully considered and said slowly, well, while raising his hand to stroke his chin thoughtfully, adding that 302 would become stronger if he... Two teenagers sat at a table, their faces extremely... Fomet wore a hooded sweatshirt pulled over his head, boredly propping his chin on his... Seeing Fane in girl form wearing a long dress with pink hair tied on both sides, he asked curiously what that outfit was, while Fane held a coffee cup and asked, what, by the window with its plump, glossy jade plant? He said Fane looked like a cross-dressing pervert, to which she replied irritably, don't you see I'm working? While he retorted, working my... Suddenly two teenagers approached them, scratching their heads awkwardly, asking, excuse me, are you the hunter Fane? I'm a huge fan, can we take a photo? To which Fane agreed warmly, of course. While he glared at them in Fane posed cutely with the two teenagers, crossed his arms in frustration. What the hell? That guy still waved goodbye to those two, then answered him. They're my customers. I announced on the fan site that I'd be at this cafe. He held his coffee cup and listened as Fane said that occasionally doing this kind of fan service was necessary, and he asked curiously if they realized Fane was... He spat out his coffee when Fane bluntly answered. Of course. Fane acted proud, asking how he thought Fane got into this business. The world has all kinds of people. Then switched to a serious tone, saying enough small talk, and with a serious voice, Fomet asked if Fane had found. Fane held out a phone toward him, answering, "You mean that blonde pervert? I did search, but he's changed." He took the phone with the person's image on it as Fane provided more information, saying now he's the leader of a cult. So he died. Fane added that despite this, after he asked for the search, the man had disappeared, to which he asked, "Why's that?" And Fane looked at him, raising a hand to continue, saying not to worry because even though not an expert in this field, Fane could ask fans to track that pervert down. And about his second looking at the confusing picture, Fane said in dismay that it was incomprehensible. Fomet crossed his arms and looked at the picture as Fane gave up, though it was drawn quite deep. With a terrifying look, he imagined that shadowy figure, the advisor, and hazy thoughts appeared in his head about his first mission, ultimately failing to find the mastermind behind the advisor, who died at the hands of this mysterious figure, their body torn into pieces, and he remembered the Ma department head once saying the killer did it to avoid exposing their. The culprit seemed to be a magic-type hunter with necromancy abilities. After reassembly, if what the Ma department head said was true, then the culprit was a Fane raised a hand to his chin, saying, "A necromancer, truly a special class. Then the search range will." Suddenly he spoke up, cutting off Fane's train of thought, saying Fane seemed to be proving his worth since initially he kept complaining about not being able to gather information. And by the way, Fane hadn't told anyone about him, right? To which Fane stammered somewhat nervously. Of course, Fomet didn't seem very reassured and glared at. Fane's heart sank and he felt a bit frightened, sweat pouring down his face as he turned pale, cursing inwardly. Going back in time several days earlier, Fane had been very panicked and told Ma Song on everything he knew, saying that although it seemed strange, what he said was true. He'd successfully entered the secret room of the Hell Tower, and that person was definitely. He tried to show that what he was saying was the truth, insisting Ma Song had to believe him, when he finally spoke up, saying he knew Fane had entered the Hell Tower, Hunter Fane, to which Fane said urgently, "Right? So wait." Ma Song pushed up his glasses when he heard Fane's question about whether he'd researched him, and he frankly admitted to consider it standard procedure to verify the accuracy of the information. Still maintaining that attitude, he continued, saying, "But you mean Cha Mingu is." Then he looked up at the sky and laughed loudly in bursts, leaving Fane completely. Fane thought he didn't believe him and felt a bit frustrated, asking if he didn't believe him, saying he knew, but Ma Song quickly answered, "No, I believe." He continued smiling and explained he just felt like they were being manipulated by some secret entity, adding that this didn't mean he blindly believed everything Fane said, just that his information matched what Fane. Returning to the present reality, Fane felt a bit angry and thought of department head. Looking at Fomet sitting with his hand propped on his chin innocently, Ma Song Yuan's words came back, "You can help him?" To which Fane didn't understand and quickly answered, "Huh? But that guy's possessed by a." Ma Song leaned close to Fane's face, raising his hand with a cunning smile, while Fane was surprised and leaned back honestly, saying, "But I'm in." Suddenly, Fomet stared intently at his phone, his expression unpleasant. Fane thought to himself, that demon named Fomet. He kept glancing at the screen with a smirk. Why is this idiot alone? He wondered. What the hell is he? The sky had grown nearly at large. Echidna's voice continued steadily, saying to use the product within a week and then give her feedback, since she surely had plenty of time, especially during the off. Echidna stopped speaking, her face showing helplessness as she looked across. Lajuri, who sat there still absorbed in her phone, scrolling away, prompting Echidna to ask if she was even. She asked curiously what she was doing, and still not looking away from her phone. Lajuri replied that she was playing a gacha game and wondering if she should spend money because this banner was too She smiled in resignation, thinking to herself that there she goes again, while Lajuri remained deeply engrossed, lamenting that she couldn't do it. And then she said dejectedly that she didn't care and was too lazy, and Echidna, knowing her nature well, recognized that her lazy phase had returned. At this time every year, she became super lazy and just postponed everything she needed to do, though in her head she thought Lajuri was really good at annoying people, but what could she do since she was the star of their guild and she just had to endure it? So Echidna tried to sound cheerful, saying she was right, that she'd been working non-stop, so why not take this opportunity to travel and heal, sounding utterly exhausted. Echidna suddenly remembered, saying oh no, they apparently had a photo shoot in Bozakai, but Lajuri lost interest, saying forget it, she wouldn't do it. She was too tired and couldn't take it. Echidna jumped up and said loudly, hey Lajuri, that's enough. At this rate you'll lose your #1 spot to some hunter named Musamu or something. But Lajuri deflected, saying Mu was quite pretty, which made Echidna even more furious, saying yes, she was pretty, but that wasn't. She was too fed up and sat down, crossing her legs, saying fine, do whatever you want, but don't take too long since there were many advertising contracts. Lajuri wearily propped her hand on the table and rested her head. Her face showed sadness as she pondered something she didn't want to talk. Lajuri suddenly mentioned that she'd heard Echidna was participating as an advisor in Colony A and seemed very diligent about it, And Echidna replied that she had to pay attention to finding talented people to join their guild while also resolving any misunderstandings. Thinking of her 2 male members, Lajuri quickly guessed, "Oh, you mean the rumor that the guild only recruits women?" Even though there were 2 men, actually, the guild included both male and female hunters, though there were only 2. Echidna typed on her computer but still asked with concern why Lajuri was suddenly interested in the colony, and Yuri answered that it was nothing, just that Echidna was putting in a lot of effort about it. But Echidna said she knew Lajuri was trying to find motivation but to her face showed slight disappointment, her lips drooping, as Lajuri heard Echidna say that place wasn't suitable for kids like her, making Yuri wonder to herself what the colony was like that Echidna would say it wasn't suitable. Standing before the mirror, she looked at herself in it and thought to herself that despite possessing this appearance, she was still an S rank. She walked sadly, then suddenly froze for a few seconds. She hid behind a wall and peeked out to observe, spotting Fomet walking behind a beautiful woman who was even talking to him, telling him to just keep quiet and follow, and she wanted to shout out that it was Fomet, unexpectedly running into each other here as she kept watching. The beautiful woman exclaimed when looking into the shop that oh my god, they were having a flash sale, and Fomet, hands in his pockets, asked if she was going. Yuri was quite curious about that woman, wondering who she was and if she was his girlfriend, only daring to hide behind the wall as she felt somewhat pitiful, consoling herself that there was no way he would wear such shabby clothes for a date, though she knew well that if they'd been dating long enough it would be. Trying on a bright red dress with a deep-cut back, the woman remarked that she thought the bottom of the dress was a bit small, and Fomet crossed his arms in front of his chest and shouted irritably what the hell, asking if she'd called him out just to help her pick. Watching from afar, seeing that woman was truly alluring, she widened her eyes and silently praised what a great. The woman turned to him and said that incidentally, a member of their guild was about to go to a distant place, and as guild master, she couldn't let him go without preparing anything, right? So surely he needed a lot of clothes since he'd be there for a while, and he found it confusing, asking what she was saying since it only took 30 minutes to drive there, while Juri, hiding and listening, whispered to herself, "Guild master, so not a girlfriend after." She also poked her head out to look and pay attention, hearing them say that, by the way, did he really want to go to the colony, and why didn't he try Lee Juri thought that Hunter Fomet was going to the colony, and she slammed her hand on the table in front of Echidna and declared, with an excited face and enthusiastic tone, she said she wanted to go to the sky above. The night curtain was about to fall, so the sky was grayish and the clouds were gradually fading. A new day arrived, and the sky that day was high. In front of Fomet's house, Su Zion's voice rang out, saying he didn't know how long he'd have to go, right, and the scale must be different from climbing the tower, telling him not to worry about his younger brother since she'd watch. He was a bit surprised that even though it was time for him to leave, she didn't see the boy anywhere, wondering if he wasn't even bothering to come out to say goodbye, and if he was sad because the two hadn't reunited for long after his return from the tower before he had to leave. Fomet sighed and said there was a reason, then thought to himself it was probably sulking over. On the rooftop, his voice rang out asking her to take care of him, and Su Zion immediately agreed, saying okay, he could rest assured, wishing him a safe. After a few steps, he suddenly remembered and turned back to remind her, "Oh, remember to take him to." At a modern, large, a white car was moving, and inside, Kim Yulkson was still advising Fomet to reconsider, saying it still wasn't too late to turn back, and that he could become S-rank right away without needing the. He was fed up with her nagging and turned his head toward the window, saying if she said one more thing, he'd jump out of the car, but she stayed focused on driving and replied huffily that an A-rank hunter jumping out of the car wouldn't get a scratch, so don't. Then her eyebrows furrowed helplessly, saying fine, since he wasn't going to listen to her anyway. But her voice became serious, telling him to remember. He glanced at her slightly, paying attention to her warning that once inside, there would be no out. With an emotionless face, he said nothing in response to her words, just focusing on survival. Hearing her announcement, he immediately felt a bit tense, his eyes widening slightly as she said they'd. Her car was approaching the colony with a magnificent house before. There were towering skyscrapers with spires pointing toward the connected to each other in tight six. A smile bloomed on his face had lost its tension and become excited as he murmured, In a quiet office, Yu Hyan was sitting. Suddenly, someone approached, drawing Yu Hyan's. She spoke up, asking if she'd just returned and if she'd driven Cha Mingyu there. And the reply was a soft voice saying yes, prompting Yu Hyan to ask worriedly what. Yu Hyan's eyes were full of scrutiny, asking if she was worried. Kim Junsong thought for a moment and said, Hyan, as if drowning in a storm of emotions, shouted that Cha Mingyu would do fine, and that he might even stay there. Junsong suddenly had sharp eyes full of cunning and spoke with satisfaction, saying, "Perfect." Then she shouted loudly, asking how she wasn't supposed to worry when the scene showed a massive, majestic. Surrounding it were other high-rise structures, both mysterious and magnificent. A girl carrying a weapon was walking. Two men stood facing each other, the atmosphere extremely. A colony square with massive high-rise buildings. A man shouted out in full anger, He grabbed the collar of the young man opposite him brutally, asking what he'd just. The other guy was no less fierce, his eyes revealing clear hostility, saying to open his dog eyes because he apparently didn't realize his position. And the other one, hearing this, angrily cursed, "You cheap-ass it!" The one with the sword began to draw it out, hot-tempered and ready to. The other wasn't satisfied either and also drew his. The two looked at each other, full of hostility, and just before they could clash, Fomet walked up from somewhere, asking if they were about to have a sword. Fomet's appearance made both of them momentarily startled as they shouted, "Who the hell?" The man seemed somewhat disinterested and clicked his. The atmosphere had lessened in tension, but that didn't stop the anger of those two, as the man pointed his sword and threatened to kill him if he saw his face again, asking if he remembered, and the other was no less fierce, telling him to watch. Fomet looked at their retreating backs with some disinterest, asking if it was over already and saying how. Fomet looked around and silently assessed that this place was just as he'd been told. The slightest bump and they'd immediately jump in to fight, and also everyone here was a. He observed each person carefully and affirmed in his head that everyone here had a reputation. His eyes suddenly became extremely serious, noting furthermore that everyone was holding weapons that should have been stored in item storage. Suddenly, something flew past. Before him was a young man bleeding from the. Behind drew Fomet's attention as someone said one shot right in the head, asking, "Hey, are you okay? Buddy, it doesn't hurt that much." He looked very angry but couldn't do anything, while those guys kept mocking, saying he should know to be on. Suddenly, both their faces became extremely indignant, calling him a failure afraid of dying and wanting to escape the. Fomet silently observed carefully, still hearing the voices ringing in his ears asking when a failure like him would leave here and when they'd stop having to look at his miserable face, and those words made him inwardly quite delighted, realizing they called those who wanted to leave here failures, and while outside, A-rank hunters were highly respected. Even though they were the same rank, each person's skills were what made them. He smiled, his face showing clear excitement, standing there inwardly. He liked this place. Someone called out loudly, "Hunter Fomet!" From afar, Kong Haru and Kim Miju drove toward him, calling out that he was on the rooftop of a building. Kim Miju politely spoke up, saying hello. They were from the colony's administrative district. Her name was Kim Miju, and Kong Haru beside her introduced himself as Kong. Fomet was somewhat displeased and spoke up, asking if they knew they'd almost crashed into him. But Miju and Haru were no less sharp and an A-rank hunter wouldn't die from just that, but they were surprised he dodged like that, saying he was truly as ruthless as the rumors said, and they'd received a report from headquarters asking if he'd been to the colony. The three continued walking down the road and Fomet spoke up, saying he only knew that towers kept sprouting up. So this was the fastest way for an A-rank hunter to advance to S-rank, and the two nodded, saying it seemed he already knew what he had. Haru and Miju glanced at Fomet, saying that even so, outlining how the colony operates was their responsibility, so he should listen. The two continued explaining that rooms in the colony were designed for 4 people to enter together, and moreover, an S-rank hunter would volunteer to accompany them as an advisor. Hearing this, he asked back, "Advisor? You mean those responsible for guiding new hunters?" Haru continued explaining that it was close. They were more like advisors in the literal. Miju continued, saying the S-rank hunter's mission was to give advice to A-ranks. And she paused for a moment then said softly that they also had the responsibility to prevent A-rank hunters from overexerting themselves to prevent possible casualties. And he questioned casualties, prompting Miju to patiently explain further that she meant hunters who tried to charge into battles that could be. Fomet calmly spoke up, saying he'd been wondering about that, asking wasn't it the same once inside the tower? Who could tell if a hunter was killed by a demon or at the hands of team? Next sentence made him dumbfounded as they said the rule of this place was going solo, and Fomet stammered, asking what they said since they just said a team had 4. Haru and Miju were extremely patient, saying they meant lodging. It would be 1 room for 4 people, but a hunter had to enter the tower alone and complete it by themselves. Haru politely gestured toward the door, saying to go in, as Manager No was waiting. Door slowly opened. Inside was No Jackie Woong calmly smoking, asking if he was Hunter. Her face looked extremely dangerous. "Welcome. I am No Jakyung, manager of the colonial shelter." Fomet glanced at the person beside him. "It seems you've also been briefed." Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment as if discovering. Seeing this, Doki also turned to look. Unlike Fomet, Doki wasn't surprised at all, but instead showed a hint of dismay. Fomet excitedly pointed at him and shouted, "What are you doing here?" No Jakyung looked at them puzzled. "Oh my, you two know?" Doki angrily snapped. "What?" Hunter Griffin entered the colony on his. Doki hastily told Jihyun, "He's on a journey to advance to S rank based on your data. Did you accidentally say something unnecessary?" Jihyun hurriedly defended himself. "No, nothing. How could I have information that only managers know?" Doki pondered. "If so, then someone must have." Suddenly, the two fell into a silence. Doki wondered suspiciously, "Manager, I haven't seen the demon manager. In the room, a voice rang out. Hunter Griffin and Fomet will each be taken to their respective accommodation. Doki sat calmly in the swivel chair and told them, our staff escort who takes you both there will explain everything on the way. You don't need to. He continued, both of you. Fomet listened attentively to every look very She brought the cigarette close to the ashtray. The hunters here all show such confidence until they're swallowed by the atmosphere of this. Continued, to become S-rank, you must become the one who devours them, not be devoured. Many hunters have achieved S-rank through the colony. A prime example would be. This information made both curious. Rakyoung's face became more menacing as she smiled slightly. Based on both your reactions to the codename Raven, the strongest hunter, it seems you both came here intending to become stronger. What do you two think? How do you feel after taking a breath in this? No. Jakyung looked toward Doki. I want to hear Hunter Griffin's opinion first. Doki calmly replied. I don't see any. Doki's eyes suddenly wavered. Even so, I realized a few things after witnessing countless He looked at Fomet. I will achieve S-rank after defeating all the demons in all those Hearing this, Fomet smiled. Jakyung praised. You're truly as courageous as the rumors say. And you, Hunter Fomet, I also want to hear your. Fomet heard but showed no reaction. His expression showed slight disgust. Clearly to receive S-rank I need to sweep clean all the towers. He still couldn't stop staring. Hearing Fomet's words, she let out an intrigued. He clenched his fist with determination. What do I think about the colony? I want to. Was truly determined to fight. With all the hunters here. Still watched him in. Jakyung smiled cunningly, full of hidden. Suddenly, she burst out laughing, breaking the somewhat tense atmosphere, and Jakyung gently reminded. That's not what an ordinary hunter would display. Well then, I look forward to seeing which of you two conquers the colony and achieves. Her voice still echoed in the space. Good, Fomet muttered as he walked step by step. Who would have thought I'd run into that bastard? In his heart he thought it couldn't be a coincidence. Is he following me like during the last orient? He observed the house before him, wondering, is this my accommodation? He slowly opened the scene inside made him slightly suspicious. Around him was completely black without a bit of. He slowly walked into the house. Hello? Is anyone? Suddenly a voice rang out. No, He jumped in surprise. Was blinded by light that suddenly before him was someone wearing a mask looking extremely mysterious. Someone was holding a mysterious object. Suddenly an explosion rang out making him startle. Hyper said cheerfully. Hyper looked at him cheerfully. I've been eagerly waiting for you. Newcomer with the codename. 3 people sat on chairs. Looking at him with great interest, Hyper laughed loudly. Your codename really fits the. Lunatic spoke up. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lunatic, an S-rank hunter assigned as advisor while you're here. The rest are A-rank hunters who will stay. Zudi smiled brightly, introducing herself. I'm Zudi. Pleased to meet. Next to her was Zuko gently greeting. Hyper cheerfully introduced himself. I'm Hyper. We're the same age. Feel free to talk casually. All 3 looked at him standing motionless and wondered. Is he too surprised? Maybe he's just a bit anxious. The best way to cure anxiety. Zudi pulled out a bottle of alcohol enthusiastically saying. Seeing his bewildered expression, they urged. Now don't be He observed each person. They kept telling him drink up. But in his heart he remained extremely vigilant. Who are these guys? Why are they so In a daze, Fomet heard a call. Hunter. When he opened his eyes, beside him was only Lunatic. Seems you overdrank last night. Get up. It's time for you to climb the tower. Everyone, as if not yet grasping reality, Fomet asked bewildered. Notification. The Tower of Rat has been. Fomet felt a bit tired trying to recall what happened. I don't even remember how I just climbed the. He slowly opened a voice rang out pulling him from his thoughts. Hey, Fomet looked at the 3 people gathered at the table, full of confusion. He focused on listening clearly to every word Lunatic said. Hunter Fomet. The others have established a competition system in this area. The hunter who completes the tower first will receive 3 points. Second place gets 2. Third place gets. Lunatic pointed to the board behind while explaining. Last place gets nothing at all? Do you understand the. Fomet looked at what was before him, momentarily speech. Zudi laughed loudly. He spoke full of sarcasm. So take it easy. How can a hunter get that? Fucking laughter continuously rang out beside. He smiled. That smile became clearer on his. Suddenly he slammed hard on the table causing it to shatter into many. Before the 3's astonishment, he showed no courtesy. You're messing with. Fomet showed a meaningful smile. Couldn't help but curse. You bastard. Outside rain poured down heavily. A mysterious tower appeared amidst. A large door appeared full of. Fomet powerfully swung his sword. With one sword strike Fomet dealt with the monster. jumped up, stomping hard on the monster. Not stopping there, he continued attacking the other monster. Fomet used his foot to kick the door hard, shouting loudly. Inside the extremely mysterious room, it seemed they were performing some. A demon leader spoke. What brings a human? Suddenly, he slowly floated up, creating a brilliant red light flow enveloping his body. He continuously threatened. You will regret stepping. The others lost control because of that. Their entire bodies writhed in pain as if being burned by magic. Red as fresh blood continuously appeared wrapping around. Something protruded from inside the right side of his. The other side also gradually appeared. His body continuously protruded. His eyes opened wide, revealing a brilliant red color no different from a bloodthirsty predatory. His entire body was now revealed before him. A powerful physique, compact and with large wings, full of face was full of ferocity, creating an overwhelming. He raised his hand, focusing power into his palm, speaking in praise. Truly powerful magic flow flew toward Fomet, his voice mocking. When you sacrifice yourself, Fomet looked at him with obvious contempt. You transformed after barking something, so I thought you were. He glanced at him full of disdain. But it seems you're. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred, causing everything to. Fomet, with two swords in hand, defeated the demon Amon, causing him to fall from. Hyper observed the scene before him with. Not stopping there, he once again showed everyone his strength by continuing to defeat another ferocious monster. Zuko was also curious because of that. Fomet made everyone admire him when he consecutively defeated many targets. Zuko hyper-focused on observing his every. Hyper glanced at the two people. Everyone's faces clearly showed paying no mind to them. He calmly sat playing on his. Hearing the sounds of admiration, Fomet smiled, looking up at the scoreboard. His name was marked, filling the space, accompanied by continuous praise. He's really swell. Sujin introduced herself. Good day. I'm El. Sujin, hello? That's done? Is there anything I can help? I work in the communications department of the Hunter Management Center. It's been 3 years since I started working. Jiho shouted loudly. What the hell? You're telling me I have to wait for him to finish washing his hands? The staff member stammered. But it's. Our job is to work with Hunter. He looked at the new employee also. She seemed accustomed to such things, her eyes showing no emotion, thinking silently. I was once timid and naive like that. Life really is. There are 3 cases of vandalism, 5 cases of assault, and 10 cases of insulting Hunter management. Sujin couldn't help but rescue her colleague. Surely a 10-day tower ban isn't too light? The girl saw Sujin speak up and stammered. Senior. Her words made Jiho angry. He pointed at her, his mouth continuously speaking. But I'm here to complete the tower. Why are you treating hunters like... Sujin showed no courtesy and quickly interrupted. That's right, as you said. You dare treat us like this because this is the communications department. Looking at the hunter's stiff, she was satisfied. Things won't be... Those words made him even more agitated. Girl, what did you just... His hand lunged, wanting to touch her. The staff saw this and screamed in horror. From somewhere a hand appeared, grabbing his... Fomet's sudden action caught the hunter off guard. This is the communications department. Fomet glanced at him coldly. Get lost, it's my turn. Only hunters who develop themselves can survive. A mysterious laugh on the crowded street attracted many people's attention. Fomet walked while muttering. I've sold all the items in my inventory. I've also participated in several battles. His face looked extremely satisfied. Truly Someone sneezed. The girl behind asked worriedly. Do you have a... Fomet walked on the road thinking. Besides, he pondered for a moment. It's been 2 months since I came. He pressed his hand into the void. A red frame appeared. I've gained many things in 2 months. His face serious, continuing with his train of... I've upgraded skills with seals after clearing tasks. He pondered. But I level up slower than expected. I thought I'd improve much more after using seals from mysterious towers. Is it due to the difference in... The tower level appeared. Tower levels are rare, unique, epic, legendary. In his hand was a strange gem. The higher the tower level, the higher the level of the tower. He continued walking, his thoughts not stopping. Currently, I can only complete epic level towers, so I can only level skills with seals from lower level towers, or in other words, like an ARP. Skills level up, I can have more experience, and when I have more experience, I can complete towers to receive seals, then I can complete legendary and mythical level towers. His eyes became more determined. I can keep fighting. I can fight and... He remembered the days standing before the large gate and became even more determined. No more boring days stuck in the tower waiting for someone to... His eyes became more passionate than ever. I will be stronger, stronger than when in the... He remembered Doki's figure and became even more determined in his heart. Stronger than any... He burst out laughing in the middle of the street, startling the passers-by around him. His laughter grew even louder with eyes sharp and filled with... Phone suddenly rang, and he pressed the answer button asking. Fomet was sitting on a chair listening to the. He calmly replied, "What's going on with bills? You mean 2 days ago?" A voice rang out announcing, "We have a new transfer." The teacher introduced, "His name is Cha Jingu, so please be nice." A few girls looked at him whispering, "He's so." Those compliments made the boy in the back uncomfortable. At the school ground, Beelzebub was pushed hard down onto the grass, his face full of. That boy from earlier looked at him with a face full of challenge, saying, "Hey, I heard you're popular with the girls, so you must be pretty happy being surrounded by all those chicks." Beelzebub agreed. "Isn't that?" Beelzebub very calmly explained, "It's a natural instinct when attracted to a special existence." Stood up asking, "Is that so? Are you the leader of this place?" The other boy was bewildered, asking, "Leader? What do you mean?" He punched hard into the face of that. The guy clutched his face in pain and rolled onto the grass while the two beside him momentarily didn't know what. Beelzebub looked at the hand that had just thrown his own. He muttered, "Become the." The beast inside him spoke coldly like scales taking over. "It's realizing your own uselessness when facing a stronger opponent. So just think of this as." He stared intently at him, saying, "Learning the law of the jungle at this age will be useful for your survival." Back to reality, Fomet was still on the phone, saying, "No wonder he's so bloodthirsty. Truly brothers." He listened intently while making his own assessment. "That kid is a bit." Beelzebub was full of dissatisfaction, asking, "What? You won't use money from that rich lady? Don't you see that shining upon?" Fomet calmly explained, "I didn't say I wouldn't use it. I realized when I met Reaper again that the role of equipment is extremely important in the tower." Beelzebub stammered. He was somewhat unwilling, saying, "That's right. They're important because you've become someone who craves." Beelzebub bit his lip hard, his eyes seeming to become even angrier, asking, "What about me? I didn't want to become human, but I became this way because of you. I didn't want to become human, but I became this way because of you. I'm not a hunter like you, and I can't use magic as I." Beelzebub couldn't hold back and shouted, "I'm tired of having to read novels all the time. If you're going to make me become human, you should give me a reason to like it." Seeing Beelzebub's attitude, Fomet momentarily couldn't react, thinking, He was surprised to hear him reproach, "Fomet, you're an." He became even more agitated, saying, "An idiot who doesn't know how to have." Suzian answered the phone saying, "Anyway, I'll take care of Jingu too, so you should take." "Never mind. I shouldn't worry about you because you're strong." After listening intently for a while, Fomet replied, Fomet looked at the phone screen, wondering to himself, "Why am I thinking of?" He suddenly remembered Reaper's words. Fomet pondered, focusing his. Fomet didn't notice that Reaper had appeared beside him at some point, smiling brightly and asking, "What's?" Fomet glanced at. Reaper also looked back cheerfully, and Fomet asked warily, "Why are you acting like we're close? What are you planning?" Reaper hurriedly defended himself. "Planning what? How can you say that? I'm hurt. Is it because I joked with you? So you're the grudge-holding type." He didn't have any favorable feelings, asking, "So what? Is there a reason you're talking?" Reaper calmly closed his eyes, then suddenly "Do you want to go out?" That question made Fomet ask back. Suddenly stood up, walked in front of him and explained, "You've been climbing the tower non-stop. Working is good but you'll burn out. Let's go get our hair done, go shopping and go on a date." Fomet hurriedly refused. "No need." Before he could finish, Fomet suddenly remembered Beelzebub's words. "You're an idiot who doesn't know how to have." Under the dim lamplight, their conversation became quite confusing, and after some thought, Fomet asked, "Anywhere is fine." But now Fomet was standing in a space full of dazzling lights that blinded his eyes, and he suddenly felt his decision was a mistake. With darkened eyes, Fomet observed his surroundings. Girls dressed seductively were constantly dancing to the music, and he thought to himself, "This place." Watching intently, he wondered, "What the hell is this?" Kim Ji-hun inside introduced casually. "Everyone is surprised at least once because no one imagines there would be a place like this in the community. This opens once a month, and it's a day when not only official hunters but also foreign hunters and ordinary people can come and go freely. This area is always a contested zone." He stood in the middle of the hall smiling, saying, "Sometimes we have to relax like this to avoid burn." Glanced around. Everyone was enjoying themselves. Continued observing. People were bouncing to the music. Kim Ji-hun approached and asked him, "Why are you just standing there? It's like this is your first time at a place like this." Cha Minwo casually replied, "It is my first time." Kim Ji-hun swayed, answering this bland guy. "Really? So it's your first?" Kim Ji-hun was shocked as if he'd misheard and asked, "First time? No way, you look so handsome it's criminal." Cha Minwo responded coolly, "Is that a compliment or an in?" He looked around the place and said, but the interior looks quite familiar. It looks similar to the hotel I went to. Kim Ji-hun peeked out from behind his back, explaining, this place was originally a hotel. The shock from the gate almost destroyed this place, but this building was still. He continued listening to him ramble. After turning this building into a community branch, they renovated and reused this. Suddenly he wondered aloud. So why did we come here? Kim Ji-hun said cheerfully. It really is your first. He instructed. All you need to do is sway around like everyone. He pointed at him, adding, you can also. He was still suggesting when at a party like this. Kim Ji-hun said suggestively. You can also approach people who come here with their own purpose. Cha Minwo didn't understand, asking, what purposes? Kim Ji-hun explained, the community is a gathering place for hunt. When he heard him ask, isn't that what you want to do? He was genuinely puzzled, asking, Kim Ji-hun asked further, what do you think? What kind of girls do you like? Cha Minwo asked back in confusion, girls. Kim Ji-hun answered himself, I like the submissive type who's a bit older. Kim Ji-hun suddenly had an idea, saying, there's an old saying, what's your type? Cha Minwo didn't understand, asking, what do you? He saw two people laughing and joking with each. Guy was also looking in his direction, staring at him then he flashed a cunning and winked at. He was confused by that man's. A strong human palm slammed hard on the. Then he heard the red-haired man shout, taking off, put one leg on the table and said, the fire brother? The girls paid little attention to the challenge, saying, he held up the penalty card and said, that's too much. You keep. Cha Minwo stood there watching Yudi bicker with the girls, who said, you think he's in trouble? Fine then, suit yourself. He grabbed his shirt saying, this shirt was thrown off, revealing a toned body. A body capable of fighting monsters, completely different from Jim. Cha Minwo witnessed that scene and felt utterly. Kim Ji-hyun spoke up, saying, it takes about 1 to 2 hours to get here from. Walked past Cha Minwo, continuing, it's not too far but we had to go through an inconvenient process to get here. Why do you think people still come all this way to He said somewhat mysteriously, in the community, everything is allowed except killing. He was surprised by what Kim Ji-hyun just. Kim Ji-hyun stuck his tongue. He ran off shouting, ladies, let's. He then called out, Fomet, you come here too. He grimaced, thinking, don't talk nonsense. He remembered that after everyone had. No Jak-hyung spoke up, saying, Hunter Fomet, I want to talk. He wondered, talk? Is there something else I need to? She continued, the purge unit. That's what I heard. He was surprised. You know I belong to the purge unit? You. Before he could finish, she interrupted. I won't explain. She held up a pill, saying, I want you to find the source of this drug. Cha Minwo didn't understand, asking, she analyzed, this is a type of drug being distributed in the hunter community. He asked, BFFT. You're saying this is a drug consumed by hunters? That's absurd. Can't you catch such a weak person yourself? Why do you need to ask? Oh, Jak-hyung explained. The community is a place where law and order are formed under the influence of hunters, except for heinous crimes. They'll forgive minor offenses, she said coldly. But this will be a different story if ordinary people are involved. Cha Minwo was confused, asking, this drug reaches their hand? No, Jak-hyung waved her hand, saying, you can do whatever you want. We'll appear before you soon. He nodded in agreement, saying, well, fine. If it's spreading among hunters, then hunters must be the. Cha Minwo thought, seeming to have other ambitions, and asked, I have a question. If I find the person spreading that drug, kill them. She seemed satisfied with that. Of course, a hunter will always prioritize humans. Even if the culprit is a hunter, they must be eliminated. Back to the present. Kim Ji-hyun called out, Foam. He smiled and asked, what's wrong? Let's. Cha Minwo looked at Kim Ji-hyun with a cold. He remained chill. He also agreed. A blonde head of hair passed. This caught his attention. He looked at the woman, thinking, that woman is. She stopped and stood still before the dancing. Everyone looked up at her. She began dancing with every girl was lead. A month. Someone asked, Hunter Valkyrie, are you okay? She whispered, yes, I'm fine. Another person also said, she's gone completely. Agatha asked, fighting an A-rank hunter must be very difficult, right? Then also replied, because everyone has such high E. Two rambled on. But isn't there anyone decent among them? You mean Hunter? They were a bit puzzled when she asked. Hunter. Lee Yuri introduced herself. Hello. I'm Hunter Valkyrie who will be in charge of. She said hesitantly. I'm looking forward. Answered her was everyone's hostile looks when they heard to the end. Working, they talked amongst themselves to her surprise, saying, oh my. Guess who this is? It's the famous Valkyrie. Can't believe such a noble would come to such a filthy place. Is this the end of the community? No one had a favorable look toward her, and besides, a silver-haired boy observed them, saying, even that immature brat is here too. They laughed mock. This isn't a place where kids can come and spoke up. Mister, his eyes glared at them, saying, if you feel so uncomfortable, come. Nen made a sound, and Agatha said, so that's how it is. Agatha took Yuri's hand and said, someone like Hunter Valkyrie came all the way to the community to become a role model for other hunters. Hunter Valkyrie is an S-rank hunter and even a royal lord, yet she still came to guide hunters in such terrible conditions. Yuri Nen also said, the hunters I'm close with also said they came to the community after seeing Hunter Valkyrie's movements. Yuri was now embarrassed. She continued explaining, the A-rank hunters in the community also respect you very much. They just don't. Both of them said in unison, we'll help you, so rest assured. She wondered, why is this? She thought, I came here just to seduce one person. And it had been too. Yuri pursed her lips, thinking, but I still haven't seen. She remembered the words, a person with a mind blooming with flowers won't be able to survive in a place like. She ran off asking, where is Hunter? She screamed out loud, and Agatha rushed out asking, Hunter Valkyrie, what's? She stammered, there's a bug in the water. So Agatha was silent upon hearing what she'd just been told, then said, the community's water system is a bit run down. So this happens often? It'll take 5 days to fix. Yuri was surprised. 5 whole days? So I can't shower for 5. Agatha pointed as she spoke. There's a way for you to wash up. See that? Then she continued, just follow that path and you'll see a cabin. I heard it was used for surveillance in the past. The water there flows down from the mountain, very pure. It'll be. She prepared to rush there immediately. Really? Then I'll go bathe. Agatha reminded her. Oh, right. You're not allowed to use your hunter abilities there. Yuri asked. Agatha explained. Because it's the only such area in the community. Causing damage is forbidden. Yuri asked. So I can only walk to that dark. A moment of silence between the. Agatha quickly spoke up. If you're scared, I can go with. Before she could finish, Yuri cut her off curtly. No, I'm an S-rank hunter. I'll be back. The sky was. Yuri walked alone in the night. Would it have been better to let her come? She grumbled. Not bathing for 1 day isn't that bad. I'm so. Suddenly a sound came from within the forest. Yuri looked around. She thought to herself, what's that? She had the feeling someone was the sensation of someone's hand drawing. Yuri immediately spun her, quickly lifted her leg. Kicked Chumi. This moment, she looked at the. Then she panicked. Yuri shouted loudly. Hunter, I'm in, you said through the pain. Holding her phone, Agatha remarked. Hunter Vikizi is quite innocent. Contrary to her walking while scrolling, she said to Nan. She's quite naive, Plus she went to the cabin by herself, right? She'll be fine, won't she? I'm quite regretful now. She must be scared walking alone at night. Let's go together if we meet. Nan gazed into the distance. I wonder how strong Hunter Vikizi really is, if she's in the highest tier of S. Agatha walked while pondering Nan's words. Even if the two of us combined forces, we couldn't. Then she replied with a bright smile. That's just hypothetical, right? Why would we face off against Hunter Vikizi? Still absorbed in her phone. By the way, how far has Hunter Vikizi gotten? Suddenly a crying voice echoed. Nan and Agatha's eyes widened as they looked toward the source of the. Fomet was unconscious. The two were shocked to see him lying in Vikizi's arms. They said in unison. Hunter at the wooden. Vikizi covered her face with her hand. Fomet lay on the bed with no signs of. The room were him and 3 girls. I'm in trouble now. Agatha consoled her. Hunter Vikizi. Don't worry too much. He'll be. Vikizi was busy thinking to herself. But when he's asleep, he's so handsome. Suddenly he took a breath. She joyfully exclaimed. Hunter Fomet. You're awake. He groaned I just passed out? She hesitantly admitted. Actually, I hit your vital point. She looked at him anxiously, observing his reaction. But he didn't believe that was the truth, asking himself. I passed out from just 1 hit? Somewhat doubtful, he looked. Agatha stood there asking. Are you okay, Hunter Fomet? He was curious. Yeah. But who are you? I'm Agatha, and this is Nen. We're roommates with Hunter Vic. He was still bewildered, looking around. They were curious. But why were you in the forest? I was just taking. His eyes focused. At night, the full moon shone. Ripper held his phone, which was vibrating continually. He looked at the phone cheerfully, one hand in his pocket as he walked. Suddenly a sound made him freeze. His eyes widened as he stared straight. It turned out to be a rabbit that had hopped out, staring at him. Seeing it lying cutely on the ground, he sighed in relief. Then without further concern, he walked on, not noticing Fomet hiding behind a nearby. So there are rabbits here too. He stayed put, leaning against the tree trunk. Having followed Ripper for quite a while, he grew impatient. He's in the forest at this hour? What's here? Good thing I follow. Watching Ripper's back ahead, he told himself. I don't care if he's the root or a branch. I don't care who's distributing the drug. His eyes turned red with danger. I'll kill whoever I... At this moment, he stepped out from his hiding. He was very confused, searching continuously. Huh? Where did he go? Don't tell me he noticed. Suddenly, he turned his face to one. From beyond the trees, the sound of footsteps drew his attention. He muttered. Oh, casting his gaze into the distance, he saw Vikizi walking. That beautiful face seemed very... Back to the present. Vikizi felt guilty. Her brows furrowed as she looked at him, feeling regret. Can't believe I mistook Fomet for a demon. He placed his foot on the ground. Suddenly he felt something different. His face shocked, his body... That expression made Vikizi worried. What's wrong? Are you in pain? No, it's... Seeing the normal appearance of the three, he thought to himself. They can't sense it? Or can this energy source only be perceived by someone born in the tower? The energy inside this cabin is like when I entered the tower. He was certain. There's something... Puzzled. I didn't expect there'd be a cabin in the middle of the forest. Vikizi also looked at Agatha. It was used for guard duty, right? She replied cheerfully. Curious about the answer, he asked again. Surveillance? Surveilling what? Agatha didn't know exactly, only being honest. I don't know, I just heard it was built at the same time the community was established. Probably used to monitor the... Receiving the answer, he replied curtly. I see. Then looked in another direction, thinking continuously. Monitor the tower? From ground level this low? But very quickly after, he clicked his tongue. Forget it. I don't have time for this nonsense. I didn't come here for... Group left the cabin. Someone asked, Hunter Fomet, which district did you register for? District C. Then it's opposite our district. Said coldly. Then I'm leaving. Why the rush? Her face held a hint of expectation as she said softly. We'll meet again. Fomet was also quite surprised by that question, staring blankly, but then all three were dumbfounded when they heard him say, Don't know. I'm not your advisor. Agatha thought to herself. Is he... Without a second thought, he turned away. If we're still here, we'll meet again. They stood watching him turn and walk. Vikizi was quite frustrated. Her hands clenched into... Seeing this, Agatha encouraged, Hunter Vikizi, don't overthink it. But she wasn't listening, muttering to herself. I will change. Clenching her fists, Vikizi resolved. Today I failed, but next time I'll show my charm. I'll make him unable to escape my... Her eyes determined. I'll make him beg to... She shouted loudly. I can... Nan and Agatha just stared at her with wide eyes. Against the sky with twinkling stars, Vikizi's voice rang out. Yeah. For another... Zudi grumbled. How annoying this, Jiak asked. What? Zudi complained. The meal. Someone always has to ruin everything for us to have a decent... Glancing at Fomet coming down from upstairs, she said. Even a tiger would come if called. Yet you don't come right... He didn't even bother to answer, making the other two annoyed as they threw sharp looks at... He walked straight to where Ripper was looking at his phone, staring into his face focused in thought. I searched the whole forest yesterday but still couldn't find him. Maybe he disappeared because of... Ripper noticed him staring and looked... Smiling. He asked, What's up? Is there a problem? He denied. He also smiled in response, pondering internally. Should I use the same tactic on him? Then he said, Come outside with me for... At a beverage... Ripper's voice rang out. I wonder how humans appeared on Earth? Did we evolve or were we created? Religious people believe we were created. He always smiled and asked, What do you think, Fomet? He was startled. Huh? Ripper repeated. Evolution or He grinned when receiving his answer. Whatever. How does that affect... But suddenly Ripper fell silent, his eyes widening as he imagining the scene of meeting a stranger in the past. I once went abroad and met someone. That person said humans are parasites on Earth because we committed a grave... He continued recounting at length. Because we sinned, we must live to pay the price for our act. He lifted his glass of water, watching Ripper still immersed in the story. But because humans keep committing grave sins, God became angry. God created the towers in his fury, filled with monsters to punish you. On the ceiling, the fans stood still, humanity selfish and... Ripper smiled wickedly. And God was right to try to eliminate... His face looked bored when asked. But suddenly he felt something strange in his body. His eyes widened and he came to, he was surprised to find himself lying in a grassy... Looking up at the clear blue sky, the sunlit tree canopies sparkling. He jolted. Huh? Wait, he sat up, tapping his head with a grimace. Ugh. My head. What happened? I think I was drinking with that dog. Opening his hand, he discovered a piece of paper printed with a code. What's this? Looking at his phone ringing and rolling some distance, he picked it up and answered, Hello. But inside he still felt strange. Why is my phone thrown so far? The voice on the other end came through. You finally picked suspiciously. This voice, having remembered, he asked, Ripper? What is it? Why are you calling? She cut him off. What do you mean? You're the one who called me. He and she went back and forth. I did? So you don't remember? Looks like you were very drunk. Good thing you picked up. I was very worried because you suddenly hung up. Worried about what? The other end still rang. You said something very strange. What did I? Fomet froze when she said that you wanted to date me. Not receiving an answer from him, she anxiously called. Hey, Min, furiously shouted. Lies. Stop joking around. Why would I say that? She also angrily shouted back. You mean I made that? Very quickly she softened again. I see. It's because you're shy, right? He was going crazy. Shy? Me? She cheerfully said. You're in the community. So hang in there. Minyu's face darkened completely. You know what? I'll agree to date you on the condition you reach S rank. He wanted to curse. Shut up and hang. Unable to focus on anything else. He cursed inwardly. Frustrated, he walked while cursing inwardly. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. What the hell did I? Suddenly he bumped into that person was Yong-soo. He turned around and shouted. Hey, watch where you're going. Still angry, he shouted back. His face extremely dangerous with rage. Watch where you're walking or I'll bury you alive right. Seeing him fuming with murderous intent as he left. Someone whispered to Yong-soo. He's gone crazy. Don't mess with. Lunati's stood leaning against the wall and asked. Hunter Fomet. Why are you so? He was surprised. Lunati's. He calmly observed. Based on that outfit, you must have been outside. It doesn't look like you're at the dorm. I'm also heading there. Let's go to Young Lunati's. I have high expectations for you. There's a high chance you can become an S rank. He didn't care about what he was saying. Becoming an S hunter doesn't mean you're like other S hunters. I'm sure the power difference between you and other S hunters will be small. There are S rank hunters who can take on 2 other S rank hunters alone, or some are even stronger. Some can even take on. He was annoyed. Then asked back. How many S rank hunters can the demon captain take on at once? He slightly turned his head. Me? Who knows? I'm not active anymore. The two walked together inside. Suddenly he took off his mask and snapped. How did you? Fomet flatly replied. Only a fool wouldn't notice. Clearly you're the demon captain. He sheepishly followed Fomet. Thanks for playing along with me for the past 2 months. Can you keep it a secret from the others? Sure. Easy. Then suddenly stopped. Didn't you have something you wanted to? Minyu glanced back. He just silently looked at him without saying anything, then stammered. He pointed his finger at him. Snarling. Didn't you already tell me before? His lips curled in disdain as he muttered. What a waste of expectation. Closing the door behind him, he spoke seriously. Fine. But why did you have to? Minyu's eyes suddenly widened in shock. So did Lunati's. His face filled with utter confusion. Horrifying scenes unfolded before their victims' eyes remained wide open, staring blankly. Even in both of them shouted, Jouch! His gaze shifted to the right. Yet another victim lay dead in a gruesome. Lunati's felt a chill run down his spine. Stammering, what the hell? Both stood frozen like statues, their voices still trembling as they asked, what is? They practically screamed, what happened here? As blood pooled and spread around the corpses. Hipper's body was the same, covered in blood, eyes still open, lifeless. A hunter from the community, Fomet and Lunati's just stood there as more people crowded in, recognizing him. Hipper, as his eyes stared vacantly, lost in thought as he wondered, how could this? Other hunters had surrounded the scene, murmuring in disbelief. A hunter killed right inside the community? This has never happened before. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out nervously. But Hipper died in a large pool of blood, his eyes still wide open. Another voice trembled in fear. Aren't those the marks of a demon? Minyu gritted his teeth in frustration, asking himself. His face darkened with fury as he thought, who killed my? Kong Haru called out loudly. Everyone, please expression stern. He continued, we will handle this. While Kim Miju also raised her voice, requesting, we ask all hunters to leave this area to preserve the hunters protested indignantly. How can this be? Why would a murder happen right here inside? How can we just close our eyes and ignore them? Those words left both her and him silent, unable to respond. Suddenly a voice declared, we will consider the A-rank hunter living in this house as a suspect, leaving Minyu and the others stunned. Minyu was furious but couldn't speak, only thinking bitterly, how ridiculous. Looking back at the horrific scene, he analyzed. If this were done by an A-rank, there would be signs of resistance. This one-sided, overwhelming power means they were Both Kong Haru and Kim Miju's eyes widened as they realized. This was done by an Minyu didn't understand and questioned. They were killed without being able to resist. And you two still think it was done by an Kim Miju frowned. Hunter Minyu, please refrain from offering such opinions when we cannot yet determine their accuracy. While Kong Haru agreed, adding, and that's merely baseless accusation. He continued arguing seriously. Baseless accusation? That's just my hypothesis. If someone could kill 3 A-rank hunters, they must be incredibly powerful. Among the people here, I confidently assert none of them could have done it. The crowd grew restless, muttering, this is truly absurd. This was definitely done by an S-rank. And then both Kong Haru and Min, you couldn't escape being blamed. Even if that were true, it's your fault for being negligent while on duty. Both stammered. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and she stood defiantly, drawing everyone's attention. No Jaekyung glared at him. Hunter Minyu, I need to speak. Lunatis remained silent behind them, observing. At a sturdy building the chief's voice echoed. You don't need to investigate anymore. He was confused. What are you sitting in her chair? She admitted. We already knew Hunter Hipper was involved in drug trafficking. But suddenly he was killed. He spoke urgently. Shouldn't we find the culprit? He was silenced when she asked. And if that person is truly S-rank, what then? Can you placing both hands on the desk? She suggested seriously. Leave this to us and focus on improving your strength like the other hunters. Thank you for your dedication. Eyes, filled with dissatisfaction, stared directly at her. No Jaekyung's eyes also fixed on him in stepping out of that building. He stood with hands on his hips, looking off to one side, pondering. This is very He felt suspicious of this person, silently calling her name. Captain No Jae-you walked while thinking, trying to recall. What happened yesterday? If he was killed right after separating from he slapped his forehead in self-reproach. Damn it, I can't remember anything. What the hell happened and what? He sighed, trying to remember. What did Hipper do? A small piece of paper appeared in his hand. Examining it, he wondered. This is? Staring intently at it, he suddenly remembered Hipper had once said. Look at this. I know you approached me with a purpose, but I won't hurt you because I know you'll understand. Minyu suddenly realized. This is it. I lost consciousness after seeing this. I don't sense any magic on this piece of paper. Perhaps it only worked once. He assessed. This might be the key to this. Minyu couldn't take his eyes off the paper when Lunatis called out. Hunter, startled. He was slightly surprised. Captain, under a clear sky beneath the trees, 2 voices whispered. The bodies of Hunters Gatali and Jiao Chu have been sent to headquarters. What did Captain No say? She knew I was on the cleanup team, so she assigned this to me, but suddenly told me not to get involved anymore. It's related to Hunter Hipper, isn't it? Yes. Minyu looked up and asked. You know something, don't you? Otherwise, why would you go to the trouble of coming here? Captain Ma replied honestly. I came to see how strong you've become, but you're right. I also came here for personal business. He asked directly. It's related to the S-rank who killed Hipper, isn't it? Lunatis was somewhat surprised. After a moment of silence, he began. The community operates independently with its own system, separate from the central government, which means events here can be covered up and manipulated. Minyu speculated. You mean this is connected to the community's administrative? Lunatis didn't respond, just looked at him silently. After a while, answered cautiously. Captain No might be the one who killed. Minyu froze upon hearing this. Her image appeared in his mind. She's been here since the community was founded. She understands best how the system works and is the only one who can use it. That same cautious voice continued. I came here to find evidence of Captain No's crimes. Both focused on their discussion. So Captain No used me to deal with Hipper, but when things went wrong, she took matters into her own hands. But there's something strange. It's as if she let her emotions take over. Right? She didn't even bother hiding the murder. But Minyu still hesitated. There's no way Captain No used the system to do this. Someone else must have been involved. The only person we can trust is just the two of Minyu and Lunatis remained deep in thought, neither speaking, thinking. We wish there was someone else we could. Ankizi nearly dropped her glass of water in shock. What? There was a murder in the parking. Agatha, sitting across from her, recounted. 3 hunters who shared a room with Hunter Fomet were killed. She was even more surprised. Fomet then clenched her fist and punched the air. She walked angrily, muttering. 3 promising A-rank hunters. The 2 girls watched her, murmuring. Hunter. Agatha's face showed sadness as she explained. Nen and I joined the community as advisors not long after it was founded. We sympathize with A-rank hunters more than other advisors. Ankizi listened with wide eyes. Agatha's sorrowful gaze remained fixed downward. Before the gatebreak incident, Hunters didn't have the status they have now. Only a few hunters were strong enough, and a third of the population perished, making it an extremely terrible disaster. Nun leaned helplessly against the wall, her voice filled with sadness. Nun and I were there. So many people wouldn't have died if there had been more powerful hunters. She gripped the faucet tightly in anger. The community is the best place to train powerful hunters. I can't believe rank hunters were killed right. Van Kesey and Agatha sat down heavily, deflated, when someone mentioned their names. Hunter Agatha, Hunter, at a high-end, high-rise residential. Song Haru announced seriously. As you know, you're the only one left in your team, Hunter Fomet. I'll notify you once we have new members for your. He sat with arms crossed, not particularly concerned, as she continued. I hope you can continue ascending the tower and Minyu shot an annoyed glance at her, speaking up. So what? Are you people going to find the culprit or not? We are currently pursuing. Scoffed dismissively. Fine, whatever. While Lunati's also echoed. Fine, what? His voice flat as water, he said. Good luck. Leaving just the two of them. One sat with arms crossed, taking the chance to close his eyes, while the other stood with hands clasped behind his back. Still, then he opened his eyes just as the other turned around, their gazes meeting directly. Lit cigarette burned in Captain No's. She showed concern. How is Hunter? Two reported the situation. No unusual activity. Captain No took a drag of her cigarette with relief. Good. Keep observing him. The two hadn't left yet and proactively asked, Are you all right? Yes. Is there something else? Well, we were wondering if you're okay? I'm fine, you two can go now. Yes. Just as they turned to leave, she called out, Oh right, I have a task for you too. Changed her mind. Never mind, I'll handle it myself. The door opened as they said, All right. Captain No sat deep in thought, picked up her phone, called a mysterious person, saying, Are you ready? I have a voice on the other end responded, I'm sorry, I can't do it. As Agatha answered the call, maintaining a focused, respectful expression, she replied, Yes. The sky had gradually turned to dark night. Wooden cabin area, long, straight golden hair draped over the chair. Van Kesey sat sprawled out, feeling somewhat afraid. I can't believe an assassination happened within the Suddenly, there was a sound outside the door. That sound also caught Min Yu's attention. What's that? He suddenly remembered Lunati's words. First, we need to find evidence that she killed those 3 hunters. Opportunity. He also appeared. Min Yu crossed his arms. I don't know about opportunities, but I know there's a very suspicious place. The other asked urgently. Suddenly, Lunati's received a call. Captain No is calling me. He was surprised. Min Yu worried. What's the probability that Captain No knows your idea? He speculated. About 50%. But since she's calling now, probably 51%. Then suggested. From now on, let's. Min Yu considered. While tracking Hipper. I lost his trail in the forest where this cabin is located. He put his hands in his pockets, walking slowly. I can sense a source of energy. If there's anywhere suspicious in the community, it must be here. Could it be He looked at a door, suddenly shifted his gaze to the opposite side, quickly ran off, eyes focusing intently downward but stopping. He wondered. Below me. I can sense the energy of a powerful tower under. He turned around to check, saw something behind him, so he turned his head back to Van Kesey kicking powerfully toward him. Very quickly he ducked to She blinked in realization. Huh? Her eyes widened even more. She shouted. Hunter Fomet. He looked up in annoyance. You should observe before hitting. Both were surprised by each other's appearance. Why are you here? I have business at this cabin. What about you? I came to bathe. You came all the way here just. Min Yu stared at her intently. Van Kesey's eyes welled up with tears. He just smirked. Here we go again. Doubting inwardly. Can this woman be trusted? Should I invest? Min Yu spoke first. I'm working for the government. The reason I came to the community is because they asked me to search this cabin. She was surprised. This cabin? It looks normal. He didn't hesitate to tell her. I have a special ability. I can sense things others can't. Van Kesey grew even more surprised by the person before, raising her hand to her mouth as she looked down below. You mean something under the. Suddenly, Min Yu punched down hard, shattering the floor. She dodged the debris, screaming, Hunter Fomet, what are you? Her face suddenly turned pale as she stared ahead in horror. A thick, bright red aura burst forth from the house. A blood-red stream of powerful energy swirled around them, demonic, engulfing them both. Van Kesey collapsed to the floor in fear. Min Yu was equally shocked. What is this? I've never sensed this kind of demonic energy before. Then he suddenly disappeared, causing her to call after him. Hunter Fomet. Left. stared intently at the fiery red. Then she decided to jump down through the hole in the floor and fall. She landed on the ground successfully. Her eyes swept around in a searching glance. Minwoo and she ventured deeper to investigate, and she stood dazed. A cave, a place like this beneath the cabin. He must have known about it before. She suddenly discovered. She asked in surprise. Huh? It looks like a tower entrance, and he remained calm, saying, I know why so many towers have sprung up in the community now, he said with certainty. This is the place that creates the towers, and both of them stood before a large gate surrounded by that eerie red energy. A mother. The night sky with the bright moon over. Kyung spoke up. The night sky here is more beautiful than. Lunatis walked alongside her, saying, Indeed, there aren't many good stargazing spots in this country, and the captain replied, You can watch them anytime as long as. Lunatis asked, Well, of course, but why did you call me? She answered sarcastically, Because you dared to openly talk with Hunter Luna. Kyung continued questioning. The first time you met him was at the association, wasn't it? I'm quite sure you hadn't met him in person before, and he replied, Yes, I was assigned to an autonomous nation with few. Suddenly, she flashed a cunning smile as if grasping. Kyung went on. I looked through Gichev and know you've been to many places, Costa Rica, Monaco, Singapore. Oh, speaking of Singapore reminds me, I know there was a hunter who had to go then. Have you ever heard of a hunter named? Lunatis fell silent before that question, while she waited for his answer, and he waved his hand, saying, Afraid not. How would I know every hunter assigned there? She replied with suspicion. Is that so? Then she turned to glare at him, continuing, But isn't Singapore a nation with its own hunter system and many talented hunters? Squad. He fell silent before that question. Then after he frowned and said, I've been found.
À large explosion éruptive.
Smoke billowed densely. Lunatis lost the outfit he usually. He grimaced before the stinging made his eyes blur dimly, and gradually he saw Kyung's silhouette. She glowered with sharp eyes. Behind her a massive phantom. Lunatis stood before her inside. Spoke up to ask, Did you really kill all those A-rank? Kyung feigned surprise. Why are you here? Squad. Lunatis shouted. Answer me first. Did you? Kyung snapped. This is only for a grand purpose, so don't dare obstruct. He asked again. Grand purpose? I don't need to know what the reason is. Then he charged at her to attack. But you betrayed. Kyung stood there inside. Two figures leapt out to block his attacking. He jumped back before their assault. He looked at the two who had just attacked. The A-rank hunters had now become soulless, no different from puppets, and Lunatis was shocked. A rank hunter. He immediately asked Kyung, What have you done? Her expression turned cold as she looked up at him, and he called, Squad, come back here. Lee Yuri was startled, asking Mother. Cha Minu replied, It must be the Mother Tower, and he kept wondering in amazement. Truly surprising. I never expected a Mother Tower hidden in a place like. He thought further, but before. Cha Minu stood before the Mother Tower's entrance. How did I even know? Lee Yuri spoke up, Mother Tower, if whoever's behind this is one of the association. She strode forward with determination before his astonishment, saying, Then we have to deal. Cha Minu asked in surprise. Deal with. Lee Yuri placed her hands on both hips, saying, If it's truly the Mother Tower, shouldn't we eliminate it? That way the association will be safe and there will be fewer towers. He thought silently. If we eliminate it, the association will become useless, and he hesitated. And if that Cha Minu spoke up before her astonishment. We can't. She turned back questioningly. What are you talking about? She hadn't finished her sentence when he cut in. If we eliminate it, then where will A-rank hunters like me? Yuri countered. There are other towers scattered everywhere, and the mission of us hunters is to protect people, not for personal purposes. She was more surprised when he said, But to do that, hunters must become stronger, must. He was blunt. If a gate suddenly appears and the hunters aren't strong enough, then what? Many people will lose their lives. Yuri countered with her reasoning. Things are different now. We can detect their presence, and our top priority is to ensure gates won't suddenly. Cha Minu replied. But what if a gate appears right now? We don't know whether eliminating this gate is necessary or. Countered. That's just your hypothesis, and as hunters we can't just leave that tower. He shouted. That's it. The squad commander didn't want to hide this because there are others who think. Yuri was surprised, saying, Exactly. Cha Minu said through gritted teeth. The commander is still trying to maintain the association to create powerful. The image of Kyung appeared with her mask and red eyes, and he said, Even if it means pushing herself into the villain. Lee Yuri questioned. You mean a squad commander responsible for the association would hide and ignore this Mother Tower? Why would she do? What Cha Minu said made her realize the issue. She does it so that if a gate suddenly appears, it won't cause any damage. She recalled what Agatha once told her. I was there, and originally not many people would have died if there had been strong hunters then, but Chaman, you said. In short, it would be very wasteful to eliminate it. Hunters can utilize it to train and become strong. He recalled his 3 friends, wondering constantly. But why did those 3? Remembering his former teammates, he thought. Chaman Yu grew angry, grinding his. Li Yuri, hearing that, said to him, "Let me make this." She was determined. "There's no reason I should leave here. I will still deal with this," he thought silently. She still clings to those 3 principles and that right. That moment she raised her hand to execute her technique, which made him feel uncomfortable. Suddenly the door emitted a gust of wind before that tech. He questioned. "There's a barrier," and she replied, "Wait up." She gathered power into her. Yuri's eyes blazed as she prepared to. She punched the. She used all her strength to punch. Chaminu remained silent. The door still pushed her far. Li Yuri shouted, "I can't pierce through it with my strength. So how do we get?" A voice rang out. "Come here," echoing in his head. The door seemed to invite him in. "I'm waiting for you. Come here." And Chaminu stood motionless before that. He walked forward as if hypnotized. Li Yuri wondered aloud. Hunter. He extended his hand before her, astonished. His hand slowly approached the. He lightly touched. Seal atop the door changed color, turning to the distinct. Suddenly, a wide-open eye appeared. A beam of light with many electric rays shot outward, and the door. Li Yuri was astonished, shouting, "It's." She tried to enter, but the electric currents blocked. Li Yuri immediately said, "I can't get in. It keeps pushing me out," and Cha Minu stated bluntly, "I'm the only one who can enter," and she questioned. Meanwhile, he thought, "I can hear it. Someone is calling me from in." Cha Minu said to her, "I'll go inside and handle everything," and Li Yuri questioned, "What? You don't even know it's in." Suddenly a sound erupted, and Li Yuri questioned, "What was that sound just?" He looked upward. That sound came from outside. Cha Minu thought, then said, "I want to ask you if." He continued, "Protect him until I'm finished," and Li Yuri questioned, "What?" Cha Minu looked at her once and said, "You'll understand as soon as you wit." He walked into that gate, ignoring her calling. He walked for a while through that red. Finally he set foot in that. Looked around the interior. The room was surrounded by the distinctive red patterned. He noticed at the end of the room there was a bright spot. Wondering, is it a tunnel? Should I follow that? Chaminu decided to walk toward that. A red notification panel appeared before. It was the text. "Do you truly wish to?" Chaminu leaned mockingly and said, "It's been a while since you stopped me, hasn't it? Is this somewhere I should?" That notification panel displayed more text. "No, but your coming here is part of the." It displayed text. That I spoke. "It's still too early to." Chaminu asked back, "Will that change future data in a bad direction?" R.A. answered. It asked again. "Then why?" R.A. remained silent, saying. Then after that, she hesitated. "It's just, I'm worried." Then said, "Go on." A red notification panel appeared with the text. Main quest, clean up the mother. Chaminu stepped into the Western-style decorated. He looked around and thought silently. "What's in here?" "I went through the entire tunnel and it led me." Chaminu walked while looking around. "The energy here is completely different from outside." He was startled when he saw what was before. "I'm in." An attack came to water, he thought, and was startled before that. The smoke from that attack gradually disappeared. He was surprised before the grotesque monster, thinking, "What the?" That monster opened wide its mouth full of sharp. A boy's voice shouted, "Stop!" A boy with that small body stood on the massive body of that monster. Chaminu was surprised seeing that boy, who said, "He's a." White-haired boy stood on the monster's. He said joyfully, "A human has come." Back to Jiosu Hayek with his face bearing wounds from them. He thought discouragedly, "My condition isn't any better because I've just been wandering around this tower the whole time. Tomorrow I should rest." He recalled that man's words. "Hunter," he said, "pleased to meet you. I'm Captain Ma, and perhaps you'll also find our association in." Thought, accepting that invitation is also a good. He clenched his hand tightly. "How much have I grown?" But Jiosu Hayek looked around the path. "This is so strange. Why is this path always so?" The sky was pitch black. The moon and stars were no longer in the sky, and he walked while looking around. So quiet like this because there's no one in the dorm. Suddenly, a torch. Someone holding that torch stood behind. The ground cracked. A person was startled when Jiosu Hayek detected. He blocked before that person's attack, saying, "What the?" Jiosu Hayek realized there was a lot of hidden weaponry behind. All the arrows shot toward him and he managed to jump away. A person appeared from above to sneak attack him, and very quickly he crouched. Jiosu Hayek used 2 swords to block the opponent's blade, and both weapons clashed, shooting sparks of. His face darkened as he. Jiosu Hayek immediately struck, sending that person flying with one. The person then lowered their body to the creating a balanced stance. All 3 stood before him, and Jiosu Hayek couldn't help being surprised. He looked at them like soulless statues, thinking, "What?" He leaned forward slightly. "What's wrong with them?" Their eyes looked so At this moment Jiosu Hayek thought of Chamin. He said to himself, I don't know what's happening, but this is my chance to. Jiosu Hayek immediately struck, and around him were blue lightnings. He issued a challenge. Jiosu Hayek's eyes turned blue as he looked at them. Come at me all at. The three people stood motionless like puppets, and behind them someone seemed to be controlled. Electronic sound waves transmitted out. Seemingly someone's tech person was holding one side to control those sound waves, and Agatha controlled many different sounds, and seemingly all those puppets were controlled by. Back to Chamin Yu, that boy said, Bensi. Then pointing at his eyes he said, Ah. The boy continued with interest. No, he cheerfully and excitedly said, Lips. While Chamin Yu was getting, he immediately pinched the boy's ear, who then said, And your ear is different from my ear, so surely, hey, this is my. Chamin Yu irritably asked, Who are you, kid? Are you the one who summoned me here? The boy painfully protested. Why? Why would I? I only prayed for someone to come. Chamin Yu continued asking, Then who gave you the right to summon me here? At that moment, he looked carefully at the boy's face and thought, This kid's. Suddenly, Bensi moved its pincers toward the. It positioned itself between him and the white-haired, red-eyed. He ran to the demon beast and said loudly, Ben. He spread his arms to stop the monster. No, Bensi. The boy turned and said to him, He's human. He's the one who's modeled after. Chamin Yu didn't understand and asked, Us? He asked further, Who are you, kid? What are you all doing? The boy cheerfully answered, I'm here waiting for Eol. He asked again. The boy smiled brightly. Eol told me that if I could make lots of new friends here, then she would play with me. He happily ran around Chamin Yu and said, But now a human has appeared while I was bored. I'm so. Asked the boy again. But I still don't understand what you just said. Hey kid. Earlier you said you made friends with demon beast practitioners? What is that? The boy grinned and said, Demon beasts? That's what humans call my friends? Well, I don't really care what people call my friends. He kept running in circles and cheerfully said, Now let's start playing. I'm so excited. This is the first time a human has set foot here. Can you tell me He kept talking. Since you're male, then there must be females too, right? Chamin Yu thought irritably. This kid has lost his mind, won't stop talking. The boy continued. There are flowers and leaves and plants too. Chamin Yu said. This statement made the boy suddenly stop. Then you and RA have nothing in common anymore. Chamin Yu was surprised by the boy turned and asked him. With haughty expression. He growled. How do you know? He continued. RA is precise. He enunciated each word. My bro. Chamin Yu was shocked by what he asked again. Without waiting for an explanation. The boy immediately launched an attack straight. Chamin Yu blocked with his punched into the wall, growling, This bat. The boy stood on Bensi, his eyes glaring and said, Tell me, how do you know? He shouted. I said, How do you know? Chamin Yu was surprised by the boy's attitude and thought, Why is he suddenly so angry? He assessed the situation and thought, Moreover. The boy continued, Yeah, I don't care how you know her. He clutched his head and said, All I have to do is eliminate. Chamin Yu saw this and thought, His emotions are One of the boy's eyes turned yellow as he said, Eliminate erroneous. Chamin Yu flinched from a normal arm. The boy transformed into a monstrous. He was terrified by. The boy leaped down and charged quickly at him. The boy's power altered the surrounding space, transporting both him and the boy. A notification panel gradually appeared with text displaying, Main quest. The boy sprouted 2 wings, one black, one. The notification panel fully displayed the Eliminate the god of creation's pet created by the boy, with wrinkles on his face, stood there staring. Chamin Yu was bewildered. God of creation? Yul? Bait. He asked him, What do these things mean? When the boy pointed his finger to the then aimed it straight at him and said 2 words. Beams of light surged toward. He held the slightly cracked sword in front. Chamin Yu used the sword to block the boy's. Suddenly, the sword unexpectedly spoke. The weapon voiced its pain, crying out, It hurts, brother. I can't take it anymore. The weapon seemed to have gained its own consciousness. Beyond the pain inflicted by its wielder, could a sentient weapon feel any other? The boy continuously struck while Chamin Yu jumped. The boy witnessed. He continued pointing and said, That technique circled behind Chamin. He had noticed. The boy kept repeating, Eliminate. While he thought, What the hell is wrong? Beams of light were fired each time the boy said, Eliminate. He dodged those attacks while constantly thinking, Whatever. But I'm certain that this guy's power is quite form. The boy kept repeating, Eliminate. As Chamin Yu tried to evade the attacks, thinking, What kind of ability is this? It's like the kid truly has the power to erase my. While thinking this, he found he could no longer move as he wished and said, What's this? The boy flew down behind. Chaminyu turned his face around. All the techniques the boy had pointed at were now materializing before Chaminyu's heading toward him as he said, "At that moment, his weapon vanished, saying, Brother, I'm sorry. I don't want to disappear." Chaminyu angrily said, "What? This bat?" The sword disappeared before his. Now, thanks for watching the techniques were very close to him. He couldn't dodge and they touched his. A massive explosion erupted. The boy stood silently watching that. He was startled when Chaminyu's voice rang. He said, "There." He was still completely in. Chaminyu looked viciously at his body and said, "Didn't cause a single bit of damage." The boy's eyes widened as if in disbelief. He continued saying, Then a massive explosion occurred as he continuously said, "Eliminate." With large explosions happening repeatedly, all of them targeted Chaminyu's body. "Eliminate. Eliminate." He said it many times thinking it might cause damage. "Eliminate. Eliminate." The boy's face darkened terrifyingly, his mouth continuously repeating, "Eliminate. He screamed, Suddenly, a slashing wound appeared on the boy's. Chaminyu unleashed his power and said, "I don't know why your power has no effect on me at all, but it seems my power worked." Chaminyu had regained the advantage and said, "Are you ready for round?" Chaminyu recalled the past when Minsu had said, "Fomet, listen to what I'm about to tell." The boy continued, "I know you have great demonic power and that your body's master is Gavin, but Gavin uses his power for enhancement skills." Chaminyu asked back, "What are you trying to?" Minsu explained, "You could become stronger if you use Gavin's techniques, but wouldn't that be a waste?" Unable to wait any longer, he spoke up. "So what? Get to the boy explained, "Magic is the convergence of supernatural forces. You can create or you can bring destruction as a harbinger of calamity," he said with a cheerful Magic is a romantic force that lets you create your own universe. So what I want to say is, he cut off the boy's words. "No," Minsu sighed. "I haven't even told you my main point yet." Chaminyu replied, "You want me to become a mage?" He challenged. "You want me to become some pathetic mage with a weak body who only moves one hand to cast spells?" No. The boy immediately retracted his statement at this remark. "Do you know how much effort we've put in? Magic requires refined and excellent techniques. Unlike someone who just fights He also shouted back, "My techniques are excellent too. I'll kill anyone who says other." Minsu argued, "If you compare it to what we've done, you're only average at." Then he threw a slipper at the boy as he was. A moment later, Chaminyu said to the boy holding his face, "Anyway, I have no intention of becoming a mage, and you said I need magic that can help me in battles." The boy replied, "But about." Chaminyu immediately said, "I've already learned something that can." Well then. The flashback ended as the boy stood. The boy was surprised by that technique. Thanks for watching saw this and said, "Isn't that just ordinary magic?" Suddenly, Chaminyu rapidly charged behind, immediately punched, sending him flying to the ground. The boy's face flushed red as he executed a kick, but the boy dodged. Chaminyu rolled his eyes toward. The boy gritted his teeth then spoke up, "You're too arrogant, you." He raised his hand toward him and said, But Chaminyu had no wounds, making the boy say, "Why aren't you?" Then a massive explosion occurred with lots of smoke appearing and floating. Chaminyu gradually emerged from the. He established a barrier and said, "Perhaps you're not as strong as you once." He continued, "You said your power couldn't do anything to me." The boy painfully. Chaminyu was slashed by the boy. Noticed and thought, "This attack causes damage." He landed on the ground and as he stepped on the boy's large arm, "It's too weak." The face twisted while he thought, "He has no combat skill. He only has raw power that he doesn't even know how to use." Then Chaminyu said, "Item storage, provide." He raised his sword. The boy's massive arm blocked. Then it spun him around. That massive arm threw him far. He immediately knew this wouldn't. He spoke. He called for salvation. Patient recalled the words. "Enhancements? They're just trivial magic used to support hunters in." He continued reciting and shouted, Chaminyu remembered that mocking laughter saying, "Well, those are words from people who know nothing about the true power of enhancement." His sword seemed to be enhanced as he said, "Enhanced." Sword blazed with power determined by its owner's. Those words were etched deeply within him. The stronger the owner, he prepared to fight, the higher the effectiveness. That's an easy principle to understand. Chaminyu smiled at his own. The boy was frightened by his laugh. Prepared to it. He had already vanished from. Chaminyu slashed one. The boy's wing was making him stay. He slashed the other. The wing was also. Then he slashed continuously at the boy's body as he gaped, thinking, I can't see any." His knees touched the ground with tattered. He collapsed to the ground, letting out a. He fearfully glanced at Chaminyu. He was walking step by step toward. He walked majestically, dragging his. Chaminyu said, You said you were curious about the outside world, right? While you were creating towers here, people outside were always finding ways to develop their strength. How do you feel? How does it feel to be powerless and unable to do anything? Chaman said, how ironic, isn't it? Just because of the towers you created, people outside are treated like monsters, and I'm one. He stated bluntly, but you know, there shouldn't be too many strong people. Whether weak, strong, or ordinary, the numbers must be balanced. He hesitated. So, he pointed his sword at the boy and said, your work here is. Chaman glared at the boy, looked at him with sad, smiled, a refreshing smile, and spoke up, asking, why does a creature like you dare say that to me? Who are? The boy's hand suddenly became grotesque. Who are you? He said, raising his hand. Chaman face darkened. He was very angry and spoke up, I. Then slashed many times around the boy's. The boy bewilderedly cried out. Then Chaman stood there as fragments from the boy's arm. Then he answered, Hunter. And Chaman swung his sword. Another slash went straight into the boy's. The boy was gasping. Thanks for watching the. Saw a familiar silhouette. Why? He saw R.A. behind him. R.A. looked back as he thought to himself. She said she was on my. He recalled the past meeting with R.A. How dare. A beautiful past when he and R.A. loved each other. Betray spoke up and said, hello, I'm Eel, the person you love most. The beast died and that space immediately collapsed. Red notification appeared with text. Main quest, eliminate Eel's pet. Text continued to flash. You have received a new skill as a. Chaman thought. A new. Then he was suddenly shocked by the scene before his. He couldn't believe what he was. A seal? I received a seal in a place like. It seemed to be beckoning him, saying, come here, hunt, calling out, take me. And that was precise voice he had heard outside the ancestral tower. Set down his sword and be touching the seal, but there no movement at first. Then gradually it changed from yellow to red. All the veins on his face bulged out in pain as he screamed. Then it released an intense beam of. That beam shook the entire area, even reaching Li Juri, who was out. She turned to look at that place, her mind constantly thinking with worry. Then she turned back around, thinking, I can't enter the tower. Wondering what he meant by what he. Li Juri recalled how he told her to protect this place and said she would know everything. Behind her back, a voice called out, Hunter. When she turned around because it was Nen's. Nen smiled and said to her, so you're here. I've been looking for you forever. Then rolled her eyes in another direction. But serious, looking toward the tower, she asked, why has this place become like this? Is someone else in? Nen walked past Li Juri and said, I need to go in and. Juri spoke up to ask, I have a question. Turning to look at Nen, Hunter Nen, were you with Commander No? Nen didn't answer but instead said, Agatha said we wouldn't have time to fight, but it's. Time has come. Then lunged at Li Juri, after which she spoke up, I apologize, Hunter. When sky had now turned to evening, a cloudy evening sky with no. In contrast to the peaceful sky, Captain Ma Song-un was using all his strength. From behind and to Captain Ma's right, a pair of slender legs kicked forcefully against the wall beside to gain momentum, causing the wall to crack and shatter. A dent in the wall. To Captain Ma's left, another leg belonging to a male also kicked forcefully against the wall, creating a new. Glancing back slightly while running, Ma Song-un was also shocked by the pair of hunters behind him, each holding a sword, faces bulging with veins, kicking off walls to propel themselves. A pair of hunters lunged at him, one sword striking down, causing dust to fly. The layer of dust floating in the air gradually dispersed, but Ma Song-yuen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Ahead were only the scene of tall buildings close. The two of them stood motionless, their white eyes without pupils, faces full of bulging veins, dust scattering to both sides after they struck down with their swords and landed with great. Ma Song-yuen's voice came from behind, startling the pair of hunters. You two must be skilled A-rank hunters. Hearing his voice, the pair of hunters turned around to look with expressionless faces, still with white eyes without pupils. A gloved hand raised up, with the edge of the hand facing toward the pair of hunters. One strike came down as Captain Ma appeared from behind, his hand chopping across the back of their necks with great force, and both fell unconscious from lying sprawled on the ground. Ma Song-un was somewhat surprised that he had subdued this pair of A-rank assassins. So I can capture them using physical. Captain Ma looked at the pair of unconscious hunters on the ground, thinking for a moment. Mind control. This doesn't seem like something Commander No Jakyung. Ma Song-yuen's eyebrows furrowed, his expression becoming more serious as he thought of another hypothesis. It seems there's another S-rank hunter besides No Jakyung. Thinking about it, I heard that No Jakyung's younger sister is also in the colony. Ma Song-un stood there, raising his hand to his chin, trying to recall a few things about No Jakyung's younger sister. She used to be a mage, right? If she's the one cooperating with Commander No Jakyung. Then, "No, I don't have time for this. Right now I need to use these A-rank hunters to capture Commander No Kyung," who escaped. But a groaning sound from behind Ma Song-un interrupted his train of thought, and Song-un turned back to see a crowd of people standing behind, with stumbling, soulless gaits. And Ma Song-un looked at the crowd gradually approaching. "Come here. I'll take down all." Turning fully around, Captain Ma was startled to see the scene behind his back, sweat forming into droplets. Behind them, shuffling footsteps approached step by step, lightly bumping into each. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, breathing steadily. As the crowd walked soullessly, the crowd grew larger and larger, advancing closer and closer to Ma Song-un. It confused him as the controlled crowd was too numerous, and Ma Song-un could only stand and watch the people surrounding him. "Huh? Wait a minute. How can I take down all of you if there are this many? Don't be ridiculous." The crowd continued to slowly advance, some holding swords, some holding spears, and some ready to use magic. All the hunters present here were A-rank hunters. The smile on Song Yuan's face became more awkward. "Oh no. Things are starting to get Suddenly, the crowd jumped up, weapons in hand, lunging straight at him, while Song-un stood motionless, still immersed in speculation. Have all of them been controlled? A slender hand reached out from the shadows as a female voice rang out, as if calling someone's name. Then a blue light appeared, forming a dome that sent the controlled hunters flying. "Come out here," and the hunters below were also affected by the magical dome, beginning to sway unsteadily, and the awakened system voice rang out. "All disease status effects have been pure." Hunters collapsed one by one to the ground. Then they lay scattered on the ground as a large black cat wearing a blue cloak with a bell on its tail appeared before Ma Song-un stood there astonished at the large cat before his eyes. "Is that the large black cat with eyes without pupils, wrapped in a layer of blue fabric, made Ma Song-un somewhat panicked. To summon a spirit with such great magical power, sure, summoner must be a high-rank hunter. And Song-un looked around everywhere to find the owner of the powerful magical spirit that had just appeared. The only hunter capable enough to summon such a powerful spirit could only... A pair of slender legs walked forward with blue high heels, the sound from those shoes ringing out as she drew closer to Ma Song-yuan's location. Echidna approached with a surprised expression, her mouth agape upon seeing Ma Song-un. Both were shocked, pointing at each other, unable to believe. "You? What are you doing?" Ma Song-un looked at Echidna with a helpless expression, while she looked at him with a somewhat contemptuous look. "You're the one who should be asked that. I'm the same. Wait, what happened to your clothes? Why are you wearing those tight pants? They're not..." Suddenly a foul smell wafted to Ma Song-yuan's nose, making him startled, and Hunter Echidna also noticed that smell after Song exclaimed with a helpless voice. "What is that terrible smell? Did you swim through the sewers? This isn't the time to worry about that, is it? Tell me why." In the colony. But suddenly there was a large tremor as the ground shook, causing both Ma Song-un and Sung Yuna to panic, unprepared. What's outside? A purple shield was gradually surrounding the colony area, causing the ground to... Sung Yuna looked up. The purple dome had been completed. "What is that dome?" Ma Song-un helplessly raised his hand to cover his face, while Echidna still didn't understand what had happened. "What I feared has finally happened. It seems Commander No Kyung has finally activated it. She's activated the colony's enhancement function." "Enhancement? You mean?" Song Yuan's expression became troubled as he looked into the distance. "This colony is surrounded by towers. If a gate incident occurs, the number of magical beasts that flood in will be unimaginable. So they created a function to keep those magical beasts outside the... Sung Yuna's expression became more anxious upon hearing Ma Song Yuan's explanation. "In short, we can no longer get out." At the room where Commander No Kyung and her group were staying, someone was sitting in front of the colony's system control panel, a room with red light from the control screen, and Commander No's voice. "I sympathize with your situation." 2 employees were tied up tightly, sitting close together, mouths gagged with black tape. "Our enemies have hypnotized the skilled A-rank." Commander No Kyung stood there and turned around. "But I need you to endure staying here a bit." No Kyung looked directly at the employees tied up on the ground, along with 2 other hunters. For the purpose of nurturing the colony's powerful hunters, the enhancement function began. The employees tied up on the ground had all fainted except for one girl who was looking with frightened eyes, wanting to struggle free but unable. "All you need to do is stay here and wait until everything is resolved satisfactorily. When everything is done, I'll release you." Finishing her sentence, she turned around, looking toward the window with an expressionless. No Kyung's expression suddenly became alarmed, her pupils contracting. She ran to open the window forcefully, causing the 2 hunters accompanying her to panic with confused voices. Commander No Kyung. A red beam of light appeared from within the dome, and No Kyung just looked without saying anything, while the 2 hunters asked in confusion. "It's coming from the location where the towers were created. What happened? The commander's alarm was clearly visible on her face, accompanied by some anger. Hunter Nan was supposed to be closely guarding that location, was at the place emitting the red light beam. Nan was in a fighting stance, punching down at the ground, creating a layer of dust flying in the air, and with Commander No's astonishment. What's happening there? And slowly raised her head with a sharp gaze, a frightening and tense feeling in the air. I did everything to hide my facing Hunter Nan, when Chi-Chi was in a defensive fighting stance, one hand gripping her sword hilt tightly, and Nan's voice gradually took on a mocking tone. But it seems I cannot ambush the esteemed when Chi-Chi after all. As the system's light flashed up, and Li Juri with a serious expression was always ready to fight, the system voice, summon weapon from item store. Nan's face slowly stood up. When Chi-Chi, you already know about this colony. Juri drew her sword pointing forward, and she just silently stood. Nan's gaze gradually became sharper with an interrogating tone. There's someone else inside there? When Chi-Chi's eyes remained the same, coldly staring, and she didn't say. Julie's silence made Nan even more frustrated, and Nan's tone changed from even to a loud roar. So you refuse to answer me? Fine then. I'll make it so you can't do anything. And Nan's shout made Julia flinch in alarm, and her vigilance rose even. Nan lunged straight at Julia, and Julie watched Nan charging forward, asking in panic as Nan looked pleased. What do you mean? Why do you suddenly want to talk? A powerful punch struck the sword's surface, producing a loud sound as strong wind blew dust in all directions. Nan's eyebrows furrowed as her voice became sharp. It doesn't matter who's inside. That person can't go. When Chi-Chi struggled to bear the weight on her sword, while responding definitively to Nan. No, you're wrong. He's already penetrated deep in. Hearing that, Nan's eyes widened in surprise. Another punch came at when Chi-Chi as Nan threw punches while asking, though this time when Chi-Chi managed to dodge. Dodging Nan's attack, when Chi-Chi circled around to the back like a. Chi-Chi immediately counterattacked, and her sword clashed with the armor on Nan. Another straight slash toward her opponent, and when Chi-Chi's eyes were full of determination aimed at her, blue light. Nan had dodged the technique she unmocked, and when Chi-Chi's expression became shocked upon hearing Nan's words, truly worthy of the title of sword while blocking the technique that when Chi-Chi unleashed, Nan once again mentioned Julie's difficult past. I heard you missed the opportunity to become your nation's representative. Julia's unwanted memories resurfaced and echoed in her head, her eyes filled with fear. Number 16. Contestant Li Juji has been disqualified for rule violation. The image of the awakened system appeared while she was still wearing her combat outfit, sword and protective helmet had all fallen. She has been confirmed as an awakened, so she is no longer eligible to participate in the competition. Julia's spirit became frantic, eyes wide open, her pupils gradually becoming hollow and contracting, sweat pouring profusely. The awakened system notification panel appeared. Congratulations. You have been selected to become an. After that, the whispers and gossip about her grew increasingly numerous. I heard she's an awakened, possessing supernatural powers. No wonder she's so good at sword fighting. So she participated in the tournament even though she knew that? She's truly Those comments made Julia deeply resent becoming an awakened one. It hurt her so much. Back to the present, Julia was stunned as unwanted memories returned, while Vanki Z's expression overflowed with. She had to dodge attacks while looking for opportunities to strike. Must have been exhausting. One of Nan's punches split the large tree behind in half, but fortunately Julia jumped up in time, baiting the dangerous attack. Nan stomped her foot hard on the ground, creating large rock fragments that flew high into the air. I know what that feeling is like. She threw those large stones at Julia while saying that she too understood Yuri's feelings, having also experienced it during the gate shock. Julia nimbly dodged the large boulders and slashed them in half, while Nan kept talking incessantly about the feeling of powerlessness, ostracized from society. Nan stood there seriously making a major decision. I will no longer follow Commander No Jackie Ung's orders, will simply act according to my own beliefs. A stream of golden light like electricity surrounded. Nan shouted loudly as power erupted, blowing away the boulders and creating an illusion. A fierce white tiger above Nan's head as her hair gradually turned white. The beast resurrection. Julia stared in amazement at the tremendous power erupting from Nan. Brilliant light radiated everywhere. Yuri's expression gradually became hesitant after hearing Nan's confident words. My beliefs, huh? That's right. Compared to what I experienced during the gate shock incident, my experience is nothing. Images of Yuri's loved ones appeared, and her voice still held some hesitation. Nan's power showed no signs of decreasing as the golden light continued to envelop. Julia gradually remembered the teammates she cherished. Nan's power not only didn't decrease but increased further as her eyes turned yellow. Our belief. Julia's memory showed a scene of her in the hospital after the accident. When a man's voice called out to her, Hunt, he stood with a pregnant woman, the person she had saved from that accident. You saved my wife from that accident. Thank you so much. Julia looked at the woman gently rubbing her pregnant belly. If you hadn't saved us, our unborn child would have been in danger. Through those memories, Julia's power also erupted as streams of blue energy light gradually appeared more and more, surrounding her. To turn fairy tales about towers into urban legends for the next generation. Her pupils had now turned a toxic, dangerous blue. Our greatest purpose is to destroy the towers to prevent gate shock incidents from happening. Julia's power erupted powerfully, enveloping the surrounding space. Van Notzit's curse skill, level. At this moment, Julia's image showed only black with green eyes, surrounded by hazy smoke. Power increased 500%. Agility increased 500%. And my belief, the system voice still rang out announcing Julia's power as her form now resembled a god-bearing cursed power in an extremely high energy. Immune to all disease states. Energy enhanced. Defense reduced 500%. Is to destroy your beliefs, Hunter Nen. Surrender before the god Van Nut. The two faced each other as tension filled the air after both erupted their power to a high level. And both charged forward to clash, creating a massive shock. White room, only Nen stood there. I knew it. The rumors are all true. Nen's face was very calm now. How unlucky for me to witness Van Keezy's true power in battle. Nen turned her head to look elsewhere. Her face still cheerful and calm. She's really... Nen's hair suddenly turned white as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Agatha, you asked me if we could win if we fought Van Keezy. Nen turned back with a bright smile. It doesn't matter if we fight together or alone. We'll lose anyway. This time Nen's head lowered, looking down at the ground as blood from her head dripped in streams. You know what? I'm a bit tired. Let me close my eyes for a bit. Then only Nan's arm was seen raising up. I'll leave the rest to you. Back to the present. Nan lay unconscious, her body covered in blood on the ground. Motion. Van Keezy stood looking at Nan lying on the ground in her powerful black armor. I'm sorry, Hunt. At this moment, Echidna and Ma Song-un were trying to escape from the controlled people. No way. How could Commander No Jackie Ung do this? Is there no way to stop the reinforcement wave? Once this operation starts, it can't be stopped. It will last about a year. Both jumped onto the roof of a nearby house. Then maybe we should try to contact the out. Song-un opened his phone, but there was no signal at all. So he tried sending a message to contact them. It wasn't feasible. Both had to keep running to find a safe place. Messages are ineffective too, but Commander No Jackie Ung's team might be in the same situation. Before taking a step, a blade blocked their path and both had to stop. Let's try every possible way first. Two A-rank hunters stood before them. One was a mage. One wielded a sword, ready to fight. We have to defeat these A-rank hunters. After a while, the two A-rank hunters lay on the ground. Motion. Ma Song-un and Echidna stood looking suspiciously. Ma Song-un thought for a moment, then gasped. How many A-rank hunters are they controlling? Maybe the entire country's man. Ma Song-un thought of Fomet, whose whereabouts as the current mage commander were unknown. Echidna reluctantly added, don't tell me they brainwashed Fomet too. Obviously, Fomet is also in the colony. Huh?
Fomet.
Wait, how do you know he... Echidna slipped up and didn't dare speak. Well, you have many suspicious points. Ma Song-un approached step by step with a suspicious look as Echidna could only back away, not daring to answer. Only hunters with permission can enter here. So how could you enter on... Under Ma Song-un's interrogation, Echidna had to avert her eyes elsewhere while deflecting to prevent further questioning. Don't tell me you're involved in some illegal network. We should focus on solving the immediate problem. Sound caught Sung-yuna's attention, but Song-un didn't believe it. There's a sound over there. Stop, A figure suddenly rushed toward Ma Song-un, holding two swords with intense sword energy that caught Commander Ma's. One of Griffin's swords struck down and clashed with powerful force against Song-yu's special. When they saw each other's faces clearly, both were Captain Ma. Hunter landing safely. Griffin looked to the side where Echidna stood with a panicked expression. Surprised by this, he asked but no one answered. Hunter, Echidna is here. Out of politeness, Echidna had to ask back, though her expression didn't change, as she had many questions. Are you okay, Griffin? Are you injured anywhere? I'm fine, but what's happening in the colony? The alarm is blaring like crazy. Then A-rank hunters are acting strangely. Echidna and Song-un looked at Griffin, whose body had no injuries at all, making both suspicious. While he stood there not understanding anything. But you're also A-rank and still fine, huh? You're right. He doesn't seem affected. Ma Song-un fell into thought. It seems only certain A-rank hunters are mind-controlled. But what are the conditions for being mind-controlled? From behind, the two A-rank hunters lying on the ground were slowly standing up, making Echidna and Commander Ma alert. Aren't those the two I just took? Echidna's face became annoyed while Song-un was worried and alert. Thanks to a few of Yuna's words, Song-un found some clues. These living corpses will probably keep attacking us until their leader is eliminated. Could it be? Looking at the soulless A-rank hunters before them, Song-Yuan's mind figured it out. The reason Griffin isn't affected like them is because he only arrived here a few months ago, but why are they doing? Ma Song-un stood pondering, then asked himself, what's their purpose in creating this army? Commander Ma, with a serious expression, asked Echidna, who was still confused. Miss Echidna, can you trace the magical flow? We'll find whoever is controlling these A-rank hunters first. On another side, Agatha, a woman with black hair, the very person controlling the A-rank hunter corpses, wielded control symbolized by blue magical circles. Back in the real world, she was in a large room, turning her head back and glancing behind. Everything's in place, right? S-rank professor. Behind Agatha were the S-rank professors looking at her with uneasy expression. One S-rank professor spoke up. And those two. Hunter Agatha, you told us to temporarily control the rebellious elements. But when they wake up, what do we do? Moreover, this place has been infiltrated by government people. Are you sure it's? Agatha smiled at them, her tone even without any worry. We can persuade them to our side. As for the secret investigator who infiltrated here, her expression changed from cheerful to more frightening, her tone cold without fear. If they can't be persuaded, just kill. The frightened people turned to each other, Agatha sighed before the S-rank professor's worries. Is this really okay? They're government people after all. What if something happened? Suddenly she shouted loudly with a harsh tone and cunning face. You cow! Everyone present was startled. She spoke with a disappointed tone. I'm so disappointed in you all. You've been through the gate shock and still maintain that. Her tone increasingly carried the mockery of someone insane. Then why did you come here? Wasn't it to train stronger hunters? But if this place is discovered, all the towers will disappear, and your dream of becoming stronger will just be a fantasy. Didn't I say that from the beginning? The people looking at her could only remain silent, standing there looking at each. Agatha extended her hand forward, gently, sweetly grasped the hand of an S-rank hunter in the group. Dear hunters, no matter what happens, we must be united. Please persevere to become pillars for the ideal hunter generation. Agatha cheerfully smiled, answering questions from the group. Are you sure everything will be fine if we get through this situation? Of course. So everyone please continue to complete the. A strange male voice rang out, and Agatha cheerfully replied without any guard. How long to resolve this? There's only one investigator who got in, so it won't take much. Agatha turned toward the wall, still confidently answering, but stopped halfway through. Is it true that if that place is destroyed, the towers will also disappear? I already said so. If that place is gone, this colony won't exist. Her eyes widened as if she had just realized something important, and she asked again. A strange dark shadow appeared behind the S-rank hunters, who still didn't understand what was happening. Explosion rang out as brilliant light radiated. The people caught in the dust from the explosion were horrified, coughing violently. Griffin knelt on one knee in a ready combat stance. Sung-Yuna remained cold, her hands still in the position of having just used magic to break. The S-rank hunters were shocked when the three broke through the wall and charged in. With Ma Song-Yuan's hand still gripping Agatha's neck, the S-rank hunters shouted loudly with trembling voices. Who? They panicked when Echidna asked back. Who are you? I should be the one asking. Ma Song-Yuan's face now showed only cold calmness as he asked the S-rank hunters. What are S-rank hunters doing here? Are you on the traitors? Agatha's face now showed fear and pain as Ma Song-un gripped her neck and lifted her high. Hunter Agatha, you're Commander No Jackie Ung's younger sister, right? Did you turn those A-rank hunters into Ma Song-Yuan's face grew colder and more frightening. It seems Commander No Jackie Ung has also approved. You did this to shift attention to the A-rank hunters to help her escape. But I still wonder about one. Commander Ma's hand still gripped Agatha's neck tightly without releasing. I understand you want to use them to temporarily dodge the storm, but why haven't you released them yet? Agatha's expression gradually changed from pain to a demonic smile. Whatever crimes No Jackie Ung has, she still cares about the colony hunters. Did No Jackie Ung really give this order? Agatha suddenly used her strength to shout loudly. Hey, what are you all waiting for? Kill him quickly. He's the government hound sent to ruin our good. This time Song-un was angry. Commander Ma's grip grew stronger, making Agatha cry out. Ma Song-un gritted his teeth as he understood everything. Hunter Agatha. So you're the one behind. S-rank hunters shouted as they charged toward the demon commander. Let her go. Even if you're someone from the S-rank hunters finally entered combat stance. realizing they also had 5 S-rank hunters. Ma Song-un slowly turned his head, his hand still holding Agatha up high, calmly looking at the arrogant group as if they had the upper hand. 5 of you? What can you? Hearing this, Griffin suddenly realized something that seemed very important. Ma Song-un's voice continued to ring out as Griffin turned to look at Echidna, hesitantly saying, "Recently there's been a rumor about Hunter Echidna and my energy." Only now did Echidna realize her own energy was gradually dissipating, slightly panicking. "This is mana." Demon Commander's hand gripped Agatha's neck tighter and tighter as he spoke, while Echidna could only stand there watching her energy and everyone else's slowly fading away. Having already guessed somewhat that an S-rank hunter had personally killed 7 providers for him, could team leader Ma be? The S-rank hunters panicked when they saw their own energy also gradually disappearing. "Should I test the rumor?" "Oh my." Ma Song-un's voice became increasingly serious and cold, making the S-rank hunters freeze. "Of course. Those who voluntarily confess and surrender will be considered for lean." Gradually, Agatha's expression became worse as air couldn't flow into her body, while the Demon Commander continued, "This isn't a suggestion." The Demon Commander's eyes stared coldly as his voice remained frigid. "It's a Switching to No Jaeyoung, 2 A-rank hunter assassins charged toward them, one wielding a bow and one wielding. In one swift move, Kong Haru and Kim Mizu had taken down the 2 assassins. Commander No Jaeyoung stepped forward, looking at the 2 assassins lying motionless on the. Then he approached Haru and Mizu. "You 2 only knocked them out without injuring them, right?" "Yes, but what's going on? Why didn't these A-rank hunters recognize the commander? They met you before. Did Hunter Agatha do something to them?" Faced with Haru and Mizu's questions, No Jaeyoung only silently looked. In No Jaeyoung's thoughts, he was currently very confused. Not recognizing me is one thing, but why are they wandering around soullessly like this? "No Dejang, what have you?" The air fell silent as all 3 remained. Kong Haru suddenly spoke up, pointing toward the pillar of light. "Commander, the red light from the forest has disappeared." No Jaeyoung looked toward the forest with worry. "Could Nen have already finished? I can't contact Nen. The enhancement system has blocked all electronics." From behind, a familiar pair of assassin's shoes approached, but no one had detected them yet. "Let's go to the cabin to observe the situation, then see how team leader Ma Song-un is." As he finished, a familiar large dark shadow slowly approached Commander No Jaeyoung from behind. No Jaeyoung also startled, turning around to look with a panicked expression. Haru and Kim Mizu also jumped, turning. Surprisingly, that dark shadow was Fomet himself, but strangely, his eyes were vacant as he silently stepped forward just like the assassin. Fomet continued slowly walking toward the 3, who could only silently observe his every move. Kong Haru and Kim Mizu had lowered their guard and were about to approach to handle him, but No Jaeyoung remained full of concern. "Wait, it seems Fomet has also been mind-controlled by Agatha. We'll hand." No Jaeyoung had quickly found the abnormality, but it was too late. "Is Fomet using illusion magic?" "No, it requires enough time and conditions to take effect." Before No Jaeyoung could stop them, they had already run toward Fomet. "Wait!" Commander No shouted loudly, but it was too late. "No! Don't get close!" 2 cutting strikes at a speed the naked eye couldn't follow, before Haru and Mizu could realize it. Each had lost an arm as both fell to the ground in agony. Fomet slowly called familiar names, making No Jaeyoung shocked with widened eyes. Kong Haru and Kim Mizu. Both were lying on the ground clutching their severed arms. Yet there was no bleeding. "Judy, Commander. Why did he kill?" Fomet's eyes looked at No Jaeyoung coldly and terrifyingly. "Is it because of the towers?" No Jaeyoung panicked. "How do you know about that?" Fomet quickly charged straight toward Commander No. "It's over. Could the red light disappearing be because I won't let you succeed? Do you know how much effort I spent protecting it? Now it's all ruined. I've destroyed." Fomet's last word. No Jaeyoung's eyes changed, filled with killing intent. "You bat." Fomet had received a fatal blow as blood sprayed. No Jaeyoung stood there with a darkened face, watching Fomet. A large claw appeared from behind Fomet's 2 hands were severed and a large wound appeared across his. No Jaeyoung was both bewildered and shocked. "Impossible! Me and the S-ranks. No one could get in." Fomet lay trembling on the ground. "How did an A-rank hunter like you?" No Jaeyoung's face showed a hint of fear as he shouted. "That place is extremely important for the training program of A-rank hunters." Fomet's words made No Jaeyoung suddenly realize. "So that was your image of a dead boy with wounds identical to Fomet." He struggled to sit up with difficulty. "Evidence that I killed 300. No Jaeyoung looked at Fomet with disappointment. "You had so much potential," but he only smiled and responded. "Do you know why I endured all this filth? Because my skill needs conditions to act." Commander No's expression returned to its original cold. First, one-on-one combat with a strong opponent. Second, receiving a fatal blow from a No Jaeyoung didn't care and continued speaking. If you had just turned a blind eye, you could have become even Fomet also refused to yield, continuing to speak regardless of whether No Jaeung listened or not. And finally, reaching the final floor of the tower, Commander No Jaeung shouted loudly, controlling his claws to attack Fomet. Die! The system displayed a notification. Quest to eliminate the tower's boss has been completed. You have received a new skill as a completion. Fomet shouted loudly, Gehenna! As a tightly closed yellow eye slowly opened in an eerie, powerful energy radiated, causing No Jaeung to lose his footing. No Jaeung was surprised when seeing the system notification. The surrounding area will be transformed according to the characteristics of King Fomet's Acropolis. The area affected by Gehenna will automatically accept the tower's. No Jaeung became frantic seeing what the system announced. A quest appeared with Fomet in a strange form. What the hell is emergency quest? Defeat Fomet, master of the hell. Fomet laughed mockingly as he reattached his two hands that No Jaeung had just severed. Excellent. He touched his neck with a displeased expression. I had died. About an hour earlier, Yuri had just escaped from her combat skill state and was slowly She slowly opened her emerald eyes, looking. Then she approached that mangled corpse, hesitantly saying, I'm sorry, Hunter. Suddenly, the wooden house behind her rang with abnormal sound. Immediately after came a huge explosion echoing through the. Yuri panicked, shielding herself from the explosion while trying to. Her eyes widened in. She quickly landed and urgently called out, Hunter Fomet immediately ran to the explosion site, wondering. The door disappeared. Has Hunter Fomet cleared the gate? But where is... Yuri looked around anxiously, thinking, if the tower base has the same system as the tower and... Following her train of thought, elsewhere a teleportation gate appeared. There's likely a secret passage in the forest leading out. Within that, a familiar figure gradually stepped. It was Minwoo, exhausted, kneeling and breathing. Then he looked up in confusion, thinking, what's happening? He recalled the moment he touched that brilliant orb. When I touched the seal, my mind suddenly went blank, a feeling I never want to experience again. He stood up straight and removed his jacket, complaining, so hot. At the same time, he was relieved. At least I've cleared the tower base gate. Now only Commander No Jaeung and the S-rank hunters under her command. Minwoo held his jacket while moving through the forest, calculating, with my current condition, handling them won't be easy, so better leave it to team lead. Suddenly he froze, looking incredulously at what appeared before his eyes. He couldn't believe what he saw on the quest board and exclaimed, what the hell? The quest board shows eliminating Commander Jaeung and surviving at the colony? Minwoo complained irritably. Are you kidding me? This is basically telling me to go. Then he paused slightly, thinking, could it be? Immediately he called out, skill. Instantly a symbol appeared with its parameters. Level 9, time remaining, 4,475,119,999 seconds. Maximum level is 11. He looked at the symbol and thought, Time Break is a skill that allows me to absorb the power of Demon Beast. Then he recalled the battle with Jae Cheon, wondering, wasn't the Mekong Tower the last place I used this? Though he had successfully reduced the cooldown time with the seals collected during the conquest of the colony. Minwoo continued looking at the small light on his hand and commanded, item storage, tower base. Looking at the seal appearing in his hand, he thought, Cheon has never given me any impossible quest. If so, I need to use. Following his words, it was also time to return to reality in the battle with Jae Kyong. And extreme mode. Minwoo exhaled lightly, thinking, whatever, it's... At this moment, he rubbed the back of his neck, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Just now, if I was unlucky, I would have... Surprised voice read the quest on the quest board. Hunter Fomet. Eliminate Hunter Fomet, boss of the Hell Tower. The system appeared. Emergency quest. Eliminate Hunter Fomet, boss of the Hell... That voice was Jae Kyong's. She didn't understand and asked him again. What does that mean? I just received that quest. Hearing this, he immediately startled in surprise. What? You also received that quest? Me too, and my quest is to eliminate you. He said to her sarcastically. What a surprise. You get assigned a quest while I'm like this. Your system must have already considered me a demon. Jae Kyong didn't believe it and denied it doubtfully. I don't know what you're talking about. Hunter Jaewon risked his life to conquer the Hell. Minwoo laughed a few times, amused by her questioning. Why are you the boss of the Hell? Showed a contemptuous smile and answered. Someone once told me this is a world where strange events are nothing unusual. Perhaps you need to reconsider your outdated... He slowly raised his arm with its long claws and said, at least one thing is very... Minwoo called out with full fighting spirit. One of us will die. Jae Kyong frowned seriously, looking straight. Suddenly something happened that made her. It was two of her subordinates charging from behind. Both of them attacked him powerfully without hesitation. Minwoo turned his head to look straight. His eyes widened without any movement. Their heads separated from their. Jae-kyung was stunned witnessing this. Her two subordinates immediately knelt straight to the ground, both trembling, not believing their own senses, panicking. Are we dead? Why are we still alive? Minwoo immediately spoke to calm them. I have no intention of killing pawns. How bold. After his words, he immediately pointed in one direction. Chains shot out, wrapping around them and dragging them away as he dismissed them. Go! Jae-kyung panicked when she heard them call her Captain. Minwoo spoke to reassure her. Don't worry. I was very generous in sending your subordinates out of this, he said to her mockingly. I'm only targeting their captain, not. Then he glanced at her and uttered one word. Immediately he powerfully launched forward, appearing before Jae. Just as she prepared to receive the strike from Min, suddenly two masked figures appeared from nowhere, charging to. Looked at them in surprise and exclaimed. Pillar returned to. One masked figure lightly pivoted, moving to the. The other masked figure also pivoted, moving to the. Lightly and skillfully dodged each of their attacks. As he leaned back, he suddenly discovered. Immediately Minwoo used his leg to kick straight into the arm of the masked figure attack. Then he stomped it hard to the ground. At that moment, another figure also dove down from. Without any wasted move, he immediately grabbed his. Next, he forcefully dragged him across the ground as an attack. Right after that, Minwoo powerfully hurled the masked man into. At this moment, he raised his hand to cast a magic circle instantly. Chains from that circle shot out, piercing through the masked man he had. After killing those two, Minwoo silently exclaimed, I. Then he felt something surging within him. His light, relaxed body was once again filled with. Right at this moment, forest wolves appeared from. He looked at the wolf pack surrounding him and wondered, what's happening? These wolves gnashed their teeth dangerously. Quickly they leaped up, baring their sharp fangs toward. Minwoo calmly stood still, motionless. Watch. The system then displayed a notification. Sahana's passive skill has been activated. Symbol appeared afterward. Restriction. All skills plus -20. Another symbol also appeared. Protection. All resistance attributes plus -20. Minwoo's eyes widened in astonishment. After that, he broke into a pleased smile, saying, so that's how it is. He looked at that wolf and uttered, a weapon with. Instantly, chains appeared, cutting the wolves in half. One wolf after another was sliced until only one remained. Suddenly, a sword stabbed straight into it. Not a sword, but an axe. The young man split that wolf in two and charged straight toward Jack. Minwoo, full of murderous intent and death, rushed straight. She stood firm in place, frowning slightly in irritation. A startled thought rang out. What is this power? The sound came from the axe in his hand. Is this my brother's true power? He looked at the axe in his hand and wondered, does the weapon have conscience? The axe cried out in discomfort. How terrifying. The feeling is so. The axe in Minwoo's hand had now changed shape, laughing with delight. Right? Amazed. His new weapon? He confidently turned back to ask the person before him. Do you? He slowly uttered each word. Just as he excitedly shouted loudly, a monstrous hand reached out to protect Jae-kyung, saying, something even more. Behind the monster's claws, she looked straight. Minwoo irritably questioned her. You're ruining the atmosphere. How annoying. Aren't you going to pull it? At this moment, the ground suddenly cracked. A dinosaur appeared behind. It raised its head to the. Before it could attack, it was already swept to the. Right after that, Minwoo smiled wickedly and raised his. One punch from him tore the skin on its neck, exposing the. While he still maintained that punching power. From behind, a monster launched a weapon at him. But unfortunately, he died. Behind that monster, two more. Minwoo immediately raised his. The weapon had transformed into a blade, helping him easily slice through the monster. Jae-kyung continued to summon more monsters, but quickly they too were cut in two by the young. Without stopping, she summoned. Those octopus-like monsters charged straight. Immediately, Minwoo leaped high while the blade also transformed into a. Just as the three octopus monsters lined up in a row, he hurled the spear, piercing. Another wave of monsters appeared, holding curved blades in their hands. They rushed forward, surrounded. But he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he smiled with. That smile grew increasingly insane, his face seemingly filled with ecstasy and satisfaction. Those crimson eyes full of blood. Minwoo, at this moment utterly exhilarated, shouted like a madman. This is it. This is what I was talking. Monster after monster was. All were easily dispatched. Another dragon was summoned and roared loud. Before it could attack, he immediately leaped. One kick from him sent its head. Minwoo glided past that. He stared intently at the person before, and then he launched his chain blade toward Jae-kyung, shouting, stop hiding. Come out. The chain blade wasn't aimed at. Instead, it glided past her, flying toward the chain stretched taut as if something in the dark space behind her had grabbed it. A hand with sharp claws and glowing red eyes, the monster he had been waiting for finally appeared, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp. Seeing it, Minwoo smiled with. Followed next was just a patch of pitch-black space. A monstrous arm slowly fell. That arm, along with the remaining 3 arms, covered in those familiar shoes, appeared at the same. He, along with the blade in his hand, landed on the monster's. Minwoo frowned, slightly lowering his gaze to look at the body. His eyes widened in shock. A gentle yet sharp voice uttered, "Die." Having said that, he pressed his hand tightly against the monster. In the space of death, a stream of blood gushed from the monster's. In another cosmic Nozaki Ung suddenly appeared, standing in that unit. She stood as if watching something in this cosmic. Suddenly, a monstrous corpse appeared before her. She wasn't at all afraid of that monster. Meanwhile, another figure appeared holding a blade in that unit. It was Fomet, tilting his head slightly to look at her, and she calmly put her hand in her pocket to retrieve. She pulled out a cigarette and a lighter from her pocket, and Nozaki Ung lit the cigarette. She took a drag, then exhaled white smoke from her mouth and spoke. "It seems you weren't lying. I never expected Fomet to become a." He bluntly told her. "I told you already. You need to throw away that rotten mind." His face now no longer blunt but serious as he asked, "I'll ask one final question. Why did you kill Hyper and the others?" Her mouth twitched up. She laughed loudly and, "Ah, how ridiculous. A dead commander causing such shock? Don't tell me you had feelings for them. Who would think a monster could live so sentimental? Could it be you fell in love with a mortal? Is that why you transformed into a..." She smoked while saying, "Why did I kill him? I don't much like sharing my heart with a..." She removed the cigarette from her mouth and said, "Hyper, no. Jihyun, first survivor I rescued from the dungeon." He was surprised and listened to her story. "Before that time, we hunters had never enjoyed the treatment we had. In a certain city, 2 voices were talking. The food there is that good? Really? Have you heard? Even now, people have to line up, and Patty and a gang were walking while talking about a good restaurant. If sister goes with me there, we won't have to wait. That's good. Earlier I didn't eat anything. Just rushed hurriedly to the tower.
I'm starving crow.
Arriving there, the 2 saw a sign reading, 'Hunters are not allowed to.'" The 2 stood before it, looking at the sign without saying anything, and at this time she continued her story. "Hunters were previously treated like a rotten. Everyone avoided us. Clearly, it had been proven that hunters don't harm society. Why did people still believe those baseless rumors?" After returning home, the 2 cooked many dishes. Dang propped her hand on her chin and said, "It's really strange. We were also born as normal." Both of them fell silent. Patty spoke first to dispel that silent atmosphere. "Let's eat. I really want to try that dish." Hattie was walking on the road, always thinking about dinner. Fried tofu or stewed? I don't think I can cook anything. She's also tired of that, she thought while glancing over. I want to cook at home on my day off. Or maybe just order fast. She stopped and looked over. Isn't this the restaurant the gang wanted to try? It's not mealtime yet, so there aren't many. She looked at the sign and thought, they don't deliver at this hour. But they do take out. The sign read, takeout available 2:30 p.m. to 4:30. She looked at her clothes and thought, I'm dressed like a normal person. They probably won't recognize me as a hunter, right? Then she looked up and decided, settled. I'll order from here today. If I buy it and store it in the fridge, by the time the gang gets, suddenly something made her panic. She looked up. A monster had collapsed that restaurant. What was that just now? Suddenly I sensed the presence of a monster. She continued her story. At that time, a dungeon break occurred. Cries for help rang everywhere. Help! Perhaps deep in my heart. I had always hoped for this day. Help! Everyone screamed and called for help in desperation. Hunter, please save us. That was more than enough to make me feel proud. And before my eyes, her face showed panic as she shouted, Are you okay? She sat beside the boy, whose frightened face looked at her. From then on, the hunter hyper, no, Kim Ji-hyun, a tall, burly man said, You want to propose going back there? Weren't all the survivors already rested? Those around talked about the boy. That child. I heard his grandparents and older sister were all buried under the rubble. Really? Then they probably can't be saved. The captain and her teammates said, But I have no choice. I've been assigned to the next area beside it, the red zone. I heard it suffered quite a bit of damage. Until now, they've only found 2 survivors. I'm about to head there. What about you guys? If you don't go, we also... She spoke up. I want to support the rescue operation. A young man looked at her and her teammates said, Hey, without the captain, what are we supposed to do? She said, We already have the location. If we go in, rescue them, and leave immediately, I don't think it'll be too dangerous. Hand was placed on her shoulder while she was speaking. Dong-soo put his arm around her shoulder and said bluntly, if you want to go somewhere, just looked at him while her teammate said, humph. This useless. He looked at her and smiled, ignoring his teammate's words. For his girlfriend, he'll do anything. A moment later, he lay on the ground, his eyes wide. She trembled as she sat beside him, calling out, Dong-soo. Her teammate said, damn it, I told you not to come. Her eyes widened, tears welling up as she heard her teammate say, it's all your teammate shouted in her face. Because of you, he died. Returning to the base, she spoke to the boy, and the boy asked her, what? You couldn't say. The boy questioned her in confusion. But you promised me you'd save them. Her face at this moment was extremely cold. Saying nothing, the boy suddenly widened his eyes looking at her, then shouted in her face. She continued her story. The monsters from the red zone flooded into our area. Because of that, 70% of the squad's forces died. After that time, I couldn't do anything anymore. Just lived like a soulless corpse from there. She sat alone and thought, if only I were stronger. If only I were a more powerful hunter. Suddenly, a beam of light shone on her and someone called her name. Nozaki. Tall towers appeared and someone was saying, this place is known for having the most towers. I don't know why, but towers keep appearing continually. That was the captain standing beside. The captain looked at her and she said, their connection looks like a She and the captain walked on as the captain said, colony? A colony. Huh? Good name. From now on, that'll be the name of this. The captain said something that surprised her. You'll be responsible for managing this. The captain continued. There are countless hunters living idle like you. The government wants to give them an opportunity to. Nozaki-ung, I recognize your hunter abilities. From now on, use those abilities for the She had now become the manager of the and the thought always appeared in her mind. This place can train a powerful. She continued her story. I poured everything into the colony and began gathering factions. I saw my younger sister walking with a young man. At first, my sister agreed to cooperate with me, but later she changed her. She turned her head away as if not seeing, glanced while smoking, then ignored it. However, she posed no threat to the. Everything proceeded meticulously according to plan, until we discovered the lair of the tower, and someone was with her. Found something unusual, so we dug down and discovered this thing. She and two workers descended. She was surprised by what she saw before her eyes, and the worker said, we don't know what this is. Do you know what it is? And I immediately This is the reason behind the tower's appearance. The two workers turned around and said, making her suddenly turn to look at them, but we have to report the entire construction process. I'll call the government. In her head at this moment, she thought, report to the government? They won't let this be. She turned back with a terrifying expression and looked at the two people. Then the colony's existence must silence them. Darkness enveloped the space. Someone asked, does anyone else know about this? The workers answered, yes. Just the two of us and a few workers outside. But why do you? The mysterious girl immediately raised her hand to control the monster to attack the workers from behind. In the space at this moment, Nozaki-young was still calmly smoking the cigarette in her hand, leisurely saying, I did all sorts of things I shouldn't have done to hide that. He silently listened to her speak. I built a villa on top of it for camouflage, to avoid prying eyes, and thought it would be fine if the related hunters, including myself, kept. Suddenly, Nozaki-young's face changed color. She said, but Jihyun knew about the lair from the moment it arrived at the. She recalled how she accidentally met Jihyun at that. He glanced at her. So Nozaki-young and Jihyun talked for a while. Long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here. If I knew you became a hunter, I would have had you found and brought back. Jihyun remains. She knew she was wrong, so she didn't dare say anything more and had to admit, I owe you an apology. If only we had saved your family back then. Jihyun saw her hesitating a bit and said directly, the reason behind the tower's appearance lies in the forest? He turned away. She asked, how do you know? Hey, but you're just leaving it there? You haven't reported to your superiors, have you? That's against the. He glanced at Nojak, lowering his voice to whisper. You said you owe me an apology, didn't you? He leaned close to her ear and said, then let's make it. She continued telling him, Jihyun's condition was to have the citizens visiting the colony transport a special medicine. He turned away. She said, when I asked the reason, Jihyun turned back coldly. Because all useless humans must. Nojak-young said sadly, I don't know what he's thinking, but he's no longer the child I once knew. She looked at her own hands helplessly. I can't kill him. How can I lay hands on the child I once. As if knowing her intention beforehand, he said, so you want to borrow my hand to. She painfully clenched her hands and admitted, that's right. I want to involve you to eliminate Ji. He still didn't say anything. How ironic. My plan was destroyed. That time, Ji-hyun had said, you want to use Fomet to At that time, No Ja-kyung was very silent and calm before his questioning words. Ha! Out of old sentiment, I didn't plan to go this far. But there's no other way. You know the government has planted people in the... Though cold on the outside, No Ja-kyung was thinking. I already guessed this would happen sooner or later. Ji-hyun shouted. You're about to face all the criticism. She wondered. But how does Ji-hyun... She looked at him thinking. Him knowing about the lair was already strange. He smiled awkwardly. I was the one who reported... After saying that, Ji-hyun left, leaving No Ja-kyung screaming. Kim Ji-hyun. Stop. Why did you do that? Why change so much? Ji-hyun glanced back briefly, looking at No Ja-kyung coldly. What are you really... He said one sentence that made her wake up. If you had saved my family back then, I wouldn't have come to... Suddenly, a pool of blood spurted out, surprising his body lay scattered, leaning against the nearby... Someone shouted. Two young men standing nearby asked, Commander? Hyper? What's No Ja-kyung still maintained an ice-cold expression without saying anything. Unconsciously turning, looking at the two people, she said regretfully. You shouldn't have come. She killed those two as well. This is the truth you wanted to know. She asked him. What do you think? He wasn't sad at all, but even showed a devilish... He laughed and said. Disgust. No Ja-kyung smiled awkwardly. You say that so quickly? Can it be considered... Immediately, the smile completely... She threw the cigarette in her hand aside. The cigarette fell down. She said. You're right. I am a despicable human. She began to challenge. If I die, I should die like a hunter, she said proudly. A hunter who hunts monsters. Closed his eyes, preparing to vomit. She still smiled, tilting her head slightly and said, No Ja-kyung touched her, clenching tightly, began the ritual. Summon. The summoning point is right within this. A bright light radiated extremely powerfully. He paid attention and a smile of excitement. White clothes fluttering in the bizarre form. She had become a... She brought out several fierce beasts and said, You're too strong. He was excited. Worthy of an S-rank. She remained calm. Don't disappoint. He was very excited and entertain me. The monsters charged. A fresh morning appeared. A tall building collapsed on one side as if a fierce battle had just occurred somewhere in this building. That where the bizarrely shaped zombies were looking. One of them raised a human arm with blood on it, which was the result of those fierce battles. Proudly shouted loudly for its kind. Suddenly from the sky, a giant foot stepped straight down, crushing the monster into pulp with blood splattering. Zombies looked up in fear and it was a giant bull-headed human-bodied monster wearing only white chip pants. Extremely ferocious. Its eyes swept down as if wanting to devour the zombies. Just as it roared, suddenly from somewhere, slashing marks appeared along in its half-dead, half-alive days. It caught a glimpse of a girl's shadow walking with a fierce... The rhinoceros monster behind Nelia charged. Nelia looked at them dying without regret, her eyes indifferent, not thinking about it. Nelia still stood there looking up at the light gently shining into the... Scene changed to another place. Jezebin was absorbing some source of energy into its... Whispered somewhat trivial words. In the lair at... Jezebin walked through the galaxy, speaking flowery words. Still very beautiful even in the area I... Smiled, satisfied with what was happening. Long, twisted sphere revealing many sharp mouths hung high above. Imprisoned in chains, Jezebin asked it. Isn't that right? Jezebin punched hard from the person toward Jezebin as if wanting to kill it. But unfortunately Jezebin was one step fast. Jezebin tightened its grip on Fomet, making him extremely painful. Jezebin mocked Fomet. You're too... From above, a large young man holding a sword weighing dozens of kilos charged straight down at Jezebin. He rushed extremely fast with the intention of ending Jezebin's life in one sword. Despite the long and powerful slash approaching, Jezebin remained very... Black ribbons from somewhere charged. They gathered into a solid wall to block the sword for Jezebin. But the sword's power was greater, so it penetrated. A huge explosion occurred, but it was still unclear whether Jezebin lived or... Min-woo silently watched the situation, focused his eyes and strained his voice to speak to Jezebin. You're right. I'm very... Jezebin not only dodged the blow but also turned around and lectured him. That's why our sister always said, I'm not suitable to become a large bright power sphere along with ribbons charged at... He remained calm, glanced at Jezebin and smiled contemptuously. Is that... Fomet dodged the attack and countered. But you not being a hunter, isn't that too... Jumped onto the monsters' bodies for momentum, swung his sword toward Jezebin and shouted contemptuously. When you're this... Directly slashed the blood-stained sword. Jezebin followed the momentum and used its hand and something to... One step too slow, Jezebin was slashed diagonally across. Not yet recovered, It still looked at him for a long. Jezebin was gradually falling. Seeing it wasn't dead yet, he immediately jumped up and wielded 2 small blades, planning to slash. He swung the blade down, pressing close to Jezebin's. The slash was so powerful that even the ground below had to endure vomits. Both of Jezebin's hands were taking advantage of the momentum. He continued to swing the sword, slashing one more time at Jezebin. It blocked. The strike only injured Jezebin's. Continuing to swing the sword. This moment its body began to show small slash. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust the sword forward with all his. This time it was Jezebin's leg that was in. To finish it, Fomet continuously slashed at Jezebin's body, creating a mesh screen difficult to. He raised his, stepped on its body and pushed Jezebin. Jezebin couldn't resist and fell to the ground, making dust fly. Also stepped down following Jezebin, which slightly retreated a few steps back. With a vicious face, he looked at it and smiled contemptuously. Once again, Fomet rushed forward, not willing to lose. Jezebin immediately raised its hand to create magic. A beam of light rushed quickly in a curved. He looked at the light beam and slowed down for a few seconds. Very quickly, the light had rushed into him, pressing close to his eye. He immediately dodged to avoid the large black tree stabbing up from the. Fomet raised his hand high with the intention of slashing it a few more times. He swung down with a super powerful force acting up. Suddenly something appeared, making him look intently in surprise. It was the monster's tail blocking the sword's. Monster struggled as if wanting to say something. It slowly roared once. Then the monster swung its long sharp horn. Recognizing the intention, he immediately slashed the horn. At the same time, another sword was placed on his shoulder from behind. He calmly grabbed and twisted the sword up, returning it to the monster, finishing them one by one very quickly, and one after another they died just like. One had its brains, another had its body. Only the main monster was worried when seeing this. It was confused about how he could do. Fomet didn't hesitate and immediately charged at the leader, swinging his sword to. Jezebin, seeing this scene, remained silent without saying anything. Fomet focused his eyes looking straight at Jezebin. Jezebin sensed the killing aura radiating out and felt the giant monster again used its huge legs to stomp. Inside the sole of its foot were mouths gaping wide. Before it could do anything, he had already given it a blow, sending it to the after. Light from the blade pierced through the sky. Soaring, he jumped onto the giant monster, slashing it in half in an instant and throwing it toward Jezebin. Seeing this, Jezebin immediately jumped high to dodge the. Quick as the wind, he circled behind Jezebin and swung his. 2 sources of power collided, creating a large bright. Jezebin's left shoulder was injured despite not being fully. Like tentacles from somewhere attacked. Fomet nimbly dodged all the whipping tentacles. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his. The sword strike was nearing Jezebin's. It opened its eyes wide in. With a slash, blood spurted out. Both its arms severed from the. Jezebin said sadly, "I knew I had no chance of winning again." Without any mercy, he only replied one sentence. "Let's end." Jezebin tried to use all its remaining magic to. Fomet spread out his long and wide black wings to. Radiating brilliantly across a region of. Jezebin's white robe was cut into many pieces, falling scattered before his eyes. He looked at it indifferent. That tree was extremely. What remained was falling down. Without any regret, he swung his. Using his wings to fly quickly to. Not knowing what had happened, but down here people were. Young man just saw something that shot. Up there, the chains were all binding that strange tree. Funkisi jumped. She looked up at the sky to. His heart was cold as ice, showing no mercy for. Charging toward the only living target, which was looking at that. Jezebin was slowly turning her. One beat too slow, he had already slapped. Nelia still looked up there without saying anything. She remained silent for a long while, then smiled as a deep cut appeared on her neck. At that same moment, he had already chopped the goat's head clean off to the. The moonlight still stood there, shining brilliantly across Nelia's sky, who praised it, saying the moon was so beautiful. Voice rang out, full of command and demand, requesting that one state their name and code name, prompting Fomet to cross his arms before his chest and reply indifferently. Jia Mingyu. That voice rang out once more, asking what his rank was and how he had arrived at the den, to which Griffin calmly answered each question. "I am an A-rank hunter. I came to the den through the introduction of team leader Ma." But the voice had not stopped there, continuing with, "Hunter Echidna, it seems you were not among those who received an invitation to the den. So how did you?" Echidna grew somewhat angry at those words and raised her voice to explain. "I already told team leader Ma everything beforehand. At first, I snuck out of the den by a certain route, so I came back in by that same route, and by the way, how much longer do I have to stay here? I'm quite busy." Questions did not stop there. Continuing with, "Hunter Vankiri, I heard you participated as a mentor. Did you notice anything unusual about the other S-rank mentors?" In response to the question, Vankiri only smiled in a foolish. The exchange continued as the voice addressed team leader Ma Song-un. "Team leader Ma Sanju, could you please explain what happened at the den? Especially the events involving team leader Noja Kyung?" Ma Song-un calmly replied, "I believe I already submitted a report on that incident, so please read through it first," to which the voice responded. I have read it. What I mean is, I've read it, but there are a few parts one don't quite understand, and continued questioning. In the report you mentioned that you eliminated team leader No Ja-kyung, but the autopsy report suggests the contrary. Ma Song-un turned his face away slightly, feeling a bit uneasy, and answered softly. I'm quite sure I wrote more than that. I clearly stated in it that I also don't know who committed that act. That is precisely what concerns me, the voice rang out accusingly, continuing. The only people capable of eliminating team leader No Ja-kyung were you, Hunter Vankiri, and Hunter Echidna. However, their fighting styles did not cause those wounds, meaning a third party was involved in this. Ma Song uncrossed his arms before his chest, his face clearly showing irritation, and said, Is that so? I didn't notice. The voice called out to him softly. Team lead, the illegal route that Hunter Echidna used to enter the den became our escape route. That voice grew louder, showing rising anger. How long do you intend to keep this up? Who killed No Ja-kyung? Not to be outdone, Ma Song-un shouted back angrily. I already told you, I don't know. How can I write a report about something I have no information? As if unable to restrain himself any longer, Ma Song-un slammed his hand on the table and shouted straight into the face of his counterpart. Are you seriously doing this? Team leader Song, we're on the same team, aren't we? I only went to the den following orders from my superiors. The staff member hurriedly tried to calm things down. Calm down now, I'm just following procedure. I'm not accusing you of anything, right? Ma Song-un continued to escalate. You raised your voice at me, Echidna said. You want to know how I entered an old gate, so old that even the staff at the den didn't know it existed, and that old gate happened to be the only area where the enhanced security program didn't act. A man with brown hair wore a robe, with glasses on, said Hunter Echidna. Before the words could finish, he was stopped by a hand, causing him to ask in confusion. What's this about, Hunter Echidna? Echidna turned her face away slightly and answered softly. I'm sorry. I promise I'll visit you in prison. As Hunter Echidna used it to deliver that my Tui batch to Hunter. At the towering corporate building, a voice rang out. Shang, the man cried, his hands and feet flailing wildly to justify himself. I swear, I didn't know it was my Tui. I just followed someone's instructions to pick it up. The man continued speaking incessantly. I'll tell you everything, even describe what he looked like at that time, when suddenly someone approached and called out. Team, the staff member continued. We requested fingerprint verification of that man, and it turns out he's just an E-rank hunter. Those words shocked Ma Song-un as if he couldn't believe it, prompting him to ask again, E-rank? An E-rank hunter alone couldn't have arranged all of that, so does that mean he's telling the truth and someone used him as an intermediary? Ma Song-un pondered thoughtfully. This has become quite complicated. Apart from their past connection, Hunter Hyper and team leader No Ja-kyung had no further interactions after. Two people entered the elevator, their faces full of tension and seriousness, as Ma Song-un continued his train of thought. Since team leader No Ja-kyung's case has been closed, let's set that aside. I wonder how Hunter Hyper is doing. Though Ma Song-un didn't show much, countless problems were arising in his mind. Since he's an A-rank hunter, it seems he didn't have to traffic my Tui due to lack of money. So if Fomit's statement is true, then he distributed that my Tui batch out of contempt for humanity. Does that mean he's just been a monster all along, always doing everything to achieve his desire? Ma Song-un walked while thinking. That won't do. We need to locate the my Tui that Hunter Hyper distributed. However, the more urgent concern. He stopped at a room and observed each person inside, wondering, how can we return these A-rank hunters to their normal? Ma Song-un observed the vacant faces with dismay, as most of the A-rank hunters at the den were in a state of severe delirium, were like lifeless beings, constantly emitting unclear sounds. When suddenly someone held up inside was a small but terrifying insect, and the voice said, This is the main The doctor continued speaking word by word. The A-rank hunters suffering from mental disorders are due to these parasites inside their. A woman with long hair. Ma Song-un couldn't see her face as she wore a robe, and her voice continued to ring out. An S-rank hunter with the code name Agatha? Correct? That hunter's ability is to control these parasites. Tegia seriously explained bit by bit. Initially, these insect control techniques were used mainly to inflict adverse effects and control magic beasts, but she used them on hunters. Just thinking about it gives me chills already. Ma Song-un questioned further. Is there no way to... Fomet and Griffin listened attentively to each word as she sighed and continued. These parasites cause severe damage to the body and brain, so even if we cure them, I'm not sure it would mean anything. All we can do now is wait for their cells to repair themselves naturally, and the S-rank hunters infected with the parasites are actually quite lucky. Otherwise they would all be dead. Fomet questioned. Then why were Griffin and I completely unaffected? Tegia patiently explained. That's because the parasites need a very long time to fully adapt to the human body. At least that's my conclusion. Pausing for a moment, she continued to remind them, however, to be safe, make sure to use the enema medication to Hearing those words, both people cried out. What? She calmly advised. Everyone knows that the intestines are this parasite's favorite egg-laying location. Word by word she spoke, as if slapping both their faces, which turned pitch black, while Ma Song uncovered his face in horror as Tijia emphasized. We can't let the parasites lay eggs in your intestines. Tijia reached toward the medicine boxes on the table and turned to both of them, continuing. I'll leave those enema tubes here. Make sure you use them today before you. Hearing that, Ma Song unswallowed. He advised the two. I know it's very difficult for you, but what choice do we have? It's doctor's orders. Fomet and Griffin interrupted him and calmly announced. What are you talking about? You'll use one. As soon as the words left their mouths, Ma Song Yuan's face changed dramatically, clearly showing. Tijia asked him with some confusion. What does that mean, Yun-san? Ma Song unstammered. Doesn't it only apply to A-rank? She calmly replied. You said you strangled Agatha, right? Then, since you had contact with her, there's no guarantee you're safe. Tijia turned to look at the two people struggling behind while saying, we found evidence showing she also plotted to do that to S-rank hunters. Why else do you think they used it at? Igna spoke with irritation. Hunter Fomet, let's meet. Suddenly called by name, Fomet was somewhat dazed and confused. Seeing the scene of Echidna dragging Vankiri caused many to gossip. What happened to Hunter Vankiri? Don't tell me she's also infected with parasites. She doesn't know anything anymore, and the incident at the den must have shocked her badly. Vankiri, being dragged along, kept complaining. I'm so hungry, sister. Is it because I cleaned out my stomach? Echidna replied helplessly. Get up, young. Suddenly, the sound of clapping rang. Tijia spoke with a stern tone. All right, everyone, don't just stand there. Get back to work, and when you're done, make sure to have someone double. As soon as she finished speaking, she went to her desk, sat down, and focused on reading the. Suddenly, a glass of water was placed on the desk in front of Tijia, and the person spoke. Here, seeing Ma Song Yuan's figure, she questioned. Didn't I tell you to go use the enema? He replied somewhat awkwardly. I'll use it today. I still have unfinished. Ma Song gave a light smile, but his face was already soaked with. He inquired. I'm sorry, you must be very busy. How's your hospital? Tijia replied neither quickly nor slowly. I already called a doctor to cover my shift, and of course I also reminded the Hunter Association to pay the fee. She closed her eyes somewhat wearily, but her mouth continued speaking. Besides, one of the valued members of my association is also involved, so my coming is natural. I also have a tense relationship with the government because of that. Ma Song-un remained silent for a long while before continuing. That tense relationship started because Tijia's voice became somewhat quieter. I also bear some responsibility for that. She recalled the woman bound tightly and continued. Instead of wasting time here, why don't you go to that woman and ask how to return those hunters infected with parasites back to. Agatha laughed softly, her eyes clearly showing helplessness as she spoke quietly. Oh, she looked straight at the young man standing before her and said with interest. It seems this time I've got a young. Even so, he calmly said, Hunter Agatha, you won't be able to use your abilities in this facility. In any case, if you attempt to use your abilities, the collar around your neck will detonate, and even if you manage to disable the explosive. Agatha smirked and interrupted his incomplete sentence. Countless laser beams around us will shoot through your body. Is that what you're trying? She smiled brightly and continued. The priest before you already explained that to me. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the young priest cleared his. He pointed at her and continued. All right then, Agatha's eyes clearly showed interest, as if she had discovered. Not letting the young priest continue, she put on a sympathetic face and quickly asked. Oh no, young priest, did you just break up with your girl? A voice rang out. Are you interrogating Hunter Agatha in there? The man sitting on the chair was startled by the noise. Seeing Ma Song-un approaching, the man hurriedly asked. How's Hunter Hyper's case going? Have you found any leads? Ma Song-un put his hands in his pockets and calmly replied. Not really sure. Everything's still very vague, so guide Tijia to interrogate the A-rank hunters and those related to them. The man continued. You mean the hunter trafficking my Tui? Ma Song-un sat down heavily in his chair, extremely composed and calmly listened to each word. Yeah, look, I think about it a lot just like you do. If you find your case so important, why don't you try to solve mine as much as yours? Who exactly killed team leader No Ja Kyung? Ma Song-un, as if not taking those words to heart, casually replied. I told you, the person didn't let him off the hook at all. What are you trying to hide? Are you trying to protect someone? To end this conversation, Ma Song-un hurriedly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, have you gotten any information from the Hunter Agatha yet? For example, any way to turn those rank A hunters back to normal or something like that? As if accustomed to this, the man said helplessly. You're trying to change the subject again. Well, we still don't have any clues at all.
Ma Seong-gun asked in confusion.
What? So what have you all been doing this whole time? Suddenly, the door to the room opened, cutting through the conversation, drawing the attention of both people. The inspector from inside the room ran out shouting loudly, "I don't think I can continue this interrogation anymore." Ran while raising his hand to wipe away tears, an action that startled Ma Song-un. Hardly asked, "Huh? What's going on?" In contrast to his panic, the person beside him, as if accustomed to this, calmly said, "Here we go again. This is already the fourth inspector to run out crying." But unable to believe it, he asked again. The man leisurely explained, "That woman may seem calm on the surface." Ma Song-un stood confidently before Agatha with his glasses and a face full of determination. Upon seeing his appearance, she said cheerfully, "Oh my, look who we have here. None other than Captain Ma himself." She chuckled lightly, welcoming him with interest, adding, "I've truly been looking forward to meeting you." Hearing those words, Ma Song-un smiled faintly, saying, "Me? I didn't know I was your type, Hunter." She continued, "That feeling you left on my neck, I could never." Smile remained intact on Ma Song-un's lips as he replied, "Oh, so you must really like things." Ma Song-un calmly crossed his arms over his chest and continued, "It seems you're fond of talking, Captain No Jackie-young. Isn't that right?" Agatha answered without hesitation, "That's just on the surface. My sister is actually a very gentle person. Since you two have already spoken, I'm sure you noticed, didn't you?" Hearing this, he let out an intrigued sound, then said slowly, emphasizing each word, "That bastard didn't tell you? Captain No Jackie-young is..." Each word uttered momentarily shocked her, her eyes widening as she stammered, but not allowing herself to fall into a passive position. She quickly changed her emotions, saying, "I understand. So that's what happened in the end." Ma Song-un continued, "It seems your sister's death doesn't make you..." Agatha lowered her head sullenly and admitted, "I'm very sad. But do I need to cry to prove I'm sad? I just already predicted this outcome. I wouldn't be surprised if my sister died at any..." She recalled memories from the past and continued, "No, to be precise, my sister actually died in the Gate 10 catastrophe years ago. The nest was the only thing keeping her alive all this." Agatha's voice grew noticeably quieter as she said, "Same." Suddenly, she turned and asked him, "Captain Ma, have you ever felt the pain of being treated worse than scum by the very people you work to..." On the glass door was a sign that read, "No hunters." She was immersed in her memories, recalling images of people fleeing endlessly before the ruins. At that time, she felt surrounded by cruel eyes, feeling that sense of betrayal. Suddenly, a tear seemed to appear in Agatha's eyes as she continued, her voice filled with resentment. "Hate is one thing, but in the end, you feel like killing all." He listened to every word without missing a single one, sighed softly, and asked, "Is that why you turned all those rank hunters into your puppets? So they wouldn't betray..." Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on Agatha's lips. She seemed to regain her composure, replying, "Seems like the reason those 7 hunters don't want you to betray them is the..." Agatha continued the conversation. "I looked into those 7 S-rank hunters you killed, Captain Ma. I heard you were colleagues and quite close too. How would you feel if those colleagues of yours came back to life?" Ma Song-un raised his hand to adjust his glasses, still listening intently, then said, "If I were in their situation..." Suddenly, she paused for a long moment, observed his face, and emphasized each word. "I'd probably rise from the grave to kill you. Inject the truth." Agatha's words didn't make him retreat. Instead, he confidently issued a threat. "Once we're done with you, you'll rot away in solitary confinement for the rest of your..." Ma Song-un leaned his face close to hers, the smile on his lips becoming even more dangerous as he continued. "Looks like no one will listen to that big mouth of..." Agatha chuckled softly, saying, "Oh my, seems I've made you..." The black sky had not a single star, with faint, hazy clouds drifting, creating a quiet and mysterious atmosphere. The narrator's voice echoed through the space. "All right, we're setting off for the assembly point now. We've collected all the information we need from that." Agatha was bound tightly in the vehicle, her eyes blindfolded, able only to hear the sounds of conversation. "Then let's depart." The sound of the door slamming shut rang. Ma Song-un watched the vehicle drive away. Gwyn Wyon said, "We found a way to turn those rank hunters back to..." Griffin, with a face clearly showing exhaustion, had dark-ringed eyes. Beside him was Fomet, looking no. Both sitting on chairs shared the same thought. What the hell is this nonsense? In his mind he thought, I haven't seen Captain Ma at all. I want to ask him if he knows about. Suddenly, a sound rang out, making both of them more. Fomet's whole body trembled as he muttered, "Damn it! Didn't they all leave?" He quickly stood up and ran off with Griffin watching in confusion. Suddenly, he saw a paper with a strange pattern and wondered, "What's..." The staff member said to Kong Tae-young, "You said personal files of D-rank hunters, right?" He nodded. "That's right." The other person continued, I made a list because Captain Ma requested it. Is there a Pang Taeyong replied, we're investigating. So we'd be grateful for even the smallest clue. The female staff member typed on the computer while answering. Oh, suddenly, she stopped. After observing for a moment, she continued, what's going on? Why did the personal file suddenly change? This made him curious. What do you both observed the man in the photo? Something's wrong. It wasn't like this just now. This D-rank, she continued. His personal file says he died in a dungeon 2 years. The man scratched something in the palm of his hand. A voice continually echoing. Thank you so much. Your sacrifice will not be for. A thin layer of skin was scraped away. A strange symbol was revealed in the palm, and he continued listening. Your legacy will Suddenly, the man laughed softly as the layers of skin on his face began peeling off. A horrific explosion suddenly occurred, a voice ringing out in the chaotic space. All weak humans should disappear. De Gang's words echoed beside Song-un. I looked into it a bit. Those 7 S-rank hunters you killed were all your colleagues when you were still active. What if they were still alive? Song-un walked out of the room, his mind continually recalling each word. If I were your his face was extremely calm, as if dismissing it all. But the truth was that no De Gang's words still affected him. I'd come back to He suddenly stopped walking. In the empty moment, Song Yuen's voice quietly rang out. If they were still alive, I'd hope they'd come kill me. The phone's ringtone interrupted Song Yuen's emotions. Calmly picked up, asking, hello? Taeyong, what's wrong? The other end said in panic, Captain, we're in trouble. That D-rank hunter isn't D-rank at all. Song-un asked in confusion. What do you? The other end replied, it's a fake. We're in danger. Song-un gasped in shock. A terrible sound came from above, followed by a tremor that startled Song-un, who tensely shouted, Taeyong, what was that? Tremor affected many places, with Minu in the toilet being no exception. He wondered in confusion, is it an earth? A vicious strike went straight for his face. Fake D-rank hunter stood imposingly among the motionless bodies of government hunters. The imposter bowed his head down, looked up with a gleeful smile on his ordinary face. He suddenly turned around. Behind him appeared a figure wearing a baseball cap. Minu looked around and asked, what happened? Minu raised an eyebrow, looking at the hunter and asking, aren't those hunters all from headquarters? Who are you? Don't tell me you're the one who beat. Imposter asked back, are you a hunter who escaped from the association? Hearing him say that, Minu raised his voice. I can't believe you did that to them. Quite. Imposter replied bluntly. They're all just A-rank hunters. It's not. Following his words, he launched himself flying straight toward him, and as the distance between them Imposter's face suddenly peeled off like lizard skin, revealing a pure white head and amber-colored. Minu's eyes widened at the familiar face as he uttered a name. Jia. The imposter, wearing Jivan's face, charged straight at him. Minu didn't react, he just stood frozen in shock, lowered his head, rubbed his neck, and sighed. Ha! This ba-. His eyes suddenly glowed blood-red as he gritted his teeth, saying, you've crossed the. An instant, the imposter's pupils contracted as he glanced to the side. Minu, at inhuman speed, had already passed him, simultaneously severing the imposter's right. He asked furiously, how dare you impersonate him in front? Tremor continued as Soo-hyuk watched the headquarters hunters rush away in confusion. He heard someone call out, Hunter. Seeing it was an acquaintance, he calmly asked, Captain Ma, what's wrong? Song-un said in alarm, there's an internal problem. You go ahead first. Only then did Song-un notice he was alone and asked in panic, wait, I thought you were with Fomet. Where? By coincidence, he looked at the paper in Soo-hyuk's hand, and his eyes, usually barely open behind his glasses, suddenly widened. Without caring about anything else, he just asked, Hunter Griffin, what does that piece of paper say? Soo-hyuk explained, it's not mine. Before he could finish, the paper in his hand was snatched away.
Soo-hyuk looked at Lee-seong-gun in shock, exclaiming, Captain Ma.
He only heard Song-un ask, who gave this? On the other side, blood dripped down, forming a small puddle. The imposter, now with only one arm, just stared at the missing part without saying a word. Finally asked, do you hate my appearance so much that you cut off my arm? Minu, holding the remaining arm, just breathed heavily, saying, he casually threw the arm away, furrowed his brow and said, it's not that I hate it. It's just because a bastard like you is touched. The imposter burst out laughing, saying, really?
I'm sorry.
He once again tore off the skin layer, laughing as he said, in a blink, from Jivan, he had transformed into a green-haired woman with braids, raising his leg high, preparing to stomp down while asking, how about? The kick came down hard and rigid, unlike human flesh and bone, and Minu dodged while asking, "Are you male or female?" Immediately after, he took a punch straight to the stomach while still managing to reply, "Doesn't." The punch was so strong it made him break out in sweat as the imposter groaned in pain, saying, "You're really in." Pushed back by the force of the punch, the imposter immediately regained balance and charged in to attack again. He again used his teeth to tear off the skin. This time, it was a black-haired young man who raised his left hand, gathering energy to form a green glow. From that left hand shot a powerful beam, a laser toward. A massive explosion caused floor tiles to shatter and fly from that side, creating a thick layer of. The imposter looked ahead triumphantly. He didn't notice that Minu, completely unharmed, had already flown in an instant, aiming straight for his head with his knee struck the imposter's face powerfully, sending him flying back, then immediately pressed down with force, pinning him against the wall, so that the thick wall instantly had a hole punched. The imposter was terrified by the speed and monstrous strength as blood sprayed from his face in all directions. The imposter slumped down as if he had been defeated. Minu stood looking down, asking, "What appearance are you going to show me this?" The imposter suddenly laughed. Minu realized something strange in shock. He said blankly, "This body." The imposter exclaimed, "You're really strong. Are you really a rank? Your code?" He looked up with pitch-black eyes and asked, At that moment, Song-un came running, calling, "Hunter." Minu looked at the newcomer in surprise, exclaiming, "Captain." The imposter laughed, saying, "He's." Song-un was startled when the imposter suddenly declared, "My mission is Song-un shouted urgently, "Hunter Fomet, stop him quickly." Minu responded in confusion. He immediately understood Song Yuan's intention and quickly turned. The imposter smiled, biting a paper printed with a strange symbol, and said, "I just needed to make an impression." Minu thought in alarm, "That's strange." The imposter, like a puppet missing an eye, looked utterly wretched and pitifully tore the paper, smiling brightly as he said, "See you again." Suddenly, as the paper was torn, the imposter's head also exploded like a watermelon being smashed, fragments scattering. Minu was so shocked he couldn't speak, nor could he stop it in time. Song-un was the same, exclaiming, "What the?" Headquarters hunters rushed over to help those injured in the incident. Staff members bustled back and forth in conversation. Detailed portrait sketches of 3 people were placed on the desk, and Minwoo asked, "Is this?" The female staff member with glasses exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, room 302. You draw really well. Did you study art?" Minwoo replied with annoyance, "When I was still in the tower, if I wasn't fighting, I just sat and drew," which made the female staff member let out a surprised. Seo Ong-un took the drawings and instructed, "Tae-jang, take these and compare them with the hunter records to see who they match." To which the person replied seriously. Minwoo witnessed this and said bluntly, "I don't know if investigating will do any good," prompting the staff member to ask. He looked at the busy Seo Ong-un and said, "It feels like he's wearing a suit that's too big. That corpse was a bit strange. I think there's a separate." He recalled the scene of the imposter self-destructing earlier and thought to himself that the last words were, "See you again." Seo Ong-un beside him agreed with Minwoo. "You're right. If that was his real body, he wouldn't have thrown away his life so." Then he turned and said, "Yoon-jun Seo-ong, can you examine that corpse?" Jun Seo-ong, hearing this, immediately protested, "The corpse too? Is that really necessary?" But Seo Ong-un didn't let her refuse and said right away, "Well then, I'm counting." And so the only girl in the room left, leaving behind the 2. Seo Ong-un and Minwoo both fell. Minwoo at this moment suddenly exclaimed, and he said frankly, "I want to ask you something. I think this incident is related to it, so, I remember I put it in my pants pocket." Where? Seo Ong-un placed the paper with strange symbols on the desk and asked, "You mean?" Minwoo asked in surprise, "Did I drop it?" But Seo Ong-un suddenly interrupted. "Hunter," he said, "follow me, we need to talk." And Seo Ong-un began his story. 8 years ago, I was a hunter. Back then I made money with this profession, and I used to think making friends with others was a luxury. But then hunters appeared before me and they taught me everything. How to communicate, how to read emotions, and how to express my feelings. He said proudly. They were the hunters who taught me how to be human when I lost my memory and wandered everywhere. And he turned his head and continued with a bitter smile. Also died by my hand. Seo Ong-un raised the piece of paper in front of Minwoo and said, "All because of these bastards." The 2 stood before the wide doorway looking at each other. And Seo Ong-un spoke. "Go." Inside were giant glass tubes containing glowing rectangular fragments. Everywhere were similar test tubes arranged in. Minwoo followed Seo Ong-un while curiously looking left and he glanced side. Suddenly a portrait of someone came into. It was a young man with short, spiky hair and bright eyes, smiling cheerfully at the screen, making him think to himself, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Minwoo asked, what is this place? And Seo Ong-un replied, this is where we keep records of conquered towers, and also a place to pay respect to the hunters who sacrificed them. Seo Ong-un continued, the things they used, their distinctive items are all kept. Must have seen the doors when we walked along the corridor. The records of each tower are behind those doors. Minwoo listened without much concern and asked, I see. Which tower? Suddenly an image made his eyes half an unsmiling face with a black cord. That person was Jia Yun. And Seo Ong-un stood before Jia Yun's glass container and answered, Hell. Minwoo exclaimed in shock. Hell. Seo Ong-un continued, Hell Tower is quite famous. You must have heard of it. That tower took the lives of many hunters across generations, and the strongest hunter in Korea, Jia Yun, conquered and sacrificed himself in that tower. Seo Ong-un placed his hand where Jia Yun's photo was displayed and said, but truthfully, we couldn't find Jia Yun's body. The funeral was held but he left nothing behind. Only his records were. Seeing Minwoo silent with no response, he continued, some people even wonder who stole Jia Yun's. Minwoo suddenly asked, what does what you just said have to do with Hell Tower? But Seo Ong-un spoke about something else. The reason I became a government. He held the paper up to his eyes and said, of course was to find these bastards. Then he clenched his hand, crumpling the paper and said, if you're a hunter, it's hard to encounter special cases related to them. The fastest and most accurate way is to work within the government. So I became a government employee and did the work they. He continued, from the cleanup team to espionage. And Seo Ong-un recounted, that's how I climbed to my current position, as the leader of Dudeo, the government-linked organization tasked with eliminating criminal. He added, at first I thought the existence of those towers had nothing to do with me, until Hell Tower. The towers open to any hunter who wants to conquer them. But Hell Tower is the only place where hunters must meet conditions to. He walked past Minwoo and said, some hunters really like this because it makes them feel. Then he said bluntly, even though they don't know it's a death trap. And Minwoo said in surprise, death. Without waiting for Minwoo to finish being Seo Ong-un continued, we were investigating the hunters who entered Hell. So, he stated bluntly, every hunter in that tower's records is a. He said to Minwoo, Fomet, all the people you killed were criminals capable of. Seo Ong-un said, gates and magical beasts. He looked at Minwoo and continued, but the results were quite hard to accept. And he began, magical beasts. And Seo Ong-un stood before Jia Yun's photo and said, in other words, after examining and dissecting magical beasts and hunters, all their body parts had the same structure except for. This information truly made Minwoo's eyes widen. In seeing this, Seo Ong-un continued, we haven't announced this yet. What would happen if the public discovered it is too obvious. So I suddenly thought that magical beasts and hunters aren't that. He slowly walked closer to Minwoo while continuing, hunters might even be more vicious. Unlike magical beasts who kill by instinct, criminal hunters act with full. He continued observing Minwoo and said, our duty is to catch criminals like them. But Fomet, the tower master of Hell Tower, has helped. This statement was too clear, and Minwoo broke into a sweat, opening his mouth but unable to. Finally he asked, since when have you known my identity? Seo Ong-un didn't hide it and said, Hunter Fane told me. And Minwoo asked in surprise, that cross-dressing guy? Seo Ong-un replied, of course at first I didn't believe. Seo Ong-un recalled that strange white-haired girl and said, but the system's soul, something I'd only heard about in store. Thinking back to the red window that said it would fulfill wishes, he added, and the red system. After explaining, he said, so from then on I paid attention to you, and today I decided. You, the one who kills criminals in Hell Tower. The two faced each other, and Seo Ong-un asked, and me, the one who punishes criminals. Is it a coincidence that. He raised that piece of paper again and asked, is it a coincidence that you have. Seo Ong-un rarely opened his eyes wide behind his glasses and said seriously, my goal is to eliminate criminals so they disappear from this planet, and if you fulfill this wish of. He looked straight into Minwoo's eyes at a very close distance and declared, I'm willing to sell my soul to the. He concluded briefly, trust me. At this moment, Minwoo's system interface appeared and announced, new mission updated. Along the image of the symbol on that, this was a clue hunting. Minwoo was startled as he heard the system. Due to the new mission update, you have unlocked the intimacy level. He stared wide-eyed at Seo Ong-un before him and at the system's menu. Your intimacy level with Ma Seo Ong-un has changed from wary to friend. At this moment, Seo Ong-un said, all these years I've been investigating them but haven't gained anything. You're the key to this matter. Minwoo could barely keep his composure and thought to himself, damn it, I don't understand what this is about. But, he spoke, have you told anyone about my identity? About me being a magical. Seo Ong-un replied, to me, Magical beasts and criminal hunters are the— Minwoo just pondered without answer. Finally he asked, I have a question. If that bastard Fane entered Hell Tower, doesn't that mean he's also a criminal? And Seoong answered, Hunter Fane is clean. The proof is that he's still— He continued, Hunter Fane is probably part of the Phantom's plan. And hearing this, Minwoo immediately remembered, thinking to himself, just how far has she calculated? After talking, the two fell silent and looked at each other. Minwoo finally asked, then what about the late Hunter Jia? Seoong understood what Minwoo meant to say and said calmly, yes, the person everyone praised and looked. Seoong continued, but we don't know what to do with him. There are so many things he did. He recounted. He killed a stranger, the hunters who conquered the tower with him. Remembering Jia Yun's blood-stained face, he continued, after losing his loved ones in the gate collapse, he even killed his own family. The people who took— Minwoo was shocked. In an instant, something made him— was an image that flashed through his eyes, of a truly happy family with parents and a younger— the image of that mother smiling weakly with a terrible wound on her. The image of a younger brother standing in a— That face belonged to Soo Hyuk, sobbing in childhood, terrified and disbelieved. Seeing him show strange signs, Seoong called out with concern, Fomet? And Minwoo replied, no wonder Griffin hated his older brother so much he wanted to kill him. To which Seoong said, so Hunter Griffin already— Speaking of this, Seoong brought up an issue. We can't explain his motive for killing. Usually even a madman has a purpose, or simply enjoys the feeling of— He remembered the past when he witnessed Jia Yun laughing and talking cheerfully with— He smiled kindly like a normal person, but in an instant a trace of sadness appeared on that. Seoong silently concluded, but Jia Yun looked very lonely, and continued, it felt like he did it because of someone else's orders. And Minwoo asked thoughtfully, he also remembered Jia Yun had said before, because I have a mission to— He repeated, mission? And Seoong hearing this, asked back, huh? What mission? Minwoo awkwardly deflected, nothing. What's the next step? Seoong asked back, you're the one holding the paper, you should know better than me, right? And Minwoo replied irritably, I don't know either. That bastard Hyper. Seoong thought and summarized, Hunter Hyper and another hunter attacked headquarters. Seoong asked, that hunter of unknown identity said he wanted to make an impression, right? And Minwoo answered, yes, coming all the way here just to do that is too strange. To which Seoong agreed, not logical. Minwoo speculated, could there be another reason? And Seoong replied, probably, but we've already gained something. And he calmly analyzed, their purpose, their hatred of humanity excluding hunters. They're a criminal group opposing humanity, a group of dangerous individuals engaging in organized behavior. Perhaps they're gathering hunters with similar— At this point, Seoong turned around in fear as if discovering— Minwoo called out in confusion, Team Leader Ma. But Seoong didn't have time to explain and only said, the signal here is jammed, so we can't call. We have to go out. Minwoo still didn't understand and asked, what? Why do we have to go outside? But Seoong replied incoherently, it's not random. I plan to sneak away to divert attention over there. And Minwoo quickly chased after him calling, say something I can understand. Seoong suddenly mentioned someone who made Minwoo flinch. Hunter. The dark sky was— Transport vehicle had been over. Corpses lay scattered all around. No Dejong, tightly bound, slumped over. And suddenly she heard someone call, Hunter. The person continued, has a negative attitude toward ordinary people. And Dejong, hanging there, was startled and wondered to herself. That person continued, if you remember— The words made Dejong tremble. Her appearance and ability— Person wearing full gear threw something in front. The loud noise made Dejong ask in fear, what's happening? She only heard a loud— Dejong had all the ropes removed and fell straight to the— Stranger asked with concern, are you all right, Hunter? Dejong's blindfold was removed, and that person said, sorry for being rough, but in this situation we had no other— Dejong got up in fear, looking at the two figures covered from head to toe, and asked, who are you? And one of them said, that one stared and said, we hate useless— One continued, we hate those who demand their rights without having— That one stared intently at Dejong and said, we hate those who need to be eliminated. Dejong reluctantly listened to that name being mentioned, said, we hate vermin like them. His emotions gradually rose higher as he shouted, all of them. Every single one must be exterminated. Even humans cannot be— And he laughed and asked, Hunter Agatha. Dejong stared at him wide-eyed, saying— He raised his palm again, showing the familiar blue symbol and said, that's right. We are those kind of people. Jai muttered to herself, could they be? He asked her again, do you want to realize this dream together? Dejong opened her mouth. She laughed with empty eyes and asked, when? When exactly do you people plan to kill all of them? That person smugly thought to himself. I've already recruited at headquarters. Xie Wangyu said. Emergency situation. He stood before the door and said, I'll contact you after handling. Having said that, he slowly walked. Minwoo suddenly asked, Captain Ma, do you really He continued, initially, I wasn't on humanity's side either. If I seize everything and go mad, what will you do? By the time you try to stop me, it'll be too. Xie Wangyu calmly replied, You think I haven't thought about that? I have my. He said very naturally, If it doesn't work, I'll stop you myself. Don't you want to fight me? Then he smiled. At this point, he waved his hand and said, Well then, but was cut off by Li Zhueli, who appeared from nowhere, calling out, Captain. Xie Wangyu turned around in surprise and asked, Hunter Wenqi. Li Zhueli suddenly knelt before him, causing Xie Wangyu to step back in alarm and shout, What are you? She spoke up, Please arrest me. Xie Wangyu uttered in confusion. Li Zhueli knelt there, head bowed, and reported, I killed an S-rank hunter. I'm a murderer. Please arrest me. Xie Wangyu said reluctantly, I already told you that was unavoidable. You had no other choice. I used that skill without thinking it would take Hunter Nian's. He recalled that day and explained, Vanity's protection is a terrifying skill where even the user risks their own life. But there's one way to survive, by taking the target. Li Zhueli said, At that time, I took Hunter Nian's life. I'm a murderer. Minwoo frowned as he suddenly spoke up. Hunter Nian targeted you because she wanted to kill you. Li Zhueli asked in shock. What? He continued, That hunter only acted according to her own purpose. She just unluckily encountered a stronger. He asked again, Are you saying her death was meaningless?
Li Zhueli uriavli rafuta. No.
She fell. Then she said calmly, I think I did everything I could to stop Hunter Nian. But if the future she pursued was right, then maintaining the association might not be the right thing to do. He said sadly, Perhaps I destroyed a better future. After listening all this time, Xie Wangyu responded, Not a. He smiled lightly, raising his hand, and said, That's too ambitious. True, when the association is preserved, strong hunters are produced. He then told a story. Not long ago previously, Xie Wangyu had seen a young man and woman accompanying an elderly person who were stopped by staff members saying, You cannot. He approached and asked what happened. The staff member said awkwardly, They want to join the association. The middle-aged woman spoke up, This is my grandmother's homeland. The man explained, I heard the association will soon become a place where ordinary people can live. My grandmother said she wants to come here one last time before she dies. The old lady also asked worriedly, Young man, aren't you allowed to fulfill a dying person? Hearing this, Xie Wangyu just stood there, not knowing how to respond. Returning to the present, he smiled and said, Hunter's top priority is humanity. If we keep fortifying the association, no one will have hope. Tears began to fall. Without knowing it, he continued, So, Miss Van Kizi, what? Li Zhueli's tears streamed. Both Xie Wangyu and Minwoo instantly. Li Zhueli cried and asked, Did I do the right? Xie Wangyu instinctively replied. Li Zhueli took a sharp. She suddenly burst into loud sobs, startling the other. She cried and shouted, I'm so happy. So happy. Xie Wangyu immediately raised his hand to his forehead and muttered, Hunter. Following his words, he immediately used his fastest speed to flee, leaving behind the words, I have urgent business. I'm leaving Hunter Van Kizi to you. Minwoo raised his hand in a futile attempt to hold him back, shouting, Captain Ma! Captain Ma! Hey, you bat! Li Zhueli continued. Minwoo glanced at her, utterly flat. Li Zhueli continued crying even. Minwoo's patience gradually wore thin as frustration. Unable to bear it any longer, he rushed forward, grabbed both her hands, and shouted, Stop! Li Zhueli was startled and indeed stopped. Minwoo looked at her, thinking he had expected. Li Zhueli's eyes brimmed with tears. Minwoo was utterly defeated and death. Li Zhueli continued sobbing loudly while Minwoo also panicked, clutching his head and shouting, What am I supposed to do? That day, Fomet faced the greatest challenge of his. The two were still searching through information from those affected, then quickly reached a conclusion. 3 dead and 1 alive. Not seeing the information he wanted, Xie Wangyu asked, What about Hunter Agatha? A colleague beside him answered, We haven't found any trace of her. Finding her will take some time. Xie Wangyu sighed. I see. As if remembering something important, he immediately asked, I heard a strange story while investigating Captain Nua. Do you know anyone who worked under her? The assistant thought for a moment, visualizing 2 people in black suits, a man and a woman, and spoke truthfully. I don't know their names. A man and a woman, right? I know both had contracts with Captain Nua. But what's interesting about then began spreading unverified rumors. Though Xie Wengyu's face had already turned cold with displeasure. Hunter Fomet killed Captain. He looked up at the person, his eyes full of exasperation. After a while, Xie Wengyu suddenly raised a finger high, as if witnessing something amusing, and laughed once. A laugh that thoroughly confused his colleague, who looked at Xie Wengyu with disdain and asked, "What are you doing, you fool? You're hiding Hunter Fomet." Unexpectedly, Xie Wengyu didn't directly refute him but remained evasive, saying, "Who knows? What do I know? How could an A rank defeat an S rank?
Impossible.
But the colleague was very irritated by this attitude and was about to press further, "Hey ma Xie Wengyu." But Xie Wengyu completely brushed him off, paying no attention, walking briskly toward the door, leaving only a farewell. "Oh right, I have an appointment. I must go now." The person quickly chased after him. Outside in the corridor, the air conditioning blew cold as always, with each wall tile emitting cold. After walking a long distance and finally losing that colleague, Xie Wengyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, does he even know how annoying he... After walking a bit further, he encountered Du Su Hyuk standing in a corner of the corridor, scrolling on his phone, obviously waiting for... Xie Wengyu immediately approached and greeted Su Hyuk. "Hunter Griffin, have you been waiting long?" Su Hyuk quickly turned off his phone and replied coldly, "No, I just arrived." Knowing he had inconvenienced others due to his own issues, Xie Wengyu raised his voice sincerely to apologize. "That's good. Sorry for making you come all the way." The corridor was as crowded as usual but not too noisy, so Su Hyuk simply responded calmly at normal volume before extending an invitation. "It's nothing, but there are quite a few people here. Should we talk somewhere?" So the two went into a quiet room to talk, where a cup of cocoa was placed on the... After placing the cocoa before Su Hyuk, Xie Wengyu politely inquired, "Do you like cocoa? I didn't want to offer a student coffee." Su Hyuk didn't pay much attention, just quietly looked at the cocoa and said, "It's fine. But what will we talk?" Xie Wengyu wasn't one to beat around the bush either, so he got straight to the point. "I couldn't speak with you because of what happened at the central branch. Can you tell me what happened at the association?" Su Hyuk didn't seem particularly surprised by this question and agreed. "If that's what it's about, yes." After recounting everything to the other party, he asked in return, "Is that all?" Unexpectedly, Xie Wengyu gave a bright smile and said words incredibly touching to him. "I also want to be friends with you. You've helped the association tremendously, and I'm interested in talented hunters." Faced with the enthusiastic proposal from his counterpart, Su Hyuk chose to remain silent without saying anything. "If you need my help, just call. I'll help immediately without hesitation." Only after a long while did he finally speak up. "Do you have something against me?" Xie Wengyu couldn't hide his astonishment as the conversation suddenly veered in another direction. "What? You?" Before he could finish his sentence, Su Hyuk cut him off and said something that left him speechless. "The reason you proposed this conversation with me? Isn't it because of Hunter?" He directly expressed his displeasure after several exchanges that seemed to expose Xie Wengyu's true purpose. "I could become S rank without joining the association. I'm not being arrogant. I just feel you're trying to approach me. I only joined the association out of curiosity and a desire to fight." He continued, "That's why I agreed to your proposal." His voice gradually became sharp, showing his dissatisfaction. "But it seems you want me to stick close to..." Xie Wengyu was quite surprised by the rhythm of his speech and was still trying to recover his composure. Well, he seemed to want to continue persuading, but Su Hyuk had already decisively stood up, picked up his backpack and said, "I don't know your purpose, but I've had enough experience at the association. So without waiting for any further action or words from Xie Wengyu, Su Hyuk immediately said goodbye. "If you have nothing else, I'll be..." Xie Wengyu sat there slack-jawed at the rapid-fire statements that left no room for... Even after he finished putting on his backpack and turned to leave, Xie Wengyu still sat there dumbfounded, not understanding how things had turned out. After regaining his composure, he let out a long... Watching his figure depart with such fierce determination, without the slightest hesitation, Xie Wengyu broke out in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably, with only lament and fear in his heart. Is he really a student? How can he be so sharp? Is this a hunter's instinct? After the room returned to a state of solitude, he began thinking about the future. Fomet will continue to grow stronger, even Xie Wengyu recalled what Minwu's father had once told him. "It'll be too late when you try to stop me." He agreed with these words, thinking, as Fomet said, "If by the time I try to stop..." Then he thought of the student's figure that had just departed. "Hunter Griffin, you are a treasure." Xie Wengyu held him in very high regard, thinking, "You need to become stronger and you will. Stronger than even your brother." In his own home, Minwu sat motionless like a statue, eyes staring fixedly. Before him was a screen displaying images and information of many people. Min-woo couldn't help but criticize. Intimacy level? Why create such a useless? He propped his feet up, rested his chin, looking utterly bored, eyes fixed on the screen while inwardly criticizing. It seems like it wants me to have human-like emotions. All those I killed in the Hell Tower were criminals. Thinking of the figure of that beautiful woman with her cunning smile made him even more confused. What does she want so badly that she'd even use? Not letting himself be distracted by irrelevant matters, he began returning to the main issue. Above all, I'm the only one who knows they committed crimes. Are only people connected to me in the... While pondering and scrolling through the screen, after a while, Min-woo suddenly scrolled past a photo of a teenager. Someone extremely familiar to him. Beelzebub is here. Whether Min-woo accidentally clicked or not, the screen immediately displayed text reading, Beelzebub. He was utterly shocked seeing the subsequent lines running across the screen. True identity is a bug in the Hell Tower who lost and became Fomit's subordinate in the struggle for the throne. A grand mage proficient in all types of magic. If his power is restored, all mages will be weakened before Beelzebub. The text on the screen continued displaying without stopping. Beelzebub's intimacy level is cautious. Obviously, these lines made Min-woo extremely irritated. Yet despite his displeasure, the screen ran to the very last character before officially stopping. If you want to see more information, tap see. Only irritated for a moment, Min-woo fell back into a relaxed state, propping both hands on the ground and leaning back, accepting the advantage of this system. Anyway, it does show me information about. After stabilizing his emotions, he continued scrolling through the screen, then saw someone's information and immediately. The screen was displaying Na Urium's image and information. He thought to himself, Ripper is here. Didn't know why, but the more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt, not daring to look directly at the image on the screen. Yet the image remained facing him directly, staring straight at his, suppressing the turbulent embarrassment in his heart. He tilted his head over, glancing at the image on the screen was still staring straight into his. Min-woo gathered all the courage of his lifetime, his finger trembling as he raised it to touch the screen, and his finger gradually drew closer to the. Just when his finger was less than an inch from the screen, the doorbell suddenly rang, making him jump out of his. Min-woo was so frustrated he could go crazy. He still had to restrain himself, then walked over to open the door, and as soon as the door opened, he didn't even bother to see who it was, but only asked with a curt attitude, "Who?" Sung Yuna stood outside with her arms crossed, greeting him coldly, "Hello, Hunter format." While in contrast to her friend, Lee Jury behind her had an extremely cheerful attitude, waving and asking. Min-woo was extremely puzzled. "Why did you two come to my house? Is something wrong?" And Yuna replied, "Because we have business with you?" To which Min-woo asked back. While the three were still about to continue chatting, a tender voice rang out from inside the house. "Format, I'm so..." Jin-woo rubbed his stomach with an indifferent demeanor, making a suggestion. "Let's get food from the Seeing Min-woo not saying a word, he looked outside the door, saw the two girls standing there, and couldn't hide his alarm. Very quickly, he recognized one of them as someone he had met before, the red-haired woman from. Yuna changed her attitude as quickly as flipping a pancake, from a cold expression to a cheerful one like a flower, even warmly asking, "It's Jin-woo." Seeing the whole group standing at the door chatting back and forth unsatisfactorily, the four of them agreed to go inside the house to sit and have tea. Yuri had been glancing around since entering the house, and after sitting down, still looked around with the curious mindset of a child discovering a new horizon for the first time. So this is Hunter Format's house? While Yuna had tidied up her appearance, immediately becoming a polite and elegant woman, even her words becoming gentler. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Echidna, president of the Evil Association, real name Sung Yuna, but since I came here for business, please call me by my alias." Min-woo quickly grasped the key point, business, then turned to ask the person beside him with a curious attitude, "Old hag, I mean Jin-woo's father, how do you know this woman?" And Jin-woo was a bit flustered, not daring to look him straight in the eye. Lai Ni said. Jin-woo hadn't finished speaking when Yuna cut him off. "Let me A few weeks ago, it was a beautiful day with a clear sky and white clouds like silk floating overhead. And on a not-too-deserted road rang out the enthusiastic conversational voice of a woman. Don't worry, Hunter. We will satisfy your requirements as much as possible." Turned out that Yuna was sitting in the passenger seat talking on the phone with someone, and she extended an invitation. "So when are you available? I'll arrange it whenever you're free." But she didn't know what the other end said that made her suddenly fall silent for a while. Then her attitude became harsh. The girl sitting in the driver's seat was also a bit startled by Yuna's voice at that moment. "Wow, wait. Sir. Dear." As soon as the red-haired girl saw Yuna hang up, she immediately asked, "What happened?" And after hanging up, Yuna sighed and replied, "He said he doesn't want to join the association." The car was running on the road, and even while driving, she was extremely puzzled about this sudden change. What? Yesterday's conversation was fine, and Yuna sighed again. He said he doesn't like that the Evil Association has too many female members. And the red-haired girl couldn't believe her ears. These words offended her, so even while holding the steering wheel, she still erupted in fury, shouting loudly. Who does he think he is? Doesn't he know anything? A hunter swayed by rumors? How ridiculous! The red-haired girl was still about to explode in anger when Yuna's words blocked her momentum. He's very meticulous. And she continued to explain. The image we built has held us back. You shouldn't send Yuri to the association and recruit him. The red-haired girl disagreed. I believe Yuri will do well. She has motivation. And as she spoke, in her mind she thought of Yuri's figure with a bright smile waving goodbye to everyone. I'll be back. But Yuna didn't think so. She's only there because there's something she likes there. What can such a carefree person— The more she spoke, the more her head ached. We have to find a precious gem and make it shine. And she rested her head on the seat, looking exhausted and sighing. Let's return to reality. When suddenly, Yuna looked outside and noticed something. She noticed that the two buildings along the road were slightly different from usual and spoke up. Did we go the wrong way? We're already in the hills. And only now did the red-haired girl realize her problem, quickly apologizing. Oh my god. I got lost from talking too much. I'll turn back here. And Yuna didn't mind at all, waving her hand and saying, It's fine, wandering around is also— At that moment on the pedestrian bridge, a boy was walking leisurely as usual, with a little girl running behind trying to catch up with the person. When very close to Jinwoo, the little girl coquettishly extended an invitation. Jinwoo, let's go home together, can we play together? And Jinwoo immediately refused. Why? The little girl still wouldn't give up, retorting to him. I heard you're going to Heian's place. Heian already said so? And Jinwoo had to helplessly explain. I'm going there because her mother said she'll give me good food. And the little girl immediately boasted about her mother and gave a signal. My mom cooks well too. But he still firmly disagreed and quickened his pace. I can't. Today is an important day. It's the neighbor's barbecue. The little girl behind still wouldn't give up, insistently wanting to be near him, making him want to get annoyed, and she kept whining and accusing him. No, it's not fair. Play with me. Really unable to ignore her anymore, Jinwoo walked a few more steps then stopped right at a staircase quite far from the ground. And by inertia, the little girl following him also had to stop immediately and felt extremely— And under the little girl's astonished, bewildered gaze, Jinwoo took one step and flew from the stairs straight to the ground without being injured or losing strength. After landing, Jinwoo turned around with his whole face clearly showing his annoyed emotions, warning irritably, Don't follow me anymore. But unexpectedly, the little girl was not only unafraid but said, I can do it too. And Jinwoo was officially surprised to the point of astonishment. Having said that, the little girl didn't hesitate but stood right at the edge of the stairs and jumped. By normal human inertia, jumping down from high up in this position would certainly only result in falling headfirst, bruised all over, and perhaps because that's normally the case no one dared— Who'd have thought that today, encountering such a reckless one? Jinwoo was both astonished and terrified, shouting loudly, What are you— Say what you will. He still couldn't bear to let a girl fall headfirst to the ground. So he quickly deployed his superpower to catch the little— After the little girl landed, she fell forward, and he had no other choice but to catch her again. So the little girl fell into his arms. When both were standing steady, Jinwoo immediately asked, Are you okay? And the little girl shyly replied, Why? Jinwoo was still breathing a sigh of relief that everything was fine when suddenly there was the sound of a car braking sharply, making him jump out of his— Yuna looked out from the car and had witnessed everything, shouting loudly, I saw it! A precious— And so began another round of warm inquiries from Yuna. Your name is Jinwoo, right? And she gave a bright smile looking very admiring, doing actions that seemed very cute and continuing, Wow, such a beautiful name. If you become a hunter, that name would also be very beautiful. Are your parents— Jinwoo felt a bit at a loss before this person but still politely replied, I don't have parents. I have an older brother, but he's at the association after accepting an offer. And Yuna heard the key point and asked back, Huh? Association? Your brother is a hunter? And Jinwoo nodded, Yes. While in Yuna's mind at that moment, a perfect plan was just waiting to be deployed. If he's a hunter in an association, he must be very talented. If I'm lucky, I can recruit the older brother too. Think it, do it. He immediately probed into the older brother's identity. Really? Do you know your brother's alias? And Jinwoo replied, It's Format. And she unconsciously repeated, Oh, before finishing the sentence, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent, as if people and things were frozen in. Only after a while did the red-haired girl come back to her senses, shocked by this unexpected fate, and she stammered word by word, Sis, isn't that person? Yuri's motivation. Yuna suddenly deployed the technique of changing facial expressions 180 degrees, to the point that even Jinwoo was amazed. Returning to the present after telling everything, Yuna concluded with an extremely polite sentence. That's why I met Jin. Yuri said vaguely and softly. So you're in the associate. Minwoo immediately grasped the crux of the story, turning to interrogate the person beside him. Why did you use magic? And Jinwoo also knew he did wrong but still had to defend the situation at that time. Then what should I have done? If I didn't use it, there would be Yuna suddenly became serious. I'll have to get to the point. And she pushed a folder of documents in front of the two and made her proposal. I want your younger brother to become a student at the hunter training. She began to explain to the two. After the gates appeared 10 years ago, they removed the age limit for hunters, and the government also wants to nurture young hunters. And having spoken for a while, she tapped lightly on the folder to indicate, then continued. So the hunter training school is where talented children gather and are trained from a young age. Although it's a new organization, it's more regulated than you. Speaking up to this point, Yuna immediately clarified her purpose for coming here. I want to invest in your brother. We will support everything he needs at school, including. She looked at Jinwoo, who was listening attentively, and continued. But after finishing school, he must become a member of the evil associate. At this point, Yuna became extremely excited, offering praise and promises of honor. Your brother will become the world's #1 archmage hunter. Already an art. After an extremely enthusiastic, passionate, and positive conversation from her, the two brothers didn't say a word, just sitting there inside. Just as Yuna was hesitating whether to speak again, she heard Minwoo say, "That's it?" And she asked back in surprise. Every word Minwoo spoke next was like a timed weapon, making her break out in cold sweat, as if exposing her true purpose. You want to nurture my brother to become your person. Isn't that too little compared to what you'll Minwoo was indignant at this unfair exchange, angrily shouting back. Who would kill the chicken to get the eggs? This unyielding, rigid attitude made Yuna quite tense, and she thought to herself how to respond. But only a moment later, she understood the reason he was resisting like this. He still holds a grudge about what happened at the lake back. After venting, Minwoo returned to his seat and sat down, crossing his arms and also wanting to argue with Yuna for a while, but was cut off midway. There's a saying, a gentleman's revenge, and Jinwoo, having no choice, had to whisper a reminder, is never too late. And only at this point did he finish the original saying, 10 years is never. Under the silent attitude of the two girls opposite, Minwoo immediately stated his arrangement with his younger brother. I can also send him to school under the name of protection. Then chose to personally tear off her mask. I don't want to listen to you anymore if you don't tell. Hearing this, how could Yuna not know what he wanted? She chuckled lightly, then said, I knew it would be like this. Having said that, she immediately set the folder aside and slammed it down on the under the dumbfounded stares of the two brothers. Yuna quickly presented a series of irrefutable benefits. Lifetime VIP membership at a super luxurious resort. Appearing before them was a large, luxurious airplane cabin, and she said, Lifetime VIP membership for air. Striking their eyes was a luxurious hotel, beautiful as on TV, and she continued, Lifetime VIP membership at 5-star hotel. Speaking up to this point, Yuna suddenly stopped and drew out a sentence really long as if to arouse their curiosity. She confidently added another benefit that would melt anyone's heart. A penthouse overlooking the Han. Having finished stating the above benefits, before their four half-believing, half-doubting eyes, Yuna revealed one more thing. Of course, I've prepared much. Outwardly, the two still remained calm in an indifferent attitude, but deep down they were shaken somewhat. Too hard to refuse. Minwoo lowered his eyes to look at his younger brother sitting in contemplation. Looking at him now suddenly reminded him of a saying, I don't want to become human, but I became human because of humans. And he also clearly remembered every sentence, every word he had said when feeling frustrated. Because I'm not a hunter like you, I can't use magic at will. If you want me to become human, you should let me enjoy life as. Thinking of this, he also became clear-minded, his eyes looking down at the ground as if pondering. Then, under Yuna's delighted gaze and Jinwoo's unbelieving eyes, he nodded in agreement. All right. Jinwoo still couldn't believe his ears. Really, is it true? Minwoo nodded, offering another proposal. Yes, about what you said. Since I'm a hunter and very busy, I'll give you I've made up my mind. I'll earn my own money from climbing the tower. Jinwoo was severely shocked, silently screaming inside. Fuck! Emotions churned within him, leaving him speechless, hesitating for a long time before finally uttering a word. Ah! This, all his emotions exploded as Jinwoo suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. I'll listen from now. He was deeply moved by Minwoo's sincerity and at the same time made his own promise. I'll obey for the rest of. Yuna was trying to digest his final words. Obey. Zuri beside her clapped and cheered as everything had come to a beautiful conclusion. While Jinyu, not knowing what came over him, lunged forward, determined to embrace his brother even as Minyu tried to Jinyu's image on the system that Minyu had criticized so much changed from a serious photo to a smiling one, accompanied by text. Balzebub's intimacy level is. It wasn't until evening that everything was finally discussed, and the whole house remained fairly quiet, not overly. Zuri watched Yuna giving instructions ahead and said happily, "This is good for you." After speaking, she showed a bright smile to comfort him. Normally, it's very difficult for people with the Berserker syndrome to survive. Minyu agreed. As they were about to leave, Zuri suddenly turned back and confirmed something important with Minyu. "Right? You haven't forgotten your promise? Have you?" Minyu asked back. "Promise?" She regretfully chided gently. "You forgot?" But she didn't hold it against him, only offering a hint. Zuri gently tucked her hair behind her ear, showing a beautiful but shy smile. Yet her voice was firm as she said, "You promised to go out." One evening, in a deserted house, Zuri sat crying softly under a quiet. She kept crying, tears falling and falling again, wiping endlessly until even her sleeves were. At that moment, footsteps approached from a. Cha Minwoo walked up to her, dumping all the snacks and candy he'd been carrying onto the bench where she sat. Zuri immediately stopped crying and silently watched him set the items. After recognizing what was placed beside her, she asked in confusion, "Huh? What's this?" Minwoo answered, equally confused. "Can't you see? It's candy and under Minwoo's somewhat awkward gaze, Zuri voiced her question. "Why?" answered honestly, "I heard eating sweets helps reduce stress." Hearing this, Zuri suddenly stopped all her movements, only staring wide-eyed at him, tears still frozen at the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, she burst into tears again, deeply moved inside. "Hunter S. Rank bought sweets for me." Her attitude was positive, but Minwoo became utterly flustered, not knowing what to do and helplessly asking loudly, "Why are you crying?" A while later, Zuri finally stopped crying. While chewing candy, she complained pitifully, "Candy is just for coaxing children." Minwoo was also a bit uncomfortable, scratching his head awkwardly and asking. Zuri finished the candy and sat there in a daze, as if pondering something Then she opened her mouth to admit, "I know a way to stop crying." But Minwoo looked at her and asked. She only dared to hesitantly whisper her request. If gathering all her courage, she began to find her voice again, speaking each word clearly. "Go on a date." The shopping mall was extremely crowded, streams of people bustling about, with shops built right next to it. Throughout the shopping district were tall and spacious buildings, with people visible on every. Minwoo stood waiting at a street corner, checking his phone to confirm the time. 12:28. She told me to come at 12 o'clock, so why don't I see her? The crowd nearby suddenly erupted in whispers and murmurs, making him. Some guys walking on the street also stopped, their faces flushed with embarrassment, eyes wide as. Long golden hair cascaded like a stream. Girl with sun-like hair checked her phone while looking around as if searching for. After scanning for a while, her gaze suddenly stopped at a street. Minwoo was also standing there looking at her. Their eyes met, leaving both extremely surprised. Zuri quickly ran toward him, apologizing as she ran. "Hunter S. Rank? I'm sorry. I'm late, aren't I?" Minwoo didn't bother with pleasantries but directly pointed out her issue. "You timed your arrival? 30 minutes." Standing before him, thinking about what just happened made her even more shy, her heart pounding, so she had to cover her face with both hands to hide her embarrassed expression, trying to explain but unable to speak clearly. Something happened while I was getting ready." In her head, she was embarrassed about the reason for being late. "What should I wear? This? Or this? I wonder what kind Hunter S. Rank likes? I should have gone shopping yet." The more she thought, the more embarrassed she became, and the atmosphere grew more awkward. So she decided to steer the conversation in another direction, offering an invitation. "Is it mealtime yet? I'll treat you. What do you want to eat?" Minyu heard her and began thinking, "What do I want to eat?" Zuri nodded, afraid he'd feel awkward, and said generously, You don't have to worry about the." After speaking, she fell into another monologue that made herself embarrassed. "I booked a famous restaurant recently. We don't have to go there though. But the chef is from a famous 5-star hotel abroad. We don't have to go there because we'll go wherever you want." Minyu didn't pay much attention to her mumbling, just glanced around briefly before casually pointing at a restaurant. "Let's go there," Zuri asked to confirm. "What?" So the two headed into a restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Zuri stared wide-eyed at the person across from her without touching her chops. Minyu immediately noticed her unusual behavior, swallowed the food in his mouth, and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Zuri, caught off guard, became a bit flustered and hesitantly replied, I am. I'm eating a lot. While picking at her food piece by piece, she glanced at him distractedly and thought, seems like he likes meat, but what man doesn't like meat? Unlike the distracted Zuri, Minyu was eating with great appetite, and seeing his plate empty, he called out loudly, but under Zuri's astonished gaze, he ordered extremely naturally, give me 4 more servings. After the two finished eating, it was time to pay, and the cashier announced a shocking price. 1.13 million. After leaving the restaurant, Zuri still stared at the receipt, questioning life itself, while Minyu remained extremely casual, showing no awkwardness about being treated. Zuri had come to a conclusion she herself accepted. So Hunter S rank has a good app. After finishing their meal, Minyu turned to look at her and said, thanks for the food. Since we're done, at that very moment he uttered something utterly baffling. Can I leave now? Zuri stared at him wide-eyed, as if unable to believe her ears. Having just experienced one shock, she immediately fell into another, heavier one. Though her mind was in turmoil, she still tried to stop him and explain. We're on a date. If I just wanted us to eat together, I would have invited you to dinner. Minyu only now understood. Oh? But this response was misunderstood as dismissive disrespect. Zuri asked back, somewhat annoyed. Oh. What Hunter S rank? Have you never been on a date before? I'm not good at. Minyu immediately admitted. I never have. Zuri sighed, accepting any explanation, unconsciously replying. Yeah. Halfway through speaking, she registered what he just said and immediately widened her, then looked up at him, her face full of suspicious expressions, her voice trembling as she confirmed. Really? You've really never dated anyone? Minyu was also a bit embarrassed but still answered honestly. Zuri, still somewhat disbelieving, chose to confirm again. With that face? He still nodded. Hearing this, she suddenly gathered all her courage and looked straight into his eyes, asked a bold question. Then have you ever loved anyone? Minyu scratched his head, narrowed his eyes, and shook his head, honestly answering. No. Why are you Immediately, she covered her face again, though even so, her unspoken words were clearly expressed through her eyes, an attitude so obvious even Minyu noticed. Why are you looking at me like I'm some rare? Zuri thought to herself. He's never dated or been in love. Looking at the annoyed man before her, she still couldn't believe it. Hunter S rank has been single this whole. She was so surprised she didn't know what to say. People like him still. Minyu's appearance before her suddenly gained a pair of black sunglasses. I didn't know because he wears glasses and has a quiet personality, and naturally she fell into another train of thought, just her imagination. His appearance changed again, looking very attractive, and I'm the only one who knows he's single. Still her imagination, following the same old. Zuri, who had been staring at him, suddenly turned away, covering her face with both hands, smiling brightly as a flower, her whole being radiating the shy beauty of a young girl's flutter. But Minyu didn't understand, only seeing her turn around and make some strange little movements, thinking irritably. What is she? As if discovering a new truth, she spun back around, still thinking, wait, so that. Zuri realized something. Whatever we do now will be his first. Then she began thinking far ahead with an unusual state of mind. I'll become his first. So she ran off again, laughing cheerfully while running, hands clasped tightly before her chest in celebration. Minyu couldn't hold back anymore. This strange behavior irritated him, and he spoke up. What the hell? What are you? Before he could finish, she cut him off. She stood facing him, showing the shyness of a schoolgirl, hesitantly saying, call me by my name. Don't use my code. Knowing he didn't understand, she sweetly explained. Because today we're not hunters. We're just a man and a woman. And her formal demonstration made him pause as well. Two's next destination was the aquarium, where they were viewing fish together. Suddenly, Zuri spotted something interesting and ran ahead, while Minwoo followed behind, silently watching. It turned out she discovered another fish viewing area that looked very beautiful and dreamy, so she ran over to see it. Seeing her run off, he slowly followed behind. And he also reached that tank, looking up at the school of fish swimming. Then, as if noticing something, his gaze left the school and looked. Turned out Zuri had been watching him the whole time. At that moment, their eyes met, and the surrounding scene, enveloped in dreamy blue, was as beautiful as a fairy. As if moved by this exquisitely beautiful scene, Zuri showed a subtle smile, not a big laugh like usual, but still irresistibly beautiful. After touring the aquarium, the two went to a shooting range. As soon as she held the gun, Zuri quickly assumed her hunter role. No longer the shy girl from. She decisively loaded the gun, aimed, squeezed the trigger and fired. The bullet hit the bullseye. Not a bad. After shooting, she looked satisfied, turned to look at the person beside her with a challenging gaze. The gauntlet had been. Mew comfortably accepted the challenge, quickly grabbing it. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As if returning to his usual state, he held the gun and decisively fired several shots, smugly watching each bullet hit without missing. Even Zuri beside him gaped in a win or lose, move on. With this mindset, Zuri showed no arrogant attitude whatsoever, and immediately after he put down the gun, she clapped and cheered, while he very naturally enjoyed this admiration. After that, the two went to the prize counter, but the two staff members only pointed at a sign with apologetic attitudes. The sign read, "Please understand, hunters receive no prize." This made both extremely unhappy, and Minwoo was about to get to quell their anger and displeasure. The staff offered, "Since you both already participated, we'll give you." Minwoo shook the black cat keychain in his hand, the consolation prize from Zuri held her keychain, smiling meaningfully and subtly hinting, "Mine." The two were walking side by side when they suddenly heard very loud. It turned out to be a little girl who'd lost her mother, crying loudly by the roadside. "Mom! Where's Mom?" A while later, the sky had darkened considerably, but fortunately it still wasn't. The little girl who'd been crying earlier because she'd lost her mother held the two cat keychains in one hand and candy in. Since they had found the mother, the little girl stopped crying and cheerfully said goodbye with a smile. The girl's mother also bowed her head in apology for causing trouble for the two of them. Yuri appeared cheerful on the outside as she said goodbye, but inside, her heart ached like it was being cut, bidding farewell to the matching key. After everything was settled, Yuri turned to ask Minwoo if they should go have dinner now, and he replied briefly with a simple. Two didn't realize that their conversation had caught the attention of a red-haired young man. Yuri asked further what he wanted to eat tonight, and Minwoo, as honest as ever, replied extremely briefly that he didn't know. Maybe. The red-haired young man turned to say something to the girl accompanying him, while on the other side, Yuri and Minwoo were still chatting animatedly about the evening, and she made a small request, asking if they could eat what she wanted this time instead of meat again, to which he agreed without hesitation, saying she could have whatever she. The red-haired young man then turned to strike up a conversation with the two of them in a foreign language, greeting them with. Minwoo thought to himself whether they were foreigners, and Yuri quickly responded with, "I'm." She smiled brightly in response to Minwoo's confused look and said, "I'm not good at it." After saying goodbye to the other two, Yuri began telling stories about her family, explaining that her family immigrated when she was young, then immediately took out her phone to show him a photo and proudly said, "This is my." She pointed to each person in the photo and introduced them, saying this is her father, this is her mother, and her younger sister, explaining that her parents were farmers in the countryside and her younger sister lived. While staring intently at the family photo, Yuri continued that her father had remarried because her mother was very weak and had passed away when giving birth. At this point, her eyes looked sad as she gazed at the screen thinking of her late biological mother, and she also revealed about her name, explaining that her English name was Julia, her nickname was Julie, and so her Korean name was Lee Yuri. Then continued telling about her family, saying her father loved her mother very much but the loneliness gradually increased, so he decided to live in a foreign country to forget about her. Looking at the affectionate couple standing close together, she said that afterward, her father met her stepmother and the two got. She looked up at the sky, thinking about her own circumstances and expressing her pride, saying she always wanted to have a mother and a younger sibling, and that's why she was very happy. After speaking, she slowly closed her eyes, taking in the feeling before saying, "That's the reason." Then she opened her eyes, looking at the bustling crowd ahead and expressing her feelings, saying she didn't want this happiness to Then looking at families playing together and happy couples by each other's side. She also felt the positivity in it, and said that people who loved happiness like her didn't need to be. She then determinedly stated her current and future goals clearly, saying she would continue being a hunter to pursue. After speaking, Yuri smiled so widely her eyes nearly closed, and that smile was warm and radiant like the sun. Even Minwoo, who seemed not to pay much attention, was affected and couldn't take his eyes. Realizing that staring at someone was somewhat impolite, he immediately looked away, still gathering all his courage to tell her that she looked more beautiful when smiling than when crying, and remembering the keychain incident from earlier, he immediately corrected himself, which made Yuri extremely touched in this moment as he said again, "Ah no, Lee." It could be guessed that Yuri's face now was nothing but shy and embarrassed, red as an apple, and her whole body didn't dare to move, just standing still. To break this unnatural atmosphere, he turned his back and walked away, saying as he went that he was hungry and they should go eat, asking where the restaurant she mentioned. But after walking some distance and still not seeing her follow, he turned back to see her still standing there, and Minwoo immediately called out loudly, asking if she heard him and where the restaurant. Yuri had heard his words and gave herself an internal pep talk, gathering all the courage of her life to turn. And facing his back, she shouted loudly, "I like." She shyly made a request, asking if he. Before his surprised eyes, she finished her sentence, asking if he could be her boy. Unexpectedly, Minwoo turned back around and looked at. After a long while, He kept staring at her without saying anything. So Yuri had no choice but to open her mouth to probe, and after collecting himself for a moment, Minwoo opened his mouth to ask, liking. He asked a question that also made her dumbfounded. What does that feel? Yuri was truly helpless and speechless, not knowing how to describe her emotions at this moment, and she began her stream of continuous talking, asking if he lived in some remote area or what, saying she was confessing to him and asking how he could respond like that, to which Minwoo couldn't process any of it and only asked, seemingly also not knowing how to resolve this. Yuri took a deep. He began talking about his special points, saying he had never loved anyone and had never dated, and without even realizing when she started laughing, said he didn't even know what it felt like to like someone and that he was very interesting, Cha Minwoo. But these words were not teasing at all, as Yuri still focused on thinking of an answer for him, hesitantly saying, the feeling of liking. Though it was very abstract to explain clearly, she still tried to make the confused Minwoo understand, saying you don't want to think about that person, but that person stays in your mind, you're curious about what they think of you, and then unconsciously you look at that. The more she spoke, the more he froze, his eyes wide as if not knowing what to think, while Yuri continued her answer, saying you always think about what that person says, and isn't that the feeling of liking? Finally, after speaking for so long, she offered a conclusion, saying of course there was no clear definition. Taking this opportunity, Yuri expressed her true feelings and sincere heart to him, saying that was her complex emotion. After a long while without hearing any response from him, she asked again, Cha Min. His expression at this moment was so strange that she couldn't imagine it and unconsciously asked him why he was making that. The sky had officially darkened. The sun was nowhere to be seen, and tonight's sky was full of clouds so no stars could be. In an apartment, a girl was sitting on the bed with a cat acting spoiled at her. Rim was in a relaxed state, leisurely drying her hair with cats playing around. Suddenly the phone rang, attracting her. She set the towel aside, reached for the phone and answered the call, then began asking why he was calling so late, and when the other side seemed to be asking how she was, she replied that she was fine as. Outside the window, the sky had turned pitch black, and Rim in the room continued the conversation, saying she thought he wouldn't call her back after hanging up like last time and asking how his social experience was. It seemed the other end of the line said something that made her extremely surprised, asking. Minwoo on the other end of the line made some sort of suggestion that made Rim confused as well, and she reproached him, asking if he was drunk again and what he meant, asking what nonsense he was talking about, to which Minwoo firmly asserted he wasn't. Then he repeated his words, saying, I'm saying let's. Rim calmly said that actually they had only known each other for a few months, but she knew he was also a hunter who always completed the tower unexpectedly and calmly, and as a hunter, she respected him very. Her eyes lit up with anticipation as she said that's why she was very curious what he was like outside the tower, and that was the reason she accepted his proposal. But the more she spoke, the more irritated she became, saying who knew they would meet. Cha Minwoo's head was wrapped in gauze, cotton pads on his cheeks, his face expression. He was lying on a hospital bed being transferred, and Rim sat in a chair beside. A scream echoed from the hospital. Who suddenly gets taken to the hospital while on a few hours earlier at a coffee. A girl was drinking. Rim sat with arms crossed, pondering that the appointment time had already passed by 10 minutes and wondering if she came too. Feeling uneasy, she took out her compact mirror to check if her makeup looked okay, since he asked her out so soon. She closed the compact and became thoughtful. Rim regained her composure and thought this was an investment for the future, that format was becoming stronger and he would be the best mercenary she could. She assessed that well, his appearance wasn't too bad, but his personality was. 10 minutes later, Rim still sat with arms crossed, back straight, maintaining her serious posture, and 25 minutes later, she was bored and scrolling through her. Rim's face darkened with displeasure, ignoring people's calls about an accident at the intersection over there, where someone was. 40 minutes later, she couldn't be patient anymore and stood up shouting, why hasn't he come? Just then there was a call beside her. Hello, Ms. Na. She ran up to Cha Minwoo, angrily questioning why he was late and why he didn't answer her phone. That's when she noticed the wound on his cheek and asked what happened to his face, to which Minwoo turned his face to hide the wound and casually replied. He showed her his completely shattered phone and continued that his phone broke, and Rim remarked how bad it must have been for an A-rank hunter's phone to break. She stared at him for a while, then Rim acted as if nothing happened and said they should go, to which Minwoo asked suspiciously where to, and she said in a tone as if she had predicted it that she had already booked movie tickets. Knowing his personality meant he wouldn't have prepared anything, and he hesitated, then said before that, take. Rim was about to ask what he was doing when Minwoo handed her. The rose was still fresh, wrapped in clear. Minwoo, covered in dust and dirt with wounds all over his face, looked at her and Rim looked at him dazedly, then received it somewhat awkwardly, saying after that the two went to the movie theater. On the screen a couple was arguing. Rim seemed embarrassed sitting and watching. She thought in confusion that she couldn't focus on the movie because format had done something completely unlike. She glanced over at Minwoo, thinking she had underestimated him too much. That format, her eyes widened when she saw he was sleeping, thinking how ridiculous it was. She breathed a sigh of relief and thought, all right. Minwoo slumped down, leaning his head on Yurim's shoulder, and she immediately noticed something on his. A stream of blood was continuously flowing down from his forehead, and she called out loudly, Cha Minwoo. At the emergency medical center's emergency department, Minwoo lay there emotionlessly listening to Yurim ask repeatedly, so there was a collision and he was hit by a car 3 times. Then he got stuck in it. She reproached him a bit, saying if it were any other normal person, they would have passed to the other world already, and asking why he lied about slipping, to which Minwoo didn't answer but sat up, taking off the gauze from his head and saying bluntly that he felt better and they should continue watching the movie. But Yurim said coldly not to ignore her words and that the movie. She meant to advise him to set this aside so he could go home and rest, saying they could still go another time. But Minwoo interrupted, saying he knew she would say that, which is why he didn't. Said softly there was one more thing he wanted to check today, and she asked what he wanted to check, when during their conversation, 2 pairs of feet, one male and one female, hurriedly a man in a white suit shouted loudly from behind her, Yurim, with a woman who appeared to be his secretary standing beside. Minwoo and Yurim both turned their eyes to look at the 2 new. He surprisingly called out, Uncle. And the man's whole body shook with anger as he said, You. Then he pointed his finger straight at Minwoo and shouted angrily, Is he your boy? The luxurious paradise hotel. The lobby was decorated in a modern European style. Inside the office displaying precious cabinets. A voice rang out saying he was surprised that Director Seo suddenly called saying his niece was at the Yurim's uncle sat stroking his chin, looking at the information on the tablet the secretary held out and continued, so his name was Cha Min-woo, alias format an A-rank hunter, and well, if he intended to date his Yurim, he should at least be like. He asked Yurim suspiciously not to tell him she didn't come home yesterday because of this kid and how long they'd been dating, to which she irritably objected that she stayed at her hideout yesterday and why was he checking his personal information, and he replied bluntly asking about personal information when she did the same thing, and she pouted, telling him to leave her. He frowned and gestured, and Secretary Choi, hearing this, nodded her. She approached Yurim to report that she wanted to discuss with her about renovating the hotel's waiting room, and Yurim asked confusedly what and why discuss that with her, to which the secretary insisted it had to be her, Ms. Yurim, and she asked what, right now, and the secretary remained certain, saying, right now. She still felt uneasy asking in this situation, to which the secretary was resolute, saying yes, in this situation, and Minwoo silently watched Yurim, still hesitating, being pushed away by the secretary saying, let's go. At this moment, her uncle spoke up to draw his attention. He pushed forward and he sternly and gravely issued an order. Take this money and stay away from my eye. Minwoo's face scrunched up as if he had stepped in feces, thinking to himself, I've seen this scene in movies, but he was about to explain, it seems you've misunderstood something, but Iorium's uncle cut him off. If you were an ordinary person, I wouldn't mind you dating her, because she's free to date. Pausing briefly, he continued, except hunters. You'll drag Iorium into danger. These words left Minwoo thinking of the Heaven Hotel's H symbol. He explained, Iorium is the heir who will take over this hotel in my place. She cannot be allowed to continue the dangerous activities of a hunter, because she represents this. He sighed. If my sister Iorium's mother hadn't died from the shock at the gate, Iorium wouldn't have become a. His eyes turned cold. Before she sinks any deeper, I will persuade her to give up being a. Minwoo let out a mocking. He said sarcastically, whether she wants to continue being a hunter or not depends on her. Aren't you overstepping by restricting her freedom, even though you're blood relatives? Iorium's uncle was taken aback. He listened coldly as Minwoo continued. As for that money, I can easily earn it by completing 1 tower. You should think about her before making such Minwoo stood up to leave. What a waste of my time. I'm about to go on a date with your. Suddenly, a low voice rang out, making him freeze in shock. You'll regret. He asked suspiciously. What did you just say? Iorium's uncle remained calm. I knew it would be like this. Then how about that? He recalled an upscale restaurant like a French restaurant, thinking and narrating. We have connections with a restaurant. Imagine the scene of a head chef standing among incredibly delicious and appealing dishes. Continuing, the head chef there has worked at many famous hotels and won many international cooking competitions. However, he's very selective and particular, only cooking for 20 people per day. He says the flavor of the food will be ruined if he cooks more than 21 portions. And those who've tried his food say, pausing briefly, he emphasized, flavor from heaven. Minwoo stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. Flavor from Iorium's uncle made his condition. It's very difficult to taste his cooking just with money. But what if you could taste that flavor through my connection? His eyes gleamed as he declared, you can eat a heavenly meal by giving up Iorium. Minwoo declared decisively, deal. Iorium, who happened to be standing right behind him, was furious. What do you— She slammed her hand on the— She loudly demanded. It seems Uncle investigated a lot about Minwoo's dad. So you tempted him with food? Huh? And what's with this envelope full of money? This isn't some third-rate— Minwoo watched the two argue emotionlessly. Iorium stood with hands on hips, seriously explaining. Minwoo's dad and I aren't even in a relationship. We're just on the same team and I hired him as a mercenary, that's all. Her uncle refused to back down, retorting. That's how a relationship between a man and woman starts. You said you two were dating. She continued. We are dating. Iorium turned to look at Min. She said coldly and gravely. Uncle knows. I'm testing whether I should date him or— Minwoo was stunned by her next words. And He opened his eyes wide, staring at Iorium who kept talking incessantly. I can't even imagine what kissing him would be. He couldn't believe it and let out a light. Iorium didn't notice his attitude and kept rambling. Because if we really dated, intimate matters would be very— The more she talked, the louder he laughed, making her know. Finally, he burst into prolonged laughter, making both of them think he'd lost his— Iorium asked hesitantly. Huh? What are you laughing? Minwoo's answer made her freeze as if sprayed with hardening glue. You already kissed me, didn't you? She came to her senses, flustered. You? What are you talking about? Minwoo recalled. Don't you remember? Right after we ate together after completing the holy— He raised his trembling hand to restrain himself. You were dead drunk, he roared. Image of Iorium kissing him replayed over and over in his— After his shout, the entire room fell deathly silent. Truth enveloped everything seemed to freeze solid, as if locked in place, looking like three frozen statues. In this moment of deathly silence, a faint voice rang out. What? Iorium's eyes rolled back as she screamed loud enough to pierce her uncle's eardrums. She trembled, stammering anxiously. I really did that, but I didn't drink that much. Well, I did have a few shots, but— Minwoo made a gesture of a shattered heart. The perpetrator usually doesn't remember what they did? Huh? I had to struggle so hard. And you don't even remember that kiss. Iorium felt like she was somehow the bad— Minwoo, disappointed and indignant, pointed at her face. I will sue you for sexual harassment. Having said that, he grabbed his coat and left. Iorium hurriedly called after him. Min— In the front courtyard of the hotel. Footsteps echoed steadily, ignoring the calls from behind. Minwoo! Hey! Min— A hand was about to touch his clothes. Minwoo reluctantly turned to look at Iorium. His gaze was in— Iorium hesitated. She suggested. Let's go see a movie now, okay? He responded coolly. Fine. She made another suggestion. Or let's go eat. He immediately objected. Minwoo remained emotionless, paying no attention. After thinking for a moment, he clarified. When I said I'd sue you, I was just talking nonsense. Iorium fell silent, not knowing what— Silhouettes of the two standing side by side fell upon the ground. She awkwardly spoke up. The sunset descended, peeking through the tree. Minwoo didn't answer her, taking out his phone and operating it for— On the surface, he appeared unconcerned. Iorium, seeing he wasn't paying attention to her, asked, What are you doing? Minwoo replied coolly, calling it— He asked suspiciously, Why? Do you want to say something? She fidgeted nervously. I was just wondering. You invited me on a date. Iorium scratched her cheek with an embarrassed smile. Because you found me interesting after that kiss. Then she widened her eyes She stared intently at Minwoo, anxiously waiting for an answer. But when he still said nothing and she was about to ask, Minwoo. The taxi had already arrived. The taxi's wheels began to— Iorium stood dejectedly watching the taxi drive. Her figure looked so low. The image of the city at night, sparkling with beautiful lights when viewed from above, accompanied a voice. Is this the view reserved for those at the top of society? A mysterious dark figure standing by a floor-to-ceiling window said, I think I finally understand why humans strive so hard to— Smiled mysterious. He burst into loud laughter, a laugh full of malice as if harboring some evil. The lights turned on, revealing the mysterious person to be Cha Jin. Turned back to question Cha Minwoo, who was sitting and clapping in a chair. What are you doing? Just when it was getting to the climax, he didn't forget to mock. Are you upset about being dumped? So you came here to cause trouble? Minwoo replied coldly. I heard there's a mechanism to turn on the lights by clapping, so as if reacting to what Jinwoo had said, he ground his teeth threateningly. But what nonsense did you just say? Jinwoo wasn't afraid of death and said calmly, You really know how to enjoy yourself. A phantom. Who would have thought you'd fall in love with a human? He denied. When did I do that? It's just curiosity. Jinwoo drew out his voice mockingly. When did I do that? It's just curiosity. He threatened. Want this day next year to be your death anniversary? Minwoo suddenly shouted. And how did you know I got dumped? Jinwoo replied casually. People get a little curious, so I had a ghost slave follow you. Normally you'd notice. But this time you didn't even pay attention. Wu was still wavering. Should I bring flowers to the date? When a truck came rushing at him. Thinking of this, he mocked, acting crazy and getting hit by a Jinwoo, holding a glass of wine and sitting down in a chair as if casually making veiled comments, said, the human world has a saying like this. Love blinds, he taunted. I can no longer see the beast nature in you. You've become human inside and out. Minwoo sighed and rebutted. It's not like that. Just Jinwoo, unconcerned with his gloomy expression, continued analyzing. Even if you're close with humans, you'll eventually get tired. What will you do if you suddenly turn back into a beast? Will your relationship turn into the kind of mutual love and mutual distrust? Jinwoo suddenly remembered something, jerking up and asking, wait, what time is it now? Minwoo answered, almost 8 p.m. Why? He said urgently. We need to hurry. He was confused. Huh. Jinwoo explained. There's a party at Grandma Kim's house today with dishes made from the lettuce I grew. It's healthy organic food without pesticides. He said leisurely. Why bother going there to eat? Just eat. Jinwoo glared reproachfully. What nonsense is that? You should eat the main meal at... He urged Minwoo, who was still sitting dazed in his chair. Hurry up and get... He watched Jinwoo rushing off to make arrangements. Puzzled. What's this? Home? Don't you just want to fool her? From the high-rise building with lights on and off came a mocking remark. Besides, your damn brat of a house is so picky about... Next morning at the clinic, Kim Jun-sung stood next to the patient bed and said, there's nothing abnormal in the test results. How did you get hit by a car? Minwoo sat on the bed moving his arms emotionlessly. You don't need to... Jun-sung seemed to ignore his attitude. Ah, right? Your body wasn't affected after returning from the colony, right? Minwoo just grunted in acknowledgement. She probed. You don't have anything today, do you? Have some free time. He answered curtly. Jun-sung pretended to be hurt. Our number 302 really isn't considerate at all. I was planning to invite you to lunch. Minwoo made a cold face and was about to... Jun-sung suddenly remembered something and called him back. Ah, right? I almost forgot to give you this. He stopped and turned around suspiciously. What's this? She pulled out a file. Team leader Ma asked me to give you... She reminded him. Do you remember the supervisor you met after becoming a hunter? Hearing this, Minwoo recalled the image of the man named Guak. He looked at the investigation report of specimen case 0152E, recalling memories of Guaxio's wife with half her body turned into a slimy, multi-eyed monster. Jun-sung explained. It was an evil spirit that turned the supervisor's wife into a monster. This is the specimen investigation result report. You can find the main information on the last. Minwoo was shocked to see the information in the document. Before his eyes was a line reading, a large amount of unidentifiable DNA was found, and their composition is similar to human biology. Jun-sung also asked, do you understand what this means? Minwoo speculated. So that ugly body was created by grafting together the bodies of many people. Jun-sung's face turned pale as she hugged her arms with goosebumps. Exactly. Reading the results gave me goosebumps. She reasoned. This must be the plan of a psychopathic magic hunter. Killing people without purpose, creating a zombie for no specific reason. It could be the actions of someone who considers killing a pleasure. Minwoo silently examined the report. He thought of the wide-open mouth with hundreds of eyes inside the monster, pondering. Is this why I only felt disgust when looking at that monster? Jun-sung sighed. It seems team leader Ma is also troubled by this. There are several cases of missing hunters related to this psychopathic hunter, but there's no evidence to confirm it's the same. Minwoo held the report and replied. You said something like that before too, but the fact that the team leader has no clues proves that person is more careful than we thought. Jun-sung nodded. You're right, but the fact that he gave the file to number 302. Pausing, she implied. Don't you think the hostile atmosphere between you two is easing? Minwoo hesitated. Well, I secretly think it's because team leader Ma discovered my idea. Cold gleam flashed through his eyes as he probed. Is it true that 7 hunters in team leader Ma's group were... Jun-sung was surprised. He even told you about... Minwoo investigated further. It seems you know well. Jun-sung calmly recounted. I was partly responsible for that incident. He was confused. Partly? She didn't answer directly. You can hear the details from team leader Ma himself. Jun-sung muttered as she walked out. I didn't expect the team leader to tell him even that. Minwoo followed behind, yawning sleep. Just as the two stepped outside, a boy ran past shouting, I don't want to. I don't want to A voice rang out immediately after, catching Minwoo's attention. You naughty, bulging, muscular, a broad chest so tight it seemed about to tear the tall, large man in a nurse's uniform lifted the boy onto his shoulders with a cheerful laugh. Where do you think you're running, kid? Even if you run, you can't escape. This moment he also noticed the two of them, Jun-song and Min, greeted them with a bright smile. Good morning. The director is looking beautiful today too. Jun-song replied. You're full of energy today as well, nurse. He curiously looked at Minwoo, the handsome man next to her. Jun-song also remembered to look at him. This must be the first time he met Nurse Jae-ho. She introduced. Nurse Jae-ho is a member of our guild and an employee at the hospital. He's on short-term leave to care for his child. Jae-ho, being mentioned, broke into a sunny smile. I've heard a lot about you. Very pleased to meet you, Mr. Min. Nurse holding documents called Jun-song from behind. Director, do you have time? There's this file that needs your review. She responded, yeah, I'll send it right away. I can't see you off then. Travel safe. Then she left immediately, leaving only Minwoo and Jae-ho, who was carrying the baby, awkwardly looking at it. Minwoo was about to leave. I should go. Suddenly, Jae-ho moved closer to his eyes sparkled intimately as he said, Mr. Minwoo, you're really as handsome as the rumor. He was enthusiastic. You must be quite the ladies' man, right? Do you receive a lot of confessions from female hunters? The more he listened, the more a huge question mark appeared on Minwoo's.
Jaeho's eyes intently shone.
Minwoo looked at him his eyes sparkled brilliantly, moving even closer. He was drawn in as suddenly he raised his thumb and winked. You're definitely popular with men. Outside the hospital, the sky was clear blue without a. Minwoo was standing waiting at the bus stop. Beside him were two girls. Paid no attention, thinking, what's with that guy with the terrifying sparkling eyes, saying all those weird things? Was that a compliment or was he mocking? Minwoo recalled what he said. You must be quite the ladies' man, right? Do you receive a lot of confessions from female hunters? He thought of the image of homely jury confessing. I like you. Please become my boyfriend. Minwoo scratched his head and covered his ears, forcing himself not to think about it. He muttered darkly. I didn't become human to do things like that. The image of Jinwoo and what he said last night appeared. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Phantom. I didn't expect you to fall in love with a. He ground his teeth, silently rejecting it. It's not like that. Becoming human is just to satisfy my play. Iorium's words also replayed. Because you found me interesting after just one. He was startled, his train of thought cut. The voice of the girl standing next to him reached Minwoo's ears, making him startle. Isn't it ridiculous? He had the delusion to ask me out on it. He turned sharp. The two girls, not noticing his presence, continued chatting. Did he imagine the wedding venue too? The girl standing near him said sarcastically. What are you saying? He definitely thought of the children's names. She was speaking when the two noticed something. Anyway, he thought I liked him just because I treated him nicely a time. The two girls were frightened when they saw Minwoo's eyes full of murderous intent glaring. Minwoo's ear rang a cloying, sweet voice that he remained indifferent to. Hee. Baby wants you to eat first, honey. No, sweetie said she wants. Before him was a couple feeding each other cotton candy. Then baby will count to 3 and we'll both eat together. Okay, honey? Okay. His face remained expressionless as he heard them practice counting. 1, 2. Before reaching 3, he suddenly lunged forward, cutting between. The couple was taking photos, the atmosphere overflowing with pink. Minwoo averted his eyes. Then he saw a pair of students smiling sweetly, holding hands. He kept his face cold, looking elsewhere, resentfully thinking. Never seen any other day. It had to be another couple on a date. The girl leaned sweetly on the guy's. He glared. That one. Even the cats had pairs affectionately together. Minwoo felt like he'd fallen into a sanctuary for the lonely. Around him were all couples in romantic scenes. Minwoo's mouth twitched in discomfort. Why are there so many eyesores? Felt a bit dejected. He gloomily glared as if wanting to stab through those who had lovers. I need something to heal this shitty. Minwoo turned around as if. Immediately, he opened his eyes wide, discovering a place for perpetually single saints like him. Minwoo stretched his shoulders and loosened his arm. He pulled his hood up, warming up his eyes flashed a dim purple light as he lightly sighed. It's been a long. The electronic screen finished the game, displaying a request to insert more coins. He looked down on it. This piece of Moon Ji-hyun looked surprised. With Hunter Uncle Foe.
You mean Ha Minwoo?
Moon Ji-hyun looked surprised. With Hunter Phantom? You mean Cha Min? Aorium sat opposite her, a bit self-reproachful. It's been a while since we met. I apologize for bringing this up. But you're the only person who knows both Cha Minwoo and me. Ji-hyun regained her composure. That's true. Since we went to the sacred tower Iorium was confused. What should I do? I also want to get close to Cha Minwoo. But to do that, Jihyun also she asked, surprising Iorium. Iorium, do you really have no romantic feelings for Cha? Back at the arcade, a person wearing a shirt with a yin-yang symbol on the back walk. The manager spoke up. When the mysterious man looked around, he noticed Minwoo sitting and playing. He smirked and boy character in the game shouted while gathering power in his fist. I'll avenge He punched straight into the belly of the three-eyed monster, killing it on the boy clenched the red rope, softly calling, He stood on the mountain peak, swearing to the faint smiling image of the old man before him. I will continue your... The screen froze, displaying a notification. Jian's story complete. Minwoo, hand still holding the joystick, emotionlessly said, that was fun, but I'm only fighting AI, so the difficulty is a bit... Suddenly, his phone... On the phone screen appeared the caller's name. Minwoo silently contemplated for a... Then he answered. Hello. The other end also spoke.
Hello, Cha Minwoo.
She sounded slightly resentful. You actually picked up. I've been calling you all this time, but your phone was always off. Minwoo replied casually. I broke my phone. Don't you remember? Iorium recalled. Ah, right. You had an accident, didn't you? I forgot. It seems you just got a new... Minwoo was silent for a moment, then asked, why did you call? The other side hesitated. This matter. Immediately, he received a notification of a challenge request in the game. He was suspicious. A challenge request? Iorium was still speaking hesitantly. After I left that day, I've always felt uneasy and Minwoo didn't pay much attention to her. Suspicious about the person sitting across. He thought to himself, perfect timing. Playing with AI isn't interesting at all. He said indifferently into the phone. If it's about that, you don't need to... Iorium's tone became somewhat urgent. I don't need to? How can you say? She looked at Jihyun, who was signaling with her hands, and hesitated. So, do you want to eat and talk? We didn't get to eat that time. You like good food, right? I know a wonderful restaurant. That place requires queuing for a table, but I know the owner, so we can get a table. Iorium continued rambling. When are you free? I can arrange my schedule to match yours. So, then Minwoo cut in. Hey, she was puzzled. He said coldly, I'm hanging up. Hearing that, Iorium became flustered and she tried to call out. Huh? Hey! Cha Minwoo wait. He decisively hung. He held the phone, his face in the game. Minwoo's boy character had just taken a roundhouse kick from the opponent's female character. He didn't expect it. They beat. The system displayed a notification. Do you want to send a rematch? Minwoo selected. The opponent's female character had a cunning After a few minutes, his character was defeated. Once more, his character was kicked out of. A few minutes later, victory still belonged to the female character. Once again, his screen displayed the glaring red letters, KO. Minwoo was doubtful. Who exactly is unable to contain himself? He stood up, shouting praise at the person. Playing dirty like that. Show your... Then he saw the mysterious man from earlier sitting across. The man wore a hat covering his face. Nevertheless, Minwoo still recognized him as a... The man now spoke up. I've heard a lot about you, Hyung-nim. You really have a temper like candy. The man introduced himself. I'm the guild master of Nebula Guild Van Gogh. Minwoo's eyes flashed with surprise. He tilted his face up slightly, smiling as he extended an invitation. Want to join our... Yuri kept her eyes glued to the phone screen without... Sung Yuna standing beside her had lost patience and opened her mouth. Why have you been staring at that phone from earlier? Do you think Hunter Phantom will come according to your request? Hearing that, Lee Yuri hurriedly affirmed. His mood was good. Saying that, Lee Yuri, with rose-colored glasses, lovingly and excitedly recalled the image of Phantom smiling and praising her smile as pretty. She shouted loudly. He even complimented that my smile looks... Sung Yuna indifferently refuted. He said that probably just to flatter you. I told you already, he doesn't like... Lee Yuri also said irritably in response. Why are you suddenly talking so bluntly? It's not my fault you've been single for so... That sentence hit Sung Yuna's sore spot. She angrily pinched Lee Yuri's cheek and scolded. You little brat. Saying whatever you want. The strong pinch made Lee Yuri shrink back, holding her cheek in pain. Sung Yuna crossed her arms in annoyance and walked away without looking. Leaving the teasing aside, Lee Yuri spoke up asking, but why does the government want to meet us? Nothing bad happened, right? Sung Yuna also wasn't sure and replied, I don't remember us doing anything illegal either. They probably just want to borrow our guilds. Lee Yuri said with some concern, we're famous enough to be in the top 10, but compared to other guilds, our history isn't as deep. I honestly don't know what they're going to request from us. Wouldn't it be better to ask Nebula? Sung Yuna calmly replied. Your problem is you have no ambition except becoming an S rank. Let's hear what they have to say first. In Nebula Guild's case, before finishing the sentence, the two ran into Sung Yuna opened with a greeting. We meet again. Songun asked warmly. Have you been well lately? This is the first time we've met since that time in the colony. They began chatting about old times. The Prime Minister is in. The door swung. Sangjin sat in. He turned and said, You're here. Hunter Echidna and Hunter Val. Sung Yuna greeted politely. Hello, Prime Minister Baek Sangjin. Lee Yuri behind her was amazed, thinking to herself, so he's the Prime Minister of the Hunters. The two representatives shook hands amicably. Sangjin said, Thank you both for coming all this way. Sung Yuna also replied, We're very curious about what you want to request. Sangjin called, Captain Ma. Songun, standing nearby, responded. Then he pulled out a remote and pressed a large world map appeared. Songun introduced, These red dots here represent the distribution of tower location. He continued, and this is a prediction map of tower location. It was almost completely covered in red dots. Sung Yuna said loudly in horror. What? They cover nearly every corner. What's? Sangjin calmly spoke. This is data sent by the American Hunter government. Sung Yuna exclaimed in surprise. America? Sangjin continued. And the American Hunter government announced almost emotionlessly, has issued a notice that a gate clash will occur in the near. The two female hunters froze upon hearing. Sung Yuna asked blankly. In the near future, Songun replied. At the earliest, 1 to 2 years. Sangjin clasped his hands and said seriously. Perhaps you both already know, but undeveloped countries are losing their lands to the towers and are being abandoned. To prevent the gate clash, we must handle the neglected towers. Sung Yuna asked. So you want to dispatch our guild on foreign missions? Sangjin said instead. No, he replied. I want your guild to move domestically. In exchange, you'll have to clear towers more busily than. Lee Yuri asked again. More. Sung Yuna very quickly grasped the issue. She said. So that means we'll be busy handling the work of other guilds too. Which guild is being sent abroad? Sangjin replied. Currently, we plan to dispatch a total of 3 guilds. He listed each name. Drake Guild, Moonlight, and Nebula. At this time, at the arcade, Minwoo asked in confusion. Nebula. He tilted his head and asked. Are you the guild master? Asungan suerte cheerfully. Yeah. Have you heard of that guild? Minwoo asked back indifferently. Is there any hunter who hasn't heard of that? Minwoo recalled the old man and thought to himself. Does he mean phantom? He mused inwardly when Ha-sung asked at just the right moment. Do you think I resent? Minwoo flinched, thinking. Am I becoming too easy to read? At the same time, he gave a vague reply and Ha-sung continued. To be honest, I'm a bit curious about that myself. He's not the type to praise someone so easily. As he spoke, Ha-sung quietly assessed Minwoo, wondering to himself a hunter. Ha-sung observed Minwoo's energy and thought. His dark energy signature is certainly unusual. Then Ha-sung continued thinking, but I don't sense anything suspicious about his identity. Ha-sung gazed at Minwoo with his simplified dot-like. Ha-sung tilted his head, studying. Ha-sung circled around Minwoo, brazenly observing him from top to bottom, which left Minwoo rather. Minwoo was confused and irritated, finally unable to hold back his question. What are you? Ha-sung suddenly interrupted. What do you think of my? Ha-sung smiled brightly and said frankly, I like you. What do you think? Minwoo felt awkward, recalling the saying that he must have been quite popular among men in the past, and replied stiffly, I already belong to another. Ha-sung didn't give up and continued persuading. I heard you say that, but don't worry. Job hopping isn't considered unethical in the hunter world. I can help. He offered. How much signing bonus did you get when you joined your guild? If you want any terms or conditions, you can tell me. Minwoo replied bluntly. There was no signing bonus or any condition. Ha-sung waited and asked. Then how does that guild compensate you? What's the guild's name? Minwoo answered concisely. Wilderness. Ha-sung asked again. This is the first time I've heard of it. A new guild. Minwoo replied coldly. We recently changed our. Ha-sung wouldn't give up his inquiry. So what was it called before? Seemingly annoyed by the questioning, Minwoo glared at Ha-sung and answered curtly. If you're still wondering, I don't know, so stop. Seeing Ha-sung maintain that attitude, he clarified. I never said I would join the Nebula. He stated directly. I don't like being ordered. Ha-sung asked in surprise. Then why did you join that guild? Minwoo answered honestly. They meet all my requirements. Upon hearing this, Ha-sung instinctively repeated. All your requirements. Ha-sung stood with his chin propped, thinking for a then he smiled confidently, pointing at himself and saying, I can also try to persuade them. Minwoo snapped irritably. I already said. He calmed down, sat down on a chair and said, just sit. Minwoo declared. This time Ah-sung stood frozen, staring intently. Then he laughed again and began. This game is a bit old. They've released a new one, but the boss hasn't downloaded it. Minwoo said in confusion. Ah-sung maintained his enthusiastic conversational attitude. I know a place that has the new game downloaded. Let's play. Minwoo stood before the grand lobby, bewildered, and asked, and where are we? Ah-sung answered honestly. This is the Nebula Guild building. As employees greeted them with, welcome, Guild. Minwoo asked again. The game place is here? Ah-sung replied again. Yes, there's a dedicated gaming area inside the guild. Nelia was walking when she suddenly spotted. She excitedly stepped forward and exclaimed, oh my! Who's this? Is this Hunter? Minwoo asked in confusion. You are? Nelia answered with a smile. Long time no see. You're still so charming, aren't? Minwoo fell silent and began searching through his memories for the identity of the person before. Remembering, he blurted out, you're the summoner who got her stomach torn open. Nelia didn't let him finish the sentence and cheerfully smacked him while exclaiming loudly, what? That's all you remember? That's too much.
I'm Nelia.
She asked again. But why did you come here? Oh my, guild master. Suddenly realizing something, Nelia widened her eyes and raised her index. Then, without hesitation, she grabbed Ah-sung's hand and pulled him to a corner, pulling him down to whisper. He's very particular about having completed everything. Nelia waved goodbye to everyone, calling out, all right, see you. Ah-sung suddenly grabbed Minwoo's shoulder and said, ah. He smiled and asked, since we're here, would you like to eat? And so, a large feast was quickly prepared, with Ah-sung saying modestly, it's not. Minwoo's eyes were glued to the food as Ah-sung said with satisfaction, enjoy your. Sat across from Minwoo and chatted, I didn't know what you liked, so I had the head chef make as many dishes as possible. After saying this, he smiled again, looking like a cunning. Next, he led Minwoo around, introducing each room. This is our spa. You can take care of yourself. Continued. This is our gym. Training here can help increase hunters' physical. He went on. Our nail salon. Female hunters love this place. This continued to many, many other places, with Ah-sung never stopping. And this, finally reaching the elevator, the system announced, 4th floor. Doors closing. Ah-sung pressed the button for the 4th floor and said, now, he continued, let's get to the main business, shall we? This is the 4th. Ah-sung turned around to see Minwoo holding a glass of water in one hand, hugging food in the other, eyes wide with. Minwoo's face was shiny with signs of being won over as he asked, if I come here, can I enjoy all of this? Ah-sung replied, yeah, he continued, but only Nebula Guild members get to enjoy these privileges. Minwoo's face immediately fell in disappointment. Ah-sung still looked somewhat surprised and asked again, even this doesn't The system announced, 4th floor cancelled. Going to 20th floor. Minwoo asked in confusion, what are you? Ah-sung interjected. I'm thinking of something more interesting than. He glanced at Minwoo, still smiling brightly, and affirmed, I'm sure you'll like it. On the 20th floor, built with powerful fist came crashing. The muscular man punched the floor so hard it shook the air, and Hang-A swiftly leaped, perfectly dodging the Without hesitation, she released her power and delivered a kick, which the man quickly defended against by crouching. Hang-A looked straight. The man also looked. The two simultaneously engaged, with the man forcefully flexing his arm muscles to try to knock Hang-A's leg away. But she flexibly twisted her body early to withdraw, and then, in a flash, a punch blocked her next offensive. The two continuously exchanged techniques without. Their fierce collisions created shock. The man grinned slowly, lowered his body, gathering. Then he charged forward like a leopard toward Hang-A, who showed no panic and calmly said, I told you, if you just wait, an opportunity will. In an instant, her foot had already risen from below, striking straight at the opponent's. Hang-A kicked directly at his vital point, sending him flying into. Then he fell hard to the person fell right in front of Minwoo, who had just. Hang-A scolded disapprovingly. You're good at everything except for that hot. She was speaking. She stopped, her eyes widening in surprise. She exclaimed, Ah-sung, I mean, Guild Master. Ah-sung also greeted her warmly, saying, so you were Hobie, standing to the side with arms crossed, asked, what? Did you also come to spar? Ah-sung asked back, you too. Hobie replied, I just came to. After saying this, he fell silent, frowning as he looked at the person beside Ha. He said in confusion, the person standing next to you. Ah-sung didn't hesitate to acknowledge, right? It's Hunter. Both people present jolted, simultaneously thinking of the A-rank hunter that Phantom Hunter had met. Ha-sung took responsibility for introducing them. From left to right are Hobie and Hang-A, and the hunter currently lying on the ground is Soji-Wonner. Hang-A said warmly, "Nice to meet you. I've heard Phantom Hunter talk about you a lot. But why did you come here with that hunter?" Ha-sung said again, "What do you think? Hunter Phantom will spar." Min-woo, still not understanding anything, asked. Hang asked again, "Who will spar with him?" "Me?" Hobie chimed in from the side. "If two A-rank hunters spar, would you kill the weaker one?" Hang-A immediately asked. "Then can you do it?" Hobie irritably denied. "I'm a magic hunter, not a martial art." Hang-A turned to the guy lying there crying and said, "You could ask that one." Hobie said bluntly. "He already lost." Ha-sung interjected, asking, "What are you all talking about?" Then he smiled a dangerous smile and declared, "I'll be the one to spar with." This time, Hang-A was stunned, breaking out in cold sweat and thinking, "That's..." Hobie was also shocked, his eyes widening as he thought, "This is..." Min-woo showed no fear and glanced at Ha-sung took off his coat and said, "Let's make a..." He continued removing his hat while chatting. "If I win, you'll join the Nebula Guild, and if you..." Ha-sung, now brushing his hair, having removed his coat and hat, turned his back to Min-woo and declared, "Then I'll do whatever you..." He turned his head to look straight at Min-woo with a dangerous gaze and asked, how whispers and gossip from everywhere reached the ears of the young Ha-sung. "So that brat is the youngest son of the Nebula Corporation? I heard the chairman adores the youngest. Of course, that kid has both looks and talent. So young yet already born with a silver..." Ha-sung looked up and listened clearly, hearing every word. "The Nebula Corporation will probably belong to that brat." Suddenly, a strange voice approached. "Hello? I'm Yoon Subin. I didn't expect to meet someone my age." Girl thought to herself, "I need to make a good impression," while smiling brightly and saying, "Pleased to meet..." She told herself, "Mom said I have to get close to him," while her mother stood right behind, watching her daughter with a satisfied smile, thinking, "My daughter is doing great. This is my chance to connect with the Nebula Corporation. We might even become the owners of the Nebula Corporation." Her daughter followed her mother's wishes, leaning closer to Ha-sung and asking, "This place is boring." Girl said, "How about we take a walk?" At the same moment, Ha-sung also opened his mouth, continuing her words directly, "How about we take a..." The girl startled and exclaimed aloud, "What?" Ha-sung also repeated in confusion. Such a strange occurrence left the young girl frozen in fear, and Ha-sung then smiled, leaning in to whisper, "Did I just scare you?" "How?" At such close distance and pressure, Ha-sung said bluntly, "But what can I do? You're not my type. Go tell your mother to give up on becoming the owner of my corporation." Successfully scaring the girl away, Ha-sung let out a light, natural inside he laughed to himself, his pale eyes widening while maintaining his smile, thinking, "I hate boring people." At the Nebula Guild headquarters, Hobie asked in fear, "What did you see?" He questioned Ha-sung, "Are you really going through?" He was so shocked he stuttered, "What? President? I mean, he's a rank." Ha-sung bluntly asked back, "What does being president matter? So what if he's a rank?" Hobie immediately said, "But the Nebula Guild's rules require a fair match." Ha-sung, hearing this, muttered boredly, "Ah, that rule." He asked again, "What's the rule for anyway?" The statement made Hobie grind his teeth angrily and mutter quietly, "This damn..." In the end, Ha-sung accepted and compromised, saying, "Fine, fine. Then let's do this." Yeah. "Ah, right. Hobie. Bring me 2 pieces of..." Receiving the cloth, Ha-sung explained, "You know about the orientation sessions held by the hunter headquarters, right? Since you're a hunter, you must have participated before. A-rank hunters and above typically use this format for matches." Ha-sung tied the white cloth around his left bicep and said, "Now the Nebula Guild will use a similar..." Hobie handed Min-woo a similar cloth as Ha-sung continued, "Of course, there need to be safety measures too. All active and passive skills are prohibited." Ha-sung smiled again and said vaguely, "And stats too. Each individual's entire system will be prohibited. Will only be able to compete with pure physical strength." Even as Min-woo remained silent, Ha-sung continued, "How about it? A good idea." After listening, Min-woo broke into a... He took off his coat, tossed it aside and replied. He continued rolling up his sleeves, securing the cloth, and asked, "You said you'd grant anything I want if I win." Directly facing Ha-sung, Min-woo said calmly, "Then don't break your promise." Ha-sung didn't respond but smiled confidently. Min-woo's expression was indifferent as he raised his head high, looking on one side. Hanga dragged the still crying friend over, while Hobie asked in confusion, How much does that brat want him to go this? Hangé asked in bewilderment. Does this match have any? Habie answered. I'm not sure. I just see him trying to show off his strength to recruit that guy to the... Habie thought to himself, right? This match is truly meaningless. The outcome has already been Ha-sung began. You know the rules, right? Whoever grabs the other's cloth first. Minwoo was introduced enthusiastically by the person beside him, who said, He's really nice. Isn't he? Ha-sung smiled and accepted the compliment, replying, I've heard that Minwoo suddenly spoke up, asking, Are you that nice when fighting? Just as Ha-sung voiced his confusion, Minwoo's fist was already right before his. Ha-sung, without a hint of panic, stepped back and blocked the punch, then said with a smile, Ah, so you like sneak it in a flash? Ha-sung's knee rose high, preparing to smash straight into Minwoo's. Simultaneously, an elbow followed, and Minwoo raised both hands. Ha-sung aimed straight for the cloth in Minwoo's, not giving Minwoo a chance to react. Ha-sung quickly pulled back, arched his body, and delivered. Ha-sung smiled with. Minwoo also smiled, clearly extremely. The two of them just like that at each. Simultaneously, they threw punches that collided, creating a powerful shot. Their fists had just separated. Minwoo's leg was already. An aerial kick was executed by him, aimed straight at Ha-sung. Despite the speed of the movement, Ha-sung still reacted in time. Using his hand, Minwoo's offensive didn't stop there. He braced his hand and spun. A series of fluid movements formed a terrifyingly powerful double kick aimed straight at Ha-sung's. Minwoo looked in surprise at the person before. Such a fast and unpredictable kick. Yet Ha-sung still received it naturally, even smiling and exhaling. Suddenly, Ha-sung grabbed Minwoo. He threw Minwoo far. Minwoo, sent flying, still wore a surprised expression directed at Ha-sung, when a sound of wind cutting through the air. Minwoo used the momentum to push off the wooden. He continued charging straight at Another punch aimed straight at his face. Ha-sung still blocked. Sensing something, Minwoo jerked in. Continued to retreat to gain momentum. He continued with a skillful high kick, but Ha-sung could still intercept. Just like that, every one of Ha-sung's attacks was blocked at just the right moment. As if everything happened quick. Minwoo retreated far, maintaining distance from Ha. He thought to himself, this bastard's movement. Ha-sung still smiled confidently like that, and Minwoo mused inwardly, how strong. Minwoo arched his body. He continued charging forward, proactively attacking Ha. Ha-sung's eyes glanced over and locked on. Minwoo jerked, realizing his high kick was blocked once more, and Minwoo thought to himself, rather than reading my movements, it's as if he already knew in advance. Subordinate below spoke up, saying, Van Gogh can't possibly control that, and Hanga responded in agreement. Right? It's both a blessing and a... On one side, those two were still fighting intensely, and Hanga observed, saying, penetrating into another person's... Hanga and Minwoo simultaneously aloud. Mind. Minwoo looked straight at Ha-sung, who remained calm, and asked. Ha-sung smiled. Ha-sung no longer concealed it and spoke frankly, saying, You figured it out immediately. As expected, you have a good eye. I've possessed this ability since before awakening. It's a unique ability separate from a hunter's... Ha-sung opened his silver eyes wide and said, Format. I can see everything with my eyes. Then continued, You're like... As if reenacting Minwoo's past, Ha-sung said, If you want something, you must have it no matter what. And if anything dares interfere, you'll eliminate it immediately at any... Continued, No matter how difficult or how much time it takes, you don't care as long as you still want to... Finally, Ha-sung smiled and exclaimed, Silver eyes widened and locked onto me. Ha-sung suddenly charged forward, taking the offensive, and declared, This is my victory, Format. Obediently joined a dangerous strike, but Minwoo quickly dodged. Not stopping there, Ha-sung attacked. What seemed like a straight punch to the face made Minwoo instinctively duck. But nothing happened. Ha-sung suddenly appeared behind him. The earlier strike was clearly a... Ha-sung smiled, almost grasping Minwoo's face and pressing him. Minwoo refused to yield, gritting his teeth and arching his body to block the... And he launched a hook. Ha-sung dodged it quick as lightning and also pulled away from Min. Having escaped, Minwoo immediately stood up, gritting his teeth and staring intently at Ha. But before he could prepare, Ha-sung had already appeared on his right. Another direct punch Minwoo barely blocked. The leg that had just kicked now moved. Ha-sung braced his hand, forming a hook kick straight at Minwoo's. Minwoo jerked, unable to... Felt as if he were locked down by a giant fist he couldn't resist. Ha-sung struck in rapid succession, and Minwoo could only brace his arms. While Minwoo braced himself, unable to resist like this, a voice rang out, saying, The difference in talent is determined from... Minwoo's consciousness snapped back, and his pupils contracted. The image of a red demon carrying a spear appeared, asking, Format, aren't you a low-class demon from below the first floor? Why did you come up here? Minwoo answered, I want to climb to the top. The red demon, hearing this, mocked in surprise. The top? You've gone mad. A lowly low-class demon like you dares oppose me to climb the tower? Know your place. Minwoo asked in disbelief. Why can't I That demon grew even more contemptuous, saying, Are you stupid? I'm a high-class demon, and you're just a low-class demon. The difference in talent is determined from... Recalling this made him grit his teeth and think, Ha-sung. In the midst of his surge, notice, Minwoo thought to himself, don't joke around, and Ha-sung's body went stiff. He sensed an invisible pressure, like being stalked by a... Before he could regain his composure, Minwoo's fist flew straight toward him, smashing into Ha-sung's... Minwoo muttered inwardly, that damn talent. And Ha-sung took the full force of the punch, flying. Minwoo successfully struck Ha-sung but showed no reaction whatsoever. He lifted his head, his eyes cold and sharp like a predator's, thinking mockingly inwardly, He remembered the headless red demon and thought to himself, they relied on that talent and boasted loudly, only to die by my hand. Ha-sung braced his knee and said, while Ha-sung still looked at Minwoo in confusion. Minwoo was still thinking, why only me? Minwoo pulled off his t-shirt and threw it at Ha-sung. Just as Ha-sung was blinded and caught the shirt, Minwoo rushed forward. Ha-sung also didn't expect this and looked at Minwoo. Hang-A and Ha-ba outside were also shocked into still. Minwoo used one hand to grab. He threw Ha-sung far. Ha-sung lay on the ground, still dazed and not understanding what. He closed his mouth, his eyes still. Ha-sung quickly sprang up to face Minwoo, who had completely... Ha-sung thought in shock. I can't read his mind. Then he saw Minwoo standing slouched as if abandoning defense, yet bringing an incredibly terrifying feeling, and Ha-sung thought fearfully, that state. Inhuman. Then Minwoo lifted his head with red eyes devoid of reason, and Ha-sung thought in disbelief. He's planning to fight with... He wondered to himself, is he even still... Then Ha-sung smiled at the corners of his... He also threw off his black t-shirt, saying, this is Ha-sung faced Minwoo, saying, let's go all out. Minwoo said nothing, only staring intently at his... The next round continued, and the two charged at each other. Still at Nebula headquarters, the wooden sparring training. Hang-A's eyes widened in shock, mouth... Ha-ba beside him wore a similar The spiky-haired friend still cried. The white towel fell to the ground, and Hang-A and Ha-ba simultaneously exclaimed, Van... Ha-sung was already lying flat beside the towel, his face still bearing traces of fear, and the other two asked aloud in disbelief. Ha-ba came beside him and asked with concern, hey, are you okay? Ha-sung said instead, was he born a hunter? This confused Ha-ba, who asked again, huh? Ha-sung ignored him and continued talking to himself. Or is it the difference in experience? No, that's ridiculous. He's younger. Ha-ba looked down and said, have you lost your mind? Once again, Ha-sung cut off Ha-ba with a burst of unrestrained. Ha-sung laughed until his eyes were tightly shut and shouted loudly, I'm so curious about who you... Interesting format. Minwoo, having left, also smiled with satisfaction. He cheerfully held up a black card and asked, with just this card, I can use all the facilities belonging to the Nebula Guild. A phone suddenly rang, and Minwoo squinted and fumbled. He quickly answered the phone, saying, hello, and the other end also rang out. You answered fast. It's me. Minwoo asked back, who am I? The other side, hearing this, said impatiently, it's Fan-S. Didn't you save my number? Minwoo suddenly realized and replied, ah, the girly name? My phone broke, so... Fan-S cut him off irritably. Why do you keep calling me girly? I have a name, whatever. Forget it. Fan-S got straight to the point, saying, about what you asked me. I couldn't find any clues about the first thing, but I did for the... Then Fan-S uttered a name that made Minwoo freeze. Minwoo, having heard, stood silent for... Then he curled his lips into a smile and asked, where is that At some place isolated from the world, a voice rang out, saying, Adam and Eve, the first two humans created by God. They were naked but felt no shame, and hands clasped with index fingers pointing skyward as the person continued. Why? Because at that time they had not yet committed the sin of eating the forbidden fruit of knowledge. The speaker was someone in a white robe standing among people in black robes, and the white-robed figure continued. After eating the forbidden fruit, they immediately felt ashamed of their nakedness. They confessed that they themselves were sin. The white-robed person said again, so what must we do? Atone with all sincerity. The white-robed figure shouted loudly, to prove ourselves. Black robes loosened and they dropped to the one by one. The black-robed people stripped down, leaving only their naked bodies, both men and the white-robed figure. Seeing this, smiled with satisfaction. Then he expressed surprise and exclaimed, what's... Eyes caught sight of a figure who hadn't removed their robe, and he asked, "Why aren't you He slowly stepped close, walking straight toward that deviant. The white-robed figure drew close to the deviant and spoke, asking, "Why aren't you atoning, lost lamb? Don't you want to be saved?" He smiled. The black-robed person still didn't. Suddenly, that deviant figure spoke, a familiar voice that shocked him, saying, Deviant was Minwoo, who smiled and asked back, "I'm a demon. Why would I?" He didn't hide it at all and greeted him with a voice reeking of gunpowder, saying, "Long time no see. You sick sex-addicted." Robed saw Diho also revealed his face and smiled, shouting the name. A woman's voice shouted a name loudly. Diho. The boy Diho, lying weakly on the ground, responded. He struggled to prop himself up and sit up, his mouth continuously calling, "Mother!" The mother, worried, knelt down and asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Diho answered, "I'm fine." Before he could finish his words, the mother quickly grabbed his hand, pulled him up, and said loudly, "We need to run from here right now. Hold mother's." Diho hurriedly ran after his mother but frantically turned his head. Last image he saw was a decaying cross blocking 3 giant monsters. The boy's face was dirty, but his eyes were wide and shining. All that remained in his young mind was the image of the loud explosion shook the entire space, with debris flying everywhere as the building collapsed. A white-robed figure faintly emerged from the. Diho braced his hands and knelt, gasping for. He lifted his head, looked up, and smiled. Above him was Minwoo in a black robe, holding a sword and stepping out from the pile of rubble, and Diho spoke, saying, "You're still as combative as before." Seeing Minwoo looking at him coldly, he asked again, "How did you know I was here? Are you following?" He smiled openly and said, "Wow, I didn't expect you to miss me this." Without hesitation, a powerful sword slash cut across Diho's head, not allowing him to say another. Minwoo attacked again but noticed white flower petals and a familiar voice ringing out from behind, saying, "Too hasty." He showed no surprise as Diho smiled and asked, "Shall we?" Glanced to the side and said, Beside the battlefield of the two was a grove of green trees that had been completely severed by Minwoo's attack, and Diho gently advised, "These poor trees, you should cherish their lives." Minwoo smiled and looked at Diho, asking, "You're not the type who knows how to joke?" Diho smiled, narrowing his eyes, and responded with another question, saying, "You think I'm here for Minwoo didn't answer and only gripped his hand and swung his sword once. Suddenly, Diho raised his hand and said, "There are many obstacles," and Minwoo jerked, realizing the direction Diho's hand pointed was toward dozens of brainwashed people still standing frozen in. His eyes suddenly lit up with a golden glow that enveloped his entire. Another explosion erupted, and this time, pale golden slashes scattered chaotically in all directions. Previously, Xie Wenchuan had asked, "Have you found him?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Thinking it over, your information-gathering ability is quite useful." Finally, he said, "All right, I'll support you." Then he raised his index finger and declared, "But you must report to me after completion, and," he added, "you must avoid any casualty." Minwoo held his sword, standing before the ordinary people, as a red chain-wrapped barrier shield enveloped him, protecting everyone from the previous. Witnessing this, Xiao Yuer sneered and said, "You're not someone who thinks of others either." Minwoo maintained the shield, didn't answer when suddenly tremors appeared, but Xiao Yuer kept. Minwoo squinted his eye, looked as a giant white serpent rose up behind him, and Xiao Yuer shouted loudly. At the same time, behind Minwoo, an intricate circular magic formation appeared, and he shouted, "Come forth, BL." The white serpent with red eyes roared furiously. "This move is for my sister." It lunged forward with its mouth gaping wide, and Minwoo also roared, "Die!" Dozens of sharp ice fragments rained down like a storm to serpent, and when the ice magic touched its protective formation, they exploded like flowers but completely blocked its attacking. Serpent anxiously turned to Xiao Yuer and said, "Master, that." Jinwoo stepped out from the formation and descended behind Minwoo, while Xiao Yuer said suspiciously, "I sense it too. Why does that brat possess high-level magic?" He exclaimed in confusion, "Who the hell are you?" Jinwoo thought irritably to himself, covering his cheek. "I thought Prophet was deceiving me, but he's asked me to do far too many things." Minwoo said calmly, "What are you thinking? Either way, he pays well, Beelzebub." Jinwoo raised his hand dismissively and said, "I know." Following his words, he raised his hand in the same stance as Yuer. Minwoo once again gripped his. The two coordinated smoothly, immediately dividing their targets. Minwoo charged straight at. Seeing this, the white serpent quickly lunged forward with its mouth agape, roaring loudly, "How dare!" Before it could reach him, it found the world spinning, suddenly forced to stop as gravity pressed down on its massive body, and Jinwoo stood below, asking casually, Right here. The serpent cried out furiously. When it saw Jin Woo holding up one hand, and the serpent shouted angrily, "You damned!" Facing the monster's fury, Jin Woo merely grinned, his eyes filled with pure killing intent, while Min Woo said coldly, "Here." Xiao Yuer still smiled brightly and said, "So you brought that brat here to keep me busy?" Min Woo responded, leaving Yuer confused. "It's not just..." He immediately grabbed one of Yuer's shoulders. His eyes flashed with a dangerous red light as he commanded, "You must come." Xiao Yuer, clearly unprepared, was caught by Min Woo's grip when suddenly a massive eye carved from purple light tore through space, appearing and enveloping them. Xiao Yuer raised a hand to cover his mouth. Dust and smoke cleared, and he awoke to the changes in his surroundings. Before him stretched a space resembling a vast, boundless universe, and he gasped in shock. This taking advantage of Xiao Yuer's apparent bewilderment and lack of defense. Min Woo lunged down from somewhere, immediately slashing his sword at Yuer's neck. But it was as if not noticing Min Woo appearing behind him. Xiao Yuer still smiled and said, "No warning." The sharp blade sliced straight into Yuer's, a powerful, unhesitating strike that cut away half of that. Time seemed to stop in that instant as Yuer's body's eyes lost their light, and from the cut, no blood appeared. Instead, golden light emerged along with butterflies that scattered chaotically. Butterflies flew everywhere, surrounding both Min Woo and his sword. Xiao Yuer suddenly split into two people, both enveloped in golden light, and he said, "You seem to have gotten nearby." Two more clones of Yuer gradually appeared. He continued, "But I'm no longer what I used to be." His golden eyes shone brilliantly like stars as he smiled and said, "Now I possess origin level." Surrounding Min Woo, the clones asked in unison, "Aren't we enough?" Min Woo didn't answer, his eyes turning crimson and cold as a predatory beast's. On the other side, Jin Woo was also observing his. Rocks flew everywhere, tossing his robe about. Behind him, a wave of hazy dust. White serpent opened its mouth wide and charged forward, intending to swallow him. An energy sphere as wide as its own body suddenly appeared, pressing it heavily downward, and Jin Woo remarked, "Your attacks are too easy to see." Serpent cursed bitterly. "You damned!" Using its head and massive body, it lunged straight down. The destruction shattered the ground into rough fragments, but it thought to itself in confusion, "This feel..." Jin Woo was somehow standing right before its pupil, raising his hand and calling out, "Where are you going?" "I'm right here." The serpent quickly coiled itself to trap Jin Woo, but he jumped up to evade. Again it struck downward, but Jin Woo lightly somersaulted and died. The serpent attempted another strike, but it was still easily evaded. It roared in frustration as the white serpent opened its mouth and cursed loudly, But hearing that insult, Jin Woo laughed loudly and asked, "How did you know I'm an He didn't hesitate to curse back, "You're a serpent, but you're as foolish as a worm." The white serpent charged forward madly, cursing, "You sharp-tongued." Just as the massive fangs were about to touch Jin Woo, they stopped again. The serpent realized it had been bound by chains from who knows when, and thought in fear, "Since when?" Jin Woo calmly stroked his chin, tilting his head and saying, "Since when? Obviously, we've been fighting for a while now." But he glared arrogantly and said, "My blood still boils a little even fighting a weakling." Then he asked, "Now, how should I take care of you? Or that worm? You're a demon servant, aren't you?" Continued bluntly, "I'm wondering what a serpent demon servant would taste like. Would my demon servants like it? They'll eat you alive." He grinned as he described, "At first you'll feel a little pain until your entire body is devoured clean. My blood-red eyes." Jin Woo's words continued, "I'm imagining the sight of you writhing in agony. How beautiful it was." The serpent screamed out. Without fail, two eerie black-eyed girls appeared, biting down hard on Jin Woo's arms just as he finished speaking. "What do you mean?" Blood spurted up, terrifying Jin Woo. He quickly used wind magic to blow the two troublemakers. The two white-dressed girls quickly retreated toward the white serpent, their expressions filled with hatred as they looked at Jin. Jin Woo now collapsed to his knees, both hands clutching his shoulders as if seriously wounded. He raised his hands and his trembling hands were covered in blood as he exclaimed in shock. The two girls anxiously touched the massive serpent's head and called out, "Sister!" The white serpent also said, "You shouldn't be here. It's too dangerous." The two girls simultaneously shed tears and cried. At this moment, Jin Woo had already stood up and suddenly spoke. "Who are they? Can he create more demon servants?" He continued muttering, "The only time I've had to bleed in battle was when I fought Prophet in the Hell Tower. That was quite a while ago." Jin Woo's body trembled violently as he said, "I can't believe it. I'm feeling pain just from a weakling." Faced with the serpent group's rage, Jin Woo shouted loudly, "This humiliates." A dark red malevolent aura erupted from Jin Woo's childlike body. His appearance now transformed into a demon. Both eyes wrapped in blood-red color along with a third eye fixed on his forehead. And he gritted his teeth, declaring, "I will erase you." The giant white serpent witnessed this and cried out in fear. In that Xiao Yuer's clones were cut down one by each one slain cleanly with a single. Min Wu stood in the center, slashing powerfully with his two sharp blades. All those around, one clone attempted a sneak attack. Min Wu decisively resolved it with one slash. The clone was immediately cut into two pieces. Yet they seemed endless, killing one wave only brought another advance. Min Wu's pupils contracted. 3 black star formations appeared in succession in the air. Simultaneously, many similar formations manifested, releasing black chains that pierced through the masses of the clones, unable to resist, were all slain. As for any major threats remaining, Min Wu charged forward and stomped on its reaper wielding twin blades. He stepped over the clone corpses and advanced. His face hidden in shadow revealed only red eyes full of deadly intent glaring at Xiao Yuer. Still floated he smiled faintly. Just as Min Wu leaped up to finish, Xiao Yuer suddenly burst forth with a powerful light that tore apart even his white. Butterflies fell gracefully as he formed a stance with both hands and said, "How surprising!" Then from his 2 hands, a sphere of dazzling light was raised high, and he smiled, saying, "It seems I shouldn't be lenient." Xiao Yuer's eyes turned completely white as he said, "Try tasting this." Without hesitation through that energy sphere, Min Wu, shouting, facing the high-energy source, Min Wu merely pressed his lips together. Unexpectedly, a blade slid through, piercing straight through the abdomen of the triumphant Xiao. He looked down in terror. Find Min Wu had somehow gotten behind him, delivering a fatal Min Wu smirked. His eyes turned heterochromatic and strange white patterns appeared on his face, and he smiled, saying, following his words, he pulled the blade upward, splitting him in. Those heterochromatic white eyes completely lost all focus. At this moment, an image appeared along with a mysterious thought. I recognized him the moment I saw. That image cracked along with the confidence of that thought. My power could completely surpass. Turning to reality, the blade's wielder thought to himself. But Min Wu shouldered the blade and thought to himself, "Is this the boring end?" Cursed in frustration. What a waste of. Suddenly, he remembered something. Speaking of which, about that he recalled the quest notification. Punish the Apostle of. Immediately, Min Wu raised his hand and thought, right when I met him, there was a. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He looked at his hand, feeling strange. Something is happening. Min Wu glanced upward briefly, thinking of before. He saw the quest system still unchanged and cried out in shock. Why hasn't it been Seeing this, he anxiously turned around, thinking, don't. But the corpse remained unchanged without any disturbance. Min Wu stared intently at that corpse, telling himself, no, he's definitely dead. I definitely cut him in. Suddenly, he stepped back in alarm. His face twitched slightly, wondering, could there be an end? With his own stubbornness, Min Wu desperately called the system. Quest window, please. Window. Quest. After a while, he furiously tapped on the system. Why is it still the same? Hey! Come out here and suddenly, the system displayed a strange notification. Not yet finished, Prophet. Seeing this, he stepped back in alarm. At that very moment, something lunged quickly, attacking Min Wu from behind. Immediately, he turned to block. As he turned to counterattack, he inwardly cried out, this feeling is so familiar. A large explosion occurred as the figure gradually transformed into something. The system immediately appeared before Min. The quest on it had changed. Warning. An error has occurred in the system. Eliminate the demon beasts around you. Min Wu exclaimed in surprise. The system disappeared, and he looked up at what was before. Min Wu stared blankly at the scene before his eyes. He looked in shock at the butterfly-like monster and exclaimed, what the hell? Suddenly, from somewhere, a strange voice rang out. That voice continued to echo. Do you think you don't exist? That moonshadow figure still maintained its eerie. At this moment, a soft sound rang out. Master! The butterfly monster with its sorrowful face slowly spoke. Non-existent. Then it released a dazzling energy source, shot rapidly toward Min Wu's location. Stood frozen, watching it approach him. Suddenly a loud voice shouted, Yeho! A bewildered child stared in shock at what was before. The person who had been shielding the child was cut in half by something. Immediately, another person ran over, embraced the child, and just as the girl in robes set the child down, another person ran over calling the child's name. Yeho! The robed girl pulled out something and urgently told them, quickly take the child and this thing out of here. The blonde girl held the thick device and asked, what is this? The girl in the coat immediately explained, it's a device that detects demonic beasts, and shows you safe routes or the nearest. Diho was startled and listened as the girl said, I wanted to give you a teleportation device, but I already gave it to someone else. If you use it, you might encounter a... After speaking, she saw the girl in the coat stand up. The blonde girl quickly asked, What about... The hunter girl immediately stood up and thinking of her fallen comrade. She said, I can't abandon my... With the terrifying monster before her eyes. She turned her head and hesitantly hunter girl's face, though pale with fear, still assured them, With my current strength, I can only hold out until you escape. At once, she shouted, urging them, Please, go. The little boy Diho, being pulled away, still looked back at the hunter girl with... After that, the boy tightly closed his eyes, turned his head, gritted his teeth, and ran after the blonde. Suddenly, Min Yu's bewildered, hazy face appeared. Abruptly, his ghostly figure looked at the boy gliding past him in confusion. He looked at the desolate scene around him and wondered, What's this? Is this his... Inside the ruined, desolate... Diho and the blonde girl hid behind the rubble of the horde of demonic... Two of them looked at each other and nodded. After that, they held hands again and continued. The two of them hid behind a large wall, avoiding the demonic beasts passing. Blonde girl looked at the guidance device in her hand, which pointed in one direction. The two of them quickly followed the indicated direction. Suddenly, Diho noticed a corpse of a man with one side torn. Suddenly, the horned demonic beast noticed something and told the green demonic beast. The blonde girl quickly covered her mouth, and out of extreme fear, fell to the ground, making a noise. Two of them, terrified and pale, glanced. The green demonic beast poked its head out from behind the walls. The blonde girl and Diho were so frightened they were drenched in... The green demonic beast glanced around, searching for every position where Diho and the blonde girl had been just moments ago was now. The green demonic beast and the horned demonic beast turned and the ground position they had just passed. At this moment, the nearby manhole cover slightly lifted, then immediately closed. Diho and the blonde girl suddenly looked at... A human hand reached out toward... Before their eyes were three men, and the one extending his hand toward them asked, Are you two all... Thank God! In an instant, Diho and the blonde girl were rescued by them. The man gently expressed gratitude. They appeared before us through God's... Immediately after, a scene of bustling people appeared before their eyes. This is an underground shelter. As you can see, everyone here has escaped from the demonic beasts just like you. The man leading the way explained to them, unlike other shelters, this place is run by civilians because the government that once operated this place has abandoned. Then he pointed to a man talking with children and introduced him. That man is the one who led us out of despair after being abandoned. The man with a benevolent smile was introduced. He is Minister Yu Hyun. Diho looked at the man intently and listened. Actually, this place also has limits, so we can't save just anyone who arrives. But the minister saved us. He said we deserve to be... Blonde girl spoke up at this moment. Really? Suddenly, the man exclaimed, We're... Somewhat old room door appeared before them. This is where everyone lives. As they entered the room, the man told them, It's a bit cramped, but you two will stay here until the gate stabilizes. The blonde girl thanked him. It's fine. This is enough for the two of us. You've accepted us and even given us a place to... The man smiled brightly and interrupted her. That's the minister's wish. If you want to thank someone, you can thank the minister. Suddenly, a sound rang out, attracting their attention. Looking up at the ceiling, the blonde girl wondered, What's that sound? The man answered, Probably the meal bell. Let's go. We have much to talk about on... And he looked at them and suggested, But how about we change first? A moment later, in the bustling dining, Min Yu and the blonde girl listened as he instructed them. Breakfast at 7 a.m., lunch at noon, and dinner at 6 p.m. The blonde girl wondered, Where does this food come? Man then explained, We have a year's worth of supplies stored in this place. Diho spoke up at this moment. Will the gate stabilize by then? The man slowly answered, We'll assess and get some supplies from outside if we have the... Suddenly, Diho looked toward one side at a group of men chatting over. Blonde girl noticed him and was puzzled. What are you looking at? The scene transitioned, without knowing when, a priest had appeared and stood there, preaching, Now let our minds and bodies pray to... Even Diho at this moment noticed the surround. Immediately, the boy clasped his hands in prayer like everyone. The priest at this moment knelt down on one knee and Diho's face was full of surrender. The boy recalled the moment the hunter was struck down before his eyes. The priest was currently murmuring. Diho's calm face continued. What the boy remembered at this moment was the image of the hunter girl shield. At this moment, Diho slightly opened his eyes. The image of the frightened hunter girl appeared in his mind. A light suddenly caught his attention. A stream of light emanated from behind the... Diho was astonished, staring blankly at this. The entire priest at this moment seemed to radiate a brilliant, glowing... Suddenly, a smile bloomed on the small Diho's entire face at this moment seemed completely brainless. A mysterious voice gently rang out. Long ago, when God created the world, under the weak lamplight, that voice spoke steadily with each breath. He said, "Let there be light," and light appeared. All things could see one another. In the air, that voice continued without interruption. He also made light and darkness alternate in the world, called day, and that voice carried an enchanting tone. He also said, "Let us make a species in our image and grant them wisdom and strength to rule the sky, rule the seas, and become the creatures at the top of the world's food chain." God used himself as the model for us, the person slowly narrated. But he divided us into half women and half men. He blessed. Diho looked into the book and attentively read the final passages. He granted us the ability to reproduce to increase our population. From then on, we could become the strongest species, ruling the... After the boy finished reading, applause suddenly rang. The teacher standing on the podium clapped crisply and praised him. Student Diho read the passage very well. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause. Just then, a boy named Minsu raised his hand excitedly and asked, "Sir Minister, does that mean God looks like us?" Hyung-chan answered the boy, "The opposite, child. Our form was created based on God's..." Minsu turned and smiled delightedly with the girl beside him. "So God also has eyes, nose, and mouth like..." Hyung-chan began explaining to the children. Not only that, God could also be a bird soaring in the blue sky or a lion galloping across the grasslands, or some mysterious form. He opened his eyes, looked straight at them and said, "In other words, we are part of God." Then he turned to the girl beside Diho. "All right, Nan, please read the next page." The girl Nan softly answered him, "Yes, sir." After that, the girl stood up and began reading. God said, "Now I will give you plants and seeds scattered everywhere so you can cultivate and grow." When she read the next sentence, the girl suddenly coughed violently, startling Diho. As for the other creatures, Ho worriedly asked Han Nan, "Are you okay?" Hyung-chan quickly reassured the girl. "Oh my, perhaps this is too much." Then he asked Diho a favor. "Student Diho, please take her to the infirmary." Out in the hall, Nan was carried out of the classroom by Diho. The girl felt guilty and said, "I'm sorry. Because of me, you had to miss class." Diho smiled wryly and replied, "It's nothing. We're friends." After hearing the boy say that, Nan fell briefly. Suddenly, the girl asked Diho a puzzling question. "Does God really exist?" Diho didn't understand and asked back, "What are you saying?" Nan immediately interrupted the boy. "If God truly exists, he must have known about this disaster beforehand and prevented it. I wouldn't be this weak." Diho became somewhat contemplative, thinking for a... The boy spoke up and recounted. "Before, I was also curious, so I asked the minister about this issue. He said this is like a test God has given us." Diho looked up at the ceiling full of electrical wires and continued, "To test whether we are mature enough and capable enough to survive." Nan naively continued the boy's thought. "If that's the case, then those who died are those who weren't capable enough to pass this." Diho smiled slightly and answered, "No, they still passed. It's just that they got to meet God a bit earlier. Those who are still alive have duties to fulfill, so God won't meet them until the time comes." Diho gently advised the girl, "Just believe the minister's words." The boy remembered the image of Hyung-chan radiating a glowing aura and sighed. "The minister is truly in that glowing aura," Diho trustingly said. "That's why I believe his words and pray every day that one day, the dungeon break will end and the world will be peaceful." The boy, with a confident expression, said, "I sincerely hope so, because God truly cares about." Then Diho turned to look at Nan and advised, "I want to become an adult so much. Nan, you should also get well soon and become an adult." The girl Nan gave a gentle smile in response to the... Then the girl suggested, "Put me down." Diho, hearing this, was worried. "Will you be okay?" Nan assured the boy, "Just put me down. I can walk on my..." After that, Diho carefully set the girl down on the... Suddenly, footsteps attracted the two children's... Nan looked at the adult's back before them and wondered, "Isn't that Minsu's mother?" Diho looked at the person beside her and also wondered, "The person walking with her looks like a hunter. Where are they going?" But then the boy stopped caring and quickly reminded Nan, "Who knows? Let's get to the infirmary." Suddenly, the boy noticed Nan saw Diho still standing motionless and was puzzled. "What's wrong?" The boy's face at this moment was full of Then after that, not knowing what the boy had seen, he quickly bowed his head, turned around and walked away, saying, "It's nothing. Let's..." At this moment, elsewhere in the shelter, a pot was dropped, spilling water everywhere. A woman saw this and cried out in alarm, "Oh my God, what a waste." The blonde girl hurriedly apologized. Then, Two women nearby spoke up reprimanding her. Right now, the most important things are food and water. How could you drop something so important? Such a useless... Hearing these words, she felt guilty. A weight in her... Woman from earlier brought another pot of water and asked, "Miss, have you ever done housework before?" The blonde girl awkwardly answered, "Ah, no. I've only focused on making money." So, the woman interrupted her and asked further, "What about your husband?" "We divorced when Diho was..." Finally, the woman decided to assign her a task. "So you can't do housework, then you can only do menial tasks." The blonde girl agreed. "Ah, that's fine too. As long as I'm you." A moment later, on the shelter's path, the sound of conversation rang out. "All right, I understand." The blonde girl at this moment walked down the hallway, preparing to return to her. Suddenly, a sound attracted her attention. "That kid will be kicked out soon," the blonde girl silently exclaimed. This voice quickly hid against the nearby wall and eavesdropped. "Who?" "That kid Diho." All of their conversation was captured. That kid's family had a considerable business before the dungeon break, but that's useless here. Upon hearing the next words, the blonde girl's body trembled. How pitiful! They said they'll transfer him to another refugee camp. In her heart, she was slightly shaken. The boy will have to go to another refugee. She silently recalled the words that man had said. But the minister had stated that everyone has the right to live. No one would be left behind, just as the woman was sadly speaking, thinking that was what the minister wanted to do, while others were desperately trying to persuade him, though he was still hesitating, when the blonde girl rushed out shouting loudly, "Is that..." The two people gasped in surprise. It was Wei-Hu's mother, as the blonde girl's voice trembled slightly, saying, "The boy can't leave this place. I know I'm a bit useless." She reluctantly cried out, "How could anywhere be safer than here?" When suddenly one of the two women spoke up, suggesting to this lady, "Why don't you try going to beg the minister?" A moment later, the sound of children's babbling echoed in the dining hall. "Don't..." Wei-Hu looked at the mother and child before him struggling with their food. "I don't want to eat this." "All right now, at times like this, having food at all is already good enough. Hurry up." Little boy glanced at the mother beside him, trying hard to coax her child to eat. "Chocolate. I want to eat chocolate." "There's no chocolate here. Tomorrow mommy will find some for you." Oh, that woman was Minsu's mother, who smiled gently and said, "Minsu, open your mouth." Suddenly, the image Wei-Hu had seen when bringing Nan to the medical room flashed in the boy's. Wei-Hu lowered his head slightly to hide his At this moment, the blonde girl finished eating, stood up, and instructed him, "Wei-Hu, mommy has something to discuss with the minister. You take your time eating, okay?" "Yes." After the blonde girl left, he immediately lowered his head and continued. Suddenly, someone called the boy's name. "Hey, Wei-Hu." Kids were standing near the door waiting. A little later, a small voice curiously whispered, "Where are we going?" "I just found this place. It's really interesting. Let me show you guys." Minsu led the way ahead for Wei-Hu and Nan following behind. "But isn't that the restricted area? We don't have permission to go in there. Right now all the adults are busy working. Nobody will notice." Then Wei-Hu and Nan suddenly noticed. Wei-Hu looked questioningly at the iron gate before him. "Where is this? Why are there these iron bars?" Minsu immediately answered, "I heard this place is an abandoned underground waterway. They sealed it off so no one would fall." Just as Wei-Hu was still contemplating the gate, the boy Minsu continued calling out, "Come this." Three children continued walking, with Wei-Hu turning around to remind Nan behind him, "Walk carefully." When the boy turned back to look, before his eyes was a magnificence. Minsu's soul glanced at the little girl Nan, who was exclaiming with delight, "I didn't expect there to be a place like this in the refugee camp. It looks just like something from a comic." He looked straight at what was before him, frowning slightly. "It seems this is exactly where the fragments of Le are." He remembered the scene of that bright red gate, dangerously calling its name. The ancestral. Then Minsu looked around in confusion. "But why is it so empty here? Is it because of the dungeon explosion?" But it didn't disappear. Right at that moment, Minsu called out, "Hey, you two! Come over." Minsu watched the two small figures run forward, thinking to himself that the dungeon explosion occurred because the ancestral tower appeared, or rather, because the ancestral tower had created the other. Suddenly, another voice rang out. "I heard some people mention that." It was Jiho's mother sitting in the minister's office talking with him, as Hyung Cheon tried to explain to Jiho's mother. "You know as well, we have an entire community here, so I alone can't decide anything. Then can you do something to help the child?" Hyung Cheon vaguely answered her. "If you can do something useful for the community, perhaps they'll let the boy stay here," Jiho's mother said disappointedly. "What could I possibly?" Atmosphere between the two suddenly became unexpectedly. Hyung Cheon broke the silence. "Ah, I just remembered. There's one more way." Jiho's mother urgently asked. What way? He began to explain to her. You can participate in the daily holy assembly. Most of the rescuers participate in religious activities, so if you can gain their faith. He showed his benevolent smile and said, you'll be able to persuade them more. Jiho's mother immediately agreed without knowing she had been deceived by Hyung Cheon. I'll do it. When does the holy assembly take? Night gradually fell upon the. A hand gently stroked Jiho's head as he slept. After stroking the boy's head, Jiho's mother left the room to find the minister already standing there. He handed her. Jiho's mother put it on and then blended into the. She and those wearing robes arrived at the temple that Jiho's group had once. Suddenly, everyone around her knelt down. Immediately, Jiho's mother pulled up her hood and also knelt down following. She felt a bit worried. Frowning. On the high platform, a person wearing a red robe. It was Hyung Cheon, displaying a cunning. When the sun rose upon the. Minsu's surprised face called out loudly. Huh? Where did Jiho? An shook her head in reply to the boy. I don't know, Minsu said somewhat worriedly. Don't tell me he went to that place from yesterday again. The little girl Nan asked back, not understanding. Which place? Minsu hurriedly explained. That night fell once more. The full moon shone. Jiho's mother's face was now filled with extreme. She ran everywhere in panic, searching for something. Where has the boy gone? It's so late and he still hasn't returned to his. Suddenly, a person wearing a robe appeared and called to her. Jiho's mother? What are you still doing here? Hurry and prepare for the ceremony. Jiho's mother quickly shook her head in refusal. No, Jiho has disappeared. Reassuring her. The boy has disappeared? He's probably just playing somewhere around here, you'll find him quickly. But today is the most important day of the ceremony. As that person was urging Jiho's mother, don't worry so much and... She turned her head to interrupt an object. I'm sorry, but I want to find the boy. She paused, looking at the uncomfortable atmosphere created by those two people wearing black. Jiho's mother was startled when that person raised their voice to remind her. Even if you do well 1,000 times, if you fail just once, all your efforts will be useless. That's everyone's consensus. Having said that, the two robed people. Jiho's mother watched them leave, her face turning pale as she recalled the words of Minister Hyung Cheon. You can participate in the Holy Assembly, through which you can gain the favor of the rest. Remembering those words, she paused momentarily and, finally, Jiho's mother decided to put on the robe and attend the ceremony. She frowned slightly, thinking to herself, once the ceremony ends, I'll run to find Jiho immediately. At this moment, a person in a black robe on the platform spoke. Thank you to everyone present here. That person slowly said, today is a full moon. He showed a sinister smile, explaining the reason. Our revered superior wishes to show gratitude for this sacred and special holy. That mysterious man began to ask questions. Now let me test everyone's faith a bit. Followed by a series of questions. Does everyone love the Lord? Yes. Is everyone willing to sacrifice their lives for him? That person showed a twisted smile. Jiho's mother listened as that person asked a strange question. Is everyone willing to offer both their souls and heart? Suddenly, her face showed. The layers of robes on this side were successively dropped to the other side was the same. Everyone at the ceremony suddenly stripped off their robes, exposing their bare. Jiho's mother looked around in terror. What's happening? She froze in. Everyone turned their strange gazes toward. Jiho's mother turned pale as she heard those people interrogate her. You won't offer your heart and soul to the Lord? You don't love the Lord? You're not willing to sacrifice? Hand appeared and pointed straight. The people around immediately rushed at her, shouting, Ah! She's a Jiho's mother fled in fear. She looked in one direction. She discovered, mixed in the crowd was a pair of soulless eyes looking at her. She silently cried out, Minsu's mother? Then Jiho's mother turned around and immediately discovered Hyung Cheon standing there. Minister, she desperately begged him for help. They're so strange. He interrupted her. Do you want to stay at this refugee camp? If so, you must gain their sin. Hyung Cheon no longer had his fake smile. His face was terrifyingly stern as he said loudly, with your own. Jiho's mother froze. It felt as if the entire world was collapsing, and behind her back, many hands reached. In the far distance, on the temple platform, there was a dark. It was Jiho, trembling in fear, huddled behind. The boy witnessed everything, his eyes welling up in disbelief, asking himself, what? An image of the child appeared with a narrating voice. Minsu always ate. Looking at the open hand before them, that person said, but then he shared that chocolate with us. That voice secretly revealed. Because among the food distributed to us, there was no chocolate. The person recalled and recounted. I once asked him where he got it from. Minsu innocuously answered. This? My mom gave it. The image of Minsu's mother smiling appeared. That voice softly called. Minsu's and the image of Minsu's mother going somewhere with the hunters also. All of these were Jiho's memories as he huddled in the corner of the room, reminiscing, and at that moment, a sound attracted the boy to raise his. Jiho looked at the woman entering the room, silently calling out, "And my mother." Jiho's mother smiled at that moment, calling the boy's name. She knelt down before the boy, extending her hand. Today mommy helped a lot of people, and in her hand were small candies. They gave mommy chocolate as a gift. You like chocolate, don't you? In Jiho's mind, he silently called out. After that day, mother began giving me chocolate. Boy now stared intently at the candies before. Jiho showed an unusual. After that, the boy spoke to his mother. Mom, those small lips moved slightly, as if the little boy was revealing some secret to his. After listening to him speak, Jiho's mother remained silent for a moment. Then she smiled slightly and nodded. In the dark space, a light sound echoed along with footsteps. This way, Mom. I heard there's an underground drainage pipe here. A small hand was wrapped in a large hand as the mother and son Jiho stood before a wall. A calm voice rang out. It would be better if we left this place. And then the silhouettes of the two disappeared, followed by successive sounds of collisions and crashes, until finally only a silent space. Below the cliff were two corpses. Jiho desperately uttered. I died on that. On that small face appeared a look of pain. The boy slowly called out. It was on full moon night, Jiho recounted. 3 nights later, a system suddenly appeared beside Jiho's. That light illuminated the entire area surrounding the boy's. Suddenly, Jiho's eyes opened wide, shining brightly, as deep within he cried out dangerously. I came back to. The boy recalled the moment he trembled in prayer. Thinking about it now, it's really ridiculous. Who would have thought they could sense divinity from it? Jiho remembered walking and praying, laughing at himself. Maybe Nan was right. If the gods truly pitied us, why did the dungeon explosion? The boy was covered in sweat, his heart full of denial. No, if he truly cared about us, my mother and I wouldn't have encountered these things. I mean, even if he. Small hands clenched tightly together. He never listened to my prayers. Jiho suddenly let out weak laughter. Because I begged the gods to kill that fraudulent pet. The boy's smile became more sinister, painfully saying, he truly doesn't exist. The boy's tears rolled down his indignant eyes. The gods aren't. Jiho knelt before the holy tree, furiously shouting. It was like that from the very beginning. Returning to reality, a surge of power surrounded Jiho, gradually lifting. The boy then tilted his head back and took a deep breath as he felt his body return to. The boy's eyes had now changed. Golden pupils filled with cold. Jiho's eyes glanced to the. The boy walked toward his mother's deformed. Immediately, the boy raised his hand and used his. An immense surge of energy erupted, creating a trembling. Flesh-colored tones mixed within that yellow. 2 female bodies were formed with. A pair of hands suddenly reached for. The 2 of them embraced Jiho, their demonic form speaking sweetly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. We are your demon servants. They firmly assured the boy. We will follow any command you give. Jiho repeated their words with a somber expression. Anything? You will obey my every. 2 demon servants, wearing faces resembling Jiho's mother, answered in unison. Of course, Master. The boy's voice rang out through the air. If that's the case. The boy turned to look at the 2 demon servants with a dangerous smile and said, then go kill that bat. Under the faint light of the shelter's bunker, 2 women were chatting together, searching around. Did you really see them? Yes, I did. Jiho and his mother really went this way, and then they disappeared 3 days. The short-haired woman clenched her fists in self-blame. Why did we say such things? The bob-haired woman beside her quickly scolded. What are you talking? The short-haired woman recalled the conversation in the hallway and retorted. You deliberately said it knowing Jiho's mother could hear? She remembered the moment Jiho's mother confronted them, clenching her fists and cursing. If it wasn't for your troublemaker, the bob-haired woman immediately shouted back. So what? If not, that group of crazies would have targeted us instead. The short-haired woman hesitated briefly. The bob-haired woman loudly challenged. We already agreed, didn't we? You're acting like I'm the bad person here. Suddenly, Jiho appeared from somewhere. And the 2 women jumped and turned to see the boy crying out, Jiho! The boy hugged his arms pitifully and pleaded, please help my. A moment later, 3 figures arrived beside a large pit. The 2 women looked down in. The bob-haired woman turned to ask for confirmation. You said your mother is down there? Jiho answered through tears. Yes, she slipped and fell down. Please save my mother. The 2 of them looked below, discussing and calculating. Falling from this height. Wouldn't she be dead for sure? How can you say that in front of a child? So what should we? At this moment, one of them looked at the boy and suggested, Jiho, the 2 of us can't help alone. You should go call others here. Suddenly, The boy asked a strange question. My mother has been very strange lately. She goes somewhere every night and always brings back chocolate. Do you aunties know anything about it? The two cowardly women stammered. They hesitated in their answer. Well, that's a special service of the church that only adults can participate in. Isn't that right, Mother Yagen? Yes, she's right about. Two of them looked at the silent boy and hurriedly explained. It's a special service organized by the pastor. Jiho, you like the pastor too? Hearing this question, Jiho's response left them both stunned. The boy smiled eerily and continued. As Jiho's words fell, his two demon servants appeared and pushed the two women. The boy closed his eyes and spoke coldly amidst their screaming. Now Jiho opened his eyes with cold certainty. The people here continuously ignore the pastor's behavior simply. They want to survive. The two demon servants looked at him and answered in unison. Truly disgusting. And immediately their eyes changed upon hearing the boy's next command. You know what to do next. Not just their eyes. Their fingers also began to elongate. After that, chaos erupted. The two demon servants began massacring a woman and a man who were running away looked, and then the man's head was gone. The woman screamed Suddenly, the woman's face turned pale as she glanced. A gigantic white snake appeared above, opened its red eyes and looked. Immediately everyone fled desperately, leaving only little Nan behind. The little girl looked around anxiously, searching. Mom! Where did you? Suddenly, a boy's figure of Jiho stood still behind them watching those people. Seeing the boy, Nan ran to him. Jiho, where did you go? And something dangerous is happening. The girl immediately grabbed the boy's hand and pulled. Let's run. Then she noticed the boy wasn't moving and Nan cried out in confusion. Jiho! The boy spoke up at this moment. Do you know that you'll have to make an important decision when you become an... Jiho slowly spoke incomprehensible words. But you still have the potential to become a good person in the future. Nan asked the boy in bewilderment. Jiho, what are you... Boy Jiho hesitated and continued. When you become an adult... The boy recalled the moment he carried Nan to the infirmary inside. You promised you'd become a good person. Then the snake behind the boy opened its eyes wide, and the surrounding air became terrifying with each of his words. But I don't know if I can protect... Jiho's tears welled up, but the boy had to steel himself and say ruthlessly. It's best to kill you before that happens. In another place, under the soft candle, a hand reached up to gently stroke Minsu's mother's hair. You're very beautiful. How old are you? This Minsu's mother casually answered the man. 35. The perfect age. Why did you divorce your husband? During the dungeon explosion, she recalled the old story. He abandoned my child and me and ran away alone. A voice from her memory softly called to her. Wife, Minsu. Minsu's mother emotionlessly revealed. But he died not long after. But the voice echoing in her head differed from what she told. Hold my hand tight. It's safer. The man pretended to be angry and clicked his tongue. How could a man not protect his own woman? Minsu's mother smiled seductively. Exactly. He really was a terrible husband. Then she glanced up with an enchanting smile at the person before her. But Pastor is different, isn't he? Minsu's mother spoke suggestively. You can protect Minsu and me, can't you? Hyung Cheon confirmed confidently. Of course, he flashed a cunning smile and requested. But in return, you must do something. Outside the church, suddenly someone ran in, making Hyung Cheon jump and exclaim. What's happening? The person urgently reported. It's bad. Just as he was speaking, something stabbed through from behind. The man was quickly cut into 3 pieces by the 2 demons. Both Hyung Cheon and Minsu's mother screamed in terror. What the hell? Suddenly, a voice rang out as a reminder amidst their shock. Be careful of that. They approach in sheep's clothing but are actually man-eating wolves who won't leave bones behind, and they will always watch their prey. A pair of small feet slowly stepped in. Jiho appeared behind the 2 demon servants and accused. Those were things the pastor wanted. The boy's eyes full of hatred challenged. But is he really a Hyung Cheon, having his secret exposed, angrily shouted in denial. You little brat, what are you? Suddenly he froze with wide eyes. 2 demon servants stepped forward in the dim. Hyung Cheon, embraced by the 2 demon servants, exclaimed as if losing his mind. Who are these beautiful ladies? One demon servant leaned close to his right side and whispered. We have something to ask you, Pastor. He replied shyly. What? The other demon servant also leaned to his left and whispered. Why did you do this? Why did you claim to be God's spokesperson? Hyung Cheon, as if hypnotized, answered. Well, and then revealed a shocking statement. Actually, I'm not a pastor. He began recalling the past. Before the dungeon explosion, I was just someone who came to pray at the Hyung Cheon recalled that desolate scene. And while listening to prayers, the dungeon explosion occurred. The The church was destroyed and all the other sheep. He looked at the corpse beside him and muttered. Even the pastor lost his. Here the truth gradually came to light. In the past, he had picked up that Bible, and his frightened eyes glanced by. Young Cheon discovered survivors approach. In that shadow of the past, they asked him, "Are you the past?" Returning to reality, he immediately shouted loudly, "They were the ones who called me Pat." Minsu's mother's eyes looked in shock at the crazed man shouting the truth. The officials leaving this shelter was a lie. Jiho watched him reveal the secret. "I lured some hunters to seize this shelter and killed all those." Young Cheon went completely mad, revealing everything. It was a natural disaster anyway? Who could discover it? No. Then he froze as if returning to normal and asked himself, "Why am I confessing?" Immediately, blood splattered into the two demon servants stabbed through his murder weapon. Young Cheon gritted his teeth, veins bulging, unable to. Two demon servants withdrew their hands with twisted smiles. Minsu's mother covered her mouth in. At this moment a pleased smile emerged. Jiho smiled wickedly with satisfaction. "You are a hair." Following one demon servant's withdrawing motion, fresh blood spurted. Minsu's mother watched the scene before her. The other demon servant also withdrew their hand, causing blood to. Jiho stood in the distance, watching with a satisfied smile. Young Cheon painfully curled his fingers with each spray of. Amidst Minsu's mother's piercing screams, young Cheon was completely torn apart by the two demon servants. Jiho smiled with. The boy glanced to the side and said mockingly, "Now even an ordinary person like me can manipulate you all like toys." After killing young Cheon, the two demon servants approached Minsu. She trembled in terror, backing against the wall and pleading, "Spare me. I'm also a victim. If he hadn't done anything, I wouldn't be." She screamed in utter terror. "I have a child at home. Without me, my child." Suddenly she froze when she saw Jiho remain motionless in the distance. Then the boy glanced up and spoke. "Don't worry. Minsu died long." The boy's words left Minsu's mother stunned and her voice somehow became lighter. "Is that so?" Her eyes were vacant, accepting despair. "Then just kill me and be done." Back outside in the shelter's hallway, another person had just been. Those fleeing desperately were killed one by one. A cold voice rang through a hole in someone's face. A blurry figure with gaping mouth could be. The hunters looked at the spraying blood pool in. They looked at the scattered corpses in terror. What happened here? Why is everyone? Just then, flowing hair appeared, flying in. Looked at the demon's servant who had just killed someone and wondered, "And who?" While they were asking stupid questions, a familiar figure approached. "Why is she not wearing anything? Is there some special service?" It was Jiho approaching with that soulless smile. The boy greeted them. "Hello, dear hunter." The hunter with a bow saw the boy and was confused. Jiho, as if realizing something, contemptuously mocked. "Wait. Well, it doesn't matter. I can't call trash like you hunters anyway." The hunter with the bow irritably cursed. What the hell is that brat?" The boy spoke dangerously. "It doesn't matter if you don't know, because you're all going to die." Immediately after, the demon servant charged forward at the boy's command. "Finish them." Just as the demon servant's sharp claws were about to touch the bow-wielding, a massive impact occurred, sending dust flying. Jiho stood watching the dust cloud dissipate and suddenly the boy's eyes widened in surprise at the hunter's calm voices. They had pinned the demon servant to the ground, and the bow-wielding hunter stepped on its head, saying contemptuously, "She rushed at me trying to kill me, but she's pathetically." His eyes became cunning. "Oh, and by the way," lifted the demon servant's face to evaluate. "She's beautiful and her measurements are perfect." The words from his mouth revealed his disgusting nature. "You're different from the other employees I've worked." At this moment, Jiho screamed in panic. "How scary. That brat's yelling." Then their smiles. Immediately after, the bow-wielding hunter kicked Jiho in the. The boy clutched his stomach in pain as the hunter scorned him. "You should have known your place. I extremely hate slow-witted brats with big mouths like." Saying that, the two hunters behind him chatted and drew his attention. "But that brat, there's something very strange about him. Why can't I sense any awakened energy from him at all?" Then they looked at the demon slave lying on the ground and discussed, saying she's strange too. Since she's not human, so could she possibly be a demon? Hunter wearing the bow and arrow didn't believe it and laughed mockingly, saying an awakened and a demon slave at this age. Don't tell me this brat has killed everyone here. Then he grabbed Daho's hair and pulled him up while boasting, saying truly a mischievous brat. But kid, no matter how strong you are, you shouldn't show off your strength like that. He moved closer to the boy threateningly, saying the greater the power, the higher the price to pay, and as your senior, I feel I should teach you a lesson. But suddenly he paused a bit, then said, that bow-wearing hunter implied with evil intentions, saying let's have some fun with that demon slave. Poe's eyes concealed unclear emotions as he heard every word, and the hunter said open your eyes wide and watch. In the boy's memory, Images of the crowd rushing toward his mother came flooding. The boy's face remained eerily calm without reaction as the footsteps rang out. And the hunter said, I don't know how you got a demon slave. In the boy's head right now were only images of hands reaching toward his mother, and while the bow-wearing hunter was still stating his intentions, saying although she's a demon slave, she still has the shape of a human, so then laughter cut off his. He turned in confusion and asked Daho if he was. The boy's next words startled him, as Daho said, I already knew from before that I could never defeat hunters, and the boy then dangerously revealed, so I'll use that. Just as Daho's words ended, a terrifying sound rang out, and the hunter in the robe wondered what that sound. In the space above, layers of earth and rock fell down as a giant white snake appeared, opening its mouth wide toward the bow-wearing hunter. He reflexively jumped up to dodge, saying a python while they were still panicking and asking what is that. At this moment the demon slave whispered that we've successfully lured them into the. Saying that, she opened her eyes wide and stared into. The giant snake burst through the roof of the shelter and rushed out. The hunters looked at this action in shock, asking what did that demon slave do to that snake. They're running away. They broke through the ceiling. Right at this moment, Daho's voice rang out, asking do you know? And the bow-wearing hunter suddenly wondered if that voice belongs to that brat from. Boy then posed a question to them, asking do you know how strong hunters. Suddenly a giant foot stomped hard on the ground. Daho smiled slightly and recounted that before I came to this refugee camp, a hunter saved my life. The familiar beast's form appeared above that hole, and the boy recalled and assessed that she looked quite. Boy's smile grew larger as he said, but while she was saved, that beast immediately jumped down into the shelter. Daho looked at that beast and introduced it, saying this thing killed. The hunters began to fear as the boy asked gleefully, how will you all? A large explosion immediately occurred while the boy was wondering aloud whether you all can preserve your lives to get out. After that was a moment of silence. Then a gentle voice rang out, saying those hunters? And Daho recalled the scene of those hunters and uttered that the boy also thought of those in the shelter that Bin then mentioned, saying everyone else is all dead. Then the boy thought back to when he collapsed on the roadside, saying after I was exhausted, hunters found and saved my life. Daho recounted the scene at that time, saying they asked me some things, but then the scene of the boy sitting quietly amid countless questions appeared. What's your name? Where are your The boy smiled slightly when that person asked, are you sure the beast killed everyone at that refugee? Daho immediately changed to a smile in his eyes and answered that I don't know anymore. I can't remember anything. And in his heart the boy silently cried out that I didn't tell them the truth, and then the boy revealed his plan, saying although I awakened, I didn't become a hunter. Though of course sometimes I had to use my abilities because I'm an orphan and I have to survive on my own, and Daho silently affirmed that I have no intention of becoming a hunter because I've already gotten my. Time passed and Daho had become an adult, walking through the city and thinking that naturally I would be in a place like this. A place that abhors awakened ones who don't register with the government according to law. Suddenly a girl appeared and struck up a conversation with him, saying hey, that girl was. A while later, at a brightly lit high-rise, Maker seemed to have just gone through an interesting moment with Daho and was lying on the bed asking him about. He asked back what alias, saying I'm not a hunter, but she immediately countered that I can't keep calling you hey or you forever, and I have an alias too. My alias is Peacemaker. But Daho, having just finished bathing, heard this and criticized her, saying do you know that alias doesn't suit you? Hearing his words, Maker refused to back down and retorted what do you mean, it suits me extremely well. As Peacemaker I solve problems for my clients, and he laughed sarcastically, saying your meaning and mine are quite different, and then she suggested that if you can't think of an alias, I'll think of one for you, and Maker thought for a bit, saying it should have some meaning or be similar to my. Just as she finished speaking, she called out, and then she uttered a name that caught Jiho's attention. Loki? What do you? Right after that, Maker introduced the owner of that name, saying he's a god in Greek mythology, and Jiho immediately agreed, saying okay, but Maker looked at him, lowered her eyes and smiled charmingly, explaining that it's because you have the ability to make people feel like you're welcoming them, but it's only on the surface. Right? And Loki is famous for being a trickster and she looked at that silhouette and sighed that it suits you perfect. After drying his hair, he sat down on the bed and coldly praised not bad, and Maker laughed delightedly, saying of course, right, I'm very good at naming, and from now on I'll call you Loki, dear. And she suddenly asked him a question, saying but I'm curious about this, Loki, why don't you use your power to satisfy your greed? And Loki asked back in confusion. She glanced at him seductively and said that other people, including me, all do that. Everyone uses their power to satisfy their greed, but I see you don't do that. Her words rang out with magnetic attraction in the night sky of the glamorous city, saying, or could it be that you still don't understand yourself clearly and don't know what you really. After leaving that place, Jiho walked down the street thinking silently, what did she mean by that? I've already done what I wanted. I got my Suddenly someone called out, stopping his footsteps, saying excuse me. Cute. An elderly couple smiled and scrutinized him, saying you look handsome, and we're just ordinary. A while later, a brilliant beam of light shone down, and a man standing on stage holding a microphone clearly said that everyone here will receive great blessings, because we've been waiting for this day for a very long. A bald man stepped forward according to his introduction, saying today, the heavenly demon sect leader will show us his ability. The people below shouted and cheered loudly, saying, sect leader, you're so cool. Sect. He smiled brightly in everyone's effusive praise, saying so handsome, so. Then the host continued, gesturing to one side and introducing that the believer about to experience his abilities is that young person with eyes shut tight stepped forward amid the host's pitiful cries, saying, oh no, you're blind, aren't you? And the young person pretended to say yes. I had an accident when I was young. Then the host asked about the person beside him, saying, and she is, while those around whispered and discussed how pitiful, oh my, and the person on stage continued answering that she's. The mother beside him began to perform, crying dramatically, saying if only I hadn't let the child slip from my hands back then. He wouldn't have become like this now. It's all my fault. And the young person beside her softly called out. Host turned to the audience and asked, aren't they truly? Then he loudly proclaimed that their worries will end. A light cloth flew up according to his resounding voice, saying the heavenly demon sect leader will make you able to see light. The bald man placed a small cloth over the young person's. After that, he raised his hand to the person's. His eyes became focused and concentrated. Immediately after, the bald man began reciting strange. The people below attentively listened and he on stage recited more. The people below clasped their hands tightly and after a while he recited even louder. Immediately it seemed as if something was happening. The young person suddenly jumped up and shouted loudly, eyes wide. He trembled and raised his hand to gently touch his face, saying my eye. He displayed joyful expressions and called out in everyone's amazement that I can see now. It's. As soon as his words ended, those around immediately cheered, saying sect leader, sect. The bald man smiled happily in everyone's acclaim, saying this is the power of the heavenly demon sect leader. And they chanted sect. Smile was full of confidence when he heard people calling for him, saying divine sect leader, sect. Suddenly a laughing sound rang out, and that laughter in the crowd grew louder and a voice rang out cutting through everyone's excitement, saying I came here because I heard that charlatan's words. It's the modern era and there are still people doing these stupid tricks. And that voice raised the question of whether he can really create miracles. That person pointed at his bald head and said if he can, then why is he? The host froze and glanced. Then he hurriedly defended while the questioner stepped forward, saying it's because the sect leader isn't the type of person who would create miracles for his own benefit. It's not that he can't, it's just that he doesn't. And the questioner said, that familiar figure moved to stand in front of the bald man. And the host hurriedly asked, but who? He frantically challenged him, asking where did you come from? But Jiho ignored his question and proposed then resurrect. Immediately he blew off the head of the fake blind person beside the bald man and the host were. The people below were also horrified. The young person fell down amid the panicked screams of those around. The two men's faces turned pale with fear, and one started to say you. But Jiho immediately cut him off, saying what are you still doing? Hurry and he laughed maniacally and provoked, saying you should show me a miracle. Those around heard this and fell. After that they all simultaneously clamored out saying so that's it, he's preparing to perform a miracle, of course you can save him, right sect. This moment, the mother turned and ran away, catching Jiho's attention, who said he called out to stop her, saying where are you going? Your son is dead. And the fake mother immediately protested, saying son my ass, I'm not even married. She fearfully pointed straight at the bald man and accused him, saying we only just met today. That old man paid me just to perform this act, and miracles are all bull. Hearing this, Jiho glanced sarcastically and hinted darkly, saying I knew it, I was right. Only idiots would believe. He looked down at them and asked what do you think? How does it feel to be Suddenly he froze and opened his eyes. He looked at the people below who were looking up with terrifying eyes, questioning whether it was all. He said there would be miracles so everything they showed us was just lies. Jiho looked at those disappointed eyes and thought that in them, I see the eyes of the. He remembered that shocking moment and uttered just like. Suddenly he stood completely still without moving. And Jiho pulled his head down and lowered his hat as the sound of rushing footsteps and cursing voices rang out, saying you frauds, how dare you deceive. He bowed even lower as those people surged forward one after another, saying you took so much money. Then he collapsed down, hunched. It wasn't crying, but rather he was laughing so hard his body shook. Jiho's face displayed pure ecstasy, extreme excitement, from which he concluded for himself. Right there, I realized that my desire for revenge wasn't over. Sometime later, at a certain place, two people wearing Han robes and masks were dancing. Those two gradually retreated closer to. A loud commotion rang out as someone appeared from nowhere, striking both of them. Among the people below, a girl cried out in tears. Sect. Others also shouted emotionally. Oh sect. Some even collapsed to the ground, weeping. Sect. That person's mind, they gleefully cried out. So then, praise this deity. As they stood up amid their cheers. Sect. That person, sensing everything, proclaimed. Praise me with all your hearts and souls, and beneath that robe was a strange demonic mask, from which a sinful Loki, aka Zoki, was. His thoughts was full despair. Afterward, I will deny the existence of the divine, and you will sink into despair, just as I once. At the back of the last row of the crowd stood a person with their face covered, and a familiar silhouette appeared beside. Minwoo's faint, ghost-like face appeared. Then that face of his became clear and normal, accompanied by a blinding. He opened his eyes, and it seemed everything had returned to reality. Minwoo looked at the butterfly monster radiating light before. The system appeared at this moment. Eliminate the sinner of. The system notification continued to change. Free the sinner of lust from his. Immediately, Minwoo jumped up to dodge the thread thrust from the monster, cursing. You damn little he raged, asking loudly. Are you done talking yet? Inside he silently cried out. He looked at the butterfly demon beast shooting its threads upward, wondering. Why did he transform into a demon? Minwoo below nimbly dodged its attack. Suddenly he recalled. Don't tell me what the demon captain said back. He remembered what Songun had once said. In other words, after examining the bodies of demon beasts and hunters, all parts had the same properties except the heart, which is why I think that demon beasts and hunters aren't so different. Suddenly, he thought of that image again, wondering, just what is the relationship between humans and demon? At this moment, the demon beast continued shooting threads. Instantly, he snapped back to his sense. Minwoo immediately slashed through that. He lightly swung his blade, cutting away the first thread. Continued with a second. The moment he paused slightly, other threads came rushing from behind. Sword stroke lightly slashed away those. Minwoo's red eyes shifted. He immediately jumped up above the demon beast's head. Right after, he raised his blade high with deadly intent, saying, a powerful slash came straight down from above the demon beast. The demon beast's face was split in. Minwoo silently stared intently. Suddenly, skin joints appeared, connecting both sides of the. His eyes widened in incomprehensible shock, letting out a. Threads also immediately reconnected. He quickly jumped up to dodge that cluster of incoming. Suddenly, Minwoo discovered, namely, the severed threads from earlier were undergoing change. He looked at the thread returning to normal in shock. Its regen. Right after that, the antennae on the monster's head began gathering. Instantly, it fired a large beam of light straight at me. After the tremor passed, only thick, murky smoke. Suddenly, something shot out from within the planes appeared, shooting straight into the demon. The smoke gradually dispersed, and Minwoo spoke from within. So you can heal your. It was he who used Fomit's power to summon those chains, saying confidently, you're truly a complicated. Immediately, more chains shot, heading toward the demon. Those chains competed to stab into it. One of those chains created a hole in the demon beast. Apparently, immediately after, that hole healed. Without pause, Minwoo took out his weapon, his axe, and charged at the demon. He took advantage, gripping the chain at the axe's tail, quickly hurled it, slashing horizontally across the demon. After that slash came a series of other slashes, cutting the demon beast into pieces. He said to it confidently, even if you can heal your. Looking at the demon beast's head floating in the. Minwoo roared loudly. Even so, you surely know that tearing you apart like this will kill you. He finished speaking. A slash split the demon beast's head in two. Unexpectedly, it quickly reconnected. He stared in disgust at the scene before him, forced a smile, silently cursing. After healing, the demon beast opened its mouth wide, gathering power once. It fired a sound wave toward Minwoo, who immediately activated his protective. Inside the sphere, resisting, he thought. Is that an infinite recovery skill? I'm being Speaking of this, wait. He thought of something and froze. Countered? Only now did he realize the situation. Wait, this is Zahina's space, so that. Minwoo softly uttered. At that very moment, yellow spheres appeared in the. The demon beast created countless yellow spheres, preparing to. Spheres quickly rushed to attack. Minwoo stood there calmly without the slightest movement as a low sound rang out. Flame. Instantly, a giant flame appeared, blocking those yellow. Flame, with powerful force, struck away the demon beasts. Watching the flame flash past, the demon beast seemed to sense. It was startled to discover one of its wings had been. Minwoo, witnessing this scene, exclaimed excitedly. How He smiled faintly, saying the cryptic phrase, an advance. He thought of the image of a circle with an eye in the center, revealing, when entering towers of legendary rank or below, all demon beast information will be. Those cold red eyes looked at the demon beast as he told himself. Zahina seems like a system circle appeared, analyzing the demon beast's characteristics. Infinite recovery ability when attacked but weak to magic damage, from which Minwoo decided. Then I'll lock onto all targets, including the demon. Having said that, he raised his blade in ready stance with flames surrounding him, so Now, a flame blazed up on his. The demon beast quietly watched that blazing. Min-woo powerfully gathered momentum and his eyes filled with terrifying intensity, roaring. Let's end this. He aimed straight at the demon beast and the distance to contact with it grew closer and closer. Right at that moment, particles scattered from its. Those particles flew before him, shocking Min. He was brought to another space and was stunned by the scene before. In that space, young Loki appeared before. His blade still pointed toward the boy standing there, smiling. Just as the blade neared his neck, the boy smiled innocently, saying with satisfaction. A light slash swept past as Min-woo gasped in shock. Returning to real space, he had successfully severed the demon beast. Following that was a loud explosion. The giant flames of the explosion, the butterfly demon beast, gradually burning away, fell. In the dark space, young Loki's form also fell. Severed body gradually merged into the. Young Loki also gradually merged into the dark. Min-woo maintained that posture as the demon beast completely fell into the. The system appeared at this moment with a notification. Free the sinner of lust from his. Completed. Thanks for watching the. Suddenly a strange sound cried out. Zahina has vanished. As the spatial wall opened, and Jin-woo hurriedly ran over, shouting. He gradually approached, asking. Suddenly, he noticed the charred corpse and hesitated. Understanding the issue, Jin-woo glanced over in annoyance. No wonder the guardian beasts disappeared. Did you kill their man? Suddenly, he changed to a sinister smile, saying, it's getting interesting. Jin-woo thought of the chaotic image with two demon slaves crying out. Saying that, he turned and nudged Min-woo lightly, laying down terms. Well, anyway, I've helped you as much as I can, so next time don't be so. Suddenly, seeing him silent to the point of confusion, he asked, what's wrong? In Min-woo's mind at this moment were full of questions. What was that? I didn't kill both. He thought of the moment he met young Loki, wondering, but why did I still hesitate at that? He was questioning himself. Did his story confuse me? Jin-woo beside him continuously waved, calling, hey, Fomet, hey, why are you spacing out? Min-woo suddenly asked himself. Do I pity him? Seeing he wasn't paying attention, Jin-woo stubbornly bothered him. Are you listening? Hey, pay no mind to him. Min-woo struggled, feeling confused, denying. No way, that's impossible. Seeing he wasn't concerned, Jin-woo took the opportunity to insult him. Idiot, dog, he gritted his teeth in pain, uncomfortable. But why do I feel so uneasy? And of course that guy kept bothering him. Hey, what's 2 times 9? You don't know? Of course you. After those words fell, Min-woo struck down on his head, cursing. Shut up, you're too. He angrily looked at Jin-woo holding his head with teary eyes, scolding. You've rambled enough. Suddenly the system appeared, making him. He looked at what was on the system panel in surprise. Jin-woo, seeing him quiet, turned back in confusion as a startled sound rang out. What shocked the owner of that voice was the notification line on the system. Main quest, eliminate the sinner of lust, Loki. Reward, Loki's special. The scene shifted to the human city at this moment. Min-woo's neighbor. A hand gently offered a plastic container, saying, Sister, try this. I made fresh kimchi. I think it'll suit your. Ayanja received the container from her hand and cheerfully replied. Thank you. I'll eat it well. Come to think of it, the other day I made some sauce and it tasted quite good. Take some home. The woman also cheerfully replied. Thank you so. Suddenly their expressions changed as they leaned close together, whispering. But they looked toward where Iorium was standing, gossiping. That girl went to his house yesterday, and now she's here. Iorium at this moment was silently worried. Is he? She stood before Min-woo's door, thinking, what should I say first if we meet? Should I apologize? Wait, isn't it rude to come here without knowing? She remembered the cafe incident. But he suddenly hung up on me, so I didn't want to call him. Iorium's heart filled with determination. I need to clarify this. I just need to find a strong mercenary like Fomet. Suddenly a sentence flashed through her mind. Iorium, don't you have any feelings for me? She lowered her eyes slightly in brief silence. Suddenly from behind her, conversation sounds rang out. Should we go have? Recognizing that talking voice, Iorium was immediately shocked. Eat. Just eat. What? Eating is the most important thing for busy modern. Min-woo appeared at this moment, clicking his tongue. How can a child like you be a busy modern? He felt annoyed and headachy with the person beside him. I saw last time, but why are you so concerned about touching your food? Seeing them, Iorium hurriedly hid, making noise that caught Jin-woo's attention. Did you hear? Mrs. Song and Mrs. Ayanja looked at her with strange eyes while Iorium cried out in panic. The determined look from earlier had been replaced by a pale face. Why am I? At this moment, Min-woo was glancing at the kid beside him, crying out. He turned his head, unconcerned with the conversation beside him. Ma'am, can I come eat at your place later? Of course. You come too. A moment later, a shocked voice exclaimed. After hearing what Minwoo revealed, Jinwoo excitedly cried out. The skill you received after killing Loki is a spirit beast summoning. Then he probed again. You also received a special skill after killing that hunter Jiayun, right? Minwoo calmly answered. He thought of those two people, then analyzed. Jiayun was the apostle of wrath, and Loki was the apostle of lust. You have their special. After all, Jinwoo summarized the issue, saying that if the same thing happens with the people you interact with from now, it means you might be able to receive their special skills as a reward, and he asked if she thought so. Not hearing any response from the person in front of him, he fell silent, wondering at this moment what was going on with Foman, why she had gone so far as to do this. But Jinwoo stopped thinking further, let out a breath and spoke up, saying that was enough. Asked Minwoo if she had tried summoning a spirit beast yet, eagerly revealing to her that her spirit beast would be determined by her nature and personality, and he wondered what her spirit beast's abilities would be or how many spirit beasts she would have, while Minwoo stood there clenching her fists, eyes closed, thinking softly, gently uttered a single word. Then, he looked over at the fly playing around beside him and asked teasingly, Do you want to fly as your spirit beast or what? Hearing him mock her, Jinwoo angrily shouted, Who wouldn't want one? They're small and valuable, not as a combat companion to assist in battle, but as a tool to gather information. Speaking of which, this assistant came up with an interesting idea. How about we see what spirit beast you'll... Following her suggestion, he closed his eyes. He began to visualize its image in his mind. A spirit beast. He wanted it to look truly terrifying, with sharp fangs and the savage instinct of a... Then he opened his eyes and exclaimed, That's right. It's the strongest demon. Immediately after, a bundle of red light appeared before him. The system displayed a notification. Spirit Beast Summoning Skill Act. Jinwoo raised her hand to shield herself from that tremendous... Minwoo silently waited to see what would happen. When that red light, a demonic face appeared. A stream of blazing red energy gently rose from his... After a moment, that force dissipated, and Jinwoo silently stared at what was before... When she burst out... Minwoo stared silently at what was before him amid Jinwoo's gleeful laughter, muttering, What the hell is that? Is that your spirit? The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Veins began bulging on his face, and Minwoo groaned in frustration. What is that? At the large building of the Korea Awakened Association, Yahello was speaking with Song-un. Everything has been handled properly now. There are no more... Continued, Hunter Fomet has found information linked to the dungeon explosion. I've reviewed the documents about that shelter. There are many traces of that murder. Song-un frowned slightly and said, But how is that related to the Awakener Loki? Though indeed all the data matches up, Yahello coldly asked, What data? Hearing this, Song-un replied with a calm tone. After the dungeon explosion, the criminal behavior of those awakeners Yahello listened to Song-un speak with a cold expression. At that time, the influence of hunters gradually grew stronger. They freely enjoyed wealth, power, fame, and everything else, and then when they committed crimes they just used their power to conceal their... Song-un spoke with an angry voice, We are exactly such vile creatures. Hearing this, Yahello simply closed his eyes calmly and said, As for Song-un, at this moment he smirked, then continued, So you only told your brother about this? That's right, so what does he plan? Yahello thought, these days he's been paying a lot of attention to his brother, and said, He told me he's going to an item repair shop. Hearing this, Song-un walking ahead responded, An item repair shop? Not going to the trading... He raised his hand to his chin with a thoughtful expression, then said with a doubtful tone, I'm quite sure he only has normal A-rank hunter items. Shouldn't he go to the trading center to buy better items? Perhaps it's because he needs to wait a while to receive items from the trading center. But he needs items that can be used immediately. Hearing this, Song-un stroked his chin and said with a smile, Now that he's finished that task, I must give him a... Scene changed to in front of her. Suddenly footsteps. Minwoo frowned slightly and said with a serious tone, Is this the place team leader Mom? At this moment, a female employee approached and asked him, Are you Hunter? Then she bowed slightly and said, Team leader Ma told me to come here. I'm manager Yujisu. This is an item shop for special hunters? Special... She smiled and said with a gentle tone, That's right. This is a shop that only serves hunters who have made great contributions, or have close relationships with... Mew felt confused and said, But I'm far from meeting either of those conditions, while at the same time thinking to himself, Is this a VIP? Hearing this, Yujisu just smiled. Then she bowed and invited him in. Team leader Ma knows many people. Please. Minwoo entered but still felt extremely doubtful, thinking, I also know team leader Ma has wide connections, but I didn't expect him to have such info. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen... As Minwoo stepped into the room, what struck his eyes were incredibly powerful. He swept his gaze over the items here and thought, What is? Minyu looked at the weapons and items. Yujisu behind him smiled softly and said with a gentle tone, "You can sense it, can't you? The item." He looked at him in his extreme surprise and continued, "Are all evil items?" She explained, "Evil items are items that grant power to their own, but also weaken or even destroy their minds. That's exactly why hunters cannot trade evil items." Minyu listened intently while Jisu standing to the side smiled brightly. "They are only sold at VIP shops where the government buys them from hunters and resells them to certain specific." Jisu smiled outwardly but inwardly couldn't help thinking, Team Leader Ma went through all this just to help an A-rank hunter get here. Even S-rank hunters avoid coming here because of the danger of these items. What is Team Leader Ma thinking bringing an A-rank hunter? Thinking this, she continued moving forward to guide him. "This place isn't very suitable for you. Let's go to other rooms." But Minyu only said coldly, "I can sense an extremely powerful murderous aura here." Hearing him say this, she was extremely shocked. His body at this moment radiated intense killing intent. His tone suddenly became cold. "So let's just Minyu examined those weapons one by one, while at the same time thinking to himself, "Let me train your many items." His gaze at this moment became extremely terrifying as he thought. Kneel before. Jisu behind him seemed to sense that killing intent as well. She couldn't help but think fearfully, this murderous aura is. There are many ways to control these evil weapons without harming it. Images of controlling those weapons appeared. One of them is to make these weapons know that the one using them is the one who holds the upper hand. Then she wondered to herself, how does an A-rank hunter like him have a murderous aura like a monk? At this moment, she trembled and reached her hand toward him, saying, "Hunter." At that moment, suddenly an arm from behind touched his shoulder and said, "Can you?" Only now did he calm down and use his cold gaze to look at the person who had just arrived. It was He smirked and said with a smile, "Don't you see the manager is very Minyu raised an eyebrow looking at him, thinking, he stopped. Helios continued smiling and said, "We know each other." Hearing this, Minyu said with an annoyed tone, "So what? Then who are you?" Right after he said that, there was a shout from the side. Vager was extremely furious and said, "How can you talk like that to Guild Master Helios? Have you forgotten the party hosted by the hidden?" Minyu looked at the two with a displeased expression and said, "Who are you two again?" Hearing this, Vager was extremely shocked and angrily said, "This." Right after that, Minyu smirked and said with a cold tone, "I remember your ugly faces." Speaking of which, he smiled in an extremely contemptuous manner. "Aren't you that hunter who got rejected by Na Urium?" Hearing him say this, Vager was startled and shocked, thinking he was also Minyu continued, "And then I injured your hand because you attacked me." At this moment Vager's face became extremely angry with a hint of. He recalled the day his arm was cut by. He felt extremely afraid, his hand now trembling as he gripped the arm that was cut before, saying fearfully, "In this atmosphere," Helios suddenly spoke up, "Our guild member made a mistake. We will formally introduce ourselves again. I am Helios, he is." He continued, "You're Hunter Fomet, right? In the same guild as Taeja." "Which Taeja?" "Kim Junhee. Isn't she your guild master? Don't tell me you don't know her code." Helios's tone now had a hint of surprise as he continued, "So you don't know how talented a hunter she is?" His face at this moment looked confused as he looked. A moment later, Helios was talking with another employee. "Very pleased to meet you. Very pleased to meet you. We've prepared the equipment you require." Minyu hearing this said with an annoyed tone, "What?" He just had to order in advance what he. Yujisu at this moment stepped forward with an awkward smile and said, "So what would you like to do? Should we go look elsewhere?" He looked at her and said with a calm tone, "No, I'll look at the things here. I was planning to look at some ordinary item, but now I'm interested in these evil items." Speaking of which, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise, as if he had seen. Minyu's gaze at this moment was staring intently at the item that the employee had brought for Vager. The female employee brought the item to him and said, "Hunter Vager, this is the weapon we introduced to you last." That weapon was a pair of gloves with sharp blades on. Seeing that weapon, he was somewhat surprised and blurted out, "That is." Yujisu seeing him distracted asked, "Hunter?" Only then did he realize and turn to say, "Yes, show me daggers, combat knives, and swords, then I'll show you some suitable weapons, please wait." As soon as she finished speaking, she went to get weapons. Minyu walked around, and suddenly his gaze stopped at once. Then he saw an item, a book. On the display table, Yujisu at this moment also returned and asked, "We finished preparing, would you like to come see now?" At this moment he suddenly said, "Wait, what is this? Why can't I sense any murderous aura from it?" Yujisu answered, "Are you talking about this grimoire? We've had difficulty containing it, so temporarily we placed it here. Can't Seeing him ask, she continued explaining, "This book has already been sealed. Even if you wanted to examine it, you couldn't." Minyu said calmly, "If it's a grimoire, why don't you have magic hunters break its seal? We've tried, but no one could." She looked at his serious expression and continued, "If it gets unsealed, it will be moved to the evil weapons area to ensure." Minyu looked at the book placed on the scene. Changed to the men's Vager was standing at the sink looking into the. He recalled what Helios had just said. I have great expectations for you. The Vice Guild Master also has great expectations for you, Vice Guild. His face at this moment was extremely determined. That's right, I can do it, I can. While he was thinking, a voice from behind came over. It's better if you don't. The speaker was Minyu, and he was somewhat startled and then he turned around and asked, "What?" Minyu crossed his arms and said with a cold voice, "I've seen it before. You're thinking of using that evil weapon, aren't you? This weapon exceeds your current capability. It will tear you up." Hearing him say this, his face became extremely. Next second, he brushed past him and said with an extremely angry tone, "Whether it tears me apart or not has nothing to do with you. Get lost." Hearing him say this, he wasn't angry at all but replied, "Your lies are." Then he added, "Did you also deceive Urium like that? Boasting about a date you never promised?" At this moment he looked at him with sharp, hostile eyes. Then he said, "I never lied. Nah, Urium was just trying to act innocent." Hearing him say this, he was somewhat shocked, his eyes also. Then he immediately turned around and asked him with an extremely confused tone. Scene changed to a small. He opened the door and stepped in. Minyu with a darkened face entered that. He glanced around, looked out. Minyu was very focused. Then at every nook and cranny in the. Then he said with a cold tone, "You're hiding quite." He put his hands in his pockets and added, "Come out," and just as he said this, they jumped. A large skull-shaped monster shouted loudly, "You've returned. We've guarded the house just as you instructed." The three monsters appeared simultaneously and said in unison, Minyu looked at them shouting slogans with a helpless expression. "Loyalty. We pledge eternal loyalty." At this moment, suddenly they looked at him with sparkling. He sighed helplessly and said. Immediately after, those items appeared before them. Asked him with a curious tone, "What are these things?" He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Weapons for all of you." One of them chose the axe, another took the sword, the remaining one grabbed a spear. One holding the sword stepped forward and asked him, "All right, but..." He looked at them and thought, "These items all belong to me. I wonder if the system's restrictions also apply to these items?" Thinking this, he said, "How do you all feel?" They answered him, "We can sense the evil power. It seems like they're whispering." As they said this, one of them added, "But it's fine, we're far more evil than them." Minyu was extremely astonished hearing this. Then he said, "All right then, let's go now." But one of them asked curiously, "Go where?" Then he shouted, "Everyone." He put his hands in his pockets, turned around, and left. They followed behind when suddenly there was a sound from behind. Those monsters looked confused and asked, "What's that sound?" He said in a calm tone, "Don't pay attention." Below the stairs, there was a girl lying unconscious. The sky had turned the yellow of late afternoon. The evil creatures looked at what was before them. He said to him, "Master, this place is..." Before they could finish, he cut them off. "The entrance to a tower. I want to test your strength inside this." They said fearfully, "Test our strength." Hearing their question, he answered, "You don't need to destroy this tower. I just want to see how you..." He looked at their fearful expressions and added, "The standard for this test is me. If you don't catch my attention..." Suddenly his eyes filled with killing intent. "I will kill you my..." Hearing this, they became extremely frightened, began shifting into combat mode. The very next second, they rushed in and slaughtered frantically. The faces of these small monsters were now full of savagery. They continuously slaughtered while shouting, "Die!" Meanwhile, Minyu stood with his arms crossed, showed a satisfied smile, said cheerfully, "I can use them now." You all passed the inside the they continuously killing one monster after another, slashing actions that were clean and agile. Minyu observed from afar. Suddenly a voice came from beside him. "Their fighting style is like a second version of you." Minyu glanced down toward where the voice came from. He startled and said, "Scared me. When did you get here? I told you not to enter the tower whenever you want." Jinyu's face remained extremely calm as he said in a cold tone, "You know I'm also an awakened person now, so from now on I can enter the..." He crossed his arms, looked at him with a mocking tone and said, "Right, how's your school life?" As he said this, Jinyu immediately frowned and trembled. So he asked, "What's..." The very next second, Jinyu shouted, "I hate that." Minyu was confused and said, "What? Last time you were grinning so much. I thought you'd continue." Looking at the angry expression on his face, he continued, "What happened?" Jinyu's voice trembled as he said. Suddenly he shouted, "Their standards are too low." The three monsters heard this, also startled, turned to look and, "Talking about us?" Jinyu said with an extremely pained expression, "Today we had a test. And do you know what..." Jinyu recalled what happened at school. At that time, his teacher held a spoon in her hand, smiled and said, "Now we'll have a test on bending." When Jinyu heard that, he seemed so shocked he froze shocked to the point he couldn't say another word. as if unable to believe what his ears were hearing. The students in class took turns successfully bending spoons and being praised by the teacher. Well done. The girl was also praised. You too, Soy. There was even a child who bent 2 spoons at once, and the teacher didn't spare her praise. You bent both spoons? How amazing. Finally, when it was his turn, the teacher invited him up. Finally, our new transfer student. He thought at that moment, damn it, I have to go bend some spoons. Suddenly he saw Sung Yuna standing outside the door looking at him, and he couldn't help but think fearfully, what the hell? Why is that woman still? Sung Yuna's eyes looked at him with great affection. Why is she looking with such expectant eyes? He thought. But Fomet said to control your power. Once you reveal your strength to them, you risk being When Jinyu saw Sung Yuna's eyes, he felt extremely uncomfortable. But how can I satisfy the expectations of the person who sponsored? He remembered Mingyu again. But I can't go against Fomet's words. Looked into Sung Yuna's eyes. But, when thinking of Mingyu, he felt extremely troubled. But still, his face was now covered in sweat, everything spun before his eyes. Immediately after, he angrily shouted, whatever! And all the spoons around flew up into the air. The other students' eyes widened in shock at this scene. The teacher was also frozen by what he did. Still intact spoons floated in midair. Very next second, they all bent. Sung Yuna outside was also shocked seeing this, her face unable to hide her happiness. Mingyu, hearing this now, became extremely angry. Turned to question him. So you revealed your power? Jinyu bowed his head and said, I had no choice. I've received too much from that, he said with an extremely helpless expression. I had no idea controlling my own power would be this difficult. Harder than even high-level. Mingyu snapped his fingers and said, you need to rest. Immediately a white cloth fell from midair. The other demons also appeared. Jinyu lay on a female demon's lap and closed his eyes while another demon massaged his feet. And Mingyu added, you're too true. At this moment, as if remembering something, he said, right, this thing. Summoning an item. Mingyu sat down beside him, holding a book in his hand, and asked, can you open this? Jinyu saw the book and said, a grip. He spoke up, I heard that even great mages can't open it. You can't compare me to those fake grimoires. But why is it a sealed grimoire? You could have chosen something. Jinyu shook the book in his hand and said in a calm tone, I feel there's something special about. Jinyu, hearing this, widened his eyes in shock looking at him. But Fomet truly has good judgment. While reaching out to take it and saying, give it to me. As the system announced the transaction, continued, it now belongs. Jinyu held the grimoire and said, why does it belong to me now? Mingyu said calmly, it needs to be this way to. Jinyu looked at the grimoire and said with a doubtful expression. Scene shifted to inside a room. The president of the Labum Guild, Hunter Ella, lay on the bed with an extremely satisfied expression saying, X. The doctor standing beside her saw her like that and said, what kind of hunter complains so much? Ella replied with an annoyed expression. Hunters are human too, you know. Combat specialized hunters have high stamina, but mages with weak constitutions like me get tired. She looked at Myo standing beside her and asked, you want a massage too? Hearing her ask, Labum Guild member and Hunter Myo smiled brightly and said, no, The doctor also spoke up, why would a young girl need a massage? Only old people need that. Ella, lying on the bed, became extremely angry hearing this and said with an indignant voice, sorry for looking old. You're quite heartless to someone in the same guild. Jun Song looked at her with evaluating eyes and said in a cold tone, seems like that girl is the hunter you're Ella, hearing this, answered, you haven't met her at the Shadow Faction party? What do you think? Ella lay on the bed laughing very smugly. Van Kiji is nothing but an influential figure now. But Jun Song said, Van Kiji. Immediately after, she brushed her hair and said with a confident voice, when I was young, I definitely would have outshone her. Ella immediately threw cold water on her. I know what your past was like. Why so calm? Yo sat quietly listening to them argue. What do you mean? I received confessions left and right when I was young. Me too. There were even 2 people who fought each other over, but the more they talked, the more heated it got. And Myo became a bit worried. That was completely your fault. Oh my god. What are you talking? 2 were arguing extremely intensely. Don't you remember that guy who approached you? He noticed me, but he used you to get close to me. During this, Myo suddenly said, I'm a Jun Song turned to look at her in shock. I calmed down at this point. She said she wanted to meet you when I said I was coming here, so we came together. Jun Song looked at her, murmuring, a support? That's a difficult choice. You won't be able to enter the tower alone, and you can't even kill a few slimes because of. Jun Song looked at her and thought for a while, saw the aura emanating from Myo and thought, the aura I sense from her is likely passive. but not to show off her own strength, rather to lower the opponent's. She has something that other hunters, those always excited about fighting, don't have: calmness. She was born to be a support. If she has a perfect team for herself, they'll become a team with superior coordination. The conversation continued. Guild member? Aren't you saying anything? About what? If you favor one member too much, other members might. The two walked and talked. You really don't know anything. I care for each member with love. Myo is a star who will promote our guild to the world. Shouldn't you worry about yourself instead? Why should I? Why not? Is there even a hunter in your... That good-looking hunter who acts like a thug? That person who tore off a hunter's arm? Myo, hearing this, looked a bit worried and thought, someone tore off another person's arm like that? Who? Jun Song answered. You mean number 300? She calmly explained. He's the only active member of our guild. Ella, following behind, said, no wonder. Didn't you bring him to the party and leave such a huge impression? She continued. Right. I saw that crazy hunter outside. Jun Song asked in a calm tone. Ella answered her question. In front of the Nebula Guild. And Jun Song immediately froze for a moment, shouted fearfully. What? When did you see him? A few days ago. Ella spoke up. He was very friendly. Hearing these words, Jun Song couldn't help but tremble with fear. Ella recalled what happened and said, I saw Nebula Guild President Van Gogh trying to recruit him. He had that extremely terrifying smile. And she, like beast stalking its prey. Ella's words pierced her heart. To be honest, I know you established your guild just to reduce taxes. You have no plan for it at all. On the contrary, Nebula Guild is the best guild in the country providing benefits and welfare. They basically lack. The more she spoke, the more her words were like arrows piercing straight into Jun Song's heart. I heard you don't support him at all, even when he was a rookie. That's why everyone wants to join Nebula. Ella raised her eyebrows and said in a displeased tone, you should be careful, Jun Song, else he'll be taken from your hands. Hearing her say this, she couldn't help but feel it. The scene shifted to a neighborhood. Minwoo was walking while eating ice cream, saw a long line of people and wondered, what are they lining up? When he looked toward where everyone was lining up, he saw Jun Song happily treating people. Please remember to take your medicine regularly and remember to gradually reduce the dosage. Do you walk regularly? He suddenly said, nonsense. And she froze for a moment hearing those words. The scene shifted to a yawning cat appearing. A corner of the street somewhere, Jun Song and Min Woo stood on the rooftop of a house. And he asked her, what are you doing? Jun Song explained, I noticed there are many elderly people in this area. I wanted to provide some medical service. She smiled in an extremely carefree manner and added, I have to maintain my reputation as a club president in front of my members, you know? Afterward, she put on a worried expression, saying, don't worry, I'll clean up later. As a club, I don't want my members to have to worry about anything. Then she smiled gently and said, just rest comfortably. Number 3, he looked at her and spoke in a cold tone. Why does it feel like you're deliberately emphasizing certain words? Seeing his suspicion, Jun Song pretended to say, you're just imagining. Min Woo still felt extremely suspicious and stared intently. Then he said helplessly, fine, do whatever you want. You're not even doing anything weird anyway, so it doesn't matter. Of course, I won't cause trouble for my members. Why do you keep saying it like, continued speaking, you're emphasizing. Before he could finish, a bucket of black liquid was dumped. The liquid landed directly on his head, and Jun Song, standing nearby, watched in astonishment. Then she glanced in the direction from which the bucket had. She saw the silhouette of a cat sitting on the roof. The cat was meowing cheerfully. Scene shifted to Min Woo's. He had just come out of the bath. While running his fingers through his hair, he said, what was that? Out of nowhere, I got a soy sauce. Just as he said this, a sudden sound came from inside the bath. From the other side of the door came a voice. Why is there no hot water? You adjusted it wrong. Hot water is on the right. Min Woo sat outside thinking, it's just cold water. Then he closed his eyes with an expression of enjoyment. Then he opened his eyes again, and his gaze was extremely. The sky was clear, and then there was someone outside. That person reached out and knocked on the. The sound drew Min Woo's. He went to open the door, asking, who? He was shocked to recognize the visitor as Na Iorium, who waved and said, hello. She waved in greeting, smiled awkwardly and said, long time no see, foe. Min. At that moment, she noticed he wasn't wearing a shirt and said awkwardly, why are you? At the same time, Jun Song also called from inside the house. Number 30. Min Woo turned around in shock, and she continued, is this the only shirt? She walked out wearing his dress shirt while drying her hair, saying, I think it's a bit. Jun Song realized the girl standing in front and said, oh. Jun Song looked at Iorium and said, we've met before. Na Iorium froze, looking at her, while Jun Song continued. At the Hidden Sect Alliance, Naorium looked Jun Song over once. Wet hair, smooth skin, the boyfriend's romantic. Couldn't help but think. Minwoo is also half naked. They look like. At this moment, Jun Song recalled previous words. You don't have any feelings for me? Naorium tried to remain calm and said, it must be a misunderstanding. I thought you liked me. And hearing this, his face showed extreme shock as he said. She said sadly, I'm sorry for disturbing your pleasant. Immediately after, she turned and ran away, and Minwoo, seeing this, called after her. Hey, where are you? Jun Song poked her head out from behind with a surprised expression. Oh no, what? Minwoo's face turned pale as he said. She misunderstood. Minwoo ran while gritting his teeth and thinking, damn it, why do I have to do? In his head, a series of thoughts were swirling. Just let her misunderstand. Minwoo searched for her in every corner of the street, asking, where? And in another corner, too. Where did you? He gritted his teeth and ran everywhere looking for her, calling, Na-Iorium, an old woman in the neighborhood, seeing Minwoo running around in circles, spoke up and asked, are you looking for that girl with braided? Two women watched him run past in confusion, and they continued watching. In just 1 second, Minwoo had immediately run back to where the two women were. He hurriedly asked, do you know where she? Elsewhere. Police tape with the words, do not cross, cordoned off a street car. Someone's feet. Cha Eun-woo stepped out of the car, one hand in his pocket, and asked, is this the? As he got out, a man approached and asked, are you Captain Ma Cha? The man shook hands and greeted Cha Eun-woo, saying, nice to meet you. I'm Senior Inspector Kim Chio K-hun from the Mapogo Police Bureau. I contacted you because this case is outside our expertise. I understand. Where's the body? The inspector replied, I'll lead you. The sunlight gradually took on an orange hue as dusk. Cha Eun-woo looked at the crime scene, and Tiong behind him began to analyze. Captain! Behind the police tape was a corpse that was no longer intact, missing its head and one arm. Not only that, but strange purple eyes were also scattered around the victim's body, and Tiong believed. From the condition of the, it didn't seem to have been caused by a human, and Cha Eun-woo agreed with his words, saying, that's right. No human could do. The eyes whispered, hungry, so hungry. And Yugo told the inspector, you called the right people. We'll handle it from now. The car door slammed. Cha Eun-woo and Tiong watched the inspector's car drive away, and Cha Eun-woo asked, I know we need to investigate first, but this case was caused by that thing, right? Tiong agreed and replied, yes, it was definitely caused by. Cha Eun-woo's face became serious as he guessed the culprit. The necromancer. An image of Guak So appeared, and Cha Eun-woo thought about the last trace from the necromancer. The last trace the necromancer left was on Fomet's Hunter Guak So, whose hands bore spiral scars. The necromancer wanted information on newly awakened hunters to resurrect his dead wife, and Hunter Guak So provided him with that information, leading hunters to start Cha Eun-woo walked along the road, thinking. Although Guak So was captured when Fomet stopped the spirit, he was killed by the necromancer's soul-binding. The eyes and teeth behind Guak So prepared to devour him, and before dying, Guak So said only one somber sentence. Good luck. Then blood spurted up, and that's why we couldn't find any more clues about the necromancer until today's corpse appeared. Finally found. Cha Eun-woo rubbed his chin in doubt, wondering, but why? Cha Eun-woo asked himself. He never left traces like this corpse before. It's true. Cha Eun-woo had a bad feeling about this. Don't tell me something's happened. A purple eye appeared, surrounded by red. Eye immediately widened as if monitoring. The red aura around it moved to the back of and it continued to move close. What it was tracking was Iorium, who turned around with a somber look as if sensing. A voice rang out. Oh really? Her eyes lit up when she heard the Minwoo had finally found her and stood behind her, asking, why did you run off alone? Iorium just turned to look. Minwoo didn't know what to say and silently looked. Iorium said nothing and just turned away with a humph. Startling, scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward and embarrassed. Minwoo gave in to her, kneeling on one knee and asking, what are you doing? Iorium replied, I'm looking for a 4-leaf clover. And he asked further, what are you going to do with the? Suddenly he stopped talking because she turned and glanced. The streetlight illuminated the dark nights. Iorium remained silent, looking down at the. Seeing this, Minwoo wanted to say. Minwoo began to speak up to defend himself. Look, I don't know why I have to explain this to you, but what happened earlier was just. Iorium cut him off, saying, I understand. It's common for a club president and a member to have that kind of relationship. He hurriedly explained, we're not. I don't have that kind of relationship with that wolf. And Iorium's silence was the only response to me. Seeing her still sitting without any intention of getting up, Minwoo asked, ha, don't worry about it. It's late. Aren't you going? Iorium calmly replied. I'll go home when I find a 4-leaf. Suddenly Iorium turned to look at him and said, Do you want to chat with me until? Minwoo was silent for a moment, then replied, Iorium's hand still seemed to want to find a 4-leaf. She looked at him, the person beside her talking passion. He told Iorium many stories. Iorium silently listened while also turning to observe. Her gaze moved to Minwoo's. Iorium looked intent. Minwoo, seeing her staring at him, asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Iorium flinched as if caught red-handed. What do you mean? I'm not looking at. Minwoo closed his eyes to clarify the matter. Whatever. That's it. I just couldn't let her be covered in soy sauce. I know it's hard to believe it was caused by. He turned to ask her. You believe me, right? Iorium said briefly. I believe you. Cats are like. Iorium talked about having previously owned a cat herself. I know what cats are like because I used to have one. They'll scratch you, push things for no reason. If they weren't cute, they would have gone extinct long ago. And Iorium rubbed her chin, pretending to seriously wonder. But that cat was really strange. How could it knock over an entire barrel of soy sauce? Did it awaken? Minwoo chuckled lightly at her. Iorium continued. By the way, Minwoo's hand touched a 3-leaf clover, and she asked, Why are you explaining this? He heard her ask, What does your business have to do? Minwoo, while grasping the 3-leaf clover, asked back, What about? He posed the exact same question to Iorium. Why were you upset? You don't have anything to do with me either. Iorium looked down, and a second later she replied. Iorium leaned closer to him and courageously asked something that any girl would find hard to say. Do you? Hearing her question, Minwoo couldn't hide his lips also parted slightly in surprise. Silence enveloped the park, which had been swallowed by the darkness of the late night, with only the streetlight still looking at Iorium's face, which had a slight. Minwoo softly replied. What if I say yes? Iorium suddenly stood up and denied Minwoo's words. Why would you like me? Minwoo was confused hearing her words. There was a hint of frustration in Iorium's voice. There are many men like you, men who ask for affection after climbing the tower. Minwoo was confused by her contradictory words. I've never been interested in them. To me, they're just colleagues. But why are you like this? Why do you like Iorium? Then she clenched her fists, looked down, and confessed. Why do you make me feel emotions I've never felt? He froze after hearing her speak, and Minwoo was about to say, Look, you, but was interrupted by Iorium. Iorium said shyly and loudly, I've never dated anyone before. Minwoo's eyes widened as he looked. The atmosphere was quiet after that. Awkwardness enveloped them. No one spoke. He lifted the corners of his. Then he burst out laughing cheerfully, and Iorium, seeing him laugh, startled and quickly asked, Why are you? While Iorium was still embarrassed, he spoke first. It's dark. Minwoo took the initiative. Let me take you. The sky was pitch black, yet a few buildings in the city still had light. Minwoo had now brought Iorium. She introduced, I live here. And Minwoo looked at the building and replied, Isn't this the most expensive apartment in the area? Is it all yours? She denied it. Just this. Iorium said goodbye hesitantly. I'm going in. And Minwoo simply replied. She looked a bit disappointed for a moment, then turned to go in. Suddenly Minwoo called her name. He proactively invited her. Want to see the movie we didn't get to see last? Minwoo looked at her seriously. Iorium turned to look, then she flatly refused. Don't want to? And Minwoo became flustered at her rejection. She continued, The theater can't show that movie anymore. We can't. The earlier rejection was a joke, and Iorium said reluctantly, How about a musical? I have a few Iorium looked at him as if to say, Will you agree? A few strange emotions appeared. Minwoo agreed quickly. Deal. To Iorium's surprise, as she didn't expect him to agree so. Iorium smiled, revealing even white. Iorium smiled. It seemed that a love was gradually blossoming between the two people, and romance developed under the city. The next morning, in an alley, a question rang out. Song-un stood before a door. Taeyong confirmed this was where yesterday's body was discovered. Yes, this is the residence of the informant who found the necromancer attack victim. Song-un asked further. They didn't respond? Taeyong answered, That's looking at the silent door before. Taeyong asked, If no one opens then no one's home. What should we? Song-un had no choice but to wait patiently. What else can we do? We'll just have to wait. A figure appeared standing near Song-un and Taeyong glanced sideways. He wore a hood covering him, holding a black bag in his, looking like he was trying to slip past Song-un and Taeyong. He seemed frightened upon seeing. He immediately dropped the bag and Song-un, watching him run away, said to Taeyong, Why is he running? Who knows? The two conversed. What's the probability he's the witness? About 80%. Receiving Song Yuan's order, Taeyong immediately sped off. The residential buildings were packed tightly to fled. Just when he thought he'd Tianyong blocked his path directly ahead. Where do you think you're? He clenched his teeth, clearly looking angry. In a flash, he jumped up onto the roof of the adjacent. Tianyong watched his trail. He landed on the rooftop of the then immediately continued. Hand suddenly appeared before him, startled. It was Song-un, who flicked his forehead hard, sending him falling.
Seong slowly approached.
You witnessed it, didn't you? Why try to escape? You're a necromancer. Song-un was about to continue when he suddenly opened his eyes wide and the hood on his head had slipped down. Song-un said in surprise, "What happened to your?" The image of his face appeared beneath the cloak. Purple eyes emerged, identical to those from the previous victim, having invaded half of his, pulled the hood back, covering the somewhat frightening half of his face, looking anxious as he answered, "I don't remember clearly." He flinched, remembering something, then hastily recounted, "That's right, I was the only one who found him. He's dead, isn't he? That person, with injuries like, must be dead." He held his head, speaking in despair. "But why am I still alive like this? Shouldn't I be dead?" As if losing composure, shouldn't I have died at his sitting before Song? Fear of remembering that moment made him tremble in terror. Song-un and Tianyong had found his identity records. His name was Seo Hyun Myung, codename Sato, a rookie hunter who had gone missing a year. Tianyong explained further, and the corpse that Sato discovered was also a rookie hunter. Currently, all evidence points to the necromancer. Song-un stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems Sato knows the entire truth. He glanced over at sitting behind a glass partition. Song-un was at a loss regarding his condition. But given the situation, there's nothing we can do. Tianyong asked, "So what should we do?" Sato sat anxiously on the other side of the glass. Song-un answered Tianyong's question. "Sato is the only victim the necromancer failed to kill. We need to find a way to restore this hunter's." At that same moment, at Min-woo's house, English voices rang out, "You can do whatever you." Min-woo was preparing to leave, the phone in hand. "Want to see a movie or a different musical?" Yeoriam's voice echoed from the phone. "Last time you slept through the entire She complained over the phone. "How could you fall asleep like that? That was adapted from a masterpiece." He replied with a sigh, "If it had battle scenes with killing, I might have stayed awake." Yeoriam immediately reacted, "Is that all that's in your head? You're such a bloodthirsty maniac." Yeoriam mentioned the next date, "The day after tomorrow, let's do what you want." Min-woo felt something was off. Something feels wrong somehow." She countered, "If you can stay awake through the entire play, I'll." Min-woo found it strange hearing her say. He stepped out of the house. "But weren't we planning for you, na Yeoriam?" She abandoned her own plan. Forget it." Min-woo said, "I didn't mean to." A loud, annoyed shout rang out, cutting off their conversation. Yeoriam heard the shout through the phone and asked, "What was that?" Min-woo spoke while looking toward the source of the noise. "Probably not, but I'll call you back." Min-woo recognized the voice. "Hey, Baalzebub," though stepping out, he saw Baalzebub lying face down on the ground, pressed down by a book. Hellhound demons standing around wide-eyed. Baal looked up trembling, pleading to Min-woo. A book bearing a seal lay on his back. Baalzebub begged Min-woo, "Get this book off." On the front, Baalzebub was being pressed cheek-first against the book flew up, radiating affection as it stuck to Baalz, who was helpless to react. Min-woo said, "That book, this is the grimoire I gave you before, isn't it? I knew something was wrong with you. No sorcerer can break the seal of this grimoire." He held his head laughing, then said to himself, "For the great sorcerer Baalzebub, breaking a seal like should be impossible." He said loudly, "How could you resurrect a grimoire like this?" Min-woo asked, "Resurrect?" Baalzebub fell silent, then said softly, "The Akashic Record." Min-woo, not knowing what that was, asked again, "The Akashic." The book seemed to understand Baalzebub's words and reacted. He called out, "I'll let you see for yourself." "Hey!" As the book opened, a blinding light illuminated the entire. Min-woo, dazzled, raised his hand to shield him. He slowly lowered his hand till bookshelves. The book opened, transforming into a building containing thousands of books arranged neatly on shelves. Min-woo and Baalzebub stood in the center of an ancient, magnificent building, a beautiful, shimmering scene filled with books like a colossal light. Baalzebub explained, "A book containing all information about science, magic, world history, and everything from past to present, even predicting the future. It can even analyze the essence of events in the past and." He held the book up. "The Akashic Records is exactly such a." Min-woo's eyes widened in astonishment. Then he stated bluntly, "This is a very useful book, isn't it? Why did you complain when I gave you such an excellent tool?" Baalzebub was irritated hearing Min-woo say that. "It sounds good, but it's not. Have you ever considered the consequences of using this grimoire?" Min-woo asked back, "What happens if you?" He was silent for a moment, with the grimoire still stuck. Min-woo was shocked hearing Baalzebub speak of the dangerous risk, If you don't become a deity, you'll become a traitor against the Beelzebub spoke of the impossible possibility, approach and absorb all information in the Akashic records. Do you think there's anyone in this world who could restrain such a... Minwoo asked him. So you broke the seal of such a terrifying book? Beelzebub explained, now thinking back, this is absurd. There should be no way to break this book. He continued, first of all, this book shouldn't be here. It was once stolen. Minwoo was surprised by Beelzebub's was about to ask in surprise, stolen? You're saying, but Beelzebub cut him off, a deity initiated a war. The deity's opponent was someone even the deity couldn't defeat. Beelzebub's eyes turned blue, speaking incessantly as if controlled by someone. The deity thought he was omnipotent, made him feel even more powerless, immersed himself in despair. Noticing something strange about him, Minwoo called softly, Minwoo continued standing, listening to him speak. After that, he lost his most powerful secret weapon, the Akashic records. Then the deity understood everything, devised a plan to create a weapon to win the... Just as Beelzebub was about to reveal the most important truth, Minwoo suddenly looked surprised. A bit of blood trickled from the corner of Beelzebub's mouth as he had just been hypnotized, not remembering what he'd just said. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and mouth as he wondered aloud. What was I just... Crash. Thanks for watching the... Beelzebub slid down to the... Fainting with blood still on his eyes, nose, and mouth. Minwoo quietly whispered, back at the house, Beelzebub's voice came, now you understand. Beelzebub spoke wearily. Exhausted, this grimoire is an extremely dangerous weapon. It even makes me unable to remember what I said yes. Beelzebub rested on the mat with the grimoire still clinging beside him. Minwoo sat nearby asking, can it be destroyed? He answered, I've tried before, but it's useless. This is an indestructible Beelzebub spoke in a gloomy, despairing tone. As the grimoire itself says, as long as we live, it will remain. Minwoo was outside. The voices of Minwoo's hellhound demons rang out. Leave it to us, Master Balls. Before leaving, Minwoo reminded his hellhound demons, alright, if anything happens, contact me. The hellhound demons answered him as you watching Minwoo's back as he left the house. Hellhound demons asked each other, do you know where the master is going?
No idea.
If he were going to raid a tower, he would have taken us along. Silence. That's not for us to spec. The leader emphasized seriously their main mission. Our mission is to protect Master Beelzebub while he's in the house, prevent enemies from infiltrating the... One hellhound demon decided to divide duties, but to guard this place, I alone am... It gathered the other two hellhound demons. Assemble. It assigned the mission to the two hellhound demons. From now on, your mission is to protect the image of Minwoo going outside, unaware that two hellhound demons were following to protect him from behind. In the two hellhound demons quietly hid in an underground spot protecting Minwoo. A voice called his name. Facing Minwoo was the beautiful Na Eorium wearing a white, feminine ruffled. Eorium wore light makeup, smiling when she saw a place with PC written on it inside. Is this the place you... Eorium sat surprised on a specialized chair at internet cafes. You said you'd go. Minwoo stood beside her, handing over the teddy bear he had won. The sky turned. Eorium held the bear in her... Minwoo and Eorium strolled through the streets. When he asked her about dinner, what did she want to eat? Eorium replied that she didn't know, just as Eorium was about to mention dinner, saying, I know what I want to eat now. Something I've never had before. Minwoo suddenly asked whether today was a date or just another ordinary. She smiled teasingly at him, saying, both. He responded, are you serious? Suddenly, Eorium walked ahead of Minwoo, leaving him confused. Eorium stepped forward a few paces, then stopped and confessed, now I understand. Whenever I'm with you, Father Minwoo, I always feel free and... Eorium turned back to look at him, smiling gently and asked, is it because you're such a skilled... Minwoo looked at her with a mix of surprise and an unclear emotion, as Eorium expressed her feelings, saying, to be honest, I'm terrified of entering that tower. Those monsters, those battles. But if the only way to end the war lies inside that, Eorium continued, then I will keep entering it. So in order to maintain this she paused briefly, then expressed her desire to rely on him, asking, can I lean on someone with a strong will? Minwoo's eyes flashed with surprise at her. Eorium smiled with her cheeks flushed. The atmosphere between the two people who shared the same feelings became romantic. Minwoo agreed with her, saying, of course you... A phone rang, shattering the romantic atmosphere. Minwoo inwardly raged, not knowing who was interrupting at such a moment, thinking, who is... Eorium also remained silent, while he fumed at the critical... The intruder turned out to be Song-un, who waved in greeting and said, sorry for calling you in the middle of the night like this, Hunter Comet. You should come here right... Minwoo approached, looking at Song-un with eyes that seemed ready to kill him on the spot. As Song-un wondered, But why does your face look so terrible? Minwoo said irritably. I'm busy. This had better be worth it. Song-un directly stated he needed help, saying, we need your assistance, Hunter Comet. Help with. Song-un immediately leaned in and whispered in Minwoo. Minwoo was shocked by Song-Yuen's words. We found someone who survived the necromancer. Understanding the significance, Minwoo turned to Iorium and asked her to wait a moment, saying, can you wait for me? I'll just go in for a bit and come right. Iorium agreed, saying, Minwoo followed Song-un inside, the two discussing the case. So they'd found a survivor? After searching until nearly dead, they hadn't found a single one. Song-un replied that he'd found both a survivor and a corpse, adding that he wanted Minwoo to meet the witness. Minwoo questioned this. The survivor? Why? Song-un explained that Minwoo was the only one who'd ever fought the necromancer's subordinates, so if he met the survivor, he might provide them with additional. Minwoo wondered whether meeting was absolutely necessary, asking if the survivor knew the necromancer's face, to which Song-un clarified that the subordinates had made them forget both the necromancer's face and name. Minwoo realized this would make finding the necromancer very difficult, saying, really? Song-un clearly stated their hope. Yes, so we're hoping something different might happen if they meet you. Song-un suddenly seemed surprised by Minwoo, and Song-un stood stunned before the room. There was only an empty bed. As Song-un exclaimed in shock, the witness was no longer in the room. Where had he gone? At that same moment, Shadow was crouching down when he bumped into Iorium. Shadow hastily apologized, asking, I'm sorry. Did I bump into you? Where am I? But Iorium was only focused on one thing. He looked up in confusion, saying, Shadow spoke in panic before Iorium, saying, I'm sorry. It was just an accident. Sorry. It was just an accident. Sorry. No, I don't want to die like. Iorium was shocked when she saw the eyes on Shadow's face, thinking, those eyes? I've seen them before. Iorium recalled a memory from the past, when her mother was surrounded by those eyes. The eyes of the monsters that killed her. Iorium looked at the person with half their face covered in eyes standing before. An image of a body completely parasitized by eyes. Iorium's eyes widened in. The purple eyes reappeared in her memory. The teddy bear in Iorium's hand slipped, and the sound of running footsteps on the ground. Minwoo and Song-un ran urgently to find Shadow, with Minwoo asking as he ran, what kind of job are you people doing? Song-un explained that Deputy Manager Kang Tae-yong was supposed to watch him, but when Yong had other business, he asked another employee to sub. Minwoo and Song-un finally found Shadow standing in the. Song-un rushed over and asked, Hunter Shadow. He turned around holding the teddy bear and said, Team leader. Song-un inquired about Shadow's situation, saying, we've been searching everywhere for you. Why are you standing? Minwoo looked at Shadow, who apologized for going outside on his own, saying, it was a bit stuffy in there. So, Minwoo observed Shadow, the person with half their face covered in purple eyes. So this was the one who survived the necromancer. Minwoo suddenly realized he mentioned the teddy bear, to which Shadow replied, oh, this? Earlier a woman dropped it. She must have been startled when she saw my. Minwoo's expression. The scene shifted to dark. A mobile phone lay on the. Began to ring. It was Iorium's phone, but she ignored it, instead rummaging through a box searching for. She broke into a sweat, then froze. Iorium had found a paper with purple eyes drawn on it, the symbol of the necromancer, and thought, I'm not wrong. Those eyes are exactly like the eyes of the monster that killed my. Light from windows shone out from the tall building. Shadow lay on the bed as Song-Yuen's voice explained. A zombie ate one of his eyes, then entered part of his brain. That's probably why he can't remember the necromancer's appearance. Song-un asked for his opinion. What do you think? Do you remember anything? Minwoo replied. Of course not. That zombie probably devoured part of this hunter's body, but he still survived. Minwoo recalled his encounter with the necromancer, thinking, before, I could smell the stench, but now there's no stench. Looking at Shadow resting with closed eyes on the bed, Minwoo asked about restoring his memory. Is there no way to restore his memories? Song-un was equally helpless, saying, we tried many methods, but he can't even remember what happened yesterday, so it will take a lot of time. It's truly a miracle he's even alive in this. Song-un could only sigh in resignation, saying, so today's meeting was of no use. Minwoo changed the subject, asking, by the way, earlier you said you found a survivor and a corpse at the same. Song-un explained the situation. That's right. This hunter found and reported to everyone about the body of another hunter killed by the necromancer. It's strange, isn't it? Until now, we'd never discovered any corpses or hidden traces. Song-un continued reasoning through possible scenarios. So there are 3 plausible explanations. First, something happened to the necromancer that made him. Second, The item used to dispose of bodies malfunctioned, and Song-un pointed, presenting the third possibility. Both the first and second cases happened simultaneously, so they couldn't dispose of the. Minwoo questioned the second case, saying, I understand what you're saying, but what about the second case? What item? Song-un referred back to the hunter from before, asking, do you remember your guide? Hunter. The image of Gwalso appeared from just before being killed by the necromancer. Gwalso had been killed by the necromancer's undead minions right before Minwoo and Deputy Manager Kong. Song-un continued, those minions tore apart Gwalso's body without leaving any trace, right? Wrong. Some parts of his body remained. Minwoo questioned this. Couldn't they easily eliminate the remaining body fragments by burning them or using? Minwoo was surprised by Song Yuan's answer. If that were the case, the necromancer would have been caught long ago. Song-un resolved his confusion, asking, after all, aren't we outside the tower or dungeon? Song-un continued clarifying. Do you think we only catch criminal hunters during the blue moon? If it weren't fire or magic, there would definitely be traces left behind. If there are traces, no matter how small or faint, we would definitely find them, and then we'd catch a whole truckload of. Minwoo asked about the solution, to which Song-un stroked his chin, thinking they must have something to clean up corpses. Surely they used an item that awakened individuals could easily. Minwoo expressed surprise at hearing about an item that could completely clean up all traces, saying, we think that item can completely clean up traces. He was skeptical. Song-un explained the reason for Kang's absence. That's exactly why Manager Kong is absent. If they bought that item through normal sales channels, the purchase history would be recorded. So now Manager Kong is helping search through purchase history. Minwoo listened silently as Song-un said, honestly, I'm not too hopeful about this. After all, if they're among the hunters not registered with the government, they could still buy items through illegal channels. In any case, Song-un suddenly changed the subject, covering his mouth and teasingly asking Minwoo, the girl who came with you earlier is Hunter Reaper, right? Are you two dating? Minwoo answered irritably, mind your own business. Suddenly Song-un told him seriously, I'm not. Song-un turned to leave. He reminded Minwoo, there's a saying, love is. Song-un advised him, you're becoming more and more human. That's not bad, but it's better to clarify everything first. Minwoo listened silently as Song-un reminded him of his true identity. Never forget the beastly nature of the monster. Minwoo's face darkened as Song-un continued. The human heart is very fragile, so when they must raise their swords to fight, sometimes their blade loses all its sharpness. Remember, the next morning, Iorium stood alone with her collar pulled up high and wearing a hat that concealed her. She glanced over when a sound rang. It was Minwoo calling her. Iorium lowered her eyes and didn't answer the call, thinking, I'm sorry. Right. A short-haired person in formal wear approached and called out, It was Ji. The two met at a rest. Ji-hun and Iorium sat facing each other, chatting, with Ji-hun asking, what's the occasion? Why did you suddenly invite me to eat? Iorium replied, I was just passing by and suddenly thought of you. I also wanted to thank you for your advice last time. Ji-hun responded, don't worry. Ji-hun asked Iorium, so how are things with Father Minwoo? Iorium answered somewhat bashfully, well, we went out. Ji-hun expressed joy and congratulated her, saying, oh really? Congratulations. Iorium replied, Iorium invited Ji-hun to order whatever you like. Today's my treat. But Ji-hun declined, saying, no, you treated me last time. This time it's my. Ji-hun joked, saying, honestly, you invited me at just the right time today. The team leader is busy, so I was about to eat alone. Iorium just smiled. Iorium looked at Ji-hun as if wanting to probe. Ji-hun, in a relaxed mood, picked up the menu, saying, what should we? Suddenly the system sounded. Flexible copy skill activated. While Ji-hun wasn't paying attention, Iorium's eyes glowed purple as she used the skill. The system sounded again, like a form of scanning. Target is a very benevolent. Conditions to temporarily copy the target system settings have been. The system displayed a question. Do you want to apply this? Iorium apologized in her mind, thinking, I'm sorry, Ji-hun. Then said aloud, now Iorium wore a formal suit identical to those worn by people in the headquarters. Girls passing by had no idea about the switch, saying, be careful. Iorium passed by and casually replied, yes, you. Iorium successfully gained access and entered the headquarters. She pressed the elevator button to go. Iorium walked slowly down the hall. The system voice sounded, synchronizing system. System has been. She successfully used Ji-hun's identity, as the system greeted, hello, Deputy Manager Moon Ji-hun. Please press the floor number you wish. Elsewhere, Minwoo stood before the high-end apartment building, unable to believe it. Did he really have to come all the way to her place just to? He pondered anxiously, wondering if he had done something wrong. Minwoo recalled the events, thinking that surely he should have shown enthusiasm and understanding like Na Iorium, making a fuss over a date that didn't even exist, then thought of Vagar, he hadn't lied. Thinking about what he'd said, it was Na Iorium who was actually ignoring. Minwoo grew frustrated, pressing the phone against his face. Whatever. He didn't even know what was happening. A car drove past where he then stopped right in front of Min. A voice asking Minwoo startled him. Are you waiting for A person whose appearance closely resembled Iorium sat inside the car, making him wonder softly, is this Na Iorium's uncle, the person I met? Iorium's uncle's voice came from inside the car. You haven't listened to a word I said. I already told you not to see Iorium anymore. But Minwoo countered that opinion. Na Iorium isn't a child. Aren't you being overprotective? Uncle Iorium repeated his earlier words. Overprotective? Does it look like I'm being overprotective of that? Shot a sharp glance toward him along with a warning. If you keep meeting Iorium, you'll regret it. To which he replied in confusion. Minwoo fell silent, confused and bewildered. If you don't want to die, then for heaven's sake don't meet that girl. Having said that, he immediately ended the conversation. The car drove away from Min, leaving him still with countless questions. Elsewhere, gray hues enveloping the surroundings. Iorium walked. He thought about those eyes, those same eyes. There was no doubt anymore. They were identical to the eyes of the monsters that had killed her. She contemplated deeply. She didn't know why he had those eyes, but she was certain he was connected to her mother's death, and Iorium was besieged by questions in her mind. But why would someone like him be in the central district of the Hunter Academy? Could the person behind those eyes be inside this central district? She had only heard a few rumors about this place. Supposedly there was a government organization responsible for investigating and eliminating criminal hunters, though of course no one had actually encountered that organization. Iorium clenched her fists. If they had some reason to hunt down and protect the person bearing those, Iorium's face showed clear determination. No, Iorium walked while looking around. Find him. If he has those eyes on him, then surely he must know where those eyes came from. But where is he? I've searched all around, but there's no trace of him here. Iorium wondered as she stood before a door. Why is there a door? Iorium reached out her hand. Could it be? She pressed the door. Iorium suddenly froze and Shadow's image appeared, sitting trembling on. Hearing the sound, he turned. Shadow suddenly recognized her. Someone? I've met you before. That stuffed bear, I already gave it to that. Shadow was startled by Iorium's question. Why has your face become like? Iorium hurriedly asked him frantically. Those grotesque eyes on your face. Someone did this to you, right? Do you know who that person? Shadow, hearing her question, replied. I'm sorry. I already told manager Ma Songun about it. I can't remember anything more. When suddenly small murmuring sounds came from the eyes. My head hurt so much, so hungry. Iorium became agitated and spoke loudly. Please, I need more information about that. Shadow held his head. I'm sorry, miss. I'm so useless. Along with murmurs from the eyes. Mother, mother. Iorium grabbed Shadow's shoulder, bringing her face close to his. I need to find that person and Suddenly Shadow lost consciousness, eyes rolling back white. Part of an eye protruded from the remaining half of his eye bulged out, looked at Iorium and said, Mother, dead. Iorium stared at the eye and suddenly she fell backward in the eye on the other half of his face bulged higher and higher, even beginning to sprout teeth, continuously saying, Mother can't die, don't die, please. Iorium knelt on the ground in shock. She was too stunned to reach. A hand from behind blocked the eyes before they could reach Iorium. As a voice rang out, Hunter Songun had arrived just in time to intervene, and at the same moment he turned to Iorium and asked, What are you doing here right now? Minwoo rushed in, looking toward one. Songun and Iorium were standing in a corner of the. Minwoo called out her name. The city center lights illuminated the. Minwoo looked at the text message Songun had sent him not long ago. Hey Minwoo, your girlfriend is here. Come. Minwoo turned to look at her sitting on a bed. Iorium sat listlessly, silent, head bowed. Returning to the conversation between Minwoo and Songun, Iorium, Reaper. She knows about the necromancer too? Songun replied. She doesn't understand everything thoroughly. She only knows about those. Songun recounted to Minwoo. During the dungeon outbreak, Reaper's biological mother was killed by someone with those eyes. It seems that person was the necromancer. The image of Sato appeared lying unconscious on a bed from that time. As Songun continued. To find more information about the perpetrator, she secretly infiltrated here and agitated Sato, causing him to go berserk. Now he's passed out. But Minwoo pondered, recalling Song Yuan's account from that. He spoke up, asking Iorium, startling her. Why? Why didn't you tell? Minwoo turned to question Iorium. Is that why you didn't answer my calls? What were you thinking? Suddenly a drop of water fell. Iorium's tears streamed down her. Minwoo was surprised to see her and sighed with an expression as if nothing had happened. Minwoo said gently to Iorium, "I'll take you." In a corner of the building's roof, Taeyong appeared drinking water with an extremely exhausted face. Song-un recounted the incident to Taeyong. "Yeah, this happened while you were rummaging through those transaction information records." And Taeyong thought perhaps it was a good thing. "Actually, isn't this a good thing? If Hunter Ripper knows something about the necromancer." Song-un replied, "She doesn't have any useful information. She's just focused on." Taeyong mused. How terrified must he have been to suddenly fall into a berserk state and attack Hunter Ripper like. Suddenly Song-un fell silent, causing Taeyong beside him to turn and look at him in Taeyong asked, "What's wrong?" Song-un felt something. "It's just, wait, there's something." Song-un had an ominous premonition. "Something keeps making me angry." At the same time, at a high-end residential, Minwoo looked up and asked Iorium, "Aren't we going to your house?" "Where is this?" She replied, "The place I usually take rest." Minwoo dropped Iorium off, then turned his back to say goodbye and leave. "All right, go inside." And suddenly Iorium called him back. "Hey, Minwoo," and asked him, "Do you want to?" The house lights were then were turned on. Minwoo followed her inside the. Minwoo looked around at Iorium invited him. "Come have some." A cup of tea had been prepared. Minwoo and Iorium sat on the floor beside the bed, confiding in each other. "I've told you before, remember? My dream is to become a renowned archaeologist. Back when I was young, before I became a hunter." Minwoo sat silently listening to her story. "The real reason I entered the dungeon was, it was because perhaps I could do something to prevent another dungeon outbreak. I'm not a talented hunter, so I thought if I could find some way to help humans and monsters coexist peacefully together, without fighting anymore, that would be." Iorium became emotional. "But perhaps that was just a way to make me forget reality. The truth is my mother was killed by someone with those eyes during that dungeon." Iorium continued confiding in him. "Everything I tried so hard to forget came flooding back the moment I saw those eyes. I want to take revenge on the eyes that killed my." Iorium buried her head in her knees, saying in disappointment, "So I did some things I shouldn't have done. I know those things were foolish." Minwoo suddenly said, "These things don't suit you at all." Continuing, "Being stuck in the past, crying, seeking revenge." Minwoo said, "These things don't suit you." Iorium was taken aback by Minwoo's next words. "I'll take revenge." Iorium blushed, somewhat moved by his encouragement. "So just keep being yourself as you've always." A quiet late night. Only the sound of two people confiding remained. Minwoo watched and listened as she spoke. "Do you remember what I said before? About what's most important in love and—" Iorium suddenly moved closer, placing her hand on his cheek, then whispered, "I want it." The room became quiet as she pressed her hand and moved close to his. Minwoo was surprised by the kiss Iorium gave him, as Iorium gently pulled back as if to see his emotions surged. Minwoo's hand grasped hers, and the two, sharing the same feelings, drew close to each other once. Minwoo embraced her, the two sharing one love as they turned toward. Tonight was a romantic night from that. A new day arrived, as a voice rang out. "Is Kang Taeyong here? He's already in the conference." The girl Jiun stood watching with an expression tending toward Taeyong, sitting and working, looked up indifferently at. He greeted her nonchalantly, "Hello, Miss Moon Jiun." And Jiun awkwardly replied, "Hello. You must be very busy, right?" Taeyong got straight to the point. "What brings you here to find—" Jiun opened with an apology. "I heard about Hunter Ripper. Everyone's saying it was because of me." And Taeyong, while typing on the keyboard, replied, "Ah, that matter? That was Hunter Ripper's own decision. It's not your fault, Miss." Jiun continued accepting blame. "But if I could have been more careful." She pressed her lips tightly to. Jiun pulled out a chair, sat down, and brought up what Taeyong had to handle. "I also came to help you. You're looking for an item that can dispose of all the corpses, right?" Taeyong agreed to let Jiun help. "Yeah, thank you. We need to determine if there are any related items being traded among hunters. But who told you about this?"
Hyun answered honestly, Seonun told me.
Taeyong, with an indifferent expression, listened as she spoke. "The central system has also approved my participation in this transaction information search program. Let's work hard together to—" Taeyong asked back, "Are you sure it's okay to help me like this? Our team leaders don't get along," and Jiun confirmed it was fine. "Because now my team leader has gone abroad on business. It's—" At the same time, in another area of the center, staff members stood chatting with each. Inside the room, Song-un sat beside Sato's bed watching. Song-un, with an irritated mood, thought, "Why do I feel so restless? Like I've forgotten something?" When a sound emerged, Song-un said, "Hunter Sato, are you awake?" He woke up and asked, "You? What happened?" "Ah," Sato sat up. "What happened to that girl?" Song-un immediately checked by testing him. Do you remember? Sato said restlessly. Only vaguely. I think I attacked her. And Song-un sat beside his feet to reassure him. Nothing happened, don't. Sato felt somewhat anxious at Song-Yuen's words. Can you walk? In the therapy room, a greeting rang out. Hello, Mr. Seo. Jun-seon held a clipboard of information in her hands, inquiring about Sato's health. How are you today? Feeling? Sato stood facing her. Yes. Hello, doctor. And Jun-seon asked, how's the headache from the past few days? Sato immediately replied, I'm feeling better now. And she continued, that's good. Now let's begin the therapy. Please lie down. While Sato had already lain down on the chair, Song-un glanced over at Jun-seon, irritably saying, Song-un wanted to add his opinion. Today, to restore memory, some stimulation therapy might. Before he could finish, Jun-seon had already struck Song-Yuen's face with the information clipboard, flatly refusing. I said no. Using stimulation therapy will be dangerous. Jun-song continued to explain, is it because of Hunter Reaper? I heard she snuck in here. I know you're very anxious, but recklessly using stimulation methods for treatment could endanger the patient. If you insist on doing it that way, then I won't be able to help you. Yun-shin guided Sato. Now, close your eye, take a deep. Song-won suddenly mentioned Min-yu and Eorium. Ah, it seems there's something between Hunter Reaper and Fomet. Jun-song blurted out. Oh really? Looks like they've resolved all their misunderstandings. Song-won wondered. What misunderstandings? But Jun-song cleverly replied. You don't need to know. Meanwhile, Sato had already closed his eyes and followed her instructions. Sato opened his eyes slightly. His ears could still hear the conversation between Song-won and Eorium. So they've reached that stage already. Meanwhile, there's someone who's still completely single.
Yun-seong became annoyed. Hey,
what are you talking about? His eyes gradually became blurry. His ears could only faintly hear the sounds from outside. Who else came in here? At least I've been married once. It's not like you forever. The arguing voices of Song-won and Jun-song outside still echoed in. What's there to brag about that? You shut up. Suddenly, a spider appeared in Sato's focal. Sato immediately opened his eyes wide, whispered softly, Spider! A question rang out. Are you angry? Back to T. Yang, faced with his question. Ji-hyun asked back. Huh? He repeated. I'm talking about that Hunter Reaper. She used you to sneak in. Ji-hyun answered. At first, I was quite surprised. Afterward, I understood why she did that. T. Yang wondered. You understand? The image of the Holy Tower appeared again in Ji-hyun's narration. Before, during a support, I climbed the Holy Tower together with Hunters Fomet and Reaper. One of the floors recreated a dungeon explosion. Ji-hyun recalled the moment she sat alone hugging her knees. At that time, it seems psychological trauma from the past caused her a lot of. Ji-hyun sympathized with Eorium as she recounted. Someone used a dungeon explosion to kill her mother. If there were any clues that could find the culprit, I would act just like her. Yang listened and then replied. I understand. Now that you mention it, I remember. Hunter Reaper once cleared the entire holy. Ji-hyun confirmed. That's right. According to Hunter Reaper, Hunters Fomet and Griffin were about to defeat the boss. She just happened to kill it. And with that Yang was sitting quietly listening to her. He immediately looked up because she stopped. Ji-hyun instantly became flustered. Yang found it strange and asked, Ms. Mun, why did you stop? At the therapy room, Song-won and Jun-song simultaneously looked toward the source of the. Both immediately shouted loudly, Hunter Sato, Seo Win-min. Sato was collapsing to the ground, clutching his head and Song-won approached, worriedly asking, What's wrong with you? Sato, while trembling and holding his head, muttered, Dangerous. Too dangerous. Song-won and Jun-song were surprised to hear him. That girl. The image of a girl's silhouette appeared along with a dangerous aura. That Sato, while trembling, will become dangerous. The image of that girl became increasingly clear. Song-won, not understanding, asked again, Who will be in danger? Sato continued talking to himself. If it's that girl, certainly. Thanks for watching the. In a flash, Sato became terrified, swallowed. The image of an aura surrounding Eorium appeared. Song-won asked further. Are you saying Hunter Reaper is in danger? Sato became silent. Then he looked at Sato, dazed, said one sentence. No, I'm saying that girl is very dangerous. At the same time on T. Yang's, he also found out. What? What did you say? The one who possesses the mysterious cube that can erase all life is. Song-won also heard the answer. Dark magic. The necromancer that everyone's been searching for is, under the bright moon, blood splat. Minyu stood frozen, blood gradually flowed from his eyes, parasitizing and surrounding his midst. Eorium officially revealed the play with purple eyes and a cunning smile. All the searching up until now had finally yielded results. It was none other. Hunter. Outside the high-rise building, voices of conversation rang out. No, I just arrived. The girl and boy walked while chatting cheerfully. Are you hungry yet? What do you want to? Suddenly, her eyes noticed something. She hugged his arm tightly, looking to the other. A strange boy appeared from the bushes. What was those were terrifyingly horrific eyes emerging from his eyes widened in confusion. What is this? Since when did this thing burrow into my? Her hand stroked his face. You wanna? She bent down, cradling his head. Kissed. His eyes bulged wide, sweat dripped down his. Tonight's moon was big and round. The sky was clear and the silhouettes of two people under the night's full was leaning back on a bench while she stood there, both looking toward the building. Above was the moon, an incredibly romantic. Her hair, strand by flew in the wind. Her lips touched his. Her mouth pulled away. From his mouth, those eyes appeared. The thing she had just made him. She pushed him away and showed a demonic. She stood up, adjusting her hair, smiled down at him. Now do you understand? Lay flat on the ground, face showing discomfort as he looked at her. Who? She raised her hand to brush her long hair. What are you saying? You still don't know who I am? On her forehead, another pair of eyes. I am. He lay helplessly sprawled on the ground. She stood arrogantly, continuously talking to him. Did you enjoy playing the love game with Iliung? Normally I don't interfere. Now I'm sick. The person behind witnessed the scene in shock. Police! We need to report this. The girl held her phone, her face becoming panicked. I need to call the police right. Omet. Do you know? A black cat wrapped around her legs. You have to save the best morsel for last. Eating it later makes it taste even better. The cats appeared, approached. Thanks for watching the Omet. That's the reason for everything. They stepped. Omet. I'm sure your people gathered in crowds as the cats appeared, circling around him. Will be absolutely delicious. She clasped her hands behind her, tilting her head back to reveal eyes shining with. Her eyes became sparkling. Her mouth shouted loudly. You got. The cat's eyes lit up as they aggressively stepped. He transformed into terrifying monsters, baring their teeth. Eat your. He looked at the monsters and, gritting his teeth, speechless. They merged together to become a giant multi-eyed monster. He stood stunned, watched. His head looked up, following its enormous eyes. She turned her back and walked, her face hidden beneath her long hair, only revealing her smiling mouth. Behind her, people were being attacked by the giant multi-eyed monster. She had already predicted the situation, raised her hand to cover her mouth. Laughing, her laughter grew louder and louder, her eyes gleefully. One foot stepped on Fomet's. Below the building, her foot was still pressing down on him. One hand propped up her head as she spoke. Now I should also have my meal. Should. Her hand. People turned. People fighting with. The high-rise buildings were immersed in the night. At the therapy, voice rang out. What did you just? Songwon bowed his head in anguish. Is that true? Hunter Reap. Songwon bent down, kneeling beside him. Sato raised his hand to cover his face. That's right. Now I remember everything. The monster that harmed me to this extent. In the dungeon red with. Sato's face showed those terrifying eyes. It all started when I was still in the dungeon. I was just someone who had newly become a. He stood with one hand on his, the other wiping sweat from his. You're a rookie? She, beautiful in human form, walked to his side to. Purple eyes on a graceful. Just a few clues to investigate, that's all. How interesting. She crossed her arms in frustration. Oh, but when we're out, just call me by my name, don't use the codename anymore. Yahello. She turned to look at him again. Sleep well. Her slender hands rose to cover her laughing. It's truly laughable. Isn't it? A hunter in the top 3 of the guild, they have no name. On her hair she wore a cute clip. Even a light wound could cause significant. She raised her hand to her mouth again, chattering endlessly. No, I can't imagine myself kissing Chom. She tied her hair back, standing sideways. Then how about going to a musical? I got some really good tips. She hugged the stuffed bear and thought, can I rely on someone with strong willpower? She became serious. I want to confirm again one more time, she said seriously. Fomet. Thanks for watching the. Called his name again. Chom. He was facing different versions of her. Facing her invitations, her calls. Promet. Chom. His knees touched the ground. He collapsed completely. Please, Fomet. Chom. He cried out. In the vast space he was alone. Get out, all bowed his eye flashing dangerously. In him rose a ferocious beast. Enjoying this freedom thoroughly, you'll soon lose your mind, that's all. I've never caused such a mess before. Turned his back and asked. So what should I do after? The beast within him glared. Why are you asking me? You already— The beast pointed at him. I climbed the tower myself, killed countless enemies. Every time I swung my sword, I feared— Isn't that determination? That doesn't suit me. Eyes blazing red. Kill as cruelly as your hatred from this— His eyes grew calm. Like how I killed the enemies who stood in my— He lay on the hospital bed wearing an oxygen mask. That's the real— Suddenly his pinky finger twitched. On the temple, eliminate the berserk disciples. Second, had awakened. Eyes opened. I will kill— Lights turned on in the— Boy's footsteps echoed in the silent court. Minsu opened the— Boy's eyes stared into— Seeing him trying to remove the tubes from his body. The boy quickly spoke. Don't remove— Turned his head and saw the two stood looking at each other in the room. What happened? You know, that Sanja hunter went mad and attacked you. When you were at death's door, your confidant appeared and saved you. It seems the spirit has completely left you. Grabbed the 4-tube and yanked hard. You've been unconscious for quite a— Both turned their backs to each other. Where are you planning? Tilted his head. If anyone saw you, they'd think you were a madman escaped from a mental hospital. Minsu looked at him. Knowing that, I brought clothes. Voices echoed in the room. His feet walked down the hall. He hunched over, walking down the deserted court. His eyes looked up. Where are you? Seo Unwoo crossed his arms. Seeing him. A reminder, your body hasn't fully recovered. His face somber. Hunter Fomet, you were already suspicious, weren't you? That the Gap Hunter is a necromancer. Minwoo stood looking at Seo Unwoo leaning against the wall. Why do you think that? I heard from Moon Jihyun, the hunter from headquarters who entered the Holy Tower, an unnamed cube, a legendary auction item. His eyes seemed to be thinking, it's used to clean up murder. You must already— Seo Unwoo put his hands on his hips and blinked. Well, what's the point of testing you like? Seo Unwoo's eyes hidden behind his glass. Minwoo glanced. The Gap Hunter's uncle, the director of Hotel Hiziona, committed suicide. He sat in a luxurious car. Him? Do I look that overprotective? He parted his lips. You'll regret meeting Ielrium. It's better to stop if you don't want— His eyes became— Seo Unwoo looked at him with confusion. He knew his niece's true identity. We found evidence that he had covered up the Gap Hunter's crimes from our investigation. Two somber-faced young men looked at each other in the frightened girl covered her face with both hands, sat still on a chair in the room. Wounded, Minwoo and Seo Unwoo were still continuing the conversation. He turned to leave. Seo Unwoo watched his— Suddenly he heard his voice ring out. Can you handle the Gap Hunter while your mind and body are not stable like— Seo Unwoo frowned and said. If not, then— In the darkness echoed a curse. Shut up. He walked determinedly, ignoring Seo Unwoo behind him. I'll do it myself. Beside the towering high-rise building, the sound of people passing by, laughing and young friends were chattering cheerfully on the— He laughed and said, That's hilarious. Isn't it? The girl also responded. Why? His silhouette stood among the crowd. His eyes seemed to have spotted the empty street, hands holding a pillow. Beautiful girls walked up beside. The 3HOL gem shop just opened today, will give you one. The short-haired girl with big round eyes spoke. Freed, his whole body turned. She appeared like a goddess walking toward. Her sparkling eyes looked at him. It's been a long— The world seemed to contain only him and her standing here. She walked to face him. We're meeting again. He looked at her. You look so tired. Both faced each other. He looked at her and he had discovered. He tilted his head thoughtfully. I had to struggle to get here, so I'm a bit She also pondered. I'll need time to restore the— Her hand reached out. This will be the last time we talk until I— She lowered her head and brought her hands to touch his heart. And this is my final— He also looked down at his chest, where her hand touched glowed. This is the power you'll receive in the future. Use it only once, when you face difficulties and lose the will to— The determination in the depths of her eyes. The thoughtful— That hand pressed against his chest, radiating power. May you be loved by humanity, not that delusional love with an ordinary human. Those emotions will affect— She stood choking with emotion before him. Please, Fomet, take care until we meet. She raised her hand sorrowfully. Promise. Fomet also raised his hand and gripped her wrist. He pulled her close to him, eyes looking at her. What do you want? You always speak vaguely. What the hell do you want me? Her eyes reddened. I want him. His face went blank. Ah. She raised her mouth calling. Her eyes became soulless, mouth stammering his name. Suddenly she collapsed before him. Fomet turned his— Was a person. Curvaceous shadow appeared behind. Her eyes glanced up. The one who fulfills my— In the darkness, he pondered, looking at Ielrium who made her fall. I wonder what she's planning. I didn't expect her to hide this. Ielrium's fierce face questioned. Why did you lay down, her face pale? She always stood by my— Ielrium's small sharp fingers lift. Ielrium stood looking at her lying curled up. No matter what, only I will benefit. He stood silently, confused, looking at— Ielrium's silhouette stood majestically, hair flying. Her eyes glanced toward him. Who are you? I've never met you, though you've met. His eyes lit. Irium transformed, spreading large. The side angle of her face revealed fierce eyes. I am I. The door closed. She disappeared, leaving only him and feathers scattered everywhere. We'll meet again. Only he remained, pursing his young men and women on the street. Behind them were built. He stood among the bustling crowd, softly calling her name. Suddenly a hand touched his. Seo Unwoo touched him. Come. He squinted and said to him, I don't know where she is, but I'll take you. Dense forest. Sparse street. A car appeared driving inside. Seo Unwoo was seriously while sat beside him, staring intently out. I will kill her. His shadow walked down the hallway. Seo Unwoo stood there calling him. Are you planning to find the gap? Glanced back. We tried, but Seo Unwoo suddenly looked at him with palm of his hand revealed the entity of the death spirit. That is, there's still a part not removed from your body? Why did you? He looked at his hand with Seo Unwoo's surprise. If I do that, we won't be able to find her anymore. It will show me her location. Is it instinct? Or like how animals find their... The car still drove swiftly through the forest. Seo Unwoo was still chatting with him. Thinking about it, I think I know how Hunter Sato was able to escape back. You knelt before the death spirit, you tried to find the gap hunter by instinct. That explains the... Minwoo raised his hand. You said the closer to the necromancer, the more it hurts, right? Hunter Sato had headaches, and you have pain in your... Looked up at the high sky, just like cold eyes. The more pieces fit together, the more terrifying everything became. Both stood under the gloomy forest. Before them were tall, towering tree trunks. Seo Unwoo looked at his silhouette with confusion. I'll do it myself. He tilted his head. Leave it to me if you can't, Hunter Fomet. I'm always ready. Why are you doing? Seo Unwoo leaned his hand on the car door. Let me tell you, I'm just looking out for the person who will make my dream come. His mouth formed a... He raised his hand, looking into the deep forest and explained. I don't know why everyone expects me to fulfill their wishes. Don't worry, I won't let you. A dense canopy covered the path. Minwoo walked alone, his eyes blazed. He turned and rushed. Dark night sky with only a few small clouds. Minwoo was plunging from the high sky. An explosion echoed through the mountains and forest. He landed safely on the ground, dust flying everywhere. Minwoo looked up. I'm here. No wonder I kept feeling like I had to wait for... Before the castle, her graceful silhouette walked toward him. She shyly clasped her hands behind her, then raised them to welcome him. This is where I await. Under his scrutinizing gaze, a giant spider appeared. Some spiders will sacrifice their bodies as food for their offspring. She brought her hand to her chest, eyes sparkling as she recounted. That spider was my mother, Aelrium's mother, and she was my first. A slash suddenly came without warning. Ripper's eyes widened, glowing purple. With a bit more caution from Fomet, he surely could have killed. He looked toward where it had just grazed, slightly surprised. At that moment, Fomet immediately rushed to attack with hatred blazing in his eyes. This time Ripper regained her composure and another blow struck down from him, thus doubling the deadly cutting. At that moment, Fomet directed his gaze up. Immediately he saw the blade in his hand already caught by thin purple threads. By inertia he was pulled closer, directing his body toward Ripper, who was waving her hand to summon. At that moment, both were suspended in midair together. The sword he gripped tightly bound by threads, standing before. Their faces then drew close together, seeing clearly the pleasure from Ripper upon seeing Fomet's bone-deep hatred for her. The powerful wind she commanded brought behind him shards of stone, embedded with purple crystals. As they gathered, an entire explosion erupted brutally, smoke obscuring everyone's silhouette. With her left arm hidden in the wind, Ripper glanced toward the opposite. In an instant, she flashed a bewitching because before her, instead of shattered fragments, stood Fomet unfazed as red chains on the outside protected him. Indeed, you're very strong. She couldn't help but the hand revealed the one who had commanded the sturdy chains. With sharp eyes glaring at Ripper, at that moment, the ferocious chains flew toward her from the opposite. Nevertheless, the purple threads, though fragile, were not easily immediately clashed with each other, merging into a chaotic atmosphere with ear-piercing. At a random second, Ripper couldn't hold back and burst into deranged. Completely opposite to Fomet, she now only wanted to bathe in his fresh blood, still waiting for that moment without time for exclamation. Suddenly, he jumped up toward her, forcefully pulling the red chain toward his. Ripper soon realized when the chain connected with a kite that was ferociously flying. She commanded the silk, causing the kite to stop its movement. Then immediately after, with the red light turning in the opposite direction, she soon turned her eyes to. With the sticky membrane revealing those monstrous eyes, they managed to help her dodge another kite. But then when it was only a few finger joints away from Ripper, she soon realized what was. Another sky-shaking explosion appeared when the one bearing it this time was her. with smoke echoing through where the ground had been silent until Fomet landed his feet, tightly gripping two chain-attached kites in his. He looked up not far where Ripper, who turned out to be like him, able to withstand such a large explosion, then landed with two faint shoes. Unfortunately, that white cheek now had a bloody scratch, and she silently raised her hand to Next, her pink lips gently reaching the depths of excitement. Ripper filled the entire space with loud. Fomet simply raised his eyes to while her laughter continued escape from her until she was satisfied. She narrowed her lips and said, "Poor little me. How pitiful." She placed a hand over her hidden heart and spread her feelings. After all, the person I truly. She looking toward Fomet, who had been indifferent from the beginning until now, is the person who is now trying to. That's right. Those eyes filled with both love and hate. A dark aura appeared and manifested the monster lurking behind Ripper's back as she led on. Fomet, do you know what tastes best in this world? It's human. As for me personally, the best tasting human flesh, the flesh of those who look at me with affectionate eyes. And what about you, Fomet? She asked. Is your flesh as delicious as my mother's? She was the first human flesh I tasted. Her face became increasingly monstrous as her blue veins grew larger, protruding and taking over her body. Show me, all of your power. After Ripper's words finished, those tentacles were running toward Fomet, while he was wide-eyed at the realization. He cursed himself. Why? Why am I resisting? He jumped up, escaping the sudden attack raining. He gripped the two chain-attached kites tightly, while his mind was racing with thousands of self-questioning words. While his mind kept telling him, red chains, one then many, submerged in the burning sea of fire. Both her and with two Fomet had known. Kill the black heart hiding in the inverted cage for so long. That's right. There had always been a small Ripper huddled in the suffocating space of conscience. There, she raised her head and whispered, "Finish me, Standing up slightly, she repeated once more, Her wandering feet returned to the origin of a cruel. That day was the beginning of her body sprawled on the. She didn't know how many cars had passed. A purple-haired woman spoke through the phone by her ear. "Ah, hello, Director Kim. I heard you requested. It's nothing, but the thing is, I'm going on vacation now." "That's right. I really want to go on vacation with my family, but I'm busy and keep having to post." A hand reached, causing the woman to stop the conversation and remind, "Urim, Mother told you not to put your hand outside the window. It's very dangerous." Urim responded in alarm. "Ah, yes, I'm sorry." Mother continued the call. "That's right. I'm on vacation. But speaking of the hotel breakfast," Urim whispered with a few beads of sweat. Mother scared. Scene change. Where Ripper or Urim sat quietly in the moving car. She pouted and complained to the driver. "Driver, do you think my mother is strict? Don't you?" He replied, "It's because your mother worries about you, child." She drew out a dissatisfied tone in her. The driver said, "Ah, Urim, put on your seatbelt." So Urim became even more. Car ride lasted for who knows how. She still sat obediently in her seat with her seatbelt fastened as instructed. After a while, she looked out the glass, thinking to herself, "The weather is so beautiful today." While her mother, who had gotten in the car a bit late, said, "Thank you very much. Having you drive is such a relief." The driver said, "It's nothing. I was planning to go back to my hometown for vacation anyway. The great thing is the place you're vacationing at isn't far from my home." Urim paid attention to the distance. "Should I take a car? No, I can just take the bus. I could also rent with a high-rise building with such a strange structure." She marveled inwardly. Is that time passed until the moon appeared, dropping a heavy night curtain over the entire city and across the. The driver finally said, "All right. I wish you a safe and happy vacation." Urim's mother also replied, "Yes, you too." The mother and daughter watched the car gradually disappear from. The mother bent down to the level of the smiling girl. "Mother, and you will check in." Inside the luxurious. "Mother, Urim, people say this area has many relics. They also preserve the royal tomb very carefully." "Mother, tomorrow I want to go to the museum." Contrary to the expected response, her mother was caressing the shower gel bottle in her hand. "So the hotel uses this product. Smells nice too. Should our hotel switch to using this?" She ignored the helpless Urim lying on. Dissatisfied, Urim said, "Really, Mother? We're on vacation, not working." Her mother replied. Mother apologizes to her daughter. It's an occupational hazard. She sat down beside Urim. "Earlier you said you wanted to go where?" "The museum. I want to see those sacred objects with my own eyes." They also said there are many noble jewelry from the old days and commoner tools too. Her mother asked, "Do you like it that?" Hearing that, Urim smiled brightly and replied, "That's right. So fun, Mother. I feel like I'm living in that era." It's like sitting in a time. Her mother smiled kindly, understanding her child. It's late. Go to sleep, child. Yes. So Urim sat up. Ah, right. Before sleeping, let's talk to. Moments later, Urim faced the photo of her father whose face was covered by dark. Father? She called. Can you see me? And she smiled and confided. Thank you, Father, for protecting me and Mother again today. Tomorrow, Father will protect me and Mother again, right? And in the future, in the memory with that dark red space, where Urim and her mother held hands and stared wide-eyed into the distance, where there was one, then two, then more and more people losing their lives with different body parts. On the other side of them was a high-fanged, winged dragon. It slowly turned its head, not bothering to hide its human blood-stained fangs. Urim, with her heart pounding, sweating profusely on her forehead, cried out the familiar call. After the call, the dragon immediately opened its mouth wide with only one target. Its teeth would frantically devour its own flesh, and in the city with collapsed buildings, pitiful screams echoed like, "Is there any?" It caused Urim's eyes to widen in fear, her small heart beating faster and Save us! Fierce monsters tore apart any human passing through their line of sight, corpses piling up on each other, including reptilian monsters, and goblins with bloodthirsty spears in hand, fiercely stabbing through the weak bodies of each unfortunate. Urim could only watch the tragic scene unfold endlessly inside. She trembled and asked her mother, Mother, why? Why are there demonic beasts? Before she could answer, a hand reached out and grabbed. Urim was startled to see her mother, trying to lead her to find an escape route. Mother! She turned her head. A demonic beast with a bizarre form, capable of hovering in the air, was rushing very fast toward her. Mother screamed, "Run quickly! Just keep." Urim followed her mother with heavy running steps, trying to escape the death chasing relentlessly from behind. She ran while both mother and daughter trying to run as fast as possible. She panted, her eyes wide with mixed horror and trying to run even faster without caring about her existing. Both mother and daughter ran as fast as they could until Urim's mother stopped her foot. They stopped before a large high. Urim and her mother said in silence, "It's a dead." Rippling gazes from behind made them unable to help but turn around. Just like that, it opened its fanged mouth wide, unable to suppress its deranged. They looked behind themselves very slowly, hands clasped tightly, unwilling to let. Right then, the large mouth lunged. A tear began to appear in the corner of Urim, like a life buoy. That hand appeared gripping a fire extinguisher, immediately spraying foam onto the massive body of the monster. Foam smoke filled the empty space as Urim and her mother huddled to protect themselves. When the foam smoke gradually dissipated into the air, they looked up at their life-saving benefactor in surprise. "Hey!" A blurry silhouette of a man whose identity was not yet called out urgently. "Come here! They can't get in here!" The man shouted loudly. Immediately, the mother pulled Urim's hand and ran very. Before them was a large door. A sturdy door like a heaven willing to shelter two pitiful small. Very quickly, they didn't miss the chance to escape. After reaching the finish line, mother and daughter fell down from. Suddenly hearing a call, they looked up. "Are you two?" At that moment, before them was a middle-aged couple wearing convenience store employee uniforms, and the man with the fire extinguisher in hand from earlier had been the benefactor of two. Time passed just like that, with the shadows of the demonic beasts in the high sky gliding through the buildings that had already collapsed. In a small corner, Urim huddled herself in. She heard her lifeless eyes looked up slightly. "Are you hungry, dear?" The shop owner sat down beside her, hand extended loosely waiting for her to take the snack package above. "This is a new type. Very delicious." She kept a kind smile on her face, despite the current dangerous situation, comforting the little. Urim gently accepted it with thanks. "Thank you." Not far away was her mother worrying and observing the situation. Then her mother bowed before the shop owner. "Thank you for saving my daughter and me." He waved his hand and smiled. "It's nothing. As long as you two aren't injured, that's." She asked, "Are there any casualties here?" He replied, "Not yet. Perhaps it's because you have to go through the building to reach this convenience." He worriedly advised, "In the meantime, you can stay here with your daughter. Those monsters earlier, they have sharp eyes but can't break or pass through walls. They'll still be wandering around this area. Thank you for letting my daughter and me stay here. But how do you know so?" Footsteps rang out softly, bringing the figure of a young woman who spoke. When he saw the person who had just called him was a young woman wearing a blue shirt, he exclaimed, "Oh, Su." Scene change to a place where a young man held the bandaged wound on his. Su Dung knelt beside him, worriedly asking, "Su Min, what's wrong? Wake up." Faint, meaningless yet painful sounds echoed endlessly, serving as a response. The shop owner voiced her opinion. "What do we do now? He needs to get to the hospital immediately." Seeing this, an explanation rang out. This is my employee's younger brother, Su-min. He was attacked by those monsters. That's how we learned about their characteristics. Hiram's mother's eyes looked at Su-min, listening to the shop owner's. I gave him first aid, but in this condition. Suddenly, they received a notification message, then all raised their phones to check. It was a disaster warning. So phone calls still work. We should call. Interrupting Urim's mother was the message displaying on the. It read, emergency disaster warning, monster intrusion warning due to dungeon explosion. All citizens must stay indoors or proceed to rescue stations. Avoid going outside. Hunters are rescuing people. Please don't lose hope. Dungeon explosion. The word sent murmurs through the crowd, so that we have to wait until hunters arrive. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Iorium received the message, she was also bewildered in shock, where she asked questions. A Reaper's memories had always been different since that day. What is that? How terrified was she before that doomsday year? Voices rang. Tried calling for help, but no one answered at all. The power's probably going to be cut soon. So pay attention to frozen foods. When the situation outside him, we'll go to the rescue station together. They discussed among themselves. But of course it would be better if hunters found us. Iorium's mother placed a hand on her chest and voiced her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Thank you. I don't know how else to thank you. One person replied for both of them. We're all in trouble together. Helping each other is the right thing to do. But I can't guarantee this place will remain. And besides, someone is injured, so we can't just delay. While everyone was still the shop owner gently returned Iorium's gaze with a smile. Yes. I'll do everything I can to help everyone. All right. Let's take turns keeping watch. The narration continued. Thanks to meeting kind shop, my mother and I stayed here, right? I should encourage them. They're so kind. I'm still young. Let me help you, sir. But I can still dream of becoming an archaeologist. That's wonderful, just within one's ability. Pausing for a moment, Iorium stopped her gaze before the employee room. She went inside and called out, Su-dung, where the older sister was doing her best to care for her younger. Iorium held a wet towel in her hand. I brought a cold towel here. Su-dung replied. Oh, thank you. I should give everyone. How is Su-min doing? Is he still feverish? Su-dung answered, probably because of the wound. She confided a bit. I have to disinfect it constantly. I don't know if the wound is deep, so I'm very worried. I wish we had antibiotics. Iorium sat there and innocently asked, what's that? She received an answer from Su-dung. It's a medicine that can prevent infection from spreading. It not only helps injuries but also cares for the wound afterward. Wow, you're so smart. Not really. I learned it at. Iorium continued, right, the shop owner said you're a medical student. You dream of becoming a nurse? Su-dung murmured affirmatively, wow. That's so cool. They fell silent for a moment while looking at Su-min, who at that time still didn't look in. Su-dung spoke. I hope Su-min gets well soon. Little Iorium quietly realized something. If I tell father, maybe he'll get better, she curiously asked. The little girl answered. Yes. Mother said father isn't beside her. But he's always watching over mother. Iorium recalled as memories of father rushed back. Even when sick, father still played with me and made me laugh too. So father is a very strong person. Here's daddy's beautiful. Whenever I'm sad or hurt, I'll tell father. I thanked father for always watching. Just thinking that way makes me feel stronger. Su-dung fell silent listening to Iorium talk about her wonderful. Very gently and softly, Iorium grasped Su-min's hand. Father, he spoke. Please help Su-min get outside the employee room. The shop owner praised the little girl to her mother. Iorium is so well. The owner continued. The little girl brought them a cold towel even though they didn't ask. I don't know who she takes after to be so kind. Iorium's mother spoke up. Even growing up without the child is still very cheerful. Iorium's mother recounted. I always tell Iorium that her father is still watching over her. Though I'm very afraid to mention that her father seems to have become motivation for Iorium. The mother smiled. I promised Iorium. She looked toward Iorium and said, I would live strongly and happily like the city grew increasingly The demonic beasts ceaselessly searched for crawling through street corners, searching every nook and cranny from the high, clear. Few days later, no rescue workers had arrived and they couldn't reach the evacuation. There was also no phones. Su-dung spoke up. I've posted a call for help. The old shop owner replied somewhat pessimistically. It seems we'll hardly be ready. Iorium quietly observed the entire situation from Mom, the grandparents gave me this. The little girl gave the bread to her mother. Here, do you want to eat with me? Yes, eat it. Her mother tucked hair behind her ear, preparing to enjoy it. All right, let me. Suddenly darkness. The two of them were plunged into the sudden darkness that descended. Only then did they realize the electricity no longer flowed from the light bulbs. The power had. Night fell, bringing with it a cold atmosphere. Iorium and her mother huddled together under a thin blanket, silently thinking. It's okay. Everything will be fine. Father is still watching. She frowned, enduring. I need to be. Suddenly, a warning shout rang out from the shop owner. Everyone come out, Su Dong asked in confusion. What's happening? Sir? The owner's wife also stammered. Where are you going? It's very dangerous. The hunters have arrived. The announcement made Iorium quickly stare. The shop owner joyfully told everyone. Behind him was a man wrapped in a blue coat. The hunters have come to rescue. His expression, unclear whether indifferent or vigilant, showed Iorium's eyes widened brightly, repeating two words on her small lips, hopeful expression on young Iorium's face. Reaper knew all too well the horrific thing that happened. A hunter? Words of contempt couldn't be held back and immediately escaped. We encountered a very powerful monster. The hunter just casually recounted his own background. All those who went with me have died. But I was lucky to escape from there and met everyone's team. Everyone present there clapped their hands listening to his words. With the status of an experienced, he pointed to the sky and promised, continued. I will help everyone reach the refugee camp safe. Iorium also stared wide-eyed from behind everyone. Intently watching she said, this hunter's appearance. Iorium gasped in amazement. Was like the light at the end of the tunnel. No one could have imagined the chaotic scene they would have to witness like that time. The shelving units, the rubble, snack packages or empty water can soon lay scattered across the cold floor. Everyone present there felt rising anxiety. When the building collapsed, 2/3 of the usable food had been destroyed. Iorium heard the words uttered by him. The one who said he was a hunter, what the hell? She stood behind listening to him speak. We finally found a place with enough food. And he wasn't any kind of good person. Scene shifted to that moment, when weak rays of light shone on the remaining food supplies. This is all the food left, and that already includes spoiled. Iorium's mother held her chin, thinking hard, reluctantly voicing the question that kept circling in her head. How should we divide? While still worrying, the hunter's hand divided it out. We need to clearly separate food rations for each person and eat the things about to expire. Su Dong was startled when she saw him pick up a water can for himself. Speaking up hastily, what are you doing, hunter? He answered matter-of-factly. Didn't you say to divide rations for each person? I'm taking my portion of. Her voice was almost raised in scolding. Without you, we still have hope of escaping here. But if you take all the food, then we'll definitely die. And yet the hunter only indifferently wore a contemptuous smile. His lazy throat letting out a loud, put his hand on his hip, calling out arrogantly while mocking Su Dong. Then why don't you find your own way out? Or continued, there's also an injured person here, so I'm the only one with that capability. Su Dong hadn't yet had time to protest when the shop owner had already intervened with an arbitrarily decided statement. Fine, you just take what. He wore a difficult expression, having to throw himself into a dilemma. But sir, but you must promise, he continued, that you'll take us to the refugee camp at any cost. In a small corner of the ruined store, there was a little Iorium worriedly looking at the shop owner, who had already had to bandage her head and lay covered with a blanket, trying to fight for each breath. Iorium asked, Ma'am, are you? She remembered a few moments before when the owner's wife had forcefully pushed her away, saving her from the range of the fierce boulder lunging toward her. Because of saving me, you got. The woman was drenched in painful drops of sweat, softly speaking to reassure when Iorium was about to cry. I'm fine. Do you still remember the story He recounted? I once had a son, that child was probably your age, returning to the flashback of the untold. On the first day when Iorium and her mother took refuge at this convenience store, the owner's wife had once told her, his name was Dong. She smiled sadly. He was chronically ill, so he passed away very. Iorium still silently listened. I seemed to have collapsed when he died. But then my husband comforted me and we've lived relying on each other from then until. Iorium at that time had attentively listened to every word of the melancholy story. She briefly thought, just like me and Mom. Returning to where the pitiable owner's wife lay exhausted on the floor, you don't need to blame yourself. Adults protecting children is now. Iorium's eyes widened, the corners wet with sorrowful tears. Please hang in there. Ma'am, we'll go to the refugee camps. That time, briefly passing over that chaotic scene of the store, where the shop owner almost collapsed, sitting huddled in a cold. Su Dong beside Iorium's mother the whole time. Words of relief about the situation rang out. Fortunately, this place hasn't completely collapsed. Suddenly, Iorium ran over hastily, shouting. The shop owner also startled, eyes widening looking to. And then everyone gathered where the owner's wife leaned unconscious. She's fallen into a coma. The owner asked in confusion. Child, do you know why? Su Dong, thanks to knowledge learned as a medical, deduced the condition. I'm not sure, but it's highly likely due to the head trauma. She continued, the wound isn't bleeding. If it's internal hemorrhaging, then the situation will be very bad. Here, he furrowed his brow in extreme worry, at that time unable to utter a word. Then suddenly he immediately turned around and left hastily. Uncle, it was to find that hunter, he shouted. He cried out pleadingly to the one standing dazed with both hands in his pockets. Please save my wife. She needs to be taken to the refugee camp for intensive treatment, he said. But outside there are too many demonic. Going alone, I'm afraid I will. Before finishing his words, The uncle had hastily made a decision. Then, he decided, I'll go. Everyone including Su-dung kept shouting in worry. Uncle, what are you saying? Even hunters encounter danger. So what can an old person like you help with? There's no other way, Su-dung. You also want your sister to be treated well, right? Yes, that's right, but he continued. If we find a way out of here, then your brother will be saved. The two of them argued back and forth for the first time, neither willing to yield half a step. But this is too dangerous. What if people... Iorium's mother furrowed her brow, pondering and thinking. She looked to one, reminding herself of Iorium's father's promise from years ago that, dear, the image of her husband appeared, promised. And she looked at Iorium, no matter what happened, then thought again about her husband, protect our child. This moment Iorium had helplessly shed tears. Protect her completely. After a long while, Iorium's mother timidly spoke up. I'll go. Ruined buildings shrouded in the black night now rang with Iorium's panicked call. She asked, can't you not go? The mother bent down to instruct her while still firmly holding to her decision and determination. Stay here and wait a bit, okay? I'll find an escape route soon. The little girl wanted to object. Her mother had to stop instructing, turning her gaze to Su-dung for help. Su-dung, could you lend me a set of clothes and a pair of sneakers? Wearing this makes it hard to move. Su-dung nodded. I have those, let me go get them for you. One person gave, one person Su-dung spoke up asking, do you really want to go? It's very dangerous out there. But that mother was too determined to change her. I have to go. There's no other choice left. The hunter instructed. Bring raincoats. So, beneath the night sky adorned with cold raindrops that day, it was pouring heavily. Footsteps of 3 people echoed. Iorium's mother, the convenience store owner, the hunter leading the way to find their path. At one point, he suddenly spoke up. I've confirmed this area is quite safe. The fewer people, the less attractive it is to demonic beasts. Then someone, why do demonic beasts eat people? That's just their instinct, he explained. They attack all creatures that invade their territory. They attack when we enter gates or because those are their domains. Iorium's mother anxiously listened to the conversation and, but why are they attacking our city? Because they consider this place their territory too. This phenomenon is a secondary dungeon outbreak. When will this end? When all the demonic beasts here are dead, only then will it end. I understand. So, the 3 continued wading through the drizzling. Suddenly, the hunter stopped without prompting the owner to call out, hey, face darkening as he asked, why did you... The rain continued to fall, and in that voice a question laden with unspoken, you two won't regret coming with me, will you? Hunter being addressed simply turned around, his mouth unable to suppress a cunning smile that gradually widened, lunged forward and ran at full speed, leaving the owner and Iorium's mother momentarily startled by his abnormal behavior. While he shouted as they stood wide-eyed in surprise, run! Upon hearing the command, the owner hurriedly told Iorium's mother, never mind the reason, just run. Huh? Oh, the sound of hurried footsteps rang, merging with the heavy rain pounding the ground as everyone ran desperate. Though they didn't know the reason, 2 of them ran for their lives, chasing after while the rain made their vision increasingly lit, forcing Iorium's mother to watch the road while running, gasping for breath as she struggled onward. That gloomy scene, suddenly, a gigantic white spider with black and yellow ringed dropped down and landed heavily right in front of the 3 of them due to its massive gust of wind causing them to reflexively raise their hands in defense. Its glowing red eyes and blood making the owner scream out loud, a demonic beast, while Iorium's mother couldn't cover her mouth in horror at the scene before her eyes. She had only just turned to look when, somehow, her body was already enveloped by spider silk that had been spun from who knows. There's spider silk everywhere. Clicked his tongue and flashed a leisurely smile. Tisk, can't run. Returning to the dark, desolate shop, their old hiding place. A white candle was lit like the only remaining light in a chaotic, beside which sat Sumin and the seriously injured shop owner's wife, who needed to lie in place while Iorium and Sujung cared for her. Sujung spoke up. The rain has... She glanced over at Iorium, who had been sitting curled up like that for who knows how long. Soon they were sitting side by side as Sujung offered comfort, placing a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry anymore. They'll be fine. Iorium was silent for a few seconds before voicing her feelings. I thought I could take care of myself, she continued. But it seems I still have a long way to go. Sujung questioned the natural weakness of a child not yet mature enough. What do you mean? You're still just a kid. The girl looked toward the shop owner's wife. She also told me the same, she said sadly, blaming herself for not being strong enough. I want to become an adult who can take care of my... Suddenly, without warning, a voice rang out from outside the door. What's that sound? Drawing Iorium's considerable attention as, right before their eyes, someone collapsed onto the floor as if their soul had left, making Iorium scream out, Mom! as both of them ran quickly toward Iorium's mother and another. The purple-haired mother drenched both outside and in thought, while Iorium knelt opposite to ask, "Mom, are you hurt?" Iorium's mother spoke. "The spider." Iorium didn't understand her mother's trembling whisper. "Huh? What?" Sujung felt somewhat uneasy behind her smile. Did everyone find an escape route already? That fast? She fell silent before asking further. "But where's the—" Near Iorium's collapsed mother sat the hunter, painfully clutching his own, glancing to the right, covered in sweat from exhaustion, and while Iorium's mother trembled as she recounted unclearly, "We couldn't do anything. Image of the spider appeared. If not for it, he wouldn't." She thought of the moment the owner was running from the mom, but ultimately couldn't escape. In an instant, Sujung's mouth fell open and did Iorium's, as they remembered the kind uncle who always wore a smile. What did you just— Everyone immediately turned toward where the question had come. It was the seriously wounded shop owner's wife approaching with bandages wrapped around her brown hair. What happened? With all the shock just arriving, she gradually lost the ability to remain conscious. "Dear Auntie!" All worried cries rang out as she collapsed once. A while later that dark evening, the rain fell again, heavy drop by heavy drop, as if weeping for someone's fate. The buckets of water on the floor. "We have enough water for everyone." From the other end, Iorium looked over at the hunter sitting alone in one, still clutching what seemed to be his broken, sweat dripping down his cheeks. The hunter is— And as for the poor auntie, after hearing the news about uncle, she's just been lying still in one place like— And Iorium looked at her own mother. "And Mom is devastated from having to witness his—" Iorium's mother murmured in a small, trembling voice. "We can't escape. They'll kill all of us. We'll have to live here for the rest of our lives." Her eyes lightened, and suddenly, a spider crawled close to Iorium's mother, its brown color impossible to miss despite being so, which made Iorium's mother panic even more. She jumped up screaming, "Ah, a spider!" while Iorium ran over in alarm. "Mom, what's wrong?" "She's acting strange." The dark night draped itself over the entire city as Iorium held tightly to her mother's hand, while the two shared a thin, little girl watching her mother struggle to fall asleep, thinking, "It seems Mom is sick. I have to take good care," she thought as she closed her eyes. The illusory dream soon drew Iorium into it, her body floating in a space of purple mixed with pitch black. Gradually, thanks for watching. Her eyes opened slowly. Iorium's eyes widened as she looked to her right, unexpectedly seeing the pure white silhouette, with no other color adorning it, of a that looked as if illuminated by an invisible, instinctively asking, Iorium straightened her body and walked slowly, step by step, toward the spider that seemed to be leading the way. "Where are you going?" "Let me follow." Her footsteps moved lightly at a slow pace. At one point, as the spider spun silk, lowered itself to her eye, while Iorium unconsciously stared in fascination. Then her eyes widened in sudden horror. Standing before her now was the shop owner's wife, who had hanged herself in shadows sliding down to reveal eyes that hadn't yet closed before leaving the mortal, horrifying Iorium. What? She truly couldn't believe the scene unfolding before her eyes. So sudden and even Iorium herself didn't understand why she could survive this long 2 days, 1 week, then 2. His gentle hands held her purple hair. The hair tie suddenly snapped. "Oh no, it broke," Iorium's mother announced. "It seems it was used too long and— Do you want to leave your hair down like that?" Her mother's answer was, her eyes lifeless. "Yes." And then a month passed, time silently flowing by second by second. "I've gotten used to this way of— On a day with hardly any sunlight remaining, a shout echoed. "What are you—" Iorium's mother hurriedly approached to ask, "What's wrong, Sujung?" and was met with Sujung's indignant explanation. "He took Sumin's food." Yet that cold man casually replied, "If he's not eating anymore, shouldn't he only take his own—" Sujung shouted. "He's already unwell and not taking medicine either. If he doesn't eat, he won't survive." Then Iorium's mother turned to look at the who glanced behind his back, not letting go of the water. The weak sunlight of that day illuminating the coldness in his eyes, which nearly made her heart skip a beat, while that indifference reminded her of disastrous day, not far enough to forget but not close enough to miss. As she pointed to the other side and told Sujung, "Then give your portion to him, Sujung," while Sujung reacted strongly but was cut off. "What? No way, A mocking laugh burst out amid the conversation as the hunter casually placed one hand in his pocket, lecturing them with the other. "How funny. Does this store belong?" He glanced. "The real owners are dead. One of them was killed by a demonic beast." From that very moment, Iorium had been standing in a corner, listening to every word. And another, 3 venomous words spilling out, making the little girl's eyes widen. "Committed suicide." That scene from that day, when she had just woken from her dream only to be greeted by a soul that had left this, made Iorium's mother notice her child as he continued speaking. So don't act kind. Having finished his necessary explanation, he coldly turned his back and left. Sujung called him back and asked, "Are you really a hunter?" "Yeah," she nearly shouted. "If you're a hunter, shouldn't you prioritize those who are weaker?" "But your actions," the hunter cut her off. "Ma'am, it seems you've misunderstood. Hunters aren't chosen for their care, but for their ability to survive and like you." Upon hearing that, everyone froze like statues before the terrible nature of the word hunter. That's how ordinary people think about hunters. You only seek us out in difficult times, and that's strange. Hunter's large frame seemed to overwhelm, threatening like a proud bear. "Why should I care about this chaos? What you should care about is, what will you do if I kill all of you to take all the—" Every possible future seemed predetermined by his just completed words, as fearful voices rang out. "You? What are you saying?" For the first, in all that time, the hunter showed a gentle, smiling face. He turned his back and walked away, saying, "I'm just kidding. Why are you so—" At that moment, his muscular arm froze as his eyes looked over when the pain signal quickly reached his. She slowly turned to look behind and saw Sudong unconscious, having killed. A desperate scream rang out loudly as Sudong, heartbroken, ran to the lifeless Su Min, crying out Su Min. Yet even so, the hunter didn't show a trace of guilt, only staring blankly at the hand that had just taken an innocent. Spoke up to defend himself, saying he didn't mean to do it. While Iorium trembled as her mother held her, the little girl's soulless eyes stared at him as he claimed it was just an accident, wondering why this had. Iorium thought of the shop owners, wondering why this had happened to the couple at the convenience. Then came Su Dong and her brother Su Min, but countless questions of why raced through Iorium's jealous mind as she increasingly failed to understand what was happening to her fate and everyone else. She stammered, wanting to say everything, but in return could only manage meaningless. At that moment, Iorium's mother immediately covered her mouth with her. Her mother glared at Iorium, seriously warning her not to. Her mother's eyes were seriously angry and searching as she said he would kill her, that he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice others for his own. That was what he had done on that day, going back to that fateful day when the heavy rain fell drop by. He panted in exhaustion, cursing that this was the crazy spider lunged at the hunter as he still gripped the self-defense knife in his hand. "Truly insane. Not want," he exclaimed, wondering why the damn thing was drooling so much. Was it? The hunter luckily dodged one of its claw strikes as his body floated in the air for a few seconds. Suddenly, he heard a desperate shout as he dropped himself onto the cold ground, glancing at the shop owner who had fallen by. The owner asked what he was waiting for, telling him to run quickly, but he protested that there were spider webs. Iorium's mother on the other side also shouted a warning, saying she had tried throwing several things into them and everything. He repeated the important keyword on his lips. Melted when suddenly the hunter realized. Looking at Iorium's mother, he wondered to himself why this woman seemed fine. Wasn't the spider attacked? Hunter looked at Iorium's mother, thinking before he could finish thinking, a warning came. Hunter, right next. Unable to attack in time, let alone defend, the hunter had already received a painful punch from the spider, and the knife left its owner. If he dared to be careless any longer, he could consider himself lucky to only receive a small bleeding. He looked at the spider as it also looked at the. At that very moment, he jumped far away, rolling in a curved path right over the. Having just deduced the logic, he now knew, smiling as he realized it was. Hunter quickly landed right next to the shop owner, startling him as he called out, "Hunt." He asked indifferently if the owner wanted to help. Then he immediately threw the shop owner forcefully toward the spider, telling him to sacrifice himself. The owner's face turned pale with. Iorium's mother had never expected such a vicious plan from the spider. Heard the. It immediately turned to look and advanced. The shop owner and the spider drew closer to each until the final moments. The witness to the scene of severed limbs and the tragic cries for help from the shop owner was Iorium. She widened her eyes in utter horror, accompanied by desperate screams, as Iorium's mother's voice rang. Mother had asked why he did that, emphasizing each word exactly as he had said. What else could he continued, saying if he hadn't done that, both of them would be dead, asking if she still wanted. Iorium looked in horror at her mother still carefully covering her mouth, saying they needed to survive. Just like that, a king was born in this. Iorium recounted that only the hunter was the good person, and to him, weaklings like them were. After that incident, he had taken all their food, and they could only eat the food he distributed, portions just enough to keep them from. Only a single piece of bread that he coldly threw onto the floor. Iorium couldn't believe her eyes that this was truly all her food for one meal, as he gave nothing more before indifferently. Before leaving, he cast a cold, sharp glance. Iorium stood frozen while her mother was still trying to comfort Su Dong. And that was when hell began. The small stone rolled as she sat consoling next to Iorium's mother, who huddled in a... She glanced up slightly as the light was just enough to fully illuminate. The kind face of the mother from before had now become gaunt from insufficient. She glanced at Iorium trying to sleep on her shoulder. The once energetic child now also gaunt, she asked, looking at the child's furrowed face with beads of sweat on her cheeks, increasingly curling up to endure the... She worried, asking if the child was okay, and hearing that, Iorium weakly replied she was fine, still very... Seeing this, her mother became more worried than ever as her mind echoed her beloved's old words. My love, take good care of I... She didn't know what else to do, how to protect Iorium, as the helplessness to her core increasingly tormented. Then the hunter coldly stated that today they wouldn't receive any food, and Iorium's mother's eyes widened and she hurried after him, asking what he meant, calling out hunter. But he just left indifferently, saying there wasn't much food left, so he had to cut her portion, and she asked. Iorium's mother tried to reason with him, saying they hadn't eaten in a long time, and if he didn't give them food, but he interrupted, saying they just sat there. So why did they need food when he had to constantly move to find an exit and needed the... She fell silent, asking if he had found it yet, and he said no, still hadn't. Hearing the words coming from the hunter, Iorium's mother gritted her teeth in immense bitter. He glanced at her when she asked when he would find it, unable to hold. She finally gathered all her courage to shout, asking how much longer they had to wait to escape, that they trusted him like this, yet he took their food, and if this can... Suddenly he gave a deadly... Making her realize the danger and immediately by reflex, Iorium's mother raised her hand to shield herself as he reached toward... Hearing no movement, she only received a mocking laugh from him as she slowly opened her eyes to assess the situation. The hunter continued to mock, asking how a useless beggar like her dared say such words. Finally, he left indifferently as Iorium's mother could only freeze like a statue. Suddenly, a pained sound rang out from the hunter as she immediately noticed how he clutched his... She spoke up, noting that the wound from the spiders still hadn't healed, and he asked what, as Iorium's mother clenched her hand, gradually realizing something and noting it seemed to be getting... Her soulless eyes lit up with a deathly look replacing the scream of the soul deep in... Seeing this, even the hunter couldn't help but... Unable not to carry a brief flash of worry, he replied asking what she had said, but Iorium's mother had already turned. The door slammed loudly as her mind raced, wondering what side of the city was still in ruin. What should she do in this situation? Facing an Iorium who was withering day by day, whose spirit and body couldn't sustain much longer, what could... Around their dwelling were boards sealing out the monsters to protect Iorium. And then one unfortunate day, a call rang in her ears. Iorium weakly let out a small sound, saying she was so... Hearing this, her mother's eyes... Despair just consumed. Iorium's mother hunched over for a... Then she stood up as Su Dung sat huddled in a... Call rang out making her raise her head. It was Iorium's mother, clenching her fists full of hatred as shadows obscured her gaunt... On a dark night without moonlight, silent and lonely, heavy rain fell drop by drop as a green round scarf slipped from... The hunter clutched his right arm, mouth emitting meaningless sounds of... At that moment, purple poison marks had invaded nearly all his... The hunter thought as he looked at his hand that this was poison spreading continuously, but he absolutely had to quickly find... Footsteps echoed from behind, approaching him, as Iorium's mother asked if he had just gone out. He saw her holding a glass of water, asking if he had found an ex... Her round, soulless eyes stared intently at the... He replied that today it rained, so he had collected some water, clean water at that, and she handed him the glass, telling him to... He asked why she was suddenly being nice to him, and she replied that she just thought what she'd done before was meaningless, because as he'd said, he was the only one who could help them get out, so they had to try their best to support it. He laughed loudly, clearly pleased, reaching to accept the glass, saying she finally understood her. The hunter drank while saying that's right, that's exactly what she should do. Just sit there. He took each. Iorium's mother's eyes followed every... Till after he finished drinking, she asked if he remembered what he'd said to them before, and he asked. She recalled his old words about how since the dungeon outbreak occurred, the monsters kept invading their world even though this wasn't their domain, and he nodded, confirming he had... And then suddenly, dizziness immediately found and consumed the hunter as his vision became more blurred than ever, wondering what was wrong with his eyes. He staggered, he heard Iorium's mother say wasn't he just like that, hunter, and at some... He collapsed onto the floor as she continued that he too was invading their territory, and so Iorium's mother rejoiced inwardly, watching the hunter finally sink into sleep as the sleeping pill glass he hadn't finished drinking spilled onto the... She looked at him, then immediately turned and called Su. A moment, two people looked down at him, Su Dung asking first if the drug worked, followed by Iorium's mother saying she should understand that better than anyone, shouldn't she? Su Dung, who replied she didn't really understand pharmaceuticals, only knew how to mix some sleeping pill ingredients and... Su Dung's rope tightened in Iorium's mother's hand as she asked why Su Dung was still hesitating. Didn't she want revenge on the one who harmed her? Su Dung helped Iorium's mother, saying whether it was an accident or not. Her brother died because of this hunter. And if this continued, perhaps they would all die too, telling her to wait for another hunter. She said as they both looked at the hunter sitting unconscious in the chair with the rope wrapped around his. Another person would come here and save them. Iorium's mother signaled. Just like that, the rope was gradually pulled. Iorium's mother on one side, Su-dung on the two weak women used the last of their strength for this. Gradually, the hunter was suspended in the. He just hung there. The two gritted their teeth, trying to pull. The hunter was being lifted. And then, unfortunately, the sharp eyes of that devil turned to look at Su-dung and Iorium's mother, calling them. A moment later, very quickly, the rope was. Su-dung and Iorium's mother fell down, unable to maintain. The hunter clutched his blurred eyes, legs unsteady, making people play the villain like. He gritted his teeth, deciding for himself that he'd have to. Su-dung trembled, asking what to do now, as Iorium's mother calmly stood up from the floor, saying she had anticipated this. But he woke earlier than she'd predicted, cursing that if they had acted sooner it would have been. He saw her say that hunters were indeed. She clenched her fist, her mind having already laid out a backup plan. Noting he was still very dizzy. Wasn't he? But he shouted at her to. Then the hunter aggressively lunged forward without hesitation. One hand grabbed Iorium's mother's face as Su-dung momentarily. A scream rang out. No. Right at the critical moment, his eye was struck by. This caused the hunter to roll across the floor once more, hands clutching his face in agony as he screamed, "My eye!" Very quickly after that, Iorium's mother picked up the iron rod and advanced toward. She swung the rod, noting, "Your body seems quite sensitive. Is it because of that spider wound? Perhaps you've been poisoned." Having said that, Iorium's mother showed no mercy and swung the rod straight down onto his head, while Su-dung could only cover her mouth from the. Her eyes widened as she. One strike at a time. She brutally kept swinging down like that. Die! Her mouth screaming incessantly. A moment later, the hunter's hands twitched for a. He now lay still in a pool of fresh. Su-dung stammered out a signal. He's really dead. But Iorium's mother corrected her. He's still. Suddenly, she handed the iron rod to Su-dung, shocking her. Now, she explained, I've heard that hunters heal wounds much faster than ordinary people like us. If we just leave him like this, it's very likely he'll recover without us even knowing, and he could very well attack. She continued, Why don't you personally avenge your brother? Su-dung trembled, but seeing the unnecessary hesitation from her, Iorium's mother accordingly shouted an almost commanding yell. Do it! Having said that, Su-dung finally picked up the rod and stood right over the. She raised the rod high. She suddenly remembered Su-min's warm voice from the past. Su-min. She brought the rod. The rod rolled noisily across the floor after being thrown, accompanied by sobbing echoing. A hand from Iorium's mother gently picked. Su-dung wailed loudly. Why did I have to encounter this? Iorium's mother once more gathered the courage to swing the rod, to kill someone. But this time the target was none other than the pitiful Su-dung. I'm truly sorry, Su-dung, but I have no other way to protect Iorium, she thought, looking at little Iorium sleeping soundly on the spot. She lay motionless as if. That moment, Iorium gradually opened her eyes. The spider child gradually opened her. A loving call rang out, Iorium. And when she sat up, she saw her own spider eyes reflected in her mother's. Her mother just kept calling her while offering fragrant boxes of cookies. Are you very hungry? Eat this, mother still has more food. And to the ravenous spider child, the origin of that food didn't matter. Iorium ran to her mother and so she just ate and ate. She devoured. Next day was the same. She ate without. And the following days as well, still eating without. Iorium sat beside the pile of food, as if someone would snatch it from her. As if someone would harm her somehow, Iorium ate without resting. She continued eating like that, but then one day the food ran. A clear blue sky appeared as a hopeful wish rang. Hoping some hunter will come save us? Echoed through the ruined city. We thought we could survive until in a dark place with only a hole above. But unexpectedly, the food ran out so. Iorium's mother reassured her. But it's okay. And her mother, she easily said with a warm face, after cutting off her own arm to use as food to give to Iorium, Mother is here. The mother had chained her entire body to her, but colorful numbers flickered in the night as she slowly walked with bare feet, whispers endlessly in her head. Without eyes, Mother won't be able to see you. Without ears, Mother won't be able to hear you. She continued walking. Without a mouth, I won't be able to cry. Suddenly she stopped. Instead, she kept walking forward, not knowing when a gigantic monster had appeared behind. What about the other parts? Her footsteps. The little girl tilted her head to look back with soulless. Suddenly threads of slashes, swish, 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 shot out attacking the girl with long black hair appeared, cutting the monster into many pieces, fresh blood spurting. Witnessing such a bloody scene, Yet the little girl's eyes remained dazed. Neither panicked nor... After defeating the monster, Minerva finally noticed the little... She called out, "Iorium, hey you!" While her companion spoke up, "Minerva, what are you..." Then he also simultaneously saw the little girl. Huh? A survivor. Not long after, the little girl was brought to the city's refugee, where the hunting guilds were supporting the disaster victim. Suddenly a voice rang out at the camp. "Oh my god!" Ella was surprised. "There's still a survivor?" She and Minerva went to see the little girl. A cute child. "Hello, little one. Are you hurt? I'm the person who takes care of everyone's health." Then she turned to ask Minerva, "Do you know who she is?" Minerva answered, "No, she hasn't said anything, just keeps repeating one phrase," while Iorium still kept her face down. Right then she spoke up, Minerva worried. "She keeps saying that without stopping." And Ella tried suggesting, "Don't you think we should give her something to eat?" Minerva answered, "We already did, but she won't." Ella then took out from her bag a chocolate bar, smiling, "You're so clueless. Children like sweets more than rice." And Minerva asked, "Did you get that from the market we ransacked last?" And Ella bent down smiling, offering the chocolate bar to the little girl. "Here, cute little girl. You'll be even cuter if you eat this." Suddenly Iorium opened her eyes. Seeing this, Ella smiled brightly. Look, her eyes lit up. But she had no idea that the little girl's eyes were focused not on the chocolate bar but on... Then the little girl lunged forward while several others were taking care of each other and one of them startled and looked over upon hearing Ella's scream. The screaming continued. "What's happening?" Because she had lunged and bitten Ella's hand with a somewhat crazed "Stop her!" While Iorium continued frantically biting. "She's biting." One of the witnesses then recognized the little girl's identity. Miss Iorium? She met Driver Yang at the a few weeks after reuniting with her uncle. As soon as he saw her, he called out, "Iorium!" From afar he saw Iorium standing with Minerva. He extended his, then hurriedly ran over to embrace the little girl tightly before Minerva's witnessing eyes, and according to Iorium, "My uncle found me, and everyone began recovering from the shock of the death." What happened when Iorium was still so young had a huge psychological impact on the little girl. She went to see a psychologist who asked, "Can you tell me what you were thinking when you drew?" She also thought, "I also started recovering." One beautiful, with eyes that had long been empty, and she smiled and praised herself. "The weather is one." Behind her someone was calling while Iorium continued admiring. "I should enjoy myself in weather like this." Thinking of... From a distance, several hunters approached. One recognized her and called, "Are you the Death Hunter? I heard you're looking for a hunter group at the hunter off." She looked at them emotionlessly, while in Iorium's memory, "I became a hunter. I killed many demons with my companions, and I met many hunters in different groups and all kinds of..." Then there was a voice as a monster was shot right in. "I decided to become a hunter." It turned out Iorium had just... She turned her head backward. A black-haired person was also... She turned and ran toward that... The scene shifted to a tall... Inside that... A fire where Iorium was living with others. And I met many hunters. The scene of everyone chatting with each other was incredibly warm. In different groups and all kinds of... And during that time, a young man spoke up asking, "So you decided to become a..." Iorium was a bit surprised and turned to... He was a handsome man with blue hair. Iorium looked at him somewhat shyly, while in her head rang. There was a hunter who seemed very attentive. One day he invited her into the forest. She was curious. "This place is full of energetic people, so that's normal. Hunters have feelings." "Arriving," he said. "We're here." An architecture gradually revealed itself. It was an ancient structure. Two stood before itself. Iorium was extremely astonished. She was very surprised. "Wow, what is this place?" He introduced it. "That's the ruins of a tower. They preserved it because it has high conservation value, and it even became a tourist attraction." She answered, "I see. It's so beautiful. I didn't know this place existed." Iorium curiously stepped in. She touched the architectural materials. "This is a type of mineral that can't be found on Earth. According to my research, it was formed from meteorites floating in space, and moreover, it's more durable than minerals." He was pleased. "I did well bringing you here." And Iorium answered, "Thank you for bringing me to such a beautiful place." Then he hastily moved forward and kissed. But this made Iorium feel disgusted. "Huh? Isn't this a bit excessive? We're not even dating, yet suddenly he..." She opened her eyes wide looking. She felt uncomfortable facing eyes full of calculation. He looked extremely frightening. What's wrong with his eyes? Why is he looking at me like... His eyes remained wide open, staring fixedly at her. Why does he have to look at me like that? I hate this. I hate it. It made Iorium remember the unfortunate memories of the past, when she and her mother desperately waited for rescue while others died one by one from hunger and thirst. Finally only the two of them remained. Her mother had to cut off her own arm as food for them, and she had been extremely terrified. "Mother, what did you do to your..." Crisis makes human psychology twisted. especially when reaching a dead end. Her mother explained, "We're out of..." Iorium was extremely horrified. She screamed, "I don't want mother to be strange, mother." Her mother calmly said, "Then what should we..." She was frightened by her mother's words. "Do you want to starve to death?" And at this moment, Iorium slipped into "Father." She spoke up, "Father will protect me. Father will watch over me." But Iorium's mother was disappointed. "Do you still think your father is strong?" Her mother sighed. Then became deranged while she listened in horror. "If he were strong, he wouldn't have died from ill." Iorium's mother continued speaking with a gaunt face. "Do you know what mother had to go through? Do you know why Su Dung and that hunter aren't here anymore?" Iorium heard these words with extreme. Her mother raised her arm and said, "Only the strong survive." Fear in her eyes still didn't diminish. "Do you understand?" She gritted her teeth. In the end, Iorium still ate her mother's image of the mother with a severed arm still haunted her. A moment later, a blood-stained knife lay on the ground, and Iorium's mother sat beside that knife with one arm remaining, while whispers rose again in her mind. "Without eyes, mother won't be able to see you. Without ears, mother won't be able to. Without a mouth, I won't be able to cry for help." Her mother spoke. Instead, as looked at herself, "What about the other?" Having said that, her mother picked up the knife. Things were too horrific for a girl still so young. Iorium only knew fear, hugging her head and sitting in her face at this moment was terror to the finally one moonlit. It had been long since her mother was so lucid. She said to her, "Iorium." Her mother lay on the ground. "Mother is fine. Quick." Iorium crawled over. "Eat." At some point, Iorium's eyes had become so. Her mother's eyes were the same. Mother and daughter looked at each. Iorium's eyes grew increasingly. Remembering this, Iorium suddenly pushed away the young man, forcing a kiss on her. "No, don't." She trembled, covering her mouth, while he asked with concern, "Are you okay?" She answered, "Don't look at..." Then she looked up, revealing sharp eyes. With those eyes, he backed away in panic as she screamed, "I told you not to look at me." Purple-white light emanated from her body, flashing bright. Also on a moonlit, a thin cut appeared on his. He still hadn't realized what had happened. Then a second later, blood from his neck was already gushing out, and his head had fallen to the ground. Seeing this, Iorium was horrified. Tears streamed down her face. "I killed." Iorium fell to her knees, her face pale as Iorium screamed in mad. The system appeared, saying she had completed the conditions to become a disciple of greed. Purple energy emanated from her, growing brighter and stronger until it exploded. The system still displayed the message that she had completed the conditions to become a disciple of. After a while, she smiled that was terrifying. Then Iorium grabbed his, stood up staggeringly, then smiled excitedly and murmured, "Bon appétit." The system appeared, saying she had unlocked a new power, and she explained that this was how she liked it very much, like people looking at her with love, and then she ate him alive, looking like she was truly safe. Around her appeared demonic beasts shaped like purple eyes, like a muddy swamp, repeating the words, "Mother, is it delicious? Is it?" A man appeared, and in her perception, nothing in this world was more delicious than the flesh of those who loved her. So she called, "Love," and then another girl appeared, saying, "Look at me with..." Iorium kissed a hand, saying, "So I can eat it sincerely, with all the love you have." Scene change. At some point among the hunter groups, a rumor began spreading about government hunters who specialized in dealing with criminal hunters. And when she heard this, Iorium was surprised, thinking it was just a passing thought. Who would have guessed such people existed? Iorium thought she could play the innocent Iorium that no one would suspect while stroking her hair, but thought it better to be careful. The sudden deaths of civilians were very suspicious, so she had to remove them from her list, and the only ones she could kill without suspicion were. She sat in the beautiful room, talking to herself about obtaining the nameless cube at an auction to dispose of the leftovers. And further, looking at the white cat, she thought that if she targeted hunters, she should avoid famous ones as much as possible. Rookie hunters fit her condition. Iorium's eyes turned sharp and purple as she thought she had some experience. So joining a new group of newer people was a bit difficult. But how could she connect? She recalled the image of Quetzal. While thinking, a government advisor named Quetzal appeared before. Then Quetzal's wife. He said he lost his beloved wife in the shock from. After that, Iorium secretly met Quetzal and made me an offer. In exchange for saving his wife, he would provide me with rookie hunters from the government. I accepted that offer. A pink space appeared looking very strange. This is love. Love makes people become fools. In fact, according to her words, however, I didn't actually resurrect his wife. I just put my soul into his wife's body and made it act like his wife. It was just an empty shell. She pouted, muttering, "Why did I have to go this far?" "Well, you'd be exposed if you dragged your tail too long. If she acted in the advisor's shadow, it would prevent her from being caught, and if the advisor fell into the... One evening, Iorium when contacting Quetzal. Can we stop here? I've been eating the same thing for so long I'm starting to get sick of it and I don't want to worry about anything more. Iorium examined the tablet thoughtfully. She thought this was the last information Quetzal sent her about the... Yes, this was the last person. And then she disguised herself as an innocent girl to meet the last. Then she appeared with purple hair in... Iorium met that... Minyu's face appeared, and she met Fome. When facing Minyu, Iorium recognized those eyes. They were the eyes of someone who had never loved and had never been loved by. She observed Minyu. He had agile, ruthless, and decisive moves. His techniques also carried great destructive power. He'd easily destroy everything. She still lingered, silently watching. Iorium was curious about what would happen as she widened her eyes, thinking, what if that man loved? Back at the familiar bath? Iorium looked at herself in the... She recognized herself. Iorium finally had the eyes of someone in love, or more precisely, not just her but herself. Iorium laughed, saying he was the second person after her mother. Eating someone she... Iorium smiled pathologically, thinking it would be an extremely delicious... In present, the battle between Minyu and Iorium, or more accurately the greed demon beast, continued. She was continuously attacked by blazing fire chains, with flames Minyu quickly took out another weapon while his eyes remained full of murderous... He transformed the weapon into a chain, leaped high, spun his body, and launched an attack toward the... She used one hand to cover her mouth and nose, avoiding the smoke and fire but his attack still caused a large dust was Iorium retreated again while Minyu suddenly emerged from the with one hand using a sword and the other summoning firepower to attack. He then took advantage of the opportunity to the continuous attacks made Iorium increasingly... Iorium was now panicking, using her hands to shield herself, her eyes full of... He slashed again, the iron chain striking the damp stone wall with a... When the dust cleared, Iorium was... She looked at her severed arm. The cut burned. He collapsed in... A sharp scythe blade attached to a chain was... At this moment, Minyu slowly approached like a death god, swaying his deadly... He raised the weapon, then with great force threw it toward Iorium. She was shocked by this. Iorium's remaining... was also in... Finally, he appeared behind Iorium while she was still dazed, thinking, it hurt. Suddenly she noticed, and at that moment Minyu launched an attack, creating many red slashes toward... Iorium could do nothing but endure, being cut continued. Finally, she was knocked down and couldn't stand up. Iorium sat stunned on the... Then she smiled blank. Minyu slowly walked... She seemed to realize she was about to die, saying, don't come... But Minyu ignored her reaction, and the weapon in his hand had transformed into a sword, saying, I said stay away. Iorium sat on the ground trembling, saying, it hurts so... Minyu didn't care and continued transforming the sword. Seeing he didn't react, she became frightened, saying, no, don't. He transformed the sword into a death. His eyes now were completely glowing red and emotionless. Let's end this. As the death god raised the weapon in preparation, Iorium opened her eyes in weapon, only less than a centimeter from Iorium's face. Suddenly, her face now showed complete shock as she muttered, it hurts so much. I told you it. Suddenly she called out the name, Cham, shed, and this image made him... At the same time, the greed demon beast took the opportunity to launch its claws toward... throwing him far away, slamming him into... Minyu was still stiff, not yet react. Then slowly fell. Minyu hit the ground and didn't continue attacking but surrounded Iorium, worriedly asking, Mother, are you... Iorium spoke, you. While the monster kept asking, does it hurt? Does it? At this moment, Iorium was in a state of half-consciousness and half-madness. Her eyes half-purple and half... She slowly raised her head to look at Minyu, asking, were you really going to kill me? Iorium looked at him, saying, right, of course you would do that. After all, I'm trying to kill... What is this feeling? The corners of Iorium's mouth formed a smile, but tears kept... The feeling when the person you love could kill you. It's too desperate, and she wondered if despair was what all the people she had killed. Then she froze, thinking, I shouldn't have... She looked at the muddy, multi-eyed monster, asking, who... Minyu, knocked down and lying sprawled on the ground, watched Iorium muttering, what the hell is this? Why did I do this? From Iorium's boils appeared as if something wanted to tear through her body and burst. An enormous energy emanated from her body as she... That energy made Iorium float into the air, her body radiating purple. Minyu struggled to get up, stunned by the scene, unable to... The multi-eyed monster called worriedly, Mother. Iorium's eyes opened to a terrifying width, turning pure, and before anyone knew it, 2 legs had grown from her. The system announced that the disciple of greed had gone. Legs stabbed into the demon beast. It screamed in terror. The legs absorbed its energy, ignoring its terror as the monster gradually... Until it was completely... Iorium's severed arm was regenerated, and her body gradually transformed, Losing its human shape, her outfit her hair also changed to white, long and flowing like Iorium now resembled a combination of human and spider. An extremely bizarre. Iorium slowly opened her eyes, now transformed into abnormal deep. Above, she gave Minyu an eerie smile, seductively saying, she proposed, merge with. As Iorium's hair wrapped around his leg, saying, together forever. His hand was also touched by the white hair, and his body was brought to a place like a web. Yes, into an. At this place that looked like a web right in the. He lowered his head, asking, for. She answered, yes, for. When Minyu raised his face, his eyes looked lifeless, asking, she answered, yes, together, and because I love you and you. Minyu's expression now turned somber, saying, this is the only way for us to be together. Build a nest where no one knows. Then he showed a rare smile, saying, if you love. Minyu let out a mocking laugh, asking, does it look like that to you? Iorium was surprised. Minyu raised his face, no longer looking entranced. He smiled angrily, saying, do these eyes look overflowing with love? She didn't understand, asking, what are you? Minyu explained clearly with a contemptuous attitude. Ah, right. I only found you pitiful. That. Minyu mocked. Your weak trembling to survive looked so pitiful, even. Words left Iorium stunned, then furious, saying, love? I never wanted that. You're the one who craved. He continued, I was just playing around for a while, so now let's end it. Angrily screamed. No. She raged. Why are you lying? You love me. Iorium say you love me. But Minyu denied it, saying, no, I've never felt anything like. She was shocked, then hurt and shame turned to anger as she launched an attack toward him. Her hair became silk and the legs became claws rushing toward him, saying, you're Minyu's face dark. He remembered the first time he met Iorium. For Iorium's image was always in his. He thought, and finally, thinking of something, he said two words, exploit code Baphomet. Real name Cha Minyu, the same age as. She silently showed interest, muttering while looking at the information on the screen. Considered an irregular hunter, proficient in many weapons, though only recently became a hunter. Considered an irregular hunter with potential to become an S rank. Interesting. And then she smiled mysteriously and leaving her very puzzled, wondering why she was so The sarcastic tone continued. Won't she kill him? At that moment, inside the facing two swords, he shook his head in They looked at him in confusion. Then he opened his eyes, compressed his lips, and looked before quick as lightning to attack both of them in succession. She stared blankly at the battle, thinking, if it's this person. While still observing his beautiful attack move. That's right, if it's. She emphasized, as he was on the path to victory and the targets were easily defeated. After the match ended, she bandaged his wounds, then gently advised him that a hunter must always maintain their best condition. For we never know when another dungeon outbreak might occur, and even small wounds like this could cause major trouble later, praising him with flowery words about how he had excellently completed the mission to eliminate the Hell Tower. Especially noting that he was very strong, she stood alone to the side, silently thinking, no, who could kill me? Kill? And back then she had said emotionlessly, kill me. Now her heart was screaming, save me. As her face hardened with boundless rage, cursing liar. She swung her tentacles in, launching them forward with violent force. All of them aimed straight at him. He stood there silently. Shadow appeared to remind him. Remembered, right? When he had no will to fight left, he should use it. He whispered, activate. Just the tentacles crashed down upon that mortal body. She thought everything was over. Now the real surprise was just beginning. Something terrifying was rushing toward them. In the city, at a small the clerk politely said, your water, ma'am. And Lee Jury accepted the drink, thanking her. The clerk nervously asked, ah, if you don't mind, could I take a photo with you? And she answered without hesitation, huh? Ah, yes. Suddenly she sensed something, immediately turned her head, prompting the clerk to ask hesitantly when she noticed her distraction. Miss Sung Yuna came running frantically, Jury, and she asked, you sense it too, right? There's an extremely powerful evil aura. Not just them. Everyone had noticed the obvious anomaly, asking, what's this? Why does the moon look so strange? Everyone immediately rushed to the crowd. Instantly, everyone looked up in shock at the strange sight above. A blood moon. Even there had been no news about a lunar eclipse, people murmured. She felt a fleeting worry. The other night outside when they were chatting and dividing tasks. You understand. Since you're a support mage, try to avoid the monsters attacking from behind. Suddenly she gasped in shock as if seeing something. Why did the moon suddenly change color? and very quickly they noticed the difference. In another apartment a pair of muscular arms pounded the floor. Ha-sung was doing plank position. Suddenly he froze in shock, immediately stood up, looking outside silently, saying nothing, staring intently at the blood moon outside the window. His face suddenly revealed a worried expression. At the same time that night, in another building, Jayun stood before a glass, staring intently at an object within it. A moment before leaving, just as the sky changed color, he stopped short, seeing the blood moon. His eyes instantly changed color as he murmured, "Baff." Maxwell also saw it, stood stunned for a moment, shocked. The hell is red enveloped the space, evil aura covered everywhere. Na-Urium stood at the face hardened, her eyes sharp and pink-colored. A pair of deformed legs approached, murmuring while looking at Baphomet, his eyes burning, sweeping across everything they passed. He reached out to grab her. She nimbly leaped, escaping death by a hair's breadth. Stood stunned, staring straight, frozen before everything happening. He had entered hunting mode. His target was her. He came at her again, appearing and disappearing. Though he missed catching her once, he successfully attacked as a sea of fire engulfed her surrounding. Countless small stones struck her body, her face darkening. She kept murmuring, "Why? Why? Why?" But screaming fiercely, "Why?" A massive loomed over her. She watched in despair. Strands of hair flew wildly. Somehow, thanks for watching he had gotten behind her, she felt bitter resentment as tears streamed, whispering, You should have just pretended ignorance and left with me. Just that much, and you couldn't even do it. Is it because I'm a murderer? Because I've killed too many people? He only answered, I don't care about such things. Na-Urium demanded angrily, Then why? The scythe blade drew near, pierced through her body, blood spraying everywhere. She stood dazed, eyes and mouth wide open in silence. He said emotionlessly, I will kill you, he revealed. That was my decision from the first time everything I did was to capture you. Let's end this, death god. She cried out in pain. Ah! Scenes from before flashed by, when the two were still so close, even taking photos for each other. She stood in disbelief, unable to accept the truth. An image from the past suddenly flashed by. Na-Urium felt heart, remembering each memory. The scene of her pressing her hand to his face. Her eyes had become soulless. Moments of tenderness flashed past. Now, thanks for watching the video. He struck, looking at her emotionlessly. She lay collapsed on the ground, eyes still wide open. A blood-red sky. He silently turned and walked away. Suddenly a voice said, I'm hungry, making him stop short. Na-Urium weakly forced out each word. Hungry. So hungry. I need to eat. Her trembling hands clutched at the ground. So hungry. So hungry. So hungry. He looked at her, gripping the scythe tightly. Once more, he raised it high, preparing to finish her completely. Without hesitation brought the scythe down. Then a pitiful sound rang out. Mother! Making him freeze. She, having lost awareness, looked, mistaking him for her gentle mother. Consoled. It's all right now. You don't need to bear this burden anymore. She assessed the situation in confusion, asking tearfully, Really? Her face returned to the innocence of a young girl, her eyes glistening as she confirmed, I'm freed. The beautiful illusion continued. That's right. Come to mother now. And she reached out her small, rushing into her mother's embrace happily, smiling so brightly, like she'd never smiled before. Mother. And in reality somewhere she had fulfilled her wish. The end. Blood sprayed everywhere, looked on emotionlessly. Turned away, a notification appeared. Freed the apostle of the Cyan Forest from her sins. After a few steps he removed his mask, stood there silent, letting tears fall as it's done. Complete. High above, a plane to next destination. The United States, a tall tower, George Voss, and unknown locations. Someone continuously gasped, Ha! 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 Struggled to ask, What are you? Why did you? His opponent roared, I'm an S-rank hunter in the national top. How dare a monster like you humiliate me this much? Who are you? Yet regardless of what he said, the shadow-like demonic beast coldly approached. Suddenly his body pierced through. What the? His face hardened, his eyes blurred as he gasped, Since when? And by now his internal organs were in the hands of that mysterious person. Crushed the heart, saying, Jia Yun. Turning and leaving without hesitation, eyes lighting up as he introduced himself softly. My name is Jia Yun. Stone rolled down from above. The tower stood towering, incredibly solid. Small bits of dust fell down, growing more numerous and larger. In midair, a sharp sword suddenly slashed from the left, carrying a cold killing intent that seemed to cut flesh. Immediately after, the sword flash blazed brilliantly on the right, so fast the naked eye could barely follow, creating a dim luminous arc like lightning in the dark night. The fierce battle quickly erupted, the ferocious demonic beast continuously attacking him. Its eyes suddenly flared red like burning coals. Jae-yoon stared at it intently, swung a sharp sword stroke fast as lightning, slashing across the beast's throat, making it roar madly as he murmured, "The last one." Despite the deep wound, the demonic beast wouldn't submit, roared out a miserable cry before shooting into the air, extending its ferocious claws to dive straight down to pulverize him. Jae-yoon stood motionless in the battlefield, his face calm as if everything was within his calculations. His eyes were so sharp they seemed able to pierce the night, looking deep into the monster lunging toward him as he breathed out firmly, "The last one, then." The sword in his hand displaying formidable power as he aimed straight at the demonic beast. Still refused to yield and counterattacking, the two crashed into each other in a violent collision. The demonic beast tensed, using all its strength. Jae-yoon gritted his teeth hard, his entire being radiating a terrifying killing intent. The demonic beast froze, its face expressionless and emotionless. In an explosive moment, he roared out, concentrating all his power in one decisive slash. A terrifying surge of pressure suddenly appeared, sweeping away dust and making everything around shake. The demonic beast's body was sent flying and crashed hard to the ground. Jae-yoon landed right after, his body still straight as a war god, robes billowing in the wind, so magnificent one couldn't look away. He stood silently in the midst of the desolate battle, his deep eyes never leaving the beast's motionless body. Amid the hazy smoke and dust he turned and left, feet taking steady steps forward, corner of his mouth curved slightly. Jae-yoon looked expectantly at the system screen. "This is it." Blue notifications began appearing. "Quest complete. You have eliminated the Hell Tower boss. You have completed all quests. You have received a hidden skill as reward." He stood facing the circle of light before, his eyes thoughtful as he murmured, "Finally, it's over. Because of this damn quest He reached out to touch it, thinking, as long as I have the skill, I can restore everything to how it was. His joy was short-lived as the screen displayed an error notification. "Error." A mechanical voice announced, "An unexpected error has cannot run reporting error, seeking solution," before stating, "Cannot find solution." Gasped in shock. "What?" Suddenly, a red notification appeared. "Is that really the Hell Tower boss?" Shocking him, this was followed by a series of warnings. "He's just a demonic beast, a beast guarding the first." Why did he become the boss? He climbed the Is he the boss? He the boss? That beast. That beast. Suddenly its body began to twitch, its red eyes opened. The mechanical voice continued warning. "You cannot eliminate the Hell Tower boss. You will not receive the regression reward for completing the quest," making him gape in horror. What's happening? He also sensed a pair of red eyes staring intently at him from behind. Earth-shattering explosion rang out, glanced over to see. By some power, the demonic beast had revived, face grotesquely deformed, its red eyes glaring at him. Without warning, it pierced through his body. A spray of fresh blood burst out as he looked on in shock. Jae-yoon stammered in disbelief. "I." The demonic beast spoke clearly. "Give me your body." Pressed close to his face, declared, "I must take it from you." His eyes widened in confusion, lips clenched tight, unable to speak. He screamed out trembling, "This demonic beast." Like that, another horrifying explosion occurred in the middle of the tower. At the same time elsewhere, around the pair of feet slowly up. The Hunter Center information team, where Mako impatiently complained, "Still not here yet?" Someone suddenly appeared from behind. "Oh, sorry, I got stuck in traffic." About Times reporter Kim Yun-ho, scratching his head awkwardly as he asked, "Did you wait long?" And the man replied, "No, I just arrived." He looked toward the tower, murmuring admiringly, "Oh, that's the tower? It's..." Before he could finish, Mako interrupted, saying, "It's the arrogant tower. I'm telling you now, today it will be cleared." He clenched his fist enthusiastically, saying, "I see. Then I'll film until it's cleared." The two walked while chatting. "Will you be okay? Even though you're a false awakener, you're still a reporter with no combat experience." And he joked, "Doesn't look like it, but I'm very good at..." Kim Yun-ho curiously asked, "And aren't you part of the Hunter Central Intelligence Team?" "As far as I know, the intelligence team's role is to investigate the tower's status before other hunters can enter." He seriously replied, "Since you're a reporter, you probably already know. But lately we've been too busy to monitor this tower's condition." The guy exclaimed, "Oh, is that the protection project to prevent a dungeon outbreak recur? World Hunter Association, through the investigation of the American hunters, learned that the dungeon outbreak was progressing rapidly and requested assistance from hunters in every country. Directed by each government council, hunters were dispatched to countries where the hunter system was underdeveloped to clear the towers. And as a result, the risk of dungeon outbreak decreased by up to 26%. Kim Un-ho rubbed his chin and continued. It became stable after a year and the hunters participating in the protection project will be responsible for clearing this tower. He excitedly suggested. Oh really? Can I invite them for an interview? We have a special article about the protection project scheduled for public. Marker coldly replied. Whatever. It's not under my authority, but he's not the type of hunter who would agree to that. Besides, the scheduled hunter ran into trouble, so someone else came to replace him. The guy asked questioningly. Really? Do you know the code? He immediately answered. It's 3 Pomet. The words just uttered made Kim Un-ho repeat in bewilderment. 3 exclaimed in shock. Hunter 3 Pomet? Marker asked, neither happy nor sad. You know him, the guy recounted. What reporter doesn't know would get He not only cleared Ethiopia but also the small countries around it. He's truly impressive, isn't he? He and another hunter cleared towers in underdeveloped areas that almost every other hunter avoided. He's a hero. Having said that, he looked around and asked, So where's Hunter 3 Pomet? Marker frowned and replied, I don't think he's arrived. Suddenly, he corrected himself. Ah, there. Kim Un-ho impatiently asked. Person slowly walked forward, completely covered from head to the other party was concealed from head to Kim Un-ho spoke up and asked, Are you Hunter 3 Person replied in a hoarse voice. Yes, that's me. Then coughed. This made Marker ask suspiciously, Are you sick? Your voice is a bit rough. The other party quickly explained. No, I just caught a... Hearing this absurd reason, the two thought in bewilderment. Hunters catch cold? Kim Un-ho asked quietly. Is it really 3 Pomet? I find it a bit strange. Without hesitation, Marker opened the system screen and said, Hunter 3 Pomet, please join a mechanical notification set. Accept invitation. 2. Marker's group silently. On this side, the person claiming to be 3 Pomet also stood staring. After a long while, the system responded, Invitation accepted. Made Kim Un-ho feel somewhat relieved. Then it must be him. It's accepted. Let's enter the Before them was a gate. Someone remarked, It has one entrance. It seems to be a tower cleared by hunting monsters. Kim Un-ho said resignedly, I see. So someone who isn't combat-oriented like me probably can't help much. Marker quickly reassured him, It's fine. I'm here, and Hunter 3 Pomet raised an eyebrow and continued. I heard your S-rank evaluation was postponed because of the protection project. Since you recently received the S-rank hunter title, let me see your abilities. 3 Pomet was briefly Marker kept chattering. We also have a reporter here. Shouldn't you build your reputation domestically instead of a... 3 Pomet softly replied. All right. But inwardly thought. His face broke out in a cold sweat as he silently prayed. We're looking at the two people before him in terror. They're suspect inside 3 Pomet's body. There were suddenly whispers asking, disguised by tiny monsters. They began to argue implicitly. Didn't the person say they knew how to impersonate the master? The other replied. Yesterday was so, why are you so rude? The master doesn't talk like that. The youngest couldn't hold back and quickly chimed in. Big brother. I'm not on second brother's side. But lately the master has been socializing. While they were still discussing, someone asked, What's with Marker's sharp as a knife gaze? He tried to suppress his awkwardness and replied. No. Then rushed forward hurriedly, dejectedly walked behind. 3 Pomet pondered. An authoritative voice asked, You're afraid of being exposed? They awkwardly protested. We'll be in trouble with the master if we're exposed. The man they called master suddenly appeared before them. His tone cold but highly threatening. I hear it. You're afraid of being discovered by others. They opened their eyes wide and looked in that direction. Their heads also sweating profusely. The master with red glowing eyes coldly continued. More than... While the whole group was shaking like a leaf, Kim Un-ho turned around and asked. They muttered to each other. We can't let them know we were summoned by the master. Marker stood before the door and called. Let's go in. Suddenly a voice stopped them. Fake 3 Pomet strongly suggested. I will be the one to lead everyone through the tower. Everyone just focus on survival. Inwardly, he thought. If we want to eliminate suspicion, we just need to demonstrate. As the words finished, all 3 pushed the door and another world opened up. Inside, it seemed to be just a moment, a full moon. A realistic forest also appeared right before them. The whole group was bewildered. How? We were just in the city and now it's a forest. Suddenly, on a tree branch, pairs of beast legs with full claws. They opened their mouths ferociously with sharp. On every branch, countless black shadows appeared. Everyone looked up in bewilderment. Someone exclaimed, "Monsters right at the entrance." They had red, glowing eyes and ferocious faces rushing. They dove down at an altar-like speed. The three people below remained completely. Fake 3 Pommet quickly identified the target. His eyes began to glow. Then he slashed and shattered those monsters instantly with tremendous. Those tiny creatures were no match. The sharp, cold blade cut each one's, then took down another. Blood splattered flashing powerfully, a clean bloodline. His eyes glared terrifying. Just like that, the other two only stood watching as Fake 3 Pommet slashed with each bright and powerful sword. Kim Yun-ho asked in bewilderment, "What is this? I don't see anything." Marker was also astonished. Dust rose in a thick haze. Fake 3 Pommet landed in a cool manner. The other two praised, "Indeed, S-rank is unbeatable." This time on another, the monster's legs pressed hard into the blue-colored monsters ran wide. The ground also. Fake 3 Pommet held his sword and closely chased from behind. He leaped high and shattered them in an instant. He coolly bit the sword in his mouth. The white skull head bared its teeth in a delighted. Next was a brutal mess. On the next floor, dry skeletons were already waiting. The skull wearing a fur coat was stunned for a few seconds. He gaped in but before he could react, the Fake 3 Pommet group had already rushed to it. Both sides had an intense confrontation. There was no pushover either and immediately took out an axe to defend. But in just a moment, he was beaten beyond recognition. Then countless other battles followed, against each next fighting green dinosaurs with red eyes. They glared fiercely without any. Thus a fierce battle broke out with those petty. And of course, those monsters quickly went to meet their ancestors. The system announced, "Floor 99 cleared," making Kim Yun-ho bewildered while Marker crossed his arms before his chest with he praised profusely, "Amazing! In just half a day you've cleared to this," Marker wisely said. "Look at that peak." But even an A-rank hunter could do it at that speed. Hearing this, he was horrified. He asked in confusion, "Are you doubting him? He joined the party already." Marker stammered, "Well, that..." Inwardly, he raised a suspicion. Isn't internal information that he can't let outsiders know? The system program is more fragile than I thought. This has been proven through those who awakened and acted without officially registering as hunters and even used illegal program. Marker stared intently at the one claiming to be 3 Pommet. It's possible they stole 3 Pommet's information and applied it to an illegal program, but it's looking at his back, he asked himself, why do something as unnecessary as clearing a tower? What if that really is 3 Pommet? Suddenly Marker turned and said, "I've seen Hunter 3 Pommet from afar before. I could sense his overwhelming, but now I don't feel it." At this time, the person inside the hooded cloak remained. His eyes blinked as if sensing he'd just been spoken in, and stared intently at Marker. "That guy keeps doubting us. What should we do?" Another one inside spoke up. "Stubborn indeed, but it seems he's not sure either, so he won't do anything." Having discussed, he advanced forward and even showed enthusiasm, urging, "Quickly clear this tower and let's go." His blackened hand reached out and touched the door. Waited for half a day, but there was no move. He sighed. Kim Yun-ho thought, "It seems we have to open the door in a special way." Suddenly before them appeared a bagua formation. On its surface were countless strange symbols. Marker stepped closer and stared intently at it. There are 4 different devices that look like that. Suddenly Fake 3 Pommet pondered as if realizing. Keenly noticed the hole in the center and thought, "It seems something can be inserted." He looked around for a long. Using the entrance as a hook, 2 devices are positioned in a pentagram structure. Most likely, activating these devices sequentially will help open the door. He asked himself, what should be inserted? Having thought, he immediately turned to tell the others, "I think we can." As the words finished, he reached out and grabbed the stone before. His hand slowly then dropped the nestled perfectly into the center position of that fierce light creating a barrier surrounding a group of people standing. Beams of light shot out in all directions, spreading pointed straight at the tightly closed. Right after that, the door suddenly opened. Kim Yun-ho's mouth formed an O shape and exclaimed, "So the device activates when the magic stone inside the monster is..." Suddenly there was a surge of power that startled Fake 3. Then it quickly slipped out. It wrapped tightly around Kim Yun-ho. Shocked. In an instant, he was completely sucked inside, causing the other 2 to panic. Marker's eyes widened in surprise. He got sucked in. That he prepared to draw his powerfully slashing. Suddenly a beam of light shot at his disgusting slime. Fake 3 Pommet thought naively, "Don't tell." And then they were completely sucked inside that 2 blurry figures at the who knows how long before being thrown in. Feet hit the ground. Power. Marker regained his composure and said, "So it's the entrance in." Kim Yun-ho, safe and sound, spoke up. "Yeah, are you 2 okay? I thought I..." He hadn't finished speaking when Marker also asked worriedly, Are you okay?
Ah, yeah.
They looked up and saw two monster-shaped, dancing and soaring, looking extremely terrifying. What is this? Suddenly hearing a roar that shocked them to their... He spoke up. Lowly humans, it seems you've also made it. Around him appeared red oppressive energy. He threatened menacingly. I will make you pay for destroying my sanctuary. As the words finished, the sky became an erupting volcano. His mouth wide with full sharp, horned demon with magnificent wings stared down. He had blood-red eyes, roaring majestic, and opened his mouth very wide and shot. Fierce beams of 3 people below stood rooted to the... A tremendous, earth-shaking explosion occurred. They turned pale with Kim Yun-ho, scared to death, looked back and asked, "We're going to fight that dragon? How is that possible?" Having said that, he glanced sideways at Fake 3. The guy seemed to regain his spirit and shouted, "That's right. Hunter 3 Pomet will be the one to clear the tower. We have nothing to worry about, right?" Hearing this, he darkened without saying anything and reluctantly replied, "Right. Leave it to me." Kim Yun-ho excitedly said, "Indeed, Hunter 3 Pomet is different." But he was breaking out in a cold sweat. We're brothers began nervously asking each other questions. "Brother, is this... Why did the difficulty suddenly spike like that?" The eldest brother hurried to reassure them. "With the 3 of us, we can..." One of the younger brothers was already terrified to the point of crying out loud. The eldest brother still stubbornly insisted. "We cannot tarnish the master's command. We must do everything possible to defeat the boss." Words barely finished, rushed toward that dragon like moths to a flame. A position, long chain shot, then came the second, then they tightly gripped the legs and wings of that dragon, rendering it unable to. Eldest brother's eyes widened as he commanded. Just like that, an intense battle between the 2 sides erupted, and with 3 against 1, there was no escape. The dragon beast was quickly bound tightly by one person charged, then came among them. One person swift as lightning gripped their sword and leaped high into, then tightened their grip on the sword and flashing down powerfully at that dragon. The sky immediately erupted with an earth-shattering explosion. The 2 below could only shield themselves, unable to see, but he suddenly paused, as if realizing something abnormal. Felt as though his strike couldn't cut through. Before he could react, a yellow orb had already attacked. He broke into a cold sweat when he saw it right next to his... He stared for a long time but still hadn't recognized the danger. Suddenly the yellow sphere emitted a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering light, which started. In just a moment it blasted him down to the ground, creating a loud sound and heavy smoke and dust flew up thickly, causing Kim Yun-ho's group to be... He shouted out asking, "Hunter 3 meters." Before finishing his sentence, he suddenly froze in horror. "Huh? Why do you look like that?" The man lay there barely alive, breathing weakly. But Kim Yun-ho completely collapsed. Before he could collect himself, 2 powerful beams of light shot out consecutively. His expression became horrified again. Seeing the 3 demon beasts being beaten down and lying limp made him unable to accept it. Where did Hunter 3 meters go? While he was still pitifully wandering around in the ruins searching for people, Marker had already leisurely found a place to sit and rest, concluding, "I knew right away it was one of the weakest demon beasts." Asked, "Big brother, what do we do now?" And was answered, "This is beyond our capability. They already know our identities. If we can't handle it ourselves..." Kim Yun-ho's jaw clenched tighter in fear as suddenly someone gave an order. "Hey, hornless goat. Hurry up and call for reinforcements." He blurted out, "What?" Marker finally turned his head to... Right then, a pair of blazing red eyes stared at them intently. "No, it can't. I don't believe you have to call for reinforcements because of me. You seem to be in trouble, don't you?" He looked around. He wondered, where is that sound coming? A shadow appeared along with mystical blue light. "Good. Very good. Because this is very interesting." The opponent stepped out with a strange form, holding a mystical, brazenly saying, "Because I get to see you all collapse," which naturally earned a curse. "Damn." The being spoke again. "Anyone else? I should introduce myself. I am one of the master's summons, specializing in miscellaneous tasks." Right then he jerked as if detecting danger. A mouth was wide open. In the middle was a bright yellow. An attack appeared. The demon beast's mouth continuously spewed that beam of light toward. He tried to dodge while sneaking glance. The being raised the staff in its hand to counter that power and seemed to be protected. A demon beast stood up and praised admiringly. "Your protective spell is quite impressive. So this orb is what's giving you truly a strong enemy." It said, "I should teleport the master here." The other one quickly stopped it. "Wait. I didn't call for help because..." It was shocked. "What?" The master finds out we messed up the orders," it interpreted concisely. "You mean you want to destroy this orb without calling the master?" They helplessly answered, "Yes, exactly. You understand me." They continued exchanging. "All right, I've thought it through as usual. but which left him in the middle very confused. What's going? Suddenly the dragon demon beast spoke up arrogantly, making Kim Yoon-ho. It used its wings to soar through the. How dare you act arrogant before D? Right after him, a fierce, blinding light caused everyone's eye widen in terror, mouths trying to break the protective barrier. They all aimed at the. Meanwhile, the dragon demon beast, rampaged with aerial advantage in the. After who knows how long, it gritted its teeth and used its red eyes to glare. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. The sphere still stood. Crack opened, revealing a sharp, red glowing steel goat. Another summoned creature, gripping the weapon in its hand, it rushed into close combat with the dragon demon. Another intense battle in the dragon demon beast's eyes narrowed in truly unexpected. On the other side, that one also understood immediately. Our attacks aren't effective because of the shield? If we can take care, opened its mouth wide with a terrifying tongue and a beam of light shot. They were defeated, or to put it bluntly, beaten to a. One frantically requested, call another summon. So the one in charge of miscellaneous tasks immediately nodded in response. Oh, clacking of high heels rang out.
Eh ha ho ho ho.
3 demonesses appeared with glamorous figures, introducing themselves. Has the trio of shield brothers weakened? We 3 sisters will show you all perfect and beautiful power. Countless sounds of beating rang out, causing even the one in charge of miscellaneous tasks to. In the result, they were defeated. High heels piled up with trembling. The demon beast shouted. Another summon riding a demon beast appeared, extremely majestic, laughing heartily. Ah! Let's bring honor and joy to the man. Having said that, it charged forth at lights. It hadn't seen its coffin yet and still acted arrogant with big talk. Hee, you must really want to know the taste of. Another battle continued. Just a streak of light flashed by. Earth and rocks flew. It laughed confidently.
Ho ho ho.
I'll show you what I can. Before finishing, it was blasted. The demon beast was completely dejected. Ha ha. Why can't anyone do anything right? At this point, we have to use overwhelming number. One in charge of miscellaneous tasks immediately threw cold water on it. Useless. Even if we all charge in together, we can't break that shield and harm the orb. It naturally knew that too. Terrible. So what do I do? It resolved. I'll teleport the master here. The other one cried out to stop it. What? Continuously begged. Wait. On this side, Marker's group was horrified hearing their conversation. There's still a chance. But look there. The monster is opening its mouth wide, preparing to search for prey in this unbalanced situation. Suddenly it raised its hand, about to. When that one quickly said, ah, please. But the one in charge of miscellaneous tasks didn't care at all and kept the same. In an instant, the teleport gate opened. From within the blue ring, an authoritative voice asked, what's Kim Yoon-ho leaned forward curiously asking, is that a man's voice? Marker said coldly, cutting off. Don't tell me. He was busy conversing. Sir, are you busy? Then heard. I'm holding the battle line. It politely said, subordinate understand. Sorry for contacting you when master is so busy. There's a problem with the tower you entrusted to. Then heard a sarcastic remark. I don't remember entrusting any tower to you, which made the one in charge of miscellaneous tasks Suddenly that person burst out laughing. Ha ha! Those 3 idiots. When their names were mentioned, they were shocked and they received the answer that, I just started fighting the orb, which horrified Marker. Next they heard the other party say, I'll finish it first, so teleport me there after 10 seconds. Both he and the boy were surprised. The life or death moment began. 10, 9, 7. Hearing this, the trio of demon beasts collapsed to the ground, their entire bodies trembling, and then came 6, 5. While the dragon demon beast in the sky was still waiting to engage, its eyes suddenly narrowed into a sharp, red. Next was 3. The one in charge of miscellaneous tasks maintained the posture with one hand toward the blue. 2. There was some movement in. Finally 1. And at this moment the monster had also gathered full. The dragon demon beast's eyes blazed red as it detected. It quickly made several loops in the spewing out a yellow shockwave to launch its.
A shocking explosion, smoke flew everywhere.
The dragon demon beast waited silent. Chains coiled around. It won. Who is it this time? Then heard. Where you? It looked around in surprise. He appeared before. Looked at Kim Yoon-ho below could only see a shadow through the fierce light staring at him. The boy wondered. Who is that? 3 meters for real? He looked down then glanced at the 3 demon beast brothers and you useless trash. The monsters fearfully shrank. Hearing he had finished dealing with household matters, the 3 beasts heard. Can't even finish one small task and still called me. He coldly ordered. When everything ends, you 3 will undergo hellish training, including all summons that helped. The monsters silently groaned. What? Us shouted angrily. You arrogant ones. while Cha Min-yu still kept a calm it ground its teeth furiously. How dare you call me a thing? You know who I... He cut it off boredly. Hey, he challenged confidently. Why so many words? Her became even more enraged. Damn, just like that, the two launched into fighting each other, and the flow of power was so fierce it illuminated the entire... A bright aura surrounded, he said indifferently. You're doing... The sword blade pierced through a rocky out, kept stabbing down, and switched to the others, creating count marks. If wall behind... A bright summoning circle appeared behind the dragon demon. Swords from it shot straight toward... At that moment, with one hand he held a... With the other hand used a spear to... Massive cracks appeared on the swords. He defended indifferent, then glanced. Suddenly a trace of surprise crossed his... He struck. Then came a shocking explosion. He praised reluctantly. You're pretty... It replied coldly. You still managed to block that move. The barrier was shattered. Lightning flashed, and the wounds on its body healed very quickly, he remarked. And self-healing then tapped his down on the mapping out attack. Eyes flashed up and battle aura blazed. He declared, I must eliminate the annoyance. More layers of surround, making it unable to for tat. He spoke while swinging his, then clenched it tight, using the death fist tech against the shield glowing. The normally shield suddenly began to shrink. Worried, thinking, it's getting smaller. Is he trying to break the shield by shrink? The dragon demon beast ground its teeth. A challenging voice rang out. My shield won't be. The greater the determination, the greater the failure. Cracks appeared on the blurted out. Damn it. How can you break my shield so A hook swung, hitting its mark perfectly, striking directly at the dragon demon beast. It was shocked. A scream echoed through the mountain. Wrapped in he stated bluntly. You're not agile and body is weak as cotton. Are you good at attack? I had to kill an orb in 10 seconds to get here. If this is so boring, all my effort is wasted. Try to entertain. Is completely provoked, saying furiously, entertain. On this side, he continued taunting. I should be the one saying that. Don't be arrogant. This is my tower. The chains were completely shattered. Through
Cha Min-yu mercilessly
swung the sword. He observed lightning streaks in the sky multiple. From the vortex, a creature turned out to be the familiar voice. You're quite... I didn't expect to have to use this transformation. It was the ancient dragon Ravka's transformation. Fragments flew He silently braced his hand on the ground to avoid losing back. Soared through the air, asking, are you ready to sacrifice yourself? Kim Yun-ho screamed in. He turned to Marker asking, what is that? Is Hunter 3 meters? Remained silent, his face thinking silently. 3 meters. The scythe blade above glowed brightly, drawing on. The dragon demon beast displayed an awesome prey. Both sides launched into fierce attack. He was quickly surrounded by its tech, and the scythe blade was right before his 3 meters was blasted far away by the cracks appeared on the ground. Right there. A beam of light. Cha Min-yu still kept a calm expression. He easily dodged the incoming scythe. One or countless, none hit their. Then stood defiantly in the middle of the form. Then swung the sword, spinning down with a finishing. While descending, he suddenly spotted. He smiled with amusement. His feet lightly touched, gracefully walking on. Waterfall gushed up. Using water force, he shattered the chain. He and that creature stood at extremes, facing each. Water coiled around him. His eyes remained sharp as the creature mocked. Still acting, a seal was formed. Countless flaming stones flew toward, aiming for one spot where fire blazed. He charged through the scorching, walking calmly. He inadvertently sensed a trick. Mines from somewhere suddenly erupted, then rapidly grew up, continuously expanding. For every gap, countless crimson eyes appeared. Black energy dispersed coolly around. The demon beast dragon stared at him intently but remained, his blood-red eyes sharp and it cursed, damn you. While he below also glared, Cha Min-yu stood among countless doors. He cursed, die. As continuous yellow beams shot down, long trenches appeared on the ground. He dodged one final strike and finally first word, die. As he cleaving a mountain in second word, die. As he appeared right behind it, claws immediately grew from its hand, swinging its third, die. As he successfully escaped while the sword shattered fourth word, die. As meteor fragments fell, violent whirlwinds, fifth word. He shot past the creature, sixth word, die. Another new seal formed as he faced deadly binding. As it approached him bearing, he again successfully escaped death by a hair's. Death's echo rang in his ears. Thunder and lightning flashed violently across the sky, stunning. After a chaotic beating, the demon beast dragon stood towering before him, panic-stricken, asking, how? Why won't he? Don't resist. No matter what, I will win this battle. This is my every life and magic in this. All grant me endless mana. No matter how long it lasts, my mana won't run. As the words ended, a fire vortex formed as it declared, amid the vast sea of flames. It confidently proclaimed, The victor of this, he ran like a tiny creature, only his hair-covered head visible. Raging fire surrounded him from all sides. A fireball formed, devastated hundreds of miles away. For the smoke and dust. It soared high with wings spread leisurely in the shadow solid. His face darkened, looking at the deep bottomless pit below. It began boasting. I told you, with this body. Before finishing the sentence, it widened its eyes and then looked to its right and blurted out, My arm. When did you? He said with interest. Your way of using it is quite interesting. It looked at him in terror as he stood there defiant. Chaman announced. Unfortunately, you can't use it any. It thought painfully. All the mana I accumulated. To it, it's precious, but to him. This cheap thing, it muttered madly. Now belongs, it said unwillingly. I am the master of this place. I am. He casually burst out laughing, saying, Do you want to know why this Chaman recounted? When we faced each other the skill demon world level 50 was used, meaning when entering battle in the tower, below legendary rank, all strategies, including boss fighting strategies, will be unlocked. Moreover, when reaching maximum level, the strategy to defeat boss 5 is unlocked. He continued, I know you absorb endless mana from this place. Specifically, the dominance skill combined with domination skill level 50 has a 92% chance to hack the towers. Obviously that was classified information as he implied. I've conquered everything you have. Then looked down at it asking, Now, tell me, who is the king of this? Froze in fear and demon beast decided to fight to the bitter end, spreading its wings high, furiously cursing. Damn! As the words ended, it immediately created a thunder, controlling surrounding rocks to attack him. Shaman Yu urged calmly. How harsh, but this is his face full of confidence declared. You will lose because... He paused at the right moment as skills were deployed. Burst skill level 50, target skill level 50, weapon master skill level, confidently stated, I am a tower. He charged swiftly toward it, attacking. The spear aimed at it from a piercing through the water barrier. The ice shield also cracked rapidly. The spear thrust forward relentlessly, reaching its core, exact center position, cried out in despair. A shocking explosion occurred. The stone layer from that shock began shaking violently, exploding into clouds of behind the barrier. They witnessed Kim Yoon exclaimed breathlessly. Hunter level 3 strength is truly incredible. Mako suddenly reflected. Now I understand why he conquered all the towers. Lam On didn't understand at all. Rang explained, teleportation between towers, he possesses a Jalhuan summoning ability that can use that power. As long as he wishes, he can eliminate any with that terrifying strength. Mako thought more and sweated in amazement. Looking at Chaman Yu's calm face, cooler than the other side of the globe, made him exclaim, You've returned to your fresh, delicious potatoes scattered all over the ground. Potatoes here, potatoes there. Even the food in my inventory was all potatoes. Notifications kept appearing. You have completed the teleport gate will be created shortly. Please, while he sat desperately against the monster's corpse, lamenting, What's the point of leaving? This whole country is nothing but potato. I will never touch potatoes again when I return to Korea. On this side, a pair of long, slender legs that had been walking suddenly. An Yu Young asked, Ms. Gun, have you uploaded the... Gun immediately answered, Yes. She reminded again, Are you all prepared? We cannot make any mistakes. This time's target is an S-rank elite. Everyone answered in unison, Yes. I will be careful and focused. Team leader, walking. She suddenly collapsed in pain as Gun called out worriedly, Team leader, she reflected. I can't believe I'm team... She thought, Everyone will probably forget, but I am Han Yu Young. I was once a member under team leader Ma Sang-gun, who managed the Hunter Management Center. That's right, was because that's in the past. When the Global Defense Project expanded worldwide, a separate department was established, and I became the team leader of the second squad in that. Back then I was just an insignificant member. How did it come to this? She always asked herself. A firm hand placed on her shoulder reassured. Don't worry, you can definitely do it. Ms. I, now we hold the same position, right? I'll call you Team Leader Han. She looked back dazed. It was Team Leader. She thought, I know everything. Team Leader Ma was initially appointed as the Defense Project Director, but he declined and nominated me instead. Moreover, he knew I wasn't suited for this position. Sensing Ayanu's focused gaze, she flinched, slapped her head and shouted, Her, then strode forward powerfully with the thought. This is the moment I've been waiting for all this time. This time I'll charge to She made her decision, nodding slightly as they immediately adopted serious expression, displaying their most solemn demeanor, placing hands on the She declared boldly, Hello? I am Han Yu Young, team leader in charge of the defense project. First, I request permission to read the code names of the 6 hunters who attended this meeting despite busy schedule. Hunter Titan of Drake, Hunter Mistel of Seal, Hunter Cooper of Nice, Hunter Ianu of Moonlight, Hunter Ange of Gloria, and Hunter Baphomet of Nebula. Baphomet. Everyone wondered as he looked coldly at them. Countless whispers erupted, spreading his name, from confusion. Is there a hunter with that name in Nebula? Where's Nebula's guild fabrication? Look at him, probably the type easily bullied. Nebula's guild master is famous for pulling such stuff, even mockery. Never heard his name before. Someone like that allowed at this important atmosphere momentarily. She called, Ms. Gunn, please prepare. Yes. Gunn then skillfully operated the projecting onto the screen behind for presentation. This is the tower distribution map from about a year, and this is the present. Thanks to the efforts of hunters participating in the GAT project, the gate mutation rate has decreased significantly. Thank you all, she said, and addressed new content. Phase 1 of the project is ending. The start of Phase 2 will be announced in advance. Someone immediately questioned, Phase different from what I was told. Shouldn't we discuss rewards? Then Ms. Tell complained dramatically. Don't tell me more overseas missions. I'll dry out every cell again. Do you know how long it took me to recover after returning to? Then someone excused themselves, saying, people are talking. If all top guilds go abroad, who will watch the domestic? Even Ange made excuses wearily. I'm not participating in Phase 2. I still have dramas and films to demanded en masse. What's the reward? Leaving her trapped, unsure how to respond as they pressured her excessively. What good thing will you get? They even pressed, commanding, finish quickly, I have a photo shoot. Making her flustered, saying, I'm sorry. Suddenly, what's your rank? Team leader. He approached her dismissively, startling her as she wondered. When did he get in front? Looked down from above, saying mockingly, I'm B rank, so the team leader must be at least S rank. Don't tell me you're the project director. She stammered explaining, Director? You mean Team Leader Park who's in charge of Squad 1? He's working externally, so He stared at her coldly, silenced. They sneered. They let a B rank conclude the meeting? Truly disappointing, waste of... He didn't bother saving face anymore. Can I leave? I have a photo shoot. Just send the reward straight to the company. No, my guild. Someone mocked. Seems things aren't arranged properly. She tried to calm the crowd while things stabilized as Gunn wondered in confusion. Is this what they meant? While she continued persuading, please wait. I'll present the reward. Watching them gang up to oppress her, Gunn finally understood the contempt SRANKS held for the weak. They continuously acted superior. What about Team Leader Park? He's S rank A. We can talk to him. Suddenly, he who had been silent spoke up. You're the ones wasting. He looked at him with contempt showing. He maintained his usual indifference as they irritably asked. Speak clear. Stood up, calmly asking, what's the reward? The guy thought to himself in shock. Did he just ignore me? She hadn't adapted yet initially. Huh? Ah yeah, that refined her approach as she answered. The reward is compensation based on contribution ratio. Then everyone shared one thought. Compensation based on contribution ratio means the guild receiving the most rewards will Nebula Guild. The answer was protested, rushing to question. Compensation by contribution ratio. This isn't a joke, right? She firmly answered. Of course not. Tower ownership rights, 5-year tax exemption, free item trading for 5 years, expanded medical and welfare benefits, and the guild contributing the most will be granted the authority to command all other guilds if a gate mutation. He blurted out. What? Ms. Tell said indignantly. What? Are you crazy? They get to control other guilds? That's not a reward. She answered calmly. As I said, for 5 years. If no gate mutation occurs during that time, the command authority expires. Cooper clarified irritably. You should have made this clear from the projects. She distinguished right from wrong, saying, sorry for not saying earlier. Since the chief team leader changed, the reward details also changed accordingly. They discussed again, raising doubts. Chief team leader changed? Don't tell me things will keep going like... She remained silent, playing her role as an outsider well, thinking, I understand the hunters' opposite. New chief team leader Yu Tihin wants to create a competitive environment among hunters because the more they compete, the stronger hunters will flip. But the Nebula Guild wasn't interested in those rewards. Everyone was surprised. From her to DG to the other hunters, all had to exclaim in shock. What? He explained. Managing other guilds sounds incredibly troublesome. How are we supposed to manage them? Give us a better reward instead. But can they be transferred? Doubtfully. What? What do you mean? Observed everyone's expressions, then spoke. Looked on with curiosity. He flashed a sinister smile and said wickedly, looks like they can't be freely transferred. The corporation worked as usual. There were customers arriving. Well done. They responded mechanically. Welcome. How can I help you? Until they realized who it was. The young woman's cheeks flushed red. Filming location. Kim Goose was pondering something. She said shyly, thank you for letting us borrow the location. He replied casually. Sounds interesting. But what is it? Said hesitantly. I don't know either. Thought. What is he thinking? 3-meter Hunter wondered. Can we really do this? If it were the guild leader, would he do in this situation? Over there, asked. Hey, are you done yet? Answered professionally. Yes, I've prepared rare weapons as you requested. Since you wanted everyone to use the same quality weapon, paired identical items. But as for Hunter Eng, Miss added. She was busy so she left. She said this overly brutal method doesn't align with her guild's principles and values. She moved closer to him and said coyly. So then, is handsome Hunter from Nebula Guild planning to do? This everyone became curious and shocked. The blade at her throat. She said with interest. What are you planning to do? You know that this rare weapon can't even scratch the hair of an S-ranker? Luck the weapon didn't break. Suddenly realized something. Huh? It didn't break? He praised. He tossed the weapon aside and explained calmly. My country was assigned extremely harsh conditions, no proper training grounds and no good equipment. Although we occasionally received some supply, sheer number of towers caused them to lose durability very quickly. No forges or skilled blacksmiths to craft high-grade weapons. Even though I personally collected magic stones from the towers, accidentally caught on and thought irritably. Look at this kid's face. Continued speaking. The solution was rare weapons because they could be made without professional blacksmiths. I was so short on food I only ate potatoes. Thought I'd lose all my muscle. Finishing, he looked at them coldly. Demanded. You can only use martial arts. No skills allowed. Transfer the rewards to any hunter who can leave a scratch on me. Protested in unison. This isn't fair. We've never trained like that. Immediately waved his hand and said arrogantly. Then you can all come at me together. I don't think anyone will be able to leave even a bruise on me. Instantly darkened their faces. Had successfully provoked each one of them. Cooper and Yan, Titan and Mistel all were incensed. Praised his spirit sarcastically. He's really arrogant. Let's see if he still talks like that after getting beaten. A bout of fighting, arms were sore to the point of falling off. Bewildered, they asked themselves. What? Can't see his movements. Where did this monster come from? Cursed once,